Pay attention. In the year 1520 of the ocean calendar, while Karl was exercising with children in Boyatown, the system activated. The troublemaker at the port turned out to be the dying Shiki the Golden Lion, triggering a god-level choice. He killed Shiki and gained his abilities. Later, he wanted to join the Navy, and Vice Admiral Squirrel made him withstand 3 moves. Karl did his best to endure, and finally, he could go to the Navy headquarters. What incredible luck. Pay attention. In the year 1520 of the ocean calendar, in the open square of Boyatown in the East Sea, Karl was leading a group of children doing push-ups. The kids surrounded him chattering. "Brother Karl, how are you so amazing? You could do over 1,000 every day. We want to protect Boyatown like you." Karl replied with a smile. "If you practice with me every day, you can also fight pirates and be heroes." Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded in Karl's head. Ding. Newbie task of 3 million push-ups completed. God-level choice system activated. Karl stopped exercising, and his smile made the girls in town swoon. He was overjoyed. "After 5 years of crossing over, I've finally completed this task." That's right. Karl is a time traveler. 5 years ago, he was drifting at sea, and thanks to the people of Boyatown saving him, he didn't become the most unfortunate time traveler. Like other time travelers, he also had a system, but he had to complete the newbie trial first task of 3 million push-ups, which took him 5 years to accomplish. The other 2 options were worse: either reborn as a girl or randomly lose a bodily function, leaving him no choice. However, his 5 years of training were not in vain. He had helped the town fend off pirates without bounties and became a local celebrity. Over the years, he figured out that this was the world of One Piece, and without strength, you couldn't survive, so he trained even harder. Karl muttered, "I need to figure out how to use the system quickly. It took so long to activate. It must be super useful." But when he opened the system, there was only a personal attribute panel. He could only look at his attributes. Name: Karl. Strength: F. Agility: F. Spirit: G. Stamina: E. Ability: Military body fist: G. Note: ordinary adult male is G. Karl twitched his mouth after training for so long. He was just a bit stronger than an ordinary person. The military body fist was a self-defense technique he learned in his previous life. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Help! There's a guy with a broken leg causing trouble at the port. Come quick!" All the adult men in town rushed over with farming tools, and Karl was already used to it. There were always small pirates causing trouble, but Boyatown was remote, and the bounty pirates didn't even look at it, so life was relatively peaceful. Karl strolled over slowly and saw a familiar yellow figure. The next second, a system sound exploded. Ding! Dying Shiki the Golden Lion detected. God-level choice triggered. 3 options popped up. Option 1. Help Shiki seize the town, gain his favor, and become his disciple. Option 2. Ignore it, gain the title Cold and Heartless, and increase all attributes by 200. Option 3. Kill Shiki. With the sound of 2 famous swords being stabbed into the ground, Shiki fell to the ground with an unwilling gaze, ultimately defeated. Karl gasped for breath, his heart racing. Although he could gain Shiki's abilities after making a choice, he still exerted all his strength just in case. Pay attention. Karl didn't dare to get too close to Shiki, fearing that this big shot might counterattack and drag him down. After all, Shiki was a ruthless character on par with Whitebeard and Roger, even dying. One had to be cautious. He was afraid Shiki wouldn't die completely, so he used his ability to summon the blades, Kurigomo and Sakura, and with a cross slash at Shiki's neck, he immediately severed Shiki's head. This bloody scene made the adults uncomfortable, but the little kids were super excited. The villagers immediately surrounded him, praising, "Thank you so much, Karl. We really had no way without you. Brother Karl, you rocked the scene. Lord Karl is so handsome. I want to marry you." Voices calling Lord Karl rose and fell. Although the scene was bloody, Karl stood up to protect the town, and everyone was deeply moved. They were used to being protected by him and couldn't help but cheer every time. However, Karl didn't pay much attention. He just had the body cleaned up and put it in a special coffin for later collection of the bounty. He also found the best blacksmith in the village to repair Kurigomo and secure. These 2 swords had been used as legs by Shiki, and their handles were corroded. If not repaired, it would affect the feel, and just fixing the handle was something the village blacksmith could handle. Amidst the cheers, Karl returned home and muttered, "The system just activated and I encountered Shiki. From the looks of it, he must have washed up here after being defeated by Luffy. How unfortunate." He opened the attribute panel, and his eyes instantly lit up. Not only did he gain Shiki's abilities, but his attributes also increased. The panel displayed: Name: Karl. Strength: E. Agility: E. Spirit: F. Stamina: D. Abilities: Military body fist: G. Float fruit. No side effects. Armament hockey mastered. Observation hockey mastered. Conqueror's hockey partially mastered. Dual sword style: E. The note said that the hockey was partially mastered to perfection, and he had obtained Shiki's abilities right before his death, with all abilities having no side effects. Karl stroked his chin and smiled. No wonder the hockey level is low and the attributes are mediocre. It turns out that's the reason. But the fruit having no side effects is too good. No need to worry about seawater and sea prism stones. This secret must not leak. He looked at his packed belongings. She originally planned to leave Boyatown after completing the push-up task. Although the town was nice, a man shouldn't be tied down. Now that he had the float fruit, as long as he didn't mess with top-tier powerhouses, he could venture freely on the sea without fear. Karl made up his mind. Next, I will join the Navy. Being a pirate is too suffocating. Always on edge, the Navy is much more reliable. This was something he had thought about for a long time. Venturing alone in the world of One Piece required strength as a foundation, and it was safest to join the Navy without sufficient power. Vice Admiral Squirrel was in disbelief, couldn't believe that a legendary pirate had actually died at the hands of an unknown rookie. Even if Shiki was seriously injured, it wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. But Karl's half-smiling eyes, along with the villagers' clamoring testimonies, made it impossible for him not to believe. Vice Admiral Squirrel spoke. In that case, open the coffin, I want to check. Karl walked to the coffin with a smile, knocked twice, and said, "No problem, but I have a condition." Vice Admiral Squirrel frowned and casually replied, "Pay attention." Vice Admiral Squirrel directly said, "If it's true, the bounty will not be less for you." Karl immediately responded, "Thanks, but what I want is not money. I want to join the Navy." This made Vice Admiral Squirrel frown. He originally wanted him to sign up through official channels. Karl noticed his hesitation and immediately used his ability to make the coffin lid float. Vice Admiral Squirrel's eyes widened. Is this the ability of the float fruit? As an experienced Vice Admiral, he recognized it at a glance. Karl nodded to indicate he should look at the coffin, and Vice Admiral Squirrel saw Shiki's corpse. His heart shook greatly. Karl asked, "Are you done looking? The corpse is yours. Can you meet my request?" Vice Admiral Squirrel asked, "Are you really a user of the float fruit?" Karl replied with a smile, "Just luck." Vice Admiral Squirrel didn't delve deeper. It's not uncommon for devil fruits to reincarnate on nearby fruits after the user dies. Karl quickly introduced himself. "My name is Karl, from Boyatown. I've always dreamed of becoming a Navy officer, and I can't miss the chance to meet you." Vice Admiral Squirrel was surprised. "You know me?" Karl switched to flattery mode. "Of course. You're an old-school Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and a super great swordsman. Your strength is top-notch. You are my goal. Don't believe me? Ask them. I've been training every day to become a Navy officer." The surrounding villagers immediately echoed, "We can prove it." Lord Karl's dream is to become a Navy officer. He practices every day, at least 1,000 push-ups. Just as Vice Admiral Squirrel was in a dilemma, he suddenly caught sight of the sword at Karl's waist. "Is that Kurigomo and Sakura? Do you also know how to use a sword?" Karl waved his hand. "Just a small skill." The flying squirrel became interested. "Let's have a spar. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, you'll make an exception and let you join the Navy." Karl instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Really? He originally had no confidence in persuading the flying squirrel, but now it was a win-win situation, and he was very confident in his own strength. The flying squirrel shouted, "All Navy personnel, stand back 1,000 meters to protect the residents." His subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Once everyone stepped back, the two prepared to engage. The flying squirrel said solemnly, "Karl, right? Use all your strength to take my 3 moves. Let me see if you deserve my exception." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful aura, and the port was suddenly filled with gusts of wind. The flying squirrel drew his sword in an instant and launched a fierce slash. Karl shouted, "Bring it on." "Ha ha ha ha." That was refreshing, truly refreshing. The little pirates of the East Sea are too weak. I've been in the East Sea for almost a month, and no one has made me go all out. This is so exhilarating. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel laughed heartily, and the Navy cloak on his body had already turned into shreds on the ground. Clearly, he had also received a counterattack from that last strike. On the other side, Karl wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but shake his head. "You want to kill me, huh?" Karl sheathed his weapon, feeling a bit speechless. That last blow had caused a slight tremor throughout the entire Boyatown. The port was now in disarray, with surrounding buildings even collapsed. Fortunately, the flying squirrel would compensate the residents. The full power strike from Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was extremely strong. Take note, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel's strength was at the peak of the Vice Admiral level. Karl could only exert all his strength, otherwise he would truly be taken out. If it weren't for the flying squirrel's sudden attack catching him off guard, Karl wouldn't have been injured if it really came to a fight. He was confident he could hold his own. Karl mumbled, "I'm currently at the level of a rear admiral, just a bit short of vice admiral, but it's enough. I've just acquired my powers not long ago." Just then, the flying squirrel shouted, "New recruit Karl. Bring the loot aboard the ship." Karl was ecstatic, using his powers to float the coffin onto the warship. The surrounding Navy personnel were completely in awe, filled with respect. This world respects the strong, and they believed they couldn't withstand 3 moves from the flying squirrel. Karl was admired even before officially joining the crew. Karl bid farewell to the residents and boarded the warship to the Navy headquarters. Only then did he realize the flying squirrel was there to pick up the pieces from the Golden Lion. Having heard that Luffy had taken down the Golden Lion, he came to the East Sea to try his luck. Karl laughed, feeling that his luck was too explosive. The Golden Lion just happened to crash in Aboya Town, and it was lucky that the opponent was on the brink of death. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have been able to win. The flying squirrel asked, "Where did you learn your domineering presence?" Karl pretended to be clueless. Domineering? Learn? I don't understand. He knew he couldn't hide it, but he wasn't afraid of the lower-level domineering. Many people on the sea consciously awakened their domineering presence, and acting clueless was enough. The flying squirrel sighed. "Another monster. I envy those who consciously awaken their domineering presence." In his eyes, Karl had the potential to become a monster at the level of the 3 admirals. Karl didn't pay much attention to this. After finishing the battle, he was extremely hungry and ate the equivalent of 10 people before feeling full, earning him the title of Big Eater. "How far are we from the comm belt?" "Report to Major General Squirrel. We will reach the comm belt tonight." "Very good. Inform all crew members that we will enter the comm belt tonight and have them prepare for battle against the Sea Kings at any time." "Understood." As the order was given, the messenger notified everyone on the ship, including Karl. He didn't expect that in just 2 days, the warship would reach the comm belt. The speed of the Navy warship was faster than he had imagined. "How do you feel? Your town's ships don't have this kind of speed, do they?" Major General Squirrel teased as he saw Karl's surprise. Karl nodded, indicating that he really hadn't expected it. "If it were my own small boat, it would take at least 5 days to travel this far. No, it should be 10 days. After some thought, Karl could only admit that the speed of the Navy warships was indeed incomparable to ordinary ships. Ha ha ha, to tell you the truth, the Navy possesses technology that completely doesn't exist elsewhere, allowing them to double their sailing speed. Pay attention. Major General Squirrel patted Karl on the shoulder. "Don't be surprised. In the future, when your rank is higher, you'll have such ships too." Karl smiled wryly. "Is that supposed to comfort me?" Major General Squirrel laughed. "You could say that." Just as he was about to discuss internal Navy matters, a scout hurriedly ran over. "Report. A pirate ship has been spotted 3,000 meters away." Major General Squirrel asked, "Which crew?" The scout replied, "The White Wave Pirates. Bounty of 15 million, and after Click was taken down, they're the strongest in the East Sea." Major General Squirrel's eyes instantly sharpened, his momentum rising. Full speed ahead. Catch up to them. Turning to Karl, he smiled and said, "Want to earn some merit and get promoted? Go. This is your chance. Capture them, and I'll help you plead your case for a direct promotion." Major General Squirrel valued Karl's potential highly and didn't want to let him go. Keeping him around was like having a powerful assistant. Karl immediately responded, "Since the Major General thinks highly of me, I'll take this merit." He didn't think much of the 15 million bounty pirates. Any random Navy soldier on the ship could easily take them down, and it was just a way for Karl to earn some merit. Karl stretched, activated his float fruit ability, and leisurely flew over. Meanwhile, the White Wave Pirates were still celebrating. They had just raided a rich village. They found over 10 million berries. The village chief's house had so much hidden away. They struck gold this time. "With this money, I can marry a beautiful wife." One of the crew quickly chimed in. "The money and the wife are all the captain's." The White Wave captain was ecstatic, laughing and shouting, "We're rich. Let's go to Lowtown to enjoy." Just then, a crew member asked, "Major General, what should we do with this ship?" After Karl brought the ship back, he asked Major General Squirrel what to do. Major General Squirrel frowned. They were about to cross the comm belt, and bringing this ship along would complicate things. "You guys take everything out of it, then notify the nearby Navy base to come and take over this ship." Understood. The Navy members who received the order quickly sprang into action, and it didn't take long to complete the task. Karl, feeling a bit bored, flew up into the air to see if there were other pirates for him to practice against. The last battle was basically a one-hit knockout. He hadn't even used 1/10 of his strength, and it wasn't satisfying at all. However, pirates in the East Sea were already sparse, so it was very difficult to encounter 2 in a day. Ha ha ha, Karl. You might as well come down. There won't be any pirates around now. Major General Squirrel laughed. But Karl felt somewhat helpless. Just at that moment, his eyes lit up as he spotted a very familiar pirate ship not far away. Is that the Thousand Sunny? Ding! The Thousand Sunny has been detected, and the God-level choice system has been triggered. Choice 1. Join the Straw Hat Pirates, and upon completion, the host will be rewarded with the position of Vice Captain and gain the Navy's 6 styles. Choice 2. Pretend not to see and wait for the other party to disappear from sight. The reward for the host will be Karp's recognition and become Karp's disciple. Choice 3. Capture Straw Hat Luffy alive. Upon completion, the host will receive a 2-level boost to all attributes. Pay attention. Hearing the system's voice, Karl's eyes lit up, and he shouted to Major General Squirrel below. There's a Straw Hat pirate ship ahead. I'll be right back. He immediately chose option 3. The first 2 were useless. He could fly and was fast enough, so he didn't need the Navy's 6 styles, relying on the system to become stronger. There was no need to be Karp's disciple and watch his face. Major General Squirrel shouted urgently, "Karl, come back." Upon seeing the information about the Straw Hat crew, his pupils constricted. He had encountered Karp's grandson. He immediately ordered, "Full speed ahead. Don't let Luffy die." He was worried that Karl would be too ruthless. If Luffy were gone, Karp would go mad, and he would suffer too. But he didn't know that Karl only planned to capture him alive. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew was having a feast. Usopp reported, "What we took down was the Golden Lion. The newspaper says he was killed by the Navy." Zoro sneered, "Stealing our credit, just like when we took down Crocodile." Suddenly, he froze, drawing his sword and shouting, "Someone is flying down from the sky." Everyone was confused. What? Flying down? In Karl's eyes, all pirates were essentially the same. Even someone like Luffy, who called himself an adventurer, was just a bunch of troublemakers disrupting social order. Although they had done quite a few good deeds, which improved Karl's impression of them, a pirate was still a pirate. Karl would choose to kill ordinary pirates directly. However, when dealing with a pirate like Luffy, who had done good deeds, he would still take action against him. But he would show mercy and not kill him outright. Otherwise, his earlier attack wouldn't have thrown the ship into the sea, but would have directly disassembled it. There was no doubt that the float fruit had that kind of ability. The Golden Lion was bold and extravagant because he had the capital to do so. Karl had limited stamina, so he naturally wanted to use his strength wisely. However, the next scene surprised him. The Thousand Sunny somehow managed to turn back around. The entire Straw Hat crew had not sustained any serious injuries. Even the ability users were unharmed, just temporarily a bit weak. Clearly, they had developed some countermeasures against the float fruit's abilities. "Damn it, I have to knock you away." Luffy was somewhat unwilling and jumped up, wanted to fight Karl to the death. But Usopp stopped him. "Don't be impulsive, Luffy. There's a Navy warship approaching us from behind. We can still run now. If the Navy arrives, we won't be able to escape." Hearing Usopp's words, everyone finally realized that a Navy warship was rapidly closing in. "Damn it, I really want to knock that bastard away." Luffy still felt unwilling, but everyone held him back. "Luffy, you mustn't be impulsive. Otherwise, none of US can escape." "That's right. Frankie, quickly activate the coup de vent." "Pay attention." Frankie roared. "No problem. Leave it to me." "Super." Just as the coup de vent was fully charged, Karl rushed in front of Luffy first. Zoro and Sanji tried to block him, but were sent flying with a single slap, not putting up any resistance at all. Luffy went into gear second and shouted, "Bastard, I'm gonna knock you away. Gum machine gun." Karl glanced contemptuously, using observation haki to see through the attack, and easily dodged. In an instant, he flashed to Luffy's front and smashed his armed-colored fist towards his head, making Luffy see stars on the spot. Frankie shouted, "Wind cannon." Just as it was launched, Karl grabbed Luffy by the neck and threw him away, flying up to the Sunny ship to escape. The Straw Hat crew was crushed, and Karl was extremely pleased. The system notification immediately rang. Ding. Capturing Luffy completed. All attributes too. Karl picked up the unconscious Luffy and flew back to the warship, tossing him to Squirrel. "Colonel, did I create enough chaos? This is a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Even the Golden Lion said he was the one who crippled him. Can you make an exception for my military rank?" He lied without a blush or a heartbeat to get a military rank. Attribute panel. Name, Karl Strength, D Agility, E Spirit, E Stamina, D Ability, Military Fist, G. Float Fruit, S. Armament Haki, Mastered. Observation Haki, Mastered. Conqueror's Haki, Half Mastered. Dual Sword Style, E. Lying on the bed, Karl looked at his attribute panel and smiled. This was the latest enhancement he received after capturing Luffy. At this moment, he felt that his physical quality was even stronger than before. If he wanted, it would be no problem to fly from here to the Navy headquarters on a warship. In this regard, his strength had significantly improved. But he didn't plan to show it off. He really wondered what expression Garp would have now. He should be very angry, since it was his grandson who got captured. Hopefully, he wouldn't beat him too badly or force him on his ship. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Karl smiled wryly and then closed his eyes to prepare for sleep. Since he had done such a thing, he had no reason to regret it. He was only worried about whether Garp would go easy on him. However, with Garp helping him train, he didn't have to worry about his strength stagnating. Although he had captured Luffy, the other members of the Straw Hat crew had already escaped. These people would definitely find a way to rescue him. But they posed no threat to Karl at all. Even if they all came, it would just be seeking their own death. Karl was not worried at all. Time ticked away. The warship entered the windless zone at night. Due to the use of sea prism stone in the lower levels of the ship, the Sea Kings showed no interest in the warship. They simply treated this place as an ordinary ocean. However, the constant clanging sounds on the warship made it impossible to sleep. Straw Hat Luffy, when will you stop? Do you believe I will kill you right now? Since everyone on the ship knew Luffy's identity, they dared not act directly against him in front of someone unable to resist. Look, no one dares to touch Luffy. This guy is shouting. Hurry up and let me go. I want to take you all down. He doesn't even consider himself a prisoner. Squirrel had a headache, shouting for blood but not daring to act. If it were the Hawks, they would have acted long ago. But he was a rationalist who wouldn't attack someone without the ability to resist, leaving him in a bind. Can't anyone let me sleep? Karl yawned and walked over, seeing Luffy banging his head against the wall and floor, making noise all over the ship. Luffy was still shouting. Let me out of these handcuffs. I want to take you all down. Karl found it so noisy. He used armament hockey to knock Luffy unconscious. And the world instantly became quiet. Squirrel just opened his mouth when Karl said, Rest assured, he won't die. I know he is Garp's grandson. I know how to control my strength. I'll take care of the guarding task. I'm not afraid of offending Garp again. The Navy all showed their respect. And Squirrel sighed and nodded. Huh, just a major? I thought I could at least get a rear admiral rank. How boring. Karl scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with the rank of major. However, Squirrel was a bit unhappy. What S with that expression? This is the highest rank I can fight for you. And as soon as you get the rank of major, you'll have the qualification to go to sea with me. Are you not satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. Karl waved his hand dismissively, turning his head away, showing a bit of indifference. Squirrel sighed. After spending so much time together, he had also figured out Karl's character. In his eyes, Karl was a semi-Buddhist character. As long as he didn't encounter something he was interested in, he generally wouldn't bother to join in the fun. Only matters like Navy ranks, capturing pirates, and fighting could capture his attention. Other things, Karl was very laid back about, hardly caring or asking anything. Squirrel liked this kind of personality. We're about to leave the windless zone. In a few days, we'll be back at the Navy headquarters, and then I'll let Garp teach you a good lesson. Haha, I would love that. Hearing Squirrel's words, Karl was clearly unconcerned. He was confident he could exchange a few moves with Garp. Moreover, he wanted to see what kind of strength a man at the pinnacle of this world possessed. Only by experiencing the world as strongest could he have the motivation to move forward. Just ahead, we VE discovered the 9 snake pirates. They VE blocked our way. What? Hearing the messenger report in a panic, Squirrel was also startled. Damn it, I didn't expect her to really come. The 7 warlords of the sea, while nominally part of the Navy, were not under Navy control. Apart from the 5 elders and Sengoku, no one could command them, and they had legal plundering rights. Navy officers below the rank of admiral disliked encountering the 7 warlords. Fighting would lead to loss of credibility, and not fighting would lead to being bullied. So most would take a detour. Only admirals dared to face them directly. If they were strong enough, the 7 warlords wouldn't dare to act arrogantly. But Squirrel didn't have the strength of an admiral, and wasn't even sure if he could take on Boa Hancock. Pay attention. What is going on? Why is the Empress blocking us? Karl stepped out of the room in confusion. He stood beside Squirrel, looking at the approaching ship ahead, the flag of the 9 snake pirates fluttering in the wind, with Empress Hancock standing at the bow, her gaze sharp, and the Amazon warriors lined up with great momentum. Hancock shouted loudly, Navy in front, listen. This is the territory of 9 snake. Without a reason. Don't even think about leaving. Her voice was so loud that Karl could hear it clearly. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his head, but quickly passed. When he turned around, he saw half of the surrounding Navy had collapsed. Squirrel looked at Karl with admiration. What a monster. easily withstood the conqueror's haki. But Squirrel himself was sweating profusely, obviously struggling to hold on, and the Navy who hadn't fainted felt the same. Karl recalled the feeling just now, and suddenly his conqueror's haki spread out. Even so, it's my duty to protect my subordinates. Hancock is extremely dangerous. You can't face her alone. Squirrel cherished his subordinates, and didn't want Karl to face the Empress alone. But Karl was fearless and even excited. I've heard that the 7 warlords are ruthless on the seas. Let us see how strong you are today. Karl's eyes shone, his hands raised, and the dry tree and Sakura 10 flew into his hands, his figure disappearing in an instant. He charged forward with all his might. Hancock was shocked. Navy, I'm a 7 warlord of the sea. Do you dare to make a move? She moved quickly, raising her right leg with armament haki, easily blocking the attack. Karl loved martial arts in his past life, but had a disabled body after crossing over. He had a complete body and was unwilling to be ordinary. When it came to the Navy, besides the good benefits, he wanted to challenge strong enemies, pure and simple. Hancock saw the look in his eyes, paused for a moment, and snorted coldly before suddenly exerting her strength. Boom! The deck exploded, creating a huge pit that connected to the cabin. Karl floated in the air, the surrounding air currents going wild, and the sea became turbulent. Hancock finally put away her disdain. You're holding a dry tree and Sakura 10? Did you kill the Golden Lion? She recalled the news of the Golden Lion being killed in the East Sea, instantly becoming cautious. She knew that Squirrel was a strong figure among the majors, and Karl was on par with Squirrel. Plus, he had awakened Conqueror's haki. The more Hancock thought about it, the more anxious she became. Karl tilted his head. Yes. I crushed the Golden Lion. Any problem? Hancock squinted, not wanting to fight anymore. There's Karl in the sky, and there's Squirrel on the ship. She can't win. Oof. I kindly care about you all, and you want to make a move. You must compensate me for my losses, or I'll expose the Navy's evil deeds. Pay attention. Boa Hancock raised the corner of her mouth, pointed at Squirrel, suddenly leaned back 180 degrees, and looked at people through her nostrils. Squirrel fell silent on the spot, looking up at Karl in the sky with surprise. He didn't expect Karl to be so impulsive, and he didn't expect his explosive power to be on par with his own. Just a few days ago when they fought, Karl was clearly weaker than him. Hancock shouted again. Squirrel Rear Admiral, did you hear that? I want compensation. Otherwise, I will immediately expose what happened today. Squirrel replied, this is robbery. I can't make that decision. I have to inform Admiral Sengoku. Finally, they were almost at Sabeti Archipelago. If it weren't for Hancock causing trouble, they could have gone faster. Squirrel complained. After 3 days in the calm belt, they would arrive at Sabeti tonight and return to the headquarters tomorrow. They could have arrived tonight, but all of it was delayed by Hancock. The relationship between the 7 warlords and the Navy was already poor, and conflicts were common, but Hancock directly made a move. He had never seen that before. Karl didn't care. The speed didn't affect him, and he just wanted to consolidate his strength. After exchanging blows with Hancock, he clearly understood that he had just reached the threshold of Rear Admiral, and he was still a bit behind Hancock. His full power strike was easily blocked, and he definitely couldn't win. In the training room, the other Navy personnel were resting, but Karl was still training. His comrades teased. Karl, we're almost at Sabeti, and you're still training? You're too hardworking. I heard from the townsfolk that you do 500 to 2,000 push-ups every day. It turns out it's not an exaggeration. You have talent and are diligent. No wonder you could kill the Golden Lion. Karl laughed and replied, stop teasing me. Killing the Golden Lion was just luck. I'm not as strong as Rear Admiral Squirrel, but I can handle you. After saying that, he stopped training and got ready to eat. His comrades all laughed, and the atmosphere was super joyful. After repelling Hancock, many Navy personnel sought Karl for sparring, but they were all defeated instantly. No one on the ship could withstand even one of his moves unless they surrounded him with 10 or more people. Squirrel watched with delight and decided to keep Karl by his side before he had his own warship. Squirrel shouted, Karl, don't eat on the ship tonight. When we get to Sabeti, I'll treat you to a feast. Karl's eyes lit up, and he patted his pocket with a wry smile. The bounty hasn't been given to me yet. I don't have a penny right now. Squirrel laughed heartily. Don't worry. Could I be short on this little meal expense? I'll cover this meal. Karl immediately responded. It's a deal. The two laughed happily, but after a while, Squirrel couldn't smile anymore. As night fell, pay attention. In the largest bar in Sabeti, all the Navy personnel were drinking heavily, while Karl was the only one who was eating vigorously. He single-handedly finished 20 servings of the signature dish and didn't stop, continuing to show off. After Karl's strength increased, His appetite also skyrocketed. He couldn't explain why, only knowing that the more he ate, the stronger he felt, so he just couldn't stop. What did you just say? Shaki's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Karl's question. Although their voices were not loud, they attracted the attention of those around them. A pirate shouted arrogantly, "What are you doing here, you poor bastard? Hurry up and roll out. This is my territory. Our boss has a bounty of 130 million. If you're sensible, bow down and admit your mistake. Otherwise, you're dead." A group of people stood up to chase Karl away, which annoyed Shaki. Karl glanced at Shaki and chuckled. "Looks like Mr. Rayleigh isn't here. Otherwise, they would have been chased away long ago. How about this? I'll help you chase them away, and you treat me to the best wine." Shaki nodded, and Karl gently raised his hand to point his withered wood. Sakura 10 instantly flew out and was held against the necks of the group. "Choose one. Roll out and live. Take a step forward and die." As soon as he finished speaking, the withered wood pierced through the leg of a nearby man, causing him to scream in pain. The man's face turned ugly, and he coldly snorted, "You're ruthless. A devil fruit user." He turned to leave, but was stopped by Karl with his knife. The man yelled angrily, "What do you want to do?" Karl pointed to the ground. "I said roll out." Unable to hold back, the man charged at him to fight, and Karl controlled Sakura 10 to pierce through his heart from behind, instantly killing him. The other pirates were scared and wanted to flee, but Karl didn't give them a chance. Shaki narrowed her eyes and reminded, "Killing people here will attract the Navy." "Which isn't good?" Karl, indifferent, retracted his knife. "Do you recognize these two knives?" Just as Shaki was about to say, she didn't recognize them. Her gaze suddenly froze in shock. "You're the one who crushed the Golden Lion and captured Luffy, the Navy?" Karl grinned. "Not yet, but it will be soon. It's not a problem to clean up pirates here." Shaki instinctively took a step back in fear, and Karl sat down, tapping the table. "Where's the wine you promised?" "Coming right up." Shaki, who had seen storms before, quickly regained her composure. Karl spoke, "No wonder you're from the Rocks Pirates. Your composure is quite extraordinary." Shaki was shocked. "Who exactly are you? What else do you know?" The name Rocks was known only to those from the older generation. Karl was only in his early 20s and couldn't possibly have heard of it. Karl smiled. "I know more than you think. What if I said I'm a relative of Rocks? Would you believe it?" Seeing Shaki's expressionless face, Karl laughed heartily, downing his drink in one go. "Just kidding. I heard about Rocks from the dying Golden Lion. I'm very curious. What is the background of the Rocks pirates that could make such a big pirate as the Golden Lion remember it?" "Pay attention." The system suddenly rang ding. Encountered Fire Fist Ace, triggering a god-level choice. 3 options appeared before Karl, and without thinking, he chose option 1. Notify Squirrel to work together to capture Ace. Reward: upgrade the 3-color hockey by 1 level. The other 2 options were immediately passed. Who wanted to be a coward or join a pirate crew? Karl roared, "Fire Fist Ace! I announce your arrest in the name of the Navy." This shout attracted everyone's attention. The civilians hurriedly went home, and some even called the Navy to report. Karl took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. Ace's eyes widened. "You still have reinforcements?" Karl looked at him as if he were a fool. Of course. Which Navy would go out alone? Excluding the 3 admirals, those 3 are monsters. Upon hearing Karl's complaints about the 3 admirals, Ace's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath, transforming into flames as he attempted to escape. "I'm not feeling well today. I'll come back another day to save my brother." He wasn't stupid. He knew that if there was support and he continued to fight here, it would be foolish. Saving Luffy was important, but he couldn't afford to flip the situation here. Karl shook his head and quickly chased after him. "Ace, I didn't say you could run." "Lions might." Earth roll. Just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. Ace felt his feet give way, and he was lifted into the air. Karl controlled his devil fruit ability, lifting the ground to create a storm. Ace, trapped inside, tried to elementalize to escape, but Karl used all his powers, and he couldn't break free. You must know that Karl's float fruit could not only control physical objects, but also the air, which was very difficult. He specifically mixed the soil and air together to create a super strong whirlwind to trap Ace. Ace's flames met this whirlwind and were extinguished as soon as they appeared. This was Karl's plan. Ace shouted angrily, "Bastard! I want to sit back and wait to die." Flames surged on his body, illuminating most of Sabaody like a small sun. Visible even from the port. "Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring." Ace gasped, knowing that without using a big move, he wouldn't be able to escape. Karl saw that his move was broken and didn't say anything unnecessary. He crossed his 2 knives, and the surrounding airflow surged wildly. You want to clash with big moves? Then let us see who can make a bigger scene. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley, instantly. 2 slashes wrapped in a storm were sent out, and although their power wasn't as strong as the peak of the Golden Lion, it was still extremely fierce. Karl lightly shouted expressionlessly. Attached with armament hockey and the rapid strike of his devil fruit ability, it directly hit Ace's chest, leaving a huge cross-shaped cut. You actually ambushed me? Ace's face was filled with disbelief. Pay attention. Karl smiled and walked to the defenseless Ace. So what if it's an ambush? Winning is all that matters. He grabbed Ace's head and shouted to Squirrel, Rear Admiral, do you have Sea Prism Stone handcuffs? The flying squirrel glanced at him. Nonsense. I brought them early. Saying that, he handcuffed Ace, leaving him completely helpless, and the two successfully escorted him back. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Mission accomplished. 3-color hockey leveled up. After returning to the ship, Karl was eating like crazy. After fighting with Ace, he was seriously injured. To prevent Ace from escaping, he had to withstand Ace's ultimate move. It looked like both sides were equally hurt, but Ace was a Logia user, so he wasn't injured by hockey and was just worn out, while Karl had sustained real injuries. After eating his fill, he collapsed in his sleep. This fight was the most exhausting and serious one, and despite giving it his all, he still couldn't defeat Ace. He realized his strength was still insufficient. When facing a true powerhouse, he would have to kneel. While eating, Karl was still pondering how to improve his strength aside from relying on the system. After thinking for a long time without any clues, he had to put aside for now. But he gained confidence in his self-created moves. The move that heavily injured Ace just now was something he had newly devised. Although it wasn't perfect, it was powerful and could also be imbued with hockey, showing great potential. Lost in thought, Karl fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, in the flying squirrel's dormitory, Ace and Luffy were locked in different corners, but could see each other. After contacting Sengoku, the flying squirrel realized that Ace was Luffy's brother, leaving him completely stunned. He had gone out to sea and captured both of Karp's grandsons, feeling utterly hopeless. What was even more infuriating was that these two showed no awareness as prisoners. With Karl absent, Luffy became lively again, chatting with Ace as if no one was around. Ace, being oblivious as always, didn't care where he was. The flying squirrel was extremely frustrated but didn't dare to act against them. After all, these two were Karp's grandsons, and he couldn't afford to provoke them. On the Shabandi archipelago, Blackbeard sneered. This new navy is really explosive. Even Ace has fallen, he thought. Why does his ability seem so familiar? Could it be the float fruit? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If it is the float fruit, then my target is set on him. This ability is no worse than the quake fruit. Blackbeard laughed wildly, feeling exhilarated. But in the office of the Marine headquarters, Karp's mindset completely collapsed. His two grandsons were captured by the same person. Who could have anticipated this? On a sunny day, the flying squirrel's fleet, after a journey of less than 10 days, finally returned from the East Sea to the Marine headquarters. The personnel responsible for escorting Ace and Luffy first went to hand them over to the impelled-down staff. The others lined up to return to the military camp, and then disbanded, waiting for the next mission. As for Karl, you bring the corpse of the Golden Lion and come with me. After returning to the Marine headquarters, the flying squirrel became serious. He was no longer as easygoing as he had been on the ship. After all, as a rear admiral, he needed to maintain a certain level of authority. While on the ship with his soldiers, there was no need for him to be too strict. However, at the Marine headquarters, he had to uphold his dignity. If a Marine rear admiral lacked prestige, no one would listen to him, even the soldiers following him. Pay attention. Karl followed closely behind the flying squirrel, curiously observing the Marine headquarters. He had only seen it animated during the Marine-Ford War, but seeing it in person was far more spectacular. Walking from the port to the main building, passing by the armory, training ground, and new recruits camp, he was very curious. But he had business to attend to and couldn't wander around. Suddenly, a big uncle approached, smiling and smoking a cigar, dressed in a dark brown suit with a naval coat. So this is Karl? Really sturdy. The float fruit is so convenient. This uncle was very amiable and down-to-earth, with a prominent beard and chin, giving Karl an excellent first impression. The flying squirrel introduced, this is Admiral Fire Mountain, a tough guy among the veteran admirals. Even stronger than me. Karl's eyes brightened, blinking. How about we have a spar? Fire Mountain laughed heartily. You little brat is really interesting, but someone has already reserved me. You give me the corpse of the Golden Lion, and I'll handle the paperwork. You go up to receive your commendation. Karl nodded. Releasing his ability, and placing the coffin on the ground. Fire Mountain picked it up with one hand and walked away. The flying squirrel's expression instantly darkened. What's coming can't be avoided. Karl scratched his head, not hearing clearly. The flying squirrel just said, "Follow me." Upon entering the main building, Karl immediately felt a barrage of scorching gazes. Some were envious, some were jealous, and more were curious. Everyone wanted to see who this lucky guy who took down the golden lion and received the float fruit was. The matter of the float fruit was no longer a secret. It was too powerful to keep hidden. And some were even fantasizing about what it would be like if they had this ability. With his observation hockey at a proficient level, Karl could sense these gazes, but he had long since gotten used to it. Ever since he was rescued 5 years ago, he was often the center of attention. He flashed a big white smile and greeted the people around him, regardless of their emotions. Karp laughed heartily as he walked up to Karl, giving a hard clap on his shoulder that nearly knocked Karl off balance. Among the 3 admirals, besides Sakazuki, the other 2 couldn't help but laugh. Everyone in the Navy, including the 3 admirals, knew about Karl capturing Karp's 2 grandsons. Such a fierce navy was indeed rare. Karp grinned widely, staring at Karl and shouting, "Sengoku, do as I say, and let me have a match with him. I want to test this kid's strength and see if it's enough for you to treat him as an exception." Before Sengoku and Karl could speak, the flying squirrel stepped up first. "Sengoku, this might not be good. Karl is still a rookie and hasn't officially joined yet." Karp's smile became even brighter. "You think I'm avenging my personal grievances? Congratulations, you're right." The flying squirrel was left speechless and could only seek help from Sengoku. But Sengoku didn't help him. He walked up to Karl and quietly said, "Treasure this opportunity. Karp's not someone who just points out things to anyone." "Understood. I will cherish this opportunity." Karl also showed a smile, completely unafraid. "Pay attention." Seeing Karl agree to fight Karp, the flying squirrel exclaimed in shock, "Karl, are you crazy?" Karl shook his head and replied, "Don't worry, Rear Admiral. I know Karp is strong, but I won't die. I just want to see how explosive the top man in the Navy really is." As he spoke, he pretended to be passionate, his eyes showing a hint of madness. Though there was an element of acting, he genuinely wanted to test the gap between himself and the top. Karp laughed. "Your eyes are up to standard. Follow me. The training ground is waiting for you." Moments later, on the training ground, Karl and Karp faced off, surrounded by Navy personnel, with Sengoku and the 3 admirals also present. Some were discussing, "How many moves do you think he can withstand from Karp? I bet he gets knocked out in 1 move." "Don't be ridiculous. He took down the Golden Lion and captured Luffy and Ace. That was a lucky break." Ace was captured together with the flying squirrel. Suddenly someone shouted, "I'm the flying squirrel's messenger. He even drove off the Empress." Everyone was stunned. The Empress was driven off by him? Impossible. All these comments floated into Sengoku and the 3 admirals' ears. Only they knew about Karl driving off the Empress. And they hadn't intended to promote it, but now it raised everyone's expectations. Sengoku suddenly asked the 3 admirals, "What do you think? How long can Karl last against Karp?" Kuzan lazily replied, "There's no suspense in this. It's not even comparable. Kid, do you know what you're doing?" Karp squinted at Karl, but Karl completely ignored him, focusing on controlling his abilities. The air currents swirled violently, clouds gathered, and the prototype of a storm emerged. Karp tried to step down with moonwalks, but suddenly 2 weapons attacked, forcing him back. Karp didn't expect this move, and the Navy cloak was slashed open, making him instantly unhappy. He hadn't gone all out, not even using observation hockey, and didn't realize where the weapons came from. Karp snorted coldly. "Kid, do you think 2 weapons can hold me back?" "Too naive." Karl chuckled lightly. "You're mistaken, Admiral Karp. What is holding you back, ISNT me? It's you yourself. You underestimated me. Otherwise, I would have been defeated long ago." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena was stunned. The next second, the training ground directly shattered into pieces. Karp sensed something was wrong and tried to return to the ground, only to find his body uncontrollable. Surrounding air currents surged, and powerful winds spun him into the sky. At this moment, the clouds were incredibly thick, and thunder could be heard. Karp shouted, "Is this a hurricane plus a thunderstorm? You little brat can actually control the weather." Although he was caught in the storm, Karp remained calm. His physical condition was at its peak, and his entire body was enveloped in armament hockey. Such a level of storm couldn't possibly harm him. Pay attention. Though Karp was bearing the brunt of the storm at its center, he couldn't break free for a moment and could only be swept into the thunderstorm. Karl shouted, "Karp-senpai, stop joking. I've already observed the weather and was just waiting for you to walk into my trap." As soon as these words were spoken, Sengoku and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They had thought Karl would be brutally defeated by Karp, but instead, Karl had planned this all along and made Karp suffer. Even Sakazuki didn't expect this twist. Sengoku was extremely pleased. This kid is a battle maniac with brains. The Navy hasn't had such a promising talent in a long time. Even if Karp loses face, it doesn't matter. He has thick skin. But Karl's potential is explosive in front of everyone, and their evaluation of him skyrocketed. Even the Weasel, who had been with Karl, was left speechless in shock. Boom! Thunder roared as Karp was swept into the thunderstorm area by the airflow. Karl, however, was drenched in sweat, clearly having pushed his abilities to the limit. This was his ceiling. Sengoku shouted, "It's a draw." "Karl, stop." Karl immediately released his ability, and a massive airflow instantly dissipated, causing the weaker Navy personnel around to be blown away. He gasped for breath and asked, "Marshal Sengoku, am I qualified now?" Sengoku smiled, very satisfied. "I've discussed with Vice Admiral Tsuru, and you are officially joining the Navy, granted the rank of Colonel. However, it's an exception, and for now, I need you to report. New recruit Karl, rank Colonel. This is the assignment order. Please verify, sir." Rear Admiral Pizza, stationed in Sabaody, enthusiastically pulled Karl into his office. "Haha, you're Colonel Karl. That's great." Then he started rambling. "My name is Pizza. Not the food pizza, but it sounds similar, and I love eating pizza." Karl's eye twitched, feeling that this person in charge was unreliable, talking about pizza the whole time and how to make it delicious. Karl was directly speechless. Karl interrupted, "Admiral Pizza, is there anything else?" Pizza scratched his bald head and laughed, "Sorry. Once I start talking about pizza, I can't stop. It's just my habit. I love eating. Now, to get serious, I'm Rear Admiral Pizza, in charge of Sabaody. You will familiarize yourself with the situation here. With your talent, you won't be here for long. So during this time, don't run around. There are some people here we can't afford to offend." Karl asked, "Is it the Celestial Dragons?" He really couldn't understand how such scum could. Pizza immediately covered his mouth, looked around to confirm no one was listening, and then sighed in relief. "Kid, you have a bright future ahead. Don't ruin yourself because of the Celestial Dragons. Marshal Sengoku put you here with me to protect you from them. Half of my subordinates are dogs of the Celestial Dragons. If this is overheard, it would definitely be reported. You must be cautious here. I understand, but I have one more question. Ask away, I will answer everything." Karl squinted and quietly asked for what the Admiral means. "You also don't like the Celestial Dragons, so why are you still here?" Pizza laughed, turned around, and took a stack of berries from the drawer. "Because of the money. These beasts have plenty of berries. If they give me money, I'll act like a dog. If not, were they? Trash. Bah." Karl immediately understood. Pizza's purpose for being here was very simple, just for the Celestial Dragon's berries. He quickly realized that this man was probably sent by Sengoku to monitor the Celestial Dragons, despite the Celestial Dragons calling themselves gods. The Navy was not on their side at all, except for a few who were willing to be dogs. The other Navy personnel hated the Celestial Dragons, but dared not speak out. Given Sabaody's special location, with many pirates and the Celestial Dragons treating it as their backyard, Sengoku had to send capable people to keep an eye on them. Pizza handed over the berries. "That's all. Take the stack of berries. It's not much. Just a meeting gift." Karl smiled and accepted. "Then I want to be polite." On the other side, Pizza returned to the stunned colonel and patted his shoulder. "Don't just stand there. Wake up the other Navy personnel. Prepare for a gathering tonight." The colonel breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Karl to be so averse to bad talk. Today he had also seen a glimpse of his iceberg-like strength, which was quite frightening. Pizza was even more shocked. Just from a glance from Karl, he had retreated. He didn't have that kind of aura. No wonder they say he's a monstrous genius. He hoped not to cause trouble here, or else he would be in big trouble. He was worried, as his subordinates were harder to manage than himself and were prone to causing incidents. He needed to quickly think of a way to arrange a position for Karl to keep him in check. After all, everyone in the Navy knew Karl's reputation as a battle maniac. "Shucky, I'm back." Same as usual, put up the sign. Karl came out not only to relax, but also to find Rayleigh, heading straight to Shucky's bar. But after scanning the room, aside from him and Shucky, there was no one else. Rayleigh was not there, and Karl felt a bit disappointed. Shucky coldly handed him a glass of cold water, and Karl was displeased. "Are you looking down on me? Look at my military uniform. I have money now." Saying that, he slapped a stack of berries on the table. "Is this enough for a bottle of good wine and some snacks?" Shucky counted. 300,000 berries. That's enough. She was a bit surprised. Karl had just become a Navy member and was already this wealthy. Karl urged, if it's enough, then go get busy. I'll wait here. And also wait for Rayleigh. Shucky said, the wine and snacks will be here soon, but Rayleigh is not around. Karl suppressed a laugh. No, he'll be back soon. I heard he's at the slave market trying to sell himself. To be honest, he couldn't understand Rayleigh's strange habit of selling himself. Although he was doing it for money, it looked bizarre no matter how one viewed it. It was quite funny. Watch closely. Shucky covered her forehead, feeling speechless. She knew Rayleigh was a gambler and loved selling himself, but she didn't expect this quirk to be known to outsiders. It was simply embarrassing, and she didn't want to respond. After a while, Shucky brought out the wine and snacks, which were pitifully few. There was only a small bottle of wine. Karl directly complained. This is definitely a black shop. If it weren't for Rayleigh backing you, it would have been shut down long ago. Shucky replied, that's none of your business. I don't rely on this to make a living. Karl pressed on. Yes, I know you sell information. Do you have any latest news on the 4 emperors? Shucky sneered, staring at him. You already know the latest, don't you? You personally captured Ace from the Whitebeard pirates. Now Whitebeard is furious and wants to tear you apart. But as she stared for a long time, she didn't see any hint of fear from Karl, which made her feel bored. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing. Haha, coming to drink, and I can hear such interesting news. You really know about Rox and Roger-S crew? Huh. Navy brat? A big, dirty guy swaggered over and sat between Karl and Rayleigh. I'm Blackbeard Teach, the future pirate king. Ha ha ha. He called for Shucky to bring wine, and Shucky squinted and complied. Blackbeard had betrayed and killed his crewmates from the Whitebeard crew, and his reputation had spread throughout the sea. Whitebeard had sworn to send him to hell. Rayleigh was curious. Teach, what are you doing here? With so many people in Sabaody, aren't you afraid of Whitebeard coming after you? Teach laughed wildly. What is there to fear about that old man? I'm about to become a Shichibukai. Am I afraid of him? This arrogance displeased Rayleigh. What a disgusting, ambitious man. Teach stopped laughing, his gaze burning as he focused on Karl like a beast eyeing its prey, filled with murderous intent. Yet he didn't make a move. He knew this was Rayleigh's territory and didn't want to offend both the Navy and Rayleigh at the same time, especially since he was about to become a Shichibukai. Teach tried to lighten the mood. Don't just sit there. You guys continue chatting. I'll just listen. But Rayleigh stood up directly. Ace's identity and the Rox crew's matters have nothing to do with me. Saying that, he turned to leave. Clearly afraid he wouldn't be able to resist saving someone. Seeing Rayleigh leave, Teach grinned, revealing his missing teeth. Haha, now that Rayleigh's gone, shall we have a chat? Karl retorted, haha, I have nothing to say to a pirate like you. Even if you become a Shichibukai, it won't matter, sooner or later. This system will be abolished, and you'll still be a wanted criminal. He didn't want to deal with Teach. This guy was incredibly troublesome, and moreover, he had already achieved his goal. The news that Ace was Roger's son had already reached Teach. With Teach's character, it wouldn't take long before both the Navy and the sea would know, and he would surely claim the credit for himself. Ha ha, what an interesting little brat. It seems he deliberately leaked this news to me to spread it. But this is better. The plan that he couldn't implement before can now be carried out. It's as if heaven is helping me. Ha ha ha. Look, Teach laughed maniacally as he walked out of the bar, attracting the attention of those around him. Van Oka raised his gun and aimed at Karl, licking his lips and asking, Captain, should we make a move? Teach shook his head and pushed down the barrel of his gun, saying, what's the rush? We're about to become the 7 warlords of the sea. There's no need to clash with the Navy. I have even more explosive news now. Once it spreads, the world government and the Navy won't be able to sit still. Let's go. Next stop, the Navy headquarters. A week later, the seas erupted. News that Ace is the son of Roger spread like wildfire. And even the fact that he is Garp's grandson was dug up. Even more astonishingly, Ace is still the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, meaning he's also Whitebeard's son. This way, Garp directly becomes the father of both Roger and Whitebeard. This explosive news couldn't be suppressed by the Navy, and in just a week, it spread throughout the seas. After all, gossip spreads quickly. If 10 people know, the next day 1,000 will know, and a week to spread is considered slow. However, amusingly, everyone was mocking Garp for having 2 major figures under him, which downplayed the core fact that Ace is Roger's son. But the high-ranking officials of the Navy, the world government, Whitebeard, and remnants of Roger's crew haven't forgotten about this. And the one spreading the news was none other than the Blackbeard pirates. Teach, in order to boost his fame, directly gave the news to Morgans and even spent money to make it widely known. Morgans didn't disappoint. He not only spread the news, but also specifically labeled it as an exclusive from the warlord of the sea, Blackbeard Teach. For an ambitious person like Teach, the greater the fame, the more benefits he would reap, directly claiming the news he heard from Karl as his own. Karl was extremely satisfied with this. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now, apart from Rayleigh, Shaki, and Teach, no one knew that he was the one who leaked the news. Teach's reputation was booming, and even if someone clarified it, no one would believe it. Karl sat in Shaki's bar, leisurely drinking, completely unbothered. He had become a regular, coming every day to have a drink and sit for the afternoon. As long as there were no troubles at Sabaody, he wouldn't need to take action, and Pizza was also happy to have him stay there. After all, the bar was secluded, and the celestial dragons wouldn't come, making it very safe. Shaki couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you want to do? What benefit do you get from spreading the news? The Navy headquarters is in chaos, and the pirates are going wild. Is this the situation you wanted to see?" Karl took a sip of his drink and smiled. "Shaki, don't you see? This direction is exactly what I want." Shaki frowned. "You really are a madman." Karl raised his glass in a toast. "Thanks for the compliment." Indeed, he wanted to replicate the Marineford War. Only in this way could he trigger the selection system. And when the time came to crush Whitebeard, he could obtain Whitebeard's powers. Execution day. Pay attention. Karl was shocked. 3 months later? Isn't that too long? Isn't the Navy and the world government afraid of accidents? Although I'm happy about the showdown, 3 months brings too many uncertainties. Whitebeard has plenty of time to rescue him. Rayleigh snorted coldly. "Kid, don't underestimate the Navy and Whitebeard. The Navy will definitely take strict precautions, even relocating Ace. You've only been with the Navy for less than a month. You don't know as much as I do about pirates. As for Whitebeard," he took a sip of his drink and continued, "he is the strongest in the world. How could he possibly raid a prison? Karl, press it. How do you know news that I don't even know this early?" Rayleigh pulled out a crumpled newspaper from beneath him. "The Navy has been promoting it all morning. You're here every day at Shaki's, and you don't have a snail phone. Who would come to inform you?" Karl, not angered by the mockery, read the newspaper and found it was just as Rayleigh said. He then asked, "Aren't you old folks planning to rescue Ace? He is Roger's son." Rayleigh scoffed. "Discussing a prison break in front of the Navy? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Karl then realized, if Rayleigh wanted to rescue him, he wouldn't discuss it in front of him. Karl stood up. "I'm out of drinks. I should leave. If you want to take action, do it soon. I might be reassigned at any time, and you 1T get another chance. See you tomorrow." He laughed maniacally as he left the bar. As his laughter faded, Rayleigh's expression shifted from calm to furious, his eyes filled with killing intent. Shaki advised, "I understand you, but you need to hold back. Offending the Navy 1T bring any benefits." Rayleigh nodded. "I haven't contacted my old buddies yet. The prison break plan has to be shelved. The Navy will definitely relocate Ace, and the plan needs to be redone. Perhaps the war in 3 months will be the opportunity." His eyes sparkled with determination as he downed his drink. Shaki stroked her chin. "Luffy and Ace are both Garp's grandsons. Maybe Luffy can provide a clue. Should we tell Garp the truth?" Rayleigh countered. "What is the point of telling him? To make him kill Karl? Don't forget, only Ace is being executed. They have no blood relation unless." The two exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Unless both Luffy and Ace are executed together." Rayleigh laughed heartily. "Exactly. Only if both grandsons are to be executed will that old man Garp take action." Next came the auction's highlight, a mermaid from Fishman Island. The auctioneer shouted, and the curtain lifted. A mermaid was trapped in a glass box, her eyes filled with tears, making people want to rescue her. The gentleman present immediately went wild. "I bid 10 billion berries. I bid 13 billion. I bid 15 billion. 20 billion berries." Pay attention. The auction went crazy. In a moment, the bidding soared to over 20 billion and was still rising. A man in the corner shook his head. "A bunch of greedy bastards. The fishmen are so miserable. Every time they come, they get auctioned off, but there are no human slaves. Is it that humans are harder to catch?" This man is Karl, dressed in civilian clothes, wearing a mask, and wrapped in a black scarf. No one recognized him. In the auction house, you can enter by paying a deposit, and Pizza couldn't stop him. He was just carrying an ordinary iron knife. Who could connect him to a Navy colonel? Karl came here just to find a devil fruit. He wanted to see if he could eat another one to increase his strength. But after 5 days and saving 4 fishmen, he hadn't even seen a shadow of a fruit. He sighed, "I've saved 4 times already. I'm not going to miss this one." Stretching his legs and waiting for the rescue to finish, he hated slave traders. He would save as many as he could. Suddenly, a disgusting voice came from the entrance. 100 billion. This fishman belongs to me." It was a celestial dragon. Karl realized, no wonder Pizza is patrolling. It turns out a celestial dragon has arrived. The venue fell silent in an instant. The celestial dragons have absolute power. Resisting means death. No one dared to raise their bid. The person in charge trembled as he announced the result, sending the fisherman over. The celestial dragon was ecstatic, more beautiful than the offerings from the commoners. He turned and left. The person in charge asked for the money, but the celestial dragon ignored him, and a man in black directly shot, blood splattering on the auctioneer's forehead. The man in black sneered, "You worthless scum, this is your payment." And then they walked away. After they left, the rescued mermaid shyly thanked Karl for his help. However, her title surprised Karl a bit. Masked hero? What is that? Karl was bewildert, having no idea when he got this title. The mermaid, blushing and fidgeting, explained, "Masked hero, your news of rescuing my kin has spread throughout Fishman Island. I just want to meet you, but I accidentally got caught by the slave traders." At this point, the mermaid's face turned even redder. Clearly, this was her own fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured. Karl said nothing, gently ruffled her hair, and then smiled. "It's okay. You're safe now. But I advise you not to come here. If I hadn't been here today, you would have truly become a slave." I understand, masked hero. I will stay at home obediently and will never come out again." "Pay attention." The mermaid suddenly asked, "Can I ask, are you human or fishman? Why you save us?" Karl chuckled, stroking her hair. "Of course, I'm human, but I don't discriminate against any race. In my eyes, everyone can live in peace, except for the celestial dragons." As soon as he mentioned the celestial dragons, his tone instantly darkened. The mermaid shrank back, nodding. "I understand. I wanted to chat with you a bit longer, but I have to go back. My family will be worried." "Thank you." After saying that, she leaped into the sea, and the mermaid disappeared from Karl's observation hockey in an instant. Karl glanced not far away. Many Navy soldiers were searching for the killer of the celestial dragons. He didn't linger and turned to leave. Back in his room, Karl used his powers to destroy all the tools used in the crime. Clothes and iron sword turned to dust. Even if someone suspected him, they wouldn't find any evidence. Just as he finished getting dressed, he heard Pissa calling him. Karl responded and opened the door to find Pissa with a serious expression. Karl asked, "What's wrong, Major General? You look so serious. What happened?" Pissa said urgently, "It's a big deal. A celestial dragon was killed at the auction house entrance. You were in your room all afternoon, right?" Karl shrugged, pretending to be innocent. "What do you mean by that? Where else would I go if I didn't stay in my room? I have no grudges against the celestial dragons. I can't just go looking for trouble with him, can I?" Seeing Karl deny it, Pissa let out a sigh of relief and patted his shoulder. "That's good. This incident is my negligence. I've been demoted by the higher-ups and will be punished at headquarters. Your transfer order hasn't arrived yet, so don't run around before the new commander comes. The person replacing me isn't as easy to talk to as I am." Karl suddenly stood at attention. He didn't expect that killing a celestial dragon would lead to Pissa's demotion. This completely exceeded his expectations. After sending Pissa away, Karl finally relaxed and understood why the masked hero's fame was rising so quickly. It was all thanks to the slave trader. After being beaten by Karl twice, the slave trader went on a crazy publicity campaign, claiming he was a mummy who robbed slave traders, causing his peers to take detours. The slaves, however, regarded him as a hero, and with today's killing of the celestial dragon, the legend of the masked hero would spread throughout Sabaody. Karl complained, "I'm speechless. The slave trader is helping me promote. It's a pity that this identity can't be used anymore after killing the celestial dragon. I need to lay low. In fact, he isn't a hero at all. He does this just to make things difficult for the slave trader and doesn't have the ability to save all the slaves. Only able to apologize in his heart to the slaves who hope to be rescued." Meanwhile, inside the naval base, a man in a pink coat descended from the sky in front of Pissa. "Who are you? This is a naval base. What are you doing here? Pay attention." Doflamingo chuckled ominously. "I am the warlord Doflamingo. I'm here to collect the body of the celestial dragon. If you're sensible, step aside. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Pissa retorted, "No way. I'm still a commander. Without Sengoku's orders, no one can take it. All Navy soldiers, take aim and prepare to fire. If you want to die, don't blame me." Doflamingo crossed his arms, and in an instant, blood spurted everywhere. The Navy soldiers all suffered deep wounds, while only Pissa barely held on with hockey, but he still received 6 or 7 shallow cuts. Pissa shouted angrily, "Bastard, even if you're so strong, don't think you can run wild in the Navy's territory." Doflamingo, Godi. Despite being heavily injured, he charged forward, throwing a hockey-imbued punch directly at Doflamingo's face. Doflamingo scoffed. So much trash talk." He raised his hand and shot an invisible thread. Pissa sensed the danger with observation hockey and tried to dodge. but his body couldn't move at all, so he could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound of metal colliding, and he felt his body flying. When he opened his eyes, he was in a room. Karl had saved him. It turned out that Karl wanted to take a nap. But when he heard the sounds of fighting outside, he rushed over. Next came the high-energy action. Sounds of clashing filled the air. Karl wielded his dry wood and Sakura tin, both swords enveloped in haki, and engaged in a fierce battle with Doflamingo. He activated the float fruit, reducing the air resistance of his swords to near zero, maximizing the speed of every strike, making the blades even sharper. He could also create sword waves with the fruit. Although they weren't coated in haki, they could perform double-layer attacks, block the first layer, and the second would follow immediately. His opponent would have to expend more energy to defend. If it weren't for Karp or an Emperor-level opponent, they would definitely be taught a lesson. Doflamingo was also no pushover. Most rear admirals couldn't defeat him, and he handled Karl's attacks with ease, his smile unchanged. Doflamingo taunted, "Is this all the new Navy Star has? Are you scared to kill the Golden Lion?" Karl shot back, "The rumors aren't wrong. I relied on luck to kill the Golden Lion. But dealing with you, this bottom-tier warlord, is enough." Doflamingo's expression changed slightly, but he quickly suppressed his anger. He was extremely calm and wouldn't be provoked. To win, he still had to rely on hard power. If your strength is only this much, then go die. Over at Whip, pay attention." Doflamingo's figure flickered, instantly closing the distance between him and Karl. A thick white line, wrapped in multiple threads, lashed out at Karl. Karl remained unfazed, raised his dual swords, and suddenly unleashed a powerful storm. "Underestimating me will have consequences." Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. The storm-wrapped slash collided with Doflamingo's attack, creating a massive explosion that leveled the entire naval base courtyard. The Navy soldiers present couldn't intervene. Even Pissa had to hide in a safe area, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Moments later, as the dust settled, Karl and Doflamingo hovered in the air. Both uninjured. The previous strike was a draw. Doflamingo chuckled. Swordmaster swordsmanship combined with the float fruit actually has this kind of power. It reminds me of the Golden Lion causing chaos in Marineford. To prevent you from becoming the next Golden Lion, I have to crush you first. Doflamingo believed in the survival of the fittest and would not leave a potential threat with the power to cause chaos. Karl's potential was evident, and the float fruit had once been used by the Golden Lion to unleash world-destroying power. He couldn't afford to be careless. Once Doflamingo's aura completely faded, Karl finally relaxed and sheathed his swords. He glanced around. The naval square was in ruins, buildings completely destroyed. Just a few minutes of fighting had caused massive destruction. Soon, a colonel close to Karl rushed out. "Colonel Karl, thank you. Otherwise, we would all be finished." Other Navy soldiers followed suit, thanking him. Even those injured couldn't hold back. Pissa, wrapped in bandages, looked a bit more spirited. "Colonel Karl, you were amazing. Without you, we wouldn't have survived." The body of the Celestial Dragon would have been snatched away. Although the Celestial Dragon is trash, this concerns the Navy's face. The Knight Yasha is too arrogant. You just slapped him in the face, and I will definitely praise you to the Marshal when I return to headquarters. Karl scratched his head in confusion. Why did Doflamingo want to steal the body? Is the body of the Celestial Dragon important? Is he going to do human experiments? Pissa laughed heartily. Your thought process? The Knight Yasha just wants to blackmail the Gorosei. This isn't the first time he's done this. When the warlords first made their debut, he stole before, and the Gorosei were extorted for a huge sum of berries back then. Karl snorted. So he's a habitual offender. That's really embarrassing. Pissa patted his shoulder. This time, it's all thanks to you. Who would have thought that Doflamingo had been doing business in Sabaody during this time? It was just a coincidence that he stole the body, and we can only say we were too unlucky. Just as he finished speaking, a lewd voice emerged from behind. "Oh, so you guys are really unlucky, huh?" Many Navy soldiers were startled. "Pay attention." Karl and Pissa became alert at the same time, turning to see the source of the voice. They hadn't even noticed someone approaching. Karl had just finished fighting and relaxed, not even activating his observation haki, and was startled by the noise. But when he saw that the newcomer was Admiral Borisellino, he finally relaxed. He silently resolved, I can't let my guard down after a fight in the future. Otherwise, I won't even know if someone sneaks up on me. Too dangerous. Then he saluted Borisellino. Welcome, Admiral Borisellino. What brings you here? Borisellino teased. Oh, didn't you call me for support? I'm here. Where's the enemy? Did they run away or get crushed? On the other side, Sengoku spoke to the transponder snail. Colonel Karl, you've worked hard for the Sabati base these past 5 days. But your rank can't hold this. The appointment order has been sent out, and the new commander will arrive soon. So prepare for the handover and do well under her command. You're just a step away from becoming a brigadier general. Keep it up. Karl quickly replied, Thank you, Marshal Sengoku, for your kindness. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations and will work hard to achieve enough merits to be promoted to Rear Admiral soon. Sengoku was extremely excited as he hung up the phone and turned to Palyasolino and Pika, saying, Observe Karl for 5 days. He is incredibly responsible. He personally led the soldiers to repair the base, expanded the patrol area, and captured a bunch of slave traders and pirates. What kind of achievements does that resemble for a colonel? This kid has the potential to be a commander. He is indeed a promising talent I value. It turned out that Sengoku had not been idle for these 5 days. He used his highest authority to observe Karl and assess his command level. However, Shambati must have someone at the rank of Rear Admiral or higher stationed there. So a new commander had to be dispatched today. Palyasolino also said, I thought at first sight that he had explosive potential. The second time I saw him, he repelled the night demon. This kid is only 20 years old, too fierce. Pika agreed, that's right. He not only has potential, but is also young. Sengoku looked at Pika. You've seen many monsters rise since you're older. You've been in confinement for 5 days. How do you choose now? If you want to return to Shambati, you can have your rank lowered to Rear Admiral to assist Peach Rabbit. If you don't want to be demoted, go train new recruits at Zephyr. These 2 options are the best. The new world is too dangerous, and your body can't handle it. Pika sighed, I'll go train new recruits. Sengoku nodded, wrote the transfer order for him, and reminded him, notify Peach Rabbit before you leave, so she can hurry up and not be late. She's becoming lazier and more unruly since following Crane. Pika smiled helplessly and turned to leave the marshal's office. After Pika left, Sengoku shifted his attention to Palyasolino. So, has Ace been transferred to the secret prison? Kazan is on his way and will arrive soon. However, I haven't gathered any information about Whitebeard's side wanting to break him out. Instead, there seems to be another pirate crew that, under someone else's instigation, has declared their intent to overthrow Impel Down. At this point, Palyasolino's expression became somewhat strange. What pirate crew? So bold? Look closely. Sengoku was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a pirate crew act so recklessly. Palyasolino sighed. It's the remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, on the warship, someone shouted, Peach Rabbit Sama. We're almost at Shambati. Please prepare. The woman known as Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit replied, I know, don't rush me. It's not my first time being a base commander. She was over 2 meters tall, with eye-catching long legs. She took off her sunglasses, got up from her lounge chair, walked to the bow of the ship, and took out a telescope. Upon seeing the welcoming party at the port and Karl at the front, she curiously asked, Is this to welcome me? Peach Rabbit muttered, It's the first time I've been welcomed like this at a Navy base. When I went to other places, the commanders hoped I would leave quickly, afraid I would seize power. I don't care about the power in small places, but the attitude here is different. It's worth noting that Peach Rabbit was a candidate for Admiral. Beautiful and strong. She was on par with veteran Rear Admirals and was not yet 30. Give her 5 to 10 more years, and she would definitely be able to become an Admiral and carry the Navy's flag. She was once a top star among the Navy's new generation, but in terms of potential, she was still slightly weaker than Karl. After all, she was a few years older than him. Nearby, the Navy personnel spoke of Karl with excitement. Peach Rabbit Sama, you don't know. He's a new colonel who just joined the Navy for less than a month, and his merits are countless. As the warship was about to dock, he recounted all of Karl's achievements, clearly a die-hard fan of Karl, not missing any details. Peach Rabbit raised an eyebrow. I see. No wonder Sengoku asked me to take good care of him. But is he really that impressive? I couldn't guarantee a win against Doflamingo and the Empress. How could he single-handedly drive back 2 warlords? That sounds exaggerated. The Navy quickly replied, though the Empress had the weasel backing her, Karl was the one actually fighting. The last time with Doflamingo, there were thousands of witnesses at Shambati. You also know the combat power here. Besides Karl, no one can withstand a single move under the Night Demon. But compared to you, he still falls slightly short. This flattery made Peach Rabbit very happy. Peach Rabbit commanded, Stop the ship. Everyone get off with me. Upon seeing Peach Rabbit arrive, Karl squinted and shouted, Salute. Welcome, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Instantly, waves of cheers erupted, and the ceremony was extremely grand. If it had been during the day, the scene would have been even more spectacular. The show of Conqueror's hockey was truly unexpected. Peach Rabbit's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. She had never heard that Karl possessed Conqueror's hockey, as others did not deliberately spread such news. Look closely. Although Sengoku and the higher-ups knew Karl had Conqueror's Haki, they wouldn't deliberately spread it. While having Conqueror's Haki is good, it's unnecessary for everyone to know. Most strong figures reigning in the New World have it, so it's not considered rare, and the Navy didn't take it seriously. Peach Rabbit didn't like to inquire and hadn't asked, so naturally, no one told her, which is why she was caught off guard when she first met Karl. Though her aura was strong, most people couldn't withstand it, but Conqueror's Haki directly overwhelmed her. This was an innate advantage, and Peach Rabbit had no counter. Peach Rabbit snorted. This time, consider it your win. Here, my appointment order. Is everything in order now? Seeing she couldn't suppress him, she simply took a step back. Karl glanced at the appointment order and returned it, clearing the way and shouting, "Welcome, Commander Peach Rabbit of the Shambody Navy Branch." Instantly, the cheers erupted again, continuing until Peach Rabbit entered the base. This treatment made Peach Rabbit feel incredibly appreciated, as it was the first time she had been welcomed like this. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, she enjoyed it. Someone asked Peach Rabbit, "Ma'am, do you have any orders for tonight?" Peach Rabbit sat on the table. "Forget it for tonight. It's too late. Let them disperse and rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll follow the formal standards. No one can be late." Her subordinates received the order and conveyed it. After a while, a handsome man entered without knocking on the door. Peach Rabbit angrily shouted, "Who is it? You come into my office without knocking?" But upon seeing it was Karl, she paused for a second, feeling deflated, and didn't explode further. Karl directly handed over the documents. "I'm here to report on the events of the past 5 days. Here are the organized documents, information on the captured traffickers, and the areas that need repairs." He poured out everything he had accomplished in those 5 days. He had done a lot of work, and many merits had not been reported, essentially giving them all to Peach Rabbit. To Karl, these merits were nothing at all. Given his current strength, he could earn them back by capturing 2 pirates in a day. He wasn't a temporary commander now, and didn't have to stay at the base doing nothing every day. As Karl finished speaking, Peach Rabbit yawned and casually asked, "Did you really do all this in 5 days? Isn't that too much?" Karl replied, "Too much? I haven't even done my best. If it weren't for the time spent repairing the Navy compound, these pirates and slave traders." "Karl, you bastard. I told you yesterday to gather all the Navy personnel, and you dared to ignore my orders, and even went to drink. Do you even see me as your superior?" Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit learned from other Navy personnel that the bar Karl often frequented was Shaki's bar. She abandoned her training of those Navy personnel and specifically rushed over to catch him. Yesterday, Karl had left an impression on her as a hardworking, responsible Navy newcomer with great strength. But when she arrived this morning and saw Karl drinking, her impression of him plummeted. She couldn't imagine how a workaholic could abandon his work to drink here. Peach Rabbit completely couldn't understand why Karl would act this way. "Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, please don't be angry. Major Pika didn't assign me a position before, so even if I gathered everyone, there was no place for me. Look closely." Karl shook his wine glass and replied, "I didn't come here to slack off. Otherwise, how do you think I captured so many pirates and traffickers? I gather intelligence by going out every day. I'm not slacking." He completely disregarded Peach Rabbit's accusations and continued drinking. Peach Rabbit felt even more frustrated. "Could it be that I misunderstood you? Do you really have your own plans?" "Absolutely." Karl nodded, lying without batting an eyelid. Peach Rabbit slammed the table. "Humph. Don't lie to me. You're just slacking off. Were your previous performances just for Sengoku to see? Did I expose your true nature when I arrived?" She put her hands on her hips, showcasing her good figure, and with a face that said she had already won. "I knew it. You're not a workaholic at all, just pretending for the marshal, right? Caught red-handed, and now you have nothing to say?" Karl sighed and pointed behind her. Tao-Tu turned around to see a few pirates lying in the corner of the bar, still handcuffed and unconscious. Karl said, "I told you. Drinking is just a side activity. The main thing is catching people. These 2 are human traffickers. Since you're here, just take them back, so I don't have to make another trip." Tao-Tu twitched her mouth. She thought she had caught him off guard, but it turns out he was really working. This was the first time she had seen such a move. But as her superior, she would never admit defeat. "Even so, you can't leave the team without permission. Come back with me to train the Navy. You're familiar with this place, and I need your help." Saying this, she reached out to pull Karl, already lowering her stance and not wanting to argue. After all, Karl had caught human traffickers, which was enough to offset the violation. And the rules in Sabaody weren't as strict as in the headquarters, so she wasn't too harsh. Karl shook his head. "You go back first. I'm fine here." Tao-Tu got angry. "If you don't go back, I won't go back either. We'll just drag this out." She flicked her cloak, saying, "No, don't say that. Me and her? How is that possible? Although Tao Tu was a candidate for admiral and in her 20s, she had lived in naval camps for a long time and had not experienced the harshness of society. So when she heard Shaki say that, her first reaction was to feel shy. Then, when she saw Karl sneaking a laugh, she suddenly felt a surge of unexplained anger. Hurry up and buy me a bottle of wine. Use your money. Otherwise, I'll mark this against you today. All right, I got it, Boss Shaki. Please bring this beautiful Navy lady the best wine. Coming right up. Shaki nodded and went to prepare the wine. Although she hated the Navy, especially Karl, because of Ace's incident, both Shaki and Rayleigh wanted to deal with the customers quickly. However, for some reasons, they couldn't act now, so they had to let Karl do as he pleased here. Fortunately, his drinking and dining brought money to the bar, which was already struggling in business. Today, seeing such a cute Navy girl like Tao Tu made her mood much better. In her eyes, at least not all Navy personnel were as annoying as Karl. By the way, why do you come here every day? Is the wine really that good? Tao Tu blinked and asked curiously. Look closely. Tao Tu's blinking was super cute. But Karl didn't care at all. He took a sip of wine and shook his head. This wine is terrible. I'm not here to drink. I'm here to annoy people. Tao Tu was confused. Annoy people? Shaki, who was bringing the wine, immediately twitched her mouth, put down the wine bottle, and turned to leave. Too lazy to stay at the bar. Karl smiled and explained. Yes, it's just to annoy people. That old guy gets furious every time he sees me. And that expression is just too delightful. If I don't see it for a day, I feel like I'm missing out on some fun. Tao Tu still didn't understand, but didn't ask further. Suddenly, a voice came from the back door, old yet powerful. You little brat. Besides annoying me, what else can you do? If you have the guts, fight me, old man. It turned out that Shaki had called Rayleigh out, fearing Karl would say something worse. Karl raised his glass to Rayleigh. Oh, didn't you say you didn't want to see me this morning? Why are you out now? After saying that, he drank it all in one go. Tao Tu looked at Rayleigh and felt he looked familiar. Rayleigh spoke first. General Tao Tu, I've long admired your name. I didn't expect you would come to my little shop. Shaki added from behind. It's my bar. Rayleigh lightly coughed, pretending he didn't hear. Tao Tu was full of righteous indignation. Karl, is this the person you said you wanted to annoy? If you really annoy the old man to death, won't you feel guilty? This almost made Rayleigh choke. If Karl annoyed him to death, he would be the happiest. Just as Karl was about to refute, he saw Tao Tu resting her chin on her hand, unconsciously showing off her beauty, her sparkling eyes staring at Rayleigh up and down, like looking at a rare animal. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. What a beauty! She's not worse than Hancock. Seeing his gaze, Shaki immediately punched Rayleigh on the head. Old man, be serious. Tao Tu was now super nervous. She never expected that the vice captain of the Pirate King, the legendary Pirate King Rayleigh, would be here. Such a legendary pirate could stir up trouble anywhere. She was afraid Rayleigh would take action. Rayleigh smiled and shook his head. Cute girl. It's been a long time since I've seen such a cute Navy person. If only all the Navy were like this. After saying that, he stared intently at Karl. Karl was completely unfazed, stood up, and pushed the tense Tao Tu back into her seat. General Tao Tu, don't be nervous. Rayleigh is here. Marshal Sengoku already knows. The moment I discovered him, I reported it, but the Marshal doesn't care. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, he can stay here. Do you think the signatures here came by chance? The Marshal knew he was here even earlier than we did. Tao Tu was stunned. Really like that? She had never expected to run into Rayleigh, let alone that the Marshal already knew. Her brain couldn't process it. Karl sat down and slowly explained. To put it simply, Rayleigh's strength is too explosive. To catch him, you need at least 2 admirals and several vice admirals. Making such a big fuss wouldn't be worth it and might even attract his allies, making it harder to handle. The most critical point is that to prevent the Roger pirates from reuniting, the Marshal lets him be. Otherwise, do you think Rayleigh could be here? And there's someone even more legendary than Rayleigh here. More legendary? Could it be this boss? Look closely. After hearing Karl's words, Tao Tu immediately became curious. Her gaze locked on Shaki. Shaki hurriedly said, don't look at me like that. Although I used to be a pirate, I was just a nobody. In terms of fame, definitely not as big as Rayleigh's. Karl laughed. You may not be as famous as him, but your former pirate crew was considered terrifying in the eyes of the older generation. Karl laughed, Shaki laughed, and Rayleigh awkwardly laughed beside them. But his eyes were getting sharper. Tao Tu looked confused, feeling like her IQ was not enough. Tao Tu waved her hand. Forget it. Hurry up and drink. After drinking, come back with me. She didn't want to dwell on these things anymore. Rayleigh's matters, other matters, she really had no right to interfere. It was more important to take care of her own work first. Karl nodded and walked to Rayleigh, raising his glass. Senior Rayleigh, you're no longer a pirate. Can you drink a glass with me as an ordinary person? By the way, let's chat about the Straw Hat Pirates. I heard they're declaring war on the world government and planning to overthrow Impel Down. Rayleigh shrugged. The Straw Hat Pirates? That S. Luffy. Carp's grandson's crew? What does their prison break have to do with me? Can I still help them? If it's a prison break, I'd only save Ace. Who is Luffy? Why should I help him? Karl smiled and pointed to his military hat. His straw hat was Roger's, and he's someone Shanks has high hopes for. Shanks was your former crewmate. It wouldn't be strange for you to help him, right? By the way, I heard Shanks came to Sabati a few days ago, but unfortunately, I didn't get to see this Yonko. Otherwise, I definitely would have wanted to have a fight with him. After a busy morning, Tao 2 finally brought Karl back to the Navy base. The other Navy personnel had a half day off, and they were all excited, but in the afternoon, they still couldn't escape the fate of being reprimanded. But Karl still didn't gather. He stayed in his room, not coming out. Tao 2 was at a loss. Karl was powerful, had many achievements, and with Sengoku backing him, he could completely ignore her orders. There were quite a few Navy personnel with such high ambitions and strong abilities. Tao 2 had seen many, and as long as Karl didn't drop the ball at a critical moment, she wouldn't care. Tao 2 ordered. That's it for today. Dismissed. Everyone back to your posts. The Navy personnel responded in unison. After the dismissal, Tao 2 finally sighed in relief. Every naval officer, upon arriving in a new place, would abolish old rules and establish new ones. This was also one of the reasons for calling everyone to a meeting, mainly to let the commander make an appearance, so that no Navy personnel would be unfamiliar with them, which would be awkward. Famous commanders could skip this step, while less famous ones could use it to build relationships. Although Tao 2 was beautiful, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to establish rules. Back in the command room, Tao 2 let out a sigh of relief. But when she saw the documents on the table, her head instantly throbbed. Fortunately, I stayed up late yesterday and almost finished watching. Now I just need to categorize and report it. It won't take long, but Tao 2 doesn't want to do it now. She's not a workaholic when she's not busy. She just wants to slack off. I really didn't expect that Karl wouldn't give me any trouble at all. It seems that his goal is not just to be the commander of a base. Pay attention, Tao 2 thought to herself. This kid definitely has bigger ambitions. I just don't know what he wants to do. But seeing him chat so casually with Rayleigh today, this little brat is definitely going to make a splash in the future. Maybe he'll become a general before I do. No wonder he's valued by the marshal. She sighed. After observing today, she realized that she couldn't keep up with Karl's pace in any aspect, especially in his conversation with Rayleigh. She didn't understand a single word and began to doubt her own intelligence. But she quickly dismissed that thought, ready to take a nap and get back to work after waking up. Just as she lay down, suddenly there was chaos outside. Tao 2 frowned. What's going on again? She got up and wanted to go out to sea. At the same time, a stunningly beautiful woman burst into the naval base, demanding to see Karl. The surrounding Navy were completely stunned, and some even wanted to curry favor, but the woman kicked one of them away without hesitation. Thankfully, the kicked Navy soldier was only partially petrified and didn't die. She wasn't here to kill. Otherwise, everyone present would have been done for. When Tao 2 came out and saw the person, she was shocked. The Empress of the Seven Warlords, Boa Hancock. What are you doing here? This is a naval stronghold. Pirates can't just come in. Just as Tao 2 was panicking, a young but reliable voice came from behind. Hancock, don't lay a hand on Shiwan. She's Rear Admiral Tao 2. If you touch her, Elder Crane will definitely have a chat with you about life. When Tao 2 came to her senses, she realized she was actually in Karl's arms. She was completely dazed. Her mind had gone blank just now, and by the time she realized it, Karl had already held her. Feeling Karl's warm and reliable arm, Tao 2 almost wanted to close her eyes and take a nap right there. Hancock snorted coldly. I'm not afraid, even if Crane comes, but it's best to avoid trouble. I'm not here to pick a fight with the Navy. I'm specifically looking for you. She's not afraid of Crane. She just dislikes trouble. After all, Crane is the chief of staff of the Navy, and even Don Quixote Doflamingo had a run for his life from her. Hancock didn't want to provoke this old powerhouse. Seeing that she understood, Karl didn't waste any more words. If you're looking for me, let's talk outside. It's not convenient to talk in the naval base. After saying that, he put Tao 2 down and turned to leave. Without the warmth, Tao 2 felt a bit lost as she watched Karl's back, and suddenly, it hit her. Be careful. The Empress is very strong. Karl paused for a moment, turned back and smiled. Don't worry, she's not my opponent. Hancock snorted. You're still so confident. She followed Karl outside. Tao 2 realized what she had just said, and her face instantly turned red. What did I just say? So embarrassing. But she was also worried. Karl should be fine, right? He has defeated Doflamingo before, and this isn't the first time he's fought the Empress. No, I have to go out and take a look. If he's in danger, I can help. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her mood and followed him out. At the same time, other Navy personnel also noticed Tao Tu's unusual behavior and showed expressions of disbelief. I really didn't expect Colonel Karl's charm to be this great. Pay attention. The Navy were going wild. No way. The Empress personally came looking for him and even took down Rear Admiral Tao Tu. Karl is not a veteran in the dating scene. I'm flipping upside down on the spot. So envious. Two beautiful women surrounding him. Who knows how many more he had before. On the other side, Karl had a cold expression as he faced Hancock. Speak. What do you want with me? He had no idea what the Navy was gossiping about. He just wanted Hancock to leave quickly. Her presence was too disruptive to the other Navy personnel, driving him crazy. You should know that to Karl, the Empress with the world's most beautiful face was just an annoying pirate. If Hancock knew this evaluation, she would probably fight him to the end. Hancock opened her mouth. I have two things to discuss. The first is to thank you for capturing so many human traffickers. I hate human traffickers the most, and this made me see you in a new light, so I came to see you. But before she could finish, Karl interrupted, Boa Hancock. You have repeatedly provoked the Navy. I have no reason to be polite to you. Now, in the name of the Navy, I officially arrest you. Hancock would never back down. If you have the ability, come at me. You little brat. Next comes the high-energy action. The two of them clashed with their conqueror's hockey, and the sky instantly erupted with thunder and lightning, like the end of the world. Dark red lightning struck down continuously, directly shattering all the clouds. Karl's expression was blank, his hands gripping his sword, his eyes filled with fervor, like a lion ready to pounce on its prey, staring intently at Hancock, ready to tear her apart in the next second. Hancock was sweating coldly. She never expected Karl to improve so rapidly. It hadn't even been a month since they last met. Last time, Karl only had the embryonic form of Conqueror's Haki and hadn't truly awakened it. Now, not only had he awakened it, but he had also trained it to a level comparable to hers. You should know that Hancock had trained her Conqueror's Haki for a long time to reach this level. Karl caught up in just a month, which was simply outrageous. Previously, Hancock could easily defeat him, but now Karl could not only stand his ground, but had also defeated Doflamingo before. His potential had skyrocketed, but the more this was the case, the more Hancock wanted to crush him. With a fragrant foot, Hancock took the initiative, instantly appearing in front of Karl, her arms covered in hockey, kicking straight at his face. Most people wouldn't even have time to react, and a rear admiral would only be able to defend frantically. But Karl was fully focused on her leg. Using his observation hockey and concentrating his spirit, he directly raised both swords to block. Before Hancock could attack again, Karl counterattacked. Lion's might, earth roll, with a roar. The ground shook. Two massive whirlwinds erupted from the ground, instantly surrounding Hancock. Hancock was shocked. This is the ability of the Golden Lion? Without hesitation, she charged in with two kicks. Her strength was not weak, and combined with her devil fruit ability, anything solid would be petrified. Even a whirlwind was no exception. If it wasn't covered in hockey, it wouldn't escape. Karl frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Hancock's petrification ability to even affect the whirlwind. Pay attention. Karl frowned. Is this an ability that comes with the awakening of her devil fruit? Hancock didn't answer directly, but instead flirtatiously asked, Oh, you actually know about devil fruit awakening? Karl didn't respond, instantly dropping from the air. Cross slash. This move was super simple, just double swords wrapped in hockey. Launching a swift attack, but sometimes, the simpler the move, the more deadly it could be. The surrounding Navy were left dumbfounded, going wild with excitement. The rumors are true. Colonel Karl is too explosive. He just repelled Doflamingo 10 minutes ago, and now he's been fighting the Empress for over half an hour. This strength is unmatched by ordinary rear admirals. Someone quickly added, Don't say that. Rear Admiral Tao Tu is here. She can definitely handle it, right? Rear Admiral Tao Tu is beautiful, kind-hearted, and strong. Handling the Empress is no problem. But Colonel Karl is truly formidable. Only veteran rear admirals can match him, right? Certainly not as strong as a general. Once the three admirals arrive, who would dare to act arrogantly among the seven warlords? Of course, the three admirals are the ceiling of the Navy. Even the four emperors wouldn't dare to act recklessly. So, when will Colonel Karl become a general? To be a general, one needs strength and military achievements. It's not possible without at least 10 years. But his promotion is fast. I bet one belly that he'll be promoted to Rear Admiral within a year. I bet two bellies that he'll be promoted in 6 months. I bet he'll be promoted to Rear Admiral in 3 months. In the eyes of the Navy, Karl's strength is on par with veteran Rear Admirals, and his potential is even more exaggerated than Tao Tu's, making when he will become a general the hottest topic. Tao Tu watched the two fight and listened to the Navy's chatter, biting her lip, her heart racing. She was very clear that her strength was about the same as Karl's, but facing Hancock's charm, even as a woman, she almost fell for it. Although she could resist due to her strong will, Tao Tu didn't have that ability. At most, she could maintain a semi-conscious state, and her strength would drop significantly, making it impossible for her to defeat Hancock. She admired Karl even more now. If it weren't for Karl saving her back then, she would have been petrified long ago. Just thinking about it made her fearful. Tao Tu prayed in her heart, "Colonel Karl, please don't lose." She didn't want the Navy to lose face, nor did she want to face severe punishment. Just then, the battle was nearing its end. The two fighters were both extremely bold. Karl relied on his fruit ability, making a huge commotion. Although Hancock was a woman, her fighting stance was remarkably heroic, captivating the audience. After fighting for a while, Hancock, panting, said, "Who Karl? I acknowledge your strength. Come with me." "Colonel Karl, you really are impressive today. You actually managed to push back one of the 7 warlords, the Empress. Look closely." The Navy members were cheering wildly. Wow. If word gets out that Colonel Karl defeated the Empress, it's even more thrilling than scaring off Doflamingo. Karl is simply explosive. No wonder he is valued by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I like this man. Get lost. They're all men. Why are they making a fuss? Exactly. If Karl is to like someone, it should be Vice Admiral Momonosuke, not you rough guy. Suddenly, Momonosuke blushed and shouted, "Everyone calm down, excited or not. What are you talking about? Do you want to be punished? Hurry back to your posts. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll have to run a lap around Sabaody." The Navy members instantly fell silent. Sabaody is so big. Running a lap would take a whole day and night. No one dared to provoke Momonosuke. After sending the Navy away, Momonosuke still blushed and mumbled, "These guys just love to stir trouble. I have nothing to do with Karl." But then she thought, however, Karl has explosive potential, is handsome, has a good figure, and is even taller than me. He really is a quality template for a husband. Just as she finished thinking that, she slapped her face. "Guillaume, this is not the time to think about this. Calm down." Then she went back to her room to handle official business, reporting everything that happened today to Sengoku in detail. Karl had already returned to his own room, completely unaware of the rumors outside, or that he had made Momonosuke feel something. Right now, he just wanted to eat, rest, and then go to the training room to master his new powers. If he couldn't perfectly control his power increase, it would become a burden. Therefore, Karl trained for several hours every day, which is also why the Navy admired him. Down to earth, inspirational, no background, purely relying on his strength to make a comeback. Truly a grassroots ceiling. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone worm, unable to contain his laughter. This kid Karl, less than a month, and he has gotten stronger again. Last time he scared off Doflamingo with words. This time he actually pushed back Hancock. His strength is fiercer than many vice admirals. Even though Momonosuke is a candidate for admiral, she might not be able to beat him now. The more Sengoku thought about it, the more excited he became. I didn't expect that the weasel would recruit such a good seedling for me. What a steal. You know, after Akanu's generation became the mainstay, the following people were not up to par. Only Smoker and Momonosuke. A week later, at the Sabaody Navy base, after finishing his usual drinking outside, Karl casually caught a few pirates and tossed them into a corner for other Navy soldiers to deal with. He was then ready to return to his room to rest. However, today when he stepped in the Navy base, he clearly felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. The emotions of the people around seemed somewhat abnormal. Even more exaggerated, some were even crying. With teary eyes and choked voices, they looked very unusual. "What are you all looking at me for? Hurry back to your posts. Do you want to be punished by Vice Admiral Momonosuke?" Karl frowned, not knowing why they were gathered here. "Look," Momonosuke stepped out of her room gracefully, complaining, "Why didn't you bring the phone worm? If you were any later, I would have come to find you myself." Karl was stunned. This week they had become close. Momonosuke often went to the bar to drink with him and keep an eye on Rayleigh, and Karl had seen her adorably drunk. Karl directly asked, "What is the urgent matter?" The two had a close relationship, and didn't he need to adhere to formalities? Relying solely on Karl's explosive strength and high prestige, ordinary Navy members couldn't even have an equal chat with Momonosuke. Momonosuke teased. There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Karl was impatient. Stop stalling. If you don't tell me, I'm going back to my room. Momonosuke pouted. Humph. So boring. The bad news is that you're leaving this beautiful lady. Aren't you sad? With eyes full of expectation. But Karl just responded with an "oh." Momonosuke stomped her foot in anger, throwing a piece of paper at Karl. Transfer order. Sengoku wants you back at headquarters in 3 days. You've spent enough time gilding yourself in Sabaody. The fleet admiral definitely wants you to go to the New World for training. After saying that, she angrily returned to her room. You jerk, not even complimenting me. Deserve to be single. In fact, Momonosuke had a strong fondness for Karl. She was starting to like him. And if Karl confessed, she would definitely agree. Karl's dullness made her both angry and happy. At least he wouldn't be taken away by someone else. Karl was super happy with the transfer order, not understanding Momonosuke's feelings, only noticing that she had been sticking to him lately. He thought about her possibly liking him, but didn't take it seriously. He thought that while he was handsome and had a bright future, it might not be enough to make Momonosuke's heart flutter. The next morning, the party that had lasted all night had finally ended. Karl quickly tidied up his things, shouldered his bag, and after saying goodbye to everyone, left Sabaody. His abilities were very convenient. He didn't need to take a Navy ship and could fly straight to the Navy headquarters. In fact, at his flying speed, even the fastest Navy ships couldn't catch up with him. It would take at least 3 hours for a Navy ship to reach the headquarters from Sabaody. Even with favorable winds, it would still take 2 hours. However, Karl could fly to the Navy headquarters in less than an hour. Although his speed was still several times slower than Borsellino's, who could reach Sabaody from the Navy headquarters in just over 10 minutes. Karl had much more room for growth. As long as he was given time, he could definitely reach Borsellino's level. An hour later, look, Karl flew directly over the Navy headquarters. Looking down at the Navy training below, he felt a bit nostalgic. After a simple registration, he went to the Fleet Admiral's office to meet Sengoku. Karl smiled and saluted. Navy Colonel Karl, reporting to Fleet Admiral. In the office, it was just the two of them, and Sengoku waved for him to relax, and Karl didn't hold back. Sengoku first asked, "How is it in Sabaody? It must have been nice guarding the base for the first time, right?" Karl replied honestly. Every day drinking with Rayleigh, catching pirates and human traffickers, it was pretty leisurely. Only he dared to say such things. Other Navy members, even Momonosuke, wouldn't dare to say that life in Sabaody was leisurely. In fact, Karl hadn't been idle during that month. He had already earned enough military merit for the rank of Rear Admiral. And the late return was just to help Momonosuke get familiar with the situation. Now that she was up to speed, he was called back to headquarters. Next came the high-energy moment. Sengoku directly announced, "Karl, I know all about your time in Sabaody, and I'm extremely satisfied. I officially promote you to Rear Admiral. You'll have your own warship and 50 soldiers willing to follow you. The next mission, patrol the New World." Karl's eyes lit up. Super excited. So I'm into the New World? That's much faster than I thought. He originally thought he would be guarding the base, but didn't he expect it to be a patrol, giving him ample room for operation? Sengoku reminded him, "It's a waste of your talents to guard the base. Patrol is what will help you grow. But you must be careful. The New World is extremely dangerous. Don't step into the territories of the 4 emperors. Although your strength is explosive now, you're still far from the level of the 4 emperors." Karl scratched his head. "I understand. I like challenging strong opponents. But I'll wait a bit longer for the level of the 4 emperors. Right now, I really can't beat them. I'm self-aware." He was very clear that he was just slightly stronger than the 7 warlords and the vice admirals at headquarters, still far from the 4 emperors and admirals. In the end, he still had to lead troops, which was really frustrating. Thankfully, he could recruit people from other places, which counts as special treatment, right? Karl returned to the Navy headquarters dormitory, starting to ponder the upcoming matters. Sengoku allowed him to take fewer people out to sea, but he was worried about encountering danger and not being able to protect his subordinates, so he needed to choose those with lower ranks but strong abilities. At least 7 people were needed, gathering roles like ship doctor, cook, navigator, and shipwright. This configuration was something Karl was doing for the first time in Navy, and he had no experience. In the end, Karl argued his case, and Sengoku relented, allowing him to recruit outside of the headquarters. With no limits on the time frame, he could set sail whenever he gathered 7 people. If Karl slacked off and didn't recruit, he would have to stay at headquarters for life. This tactic worked on Akiji and Polysolino, as they both preferred to stay put. However, Sengoku understood Karl very well. He knew Karl was not someone who could stay in one place for long. "Pay attention. Sengoku deliberately made this request to Karl to push him to quickly find suitable soldiers to go to the new world, gain strength, and broaden his horizons. Karl muttered, "Fine. After lunch, I'll first check out the Navy training camp. Who knows, there might be some good prospects. I'll also pick a ship. Most Navy warships are pretty similar. So it just needs to look good. The key is still finding people, and that's too hard." He shook his head, lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and planned to take a nap before going to pick a ship and recruit people in the afternoon. Time flew by, and by the afternoon, Karl first went to the dock to select a ship that caught his eye, informed the staff of his modification plans, and set the blueprints before heading straight to the recruit camp and training camp. However, the recruit camp was full of genuine rookies. Most were at the rank of junior lieutenant, with only a few talented ones at the rank of lieutenant colonel, and they didn't even know how to use hockey, so they wouldn't survive in the new world. After half an hour of browsing, Karl left and headed to the elite training camp. The people in the elite training camp were generally at the colonel level. Even if they didn't know hockey, they were qualified to learn it. And they were all potential candidates promoted from the recruit camp. If it weren't for being recommended by the Weasel, Karl would also be here. Here, one could systematically learn the Navy's 6 styles, various combat methods, and even the theoretical knowledge of observation and armament hockey. But Karl was clear in his mind. If he studied here without the System S enhancement, his strength would definitely not increase as quickly as it does now. It would be a waste to just stay here. Before long, Karl arrived at the elite training camp, but as soon as he got there, he saw an old acquaintance. Karl looked at the information and exclaimed, "This Melinda Neru is amazing. Trained by the giant race, an inherited part of their strength. I don't need to mention how powerful the giant S strength is, right? Even if she only inherited 1/10, she would be 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. But the information states that she inherited nearly half of an adult giant S strength. At only 22, she is just 2 years older than me. And her potential is incredible. The key is that she is a girl, and she almost crushed you. That's ridiculous." He completely disregarded Pisa's feelings beside him. Pisa stared at Karl, his mouth twitching, thinking to himself that Karl was the real monster, but he couldn't say it out loud. So he just sighed and continued to look at the information with Karl. As Karl marveled, Pisa flipped to the second page and saw a super strong swordsman. This person was named Enzo, a samurai who escaped from Wano country. Unable to stand Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi's rule, he escaped thanks to the sacrifice of a friend, and not wanting to become a pirate. He could only hunt pirates for bounties. Later, by chance, he joined the Navy and entered the elite training camp half a month later than Melinda. Both of these people joined midway, but could crush others, especially Enzo, who was on the verge of reaching the swordsman threshold. As long as he got an opportunity, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. Karl was very optimistic about him. Enzo's strength had reached the threshold of Rear Admiral. As long as he didn't provoke the 4 emperors, he would have no problem protecting himself in the new world. Then Karl turned his attention to the last person on the list. Pay attention. The last person on the list was also a girl, not very old, but when Karl saw her, his expression instantly changed. This person was actually one of Zephyr's favorite disciples, Ein, who later defected with Zephyr. Ein's strength had reached the Rear Admiral threshold, similar to Enzo, and she had trained under Zephyr for 7 to 8 years, so having this strength was quite normal. If it weren't for Melinda and Enzo, she would definitely be the top of this batch. The key was that she was already a user of the retrospective fruit. Karl said, "It's settled. I'll observe Enzo and Melinda a bit more. You also help me ask them. If they're willing to come, that's great. If not, I want to force them." Pisa grinned. Ein's strength is also good. Aren't you considering her? Karl unhesitatingly slapped him on the back. Not hard, but enough to make Pisa feel it. Pisa winced. "Ouch. What are you doing? Do you understand respect for elders?" Karl looked at him disdainfully. "Who told you to try to trick me? Do you think I don't know Ein is Zephyr's beloved disciple? Asking me to compete for people with Zephyr? I don't want to be targeted. That look clearly told you not to try to scheme against me." Pisa helplessly said, "I didn't expect you to be so well informed." To avoid misunderstandings, the information didn't state that her teacher was Zephyr, but this. "Pisa, is this the ship doctor you found for me? She looks okay. How about her skills?" The information was mediocre. I didn't see anything outstanding. For days had passed, and Karl was still struggling with finding a ship doctor. The Navy headquarters had quite a few good ship doctors, but most were already taken. So Karl could only look for medical talents among the recruits, but Pisa's recommendations were mostly rejected. The ship Dr. Pisa highly recommended was only 17 years old, while the other crew members were older than Karl. Even that eccentric sniper was 30. Karl couldn't help but doubt her skills. If it weren't for Pisa's strong recommendation, he wouldn't have bothered to look. Pisa said, "Just follow me and you'll see." Her skills are definitely reliable. She is also a Zoan fruit user, so she has life-saving capabilities. You know how exaggerated Zoan-type physical abilities are. Her skills aren't top-notch, but she is the best among her peers, even stronger than many in their 20s. The only issue is her sensitive identity. No one dares to take her. But I think you definitely want to mind. Karl laughed. What kind of sensitive identity would make people not dare to take her? Could she be a celestial dragon's descendant or a former slave? Pisa couldn't laugh, nodding seriously. That's right. She is one of the slaves rescued back then. You know about Tiger's incident. She was lucky and wasn't branded with the celestial dragon mark before being rescued. She ate a devil fruit as a child and desperately flew to the Navy base. Sengoku and Tsuru took her in out of pity and let her learn medicine to become a doctor. The 5 elders in the Navy are aware of her identity. Since she isn't branded, the 5 elders can't be bothered, but the celestial dragons have always wanted to capture her. If it weren't for Fleet Admiral Sengoku's intervention, she probably wouldn't have survived. Pay attention. Pisa sighed. This is why no one dares to take her to sea. She is easily targeted by those brain-dead celestial dragons. When talking about this little girl's identity, Pisa was filled with sympathy. It was Karl's first time hearing this story, and he lost his smile. He had only been in the Navy for less than 2 months and didn't understand these internal matters. Actually, there were many stories in the Navy, Karl said directly. Then take me to see her. The celestial dragons are nothing to me. If her skills pass, I'll take her to sea. He didn't care about the celestial dragons at all, especially since they were going to the New World, let alone the celestial dragons. Even the Navy had to be cautious. Celestial dragons going to the New World was simply asking for death. The 4 emperors wouldn't fear them and would love to snatch this fat sheep. Once they entered the New World, the celestial dragons wouldn't even have the chance to cause trouble. On the 5th day, Karl recruited 6 people at the Navy headquarters, all of whom agreed, and he had also assigned their positions. However, Karl didn't tell the whole truth. They didn't know when they would set sail. Nor did they know there were only this few people. Generally, a rear admiral would take about 50 people to sea, and Karl was afraid they would regret it if they found out the truth. So he deliberately didn't say anything. Once they boarded the ship, they wouldn't be able to run away. This was his little selfishness. However, he still needed one last core member. Once he found this person, the ship's configuration would be complete, and they could make a name for themselves in the New World. Is this Sky Island? It looks too beautiful. Relying on his memories from the original work and the Navy map, Karl first found Gaia Island, then followed the White Sea to the Sky Island. Sengoku had given him the permission to recruit elsewhere and hadn't specified that he could only recruit from the Navy. So he had long reserved the last quota for Enel. According to the timeline, Enel was defeated by Luffy less than 2 months ago, and he definitely hadn't flown to the moon yet, so now was just the right time to recruit him. Enel was defeated by Luffy and lost his arrogance. He was aware that there were many strong individuals beneath Skypiea, and if it weren't for his obsession with the Infinite Land, he would have long gone to the Grand Line. Karl figured out his personality before coming. As for Sengoku's thoughts, Karl didn't care at all. Enel's current strength was at the level of a rear admiral, below a vice admiral, and he was not yet 30 years old. His talent was explosive, and he was still a user of the Rumble fruit. Even if he was just Karl's private soldier, it would be a significant boost for the Navy. When the time comes, it would be easy to fool Sengoku, and even easier to deceive the Gorosei. So long as he was loyal to the Navy and the world government, the Gorosei wouldn't care and might even offer support. Karl planned to use his identity to get the Gorosei to back him up. On the outskirts of God's Island, Karl swaggered in, instantly catching Enel's attention. Enel's voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Who dares to trespass in the territory of God? A mere mortal. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Karl was flying to find God's Island when he suddenly heard this. Enel's observation haki was exaggeratedly powerful, covering the entire island. Combined with the Rumble fruit, he was like a true god, controlling everyone on Skypiea. This long-distance communication was something he specifically trained for, just to act like a god. If a regular person heard this deep voice, they would instinctively treat it as a deity to be worshipped. But take note, Enel's warning was child's play in Karl's eyes. He completely ignored it and flew straight towards God's Island. Enel, sitting in the temple, was furious to see Karl ignoring him. You want to seek death? Then don't blame me. Ever since he was shattered by Luffy, Enel had reined in his temper a bit. Otherwise, he would have attacked directly. But seeing Karl not only refusing to retreat, but also speeding towards him, he couldn't hold back. He unleashed a divine punishment, its power fully unleashed. Seeing the disdain in Karl's eyes, Enel exploded with rage. A mere mortal. How dare you look at me like that? Seeking death. He summoned a storm of lightning to strike Karl, but the attack missed entirely, and Enel became increasingly anxious. Damn mortal, you've completely angered this god. 1 billion volts. The god of thunder descends. With his roar, a massive thunder giant appeared before Karl, the oppressive aura reaching its peak, making even Karl feel a bit challenged. Karl calculated in his mind, a giant this size, it's unlikely I'll take him down in one hit. But that's fine, I didn't plan to kill him anyway. With that, he flew forward directly into the storm of lightning to attack Enel. Enel roared, "You dare come at me?" Truly seeking death. The thunder giant swung a massive fist downward. The immense power of lightning instantly sweeping across the front half of God's Island, destroying clouds and vegetation as if it were the end of the world. Facing this attack, Karl merely smiled contemptuously, crossing his dual blades in front of him. Lion's might, Thousand Cuts Valley. 2 lion slashes capable of splitting mountains shot into the sky, directly shattering the mist above. Enel's attack came crashing down, looking grand, but when the thunder giant's fist met Karl's slash, it shattered instantly, showing no resistance at all. Enel was startled and quickly gathered lightning to block, but it was useless. His cross slash descended, and the thunder giant instantly dissipated as if it had never existed. Enel's body was also cut, but he didn't die. He transformed into lightning and reassembled, gasping for breath, filled with fear. He never expected this mortal to be so fierce. Not only was his attack ineffective, but it was also turned against him. This made him recall the nightmare of being dominated by Luffy. But after checking his body and finding no injuries, Enel became arrogant again. "Huh? Mortal, you have some skill, but you can't hurt this god. I, Enel the god of thunder, am invincible. As long as you don't have the rubber physique of that straw hat kid, you can never win against me." Mentioning Luffy made him grit his teeth. He had clearly had the upper hand back then, but insisted on fighting in close quarters and ended up being brutally beaten. Just thinking about it infuriated him. Karl sensed Enel's anger and smiled as he spoke. "Your fruit ability is indeed well developed, but it's a pity you haven't used it correctly. Pay attention. If you didn't blindly pursue flashy displays and concentrated the power of the Rumble fruit at a single point, your strength could reach another level." What a pity. After saying that, he crossed his dual blades again. Enel's lightning network was terrifying. With dozens of bolts striking down every second, any ordinary Navy vice admiral would have to be on high alert. The power of lightning was too fierce. Even a graze would cause paralysis, creating a fatal flaw in battle. If Karl hadn't had the float fruit to nullify the scattered lightning, he wouldn't dare to confront Enel. Enel laughed maniacally. "Yah, mortal die for me." The storm of lightning descended like the end of the world. Yet Karl chuckled lightly, unleashing his conqueror's haki. The overwhelming momentum caused the surrounding lightning to pause for a second or two. Even Enel was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Karl enveloped his dual blades in armament haki and instantly flashed to Enel's side. Cross slash. This seemingly ordinary slash directly hit Enel's physical form, causing a massive X-shaped wound to appear on his chest, blood gushing out, and he fainted on the spot from the pain. Karl sheathed his blades, watching as the lightning dissipated and Enel fell, shaking his head in disdain. "His physical quality is too poor. I didn't even use much strength, and he couldn't withstand it. But that's fine. It shows he still has room for growth. Let me bandage him up quickly, so he doesn't die here." He caught Enel with one hand, flew him to the temple, used his observation haki to find medical supplies, and after a simple treatment, tossed him there before heading towards the Golden Country. Before long, Karl arrived in front of the Golden Bell, gazing at the ground covered in gold, the massive Golden Bell, and the historical text below. He fell into deep thought. As expected, these are not the current characters. I can't understand them at all. He had no intention of touching the historical text. He wasn't looking for Raftel and didn't want to be Pirate King. He came here to gather some gold as startup capital while keeping it hidden from Sengoku. Otherwise, his little treasury would be gone. Fortunately, there were plenty of boxes here. He just needed to pack the gold into them and transport it to his ship. Given his identity, as long as Sengoku didn't come to check, no one would care what he took. After spending over an hour packing 6 large boxes of gold, Karl was finally satisfied and returned to the temple. This amount of gold was nothing compared to the Golden Country. In the future, if he needed money, This place would serve as a treasury, and he had already planned his escape route. Back in the temple, Enel was still unconscious, and suddenly, Karl remembered, right? Defeating Enel grants a reward of observation hockey. He then wasted no time. That night, Karl quickly flew away from Skypea with Enel, returning to the Navy headquarters in just a few hours. By then, it was already late at night, and most of the Navy personnel were asleep, except for those on duty. Karl took the opportunity to toss the 6 large boxes of gold into his warship storage before taking Enel to the medical room for treatment. Captain Karl, he isn't one of us, is he? How could his injuries be so severe? Don't worry about that. Just know that starting tomorrow, he will be one of us. Upon hearing Karl's words, Hayu didn't ask further, but nodded and began treating Enel. Take note, Hayu immediately determined that Enel was not a Navy member. She had been working in a medical room for nearly 10 years. Although she hadn't seen every Navy member, she had seen quite a few and had an excellent memory, able to recognize most people even after 3 or 4 years. This wound looked deep, but to Hayu, it was a piece of cake. She transformed her hands into wings, manipulating her full wings of black feathers to stitch up Enel's wound on the spot. Karl curiously asked, "What's your limit on controlling feathers?" Hayu replied, 13,000 feathers. They can grow back if they fall. It took me 10 years to reach this point. Impressive, right? Hayu appeared aloof, but she was actually only 17 years old and wanted to be praised. Karl immediately showered her with compliments, causing her to blush and feel very pleased. He then asked, if he isn't part of the Navy, how can he join the team? Enel, under anesthesia, was sound asleep. Karl explained, his name is Enel. We'll discuss his abilities tomorrow, but among those I've chosen, his strength is second only to mine. Hayu was shocked. So strong. But how could he get such serious injuries? Karl briefly clarified the recruitment process, and Hayu asked again, aren't you afraid of hurting his confidence? Karl laughed. Enel's confidence isn't that fragile. If he wants to be strong, he has to get beaten thousands of times and still stand up. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, he doesn't deserve it. As he spoke, he recalled the Golden Lion, once a ruthless man at sea. But after a leg was severed during his escape from prison, he became useless. Almost an entire morning passed, and Karl exerted great effort, finally persuading Sengoku with his silver tongue. In the end, Sengoku had no choice but to agree to Karl's request, which wasn't too excessive. Karl was right. Rather than letting Enel become a potential enemy of the Navy, it was better to recruit him directly. Not only would this strengthen the Navy, but it would also relieve some of Karl's pressure. It was a win-win situation. Furthermore, regarding Enel's identity, it would suffice to label him as an apprentice shipwright. This would neither raise suspicion nor hinder Karl's departure, making it very easy for Sengoku. All of Karl's preparations were flawless, with no loopholes except for the ambiguity surrounding Enel's background. Thus, Sengoku had no other option but to agree to Karl's request to let Enel join his crew. However, Sengoku insisted on investigating Enel's background, to which Karl was indifferent. After all, no matter how much Sengoku investigated, he wouldn't be able to uncover that Enel was the god of Skypea in a short time. Even if he did find out by then, it would be too late to deny Enel's identity as a Navy member. Watch closely. Karl blocked all exits, leaving Sengoku feeling extremely uncomfortable. The 5 elders' inquiries were his concern. Karl didn't care. He had no standing to engage in dialogue, making Sengoku the most unfortunate middleman. After lunch, they gathered at the meeting point. Karl intentionally arrived last, wanting to observe their reactions. As soon as the 6 uniformed individuals arrived, they all focused on the non-uniformed Enel. Black Feather frowned. Where's your uniform? Enel replied, too much trouble. This is comfortable, and I'm not disrespecting anyone. Saying this, he draped the injured Navy cloak around himself. Melinda was displeased. Aren't you a Navy member? This is very disrespectful to the uniform. Enel laughed loudly. Yaha, don't exaggerate. I can crush all the strong Navy members. You're not qualified. Wait for that bastard Karl to come. Emphasizing bastard made even Black Feather feel uneasy. At that moment, a silent man with stubble spoke up. He is not a Navy member. Black Feather was shocked. How do you know? The man pointed at his eyes. I have an excellent memory. I've seen all the Navy members in the headquarters, and he is not one of them. Melinda was furious. If he is not a Navy member, how did he sneak in? What does he want? She was already irritated, and now she was even angrier, her aura flaring as she walked forward. Meanwhile, Karl leisurely flew towards the gathering point. Using his observation hockey, he observed each of their reactions. The helmsman, Ireland, was the calmest. He said nothing and quietly waited for Karl to arrive. Enel was just as arrogant as before, but had toned it down significantly compared to when he was in Skypiea. After Karl's education, Enel realized that there were many strong individuals in this world. Karl had also told him that there were at least hundreds of strong individuals at the Navy headquarters on the same level as himself, with dozens even stronger. This made Enel more cautious, fearing for his life. After all, his current identity was still that of an illegal resident. There was no one like him at the Navy headquarters. If he were to die, Karl could only mourn for him and find a good grave to bury him. There would be nothing else he could do. Next was Melinda Nilu. Just as Pizza had said, she had a fiery temper, exuding an air of being the top of the world, with herself being third. However, this was somewhat similar to the personality of most giant races. After all, she was a human taught by giants and had inherited half of their strength due to her unique physique. This gave her the confidence to be arrogant. Following her was Enzo. He had a good personality, was attractive, and was very rational. The only flaw Karl found was his naturally dull eyes, which brought down his overall appearance. Black Feather said little and maintained her aloof demeanor. However, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Karl believed that once they all became familiar with each other, Black Feather's aloofness would gradually disappear. Then there was the chef, the cat demon. Yes, the cute little girl with cat ears and a tail was the chef Karl personally sought. Her cooking skills were average, but she had her unique insights regarding desserts. Pay attention. The food on the ship can be average, but the dessert after meals must be top-notch. The chef cat demon understood desserts well and was also a Zoan-type leopard cat fruit user, capable of self-defense. She loved to use her powers partially, keeping her cat ears and tail, looking cute yet different, and not fitting in with her peers, which only made her more appealing to older gentlemen. Finally, there was the sniper, Jess. He had observation hockey, with a limited range but an impressive long-range shot, which was the sniper's ace. He was also an excellent navigator. If not for his reclusive personality offending others, Karl would never have picked him up to join the crew. Karl shook his head and smiled wryly. This group, on closer inspection, were all problem children. Only Ireland could be considered a normal person. He hadn't expected most of the recruits to be like this, but their explosive potential and strong abilities made it worth it. By standards, Karl himself was also a problem child. Before long, Karl arrived at the gathering spot, and everyone instantly became serious. Even Enel didn't dare to chatter mindlessly, still remembering the beating he received yesterday. Karl smiled and asked, "Sorry for being late. Do you mind?" He was doing it on purpose, wanting to see who would object. Someone spoke up. "Lord Karl, our gathering time was half an hour ago. How can you be so strong?" Nilu couldn't believe it. She had only joined the Navy half a month earlier. How could he be so much stronger? Now she could hold her own against a Navy major. But Karl was only a brigadier general. She couldn't accept the disparity in strength at all. Enel was the first to mock. "Yaha, Karl is a monster. You're too naive." Nilu turned around and glared angrily. Her looks and figure were above average, with short orange hair looking cool, but her figure was flat, and she had been raised by giants, not considering herself a girl at all. Enel sneered. "Not convinced? I'll teleport next to you. If you can touch me, you win. How about it?" Nilu was shocked. "How can you be so fast?" But she didn't back down and threw a punch. As a result, Enel stood still, and Nilu's punch went right through him. He even dared to yawn. Nilu angrily returned to the team, her confidence crushed, but she didn't admit defeat, staring at Karl and asking, "When can I learn hockey? I must crush this Logia bastard." Everyone at the Navy headquarters understood devil fruits, and Nilu immediately recognized that Enel was a Logia type, but she couldn't guess what his ability was. After all, Enel hadn't made a move yet. The others were also surprised to see Enel's ability. Pay attention. Everyone was stunned. Karl had actually recruited a Logia-type devil fruit user. It was known that all three admirals were Logia types, and everyone understood how powerful that was. Although Enel couldn't match the three admirals now, his future was bright. Karl said to Nilu, "You wait. Your strength is sufficient, but your mindset isn't. You need to calm down for a while. After boarding the ship, I will personally teach you all hockey. How much you can learn depends on yourselves." He wasn't going to keep it a secret. These people were his foundation, and the faster their strength increased, the better it was for him. After the brief interlude, Karl addressed everyone again, emphasizing repeatedly, "The New World and the Grand Line are not on the same level at all. Your strength is only above average in the Grand Line. Enel is considered the ceiling of the first half. In the New World, a Navy warship sailed alone. The clouds in the sky were thick, and a heavy rainstorm was imminent. Yet the people on the ship were completely unperturbed. Although the weather in the New World was harsh and changeable, it was just a minor issue for them. Karl used the float fruit to make the ship fly, dodging the bad weather, as if it were child's play. So everyone was in the training room, waiting for Karl to address them. Karl opened his mouth. Today is the first day at sea. No matter how well you all rested, you will follow my orders now. 1,000 push-ups every day to build your strength. Hey, you and Cat Demon will do 500. You're not combat personnel, just girls who haven't been in a fight. The rest must do the full amount. Good physical condition is the key to survival. Don't think about catching pirates in the new world. Right now, it's hard enough to stay alive. He was deliberately striking down this proud group, especially Nilu and Enel. If he didn't toughen them up, going to the new world would be a death sentence. Although Nilu didn't understand why they practiced this. As long as it could increase her strength, she had no objections. Enel's face was extremely grim. He had developed the rumble fruit fiercely, but had never trained his body. 1,000 push-ups were too difficult for him. The others were puzzled, but still followed suit and started training. Hey, you spoke up. Lord Karl. You don't have to worry about us. Cat Demon and I have discussed it. What they can do, we can too. Don't forget we're Zoan types. Our stamina won't be worse than theirs. Cat Demon chimed in. That's right, Meow. We're not inferior. Karl was a bit surprised. He didn't expect them to be so proactive. He had indeed underestimated these two. Just based on their Zoan abilities, their stamina wouldn't lose to others. Even if they didn't fight much, having more survival skills wouldn't hurt. So Karl agreed to their request. From then on, 1,000 push-ups became a mandatory lesson for everyone, and Karl himself did over 2,000 daily, sometimes pushing to 3,000 when in good condition. This peaceful routine lasted for 7 days until Karl arrived at Punk Hazard. Originally, he was supposed to head to Dressrosa according to his route, but then Sengoku notified him that unknown toxic gas had appeared in Punk Hazard and instructed him to investigate. Karl accepted the order and turned back on the way. Everyone rested in place. After an hour, we would arrive at Punk Hazard. Pay attention, Karl ordered. Nilu and will come with me. The rest guard the ship. If you encounter enemies, notify me immediately with the snail. Understood. Everyone stopped their training and began to fulfill their duties. Aelin checked the nautical charts for concealed anchorage, while Jess was responsible for vigilance against pirates. Caesar sneered. Ha ha ha. Monet, you can handle those Navy guys outside, right? The one in charge is just a rear admiral. You can take care of him, right? He didn't take Karl seriously. Only a vice admiral could make him wary, and a rear admiral was nothing in the new world. Monet nodded and walked outside, while Caesar stared at the screen and saw Karl and the others approaching the castle gate, revealing a sinister smile. Ha, Navy, welcome to Death Island. Enjoy yourselves. As soon as he spoke, the castle gate opened, and the toxic gas spraying device followed suit. On the other side, Karl originally wanted to use magic to open the door, but the castle opened by itself, leaving the three of them stunned. Enel smirked. Looks like the master is quite confident. Just sending one person to open the door. Does he look down on me that much? He swaggered in, keeping his observation hockey active, having already heard Caesar mumbling in the basement. Karl also heard it, but didn't rush to act. He wanted to see what trick Caesar would pull, leading Nilu and Enel into the castle. Before long, both Karl and Enel sensed something was off with the air. Karl laughed. This must be the toxic gas Sengoku mentioned, right? Apart from Logia types, everyone else will suffer here. The sealed environment and closed ventilation would even trouble a vice admiral. He immediately used magic to cover the three of them in clean air. Logia types could ignore the toxic gas, and the float fruit could isolate it. So they had no fear. As they passed through the toxic gas area, Caesar was completely panicked. He never expected that Karl and the others would be completely unafraid of the toxic mist, quickly shouting for his subordinates to stop them. They must not be allowed to enter the core area. However, just as his subordinates showed their heads and hadn't even moved, Enel snapped his fingers, and several bolts of lightning instantly blasted them to pieces. Enel snorted coldly, truly overestimating themselves. Their movements had long been seen through by him. There was no need to wait for them to strike. Karl and the others made it smoothly to the basement level of the castle, which was the entrance to the secret base. Karl asked, Nilu, this door is pretty thick. Are you okay? Nilu clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Don't worry. Leave it to me. With one punch, the massive door was instantly left with deep fist marks, cracks covering the entire door. Are you telling the truth? Rear Admiral Karl, I order you to break through Punk Hazard, and I'll send people from a G5 branch to assist right now. After Karl briefly explained the situation here, it caught Sengoku's high attention. Pay attention. Although Sengoku had previously suspected Punk Hazard, he had no solid evidence, which was why he sent Karl to check the toxic gas and see if there were any anomalies. As a result, they indeed found a problem, and Sengoku's expression turned grim. This had once been a Navy experimental base. If it weren't for the frequent toxic gas emissions, it wouldn't have been abandoned and had now become a secret place no one wanted to go to. Karl said, "Marshal, I have insider information. There might be a pirate spy in the G5 branch. Although I'm not sure who. For safety, don't let the Navy from the New World come. It's best to send an admiral over. With an admiral, the spy won't be able to cause trouble." Sengoku frowned. "Are you sure? A spy within the Navy is no small matter." Karl replied, "Not certain, but better to be safe than sorry. Admiral Kuzan is in the New World. It's much faster for him to come than for G5 personnel." This sounded reasonable, and it would also allow Kazan to return. The G5 personnel would not dare to voice any grievances. But Sengoku disagreed with suspecting colleagues based on rumors. "Enough. After resolving Punk Hazard, wait 2 days. I'll have Kazan come to take over. As for G5's situation, bring me evidence before you speak." Karl responded, "Understood. Enemies are coming. I'll hang up." After hanging up the snail, he snapped his fingers and instantly eliminated the ambushing enemies. Karl thought to himself, Sengoku still believes the Navy is like an ironclad. If I hadn't crossed over, I wouldn't believe Virgo was a man of Doflamingo. He hid too well, only helping Doflamingo with underground transactions, not touching secrets. It was too hard to gather evidence. But Karl didn't care. Virgo and Doflamingo had long been on his kill list. But he currently lacked enough strength and status to deal with them directly, so he could only find trouble to force them to show their flaws. Meanwhile, Enel and Monet were in a fierce battle, but neither could do anything to the other. Monet could control temperature to create low temperatures, even snow falling on Karl. Blizzard. Monet knew that no Navy rear admiral was easy to deal with, so she directly unleashed her big move to try to eliminate Karl. In an instant, a blizzard turned the entire room into an icy realm, and Monet transformed into a snow demon, charging at him with a fierce expression. Facing this fierce attack, Karl simply shook his head, casually picking up a piece of deadwood, one-sword style, without any flashy moves. He wrapped his hockey around the deadwood and stepped forward. The next second, Karl's figure vanished in Monet's eyes. By the time she reacted, Karl was already behind her, slowly sheathing his sword. Aido. With the sound of his voice, Monet felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her vision suddenly became strange. Pay attention. In the last second Monet's consciousness lingered, she saw her body falling from the air. She finally realized that she had been decapitated. Karl had eliminated Monet in an instant, feeling no ripple in his heart. Killing pirates was just part of his daily routine. Although Monet was cute, Karl would never take her in. She was utterly devoted to Doflamingo, and forcibly pulling her into the group wouldn't guarantee her loyalty. In the original story, she would rather die than expose the plan. This loyalty was admirable, and death was actually the best outcome for her. Enel laughed wildly. "Ha ha, as expected of you." One sword strike, and she was taken out. He looked at Karl's light and effortless sword strike and recalled how he had been shattered by Karl in 2 moves back then. If Karl hadn't had thoughts of recruiting him, he would have been gone long ago. Karl patted Enel's shoulder. "You need to learn hockey? While the Logia type is powerful, without hockey, you can't fully unleash your strength. There are many experts in the New World. Your current strength isn't enough." Enel nodded. Full of confidence, he finally understood that he had been a frog in a well. Even small fry in the New World had Logia types, and hockey was too important. On the other side, Caesar panicked when he saw Monet being killed on the monitor. He hurriedly called Buggy for help, saying, "Joke, hurry and send someone to save me. Monet is dead, and the test subjects have been rescued. I'm in big trouble. If you don't save me, the plan will be exposed." No matter how confident he was, he knew that with just Karl and the others, he couldn't hold out for long. Someone who could take out Monet in an instant definitely had strength above a rear admiral. Ding! The choice system has been triggered upon encountering Caesar. Option 1. Recruit Caesar as a crew member. Reward: Caesar's loyalty. Option 2. Kill Caesar, destroy the artificial devil fruit. Reward: a random devil fruit. Option 3. Let Caesar go. Reward: Doflamingo Kadu's favor random attribute increase by 1 level. Karl stroked his chin. Is this the only reward I get this time? He thought about it and realized it made sense. Caesar posed no threat to him, and destroying the artificial fruit base had little impact on the plot. At most, it would make Kaido and Doflamingo hate him, but those two were already enemies. So he didn't care at all. Then, without hesitation, Karl swiftly eliminated the begging Caesar. He would not let this scum go. Caesar had committed numerous crimes, even kidnapping children for human experiments. He was truly a demon. Although Vegapunk also conducted experiments, he only used willing participants and retained some humanity. While Caesar could harm anyone, there was no need to let such a scumbag continue to wreak havoc on the world. Pay attention. Karl, accompanied by Enel, searched the secret base thoroughly. During the process, they encountered an ugly little dragon, which Karl immediately eliminated, only to discover it was Momonosuke. Killing the wrong target didn't matter. Who told this guy to sneak attack without saying a word and look so scary? He deserved to die. After organizing the base's information and rescuing the children, Karl instructed Enel to destroy the place. Enel transformed into a 1,000-meter-tall thunder giant, gathering thunder from the sky, and the annihilating thunder struck down instantly, blowing the huge castle to smithereens. Enel smiled as he reverted to his normal form, feeling extremely proud. His training over the past few days was not in vain, and his control over the fruit had become even more explosive. Nilou watched Enel, clenching her fists in frustration. She couldn't win now, but she firmly believed that after learning armament hockey, she would definitely not be weaker than Enel. Karl also completed option 2, obtaining the snow fruit, but he didn't take it out immediately for fear of suspicion. He planned to go out for a spin and come up with a backstory while pondering who between Nilou and Enzo would be suitable to eat it. Karl spoke up. Next, let's set up camp and wait for Kazan. I'll leave the children's safety to you. I'm going to patrol the surrounding sea. If you encounter enemies, notify me quickly, and I'll be back in an instant. After saying this, he left Punk Hazard without any psychological burden. This island looked pretty nice before it turned into the island of ice and fire. It was about time to head back. Karl mainly came out to find an excuse for the snow fruit, so he didn't plan to stay too long. As evening approached, he was ready to return. However, just then, a shabby little boat entered his sight, and the pirate flag on it was extremely eye-catching. It was actually Blackbeard Teach's pirate crew. Teach also noticed Karl, and waved with a grin that looked like he was constipated. Karl sneered. Since we've already greeted each other, wouldn't it seem cowardly if I didn't go over? He flew directly toward them. He wasn't worried about Teach making a move. Teach had to bide his time. His ambitions wouldn't be exposed until the war at the top, and no one was more ruthless than him when it came to patience. Although Karl wanted to crush this ambitious man, Teach was not weak and still held the title of Warlord of the Sea, so he couldn't act without the right opportunity. On the other hand, Teach intended to mock Karl when he greeted him, but he was taken aback when Karl not only was he offended, but boldly flew over. Teach was momentarily stunned, panicking internally. What should I do? This guy came so soon? It's not good for me to fight him now. Otherwise, my plan will go down the drain. It's better to endure for now. Pay attention, Teach thought to himself. This little brat shouldn't dare to fight me, right? Even if he does, it's the Navy's fault, right? After analyzing the pros and cons, he concluded that as long as he didn't strike first, even if a fight broke out, it would be Karl's responsibility. Once he figured this out, he instantly relaxed, his signature smile returning as he personally stood at the bow to welcome Karl. Teach laughed wildly. Haha, Lord Karl, it's a pleasure to have you aboard my ship. Do you have any advice? Before Karl even arrived, his voice boomed. Humph. I wouldn't dare to give advice to a warlord of the sea. How about I just kill all of you? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted. Teach's crew hadn't reacted yet, and half of them were already knocked unconscious. The rest, except for Teach, were feeling the pressure and had to exert most of their strength just to withstand it. It's known that conqueror's haki grows stronger with strength. It doesn't just clear out weaklings. It can also weaken enemies. Teach was now sweating profusely, having to concentrate to negate the effects of the haki. Teach glanced at Karl's military uniform. No wonder you are the Navy's rising star. I suppose I should now call you Major Karl? Pirates like him were well aware of Navy ranks. Just as Karl was teasing Blackbeard, something unexpected happened on Punk Hazard. One of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, Drought Jack, suddenly attacked. If it weren't for Enel's observation haki, everyone wouldn't have noticed at all. Thanks to Enel, Black Feather and Cat Demon were able to lead the children to a safe area and prepare more. Enzo spoke up. It's actually Disaster Jack. We need to buy time for Karl to return. His strength isn't the strongest, but he's the most reliable. As someone who escaped from Wano country, he understood how fierce the 3 disasters were. When a group of people escaped back then, he was the only one who survived, relying on his brother's connections and a bit of luck, without even having the chance to fight the disasters or even meet the Flying Six. But Enel and Nilou were eager to try. During this time, aside from training, Karl also forced them to learn about the 4 emperors, although they didn't remember much. They did recall the characteristics of the 4 emperors and the strong combat power of their subordinates. Jack's characteristics were too obvious. Enel recognized him at a glance, just by looking at the bounty notice. Enel laughed wildly. Haha, no matter how strong you are, I won't lose. I am a thunder god, Enel. Despite laughing, his eyes were extremely cautious, underestimating tactics, but taking the strategy seriously. He knew the strength of the three disasters was between the first and second lines. Jack could walk sideways in the New World, except against admirals and the four emperors. So he didn't dare to underestimate him. Nilou shared the same thoughts as Enel. She knew Jack's strength was formidable, but she also wanted to test and see who was stronger between her and Jack. Pay attention. Nilou heard that the four emperors all had the strength of super giant races, and even their famous subordinates were not weaker than giants. Jack, as a tank, had explosive strength. Nilou now wanted to understand just how much difference there was between her power and such a tough character. But while Enel and Nilou were excited, the others were almost worried to death, especially Cat Demon. She couldn't fight at all and was the weakest among them, equivalent to a Navy lieutenant. If it weren't for her devil fruit ability, even though Karl valued her dessert-making skills, he wouldn't have let her board the ship. Yet, even though she was scared, she quickly moved to transfer the children, efficiently collaborating with Black Feather to move all the kids away. Black Feather had combat power, but her hands were not meant for fighting. If something happened to her and others were mortally wounded, no one would be able to heal them. So everyone unanimously decided to let her and Cat Demon hide with the children while quickly using the Den Den Mushy to notify Karl. Huh, my gift is quite nice, right? Jack from the Kaido Pirates. Enel floated in the air, hands on his hips, laughing wildly. His thunder attack didn't harm Jack, but directly rendered Jack's ship immobile, completely extinguishing any thoughts of sinking the warship. Jack, the big oaf, was furious. Who the hell are you? You're looking for death. He shouldered a cannon and fired at the sky, but the cannonballs all passed through Enel. After firing several shots, he finally confirmed that Enel was a Logia user. But Jack's knowledge was lacking. He hadn't seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and aside from a few famous ones, he didn't know about other fruit abilities. After a moment of confusion, he yelled, "What kind of Devil Fruit user are you?" Enel laughed, haha, why should I tell you? Although his IQ is not high, he has been taught by Karl and will never reveal his abilities voluntarily, no matter how obvious they are. Keeping his trump card hidden is the best way to maximize its usefulness. However, he didn't expect Jack to be really stupid. Such an obvious ability went unnoticed even after several attempts, and his head must be full of muscles. Jack roared and squatted down, using his powerful strength and monstrous weight to bend his own ship. In the next second, he launched into the air, charging straight at Enel, moving so fast that he reached him in an instant. Jack's fist, wrapped in hockey, smashed down. Although he is foolish, he knows that to hit a Logia user, he must use hockey, or he wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. But to Enel, this attack was full of flaws. He transformed into lightning to dodge, and another bolt of thunder struck down. Jack was hit head-on, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. Enel laughed maniacally. "Yeah, billion volts, the thunder god descends." He held nothing back and directly unleashed one of his strongest moves. A massive thunder giant materialized in midair, raining down punches on Jack, who was on the ground. Look closely. With every punch Enel threw, the ground shook violently and the sea churned. Even the clouds in the sky were gathered into dense thunderclouds, creating an explosive scene. Jack's subordinates, seeing their boss being ground into the dirt, were both shocked and angry, wanting to help. But in the next moment, a sharp slash sent the first few pirates running straight into the sea. Enzo stood on a pile of rubble, his gaze sharp, the silver knife in his hand gleaming ominously. He knew he couldn't beat Jack, so he decided to deal with the cannon fodder. Jack was notoriously bad at leading troops and loved to vent his anger on his subordinates. Anyone with a bit of strength didn't want to follow him for fear of dying without knowing why. Enel, be careful. Nilou, who had been blasted away, adjusted her position with all her might to avoid a disastrous fall, not forgetting to remind Enel. At this moment, Jack had transformed into his Beastman form, his height surging, and his explosive power and speed much greater than before. Enel reacted, but his elementalization was still a step too slow. The massive thunder giant was directly scattered by Jack's body. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow by transforming, but his abdomen was still grazed, leaving a large gash. Although this wound was not as severe as the one Karl had inflicted earlier, it didn't knock him out. However, Enel, who rarely got injured and had poor resilience, saw his combat effectiveness drop significantly and even his control over lightning was not as smooth as before. Jack laughed wildly. "Haha, die, you arrogant little brat." Seeing Enel injured, he didn't know how he did it, but he forcefully turned around in midair and charged at him. Enel had no choice but to summon a network of lightning to intercept him. But the thunder that could knock Jack down before now felt like a water gun against him, utterly useless. Damn it. Enel transformed into lightning again and barely dodged. But Jack suddenly threw out two massive curved blades wrapped in light hockey. Though the concentration was low, it was enough to hurt a Logia user. Plus, with Jack's explosive strength, he could take down an adult giant. If these blades hit, Enel would be cut in half. Enel wanted to transform again, but the pain in his wound made him hesitate. The blades were right in front of him, and he had no time to dodge. In a moment of crisis, Enzo and Nilu suddenly rushed over, barely taking the two blades for him. But the price was that both were sent flying. With new wounds added, Enzo had a weapon to protect him, so his injury wasn't too severe, but Nilu, relying solely on her physical strength, took the hit without hockey, and her shoulder was cut deep enough to see bone. Enel was completely enraged. Although he and Nilu didn't get along, they'd spent a week together, and he felt some attachment. Seeing his companion injured, he transformed into a giant thunder giant to retaliate. But just then, Jack's figure suddenly charged in. Jack appeared before Enel with a sinister smile, grabbing the giant thunder giant's face. Look closely, Jack roared, instantly crushing the thunder giant, then threw a punch straight at Enel's face. This was his full-powered attack in a fit of rage, and Enel knew clearly, if he got hit by this punch, he was done for. He wanted to transform and escape, but his injuries held him back. Nilu was stunned, but Enzo nodded thoughtfully. Black Feather waved her hand. "It's Lord Karl. He asked back and will take me to heal your wounds." She quickly used one hand to transform into wings, bandaging the injuries of the three and supporting them toward the warship. Enzo sighed. "Lord Karl's strength is incredible. I had only heard rumors before, but now I'm truly amazed." He didn't expect Karl to be able to control such a fierce hurricane, though it didn't look as intimidating as Enel's lightning. The quality of the hurricane was far superior, no doubt about it. The others nodded in agreement. Only Nilu and Enel had fought Karl, with Nilu testing a few moves and Enel being taken down in 2 hits, not even enough to warm up. Today, they would finally witness the clash between Karl and Jack. On the other side, Karl didn't reveal himself directly, but hid in the clouds, controlling the hurricane. He knew that Jack's strength and hockey were fierce, but his observation hockey was a weakness, and he was prone to rage. Observation hockey needed to be used calmly, and Karl aimed to make him lose his cool, increasing his odds of victory. Oh, can't hold on anymore? Jack was indeed hard to deal with. Karl saw Jack transform into a mammoth and smash down hard onto the ground. Once the ancient mammoth form was activated, Jack's defense and weight doubled, and dozens of tons were impossible to budge, creating a massive crater. Karl instantly wielded both blades, launching slashes several times fiercer than Enzo's at the mammoth. Jack sensed the attack and roared as he swung his long trunk wrapped in hockey. With a squelch, his trunk received 2 deep wounds. One more hit and it would snap. But after transforming into a mammoth, he was insensitive to pain and only felt that this enemy was much more troublesome than the previous little brat. Jack roared, "Who ambushed me? Come out." He then transformed back to beastman form. While the mammoth was fierce, it was not agile. Against a swordsman, it was a sitting duck, and in human form. He could use his fruit perfectly, though his defense and strength were a bit lacking. Karl's figure slowly emerged from the air, and his conqueror's hockey instantly enveloped Jack. Jack was drenched in sweat, instinctively taking a step back. Without resistance to Conqueror's hockey, anyone hit by it would be affected. The dimwit was no exception, but the affected Jack looked closely. Karl complained, "Really tough skin and thick flesh. My full-powered strike didn't even break a bone, just scratched the surface, so unsatisfying." He hadn't expected Jack's defense to be even more explosive than he had imagined, with muscle, fruit, and hockey stacked up, making his attacks unable to be fatal. Although every hit made Jack howl in pain, not being able to kill him was a significant problem, and Karl couldn't take him down in a short time. But Karl's speed was at maximum. Jack's speed and observation hockey were weaknesses, making him completely restrained. Even with his strength, he could only be toyed with by Karl. Karl was aware that Jack was definitely not his opponent. It was just that this guy could take hits well, which was a bit time-consuming. But Jack was not convinced. He had never been beaten so badly by an unknown person. Not even against a vice admiral of the New World Navy. Jack roared and charged again, still the same reckless way, not learning his lesson, charging in foolishly. Karl instantly moved behind him, executing his Iato technique again, adding more wounds to Jack, but he still refused to back down. Unless he was hit in a vital area, he would fall. Karl was getting a headache. Jack's recovery and defense were too fierce. But he knew very well that Jack's strength was not top tier on the sea. Suddenly, Karl's eyes sharpened. Since he was so troublesome, let us see if the ocean can crush you. He remembered that in the original story, Jack had been beaten into the sea multiple times. Although he could breathe, the deep sea was not pleasant, and he planned to throw him into the turbulent waters near an underwater volcano. Karl dodged the attack, waving his hand to summon a massive whirlwind to try to lift Jack. But Jack instantly transformed into a mammoth, forcing himself to land. Karl sneered. You can defend against the wind, but can you defend against the ground rising? He then roared, lift up. The land around Punk Hazard was directly uprooted by his ability. The seawater surged out from the void, but Karl didn't care, taking the land and Jack up into the sky. Jack, now in human form, panicked on the spot. Navy brat, what are you doing? Though he is well-read and experienced, even he was shocked by this situation. The people on the warship exchanged glances, and after the initial shock, only 2 words remained to describe Karl. Monster. Even if they didn't want to admit it, there was no denying that Karl was a true monster. The most crucial part was that he was only 20 years old. It's important to note that the 3 admirals of the Navy had this level of strength when they were almost 30, and at that time they were still newcomers. Far from being called monsters. But Karl had this strength at such a young age, making his future impossible to estimate. Yeah, although I felt that following Karl would broaden my horizons and improve my abilities, look closely. Enel laughed maniacally. I always thought that being with Karl would allow me to gain experience and strength, but I've never felt this good and confident like today. I have a feeling that as long as I keep up with Karl's pace, my strength will absolutely soar. Though his words were illogical, no one could keep up with Karl's rhythm. He gained the approval of more than half the people. The proud Niru blushed, extremely excited. With such a powerful commander, their motivation to become stronger surged to the max. It's important to know that there are many ruthless characters like Jack on the sea. Relying solely on Karl, they would eventually become a burden. Niru clenched her injured fist. I agree. From today on, I will double my training intensity. Enel laughed in response, and the others joined in, but Enzo laughed too hard and pulled at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. The usually quiet Erlen pointed at the panicking remnants of the pirate crew not far away. What about those people? Should we take care of them? Heiyu and Cat Demon immediately showed a cunning smile. Leave it to us. Cat Demon instantly transformed into a mini leopard print cat. Her aura changed. She was even cuter. Although the leopard cat fruit could enhance stamina, its combat power was average, and combined with her self-directed transformation, her cuteness was maximized. Heiyu didn't change much. Just turn her hands into pitch-black wings and her feet into claws, grabbing Cat Demon's back and flying over. Jess shook his head, setting up his gun for cover. Though he knew the two could handle the pirates without issue, it was always good to be prepared just in case. A moment later, Heiyu and Cat Demon flew back a bit messily, but were extremely happy. This was their first battle, and they handled it perfectly. Those rabble were simply not enough to fight. At this moment, Karl, who had thrown Jack into the underwater volcano, also flew back. In fact, he had arrived early. He just wanted to watch Heiyu and Cat Demon perform and didn't want to interrupt them, so he waited in the sky for a while. Enel had already sensed him with his observation haki, but didn't make a sound. When everyone saw Karl return, they immediately cheered. Lord Karl. Brigadier General Karl. Karl waved his hand. What are you all gathering around me for? Go do what you need to do. Settle the kids down, and then tomorrow and the day after. Admiral Kazan. Time passed little by little, and 3 days later, Karl finally received a call from Kazan. Due to the weather, Kazan would be late to Punk Hazard, but he would arrive by early this morning at the latest. Karl didn't mind, and just told him to pay attention to safety before hanging up the transponder snail. Here, Karl spent his training time playing with the kids, which was a rare joy. Although these kids were pitiful, having many companions meant they were not lonely. If they all became reclusive, Karl would truly have no way to help. Besides Cat Demon and Heiyu, the other crew members were also training. However, besides Jess and Niru, the others hadn't improved much in strength over these few days. After eating the snow fruit, Jess's observation haki improved directly, and he developed a new move, a compressed snowball that was as hard as steel. shooting it out at a speed comparable to bullets. Its destructive power was explosive. This move didn't have a name yet, but it perfectly suited his sniper style, allowing him to smash enemies from a distance. Pay attention. Jess had just obtained the snow fruit, and his new move was still not fully developed. Creating a super bullet-powered snowball took considerable time, and he could only create one at a time. This limitation made him extremely frustrated, feeling that he wasn't enjoying sniping. But if used well, he could easily hit targets from 1,000 miles away. To be precise, as long as it was within his observation hockey coverage area, this move was guaranteed to hit. Its power was many times greater than bullets. Moreover, this move had room for improvement. Once his strength increased, he could achieve instant firing or even simultaneous multi-shot. Plus, since it was a Logia type, most snipers had poor physical abilities, but this fruit provided Jess with a considerable margin for error, making it difficult for him to be taken out in close combat. Next, let's look at Niru. She had been training hard these past few days, directly doubling her training goals. Although Karl appreciated her drive, he still advised her not to overexert herself. Fortunately, Niru's physique was not average, and she managed to endure it. Although Karl was speechless, he was also looking forward to what potential her special physique could unleash. However, no matter how hard Niru worked, she still hadn't awakened her armament hockey. Karl personally taught her, but unfortunately, the time was too short. She had only grazed the edges of hockey and was still a layer away from mastering it. Once she broke through that layer, everything would fall into place. As for observation hockey, Niru had no talent for it, so she could only go with the flow and wait until her strength increased to lure it more efficiently. Enel and Enzo hadn't made any progress in the last 3 days. They had not slacked off in training, but had also done extra training. However, they didn't have Niru's physique, and after extra training, they were completely exhausted, lacking the energy to learn hockey. So they could only focus on improving their physical condition first. Cat Demon and Heyu hadn't trained these past few days. They've been taking care of the kids, and asking them to train was too much. As for Erlen, this guy was absurdly low-key. If he didn't actively seek him out, he was like an invisible man, completely ignored. Those who didn't know would think. Lord Karl looked quickly. That is a newsbird. Meow. Cat Demon suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. But when everyone saw it was a newsbird, they lost interest. Who hasn't seen one before? However, Cat Demon was extremely curious about the newsbird and even reached out to try and grab it. As a result, the newsbird misunderstood, thinking she wanted to buy a newspaper, and flew unguarded into Cat Demon's hands. The next second, Cat Demon directly bear-hugged it. Got you. Meow. Completely indifferent to the newsbird's screams, she dropped quite a few newspapers from its body onto the ground. These were all money. The newsbird had tears in its eyes, unsure whether it was upset about the lost newspapers or too excited from being caught. Enel snorted disdainfully. What are you so excited about? It's just a newsbird. Though he had never seen one, he had no interest whatsoever. Cat Demon was extremely excited. Meow. This is a newsbird. I've never seen a live one in my whole life. I've only seen newspapers at the Navy base, never a bird. I wanted to hug one for so long, it's so cute. Meow. Heyu beside her twitched the corners of her mouth and patted her head. Let it go. You're about to choke it to death. Cat Demon was startled. Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to meow. Pay attention. Once Heyu reminded her. Cat Demon panicked and immediately released the almost choked newsbird. After the bird broke free, it didn't even pay attention to the newspapers on the ground and flew straight into the sky with a scream, clearly afraid that Cat Demon would attack again. Cat Demon watched the flying newsbird, feeling super dejected. It flew away, meow, clearly not done playing. Heyu casually picked up a newspaper from the ground, glanced at it, and suddenly exclaimed, Lord Karl, there's news about you in this. Karl, who was practicing swordsmanship, stopped his movements and walked over, casually picking up the newspaper. Good heavens. The largest headline was about him smashing Jack. Although the photo was blurry, it clearly captured him using his abilities against the land and Jack. The angle was so clever that it perfectly captured his military rank on his uniform, his profile, and Jack's panicked expression. Even more absurdly, from this angle, Karl's profile looked like a giant, while Jack appeared tiny. And even that piece of land looked like a large island. Karl instantly recognized it. He had encountered this situation before when he was photographed in the news. He complained, that big news Morgan is really everywhere. It's so annoying. If you ask me, the most mysterious entities in the world of One Piece are not the Gorosei, not the Pirate King, and certainly not him, but these reporters. They can capture everything from the heavens to the earth. No matter where you are, they can get photos. Karl had to admit, these reporters are the real powerhouses. He shook his head to bring back his thoughts and continued reading the report. There's nothing to be done. The weather in the New World is so changeable, and I didn't expect to encounter a storm. Kazan waved his hand, looking indifferent, saying it was good that it was only a day late and wouldn't affect anything. Karl looked around, activated his observation hockey, but didn't see any other Navy warships, his face full of confusion. Kazan seemed to see through his thoughts and sat cross-legged on the ground. The storm damaged some ships. They'll come after repairs. I arrived early. They'll be here at the earliest tonight. Karl sighed in relief. That's good. These kids are too pitiful, and they've been injected with unknown drugs. The intelligence is on my ship. Most of it is experimental data I don't understand, but I'll bring it to you. Kazan helplessly replied. That's troublesome. Even if you bring it over, I won't understand it either. But bring it anyway. Leave this side of things to me. Sengoku asked me to tell you to keep patrolling. Don't stop. Karl laughed. Don't stop? You're asking me to circle the New World. He waved his hand, and an iron box filled with documents flew over. The float fruit is just too convenient. As long as it's a non-living object he has touched, and within his observation hockey range, he can retrieve it directly. Kazan patted the iron box and enviously said, this ability is really convenient. Incredible combat power, and it's useful in daily life, too. Then his gaze fell on a large water pit not far away. This was caused by the fight between Karl and Jack. At the time, Karl used whatever was convenient, not expecting that taking a small piece of land would turn into such a big pit. By the way, what do you think about today's news? Kazan glanced at the news on the ground and casually asked. Pay attention. Karl shrugged. What's so interesting about it? Big News Morgan loves to watch the excitement and doesn't care how big the trouble is. If Kaido really has his eyes on me, if I can't beat him, can I still run away? His tone was absurdly relaxed. Kazan nodded and said no more, putting on his eye patch and lying down on the ground. You've completed your mission. You can leave now. Just leave the kids to me. Karl's mouth twitched at this. Handing the kids over to you. Aren't they going to starve tonight? So he didn't listen at all, and when the Navy fleet arrived at night, he finally handed the kids over to Kazan. Kazan patted Karl's shoulder. Kid, don't die in the New World. You offended Gar for the sake of justice. That's not wrong. But the rules of the New World are crueler than you think. The Navy is not your backing. The only ones you can trust are your crew and your own strength. This is my experience. I wish you a pleasant journey. After saying that, he left Punk Hazard. Karl watched his back with a complex expression. He didn't expect Kazan to say so much. When he first met the three admirals, Kazan was the least concerned about him. Yet, Akainu, who was the most focused on him, he hadn't seen since. Young master, what should we do? Stick to the original plan to trap the Navy, or cooperate to crush the pirates? Toripole said with a loud voice, his nose running. Trapping the Navy has no benefits, but cooperating could scrape the pirates' wealth. The Navy wouldn't know that Punk Hazard was related to them. They'd just think it was a small grudge from a previous fight. He is the strategist and housekeeper of the Don Quixote family. When Doflamingo is not around, he relies on him to manage things. His intelligence has allowed him to assist Doflamingo until now. Doflamingo grinned. Do I need you to tell me this? I didn't expect this arrogant Navy to choose cooperation. It's so unexpected. I always feel like he has something he hasn't said. My intuition isn't good. Toripole was about to persuade him again when Baby 5, dressed in a maid outfit, suddenly barged in. Young master, it's bad. There's a riot at the port. The troublemakers say they are from the Big Mom pirates. Doflamingo's expression instantly darkened. What are Big Mom's people doing here? Baby 5, have you found out? Are they the sweet commanders or other ministers? He didn't expect someone to come and cause trouble at this time. Baby 5 replied. The other side said they just joined with a bounty of only 300 million berries. They're neither the sweet commanders nor the dessert minister. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Just a small fry? It seems I've been lying low for too long. Even cats and dogs dare to step on my face. Baby 5, go notify Pika. He suddenly stopped halfway through, revealing a sinister smile. You go down first. Don't worry about the port riot. We need to spread the word that they are Big Mom's people, letting everyone know that Big Mom has invaded Dressrosa. Understood, young master. I'll go right away. If you have any other orders, just say. Baby 5 saluted and rushed out. Pay attention. Baby 5, despite having a bit of a character flaw, is truly proactive. Whenever Doflamingo gives her a task, she always completes it at the fastest speed, provided it is within her capability. Toripole became anxious. Young master, what do you mean by this? If we let the riot go, we'll lose a lot of money. When Dressrosa is invaded, he first thinks about the family's property. not the lives of civilians. In their eyes, civilian lives are worth nothing and don't need to be considered at all. Doflamingo sneered. Tory Pole, you don't understand. Money can be easily regained through transactions, but opportunities to trap that brat Karl are rare. I already have a plan. We can cooperate and trap him at the same time. Thanks to those small fries, I want to see how you, who have offended 2 or 3 Yonko at the same time, will get out of this. After saying that, he picked up the din mushy and dialed Karl. Ha ha, sailing is just too exhilarating. It's simply a blast. Karl felt the airflow in the air and was laughing joyfully. He unleashed all his fruit abilities, pushing the speed to the maximum. Although controlling the ship to fly isn't as fast as flying himself, full-speed sailing isn't much slower. They had been at sea for a day since leaving Punk Hazard and were not far from Dressrosa. Not long after taking off, Karl spotted the shadow of Dressrosa. Comparing it with the nautical charts and log poses, he felt bored and slowed down, lowering the altitude. Just then, a news bird flew past, overtaken by the flying ship. The bird had marks around its neck and had lost quite a few feathers. It was stunned by the sight of the flying ship and even forgot to flap its wings. Luckily, its instincts kicked in, and it quickly flew up just before falling into the sea. Karl stood at the bow, looking disappointed. What a pity. I wanted to see the news bird turn into a water bird. He sighed and adjusted the speed to the slowest, just a bit faster than normal sailing. Anna laughed wildly. Yeah, isn't it thrilling? My speed isn't slow either, but being flown by someone else is completely different from flying by oneself. After being smashed by Karl previously, he was forcibly taken to the Navy headquarters. At that time, he was already weak, and Karl loved to make sharp turns while flying, almost killing him. Luckily, he often played with aerial acrobatics. Jess sighed. Thank goodness I ate the snow fruit. Otherwise, I'd be in the same miserable state as Erlen. He looked at Erlen, who was continuously throwing up, with sympathy, not mockery, just feeling sorry for him. Black Feather had also recovered. She could fly and knew the feeling in the air, plus her Zoan-type recovery was fast. Seeing Erlen's miserable state, she hurried over to treat him, lest he throw up all his stomach acid. Cat Demon directly turned into a dead cat, lying on the ship, not moving at all, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Nilu, however, was completely different. She radiated an unusual rosy hue, her face flushed. At first, she rejected this kind of flying. The feeling of weightlessness made her uncomfortable, but slowly adapting, she actually fell in love with this feeling. Pay attention. Just as Nilu was about to enjoy the thrill of flying, they were nearing their destination, and Karl abruptly stopped the flying ship. This left her unsatisfied, and she couldn't help but ask, Lord Karl, will we have another chance? I want more. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected Nilu to say such a thing. Karl had a very strange expression, staring at Nilu, who seemed a bit off, feeling that she had awakened some strange attribute. He quickly changed the subject. Ahem. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You go wake up Enzo. That guy's probably bumping around in the training room and has a head full of bumps by now. We're almost at our destination. I'll go down and clear a wave of pirates first, and you guys can follow over in a bit. While speaking, Karl thought Doflamingo sounded so urgent that he assumed it was either the sweet commanders or other ministers from the Charlotte family who had come. But seeing that only small fries with the Big Mom name were present, he immediately lost interest. However, as a Navy officer, he couldn't neglect his duties. Even in Dressrosa, he had to protect the safety of the civilians here. As for Doflamingo's property, he couldn't care less. Karl flew into the air and shouted loudly, All pirates, stop immediately. I am Rear Admiral Karl, and you are all under arrest. His voice was extremely loud, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The pirates looked up at him, initially curious and worried. But when they heard him announce his rank, they burst into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, a mere Rear Admiral from the Navy thinks he can catch us? Overestimating himself. Kid, go back to your mother's womb and drink milk. This is not a place for you. We are under the 4 Emperors' Big Mom. You dare to say you'll arrest us? That's laughable. Even if a Navy Vice Admiral came, we wouldn't be afraid. Go die. This group of pirates mocked him crazily, completely disregarding Karl. After all, Karl was only 20 years old, and his rank was just Rear Admiral, so they didn't take him seriously. Moreover, the pirates rarely followed the news, mostly focusing on their own bounties and the movements of the 4 Emperors. Even if they saw news about Karl, they thought they were not inferior to this young Navy officer. Every pirate who could enter the New World was proud and arrogant. Then, without hesitation, they launched an attack on Karl. Sword energy, firearms, and even cannonballs. Everything was used. Facing these attacks, Karl simply snapped his fingers, and a hurricane suddenly appeared, directly blowing all the attacks away. The sky exploded with a bang, and Karl's figure reappeared, shocking all the pirates present. This rear admiral actually blocked our attack. Karl's eyes flashed with a red light. It seems reasoning won't work. In that case, you all shall die. A withered tree and cherry blossom instantly flew into his hands, and the conqueror's haki erupted. Accompanied by an overwhelming aura, Karl instantly flashed and took down dozens of pirates in an instant. The leading pirate captain was stunned. How is this possible? Before he even reacted, Karl had charged forward. He quickly shouted, "Everyone get him! Kill this Navy officer who seeks death." The pirate subordinates shouted and charged forward, purely a death wish. Truly seeking death. Pay attention. Karl sneered and raised his hand, taking down dozens of pirates again. But the assault from hundreds of pirates continued, yet a mob attack posed no threat to Karl at all. After dispatching the pirates, Karl was surrounded by civilians thanking him for his Navy identity. Some offered gifts, and a young girl even brought flowers, wanting to date him. Karl knew he was handsome, but politely declined. He felt he was still young and should not get married. Karl glanced at the palace high ground and walked towards the port. Having sensed through observation haki that Doflamingo was pretending not to be there in the palace, he chose not to expose it and first went to dock the ship. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the Navy warships arrived at the port, and the staff immediately helped him without charge. Although Karl was not used to it, he accepted their kindness. Neela got off the ship and saw ruins everywhere, complaining, "Dressrosa isn't that great either." Enel got off the ship and laughed crazily, his delusions kicking in again. Enzo, wrapped in bandages, came out and asked, "Where are the pirates? Were they caught?" Karl coldly replied, "They were all crushed by me. The pirates I captured, except for those who haven't committed major crimes, all have to die." No one had any objections. They weren't kind-hearted. Letting evil pirates live was a threat, and they should be killed. Someone worriedly asked, "Is Karl-san injured? Big Mom's people have bounties over 100 million. Are they tough?" Karl waved his hand dismissively. "Just 300 million small fry. Enel can easily handle them. Nilu and Enzo would have to exert a bit of effort, but they can win. That guy hasn't even fully mastered haki." Nilu complained, "So weak?" Enzo asked, "Is Doflamingo pretending to be dead and not coming out?" Karl laughed and pointed into the distance. "He's coming." Doflamingo deliberately circled back, pretending to have just returned from outside, while his family members had genuinely gone out. "Ha ha ha. Good to see you again, Rear Admiral Karl." Doflamingo spoke. "The last time I saw you, you were still a colonel, and now sorry, master. I wasn't paying attention." Baby 5 bumped into Doflamingo, flustered as she apologized. Doflamingo was already irritated and had no mood to scold her. He directly said, "Hurry up and say what you need. If there's nothing, go back to work. They still need you over there. Pay attention." Doflamingo is genuinely patient with family members. These people grew up with him. They are irreplaceable family and some of his few relatives. He is extremely patient with family. Even when angry, he wouldn't kill or severely punish them unless they were traitors. Baby 5 said in a panic, "Master," Kaido called on the Den Mushi and said he would come to find you personally. She said this in utter fear, unsure whether she was more afraid of Doflamingo or Kaido. Doflamingo waved his hand. "All right, I know. You go back to work." After sending Baby 5 away, his expression immediately turned dark. Karl gloatingly said, "Doflamingo, do you want me to notify Sengoku to send troops to support you? I can help you out too." He said this while taking out a Den Mushi, pretending to dial. As a result, Doflamingo decisively released his strings and directly crushed the Den Mushi. "My affairs are none of your Navy's business. Kaido won't be coming for a while. He's still in Wano, and it will take him over 10 days to arrive." He pretended to be unafraid, which made Karl want to laugh. Karl pressed on. "Since you don't need help, then clarify, why is Kaido looking for you? Just like I said, do you have some unspeakable deal with him?" Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a fierce light, but Karl, wearing glasses, couldn't see it. He quickly smiled and shook his head, making up a story. "How could that be? He's just here for revenge. I previously smashed one of his ships. It's normal for a Yonko to protect their own." However, Doflamingo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He heard the implication in Karl's words. Karl didn't have concrete evidence of his dealings with Kaido, at most just heard some rumors. This was exactly the message Karl wanted to convey. He didn't want to fall out with Doflamingo now. Waiting for Dressrosa's secrets to be exposed would be the best time. Karl changed the topic. "Since you say so, I can't be bothered to care. I'm here to collaborate with you to clear out the gladiator pirates. The spoils will go as you say. I won't take any. But I have one condition. The final prize, that 72 good swords, must belong to me. Right from the start, he made a bold request for a famous sword, causing Doflamingo's face to stiffen. After a moment, he mockingly laughed. Haha, how interesting. You actually dared to directly ask for that sword? After Karl arrived in Dressrosa and had a friendly exchange with Doflamingo, he returned to the room prepared by Doflamingo to rest. Other crew members didn't dare to go out without his orders, until the next day when Karl gave them a day off to relax. However, Karl specifically reminded all crew members, be careful of a little girl named Sugar. Absolutely do not have any physical contact with her. He then took out a photo of Sugar and explained her ability. The crew members initially scoffed, but after hearing about her ability, they immediately felt uncomfortable. Turning people into toys was just plain perverted. Pay attention. The most outrageous part is that Sugar could freely control the life and death of the toys. That was even more twisted. The cat demon was the crew member with the best temperament, but he couldn't help but complain. Looking at such a cute little girl, yet she's so disgusting. The toy fruit ability is truly extraordinary. Meow. It was easy to imagine how complex everyone's feelings were after hearing about this ability. Karl scanned the expressions of everyone, seeing their looks of disgust, and nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. He said seriously, you all know about Sugar's ability now. Stay far away from her. Without armed hockey, her ability counters everything. If you see her, even just a glimpse, get away. If you can't dodge, don't let her touch you. I don't want any casualties on the ship. All right, today is a holiday. Just have fun, but stay away from that girl. Everyone nodded seriously, then left the palace to go explore. Only Aelin stayed in the room, completely uninterested in going out. Even the reclusive Jess wanted to browse the armory for good weapons. But he just wanted to stay put. Karl advised him, you're still like this. If you have worries, just say it. We're on the same ship now. If you have something to say, we may not be able to help you succeed, but we will definitely try our best. He knows there must be a reason for Aelin, but no one knows. Not even the general who rescued him from the burning mountain, who only knows he escaped from a destroyed country. The Warring States investigation only found out he was from that country, and everything else was destroyed by the war. At that time, Aelin was only 10 years old, and the Warring States took him in, but he still ended up like this. Aelin is unwilling to speak, and Karl can't ask, so he can only let him be reclusive. Karl scratched his head as he went out, speechlessly complaining. What is this? All of them are problem children. After Karl left, Aelin finally looked up at the door, a fleeting look of desolation and sadness crossing his eyes. He quickly regained his composure, straightened his clothes, and began doing push-ups for training. Violet, who was under a lot of pressure, almost spat out her drink when she heard Karl's words. But looking at Karl's serious expression, she could only hold back her laughter and shake her head. Karl suddenly said, don't be shy. I'm so handsome. It's normal for you to like me. If you like me, just say it, and I'll find a lame excuse to refuse. But don't stare at me with that kind of naked gaze. Your fruit ability is good, but I don't like being stared at, not even by beautiful women. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki, scaring Violet to the ground. In just a moment, his haki made Violet feel immense pressure, nearly causing her to faint. Karl continued, I'm not joking. If you like me, just say it, and I'll refuse. If I catch you staring at me again, regardless of your identity, I won't hesitate to kill you. Hearing Karl's seemingly joking yet threatening words, Violet was instantly frightened. She knew Karl was decisive and had a quirky personality, but she didn't expect him to be so malicious. First making her relax, then suddenly scaring her. Violet felt like she was about to break down in tears. Watch closely. Karl waved his hand. All right, get up. How can you be so timid as the daughter of King Riku? How will you lead in the future? After speaking, he turned and left. Violet was stunned. She didn't expect Karl to know her true identity. You should know that Violet's identity, aside from being a native of Dressrosa and part of the Doflamingo family, is unknown to outsiders. Even within the Navy, very few know. She instantly sparked hope. If the Navy knows, maybe they can take down Doflamingo. Just as Violet stood up to chase after Karl, a clear child's voice came from behind. Ah, what are you two doing here? On a date? Sugar came in, hugging a doll, entering from another door, moving lightly as if she had stumbled upon them by accident. Upon seeing Sugar, Violet's pupils dilated, and she immediately concealed her thoughts. She was still part of the Doflamingo family and absolutely could not expose her intentions. Otherwise, she, King Riku, and Rebecca would all die. She put on a concerned expression. Sugar, what are you doing here? Aren't you with the young master downstairs? It's chilly and windy. Be careful not to catch a cold. Saying this, she tried to carry Sugar away, but Sugar broke free and ran to Karl, acting cute. Big brother, you're so handsome. Got any Yu-Gi-Oh? Karl laughed. Hug me? Sure. He picked up Sugar without any defenses. Sugar also smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped. Karl squeezed her. You're really light. Your name is Sugar? You're also part of the Doflamingo family? Sugar waved her little hand in his arms, looking proud. Yep, I'm super awesome. But you look too. After this little episode, Karl wandered around the streets of Dressrosa, bought some snacks, confirmed that no one was following him, and Violet no longer used her ability to stare at him. This way, he could smoothly implement his plan to find the little people and the toy factory. Karl's observation hockey was more than enough to cover all of Dressrosa. He quickly found the location of the little people, shaking his head in amazement. This place is so hidden. Without my wide observation hockey, it would be really hard to find. Saying this, he walked in. As soon as he entered the garden, unknown creatures suddenly flew out. Ordinary people would definitely think they were just slightly larger wasps. The little people were only a few punches bigger than wasps and could fly, looking no different. But they were stronger than adults. Trained little people warriors were stronger than ordinary people. Elite warriors were not inferior to trained humans. And even ordinary Navy soldiers might not be able to defeat them. However, their talent is limited. Little people are not good at fighting, but excel at growing plants. Back in the day when King Riku was around, he got along well with the little people, and Dressrosa was super prosperous with no shortage of food, all thanks to the little people. If it were just King Riku, he definitely couldn't manage so well, so the little people still had their strengths. But Karl came here not to have the little people assist him. He planned to let the little people go to the toy factory, take the opportunity to release the imprisoned people, and create chaos. Watch closely. The little people are extremely stealthy. Those without observation hockey would find it very difficult to discover them. Letting them do sneaky things is super convenient. Karl entered the forest, and little people circled around him. They thought Karl hadn't noticed, but in fact, Karl already knew, just too lazy to speak. This was basic operation for a player with cheats. Moments later, Karl burst into the little people's palace, which was super small. The big palace had long been abandoned to avoid Doflamingo, and they could only wait for the chance to overthrow him. Karl shouted, Little People King, come out. I am Navy Rear Admiral Karl, and I have business to discuss. There was no response, but more and more little people gathered, treating him as an enemy. A human intruding without reason was too suspicious, and they didn't dare to relax at all. Karl was annoyed. Are you all surrounding me? Is it annoying? Call the king out. I don't have time to waste. The buzzing sound of thousands of little people flapping their wings was hard to ignore. Anyone else would have been stunned, but Karl remained steady as an old dog. The little people were shocked. You discovered us early? Were you just playing with us? They immediately took up fighting stances, but in Karl's eyes, this was nothing to worry about. Next, high energy. King Dante was stunned. You actually managed to deal with Sugar? How is that possible? Although Sugar is small, she can turn anyone who gets close into a toy, and with Doflamingo protecting her, who can touch her? Dream on. Karl shrugged. There's no need to be surprised. I have my methods. Doflamingo is not on my side. The first Navy he wants to crush in his heart is definitely me. I have him psychologically pinned down. The king was uncertain. You're just a rear admiral. Even if a vice admiral comes, they might not be able to defeat Doflamingo. How did you manage to deal with him? Karl interrupted, his aura fully unleashed. There's no need to kill him. Create a riot to expose his crimes and seek support from the Navy. I am a Navy, and he is a pirate. Once his crimes are exposed, the Navy will have plenty of reasons to take him down. Focus on a dimensional strike. He wants Doflamingo to roll out of the 7 warlords. Doflamingo's hard work here would all go down the drain, which would be worse than killing him. Shrimp Heart and Pig Heart. The king nodded. I believe you, but you have to help me with one thing. He then led the way to bow, and the other little people also bent over. Karl was puzzled. If you have something to say, just say it. What is this? I want you to help rescue my daughter, Manchueli. She gained healing abilities because she ate the healing fruit. Watch closely. Manchueli can not only heal perfectly, but her tears can also cure all injuries. Anyone who is severely injured or on the brink of death can recover immediately upon contact with her tears. That old Doflamingo is truly malicious. He directly captured Manchueli, forcing her to heal his subordinates. The king, with red eyes, pleaded with Karl. Navy sir, please save my daughter. Don't let her suffer inhuman torment anymore. I beg you. The king bowed his head again, and the other little people followed suit, creating a heart-wrenching scene. Karl scratched his head and sighed. He had long forgotten the plot of Manchueli and had no idea where she was. But with my observation hockey, finding someone is not a problem. Moreover, Violet is in the palace. Having her help find her is also fine. Next, high energy. After the king revealed the truth, Even Sengoku was shocked. What? The prosperity of Dressrosa is fake? It was fabricated by Doflamingo? Who would have thought that King Riku was framed? Those who know the truth either become toys to do hard labor or are thrown into the sea. The king hasn't shown up yet, and the king suspects he might be dead. Karl directly confronted Sengoku. Marshal, I can't stand this anymore. I'll personally expose his crimes and make him pay tomorrow. You handle the support as you see fit. If you don't care, I'll die for justice without a second thought. With the shout, the Little People tribe was immediately fired up, and Karp's momentum was at its peak. But this was just a provocation, without complete evidence. It's difficult to get the general to act. How else can we force Sengoku's hand? Marshal, that's all I have to say. I'm going to gather evidence. Karp didn't wait for Sengoku's reply and hung up the phone, not wanting to hear his nagging. Don't let the king hear that. It will kill morale. Mr. King, the plan for tomorrow will proceed on time. I have something to take care of first. Karp exchanged a glance with the king and turned to leave. The king, inspired by his momentum, immediately called for the soldiers to prepare for a big move. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was helplessly tugging at his beard, while Karp laughed wildly. Sacrificing for justice. This kid really wants to go all out against Doflamingo. But he does have the capital to be reckless. He crushed Jack in the New World, and his strength is evident. As long as he doesn't run into those four monsters. There aren't many in the New World who can beat him. Although Karp captured Ace and Luffy, he knew Ace's execution was not Karp's fault. And while he had some bias against Karp, he would never harm him. On the contrary, Karp greatly admired Karp's character, as it reminded him of his younger self. When he was young, Karp was just as spirited and arrogant. When faced with injustice, he believed in using his fists to enforce righteousness. Chapter 76. Rebecca on a remote hill in Dressrosa. There is a beautiful garden and a seemingly unremarkable wooden cabin. However, inside this cabin lives a girl with long pink hair and a stunning appearance. She is Rebecca, the key figure Karl is looking for. At the same time, Karl encounters Cyrus, who has been transformed into a toy soldier. Cyrus stands silently to the side, watching Karl and the King of Riku beside him. Due to the effects of the toy fruit, King Riku has forgotten about Cyrus and does not recognize him at all. However, he knows that Rebecca is the daughter of the strongest warrior in his kingdom and also his granddaughter. Although King Riku has forgotten about Cyrus, it does not mean he has forgotten about Rebecca. He is very clear that the culprit behind all this is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Therefore, when he sees Rebecca, he says nothing and simply embraces his granddaughter gently. Rebecca also bursts into tears, tightly hugging King Riku. The two do not speak, silently embracing each other for nearly 10 minutes. All the emotions they want to express are conveyed in this moment of silence. Even the toy soldier, standing nearby, cannot help but shed tears. However, having lost his identity, he does not have a right to embrace the three of them. He can only silently watch his daughter and King Riku weep together, feeling moved alone. Meanwhile, Karl does not disturb the reunion between the grandfather and granddaughter, but instead sits aside, drinking tea, feeling conflicted about his choices. Indeed, the moment Karl arrived here, he triggered the selection system. However, this time, each task reward is very good. Choice 1. Kill Don Quixote Doflamingo. Reward the host with the ability of the string fruit and the training method for awakening the fruit. Choice 2. Defeat the Don Quixote family. Obtain the training method for awakening the fruit and randomly enhance 3 abilities. Choice 3. Give up this mission, obtain the title of Master of Endurance. Title attributes. All attributes level up by 3. According to the plan, the third choice can be completely discarded, as he cannot abandon this mission. Defeating Doflamingo is imperative. Is something he must do. Karl is torn between the first 2 choices. Both random ability enhancements and the string fruit are very appealing, especially the string fruit, which has become almost perfect under Doflamingo's development. However, Karl finds it very difficult to kill Doflamingo one-on-one without assistance. Although defeating him is simple, Doflamingo's vitality is incredibly strong. Unless he can take him down in one hit, Doflamingo will always find an opportunity to escape. With this in mind, Karl decides to play it safe and chooses the second option. Defeating the Don Quixote family is Karl's goal this time. As long as he isolates Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family will cease to exist. This approach is more likely to break him than killing him. After making his choice, Karl lifts his head and looks at the grandfather and granddaughter not far away. Feeling the warmth of the scene, Karl unconsciously glances at Cyrus beside him. Cyrus, seeing the scene, what do you feel? It feels like returning to the past. Wait, how do you know my name? Cyrus instinctively responds. but suddenly realizes that he has never revealed his name. Moreover, under the effects of the toy fruit, the name Cyrus no longer exists. Hearing Karl suddenly call out his name, he is taken aback and jumps onto the table. Chapter 77, playing into their hands. At the same time, while Karl and Rebecca were discussing their plans, Violet used her fruit abilities to search for Karl's crew members one by one with sugar. The first to be found was, of course, Ireland, who was training inside the palace. However, no matter how cute Sugar tried to look, Ireland remained unmoved. When Ireland grew tired of her antics, he even said that Sugar was disgusting. This made Sugar cry out, "What? How could he say I'm disgusting when I'm so cute?" Violet, you have to teach this guy a lesson. All right, Sugar, don't throw a tantrum. Since he doesn't want to play with you, let us go find someone else. No, you help me teach him a lesson, or I want to go out. Sugar pouted in a childish manner, and Violet had no choice but to forcibly carry Sugar outside. When Ireland saw the two of them fooling around, he showed no emotional response. A person as reclusive as him was a natural nemesis for someone throwing a fit. After they left, Ireland took out a snail phone and called Karl. Lord Karl, Sugar has started to make her move against us. You actually took the initiative to call me? In Rebecca's house, Karl stared at the snail phone, feeling somewhat incredulous, although he had reminded everyone to notify him promptly if Sugar made a move against them. He did not expect Ireland to be the first one to call him and do so in such a timely manner. He initially thought Ireland would remain silent and say nothing. However, Karl was mistaken. Although Ireland was reclusive, he still cared about his teammates. Accompanied by Karl's complaints, the other side of the snail phone remained silent, with only the sound of breathing proving that Ireland was still there. After staring at the snail phone for a while, Karl awkwardly said, "All right, I understand. Just make sure to protect yourself. I'll notify the others right away." After hanging up the phone, Karl turned his attention to Rebecca and the other two. The specific plan is as discussed. Pay attention to the details, and as for the speeches, you can handle it yourselves. I trust that being royalty, you should be able to handle speeches with ease. Hee. Karl flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth. After waving goodbye to the three, he took off into the sky, activating his observation hockey to locate Sugar and Violet. Since they chose to act against his people, even if they hadn't succeeded yet, Karl wouldn't let them off the hook. Moreover, this time, the other side had revealed a flaw, and Karl certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Meanwhile, while searching for Karl's other subordinates, Violet caught sight of Karl flying towards them at high speed, which changed her expression drastically. "Don't go out. Hurry, come back to the palace with me." Without any explanation, Violet directly picked up Sugar and ran towards the palace. Sugar was completely confused, not knowing what Violet was doing. Just then, a whistling wind echoed from the sky. The two of them were instantly knocked to the ground by a gust of wind. Sugar and Violet tumbled several times on the ground before steadying themselves. "Navy, don't go too far." Violet saw Karl appear before her. Although she was very scared, she still had to put on a brave front. If Sugar were to die here, Dressrosa would fall into chaos. Violet knew very well how tragic her fate would be if that happened, so she absolutely could not let Sugar die here. Why is he here? Sugar now recognized that the person who had come was Karl. She didn't expect him to return so quickly, leaving her a bit taken aback. "Sugar, hurry and run back to inform the young master. I'll hold her off here," Violet said. Chapter 78, Ongoing Doflamingo. Do you really need to be this excited? I didn't actually kill her. Is all this really necessary? Karl easily blocked Doflamingo's strike and countered with a sword that cleaved the overkill whip in half. The powerful sword aura made Doflamingo's pupils contract, forcing him to sidestep to avoid Karl's blade. Although his technique did not cover the Busashoka haki, Doflamingo understood how strong and solid this attack was. Karl's strike directly severed the massive white whip in two. The sword aura continued to rush towards him with unyielding force. From this point, it could be seen that Karl's swordsmanship had undoubtedly reached the level of a great swordsman. However, great swordsmen are divided into several tiers. Even a novice great swordsman is still considered a great swordsman. But someone like Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, is also a great swordsman. Doflamingo couldn't gauge how much Karl's strength had grown, so he chose not to engage. Instead, he silently walked over to Violet and picked her up. This time I admit defeat, but just wait. One day, you'll fall into my hands. You brat, Karl." Doflamingo snorted coldly and leaped toward the palace, not intending to stay with Karl any longer. He feared he might not be able to resist attacking. If that happened, everything he had prepared for tomorrow would be in vain, and he might even end up in a dangerous situation. "It seems you have some sense, but this is where it ends for you." Once everything is exposed tomorrow, I want to see what you do next. Karl chuckled coldly and walked toward the palace's exit. He still had some trivial matters to attend to and would temporarily avoid returning to the palace. Moments later, in a hidden chamber within the palace, Violet felt the warmth in her chest and heard Doflamingo's angry voice, slowly opening her eyes. "You're awake?" Doflamingo, seeing Violet regain consciousness, then tossed a nearby female dwarf aside. "Since she is awake, there is no need for you to stay here. Go back." The dwarf dared not protest and could only lower her head, preparing to leave. However, Violet suddenly thought of something and grabbed the dwarf. "Young master, I still feel a bit unwell. How about letting her stay to keep me company?" Do as you wish. But remember, starting today, I don't want any member of my family to be in danger, even if you were just a half-hearted member." Doflamingo was still very concerned about his family members. As long as they joined the Don Quixote family, even someone like Violet, who joined midway, he would always be the first to intervene and seek revenge if they were in danger. However, Violet was not very welcomed within the Don Quixote family. Although Doflamingo wanted her to be his queen, it was merely to stabilize the regime of Dressrosa. In reality, Doflamingo had no feelings for her. Violet remained silent, holding the dwarf, quietly watching Doflamingo leave. After about 10 minutes, she finally dared to use her fruit ability to see through her surroundings. Once she confirmed that no one was watching her, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the dwarf still looked listless. After being caught by the Don Quixote family, she had become helpless. The miserable treatment had made her gradually accustomed to her current identity. "Mancelli, don't speak or ask me questions right now. You just need to prepare to escape with me tomorrow." Chapter 79. The gladiatorial battle begins. The long-awaited gladiatorial battle has finally begun. This time, our ultimate reward has changed from 1 knife to 3. Although these 3 knives may not be as famous as the 72 good knives, they are still crafted by renowned masters. Compared to those good knives, they are not significantly weaker. In fact, some of them might even be sharper than certain good knives. Now that we've talked about the prizes, let's introduce our contestants. The first contestant comes from the Don Quixote family, a 2-time champion of the bullfighting arena and the strongest gladiator. He is Diamante, a user of the Flare fruit. Let us hear some cheers, everyone. As the introduction was made, Diamante entered the arena calmly. He thoroughly enjoyed the sound of the cheers. Although he participated in the gladiatorial battle due to a mission, he also loved such occasions. The next contestant has a significant background. She is Rebecca, the granddaughter of King Riku. Let's give her a cheer. Who the Riku royal family doesn't deserve to be here. Get out of here. That's right. Hurry up and get out. Rebecca's appearance sparked strong resistance from the audience. Some even shouted for her to leave. However, Rebecca was already used to such insults. She stood there in her light armor, holding a sharp blade, unfazed. Diamante, seeing Rebecca's demeanor, developed a slight interest in her. A little girl has to endure such insults. It's not easy for you. Hee. So, how about I help you and make these annoying worms shut up? I won't accept any charity from the Don Quixote family. Rebecca scoffed coldly and ignored Diamante. Diamante, seeing this spat, what an ungrateful wretch. Rebecca quietly watched this scene and closed her eyes. She understood very well why these people insulted the Riku clan. It was entirely due to the false accusations that led to the Riku royal family's damaged reputation. As long as those who turn into toys do not return, these people will never wake up. Only by retrieving those memories will they truly see the Don Quixote family for the disaster it is. All right, let the cheers continue. The next contestant to enter is a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million, possessing the rock fruit ability. The introduction continued. The host was quite skilled. No matter how chaotic the audience was, he managed to control the situation effectively. It was no wonder he was the dedicated host of the gladiatorial arena. However, Karl, sitting in the VIP section, found his style hard to bear. It was just too slow. Counting the prize explanation and the introductions, nearly half an hour had passed. I looked at the contestant list. There are over 1,000 participants. How long is he going to keep introducing them? Lord Karl, you just don't understand. Generally, in these competitive arenas, only 10 to 20 heavyweight contestants are introduced. As for the others, they are usually only introduced when they shine during the battle. Look, Haven T, they introduced most of them already and are ready to start the gladiatorial battle. Enzo, who was familiar with the rules and environment, explained to Karl. Seeing this, Karl didn't say anything. Once Enzo finished, he casually asked, "Have you finished?" Yes, I'm done. Since you're done, go prepare. Although you won TB participating this time, We must protect our target. Rebecca, Soldier Cyrus, and King Riku must be safe. Also, we need to keep a close eye on the movements from the small people's side. Chapter 80. Take action early. Time slowly passed. The battles in the arena had reached a fever pitch. The rules of this arena were almost unchanged from the original work, divided into 4 major regions. Each region would have several signature strong fighters, with only one person remaining to advance. However, the situation for Rebecca was unclear. Her strength was not particularly strong. She barely reached the level of a Navy headquarters major. Yet, despite such limited power, she somehow managed to become the final victor in Region D. This scene left all the spectators bewildered, because Li Ku Wang, who participated in the arena alongside Rebecca but was placed in a different competition area, was knocked out. Even Karl did not foresee such a situation. As for the victors from the other 3 regions, they included Diamante and a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. The identity of the last person was unknown. No one knew where he came from. However, he was a swordsman, dressed in a kimono style from Wano country, wearing a heavy mask, and had long, flowing hair. His tall and slender figure, along with his flamboyant fighting style, drew wild cheers from the audience. But no one knew his true identity. He dressed this way to conceal himself. Throughout the entire time, he had not spoken a single word, and even Karl's observation hockey could not determine who he was. The only thing Karl could be sure of was that the opponent was cross-dressing. Yes, this slender, long-haired woman was actually a man. Karl felt that this configuration seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who he was. However, the power he displayed was completely overwhelming. Even Diamante and that pirate likely wouldn't be able to match this cross-dressing powerhouse. Such a person was certainly not a nobody on the seas. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide his face or fight with just one hand holding the sword. Right now, I truly don't know whether Rebecca is lucky or unlucky. According to the original plan, both she and Li Ku Wang would be eliminated in the first round and wouldn't advance to the second round. But now, she has advanced to the second round and is facing 2 strong enemies, along with an unknown cross-dressing powerhouse. This cross-dresser must be hiding his strength. His swordsmanship was mediocre, barely reaching the level of a swordsman. However, his fighting style and habits indicated that he was definitely not a genuine swordsman. He concealed his true combat abilities. It seems that Rebecca is in trouble this time. If I don't take action, she might even die here. Karl shook his head and picked up the Den Den Mushi. Although it was a bit early for Rebecca's safety, he decided to initiate the plan ahead of schedule. Everyone, listen up. The plan is to start early. Wait for my signal. Understood. The response came from the Den Den Mushi. Karl hung up the phone and then looked at Black Feather and the others. Act according to the plan. Understood. The 3 from Black Feather saluted and quickly left the box. Karl stood up and draped a nearby navy coat over himself. The words justice appeared on Karl's back. Moving without wind, he gently tapped the glass in front of him, then smashed it with a punch. Without hesitation, he flew out from the treasure chest and landed in the center of the arena. Who is that? Why is there a navy here? What does the navy want? Hey, what are you doing? What does this navy intend to do? The surrounding spectators were somewhat angry at Karl's sudden appearance. The final showdown was about to begin, and now a Navy officer had popped up. Wasn't that a buzzkill? Even the experienced host didn't know what to say at this moment. Everyone, listen to me, Karl shouted loudly. But no one paid him any mind. The audience was filled with jeers and insults. Chapter 81. The Cross-Dressing Master Izo. A woman, a cross-dresser? Lord Karl, are you saying he is a man? How is that possible? Rebecca's focus was a bit strange. She should have been concerned about the atmosphere at that moment, not the gender of this guy. However, Rebecca's naivety also indicated that she had not completely lost her feminine nature, which could be seen as a good thing. You don't have to doubt it. Your observation hockey has just awakened, while I have mastered it for a long time. I can clearly see that although this person is beautiful, there is no doubt he is a male. Karl raised his right hand with his sword pointed at the opponent. Speak. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? If you're a backup sent by Doflamingo, then you're dead meat. Anyone colluding with Doflamingo is definitely no good, and I won't let you pesco. Karl was not clear about the opponent's true identity. He said this to make his stance known, letting the other party understand that he was only targeting Doflamingo. If the other party was not Doflamingo's person, as long as they retained their reason, they naturally would not want to get involved in this chaos. Karl, you are truly better in person than in hearsay. I originally thought you were just an arrogant Navy officer, but now it seems that besides being arrogant, you also have a sense of justice. If you plan to save the Riku family, it would be hard for me to make a move against you. The cross-dressing master shook his head, threw the long knife in his hand to the ground, and then removed his mask, revealing his exquisite face. Upon seeing this face, Karl's pupils suddenly constricted. Izo from the Whitebeard Pirates. I didn't expect this Navy newcomer to recognize me. It seems my fame is not small. Izo smiled. His voice was very feminine, sounding nothing like a man, coupled with his perfect figure if one did not know his true gender. No one would treat him as a man. I have to say, Izo, this cross-dressing master, is very successful in some aspects. Why are you here? The Navy is about to go to war with the Whitebeard Pirates, and you still have the leisure to come to Dressrosa. It seems you are very confident about the war 2 months from now. Karl narrowed his eyes, signaling Rebecca to leave quickly. Rebecca understood Karl's meaning and circumvented in another direction. She still had things to do and could not waste time here. Izo glanced at the direction Rebecca left without intending to pursue. Obviously, his purpose for coming here was only for Karl and had nothing to do with the Riku family. I was just passing through Dressrosa, wanted to win a couple of swords. Although Doflamingo wouldn't agree, I believe he won't say anything given my identity. I just didn't expect to meet you here, and I happened to chat with the little people and discovered something incredible. Izo's eyes were charming, and he smiled lightly, exuding a myriad of charms. If Karl didn't know his true gender, he might really be deceived. This matter has nothing to do with your Whitebeard Pirates. I don't want to get involved with you at all. If you insist on not leaving, don't blame me for taking action. Karl instantly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, impacting the Izo in front of him. Feeling this Conqueror's Haki, Izo remained unmoved. But the cold sweat on his forehead indicated that he was not at ease. Quite impressive power. No wonder you were able to catch Ace. He was still too young. So, are you planning to take revenge for Ace? Don't get me wrong. While I do intend to teach you a lesson, the situation is clearly not suitable right now. Look over there. Someone wants to kill you even more than I do. As soon as Izo's voice fell, a whistling sound came from the air. A huge white whip instantly pierced through the entire arena's stage. This strike came suddenly, without any warning. Fortunately, Karl's observation Haki had been kept activated. This, Chapter 82 Battle. Damn it, what have you done? Doflamingo had no idea that the palace was in chaos, and the toy factory would soon be breached. Karl led him here, intending to keep him occupied and distracted. Doflamingo, forget about other places. Let us have a life-and-death battle right now. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Now I'm giving you a chance. Let us see if you can seize it. Ha ha ha. Karl laughed heartily and struck out with both swords. The powerful slashes destroyed the entire arena below. Doflamingo narrowly dodged the attack, and then launched a counterattack. The string whip, a small string whip hit Karl head-on. However, Karl crossed his swords to block the attack, but he was still knocked back. It's hard to fight in this arena, so let us go outside. Karl glanced at the unconscious civilians and charged outside. Doflamingo realized Karl intended to lure him out, but he was preoccupied with thoughts of whether something would go wrong inside the palace. So he simply flew in the opposite direction, completely ignoring the fight with Karl. Just at that moment, a gunshot rang out, and Doflamingo felt an immediate sense of danger, quickly covering his hands with Haki to block the bullet. Bullets enhanced with Haki? You are Izo from the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing the person who suddenly attacked, Doflamingo finally recognized him. It was indeed Izo. I've been here for a while, and you only just recognized me? Izo put on a sorrowful expression and raised his dual pistols, aiming at Doflamingo. Although I don't know what grievances you two have. Since he has invited you to a duel, wouldn't it be a bit disrespectful if you don't go, Doflamingo? I don't want to interfere in your battle. But the situation is getting more interesting. Bastard. Doflamingo looked at Izo with disgust. Although he knew there was another person here, he didn't recognize him at first, that it would be Izo from the Whitebeard Pirates. Izo is the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He undoubtedly possesses Vice Admiral level strength. The strength of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, aside from Marco, is not much different. They all hover around the Vice Admiral and Elite Vice Admiral levels. While Doflamingo was confident that Izo was not his opponent, he also had Karl watching him closely. If he made a move against Izo now, Karl would definitely take advantage of the opportunity. This was the last thing Doflamingo wanted to see, so he had no choice but to turn and charge at Karl, trying to resolve this annoying Navy issue as quickly as possible. At the same time, Karl saw Izo helping him by blocking Doflamingo. Although he didn't know why Izo was doing this, it at least showed his stance. Karl smiled at him and then unleashed a whirlwind, crashing towards Doflamingo. Lion's Might, Ground Spiral, Super String Whip, the two attacks collided in an instant, causing the ground to tremble. Fortunately, the area around the arena was an uninhabited zone. The only ones here were the arena guards, so there was no need to worry about civilians. Therefore, Karl could fully unleash himself and have a fierce battle with Doflamingo. Ha ha! This kind of battle is exhilarating. Karl laughed loudly, his enthusiasm evident in his eyes. Although his public persona is that of a battle maniac, deep down, Karl also. Chapter 83. The Raid. Grandpa. Soldier. How are you doing? Rebecca navigated through the underground of the Colosseum alone. She was searching for the figures of King Riku and the soldier. However, there were too many people around, and she couldn't see anything, even getting lost in a massive crowd. Fortunately, these people didn't intend to pay attention to Rebecca. They were all the losers of the gladiatorial matches, and after being persuaded by King Riku and Karl's subordinates, whether pirates or other adventurers, they all united to break through to the outside. They wanted to take revenge on Don Quixote da Flamingo and the Don Quixote family. These people came to participate in the gladiatorial games merely to win prizes, and losing didn't matter to them. However, they didn't realize that this was just one of Doflamingo's schemes. Since Doflamingo took control of Dressrosa, the gladiatorial competitions had become a place for him to harvest the weak. All the losers of the matches would be turned into toys, working for Doflamingo to produce artificial devil fruits. As for their possessions, they would all be taken by Doflamingo. This was also one of the reasons Doflamingo could rise to power so quickly. Therefore, these people were extremely angry. They wished to smash the place and destroy the royal palace of Dressrosa. This made it impossible for Rebecca to enter, and she was stuck at the entrance. Fortunately, it wasn't long before most of these people came out. Kairos and King Riku walked out last and saw a somewhat disheveled Rebecca, immediately rushing over. Rebecca, are you okay? I'm fine, grandpa. How about you? Rebecca shook her head and anxiously asked about their situation. At that moment, Cat Demon walked out from inside with a cheerful smile. Don't worry, except for a few unruly troublemakers. Everything else is taken care of. Meow. Heyu nodded and then rushed over to help Rebecca with her wounds. You, don't move around. There are so many wounds. If you don't treat them quickly, they'll heal up. Hearing Heiyu's words, Rebecca felt something was off. The Cat Demon explained with a smile, Heiyu has a bit of a compulsive disorder. As long as someone is injured, even if it's just a small cut, she can't help but bandage it. Don't say that. My compulsive disorder isn't that serious. I just care about Rebecca. Heiyu glared at the Cat Demon and then simply bandaged Rebecca's wounds before walking out. The Cat Demon followed behind with a smile. Although Rebecca felt a bit dazed, she still followed them out. Should we continue with the plan? Rebecca blinked and asked. King Riku looked at the palace covered in thunder not far away and nodded. Let's head to the palace. Although the timeline of the plan has moved up quite a bit, our goal cannot change. Rebecca nodded and had just taken a step when suddenly her tears began to flow uncontrollably. Rebecca's tears streamed down. Familiar, yet strange memories gradually surfaced in her mind. Even King Riku couldn't help but shed tears. Kairos, father, accompanied by their shouts. The toy soldier slowly regained his human form, turning back into Kairos. Without hesitation, Rebecca rushed over to embrace him, while King Riku wiped his tears and smiled. Welcome back, Kairos. King Riku. Rebecca, I'm back. Kairos gently patted Rebecca's back, and her tears wouldn't stop flowing. She held on to Kairos tightly, as if afraid he would leave her again. Meow meow. So soon? It seems Sugar has fainted, and her fruit ability has been lifted. Now it's time to proceed with the third phase of the plan. Chapter 84. Nilu's Awakening. At the same time, while Enel was arrogantly shouting, the situation inside the palace was not very optimistic. Although Enel alone was holding back 4 cadres, preventing them from intervening, Nilu here was facing a difficult problem. An old man blocked Nilu's path. Lao Ji obstructed the route for Nilu and the others to break through. Along the way, Nilu had successfully dealt with 2 cadres from the Don Quixote family, including the fishman Drinch and the art fruit user Jorah. Jorah's strength was quite average, and Nilu knocked her down with a single punch. Drinch had some strength and managed to hold Nilu back for a little while. However, after he confidently exchanged a punch with Nilu, the bones on his entire right side were instantly shattered by her overwhelming power. Inheriting half of the giant race's strength was no joke. However, neither of them knew hockey, so Nilu dealt with them easily. But Lao Ji in front of her looked somewhat unkempt. After Nilu exchanged a punch with him, she realized that this person's strength was formidable. His martial arts were average, but his hockey was not weak. This put Nilu, who could not use hockey, at a natural disadvantage. Violet, you take Mancheri and leave first. This eccentric old man is for me to handle. Be careful. Even though I knocked Sugar out, she could wake up at any moment. If she finds you, it will be hard for us to save you. Violet reminded her, then quickly left with Mancheri. She needed to regain control of the palace. Only then could she announce what she wanted to say to everyone in Dressrosa. Therefore, Her goal was entirely aligned with Karl's plan, which was also to reach Doflamingo's office. Violet, you traitor. I didn't expect the young master to value you so much, yet you still betrayed him. A traitor like you should not be taken in by the young master. Go die. G. Lao Ji directly bypassed Nilu and charged at Violet. But at that moment, Nilu threw a punch, colliding hard with Lao Ji. The tremendous force created a violent gust of wind, shattering the surrounding walls. Nilu, Violet hurriedly said, get out of here. I'll be distracted if you stay. Nilu shouted angrily and raised her left fist to smash at Lao Ji. Facing Nilu's punch, Lao Ji did not dare to underestimate it, quickly dodging to the side and then striking Nilu in the stomach. The power not belonging to this age, combined with armed hockey, pushed Nilu back. However, her physical quality was very special. Her body density was 10 times that of an ordinary person. This was almost approaching the density of the giant race. It was precisely for this reason that she possessed the strength of the giant race. At the same time, her defensive capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Nilu glanced back and saw that Violet had already vanished. She felt completely at ease at this moment and suddenly swung out a punch. This strike was even stronger than the last one. Lao Ji's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly retreated. However, Nilu closely followed him, not giving Lao Ji a chance to react, and threw another punch. Lao Ji barely managed to dodge, but he found that Nilu's punch had actually shattered the load-bearing wall of this entire floor. Such power astonished Lao Ji. However, Nilu's attacks did not stop there. Although she excelled in strength, her speed was not slow at all. When one possesses great strength, speed does not necessarily decrease. This is true for the strong in this world. If someone is strong in one aspect, but weak in another, it indicates that their training is not yet complete, and they cannot be considered strong. Only when all aspects become more balanced can one be deemed a true strong person. Nilu was developing in this direction. However, this path was dozens of times more difficult than specializing in one area. But precisely because of this, Nilu's speed and strength were very well balanced. Chapter 85, Riot. After awakening the armament hockey and successfully mastering the technique of softness, Nilu took a deep breath and rushed past Lao Ji towards Violet's direction. She was well aware that there was another officer from the Don Quixote family in Doflamingo's office. This person was the very disgusting individual who had guided Doflamingo to where he was now. His strength wasn't very formidable, but Violet alone certainly couldn't handle him. So Nilu had to endure her pain and push herself to a higher level. If only I could have understood Lord Karl's words a bit earlier. It is only by being calm and in harmony with all things that one can grasp greater power. I only now understand this, how foolish I have been. If I had mastered softness and armament hockey a day earlier, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Nilu shook her head and ran quickly. Although she was self-deprecating, she also understood that without experiencing this evenly matched battle, her understanding would likely have been delayed for several months. However, it was precisely because of this that Nilu realized her comprehension was not as high as she had imagined, which unconsciously lowered her pride a bit. Meanwhile, the battle outside the palace was nearly over. Enel, covered in injuries, stood on top of Pika. He had single-handedly dealt with all 4 officers of the Don Quixote family. These 4 individuals were all strong, with Pika and Gladiolus ranking among the top 5 in the Don Quixote family. Yet despite this, they were still defeated by Enel. Relying on the natural advantage of the rumble fruit and top-notch observation hockey, Enel finally welcomed his first battle in the New World. Yahaha! What an exhilarating battle. I never expected this fight to be so grueling. But this also proves that my strength is indeed lacking. I must prioritize mastering armament hockey. Otherwise, when facing some strong martial artists, I might suffer a terrible defeat. After talking to himself, Enel recalled how he had been taken down by Jack in just 2 moves, which sent a chill down his spine. Jack the Drought, huh? Just you wait. One day I will take revenge on you. Enel, what are you mumbling about? Meow. Just as Enel was talking to himself, Cat, Demon, and the others arrived at the palace. They then saw Enel's achievements. Thousands of Don Quixote family soldiers, along with 4 senior officers, had all been dealt with by him alone. This display of strength made Rebecca, King Riku, and Cyrus gasp in shock. They never expected that this strangely behaving person who liked to call himself the Thunder God would be so strong. Well done. You're a bit stronger than when you fought Jack before. But don't get too proud. Lord Karl said that if you become arrogant over such matters, he will personally destroy your pride. Meow. Cat Demon grinned, revealing a cute expression. However, her cunning nature was evident, causing Enel's heart to skip a beat. Enough talk, Enel. Let me bandage you up, and then we'll head to Doflamingo's office to announce the truth to the entire Dressrosa, Black Feather said, taking out a transponder snail. This transponder snail was given to me by Lord Karl, specifically to record evidence for Fleet Admiral Sengoku to see. Once he sees that evidence, he will understand that Lord Karl's words are all true. Without further ado, you all prepare here first. I will take Grandpa and Father over, Rebecca said as she rushed ahead. King Riku and Cyrus followed suit. Cat Demon was not in a hurry. She was waiting for Black Feather. Black Feather was busy bandaging Enel, which wouldn't take long. Meanwhile, the ever-ghostly Erlen flashed a strange glint in his eyes and then chased after them. I'll go protect them. You all follow closely. With that, Erlen dashed off. Chapter 86. Kaido arrives. At the same time that chaos erupted in Dressrosa, the battle between Karl and Don Quixote Doflamingo entered heated stage. Doflamingo, using the awakened powers of his devil fruit, forcibly suppressed Karl's abilities. However, Karl's strength should not be underestimated. Although his float fruit powers were completely suppressed by Doflamingo, his swordsmanship, combined with the abilities of the float fruit, made Doflamingo quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, with the uprising in Dressrosa already underway, Doflamingo was even more agitated, anger surging within him, leaving him unable to remain calm. His observation haki informed him that all the civilians in Dressrosa had taken up arms and were fighting alongside the Don Quixote family soldiers. Moreover, the large screen continued to broadcast images of the former King Riku. It was evident that the palace high ground had been breached. All the guards of the Don Quixote family had been defeated. Most importantly, Doflamingo had also regained some memories about the toys. Although he considered these toys trivial, it made him realize that Sugar's powers had lost their effect. Damn Marines, how could you have such a scheme? How despicable. Doflamingo could no longer smile at this point. The secrets of Dressrosa had been completely exposed, and there was no way for him to hide. Not to mention, there was a member of the White-Beard Pirates nearby. If he wanted to conceal things, he would have to bloodily cleanse all of Dressrosa, but he clearly couldn't go to such extremes. Doflamingo, how do you feel now, having all your hard work destroyed? Are you feeling furious and desperate? Karl looked at the enraged Doflamingo, his expression increasingly arrogant. Doflamingo couldn't smile. He could only repeat his attacks over and over, trying to kill Karl. However, after such a long battle, Karl had become somewhat familiar with Doflamingo's moves. At this point, he was essentially evenly matched with Doflamingo, even holding the upper hand. Although Doflamingo's devil fruit powers could suppress Karl's abilities, in terms of overall capability, Karl had the slight advantage. Doflamingo was also very clear that he had no chance of winning against Karl. What he could do now was to leave immediately. Only then could he save his own life. But what puzzled Karl was that Doflamingo not only did not flee, but even slowed down his attack rhythm. This situation made Karl feel that something was off. Doflamingo, are you stalling for time? What are you waiting for? Even if you stall, do you think anyone will come to save you? Doflamingo didn't respond. He simply manipulated the countless threads again, attacking Karl. Facing the overwhelming threads, Karl used his devil fruit abilities to create a massive tornado, instantly destroying the threads. But at that moment, a gigantic figure descended from the sky. When this huge figure landed between Karl and Doflamingo, Karl's pupils suddenly constricted. Doflamingo stood on the tide of threads and laughed. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. You finally arrived. Kaido arrived so quickly. The moment Karl saw Kaido appear, he understood that Doflamingo must have summoned him. Although Kaido came to cause trouble for Doflamingo, the only one who could save Doflamingo now was this monster, Kaido. Once his only reinforcement appeared, Doflamingo laughed recklessly. Birdcage. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo directly took out his. Chapter 87. Doflamingo's setback is that Kaido. The Navy station in the palace was taken aback upon seeing the figure not far away. With the riot already underway, the battle plan designated by Karl had been perfectly successful. All the crew members had gathered inside the palace, ready to convey evidence to Sengoku. All members of the Don Quixote family, except for Doflamingo himself, had been arrested. Just as they were preparing to report to Sengoku, Kaido's sudden appearance caught them off guard. They exchanged glances, unsure whether to go help or stay here to protect King Riku. No, they had to quickly report to Admiral Sengoku and have him send reinforcements. With just their strength, they absolutely couldn't stand against Kaido. Enzo was the one present who understood Kaido the most. After all, Wano was currently under Kaido's control, and Enzo knew very well what kind of exaggerated power a monster like Kaido possessed. So he didn't hesitate to call the transponder snail to contact Admiral Sengoku. On the other side, Jess also opened a video transponder snail, intending to show Sengoku the impact of this evidence. Only in this way could Sengoku confirm that there was evidence here, and then he would send troops for support. Sengoku was meticulous in his work and tended to protect his own, but he was also very rigid in certain aspects, especially concerning matters that could affect the political landscape. He was extremely inflexible. As long as he didn't see the evidence, even if the situation were true, he wouldn't send troops for reinforcements. Fortunately, after connecting with Sengoku's transponder snail, Sengoku agreed to send reinforcements without much thought. This made Enzo and the others very happy. They hadn't expected Sengoku to be so easy to talk to this time. However, they were unaware that Sengoku already had such intentions and that the only thing missing now was the evidence. Troop strength and personnel had long been prepared. What Sengoku didn't expect was that Kaido would appear in Dressrosa to help Doflamingo. This way, even without clear evidence, Sengoku could unilaterally declare that Doflamingo indeed had cooperation with Kaido, and the person Sengoku sent was Admiral Kizuru. As for the Navy warships, they definitely wouldn't arrive in time. So for now, only Kizuru would be the reinforcements. However, with an admiral coming, they could feel a bit more at ease. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared by the window, making them all alert. Doflamingo, how could you be here? Seeing the suddenly appearing Doflamingo, Enzo and the others were taken aback, quickly shielding King Riku and the others behind them. Hee. So you're Karl's subordinates? Quite a bunch of kids, but I'm too lazy to bother with you right now. Hurry up and get lost. Doflamingo released his strings, intending to kill the people in front of him. However, Enzo, Inaru, and Nilu instantly charged forward, deflecting Doflamingo's attack. Inaru even fully activated the Rumble fruit, directly knocking Doflamingo out of the window frame. Rumble fruit. Doflamingo's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't expected that Karl's subordinates would include a user of the Rumble fruit, since he hadn't previously learned about Inaru and the others' abilities, and had been fighting Karl all this time. He naturally hadn't paid attention to the situation in the palace. Thus, he had no idea that Inaru was a user of the Rumble fruit. This is really interesting, but it's still not enough. Doflamingo charged up again, but this time he was surrounded by a blizzard. This familiar power made Doflamingo's pupils constrict sharply. Seeing the familiar snowflakes, Doflamingo instinctively thought of Monet. But he quickly remembered that Monet was already dead. Chapter 88. Fierce battle with Kaido. Just as King Riku and the others were organizing their forces to stop the shrinking birdcage, the fierce battle between Karl and Kaido continued. At this moment, Karl was unaware that Doflamingo had suffered setbacks against Enel and others, allowing him to escape from Dressrosa. His mind was entirely focused on Kaido. There was no way around it. Kaido's strength was indeed formidable. Karl had to admit that he was not a match for him at the moment. Faced with Kaido's relentless attacks, Karl could only utilize the advantage of the float fruit to evade his strikes. Tsurugian remarked that each time was a narrow escape to avoid Kaido's offense. However, Karl skillfully made use of his flying ability, making it impossible for Kaido to land hit on him. You little brat, if you got the guts, come down here and fight me to the death. I'm not coming down. If you have the ability, come up here and find me. Useless Kaido. Even though he couldn't defeat his opponent, Karl refused to back down verbally, which was his principle. If he couldn't even win in a verbal spar, he might as well give up. Come down if you can. Kaido was extremely furious. Although he could transform into a dragon, facing a naval brat in transformation meant that he acknowledged the other person's strength. Kaido looked down on Karl, considering him merely a garbage who had just become a navy and felt he didn't need to transform into a dragon at all. However, the current situation was infuriating for Kaido. Karl was floating in mid-air, taking full advantage of the float fruit, moving with great agility. Although Kaido's power and speed were stronger and faster than Karl's, he couldn't fly in his human form. This led to his attacks always being a beat too slow to hit Karl. However, similarly, no matter what counterattack Karl attempted, he couldn't harm Kaido. Kaido was indeed called the strongest creature for a reason. His tough skin and thick flesh could heal instantly even after taking damage. Karl's attacks were completely ineffective. What a huge meat shield. How am I supposed to hit him? Even if I can stall him, the one who will definitely lose in the end is me. Not to mention that Kaido can still transform into a dragon. If this drags on, it will probably become increasingly disadvantageous for me. I wonder if Enzo and the others have reported the situation here to Sengoku. I hope he can quickly send reinforcements. Otherwise, I might really die here. While dodging Kaido's Kanabo, Karl muttered to himself. He also managed to find openings in Kaido's attacks to create several tornadoes to strike at him. However, these tornadoes were directly crushed by Kaido's Kanabo. At his level of power, unless faced with a world-ending calamity, the level of disaster that Karl could create was completely ineffective against him. Although the tornadoes Karl created were enough to make Jack and Doflamingo wary, and could even destroy a country without issue, against a monster like Kaido, his techniques were equivalent to child's play and were utterly disregarded. If I could create disasters like Whitebeard or produce hurricanes capable of destroying Marineford like the Golden Lion, then perhaps it would have a noticeable effect on Kaido. Otherwise, no matter what technique, it wouldn't have any significant impact on him. As a time traveler, Karl was well aware of Kaido's thick skin and heavy weight. He was even heavier than Jack in his mammoth form. Karl's full effort in unleashing his fruit abilities could not lift Kaido at all. Even if he used the float fruit to levitate the area around Kaido, it would be different from Jack. Jack was purely reckless, and Karl had the strength to suppress him, which was why he successfully tossed him into the underwater volcano. If Karl were to lift Kaido into the air, he would be purely seeking death. Doing so would only give Kaido the opportunity to kill him, without any benefit to Karl. Chapter 89. Reinforcements arrive. A flash of black light passed by. The flames that had been wrapped up by Karl using his fruit ability were now all returned to Kaido. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Kaido's massive figure fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground, causing a tremendous uproar. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked by Karl's strength. They never expected that Karl could even knock down the legendary Yonko Kaido. This situation invigorated everyone. Enel and the others were even more astonished. They had never imagined that Karl would possess such power. However, Enel and the others were different from the rest. They could clearly sense that Karl's strike was the strongest strike ever. Although it looked incredibly dazzling and even knocked Kaido down, Kaido's vitality remained robust. Karl, on the other hand, appeared to be somewhat exhausted. If Admiral Borsalino didn't arrive soon, Lord Karl would likely be in grave danger. Enzo shook his head, drawing his weapon and preparing to assist at any moment. The others did the same, but King Riku seemed somewhat puzzled. Why? Wasn't Kaido already defeated? TCH defeated? That monster Kaido was merely caught off guard by Karl's hit. Moreover, this strike was already Karl's strongest attack. Kaido was just injured, but not seriously. In such a situation, you actually say Kaido was defeated? That's just laughable. Enel said coldly, with lightning crackling around him. His observation haki made him the strongest in the area. Therefore, he could clearly feel that Kaido's state was still at its peak. However, Karl was already at the end of his strength. If this continued, Karl would undoubtedly die. No, I must help. If Lord Karl dies here, each of us will bear responsibility, Niru exclaimed, then prepared to rush out. But just as she was about to go out, Enel instantly blocked her. Enel, what are you doing? Our reinforcements have arrived. Going out now is just asking for death. Enel glanced at Niru. This girl was good in every way, but she was just too anxious. Although Enel knew that his personality wasn't much different from hers, he couldn't help but show a disdainful expression towards her. Perhaps this was what it meant to love and hate at the same time. Upon hearing Enel's words, Niru revealed a joyful expression. Admiral Borsalino has arrived? That's right, he is here. Enel nodded. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Enel's words. Since Borsalino had come, it was no longer their concern. They could just continue watching the show. However, at the back, Aizo's expression turned somewhat grim upon hearing that Borsalino had arrived. He quietly retreated, and before long, he left the scene. Clearly, he did not want to get involved with the Navy Admiral. Enel and the others noticed Aizo's departure, but did not stop him. They didn't know Aizo's identity. They merely thought he was another pirate who had come to Whitebeard's crew on someone else's commission. It was normal for pirates to run away upon encountering a Navy Admiral. They didn't pay it much attention. Meanwhile, Karl in the sky was panting heavily. On the ground, Kaido had taken to the air once more. However, the hair on his head had been burned away due to Karl's use of his flame breath against him. His dragon head was now completely bald, looking somewhat ridiculous. Moreover, on Kaido's forehead, there was a massive X-shaped wound. Although this wound had already healed, it still left behind a scar that was neither deep nor shallow. This was the result of Karl's strongest technique, which combined armament haki, conqueror's haki, and his fruit ability, achieving. Chapter 90, Repelling Kaido, Artificial Devil Fruit Army. This is big news. How terrifying. Borsalino did not know what his main task was for coming here. To be on the safe side, it was better for fewer people to know about this matter. Therefore, Sengoku only told Borsalino that Doflamingo had joined forces with Kaido to target Karl, which was why he was sent here for support. However, when Borsalino learned the real reason, even with his lazy personality, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. If this matter went unnoticed and Kaido was given 3 to 5 more years to develop, he would have an army entirely composed of devil fruit users. In that case, he would become the largest pirate force on the seas, possibly surpassing the other Yonko in one fell swoop. So even if Karl's actions were driven by personal motives to deal with Doflamingo, Sengoku and Borsalino still couldn't find any grounds to blame him, because what Doflamingo did this time was indeed excessive. Kaido's ambition was also laid bare before the Navy. It can be said that after this incident, Karl's military achievements would definitely be enough for him to be promoted to the rank of Major. Borsalino Senpai, if you want to chat, we have plenty of time later. Right now, let's think of a way to deal with this monster in front of us. My strength is limited, and I have no way to break through Kaido's defenses. Even my full power strike would only leave a small scar on his forehead. So the next battle will be left to you, Senpai. I'll assist you. Without hesitation, Karl passed the burden to Borsalino and took a step back. Although Borsalino had a lazy personality and showed up to work every day, his strength was not weak at all. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't be wary of him. You really are self-aware, Karl-kun. But since you've said that, I, as your senpai, can't embarrass myself. As he spoke, Borsalino clenched his hands, and a golden light shone from his body. The powerful force of the Pika Pika no Mi erupted instantly. The Amaterasu, a rain of light, fell on Kaido. Although each beam of light was not very powerful, this attack excelled in density and speed. After a moment, several blood holes appeared on Kaido's body. This made Kaido extremely furious. He roared again, releasing a powerful energy breath. However, Karl suddenly charged forward and delivered a critical hit to Kaido's eyes. Bastard! Kaido instantly shut his eyes and covered them with armament haki to prevent Karl from piercing his eyeball, then directly slammed Karl with his head. But this interrupted his breath attack, which left Kaido feeling both furious and somewhat aggrieved. Borsalino's attack continued. He changed his attack method and chose to engage in close combat. Borsalino's speed was faster than Karl's, and his strength was also greater. Especially the Amaterasu sword he created was sharper than Karl's withered wood and cherry blossoms. Kaido, in his dragon form, was in a miserable state, unable to take care of every part of his body. Unable to endure, he transformed back into human form, picked up the spike club from the ground, and swung it at Borsalino. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido, in anger, swiped past Borsalino's scalp with a howling strike. Although it didn't hit, it forced Borsalino to stop his assault. Oh dear, that was really dangerous. I almost got disfigured. Borsalino said this, but his face still maintained a lewd expression, showing no sign of danger at all. This won't do, Borsalino-senpai. Why don't you help me lure him to the seaside? You know I'm a Pika Pika no Mi user. I can control the sea. As long as you can knock him into the water, I can find a way to send him away. Oh, that's a good idea. Upon hearing Karl's words, Borsalino's eyes. Chapter 91 Speculations on Ability Awakening. Early the next morning, the Navy ship arrived at Dressrosa. King Riku and Rebecca, along with the civilians of Dressrosa, decorated the place to welcome the Navy. If it weren't for Karl's intervention this time, King Riku would never have been able to drive Doflamingo away. The residents of Dressrosa would not have been able to return to their normal lives. King Riku originally wanted to thank Karl, but Karl was not interested. He said that all the credit goes to the Navy, so King Riku should thank the entire Navy. Borsalino was a bit surprised by Karl's realization, but did not say anything. So, King Riku simply went to welcome the Navy, preparing a grand welcoming ceremony for them as a simple way to express his gratitude. As for the real appreciation, King Riku planned to personally send it to Sengoku after Dressrosa stabilized in a while. Karl had no objections, and Borsalino remained silent. So King Riku took their silence as agreement. After completing the welcoming ceremony, it was already afternoon. Karl walked alone on the dilapidated streets of Dressrosa. Looking at the busy civilians around him, who had happy expressions on their faces, he felt that what he was doing was absolutely right. Although Karl did not consider himself a saint or a great hero destined to save the world, he was clear about one thing. If he couldn't uphold even this little bit of justice, he was completely unworthy to be a Navy. This was also Karl's creed. He didn't know where Doflamingo had run off to, but no matter how he escaped, he could never return to his position as a warlord of the sea. Karl was somewhat looking forward to what expression Doflamingo would have when they met again. Karl looked up at the white threads in the distance. although Doflamingo had already escaped. His battle with Karl had left some traces behind. These few threads were proof of Doflamingo's fruit awakening. By the way, the choice from yesterday had been completed, and he almost forgot. Suddenly, Karl remembered yesterday's choice. He had been so exhausted that after the battle ended, he relaxed and fell asleep, resulting in him sleeping until this morning. So he hadn't checked his attribute panel until now. Attribute panel. Name, Karl Strength, C Agility, D Spirit, D Stamina, C Abilities, Military Fist, E, Float Fruit, Armament Hockey, Mastery, Observation Hockey, Perfect, Conqueror's Hockey, Mastery, Twin Sword Style. After the extraordinary battle yesterday, plus the fact that Karl had not stopped training his body, his physical quality had once again improved. Although it was just a slight increase, overall his strength had seen a minor boost. However, when he compared his current strength with Kaido's strength at that time, Karl found that although his strength was now at level C, it was still far too distant compared to Kaido's. This strength was even inferior to Jack's. While he could defeat Jack, Karl understood that in a pure strength contest, he was not Jack's opponent. Even now, Nilu, who had learned Haki, was quickly catching up to him in terms of strength. If calculated this way, Jack's strength was at least B, possibly B. The strength of an adult giant race was at least B-, meaning Nilu still had significant room for improvement. However, Kaido's strength was stronger than that of an average giant race. Based on my estimation yesterday, his strength was at least more than double Jack's. In other words, Kaido's strength was at least A, if not higher. His speed, however, was quite average. If I didn't use the float fruit, his speed would only be slightly faster than mine, probably around C. Thinking of this, Karl's mouth curled into a smile. Chapter 92. Borsalino's Experience. Oh wow. You really are the little monster that the warlord admires. You've already touched the threshold of observation Haki and devil fruit awakening at such a young age. Back in my day, I didn't have your talent at your age. It really makes one feel inferior, Borsalino said with an envious tone, wearing a lewd expression and a slightly teasing tone. If it were anyone else, they might think Borsalino was mocking them. But Karl knew that this was just Borsalino's way. Unless the situation was important enough to make him feel tense, he would always have this annoying demeanor. Borsalino, just tell me if I'm right. Once you reach this level, do you use your abilities to their limits every time? And then it naturally leads to the awakening of your devil fruit and the advancement of Haki? Since the manga doesn't provide any training methods for devil fruit awakening or Haki advancement, Karl could only rely on system prompts to guess what to do. Borsalino looked at Karl's eager expression and nodded, then shook his head. This gesture left Karl confused, not knowing what he meant. Borsalino, just say what you want to say. It's not that I don't want to say it. It's just that I haven't reached that level myself. So how can I tell you? Borsalino said something heart-wrenching, leaving Karl speechless. Let me be honest with you, kid. Logia-type devil fruits are completely different from Paramecia-type. Logia-type devil fruits, simply put, are essentially awakened when consumed. The awakening of Zoan-type is simpler. You just need to master your body. However, the more perfectly one masters their body, the stronger their fruit's awakening abilities will be, which explains the gap between Zoan-type users. Take Kaido and Jack, for example. Although both have awakened their fruits, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. But Paramecia-type is the most complex. Everyone has a completely different awakening method. What you refer to as surpassing limits is not impossible, but I can't guarantee it's completely correct. As for observation Haki, at this point, Borsalino sighed. My observation Haki is good, but it's not at a level where I can awaken other abilities. However, I feel like I'm close. When I break through, I will let you know, Karl. Borsalino's words served as a simple reminder to Karl, revealing some unknown secrets. This was the first time Karl had heard of Borsalino's theory about devil fruit awakening. He had no idea that Logia-type devil fruits could awaken simply by being consumed. No wonder each Logia-type devil fruit can influence such a vast area. Enel could cover the entire Sky Island right after eating the devil fruit, using his observation Haki. Even Jace, right after eating the fruit, could control an area of 3 to 4 kilometers, creating ice and snow. As he mastered the fruit's abilities, the area he could control would only grow larger. As for Zoan-type devil fruits, they seemed very simple. However, reaching Kaido's level is nearly impossible. Moreover, Logia-type devil fruits are not invincible. It mainly depends on talent. Like Monet, who has no talent, consuming a Logia-type devil fruit is just a waste of such a good fruit. As for observation Haki, Borsalino couldn't say much, and Karl couldn't press him further. So he let it go. Then Karl borrowed the palace's training grounds and began training with his crew. Other Navy members, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel emotional. Phrases like Karl is just hard-working, Brigadier General Karl is serious, and Brigadier General Karl is not complacent fill the air. Chapter 93. Competing with each other, finally able to set sail. The cat demon sat at the edge of the boat, swinging her little legs, looking very relaxed and content. Balls and such a really annoying meow. I can't dance at all, yet someone actually invited me, meow. This person really isn't afraid of pain. I stepped on them more than 10 times, and they didn't even shout, saying it was nothing, meow. Is this what the Brigadier General refers to as a licking dog? Meow. The cat demon recalled some amusing events that happened in Dressrosa that morning. Ainalu and Nilu laughed openly, clearly finding what the cat demon said a bit funny. Heiyu was covering her mouth and snickering on the side. She had been maintaining her ice princess image these past few days, making people hesitant to approach her. Although someone invited her to dance today, Heiyu politely declined. Although everyone participated in the ball, most just watched others dance, and very few actually joined in. To be honest, if it weren't for Rebecca needing to inherit the family business, I would really want to pull her onto our ship and coax her into joining the Navy. Rebecca has great talent. Staying in Dressrosa to inherit the family business is truly a waste of her potential. Karl sighed, feeling sorry for Rebecca. Although there are many talented people like Rebecca on this sea, many talents are wasted. So Karl only felt a bit regretful and didn't have too many thoughts about it. Isn't inheriting a family business less appealing than joining the Navy? Yahahaha. You all continue chatting. I'm going to train. I feel like it won't be long before I can awaken my armament hockey too. Nilu, just wait for me. I won't let you surpass me. Ainalu snorted and returned to the cabin to start training. During this time, Nilu had awakened her armament hockey and mastered the soft skill that Karl taught her. Her strength had undergone a qualitative change. Originally, she was not Ainalu's opponent. However, after they sparred 3 times yesterday, Nilu won the last 2 matches, with only the first one being a defeat. This greatly impacted Ainalu. He never expected to be surpassed by Nilu. Fortunately, the gap between them had not widened too much. Ainalu knew very well that he was at a disadvantage in armament hockey, which is why he was training hard to awaken it as soon as possible. Nilu was also very clear that although she had awakened her armament hockey, her strength was not very strong. She knew her current strength was even less than that of the elite vice admirals at the Navy headquarters. Nilu understood that she was in a sort of mediocre strength state that looked good, but in reality, once she encountered a true strong person, it would be like a raw egg that breaks with a touch. Armament hockey must be strengthened, and the intensity of physical training could be slightly reduced. Kinbunchika hockey must be prioritized. I've already mastered a calm method, and by training this way, I will awaken Kinbunchika hockey sooner or later. After resting enough, Nilu also returned to the training room to prepare for training her Kinbunchika hockey. Both of them, not wanting to lose to each other, were pushing themselves very hard. Others who saw their state couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Their training intensity was only half of what these two were doing. Originally, the training intensity that Karl set for them was already very high, but these two doubled it privately. This led them to push their bodies to the limit every day to stimulate their potential, striving to become stronger as soon as possible. Competition leads to progress. I should have realized this long ago. Why not start from now and continue until the end of next month before returning to the Navy headquarters? Strength improvement. Chapter 94. Movements from all sides. Dad, I'm back. I'm sorry for acting on my own this time and disrupting your plans. But you can rest assured that I absolutely won't make such a low-level mistake again. After spending a few days, Izang finally returned to the Moby Dick, back in Whitebeard's embrace. At this moment, he was very humble. As soon as he returned, he knelt before Whitebeard to admit his mistake. The other captains initially wanted to welcome Izang back, but seeing him kneeling, they were instantly startled. Izang, what are you doing? No one is blaming you. Yeah, Izang, even though what you did wasn't quite right, none of us blame you, and Dad doesn't blame you either. Did you suffer any losses? We didn't face any danger because of you. You really don't need to apologize. Exactly, Izang, you're treating Dad as if he's not Dad. If you don't get up soon, we're all going to look down on you. The people around him chimed in, trying to get Izang to stand up. Izang, however, was a bit worried. He glanced up at Whitebeard and then noticed that Whitebeard was not angry at all, but was even smiling. Haha, Izang, you little brat, always so serious. Hurry up and get up. Kneeling isn't good, and I have things to ask you. As he spoke, Dad took out a newspaper, and Izang sat down on the ground, casually snatching a cup of alcohol from someone nearby and drinking heartily. Nothing beats drinking our own liquor. Huh. Izang laughed loudly, but the person next to him muttered angrily as they took their cup back. Haha, Izang, what do you think of that new Navy star, Karl? What do I think? Izang took a sip of the drink, poured himself some more, thought for a moment, and then began to answer. Very strong, very decisive, very talented, and has a strong sense of justice. He's completely different from most of the Navy we've seen. To put another way, he seems like a combination of Karp and Sengoku, because aside from relying on his fists, he can also expose everything that Doflamingo has done, causing turmoil throughout Dressrosa. And he understands how to draw the tiger away from the mountain. His plan won't truly unfold until Doflamingo shows up. If such a person grows stronger, he would be a huge threat to us. Izang's expression was serious as he spoke honestly. The others, hearing Izang's words, were somewhat surprised, but they didn't refute him, because Karl's performance during this time had indeed been stunning. His strength was impeccable, reaching the top level of the 7 warlords. He even managed to hold off Kaido for a significant amount of time. No one present, except for Marco, had the confidence to achieve such a feat. He might be dangerous for pirates, but for ordinary people, someone like him can represent justice. As Whitebeard's words were spoken, everyone present suddenly realized, because Whitebeard was right, Karl, standing on the Navy's side, was indeed their enemy. But they were pirates. For ordinary people, pirates were their enemies who plundered them, while the Navy was the side that protected justice. Therefore, the emergence of someone like Karl in the Navy was beneficial with no harm at all to the Navy and the world's image. But for them pirates, it was a huge threat. Dad, should we continue to target him? I heard he's near our territorial waters. Marco tentatively inquired, and Whitebeard unfolded the newspaper and handed it to Marco. If you have the confidence not to lose to him, then you can go and test him. Chapter 95, Gold City Tesalo. 5 days later, Karl commanded the ship to enter a lavish place. The port was covered by a vast expanse of gold. The entire port was made of pure gold, with not a trace of impurities. Under the golden reflection, even the seawater turned a golden color, looking very striking. Is this the Gold City? It looks so magnificent. Meow. The cat demon looked around at the luxurious environment, feeling dazzled and at a loss for words to describe the place. The others, except for Karl and Enel, were also very surprised upon seeing this. Even the taciturn Jess and the somewhat reclusive Ireland couldn't help but open their mouths at the sight of the pure gold port. Such a spectacular scene was something they had never heard of or seen before. TCH, what's so special about this? The Sky Island I come from has a gold city that's even more extravagant than this, and there's even a huge golden bell. It's just a pity that the gold city there has already fallen into ruin, with nothing left but a relatively intact golden bell. If someone could restore the gold city of the Sky Island, it would definitely be 10 times more magnificent than this. Enel, having experienced grand spectacles, looked down on their excitement over such trivial matters. Moreover, he had no interest in gold at all. He felt no excitement upon seeing this place. Karl felt the same way. He had long seen the gold of the Sky Island and knew what the Gold City was like. Although he was somewhat surprised to see the true face of the Gold City, he did not feel much emotional upheaval. The warship slowly advanced, and they soon arrived at the Navy's designated area. Just then, a golden fountain not far away suddenly erupted. Brilliant gold sprayed out like a fountain from a huge spout, spreading outwards. Nearby pirates, upon seeing the gold, immediately began to scramble for it. Some even intended to snatch gold from others' hands. If it weren't for Tesalo's great reputation, these pirates might have already attempted to take action here. However, these pirates were unaware that their actions were exactly what Tesalo wanted. The gold fragments were Tesalo's scheme. Seeing this scene, Karl couldn't help but shake his head, then use his ability to blow away all the gold fragments around him. Everyone took note that Tesalo's ability was the gold fruit, and these gold fragments were created by his power. As long as any residual gold fragments remain on a person's body, he could control the gold and restrain their body. Enel and Jess didn't need to worry, as they were both Logia-type devil fruit users. But the others had to be extremely careful. Once you come into contact with any gold here, you must tell me immediately. Understood. Upon hearing Karl's words, everyone present responded in unison. Who would have thought that this gold emperor had such methods? It seems he is not an ordinary person. Enzo shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. The others were also surprised. They hadn't expected Tesalo to use such a method to control others. They then looked at those who had tightly embraced the gold fragments and couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. Those people were completely doomed. Tesalo's rise to this point relied not only on his fruit abilities, but also on his business acumen and methods of manipulation. This guy, like Don Quixote Doflamingo, was a formidable figure, skilled in playing with people's hearts. However, The only difference between him and Doflamingo was that this guy primarily targeted pirates and only scammed the Celestial Dragon's money. For the Navy, he could also be a good source of information, and generally, he wouldn't take action against them. Chapter 96. Tesalo in Trouble Golden Building. In Tesalo's office, the atmosphere is heavy. Tesalo sits at his desk while Karl lounges on a large sofa next to him, sipping tea with his legs crossed. There is no one else around. Tesalo has sent his subordinates away, and Karl's crew has also been arranged to play elsewhere. Today is considered a day off for them. But Karl has given them a task, to observe the Golden City closely and report any unusual occurrences. Additionally, Karl has specifically advised Inalu and Nilu to avoid causing trouble here, and there were no further instructions. Now, in this office, only Karl and Tesalo are present, which makes the atmosphere awkward. They sit in silence for about 10 minutes. Although the mood is oppressive, Karl feels no discomfort. He is only here for a free meal and drink, with no intention of confronting Tesalo, who cannot do anything to him. The only one feeling the pressure is Tesalo. By the way, Brigadier General Karl, what brings you here? Or is it that you have a mission? Tesalo starts, unable to hold back. I'm just running a small business here. Nothing compared to what Doflamingo does in Dressrosa. If you're planning to investigate me, feel free to do so. Apart from some slave traders making private deals, I have no illegal activities here. After all, the Celestial Dragons often trade with me. I wouldn't ruin my own reputation. Tesalo shows his weakness first, understanding that he might not be Karl's match, especially considering Karl's identity as a young, ambitious Navy officer. Although Tesalo is not afraid of the Navy, he is wary of someone like Karl, who might act recklessly. He knows that any conflict would only lead to loss for him, so he will yield as long as Karl does not go too far. Mr. Tesalo, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm not here to target you specifically. In fact, I was hoping to discuss a cooperation and ask why you were recruiting these pirates. To my knowledge, although you have recruited pirates before, you've never publicly advertised it in the newspapers. Your actions are quite suspicious. Karl squints, stating his purpose for coming. Upon hearing Karl's words, Tesalo breathes a sigh of relief. He just needs to confirm Karl's attitude. As long as Karl is not here to go after him, Tesalo can relax a bit. Oh, so that's what it is. My recruitment of pirates is simply to have them work for me and do my bidding, while conveniently sending them to their deaths. These pirates are all after money and disregard their own lives. With just a little manipulation on my part, they will obey me. Why wouldn't I make good use of such labor? Tesalo's lips curl into a sly smile. It's evident that he often engages in such practices, but as Karl mentioned, he has never been so overt in recruiting pirates as he is recently. I always feel like you're hiding something from me, but whatever. I'll be here for a few days, killing time anyway. Admiral Sengoku told me to stay in the New World a bit longer before returning to Navy headquarters. But he also warned me not to cause trouble, which is really annoying. Originally, my next destination was the land of Wano, where Big Mom's crew is located. But because of Sengoku's orders, I had to change my plans and come here. I feel like I'm at a loss, but who knows? Maybe I'll find unexpected surprises here. Karl displays an expression of helplessness regarding his arrival in the Golden City. Chapter 97. Triggering choices. Karl wandered alone in Golden City, casually exploring. He looked at various entertainment venues, but found nothing of interest. However, a few bars caught his attention. This was not because the drinks were particularly good or because of the performances inside. It was because, using his observation hockey, he sensed that there were human trafficking transactions taking place here. Just as Tesalo said, the traffickers here would not brazenly engage in human trafficking. While Tesalo might turn a blind eye to such activities, this place was different from the Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago was protected by the Celestial Dragons, who openly traded in slaves while the Celestial Dragons picked up the tab. Even if the Navy intervened, as long as they didn't encounter someone like Karl, who had a strong sense of justice, they would only lose a bit of money and wouldn't need to worry about their lives at all. However, Golden City was different. Tesalo was originally a slave himself. Although he wouldn't save other slaves or demand that everyone stop trafficking, he absolutely would not allow anyone to do such things in front of him. While Tesalo wouldn't investigate who was engaged in such activities, if he found out, he would definitely not let those traffickers go. Having once been a slave, he naturally had a deep-seated hatred for traffickers, and that was beyond doubt. Thus, there were very few slave traders in Golden City, and it took Karl quite some time to find these people engaging in secret transactions. However, when he followed the path to this transaction location, he found that something was off. The person trading with the trafficker was someone wearing a white mask and a white trench coat. This person's face was obscured, but their figure was tall, even 2 heads taller than Karl. The attire of the individual looked increasingly similar to CP0, although he couldn't confirm it. The majority of their outfit resembled that of CP0. As for the slave being traded, Karl didn't recognize her, but she appeared to be a young woman, perhaps only 18 or 19 years old. She had long, water blue hair, delicate features, and a well-proportioned figure. She was a standard beauty. However, the environment here was very dim, and the girl being sold looked dirty, draped in a gray cloak, making it difficult for Karl to see her clearly. Once the transaction was completed, she followed the trafficker away, but his observation hockey remained active. He didn't want to lose track of this suspected CP0 individual. Nonetheless, he first needed to deal with this trafficker and find out who they really were. A moment later, Karl followed the trafficker to a hidden corner. Here, aside from himself, there were 7 or 8 accomplices. When the trafficker returned with a sack of money, everyone cheered. "Ha, we hit the jackpot this time." "Yeah, I never expected that a mere star from Music Island could sell for 30 million berries. It's amazing. She is not just a star. She is the daughter of the island's lord, known as the Sea Demon Princess. It said she is a user of the sound fruit, and her voice is incredibly enchanting. Everyone who hears her sing feels immensely relaxed and uplifted, as if their spirits have been elevated. Not only that, but I also heard her singing has the ability to control sea kings. It's a pity that the pirates took over and killed the original lord. They were even going to kill her. If we hadn't snatched her back, she would have had nowhere to hide from the pirates and would have been killed long ago." Chapter 98, Saving People. Next, it's time to find CP0 and rescue the person from him. Fortunately, I've kept my observation hockey activated, so he won't get away. However, this guy's destination is actually the Golden Building. It seems that besides dealing with human traffickers, he might also have some connection with Tesla. Karl squinted and instantly took off into the air. He chose option 3 earlier. There wasn't much to hesitate about this choice. Option 3 was exactly what Karl wanted to do the most at the moment, although the first 2 rewards were also quite good. The second option could even grant him the abilities and favor of Sengoku. But compared to these, Karl preferred to do what he liked. Even if the other rewards were better, and even if it would offend the Celestial Dragons, he didn't care. With that, Karl rushed towards CP0 as fast as he could. He needed to prevent the other party from contacting Tesla. Otherwise, it wouldn't end well. With CP0 alone, Karl could easily kill him to silence him, without any pressure at all. Since the trafficker was already dead, it was just a matter of eliminating a CP agent who came for a transaction. If all went well, he could even cover up what he had done. After all, the Celestial Dragons didn't know what this sea monster princess looked like, as she had been imprisoned for a long time and had only recently been rescued by traffickers. "Found you." Moments later, Karl spotted CP0 walking in a dark alley. This CP0 had taken a side path and encountered some robbers. These thugs had lost everything in Golden City and were forced to work for Tesla to pay off their debts. Otherwise, they would be worse off than dead. Even if someone managed to escape, they would end up as robbers, stealing money just for a chance to get rich. So there were many such people in Golden City. However, most of them were not very strong. CP0 carried the sea monster princess on his right shoulder and easily waved his left hand a few times, instantly piercing the throats of these people. Karl watched carefully from the sky. He could tell that this CP0 was using very advanced finger gun techniques. Although Karl didn't know how to use them himself, he could at least understand what he was seeing. "Hey, friend up in the sky. You've been following me all this way. Why don't we come down and have a chat?" CP0 suddenly spoke, still facing away from Karl, which made him realize that the other party also possessed observation hockey. Although he had been discovered, Karl did not panic, as he originally intended to intercept the person with fewer options. "Navy? What are you doing here?" When Karl stood in front of CP0, the other party recognized Karl's identity as a Navy Rear Admiral. Then, after scrutinizing Karl, he realized that this Navy Rear Admiral was the Karl who had recently dominated the news headlines. It was truly unexpected for the famous Rear Admiral Karl to appear here. CP0 wore a mask, making it impossible to see his expression, but from his tone, Karl could tell that he was definitely looking at him with disdain, clearly not taking him seriously. "CP0, right? Can you explain what's going on with the girl on your shoulder? Human trafficking is a serious crime. Even if you're CP, you can't do that. What a joke. Am I trafficking humans? This is obviously the material belonging to the Celestial Dragons. Forget it. There's nothing to say to a stubborn kid like you. Just know that I'm escorting materials for the Celestial Dragons. You worthless piece of trash. You aren't even qualified to talk back to me. Get out of my way." Since the path was narrow, Karl blocked CP0's way, not intending to give in, but instead staring intently at CP0. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Just a dog of the celestial dragons. And you think you're qualified to bark at me? Bastard, you're asking for death. Karl's words broke CP0's composure. Without hesitation, he directly used his finger gun technique. However, Karl remained completely still, using his observation hockey to predict the opponent's attack, then covering his forehead with a layer of armament hockey. CP0 also covered his fingers with a layer of armament hockey. Chapter 99. All LSPs. A sudden voice and a cute figure in a dirty gray robe, which couldn't be concealed, appeared before everyone, aside from Enel, who had already fallen asleep and was carried away, and Erlen, who had become so withdrawn that he showed no interest in anything. Everyone else gaped in awe with starry eyes. However, they quickly turned their attention to Karl. Their sharp gazes seemed to ask, "How did you manage to bring back such a cute girl?" Ahem, don't get me wrong. She's a little girl I rescued from slave trader named, what is your name? Karl scratched his head, realizing he didn't know her name, only that she was nicknamed the Sea Demon Princess by the trafficker. The Sea Demon Princess timidly shrank back and replied in a voice like celestial music, I am Endur. All right, this classmate Endur is someone I rescued from the trafficker, and I will be taking her aboard the ship. After all, leaving her here is very unsafe. It's best to leave her in the protection of our navy. Karl stepped forward and gently ruffled Endur's sea blue long hair. Endur shrank her head back in fear, and then quietly asked, Am I not sold into slavery? And who are you people? Don't worry, Endur. You are now a free person, not a slave. I am a Navy Brigadier General, and everyone here is part of the Navy. You can follow us without any worries. There will definitely be no problems. Hearing Karl's words, Endur nodded, but suddenly her body went limp as she was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Karl hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Heiyu also rushed over with concern to check on Endur. What's wrong with her? After a quick examination, Heiyu shook her head and then asked, Endur, when was the last time you ate? Recently. Endur lowered her head in thought, and after a moment replied, It seems to be the morning of the day before yesterday. What? Hearing Endur's words, Nilu was immediately shocked. She didn't expect that Endur hadn't eaten for nearly 3 days. Damn slave traders, if I find them, I will definitely tear them apart. All right. You should say less and not scare the child. As for those slave traders, I've already dealt with them. You should take care of Enel instead. That guy hasn't even had a drop of alcohol, and you took him to drink, if he dies not on the battlefield but at the bar. That will be your responsibility, Nilu. Hearing Karl's reprimand, Nilu nodded awkwardly and then began to prepare things to sober Enel up and induce vomiting to help him regain consciousness. The cat demon glanced at Nilu, then at Endur, and resumed her cute smile. Meow meow. I'll go prepare some food, but I haven't used the kitchenware here, so it might take a bit longer. Meow. Go ahead, but don't make it too complicated. Just something simple to fill our stomachs will do. As you command. Meow. The cat demon bounced off to the kitchen. Jace and Enzo lay on the sofa, both staring at Endur with inexplicable smiles on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Karl shot them a glare. Those two are clearly LSPs. Enzo can be excused. That's just his nature. But Karl didn't expect Jace to be the shy type as well. He didn't like the cat demon's cuteness or her aloofness. Instead, he preferred someone like Endur. However, Karl noticed Endur's figure, which, compared to the cat demon's flatness and Heiyu's still developing body, was indeed curvaceous and exuded a princess-like aura. So it turns out you're good. Chapter 100. The Late Reward. Early the next morning, Karl was invited by Mr. Tanaka to Taisolo's office. As for the others, they were still sound asleep. Karl did not wake them up. He only asked the earliest riser, Endur, to help convey the message. Endur, please let them know that today is still a day off. Whether they want to continue having fun or train is up to them. Okay, I'll tell them the truth, big brother. Don't worry. Endur nodded, her light blue hair bobbing, and her whole body shaking slightly. Coupled with her innocent smile, she appeared exceptionally cute, like a real sea siren, enchanting and captivating. Although this was merely the charm Endur unconsciously exuded, it had already left Mr. Tanaka mesmerized. Even Karl couldn't help but marvel. After the cleansing of her body yesterday, Endur had completely transformed. She looked like a different person compared to last night. If Karl hadn't seen Endur personally, fresh from a bath and changed clothes, he would never have believed that the stunning beauty in front of him was indeed the Endur he had rescued just yesterday. All right, Mr. Tanaka, stop admiring the beauty and take me over there quickly. Karl gave Tanaka a light pat on the head. Tanaka, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his nose and then led the way ahead. The Golden Villa was not far from the Golden Building. Before long, The two of them arrived at Taisolo's office. However, Taisolo's expression was grim. Next to him stood a man in a black suit. Additionally, Karl noticed several familiar corpses in front of him. However, all these corpses were those of human traffickers. There was no sign of the CP0 body. What is going on with Taisolo? Do you intend for me to conduct an autopsy? I'm good at fighting, but leave the autopsies to the professionals, Karl said, showing no emotional fluctuations as he casually sat down on a nearby sofa. Tanaka, bring me a bottle of wine, the same one as yesterday. Tanaka hesitated and looked at Taisolo. Taisolo gave a slight nod, and only then did Tanaka dare to pour wine for Karl. General Karl, you truly surprised me right from the start. Although I also despise slave traders, isn't it a bit underhanded to act this way? If you want to deal with these slave traders, you should at least give me a heads up. After all, this is my territory. Moreover, what's more important is that a CP0 was involved in trading with these scum, and this CP0 has mysteriously disappeared. Mr. Tanaka informed me through the surveillance snail that the person who killed these scoundrels yesterday was you, and when you returned to the villa, you had an extra person in your arms. You might as well explain who this extra person is and why the CP0 has vanished. Taisolo's gaze was sharp, and his tone had an air of superiority. Such an opportunity to question the Navy was rare, and he relished the feeling of turning the tables, as he often found himself on the receiving end of such questioning from the Navy and CP. However, Karl did not give him any face. He remained silent for 2 seconds, took a sip of wine, then reclined on the sofa, crossed his legs, and rested his hands on the back of the sofa. He used this posture to express his disdain for Taisolo. Taisolo, you're just a pirate. What qualifications do you have to question me? I killed these people, and I just happened to save that person. What's the problem? As for CP0, sorry, I don't know and have never seen any CP0. If you want to know, why don't you go look for them yourselves? Why ask me? Karl rolled his eyes and did not take Taisolo seriously. Chapter 101. Excited Taisolo, ha ha. I didn't expect the lofty CP to be confronted by someone. It's really refreshing. You really live up to being a Navy rookie, daring to offend the CP. You've done something that we, as ordinary people, would never dare to do. Ha ha. Although Taisolo doesn't like Karl, he was very excited by Karl's previous confrontation with the CP and the act of breaking one of their arms. He almost revealed his intention to recruit Karl. However, he quickly realized that Karl is a Navy member, and even if he wanted to recruit him, Karl wouldn't agree. After all, the CP0 is just a dog of the Celestial Dragons. Even if they were true Celestial Dragons, I wouldn't bow to them. The Navy upholds the justice of ordinary people, not these maggots. Why should I obey them? How ridiculous. Karl rolled his eyes at Taisolo, clearly not taking his words to heart. When Taisolo heard Karl's response, he burst into laughter, clearly appreciating Karl's style. Given how well we get along, I'll quickly find you information about Doflamingo. Do you need any other intel? Today I'm in a good mood, so I can give you one for free. That CP0 is specifically there to manage Taisolo. His strength isn't strong. He only knows hockey and the 6 powers of the Navy, which Taisolo can easily handle himself. However, despite his lack of strength, his status is very noble, which prevents Taisolo from acting against him and forces him to obey the orders of CP0. Now that Karl has chased him away, at least for a while, Taisolo will be under no surveillance. This means that before a new watcher arrives, Taisolo can do things he previously dared not do. For example, private trading or secretly taking some of the heavenly gold that should have been handed over to the Celestial Dragons. These are all possible. More importantly, without a watcher, Taisolo can finally enjoy some freedom for a period. This is also the reason why Taisolo is grateful to Karl. Intel? Karl thought for a moment and realized that he didn't actually need much information, due to being a time traveler. And since this timeline hasn't deviated much from the original story, Karl doesn't need to know too many details. Actually, I don't have much I want to know. If you're willing to give me information, it will be better to help me with a small favor, something very simple. What do you want me to help you with? Taisolo was in a good mood today, so as long as Karl's request wasn't excessive, he could refuse it. But what Karl said next left him stunned. How about you help me investigate information about ancient weapons? Are you crazy? Upon hearing Karl's words, Taisolo stood up immediately, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Ancient weapons are forbidden weapons, strictly prohibited from being investigated or released by the Gorosei. You actually want me to help you investigate this? Absolutely not. All right, if that's the case, I'll change my request. You just need to tell me about the pirates occupying the Inal homeland. Seeing that Taisolo wasn't cooperating, Karl didn't push it and instead changed his request, then took a sip of his drink. However, the cup was already empty. Karl raised his cup and looked at Tianzhong, who then filled it for him. It really is you, but since you've already done this, you must not be afraid of them. I can tell you that the pirate crew occupying Mermaid Island is indeed under the Beast Pirates. However, these guys are just a ragtag bunch, and the leader is just a small-time pirate with a bounty of only 500 million berries. That's enough. But I still want to ask you one question. Are you involved in this slave trade? Karl downed his drink in one go. Chapter 104. The frustrated Tesla. The Navy truly lives up to its reputation. If one person can't handle it, they call for reinforcements. Do you not even have the courage for a one-on-one fight? I never expected the Navy, which always touts justice, to be so unscrupulous, even afraid to face me in a duel. Marco stood up and mocked. He was somewhat wary of the strength of Karl's subordinates. Although these people, even if they teamed up, were no match for Marco, he couldn't ignore Karl. As long as Karl was there, Marco had to focus all his attention on him. If the others tried to sneak attack, Marco's reactions would be as slow as before. He had to concentrate entirely on dealing with Karl. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee defeating him. After their previous brief clash, Marco still looked down on Karl, but he had to admit that Karl was quite strong. That's why he chose to mock him, hoping to provoke Karl into a one-on-one duel. Hearing Marco's taunts, Enel, known for his bad temper, stepped forward to retort, but was stopped by Karl's gesture. A one-on-one duel is pointless. The Navy is supposed to uphold justice, and beating up pirates is our justice. Do you think we, the Navy, would discuss morals with you pirates who burn, kill, and loot without mercy? You must be joking, Marco. Is this a game of pretend with Whitebeard that makes you think you have any morals? Pirates are inherently not good people, yet you still think of yourselves as righteous. Claiming that not dueling with you is a lack of morals. It's simply laughable. Karl's words infuriated Marco. He didn't expect Karl to say such things, which was unbearable for Marco, who was already a pirate. You Navy types are always like this, only spouting justice while what have you actually done? You don't need to worry about what the Navy has done. You only need to know that pirates should not exist. If it weren't for you pirates, the world would have been at peace long ago. Unfortunately, this world still has those celestial dragons, which is probably the only flaw. Karl's shocking statement left even Marco dumbfounded. Behind him, except for Enel, who didn't know what the celestial dragons were, the other three had their mouths agape, displaying incredulity. Jess and Enzo exchanged glances. From Karl's words, they understood his stance, and their eyes were filled with admiration as well as shock, because Karl spoke out what none of them dared to say. Nilu's expression was somewhat conflicted. Lord Karl, after all, the celestial dragons are the rulers of the world. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to insult them like this? I'm worried there's nothing inappropriate about it. Besides Marco, everyone here is on my side. Do you think I'm afraid you will snitch? Karl was not concerned. As long as he didn't explicitly say anything about resisting the celestial dragons, it was just a matter of speaking his mind. The five elders wouldn't do anything to him. Even if the celestial dragons got angry, they couldn't act against him without the five elders' consent. Unless the five elders were willing to see a Navy rookie betray the Navy. If it really came to that, Karl had ways to escape from the Navy headquarters since he was a user of the float fruit. He could go wherever he wanted. You really are a reckless youth. It would be one thing to say such things in private, but to insult the celestial dragons in public like this, are you trying to drag me down with you and get us both wiped out by the celestial dragons? That would be too unfair for me, just as Marco and Karl were at standstill. Chapter 105. Another Warlord. After a brief interlude, the Golden Emperor used his abilities to restore all the surrounding damage. His devil fruit power had awakened, and the entire surface of the ship was made of gold created by his power, which is why it looked so luxurious. After seeing Tesla's ability, Karl suddenly remembered that Tesla could also awaken his fruit, so he tentatively asked how to awaken a fruit. Tesla did not keep it a secret, as there was no need to. However, he couldn't provide a specific answer. He could only say that it was about being emotionally in the right place. According to Tesla, he awakened his fruit power suddenly one day after having the ability for a long time, just like water flowing naturally. As for the timing, it varies from person to person. Tesla took about 10 years to complete his fruit awakening, so he didn't quite know how to explain it. Karl nodded to indicate he understood, and then he stopped asking further questions. He realized that to awaken his devil fruit, he would have to rely on himself, since everyone is a different individual and the methods used may not be the same. Their experiences had little reference value. After learning this, Karl felt relieved. He decided to take his time, believing that one day he would also complete the awakening of his devil fruit. Then Karl took Nilu and the others away from there. On the way back, Karl even saw one of the 7 warlords, Kuma, being led by Tanaka. The two exchanged a glance, and then passed by each other without much interaction. It was unclear what Kuma was doing here. It was indeed surprising for a warlord to be in such a place. Karl felt a bit strange watching Kuma's back. Enel and the others did not know Kuma, but they could all sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Compared to Don Quixote da Flamingo, they felt Kuma was even more formidable. In fact, this was true. If one were to rank the strongest among the 7 warlords, Kuma would definitely be in the top 3. The other 2 would be the world's strongest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, and the fishman Jinbei. After all, Jinbei's strength could take on Big Mom head-on and even send her flying. Although he couldn't cause effective damage, just based on that achievement, he was much stronger than Doflamingo. Lord Karl, are we going to stay here for a few more days? Enzo asked. He didn't like the extravagant atmosphere of Golden City, which he had mentioned to Karl before, so he was eager to leave. However, Karl shook his head, saying they would wait 2 more days until Tesalo gathered news about Doflamingo before leaving. If you can't adapt to the atmosphere here, you can return to the ship and continue training. Hearing this, Enzo and the others nodded and followed Karl away from there. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Karl finally received news about Doflamingo. This guy was hard to find since he could fly. Tesalo had put in a lot of effort to help Karl locate Doflamingo. According to the information he obtained, Doflamingo was visiting the land of Wayno, seemingly negotiating something with Big Mom. However, Tesalo also got another piece of news. Kaido was also in Wayno. This news surprised Karl. He hadn't expected Kaido to actually be in Wayno. The fact that these 2 emperors hadn't fought or caused any major news was truly puzzling. Although Karl knew that both of them had once been members of the Rocks Pirates and had been partners, their relationship had always been poor. The reason they hadn't fought might be that neither of them wanted to escalate the situation. Chapter 106, Mihawk. After leaving Golden City, Karl and the bear's ships sailed in different directions. Karl and the bear had a brief conversation without any conflict. Although the bear knew that Karl was aware of his identity, Karl also showed goodwill towards the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, it had only been about 2 years since Karl had crossed over to the world of One Piece, and he happened to encounter Dragon while resupplying in Boa Town. At that time, Dragon had already made a name for himself and had become the world's most notorious criminal. However, he was still very approachable towards ordinary people and was guiding them towards revolution. Many young men and women in Boa Town were attracted by the spirit of the Revolutionary Army and joined them. Karl initially wanted to join as well, but after thinking it over, he decided against it, as awakening the sign-in system was his top priority. However, Karl had gained some reputation in Boa Town after defeating some minor pirates. Dragon also saw Karl's potential and wanted to invite him to join, but he was turned down. Nevertheless, their relationship was still quite good. Karl used the socialist system from his previous life to help Dragon fill in some knowledge gaps he had, and also told him how to win the hearts of the people. Although what he shared with Dragon were just some common-sense principles understood by modern people. Dragon was enlightened and realized a lot of things. However, Dragon was in a hurry to go elsewhere at that time, so he did not stay in Boa Town for long. Time flew by, and now Karl had become a Navy officer, standing on the opposite side of Dragon. However, strictly speaking, they were not enemies, as Dragon was only opposing the Celestial Dragons, which had little to do with the Navy. Therefore, Karl wanted to meet him, discuss matters regarding the Celestial Dragons, and also mention Luffy. Although Karl had already captured Luffy and taken him to Impel Down, Dragon had never revealed that Luffy was his son. While Karl was aware of this, he could easily pretend not to know, thus alleviating Dragon's concerns and making him believe it was just a misunderstanding. Additionally, Karl would share some intelligence about Impel Down, allowing Dragon to take advantage of the chaos during Ace's execution to rescue people. This way, he would also establish a connection with the Revolutionary Army, so that when he left the Navy, he would not be alone. After all, he could not guarantee that the crew he had now would definitely follow him. There was no need to mention Enel. He would definitely follow Karl. As for the others, Karl truly could not guarantee it. After all, they had only known each other for a little over 20 days, and these people might not be willing to risk their lives for him in the Navy. What would happen in the future, Karl did not dare to guarantee. All he could do was to lay a solid foundation now and enhance his strength. Only by doing so could he secure a place for himself in such chaotic times. Master Karl, we've spotted a small boat ahead. It looks a bit like a coffin. Wait, that seems to be Hawkeye Mihawk's ship. Why is Mihawk appearing here? Another warlord of the sea. Enzo used a telescope and saw Mihawk sitting in a small boat not far away. Mihawk's small boat had black sails with no markings, drifting aimlessly with the wind. Wherever the wind blew, he would go there, completely drifting without purpose. However, even Karl did not expect to encounter the world's #1 swordsman here. What incredible luck! Just parted ways with one warlord of the sea and now ran into another. But he did not know Mihawk. Chapter 107. The world's greatest swordsman. I never expected you would come to me for a spar. Given your status as the world's greatest swordsman, isn't it a bit unfair to spar with someone like me, a naval brigadier? Karl shrugged and joked. However, the serious Mihawk stared at Karl and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Don't joke around. How could I be afraid?" Hearing Mihawk's words, Karl immediately got riled up. He was just making a small joke, poking fun at their respective statuses. Yet Mihawk was being so serious. But then Karl thought about it. This guy only acted so seriously in front of strangers. Those who have read the manga know that he is not as high-strung in private as he appears publicly. With this thought, Karl felt much more balanced. Moreover, Karl wanted to spar with Mihawk to see what kind of difference there was between their pure swordsmanship. The sparring was not about haki or devil fruit abilities, but purely about sword techniques and sword intent. Because sparring is not a battle. It is a way for swordsmen to communicate. Although Karl only understood some details, he had a general idea. Simply put, both sides would fight without using haki or devil fruit abilities, relying solely on sword techniques and the instincts of swordsmen. This kind of sparring is very dangerous. A moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Because every swordsman must go all out. This is the greatest respect for the opponent. However, before Karl could make a move, Enzo stepped forward, pointing his sword at Mihawk. "Although you are the world's greatest swordsman, if you want to spar with the brigadier, you must first get past me. I am Enzo, a warrior from Wano, and also a soldier under Lord Karl. My sword is named Ranch, one of the 50 best swords. I have come to challenge you, the world's greatest swordsman." After saying this, he took a deep breath, and an undeniable aura suddenly emanated from him. This was the aura of a swordsman. Mihawk's eyes lit up upon seeing the aura around Enzo, and he drew the nearly one-person-high black sword from behind him. "I am Mihawk. My weapon is named Blackblade. Yoru, I accept your challenge." It was clear that Mihawk was very interested in the aura emanating from Enzo. Otherwise, he would not have taken a combat stance or even drawn his black sword. In the original story, Mihawk only used a small knife when facing Zoro at first. It was only at the end, when Zoro's aura piqued Mihawk's interest, that he used the black sword to deliver the finishing blow to Zoro. Now, the aura that Enzo displayed was definitely stronger than Zoro's in the original. Although his strength ranked 4th among Karl's subordinates, and he couldn't use haki yet, Jess, after gaining his devil fruit ability, was a bit stronger than Enzo. However, from the aura radiating from Enzo, Karl could feel that he was just one step away from awakening haki. This was just like Nilu back then. He was missing just an opportunity. Perhaps this battle with Mihawk would be the chance for him to awaken haki. So Karl said nothing and sat down on the ground, planning to watch the battle between the two. "I'm coming." With Enzo's furious shout, he charged forward holding Ranch. His sword-swinging speed was incredibly fast, which was the swordsmanship that Enzo had always used. Enzo practiced the quick sword style, focusing on thrusting attacks rather than slashing. However, if he found the opportunity, Enzo's slashing power was not weak at all. In fact, his strongest attack was Chapter 108. Mihawk. On the way, the clash between Karl and Mihawk caused a violent disturbance in the surrounding air. Even though they were on a ship, it created considerable waves in the nearby sea. Both of their strengths were formidable, and just a simple collision stirred up a tide in the ocean. They both understood that the person in front of them was likely more troublesome than they had anticipated. However, this was exactly in line with Mihawk's purpose for seeking out Karl. He wanted to see just what kind of strength this man, who had been glorified by the newspapers and could even withstand Kaido, leaving a scar on his forehead, truly possessed. Similarly, Karl wanted to see just how strong Mihawk was. In an instant, the figures of Karl and Mihawk intersected. The surrounding sea seemed to have exploded, resulting in another massive explosion. "Mihawk, could you please be a little gentler when you attack? Every time, I have to exert myself to redirect your slashes towards the sea. Otherwise, my ship would be wrecked. If the warship is destroyed, we would have to pay for it ourselves." Karl sighed and teased Mihawk, but his movements did not stop. His attacks were extremely swift, and as a dual-wielding swordsman, every strike caught Mihawk off guard. Karl's slashes were very tricky, and Mihawk had to be fully focused to avoid getting injured. Therefore, he couldn't hold back. Seeing an opening in Karl's attack, Mihawk struck out with another sword. Mihawk's attack was powerful and forceful, completely unlike the swordsmanship of an ordinary person. His strikes were perfectly complemented by the black blade, Yoru. Each slash forced Karl to exert all his effort to block it. Although Karl could dodge, he couldn't afford to do so, as doing so would risk his ship being blown up. "I've told you to be gentler. Warships are expensive, you know." Karl was somewhat irritated and instinctively activated his devil fruit ability, enhancing his speed. Mihawk could clearly feel that Karl's speed was faster than before, and his strength had increased significantly. However, even in the face of such an attack, he was still able to defend himself. But he had no time to counterattack and was pushed back several steps by Karl's relentless assaults. It wasn't until he was about to fall into the sea that he finally halted his retreat, countering with a soaring slash. This strike gathered all of Mihawk's strength and momentum, slicing through the sky and splitting the overcast clouds in two, revealing the brilliance of the sun. Karl barely managed to evade this attack. However, due to his long bangs, he still grazed the edge of the slash, getting his hair forcibly styled. TSK, TSK. You really are something, Mihawk. If it's purely a contest of swordsmanship, I'm completely no match for you. This time, you won the spar. If I hadn't used my devil fruit ability, I wouldn't have even had a chance to counterattack. Although it was just a simple spar, Karl saw a glimpse of Mihawk's true strength. The swordsmanship of his opponent was undoubtedly among the top in the world. His power was also impressive, though slightly inferior compared to Kaido. However, he was definitely stronger than Marco and Dr. Jack. The speed at which he drew his sword was the fastest Karl had seen so far. Even though he wielded a very heavy black blade, it couldn't conceal his rapid draw speed. However, Mihawk's own speed was not particularly impressive. This was one of his few flaws. As for Mihawk's hockey ability, since they were only sparring, he hadn't used hockey. Karl also didn't know what stage his hockey was at. Not going to continue? Mihawk asked curiously as he saw Karl sheathing his sword. Not continuing. If it's purely a contest of swordsmanship, I'm not your match. And I've clearly seen the gap between our swordsmanship. If we keep fighting, I fear I won't be able to contain my desire to fight, and we'll go all out. At that point, it wouldn't end well. It's better to leave things as they are now. Chapter 109. Bodies littering the ground. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The island of sea monsters is not particularly far from Golden City, so it took only 3 days to arrive at the island of sea monsters. Upon arrival, Karl and the others' first impression of the place was one of utter desolation. The island's port was completely unmanaged, and Karl could even see some floating corpses on the surface of the sea. In addition, there were also some severed limbs appearing in the waters surrounding the island of sea monsters. Many piranhas active in the New World had come here simply because there were bodies to feast on. Furthermore, Karl even discovered traces of Sea King's presence. However, there were no Sea Kings appearing at the moment, which also indicated that they had been attracted here by the human corpses. Sea Kings are all carnivorous. Although they have their own thoughts and know that some humans prey on them, they often hunt ordinary people as well. This can be seen as a kind of karma. Regardless, in the New World, a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, being weak and powerless is a sin. That said, the situation on the island of sea monsters was truly unbearable. Even in the territory of the Four Emperors, it would be impossible to find so many corpses. These bastards really spared no one. Karl activated his observation hockey and could see that there were almost no living people left on the entire island of sea monsters. Aside from some unidentified individuals having a feast in a residence, there were no other people present. These people had either fled or been killed. Even Enel felt anger upon witnessing this situation. Damn bastards. Enel gritted his teeth. Although he was not a good person and had once been indifferent to the passage of life, he had undergone some unnoticed changes due to Karl's education and his interactions with the crew. For instance, right now, seeing so many civilians slaughtered and the entire island of sea monsters nearly devoid of life, he felt an anger that he did not recognize as unusual. However, if it were the old him, he probably wouldn't have felt any emotional fluctuation at all. Niru, Enel, Enzo, Jess, you 4 go ahead. If they are the culprits, then take action. How to deal with them is up to you. Whether to kill them or capture them, it's your decision. I won't interfere. Yahaha, leave it to us. Enel's expression turned fierce as he transformed into lightning and shot off. Niru and Enzo weren't slow either. Jess transformed into a blizzard, and as he flew out, he even covered the entire deck of the ship with a layer of snowflakes. Niru simply ran in a straightforward manner. However, her running speed was also quite fast, easily keeping up with the pace of the other two. Enzo, on the other hand, was leisurely walking behind, moving at a comfortable pace that ensured he wouldn't fall behind. Although Enzo excelled at fast sword techniques, his own speed was not fast, much like Mihawk. This might be a common issue among swordsmen. They pour all their skills and strength into their swordsmanship, resulting in their physical abilities not being as strong as one might expect. However, even so, a great swordsman like Mihawk has physical qualities that absolutely surpass those of elite vice admirals. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wield such powerful swordsmanship. It can only be said that compared to their swordsmanship, These great swordsmen's physical abilities are not as strong. It's like a swimming champion trying to compare running with an athletics elite. That would be asking for trouble. Lord Karl, do you know what happened here? When I was taken away, it wasn't like this. Endur walked out from the cabin and saw the situation. However, upon seeing those corpses, Chapter 110, excited Erlen, a shout of get lost, spread outwards with the might of Conqueror's Haki. The Sea Kings were instantly terrified and dived into the depths of the sea to escape. The piranhas scattered in all directions, fearing that staying even a second longer would mean death. At the moment Karl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, several piranhas lost their lives as a result. The others that weren't killed by the Haki were fortunate enough to remain submerged and hadn't surfaced yet. Otherwise, they would have met a similar fate. Mihawk felt the aura emanating from Karl and nodded, praising him. Not bad for Conqueror's Haki. Hee. After giving Mihawk a glare, the two fell into silence for several minutes until Karl finally spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Do you think pirates should exist? Are you asking me? Of course. Upon hearing Mihawk's retort, Karl rolled his eyes at him. For example, right now, Mihawk stared deeply at Karl and continued to question him. I am currently in the identity of a pirate. Are you sure you want to ask me this? Mihawk sometimes insisted on acting serious, making it difficult for others to communicate with him. This was one such situation. If one didn't force themselves to talk to him, he might not say a word for ages. Moreover, the main issue was that this guy was a chatty genius. No matter the topic, he could easily kill the conversation. Karl rolled his eyes at him again and decided not to speak further. Talking to him, aside from the topic of swordsmanship, was almost as frustrating as talking to Jess. Jess was someone who didn't like to speak and could also kill a conversation with a single sentence. Fortunately, Jess's personality had gradually changed for the better. Now, Karl needed to deal with Erlen, this introverted boy. By the way, where's Erlen? Suddenly, Karl realized Erlen was missing. When he activated his observation Haki, he discovered that Erlen had somehow made it to the shore. This guy was like he had eaten a transparent fruit, completely lacking presence. Karl hadn't even noticed when he went ashore. What did this guy want to do on land? Karl was puzzled, then flew over. Erlen, did you discover something? Or do you have a purpose for coming ashore? Erlen didn't speak, but turned to look at Karl. Could you at least say something? If you don't say a word, how am I supposed to know what you're thinking? Upon hearing Karl's words, Erlen finally pointed toward the fog-covered battlefield and said, I want to kill. Kill pirates. Killing pirates. Huh. Seeing the determination in Erlen's eyes, Karl could sense that he was furious right now. However, Erlen's strength was not strong enough. If he went over now, he would likely become a burden to Enel and the others. Therefore, Karl decided to take him along personally. Wait a moment, I'll inform Blackfeather, and then I'll take you over. Karl flew back to the warship, briefly instructed Blackfeather, and then took Erlen to the center of the battlefield. Originally, Karl didn't intend to come. According to Teselo's intel, the people occupying the Sea Demon Island were not very strong. They were just a group of newcomers who had entered the New World for less than a year. That was why Karl felt at ease, leaving it to Enel and the others. However, since he was already here, Karl planned to see how Enel and the others dealt with these people. But when he brought Erlen here, the battle was already reaching its conclusion. Karl did not recognize the flag of this pirate crew. These pirates did not appear in the original work. They were clearly just a bunch of minions. They were easily cleaned up by Enel and the others. Among these pirates, aside from their captain, everyone else was killed. This captain, however, had some strength. He was an animal. Chapter 111. The four emperors passing by after receiving the message from Blackfeather, Karl, and the others quickly returned to the warship. They then saw a red-haired man with 3 scars on his face and missing an arm. This man was none other than one of the legendary 4 emperors of the present day. Red-haired Shanks. Besides Shanks, his pirate ship was not far away, and Ben Beckman and the others were currently on the pirate ship, watching Karl from a distance. Facing their gaze, Karl felt a bit flustered, but he still maintained his composure on the surface. My luck is really terrible. I actually encountered one of the 4 emperors Shanks here. Karl returned to the ship, coldly staring at Shanks. At this moment, Shanks was chatting with Mihawk, who was an old friend of his, although Mihawk wasn't very talkative. But Shanks could talk, and he was quite sociable. As long as Shanks could speak, Mihawk would just listen and occasionally respond. However, this was Karl's warship, not a place for the two of them to chat. Facing Shanks, Karl had to be fully alert because he knew how powerful the 4 emperors were. Bruce, considering the relationship between Mihawk and Shanks, he couldn't guarantee that Mihawk would help him deal with Shanks. Even though the 7 warlords and the Navy were currently on the same side, it didn't matter. So this is the Navy's new star, Brigadier General Karl? You really are quite the talent. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed as he approached Karl upon seeing him. However, Karl immediately stepped back. He wasn't sure what the other party meant. If the other party intended to attack him, being this close, Karl couldn't guarantee he could dodge his attack. Do you really need to be this alert? I just want to greet you. After all, you captured the Straw Hat Luffy whom I recognize, and my old captain's son, Ace. Shanks's eyes shot out sharp rays of light, and his Conqueror's haki flashed briefly, instantly stirring up the surrounding clouds. The powerful Conqueror's haki, although only manifested for a moment, turned the originally clear weather significantly gloomy. Changing the weather like this is something Karl could also do, but he would need to rely on his devil fruit abilities. However, Shanks could achieve this just by using his Conqueror's haki, which even caused slight cracks to appear on the warship. In such a situation, Karl felt very cautious. If Shanks continued to release his Conqueror's haki, Karl felt that his warship would probably not last a minute before being destroyed by his haki. As mentioned in the original work, Shanks's Conqueror's haki can cause damage to physical entities, and the effect is very significant. Currently, he is the only one with such Conqueror's haki. However, according to the conversation between Whitebeard and Shanks, it is very likely that Roger also possessed such haki. Karl glanced at the others on his ship. Besides Until, no one else had fainted. However, Until's mental state wasn't good today, so it was inevitable that she would be affected by the Conqueror's haki. The fact that the others didn't faint in the face of Shanks's haki was something Karl hadn't expected. However, this also indirectly indicated that these people's potential was indeed quite good. Shanks, if you came here to pick a fight, then let's go to war. Although I can't represent the Navy, I can represent myself. If you're just passing by, please leave. Pirates and the Navy are inherently on opposing sides. If you swagger onto my ship, how will Admiral Sengoku see me? Karl drew. Chapter 112. The thoughts of the five elders. Am I really going back now? But isn't it still early? Besides, Doflamingo hasn't been caught yet. Enough, kid. Stop thinking about that scum. It's time for you to come back, so I can protect you properly. If you stay out there, I'm afraid the Celestial Dragons will really send troops after you. It won't end well then. They're already planning to label your clone as a traitor to the Navy. But both I and the five elders have not agreed to that. What is the attitude of the five elders? Karl asked tentatively, and Sengoku fell silent for a second before sighing again. The five elders were originally going to keep this matter under wraps for you. Even I didn't know you had caused such trouble in the New World. But the Celestial Dragons are relentless. They bypassed the five elders and came directly to me. If it weren't for that brain-dead Celestial Dragon, I wouldn't even know you had taken their slave. Luckily, I went to the five elders for verification and found out that what you did wasn't serious. It's just that scum Celestial Dragon likes to play with women. Moreover, the CP0 member you injured is a high-ranking Celestial Dragon, which is why they're making such a fuss. You brought Black Feather out to sea, which already attracted their attention. Now you've taken a slave and injured someone with connections. It's no surprise they are coming after you. Hurry back and hide for a while. Wait a few months until the Celestial Dragons cool down, and everything will be fine. Sengoku sighed, clearly worried about Karl, the troublemaker. Karl nodded, understanding Sengoku's good intentions. Sengoku's words made him realize why it had taken so many days after offending the Celestial Dragons for him to receive a call from Sengoku. It turned out the five elders had suppressed the news for him. However, not all the high-ranking Celestial Dragons are brain-dead. They know how to exert pressure on the Navy. That's why Sengoku called, urging Karl to return quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the situation. I understand, Admiral. I'll head back right away. But before that, I have something to report. What is it? I encountered Shanks. Although we didn't talk much, I got the feeling he might be planning a prison break. Do you have any evidence? Hearing Karl's words, Sengoku frowned, then glanced at Garp, who was mindlessly munching on sunbae next to him. I don't have any evidence. It's just a guess. Since it's just a guess, don't report it to me. I've told you before. Guesses without evidence are meaningless. Understood, Admiral. I'll head back to the Navy headquarters. Safe travels. After saying this, Sengoku hung up first and then angrily sat back in his seat, grabbing Garp's sunbae and starting to eat heartily. One after another, you all give me no peace. Meanwhile, Karl put away the transponder snail, his expression somewhat nuanced. The five elders chose to protect him, but the Celestial Dragons completely disregarded them and pressured Admiral Sengoku directly. Were these five old men planning to see how I resolve the conflict between myself and the Celestial Dragons? If I choose to bow down, they might be pleased. If I resist, they can find reasons to suppress me. This move is quite clever. However, given the intelligence of the Celestial Dragons, it's hard for them to bypass the five elders and go directly to Admiral Sengoku. This is likely the five elders' instruction. But Admiral Sengoku isn't easy to deal with. As long as I return. Chapter 113. stories and songs. The story of Erlen is very short enough to be told in an hour. He was originally a prince from a small country in the North Sea. Due to the old king of this country having a child in his old age, Erlen was subjected to very strict teachings. From a young age, Erlen had no friends and spent every day locked in the palace, learning various political knowledge and family heirloom self-defense techniques. This led him to develop a reclusive nature at a young age, causing his peers to completely avoid him. Until one day, the appearance of Riku opened Erlen's heart. Erlen was tired of palace life and wanted to escape with Riku. Although Riku was only a teenager at the time, she had already grown into a qualified warrior. However, she only came here to gather intelligence and did not expect to be entangled by Erlen. The young and naive Erlen was deceived by Riku and told her all the kingdom's secrets. All he wanted was to escape the palace. Riku promised him that as long as he told her all the intelligence, she would take him away. Erlen was very excited at the time, thinking he could leave this prison, but he did not realize that his foolishness would lead to the downfall of the entire kingdom. The next morning, after an exciting night without sleep, Erlen heard chaotic sounds outside. He was then informed by a servant that Jamar 66 was storming the palace, destroying all their defenses. These people were very familiar with their defenses and directly bypassed the main forces. At this point, even Erlen, no matter how naive, understood that the person he met yesterday was indeed from Jamar 66. However, just as Erlen was about to run away, Riku appeared. She killed the servant, took Erlen's hand, and no matter how much he resisted, she did not let go. Even when her hand was already scratched by Erlen, she still did not let go. Then Riku said to Erlen, "I'm sorry," and threw him into a small boat that had been prepared in advance, allowing him to leave. Riku, filled with guilt, saved Erlen and fulfilled their agreement. But Erlen was filled with hatred towards Riku because he clearly remembered that it was Riku who deceived him. Otherwise, he would not have naively believed that Riku could take him away. So Erlen blamed everything on himself and drifted at sea for several days and nights without food. If he had not been rescued by the Navy, he would have already sunk to the bottom of the sea. This was also the reason why Erlen became so withdrawn. This story is very short, with almost no twists, just a normal war between countries. It was merely a small episode between Riku and Erlen that led to the war ending in just one day. That's all. However, if Riku had not appeared at that time and fulfilled the agreement, Erlen might have already disappeared along with his country. After hearing about his experience, everyone present remained silent because it was his own doing and there was nothing to comfort him about. 10 years have passed, and Erlen has long since repented, even becoming reclusive for a decade. This fact still evokes sympathy, especially from Indil, because Indil's hometown, the Isle of Sirens, had just been slaughtered recently. Although Karl helped take revenge, Indil's mental state was very unstable. She had suffered too much of a blow. However, when she heard that Erlen's background was similar to hers and that his situation was even worse than her own, Indil chose to comfort Erlen instead, her own emotions also. Chapter 114, Unexpected Visitor. Karl's warship was speeding through the New World. He intended to reach G5 Harbor for supplies as quickly as possible, while also testing Virgo to see if he would show any signs of weakness. However, before that, Karl encountered someone he had always wanted to meet, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Since Karl had previously asked Kuma to relay a message that he wanted to meet Dragon, he never expected Dragon to arrive so soon. Fortunately, the place where they met was an uninhabited island in the New World. Dragon used his powers to leave a message for Karl, informing him where to meet. Karl then instructed Erlen to turn the ship towards the uninhabited island. However, Karl did not let anyone else disembark. He went alone to meet Dragon. After all, Dragon's identity was extremely sensitive, and he did not want anyone to know that he had contacted Dragon. Even his subordinates were not to know. Even if they wouldn't leak information, meeting with Dragon would be very dangerous for them. "It's been a long time, Dragon. I'm sorry about your son, Luffy. At that time, I didn't know your son was Luffy. I only found out after I'd captured him. I owe you an apology." Karl smiled as he approached, immediately expressing several apologies, indicating that he had no idea about Luffy's identity at the time. He had rehearsed this statement in his mind for a long time, and no matter how shrewd Dragon was, he couldn't possibly see through it. Moreover, at that time, Luffy was not very famous. He had only defeated Crocodile and had not yet entered the Devil's Triangle or encountered Moria. Luffy was not well known back then. Although his bounty had reached 100 million, the Navy did not take him seriously, nor did other pirate leaders. Additionally, since Dragon had never revealed his background or family, it was normal for Karl to be unaware. "You don't need to explain so much. I understand. But what do you mean by using Kuma to relay a message? Are you planning to join me? Or do you have something else to say? Joining you is impossible. After all, our philosophies have some trivial conflicts. I don't want to overthrow the whole world. I just want to maintain peace without war. As for why I came to see you, it's to inform you about some intelligence regarding Impel Down. To lend you a little help. You want me to help you break into prison? Hearing Karl's words, Dragon frowned, while Karl's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect Dragon to be so direct. Don't say that. I'm a Navy officer. How could I help you break into prison? I just want to tell you about the location of the Okama King and some internal situations of Impel Down. Karl shared the intelligence he had about Impel Down with Dragon. He had two reasons for doing this. The first was that he didn't want the Revolutionary Army to waste manpower inside Impel Down, as it would be meaningless. The prison was filled with notorious criminals, and even if released, not many would join the Revolutionary Army. Karl pointed out the mistake of Dragon allowing the Okama King to infiltrate Impel Down from the very beginning. The second reason was that he wanted Dragon to owe him a favor. If Karl really decided to leave the Navy, he would have a way out. Moreover, the outcome of the Marineford War and Whitebeard's death had already been determined. No matter what, Whitebeard had to die at Marineford. This was an order given by Sengoku. At that time, the defenses of Impel Down would surely be very weak. As long as Dragon could seize the opportunity, he could definitely rescue Luffy. Dragon agreed. But to be safe, they exchanged a Den Mushi for direct communication. Chapter 115, G5's Attitude. It was another hazy day. The weather in the New World is notoriously unpredictable, making it impossible to guess. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear, and suddenly it was about to pour. Fortunately, Karl and the others had become accustomed to this capricious weather and no longer cared. After 2 days of sailing, they finally arrived at the G5 branch. Since it was on their way, Karl did not intend to let the warship enter the G5 branch, but instead anchored outside to prevent any potential attacks. Karl then went inside the G5 branch alone, intending to resupply. You must be the commander of the G5 branch, Vice Admiral Virgo. Upon entering the G5 branch, Karl immediately spotted Virgo stationed at the entrance. However, after Karl greeted him, Virgo completely ignored him. With sunglasses obscuring his eyes, it was hard to read his expression. But from his aura, Karl could tell that he did not like him, even harboring some disdain. After all, Virgo was a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo and a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. Karl had captured everyone from the Don Quixote family and even defeated da Flamingo, causing him to lose everything and flee. This made Virgo very angry, but as an undercover agent within the Navy, he had no outlet for his frustration. So, he had to pretend not to know anything and continue working for the Navy. However, he did not expect Karl to come knocking on his door. Moreover, Virgo had just received a command from the Celestial Dragons. Vice Admiral Virgo, why aren't you speaking? Didn't I contact you earlier to help prepare some supplies? Are they ready? I'm in a hurry to use them. Haha. Karl casually patted Virgo on the shoulder, and the surrounding Navy personnel moved in silently. Surrounding Karl in the center, Virgo glanced at Karl's hand on his shoulder with indifference, then displayed a contemptuous expression and pushed Karl's hand away. What do you mean by that, Virgo? Karl sensed that something was off with Virgo. The number of Navy personnel in the G5 branch was increasing, blocking all possible exits. There were even quite a few snipers above aiming at him. With his observation hockey activated, Karl could clearly see that almost all the Navy personnel in the G5 branch had arrived. This situation made Karl realize that Virgo intended to attack him. Karl, you really overestimate yourself. Offending many, yet you chose to offend the Celestial Dragons. Virgo finally spoke, but his tone was very cold, making his stance clear from the outset. Seeing this, Karl narrowed his eyes, and his conqueror's hockey erupted instantly. In an instant, about half of the surrounding Navy personnel collapsed. Although these Navy members were strong, their willpower was lacking, and the conqueror's hockey easily knocked out at least half of them. Even the remaining half had little fighting strength left. Although beads of sweat appeared on Virgo's forehead, he remained unfazed, still expressionless. I can attack you, but you must not resist. Otherwise, you will immediately become a traitor to the Navy, and I will issue a bounty and a manhunt for you. Virgo cracked his neck and clenched his fists, making a cracking sound that exuded a strong sense of oppression. He then removed his Navy uniform, revealing his muscular body. Armament hockey instantly enveloped him. He had made his intention clear. He was going to attack Karl. Is this a personal vendetta? To avenge Doflamingo? You choose to exploit the Celestial Dragon's anger towards me to target me. But even so, do you really think you can be my opponent? And what do you mean I can't fight back? Karl scoffed, completely disregarding Virgo's warning, just as Virgo's fist came attacking. Chapter 116. Schemes. Where exactly did you find out about this? With everyone around them already unconscious, only Karl and Virgo from the G5 branch remained awake. Therefore, Virgo stopped pretending and laid everything bare. By asking this question, he revealed his identity and stance, indicating that he was indeed very loyal to Karl, which is why he accepted the Celestial Dragon's mission. However, what Virgo did not expect was that Karl knew everything. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Karl acted without mercy, which caught Virgo completely off guard. You don't need to worry about when I found out. You just need to know that everything you and Doflamingo have done is entirely within my grasp. It's just a pity that because of Kaido's interference, Doflamingo managed to escape. Otherwise, he would already be dead by now. To be honest, Doflamingo is quite foolish for teaming up with someone like Kaido. Isn't that simply asking for death? Hearing Karl's words, Virgo felt a surge of anger. At this moment, he stood up and crushed his sunglasses with one remaining hand, then charged at Karl without hesitation. I won't allow you to say that, young master. Virgo roared and swung his remaining right fist directly at Karl. In the face of Virgo's attack, Karl chuckled lightly and effortlessly dodged it. Accompanied by a flash of black light, Virgo's remaining arm was severed. The burly Virgo did not let out any painful howls despite losing both arms. He merely knelt halfway on the ground, his body covered in beads of sweat, even unable to maintain his arm hockey. Seeing Virgo's condition, Karl chuckled again and walked up to him. Do you have any last words? Even if I die, the young master will not die, and you have offended the Celestial Dragons, so you won't survive either. Regardless, I am now the commander of the G5 branch. As soon as you lay a hand on me, your reputation as a traitor will be solidified. Just wait for the triple pursuit of the Navy, pirates, and Celestial Dragons. The young master will also take revenge for me. Is that so? Not necessarily. Hearing Virgo's words, Karl sneered, and then took out something resembling a shell. Do you know what this is? Upon seeing Karl take out the shell-like object, Virgo tilted his head, unsure of what he was going to do. This thing is called a sound shell, one of the specialties of Sky Island, with the ability to store and release sound. This sound shell has been in active state, recording all our voices. I originally just casually took this sound shell from Sky Island. I didn't expect it would come in handy now, which is quite nice. Now, do you want to hear what you said earlier? Saying this, Karl began to fiddle with the sound shell, specifically playing the part where Virgo referred to Doflamingo as young master, looping it several times before satisfactorily shutting off the sound shell. How about it? Did you hear what you said? Karl smugly put away the sound shell and then patted Virgo's face. Virgo gritted his teeth, glaring furiously, wishing he could jump up and bite Karl to death. You despicable Navy! How dare you scheme against me? What is wrong with scheming against you? If you have the ability, go ahead and bite me. Wait, you actually bit me? Just as Karl was mocking Virgo, the latter suddenly erupted. He wasn't really going to bite. Instead, he used all his strength and covered his forehead with armed hockey, trying to crash into Karl for a fatal blow. But he clearly underestimated Karl's reflexes. In that instant of his sudden eruption, Karl swiftly slapped Virgo back. Chapter 117. The helplessness of Sengoku just after Karl dealt with the G5 branch. The personnel from G5 contacted Sengoku and recounted everything that had happened. This left Sengoku feeling both angry and somewhat speechless. He never expected Karl to cause trouble wherever he went. First it was Dressrosa, then Gold City, and now it was the G5 branch. It was as if he was a walking disaster. Even Punk Hazard, which Sengoku had ordered to patrol, could not escape the fate of being blown up due to Karl's arrival. This truly left Sengoku at a loss for words. He now wondered if Karl returned. Would he accidentally blow up the Navy headquarters as well? Or perhaps cause some other chaos at the headquarters? Just thinking about it sent shivers down Sengoku's spine. He never expected that Karl, this little brat, would remind him of his younger self. He, the old man, also used to make headlines no matter where he went. Sengoku glanced at Karp beside him and couldn't help but sigh. Karp blinked, unsure of what Sengoku was talking about. The phone bug's voice was not loud, and Karp had been dozing off at the time, so he heard nothing. Did Karl get into trouble again? Yes. He caught an undercover agent hiding within the Navy, and the person was actually the base commander of G5. The most important thing is that this person turned out to be a spy planted by Don Quixote Doflamingo in our Navy. That Doflamingo is truly a source of trouble. Ha ha ha. That kid Karl is quite impressive. I didn't expect him to find the spy so quickly. Didn't you say that the investigation on Doflamingo's side had some strange aspects? Some information was not public, and if there wasn't a spy, how could he possibly know about it? At that time, you even said it was just a coincidence. How do you feel now, getting slapped in the face? Haha, Karp mercilessly mocked. Only with their close relationship could they tease each other so freely. If it were someone else, Sengoku would not be this calm. Forget it. Since it has already happened, I can't hold it against anyone. However, the Celestial Dragons did make a move on Karl, and this time, Virgo's exposure is because the Celestial Dragons made him act. So coincidental. Hearing Sengoku's words, Karp was stunned for a second, and Sengoku nodded before saying, "Get ready to meet the Gorosei with me." They are unaware of the undercover situation. Karl's actions this time were somewhat serendipitous, successfully clearing himself of trouble. If there is a next time, I can't guarantee that Karl's luck will be this good again. So I must fight for him to return to the headquarters. This is your job. Why should I go meet the Gorosei with you? I really don't want to see those 5 old geezers. They're too annoying. Karp waved his hand, clearly unwilling to go. Just as Sengoku was about to say something, the phone bug suddenly rang. He took the phone bug, responded seriously a few times, and then looked at Karp with a bitter smile. Let's go. The Gorosei specifically requested the 2 of us to meet them, and Crane is also coming along. At the same time, Karl and the others had already left the G5 branch. After informing Sengoku of the situation here, they accelerated towards the Navy headquarters. Virgo had now also woken up. He was tightly wrapped in bandages, with everything covered except for his head. In addition to white gauze, various iron chains were also used, wrapped around him again and again. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was a pharaoh on Earth from somewhere. Chapter 118, Disaster of Flames. In the sky, a giant, toothless wyvern, wrapped in mysterious flames, was soaring freely. Its speed was incredibly fast, covering a great distance in the blink of an eye. However, just as it flew over a naval warship, it suddenly came to a halt. Was this a Navy warship? Or was it a brigadier general's ship? There are probably only a few brigadiers who can sail in a new world, and that person must be the one who made Kaido suffer, right? Thinking of this, Ember Jin cast a deep glance at the warship, then decisively turned and dove down. Although I am here to find Kaido and bring him back, since I have encountered this little brat, I might as well teach him a lesson. Jin's eyes were filled with malice. He was very strong, the second strongest in the Kaido pirates after Kaido himself. However, he also knew that Karl's strength was not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stalemate with Kaido for half an hour. But Jin did not believe that Karl's strength was greater than his own. That was why he chose to attack Karl's warship. Just as he was about to make his move, a sudden thunderbolt fell from the sky. A massive lightning pillar struck the ocean, creating huge waves. Jin was engulfed by the lightning pillar, but in an instant he broke free from its grip and charged out. However, he had no injuries on him, and he hadn't even used his armament haki. Is this the Thunder Fruit? Truly deserving of being called the strongest Logia-type Devil Fruit. Such power, if faced with the 6 flying sky, would probably be unable to withstand even without using full strength. But compared to the 3 admirals of the Navy, this little brat is still far off. Jin sneered contemptuously and charged again. But at that moment, a flurry of snow suddenly enveloped his entire body. The flames on him shrank suddenly, and he could even feel his body becoming considerably stiff. The covering of ice and snow caused his altitude to drop rapidly, and his flying speed visibly decreased. There's actually a Logia-type user. Seeing the blizzard approaching, Jin's pupils constricted sharply. He only knew that Karl had a Thunder Fruit user among his subordinates. Because Enel was too flamboyant, he liked to call himself the god of thunder everywhere, showcasing his fruit abilities. This led to his reputation being slightly lower than Karl's. As for others, there was almost no information available. Even though Nilu was also quite showy, she had no fruit ability, and her displayed strength was quite average. While she was not weak, there was nothing remarkable about her. Therefore, the information about her was essentially zero. Since Nilu was like this, Jace, who was not talkative, had basically zero presence. Very few people would actively gather information about them. So when Jace used the Snow Fruit's abilities, Jin was so surprised. But surprise aside, the freezing ability and attack power of the Snow Fruit were both weakened versions of the Ice Fruit. It could be considered a lower-tier fruit with limited power. Therefore, Jin only exerted a little more effort, increasing the intensity of the mysterious flames. His speed surged again, but at that moment, a sharp slash suddenly arrived. This slash, imbued with the momentum of a sword master, rushed towards Jin. Facing this slash, Jin covered his wings with armament haki and without hesitation slapped out. Is that it? The extremely fierce slash was instantly dispersed by the slap, which made Jin unable to help but sneer. But suddenly, a figure silently appeared behind Jin. A fist covered with armament haki smashed down heavily towards Jin. A sneak attack, huh? Jin kept his observation haki activated, so he could clearly see everything around him. Chapter 119, Great Defeat. What? The sudden slash was incredibly sharp, and Jin didn't have time to react before being struck. This fierce slash left a deep wound on his body. Damn, the speed is so fast. Even with my haki armor, I couldn't defend in time. Jin didn't expect Karl's attack to be so fierce, but his recovery speed was quick. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were completely healed. Seeing this, Karl said nothing, simply floating into the air and casually delivering another slash. Jin dared not be careless, covering himself with haki and flapping his wings vigorously, creating a violent shockwave to counter Karl's slash. With a loud bang, their attacks canceled each other out, and they remained locked in a standoff in mid-air, neither making a move. Yinzai Jin, I don't think I have provoked you, right? You naive little Navy brat. So what if you haven't provoked me? We are enemies by nature. You even defeated Jack and humiliated Kaido, tarnishing the reputation of our beast pirates. Today I just happened to pass by and ran into you, so I'll take this opportunity to teach you what a Yonko crew is. As he spoke, Jin transformed back into his human form, spreading his wings behind him to stabilize himself in midair. He drew his long sword, covered it with haki, and unleashed a fierce slash that was on par with Karl's. Instantly arriving in front of him, facing this slash, Karl stood still, gazing intently at Jin without flinching. When the slash was right in front of Karl, an invisible hurricane suddenly appeared, instantly shredding the fierce slash. This was the result of Karl mastering wind element manipulation, allowing him to achieve a qualitative change in his abilities. Even without using his hands, he could perform maneuvers that he previously couldn't accomplish even with both hands. For instance, creating a hurricane in an instant to crush the opponent's attack was something he couldn't do before. After mastering the wind element, this kind of thing was completely trivial for Karl. He could even do it without expending too much stamina or energy, which wouldn't affect his normal combat performance at all. Yinzai Jin, since we've even met, you're not getting away. Come back to the Navy headquarters with me. As he spoke, Karl vanished in a flash. Jin's pupils suddenly constricted. He decisively activated his observation haki and slashed sideways. At the same time, Karl's figure appeared on Jin's left side. This strike was blocked by Jin, but Karl's attacks continued like a torrential storm, showing no signs of stopping. He even managed to multitask, creating various air currents to harass Jin, preventing him from fully defending. Damn, how can he be so strong? Jin never expected the guest's strength to be even greater than he had imagined. He could only muster all his strength to defend himself. However, even so, Karl's fierce dual-wielding style and the abilities granted by the float fruit made Jin suffer greatly. This time, Jin truly understood why when he asked Jack about the battle with Karl, Jack couldn't say anything at all, because Karl's attacks left no room for the enemy whatsoever. This kind of torrential assault was something Jin felt for the first time, but previously, he had always attacked enemies in this manner. After all, he was also a swordsman. Now, being suppressed like this felt incredibly uncomfortable. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Jin roared. The mysterious flames on his body suddenly surged. Karl had no idea what these flames were, so he chose to retreat instead of taking them head-on. Facing the chasing flames, Karl directly used his fruit ability to pull them into the sea. Even if these flames fell into the ocean, they could burn for a while before finally extinguishing. Chapter 120. Jess's pass on a run? Did you even ask me? Just as Jin was about to escape, Karl controlled all the water tornadoes around him and launched an attack towards Jin. This attack was very powerful, directly affecting the surrounding sea and sky. A thunderstorm approached, and torrential rain washed over Karl and Jin's bodies. However, Jin's agility was extremely high, and his observation haki was not weak either. When he faced the less agile water tornadoes, he could easily dodge them. But with more than a dozen water tornadoes, he had to be fully focused and exert all his strength to avoid them. Karl was also using all his power, pushing his abilities to the limit. But even so, there were still some flaws in his control over the water tornadoes. Although his current situation resembled the earth-shattering scenes from the battle between Golden Lion and Roger, he was well aware that his current state was still a long way from the peak of Golden Lion. After all, Golden Lion was a Yonka-level powerhouse, and Karl was not yet at that level. Because of this, his control over the water tornadoes appeared somewhat stiff. This gave Jin the opportunity to escape. 10 minutes later, Karl retracted his fruit ability. Once the surrounding water tornadoes lost their wind power, they all returned to the sea, forming huge waves. Karl looked at the pouring rain and waved his hand to disperse the clouds. In an instant, sunlight shone back onto his face, bringing a touch of warmth. As expected, without the awakening of the fruit, he was still a bit short of reaching that level. However, with his current strength, using his fruit ability in conjunction with swordsmanship at sea, he was almost invincible against fruit users, aside from Yonko and Admiral-level powerhouses, as well as pure martial artists. He basically had no worries about any threats. The ability of the float fruit to control seawater is a natural nemesis of fruit users. With that thought, Karl sneered, as if he had thought of something. After tidying up his clothes, he returned to his warship. Nilu and the others were overjoyed to see their guest return. Although they knew Karl was strong and had witnessed his full power before, they had never imagined that Karl at sea was a completely different concept from Karl on land. When on land, Karl had to limit his abilities to avoid harming civilians. But at sea, it was entirely different. As long as the warship was kept at a distance, he could release his fruit abilities without hesitation, creating wonders like dozens of water tornadoes. This made Nilu and the others realize once again how terrifying Karl's strength was. Stop looking at me with those eyes. My strength is nothing special. In fact, the former pirate Admiral Golden Lion was stronger than I am now. It's just a pity that the old guy has fallen into decline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. You all go do what you need to do. Now that you've seen Jin's strength, it's time to train hard. Understood? Upon hearing Karl's words, Nilu and the others immediately returned to the training room. The others also went back to their posts, busying themselves. However, Jess did not move. After most people had left, Jess finally approached Karl and asked, "Major, will you really be able to avoid trouble with the celestial dragons when you return? I don't know about that, but I can guarantee that none of you will be implicated. You can rest assured about this." Chapter 121. Encountering Katakuri after repelling the flame calamity. Karl showcased his strength even more, which put all the crew members at ease. Moreover, Karl had a heart-to-heart with everyone, mentioning that the celestial dragons might continue to target him. Those who wanted to leave could do so after reaching the Navy headquarters. He wouldn't interfere too much with their choices. However, what surprised Karl was that no one, including Endur, chose to leave him. They all wanted to stay with Karl. Nilu even provided a very reasonable explanation. Only by staying on Karl's ship could they continue to grow stronger. Everyone experiences moments of laziness. But if there is a group of like-minded companions to challenge each other, training efficiency would significantly increase. More importantly, they didn't want to miss the opportunity to enter the new world, as it was the only place where they could become stronger. It had been over a month since these individuals set sail, and it was evident that each one had adapted to life in the new world, with their strength having more than doubled compared to when they first set out. Previously, they would never have believed that their strength could improve so much in just a month. But now, not only had this become a reality, they had also discovered that they could become even stronger. Coupled with the fact that Karl treated them well, they were reluctant to leave. Seeing their strong loyalty, Karl was somewhat moved. However, what surprised him the most was Endur. It should be noted that Endur was just someone Karl had rescued. She wasn't a Navy officer, nor was she one of Karl's subordinates. Yet, she chose to stand by Karl and had no intention of accepting protection from other Navy officers. This left Karl a bit astonished. However, her choice put Karl in a difficult position. He had already made an exception for Enel, allowing him to join his crew as an intern Navy officer. But for Endur, Karl couldn't find a good reason to convince Sengoku to let her join his crew. So, Karl couldn't guarantee that Endur would definitely become a Navy officer, but he could assure that she would definitely be by his side. Endur had an idea regarding this. She wanted to become Karl's attendant so that she could always be by his side. This bold idea from Endur made Karl gulp, especially when she said this while leaning closer to him. Endur's alluring presence immediately attracted everyone's attention, and then Karl was ridiculed by Nilu and the other women. Karl initially wanted to refuse Endur, but the other party was too persistent, so he had no choice but to agree. Karl and the others continued their journey across the new world, chatting and laughing. At this point, there were still a few days' journey left to the Navy headquarters, so there was no rush. Karl had also heard that the pirate supernovas had landed on Sabadi Archipelago. Therefore, he planned to head to Sabadi Archipelago first to check out this group of supernovas. Among these supernovas, there were a few people Karl was quite interested in, such as Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. This user of the Ope No Me was one of the people Karl had to try to recruit. Although it might not guarantee that he would join him, it could provide an opportunity for him to help Karl with certain tasks. These were things Karl had wanted to do from the beginning, but had found it difficult to find opportunities because he didn't have many trustworthy people. Law was one of the few exceptions. His personality determined that as long as he recognized Karl, he could never betray him. However, gaining his acknowledgement would require some effort. Chapter 122. Confrontation. After hanging up the din mushi, Katakuri finally turned his gaze to Karl. However, Karl's expression was somewhat strange. The din mushi call from Katakuri had been on the entire time, but he hadn't realized it. This meant that his earlier conversation with Katakuri had been completely transmitted to Charlotte Linlin. This made things a bit tricky for Karl. Although he wasn't sure if the other party would come, she would definitely send reinforcements. Otherwise, Katakuri alone wouldn't be able to handle Karl. Katakuri was well aware of this. But he didn't panic. Instead, he stood there, staring at Karl without looking away. You don't need to interfere with my business with Doflamingo. I'm taking him somewhere to deal with him. This matter has nothing to do with you, Navy. Katakuri's tone was serious, and his meaning was clear. He didn't want the Navy to meddle in his affairs with Doflamingo. However, Karl cared about the Navy, so how could he listen to a pirate? Since he had encountered Doflamingo here, he absolutely couldn't let him go. However, Karl was currently focused on Katakuri, so he wasn't aware of where Doflamingo was being held. But it was enough to leave the task of finding him to Eneru and the others. His job was to hold Katakuri back. Katakuri, I'll ask you one last time. Will you hand over Doflamingo or not? He.S. still useful to Mama. I can't hand him over to you. Facing Karl's question, Katakuri stepped forward fearlessly, and the two conquerors' haki clashed once again. This time, it directly caused turbulence in the surrounding sea, even dispersing the clouds in the sky. Eneru, Niru, Jess, I leave Doflamingo to you. Once you lure him out, the rest is up to me. Understood. After hearing Karl's orders, the three of them jumped up simultaneously and rushed toward Katakuri's cabin. Katakuri tried to stop them, but Karl, wielding dual blades, blocked his path directly. Navy, you really show no respect. Katakuri narrowed his eyes and pulled out a trident, aiming it at Karl. Lord Karl, we're coming to help you. Enzo and the others rushed to the side of the deck, ready to jump over to assist Karl. However, as they were about to come over, they were stopped by Karl. You all stay on the ship and guard against ambushes. Leave this to me. Saying this, Karl struck and knocked out a nearby person who hadn't been knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's haki. Seeing this, Katakuri ordered his subordinates not to provoke Karl. Their strength was far too inferior to Karl's, and approaching would only lead to death. So Katakuri commanded them to go inside the cabin and obstruct those looking for Doflamingo. After receiving the order, they all rushed inside. After knocking down a few more, Katakuri charged in to intercept Karl's attack. Since you've chosen to be our enemy, let's see if you're really as strong as the news says. As he spoke, Katakuri instantly coated his trident with haki and thrust it at Karl. Facing the swift attack, Karl crossed his dual blades and easily blocked it, then countered with a slicing strike. This slicing strike, while very quick and unexpected, did not inflict any damage on Katakuri. Katakuri was a mochi fruit user, possessing the ability to turn his body into mochi. However, his ability was not a Logia type. Chapter 124. The Death of Doflamingo. Since he said so, I will definitely make it quick. With that, Karl turned his gaze to Enel and the others, then waved to Enzo. I'll leave Katakuri to you four for now. Hold on for about 10 minutes until I get back. Doflamingo is mine. Within 10 minutes, he will be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Karl instantly charged towards Doflamingo. Katakuri's observation haki was kept activated. He foresaw Karl's target and unhesitatingly went to intercept him. However, his observation haki was not an omnipotent ability. He could only briefly see 1 or 2 seconds into the future and needed a specific target to activate his foresight. For example, he could only foresee the future if he focused on himself or his enemy, so he completely ignored Enel and the others. Just as Katakuri was about to intercept Karl, Enel used his speed to rush in front of Katakuri and directly paralyzed his body. Jess also unleashed his devil fruit ability, turning Katakuri into a giant snowman. Enzo and Nilu then charged their power and attacked him simultaneously. This strike pushed Katakuri back 2 steps. However, their combined attack did not inflict any damage on Katakuri. Their attacks were completely blocked. Although Katakuri did not foresee Nilu and the others' future, his observation haki was still top tier, allowing him to predict their attacks and defend in advance. However, this meant he had to retract his interception of Karl. Taking advantage of this, Karl charged up to Doflamingo and forcefully knocked him away. Once in the air, it was Karl's territory. Katakuri had no way to deal with him. The air was currently a domain that Katakuri could not enter. Although for strong individuals like them, the moonwalk could be learned with just a glance and mastered after a few uses. These top-tier fighters were unwilling to learn the Navy's 6 styles. This led to the current awkward situation. Karl had already taken Doflamingo up into the clouds, while Katakuri could only watch helplessly. Moreover, there were 4 capable Marines in front of him. Although it would be easy to deal with these 4 Marines, taking about 10 minutes, it would be even easier for Karl to deal with Doflamingo. Therefore, Katakuri completely abandoned the idea of fighting. I guess I lost this time. I underestimated you. Brew, 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 brew. Brew, 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 brew. Before Katakuri could finish his sentence, the din din mushi rang. After picking up the din din mushi, a voice full of authority came through, which energized Katakuri. Katakuri, hold off those Marines. I'll be there shortly. Understood, Mom. With just those 2 sentences, Katakuri hung up the din din mushi and reignited his fighting spirit. The voice from the din din mushi was loud, so Nilu and the others also heard their conversation. It was clear that the one coming to support them was none other than the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Feeling that things were getting a bit dire, Enel immediately transmitted this news to Karl, who was high in the sky, via radio waves. They then steeled themselves to face the powerful enemy before them. Although they were still too early to face Katakuri, as Karl had said before, their current strength was not enough to confront the major figures of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. However, with the 4 of them joining forces, holding out for a while was not a big problem. Moreover, such high-intensity combat would also help improve their strength. So they were somewhat excited and even took the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Katakuri also revealed a confident smile. Since Charlotte Linlin had already given the order, Katakuri would certainly not take advantage of the chaos, but would instead fully. Chapter 125, Big MOM. Damn, that was fast. Just after defeating Don Quixote Doflamingo, Karl saw a massive cake ship appear in his line of sight. Without any hesitation, he activated his ability to send the water tornadoes toward the cake ship, hoping to buy some time. But just as these water tornadoes appeared around the cake ship, a gigantic figure, standing on the thundercloud Zeus, wielding Napoleon and with hair ablaze, charged directly at him. A supermassive slash completely shattered the water tornadoes and continued to surge toward Karl with undiminished force. Faced with this attack, Karl's expression changed drastically. He crossed his dual swords, and the armament hockey instantly enveloped him. With a boom, Karl barely managed to block the blow, but his hands trembled slightly, clearly impacted by the tremendous force. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 emperors, this power was only slightly less than Kaido's. The difference was not that significant. However, compared to myself and Katakuri, it was like heaven and earth. I can't delay, I must escape. Saying this, Karl took advantage of the distance before Charlotte Linlin arrived and directly flew back to sneak attack Katakuri, knocking him away. Then, taking everyone on board, he flew up into the sky. Everyone hold on tight. I'm about to speed up the ship. As soon as the words left his mouth, Karl used his ability to instantly lift the entire battleship into the air. Katakuri was a bit dazed at this moment. Just moments ago, he was close to dealing with Enel and the others, but Karl suddenly appeared and ruthlessly kicked him. And that kick landed right on his face, which made Katakuri somewhat angry. A moment later, he spotted Charlotte Linlin's figure appearing not far away. However, Charlotte Linlin did not approach directly. Instead, she exchanged a glance with Katakuri before flying into the air, chasing after Karl and the others. Her speed was not slow at all, completely comparable to the speed at which Karl controlled the battleship. Seeing his mother take action, Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief and then covered his mouth. Moments latte. One of the sweet commanders, Cracker, walked over, looking at Katakuri with concern. Katakuri brother, are you okay? Is that Navy guy difficult to deal with? This guy is indeed quite strong, consistent with the intelligence Mom got from Kaido, and it aligns with what Jean said. What about Doflamingo? Dead. His body was cut in half. We should be able to find it if we look. Katakuri glanced indifferently at the sea, and Cracker sighed. It seems this collaboration has gone down the drain. I was actually looking forward to Mom's cooperation with Kaido. However, with Doflamingo dead, the partnership between Mom and Kaido will likely end here. No, I think there is still hope. Katakuri brother? Cracker looked puzzled, and Katakuri noticed his confusion and began to explain. Doflamingo was just an unimportant pawn. What Kaido wants to see is sincerity, and we have shown our sincerity. This collaboration will not fail because of Doflamingo's death, which is why I don't care about his life or death. The only problem after Doflamingo's death is that control of the underground world may change hands. That is the only concern for Mom and Kaido, because it gives the Navy a chance to take control of the underground world. Kaido and Mom will never allow the Navy to intervene, so we still have a lot to do regarding the underground world. As for this Navy guy, let him be. With Mom's strength, she won't lose. Chapter 126. Chase. Navy brat. You can't escape. Charlotte Linlin is desperately chasing after Karl. Clearly not want to let him go. Although Charlotte Linlin's intelligence is not high, she at least understands how great Karl's potential is. If Karl is allowed to develop freely, he could very likely become her most troublesome enemy. Moreover, the main issue is that Karl is a Navy officer. If Karl were a pirate, Charlotte Linlin wouldn't be so ruthless in her pursuit. But his identity as a Navy officer is something that all pirates find very troublesome. His current strength is enough to defeat the signature figures of the Yonko crews. Except for the red-hair pirates, Karl has had more or less encounters with other pirate crews. Although not everyone is aware of these matters, the Yonko crews receive information very quickly. For example, the news of Katakuri and Karl being evenly matched and being defeated, and Marco the Phoenix fighting Karl to a standstill has already spread within the Yonko crews. However, very few outsiders know about it. What they do know is that Karl teamed up with Admiral Kizaru to repel one of the Yonko, Kaido. Now, Karl is battling another Yonko. Although they have only been fighting for just over an hour, Karl has used his advantages and the strength of his crew to hold off Charlotte Linlin for over an hour without letting her catch up. However, this grand battle has already been captured by the newsbirds and is even being broadcast live. Although the live footage is scarce and can only be received in more affluent areas, Big News Morgans will not miss such a profitable opportunity and will extensively report on the battle situation. He even gathered hundreds of newsbirds to take turns broadcasting. As soon as one dies, another will immediately take its place. As a result, the battle between Karl and Charlotte Linlin is almost exposed to the whole world. Only the two parties involved remain unaware of this. Although they possess observation hockey, their attention is entirely focused on each other. If Karl and his crew dare to lose focus, Charlotte Linlin might catch up in the next second. At that point, their only option would be to abandon ship and flee, with no other alternatives. If they run slowly, they might even be killed by her. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin also cannot afford to lose focus. Otherwise, she could be struck down into the sea by Enel and Jess's fruit abilities. She could even be swept into the depths of the ocean by the sea tornado created by Karl. If that happens, she would be unable to continue her pursuit. Therefore, Charlotte Linlin must also remain fully concentrated, without the slightest bit of relaxation. In the air, the float fruit is the strongest ruler. Even natural-type devil fruits might not have the advantage in the air against the float fruit. Not to mention, Charlotte Linlin is relying on Zeus, the thundercloud, to fly in the air. Erland, how much longer until we reach Sabati Archipelago? Taking advantage of a moment of pause, Karl asked. Erland checked the log pose and then opened the sea chart to calculate for a few seconds before responding. At our current speed, it will take at least 3 hours. But a storm is coming soon, so I estimate it might take even longer. At least 3 hours, and that's if the weather is clear. Karl clicked his tongue, feeling a bit helpless. He was controlling the warship's flying speed, which was not slow at all, even faster than before. However, this is already the closest route to Sabati Archipelago, if they want to go to the sea. Chapter 127. Successfully escaping, Mom. If we keep chasing like this, it might be detrimental to us. Mom, why don't we retreat? If we continue the chase, we might fall into the Navy's encirclement. Mom, a storm is about to hit, and my speed will decrease significantly in bad weather, making it difficult to pursue. The three homies took turns persuading Charlotte Linlin, hoping she would abandon the pursuit. However, Charlotte Linlin completely ignored their advice and continued the chase, which made the three homies very anxious. They could all see that the longer they dragged it out, the more advantageous it was for Karl. Although Karl might have stamina issues, as long as he could hold on, he would receive reinforcements from the Navy. At that point, their side would be at a disadvantage, which is why the three homies wanted Charlotte Linlin to give up the pursuit. Unfortunately, due to certain issues, Charlotte Linlin had a strong hatred for Karl and wished she could kill him directly. Shut up. I must catch him, or I'll never go back. With a loud clap of thunder, heavy rain began to pour from the sky. A fierce wind suddenly arose, affecting everyone's flying speed. Upon seeing this, Karl's expression turned somewhat grim, while Charlotte Linlin's face became somewhat ferocious. Karl contemplated for a moment and began to think of ways to send Charlotte Linlin into the sea. Only by doing so could he completely shake off her pursuit. Just then, Karl suddenly noticed a dark-toned ship with a dragon head appearing on the sea below. The moment he saw this ship, Karl couldn't help but laugh. He then summoned a massive hurricane, charging directly toward Charlotte Linlin. At the same time, from another direction, a blue hurricane appeared, assisting Karl in attacking Charlotte Linlin. Seeing that Karl dared to confront her, Charlotte Linlin could hardly bear it and immediately retaliated with a powerful attack. Karl collided head-on with Charlotte Linlin, inevitably being sent flying. He also spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, in a direct confrontation, Karl was outmatched by Charlotte Linlin's attack. This demonstrated the gap in strength, but Karl was already excited to be able to spar with one of the four emperors. Karl's attack also caused Charlotte Linlin's form to become unstable, especially with Zeus the Thundercloud shrinking by more than half. Karl's strike was aimed directly at Zeus the Thundercloud. As long as he could destroy Zeus, Charlotte Linlin would lose her flying ability. However, Zeus the Thundercloud was one of Charlotte Linlin's strongest homies. His soul was closely connected to Charlotte Linlin. As long as Charlotte Linlin was in contact with Zeus, his injuries could be instantly restored. This was also why Karl and the others have been unable to deal with him for so long. This time was no different. Karl's attack, although it significantly reduced Zeus the Thundercloud's size in the next second or two, Karl and the others were unable to make an effective attack and could only watch as Zeus returned to his original size. It only took a second for Zeus to recover. But at that moment, an unexpected blue hurricane suddenly destroyed Zeus the Thundercloud. Although this blow was not enough to kill Zeus, it would prevent him from recovering for a short time. Charlotte Linlin clearly did not expect that someone would assist Karl. However, when she saw the dark-toned, dragon-headed ship sailing away not far from the surface, a fierce expression appeared on her face. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. Don't let me catch you, or you'll all. Chapter 128. Information exchange. You didn't see anything just now, or don't blame me for being rude. Kazan, who was not very talkative, directly carried his bicycle onto Karl's warship and entered the cabin on his own. Karl didn't say anything and just found it somewhat amusing. It's not every day you see Kazan riding a bicycle across the sea, especially in the way he was doing it. It looked quite funny. This gave Karl a small piece of leverage over Kazan. After a moment, once Karl finished cleaning himself up and Kazan had tidied his clothes, the two finally sat in the cabin, happily drinking. Kazan was already aware that Charlotte Linlin had been sent into the sea, which left him somewhat speechless. However, Karl did not reveal that it was Dragon who had helped him, instead saying that the storm had come quite suddenly. Karl used the weather to deal tons of damage to Raijin Zeus. With the help of others, they successfully executed the surprise attack and sent Charlotte Linlin into the sea. Anyway, everyone else was resting in another room, and Kazan couldn't possibly ask each of them. A casual excuse would suffice. No one would take it seriously, except for Sakazuki. That said, you really have good luck. By the way, this is already your second time facing one of the four emperors directly. How does it feel? Is there a different sensation when dealing with the four emperors compared to other pirates? Kazan asked, lying back in a lounge chair. A smile was on his face, clearly appreciating his junior. In his view, it was quite remarkable for someone as young as Karl to possess such strength. More importantly, Karl had destroyed the artificial devil fruit factory in Punk Hazard and saved Dressrosa. He even helped the Navy capture a long-term undercover spy. And finally, he killed the scoundrel Don Quixote Doflamingo. Kazan was very satisfied with what Karl had done. If it were him, due to his position and personality, he probably wouldn't have acted at all. He might even have turned a blind eye. If it were Sakazuki, he would only act on orders and would never do anything unnecessary. Even if he knew the truth, as long as he couldn't find clear evidence, Sakazuki wouldn't take action. Therefore, Karl's emergence perfectly filled the current gap in the Navy. What the Navy lacks now are people like Karl, who act decisively, possess a certain level of intellect, and are not weak in strength. Back in the day, Garp was such a presence. No matter where he went, he viewed issues through the lens of justice. He treated everyone equally, which is why his reputation grew larger and larger. However, such people always gave the current fleet admiral a headache. Garp had given Sengoku a lot of trouble because he caused too many messes. Although he always did the right thing, he often skipped some steps and procedures and chose to make the results public directly. Garp made Sengoku clean up after him quite a bit. Now, Karl's situation was somewhat similar to Garp's. Sengoku, stationed at the Navy headquarters, was also feeling the pressure. He had taken on a lot for Karl, allowing him to smoothly accomplish what he wanted to do. But the ultimate results were good. Aside from Karl saving Intil, which drew the dissatisfaction of the Celestial Dragons, everything Karl had done was flawless. Even the Gorosei couldn't find fault. Especially in the end, when Karl killed Don Quixote Doflamingo. Kazan had already conveyed this to Sengoku after hearing Karl's report. Sengoku was currently in a meeting with the Gorosei and also passed the information to them. The Gorosei only had one thing to say. They wanted to see Karl when he returned. As for the Gorosei's reaction to the killing of Doflamingo, neither Kazan nor Karl knew. But what Karl could be sure of was that the Gorosei would definitely not be angry. In fact, they might even be somewhat pleased. Chapter 130. Admiral Peach Rabbit. Admiral Peach Rabbit. Is this person the new star? Their abilities seem quite impressive, to the point that even you suffer loss. However, their physical condition is really too poor. If it weren't for their devil fruit ability, they wouldn't be worth your personal pursuit at all. Karl shook his head and kicked Apu in front of Peach Rabbit. Looking at Apu, who was kicked over, Peach Rabbit pouted and angrily stepped on his chest. Poor Apu, being ruthlessly trampled by the two, was unable to resist because he was already unconscious. Even if he woke up, he wouldn't dare to move, or he would only have a dead end. By the way, Karl, how did you come back? Do you want to return to the base with me? Those people have been talking about you every day. No need, I just came from there. I heard them say you personally came out to catch a new star, so I came. I have other matters to attend to. I came back to see you and to handle some personal affairs. I need to see the Gorosei and Sengoku. I need to finish my personal matters first, and then we can meet again at the Navy headquarters. That's fine when the time comes. I must have a good chat with you. After all, your experiences during this time are more exciting than my years at sea. Peach Rabbit's eyes sparkled, clearly envious of Karl's recent experiences. Karl could only smile wryly and touch his nose. To be honest, if he could, he wouldn't want to have so many things going on. According to his plan, he wouldn't have any direct conflicts with the other 4 emperors aside from Dressrosa. But plans cannot keep up with changes. The unexpected events came too suddenly. Karl didn't want to be famous, but there was no way around it. These people were just too good at creating a backdrop. Let's leave it at that. We'll talk later. With that, Karl left, not planning to continue the conversation. Watching Karl's departing figure, Peach Rabbit felt not only affection, but also a hint of disappointment. Really, just like before. I wonder when this guy will finally come to his senses. Oof. With a cold snort, Peach Rabbit turned her attention to the unconscious Apu on the ground. After kicking him hard, she handcuffed him with sea-stone cuffs and ordered the other Navy personnel to drag him back to the Navy division. Next, she would continue to capture other new stars, sending them one by one to impel down. In the original story, these new stars had just arrived at the Sabeti archipelago, and the Navy had not noticed them at all. To be precise, they didn't even pay them any attention. The Navy station here in the original story was not Peach Rabbit, but someone else. As for whether it was Karl's previous commander of Pizza, Karl couldn't be sure. After all, the station personnel had practically not appeared because Luffy had already injured a celestial dragon at that time. So, the Navy admiral came directly, bringing along Bartolomeo and those pacifists. However, now, due to Karl's previous changes to the storyline here, Pizza had been withdrawn, and Peach Rabbit was left to take over the position. Although, with her identity and strength, she couldn't possibly stay here indefinitely. It was quite unfortunate. The new stars arrived just as Peach Rabbit was on duty. Moreover, since they had attacked the Navy previously, Peach Rabbit's character would definitely not let them go. Peach Rabbit was inherently a lazy person. If this group of pirates hadn't acted recklessly, she wouldn't have targeted these new stars. If anyone was to blame, it would be those who acted rashly against the Navy. If it were Karl, he would definitely not hold back either, because among these pirates, everyone except Law deserved to die. Although Law was also a pirate, he was forced into it and hadn't really done anything heinous. His only major action was against pirates, which earned him the position of Shichibukai. Karl planned to find him, give him a chance to go through some training in Dressrosa, and he also intended to make him a Shichibukai. With his current situation, Chapter 131, The Misfortunate Supernova's Brigadier General. Your idea is quite dangerous. Wanting to cultivate a warlord of the sea, isn't that equivalent to developing your own forces without permission? From your words just now, I can tell that you're not very interested in my surgical fruit abilities. My abilities are merely one of the reasons you sought me out. So tell me, Brigadier General, if you don't reveal your true intentions, I'm afraid I won't be able to agree. Although Law was shocked by Karl's conqueror's haki, he did not lose his composure. Just like in the original story, Law remains very rational regardless of the situation, which is related to his experiences. If it weren't for Doflamingo's words, Law might not have ended up in this scene, becoming who he is now. However, it is also thanks to Doflamingo that Law has made such significant progress. That's quite an insight. Since you asked, I'll be honest with you, Karl said as he downed his drink and smiled. I'll help you increase your strength and gain a status, and all you need to do is recruit soldiers for me in the New World. But you can't do it in my name. It must be in your own name, and Punk Hazard in the New World happens to be in no man's land. You can occupy it and then go to Dressrosa for assistance. They will help you. Hearing Karl finally reveal his true intentions, Law understood that this was just part of Karl's plan, and he hadn't disclosed his specific goals. However, Law didn't dwell on this. It was already good enough that Karl was willing to tell him to do these things. If he pressed further, Law was concerned that Karl might silence him. After all, knowing too much isn't a good thing. Even though Law considered himself very smart, he didn't want to guess Karl's motives at this moment, simply because he sensed a hint of danger. After pondering for a moment and stroking his chin, Law said, "I'm not unable to agree. After all, your strength surpasses mine. And you've even helped me take revenge. I owe you this favor, and I will definitely find a chance to repay you. But how can you ensure that the people of Dressrosa will definitely help me? As long as you mention my name, they will certainly help you. If Rebecca and King Ricka want to verify it, you can let them contact me through a transponder snail. After all, I did save Dressrosa, and I've also made prior arrangements with them. They won't refuse." Upon hearing Karl's words, Law nodded, recalling the news from earlier. He was aware of Doflamingo's occupation of Dressrosa, but he hadn't thought much about it at first. Even when Doflamingo was defeated by Karl, he only felt a sense of relief. As for the affairs of Dressrosa, he hadn't paid attention to them and hadn't seen much reporting on it. This is the limitation of the first half of the Grand Line. Many news outlets do not report everything in detail. They only pick what they deem important to sensationalize. For example, the news of Doflamingo being defeated by Karl, or Kaido being repelled by Karl, and Kizura together are the kinds of explosive stories that catch people's eyes. Other matters are of no concern to them. Aren't you afraid that I might betray you? I'm a pirate, and you should know very well that betrayal is commonplace among pirates. Law narrowed his eyes and asked a critical question. Karl shook his head and pointed at his own attire. If Corazon hadn't died and instead brought you back to the Navy, would you have become a pirate? Aye. Hearing Karl's words, Law was left speechless. At that time, Law had sought support from the Navy, but he never expected that the person he asked for help would be a spy planted by Doflamingo within the Navy. Such a small mistake led to Corazon's demise. Chapter 132. Return to the Navy headquarters that night, Karl and Law chatted alone once again. This time, Law agreed very readily. During the day, Karl had basically said everything he needed to say, and with those supernovas already wiped out by Karl, Law knew that if he didn't agree, he would meet the same fate as them. So he chose to align with Karl without hesitation. With Karl's help, he coded his ship and set off for Fishman Island under the cover of night. Karl's goal for Law was simple, to go through Dressrosa to recruit his own forces and then take control of Punk Hazard. Currently, Punk Hazard had become a deserted island that no one wanted. It would be better to occupy it early and use it as a temporary base. After all, this place was very large and had once been a base for construction, making it particularly convenient for any activities. Karl also shared with Law the training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey. While Law might not quickly master armament hockey, his awakening of observation hockey would definitely come swiftly. With the surgery fruit, his room functioned similarly to observation hockey. He could sense everything within that area. As long as he could utilize this ability for training, awakening observation hockey would be very simple. While Law was being sent off on the other side, Drake was also setting off. They wanted to leave quickly under the cover of night to avoid being caught by Karl. However, as soon as they departed, they saw Karl appear at the port, causing their hearts to tighten. But Karl merely glanced at them indifferently and had no intention of chasing after them. Drake was an undercover agent sent by the Navy to infiltrate pirate groups, although he was currently just a pawn and wouldn't be of much use. Having such a piece on the board was better than having none at all. Karl had no intention of dealing with him and instead returned to the Sabeti archipelago base. Karl's return made Momonosuke somewhat happy. Other old friends were also delighted, and then Momonosuke announced that everyone would have a big feast that night. However, they couldn't drink alcohol, as they still had tasks to complete. The Celestial Dragons would be returning soon, and they needed to be alert and not make any mistakes. Karl didn't say anything upon hearing this news, as he was only staying for one night before leaving. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Karl bid farewell to Momonosuke and other old friends and set off for the Navy headquarters. A few hours later, Karl leisurely flew back to the Navy headquarters hall, briefly checked in with others, and then headed to the Admiral's office. "Admiral, it's Karl. I'm back. Cool. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Karl opened the door and walked in. However, as soon as he entered, he saw that in the Admiral's office, besides Sengoku himself and the ever-present Garp, there were 3 admirals and Vice Admiral Tsuru as well. In addition to them, there were even dozens of veteran Navy rear admirals present. Karl also spotted the Squirrel Vice Admiral who had brought him to the Navy. "What a coincidence. You're here too." Long time no see. Vice Admiral Squirrel. Are you all having a meeting? It's been a long time, kid. I didn't expect that in just under 3 months, you've grown to this extent. It truly surprises me. However, this also proves that I was right to support you under Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 133. Shocking words. Vice Admiral Tsuru shocked Karl directly. He never expected that Tsuru's first reaction upon seeing him would be about Peach Rabbit. And more importantly, Karl had no idea what this was all about. Peach Rabbit likes him? She's the most popular beauty in the Navy. How could she possibly like him? Karl was completely baffled and didn't know how to respond to this question. He had no clue that Peach Rabbit might have feelings for him. Although Peach Rabbit had acted a bit strangely before and had even said some odd things, Karl had completely ignored them. However, after hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's words and recalling Peach Rabbit's various reactions, even he, who was usually slow to pick up on such things, began to understand what was going on. Vice Admiral, please let me explain, Karl said, a bit flustered, starting to mumble incoherently. He was sweating profusely. He had never felt this nervous even in front of the 4 emperors. At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, which made Karl's heart race. Ahem, regarding Peach Rabbit, let's let these kids handle it themselves. We elders shouldn't interfere. Although this kid Karl is clever, he seems a bit slow in this area, Sengoku said with a malicious smile, making Karl break out in goosebumps. Karp beside him was laughing so hard he could hardly stand up. Among the 3 admirals, except for Akainu, the other 2 were also struggling to hold back their laughter, while Akainu remained indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything. Forget it, since you have no intention of pursuing this. I'll contact Peach Rabbit and let her give up on this. This kid really thinks he can get us to help him matchmake. With his thick-headedness, what can we do? I don't want to jeopardize this precious child's important life matters, so I will give Peach Rabbit a good talk. Vice Admiral Tsuru shot Karl a glare before returning to her seat. Her words left Karl speechless, as he truly had no idea about anything. Nor did he know that Peach Rabbit might have feelings for him. He was aware that Peach Rabbit had a good impression of him, but he only thought it was because he had saved her once, and that was why she felt grateful. All right, everyone quiet down. Karl, just find a place to sit. Next, let's talk about gathering the 7 warlords. Originally, I wanted to send Weasel, but since the situation is special, I plan to have Borsalino replace Weasel to gather the 7 warlords. And one position in the 7 warlords has opened up. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you will be responsible for recruiting a new warlord. Is that all right? Sengoku asked. I have no problem with that, Tsuru replied readily. Borsalino, however, seemed reluctant to move, clearly unwilling to work overtime. Sengoku frowned, about to scold them, when Karl suddenly stood up. Marshal, leave the gathering of the 7 warlords to me. I can fly just as well and at a decent speed, plus my subordinates are also quite strong. If they dare to refuse, I can guarantee I will bring them back. As for recruiting a new warlord, I do have a candidate to recommend, Trafalgar Law. Upon hearing Karl's words, everyone present turned to look at him. Borsalino and Karl exchanged glances and both laughed. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned, then opened the document she had in her hands and flipped to the page about law. Chapter 134. 5 Elders, Power Center. Holy Land. Mary Geos. Karl, under the leadership of Sengoku, arrived at the location of the 5 elders. At this moment, the 5 elders were scrutinizing Karl with very stern expressions, as if they wanted to see through him completely. Sengoku stood beside Karl, neither bowing nor showing any signs of submission. Karl was the same, showing no fear or emotional fluctuations. Even though the 5 people in front of him were the highest authorities in the world, he would not bow to them. Moreover, Karl was well aware that they were not the true power holders. Above them was a being named him. The 2 sides stared at each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a man dressed in luxurious clothes, who looked somewhat ugly, appeared with a man who had lost an arm. This man in black was the one whose arm had been broken by Karl earlier. This lowly scum has finally arrived. This time, I must personally kill him, or I will make sure others denounce you all. This celestial dragon was clearly the one offended by Karl. He was now arrogant, clearly pleased that his identity and power made him feel invincible. The man in black had a malicious grin on his face, filled with disdain. Just stop making a scene. This matter has already passed. It was merely a misunderstanding between you 2. There is no need to pursue this any further. If you continue to act recklessly, it will not end well for you. The bald elder in samurai attire spoke first, but this celestial dragon clearly did not take his words to heart. I am a celestial dragon. Even if you are the 5 elders, I still have the right to command you. Hearing this, the 5 elders frowned in unison. His words made the elders feel displeased. Karl wore a look of amusement. It is said that celestial dragons have low intelligence, and seeing this one, it is indeed true. Even Sengoku, standing beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. It was clear that this celestial dragon was used to being arrogant, even disregarding the 5 elders. Hurry up and get back. Let this matter end here. If you don't leave, your father will come personally to teach you a lesson. Don't use my father to threaten me. This scum must die. Saying this, the celestial dragon even pulled out a gun, and the man in black also drew a gun aimed at Karl. Their arrogant attitude made Karl feel somewhat amused. He then turned his gaze to the 5 elders. Could it be that the celestial dragon clan can even ignore the 5 elders? If so, I think I should leave as soon as possible. As Karl said this, he pretended to leave. Sengoku was somewhat bewildered, not understanding what Karl meant. But before Sengoku could speak, the 5 elders spoke again. Have you had enough? A loud shout suddenly startled the celestial dragon, and Karl also stopped in his tracks, curiously looking at the bearded elder. His voice was powerful, clearly practiced, otherwise, it would have such a deterrent effect. If you continue to dwell on this matter, I will immediately convene an emergency meeting to strip you of your celestial dragon status. How dare you? The celestial dragon was somewhat angry at this moment. He did not expect the 5 elders to speak up for Karl. However, since the 5 elders had said such a thing, he did not dare to act out. Though arrogant, he knew that being stripped of his celestial dragon status would lead to a terrible fate. He still had that much intelligence. You all just wait. I will report to my father and make sure all of you pay for this. Chapter 135. A brief respite. Karl, no matter how the celestial dragons treat you, you must not show any emotions. You need to know that I will always stand by your side. Although I dislike those scums of the celestial dragons as well, they're still in power. It's best to avoid conflicts with them if possible. Even if you cannot avoid it, try not to pay attention to their provocations. After all, they're among the most powerful people in this world. On the way back to the Marine headquarters, Sengoku earnestly advised Karl not to take the celestial dragons to heart. The meaning of the 5 elders is also very clear. They will not create a potential enemy for the Marines over trivial matters concerning the celestial dragons. As long as Karl does not go too far, the 5 elders will turn a blind eye and not care about the celestial dragons at all. Not to mention that this time, Karl even helped the 5 elders deal with Doflamingo and aided the Marines in capturing a long-hidden spy. These achievements are enough to draw the attention of the 5 elders. That's why Sengoku advised Karl to stay calm and not to pay attention to the celestial dragons. Karl expressed his understanding, and Sengoku felt relieved to see Karl being so reasonable. Karl then followed Sengoku back to the Marine headquarters and was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. Karl's military achievements were considerable, and he could even be directly promoted to Vice Admiral. However, he was still too young, just 20 years old. Becoming a Vice Admiral at such a young age was somewhat against protocol, even for Akainu and the other 3, who were called monsters in their youth. They did not become Marine Vice Admirals until after the age of 25. After nearly 5 or 6 years of hard work, they finally became Marine Admirals. Karl currently had enough reputation, military accomplishments, and even strength. However, the only thing he lacked was experience, as he had been in the Marines for too short a time. Counting from now, it had only been 3 months. This little experience made it a special case for him to become a Marine Rear Admiral. Therefore, Sengoku could only temporarily put Karl in a position where he had to carry out missions with the Rear Admiral rank. Karl didn't mind much. He didn't care about his rank. Once he had strength, ranks were merely a nominal position. After accepting the Rear Admiral title, Karl gathered Enel and the others for a brief meeting, then gave them a few days off. During these days, they could replenish supplies at the Marine headquarters or relax a bit, as they would be going back to sea in a couple of days. This time, Karl's target was the remaining 6 warlords of the sea, so he naturally could not be careless. Regardless of their strength, they still had reputations, so preparations had to be made. After giving his instructions, Karl headed towards the rookie training camp behind the Marine headquarters. His old friend Pizza was here, and Karl planned to find him for a good drink. However, when he arrived, he saw Ghost Spider training the new recruits, with Pizza assisting him. When Pizza saw Karl arrive, he was overjoyed. Although he knew Karl had returned, he also understood that Karl had many things to take care of this time. So he did not expect Karl to come see him. Therefore, when Karl really did come over, Pizza was exceptionally excited. Just as he was about to go over and hug Karl, Ghost Spider suddenly blocked Pizza's path. It's training time. As an instructor, you cannot leave your post. Ghost Spider, what do you mean by that? Pizza rolled his eyes at Ghost Spider, pushed his hand away, and embraced Karl warmly. Chapter 136. Setting sail again, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Karl basically just rested for 2 whole days. Although the ghost spider initially caused him some trouble, in Karl's eyes, his strength was truly inadequate. When the ghost spider confronted Karl, within 10 moves, Karl easily resolved the situation without any hesitation. He didn't even give the opponent any face, knocking him out and presenting him before Sengoku, suggesting that Sengoku teach this guy a lesson. Sengoku was somewhat taken aback at the time, but fortunately, he didn't say anything. Karl wasn't the type to hold grudges. However, after this incident, news of Karl's beating the ghost spider spread quickly. This made the ghost spider feel even more humiliated upon waking up, forcing him to patrol the seas voluntarily. After seeing him leave with his team, Karl didn't say anything. He wouldn't admit that the news of the ghost spider being beaten was something he deliberately spread. Although he didn't hold grudges, it wasn't that easy to offend someone and get away unscathed. After seeing the ghost spider leave in disgrace, Karl had no intention of looking for trouble with him again, as they were still colleagues. There was no need to go to extremes. So, Karl spent the next 2 days resting. After this little episode, Karl's reputation within the Navy was once again elevated. Many recognized the true extent of Karl's strength. The ghost spider was an old-school vice admiral, and Karl's ability to easily defeat him was seen as strength on par with that of an admiral. Thus, in their eyes, Karl had become a rear admiral with admiral-level power. However, this notion only spread among those below the vice admiral rank. Those above the vice admiral rank were well aware that, despite Karl's formidable strength, he hadn't yet reached the level of an admiral. Nevertheless, they didn't stop the spread of this misinformation. Sengoku believed that this kind of information circulation could boost the Navy's morale even more than speeches, especially in the current situation. Meanwhile, Karl had already left the naval headquarters with Enel and others, heading towards the Devil's Triangle Sea. Moonlight Moria was Karl's first target, as he was the closest and easiest to deal with. After looking at the data of the other 7 warlords, Karl found that most of them resided in the first half of the Grand Line. This saved him a lot of trouble. The only downside was that when it came to Jinbei, he would have to go to Fishman Island. Jinbei had a good relationship with Ace, and given that Whitebeard had a connection with Jinbei, it wouldn't be easy to persuade him to help the Navy resist Whitebeard. Karl considered him the last target. Even if he couldn't persuade him, Karl would capture him and return to the naval headquarters to report. If left unchecked, he would be an unstable factor, and Karl was determined to bring him in. Thus, placing him last was the most reasonable choice. As for Law, Karl had already spoken to him. During his 2 days of rest, Law had arrived at Dressrosa, and the King Riku had confirmed their relationship through a Den Mushi. Therefore, Law was the least of his worries. If he dared to harbor any ill intentions, Karl wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Captain Karl, we're approaching the Devil's Triangle Sea. Should we lower our altitude? Asked Jess, who had been observing the sea with a telescope. Karl also took a look through the telescope and then smoothly brought the warship down to the sea surface. He wasn't flying the ship at a fast speed, but even so, the speed was still faster than sailing on the sea. Chapter 137. Goodbye, Hancock. Who are you and why are you here? I'm Moria, one of the 7 warlords. Do you even know what happens when you offend me? Moria trembled all over. Even his body began to shake. But his mouth was very tough, showing no sign of backing down. What a waste. Apart from talking, you probably can't do anything else. Karl shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed in this guy. If it weren't for this mission to inform all the 7 warlords to gather at the Navy headquarters within 15 days, Karl would have wanted to deal with this disgrace of the 7 warlords right here. Ha ha ha, this guy is just too weak. It took me less than 10 moves to make him unable to withstand it. Compared to the other 7 warlords, this guy is just too weak. Enel couldn't help but mock him, while Nilu and the others looked at Moria with disdainful expressions. Their contempt was evident. At this moment, Moria looked around and finally focused on Karl, who was wearing a Navy uniform. You're from the Navy, right? What do you want? I am one of the 7 warlords, your ally. Isn't it against the rules for you to attack me? Or are you planning to tear up the agreement? Moria rushed forward, wanting to grab Karl. But the moment he charged, Nilu stepped forward and landed a punch directly on Moria's stomach. Her punch didn't use hockey. But even so, Moria spat out a mouthful of bile and then knelt down, clutching his stomach. Just a mere pirate. Don't think about getting close to Lord Karl. Nilu scoffed, her face filled with disdain. Karl walked up, grabbed Moria's head, and lifted it up. Moria, I am Rear Admiral Karl of the Navy. I am here to inform you to gather at the Navy headquarters within 15 days. At that time, Admiral Sengoku will discuss with you how to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. This summons is mandatory. You have no choice. If you disagree, I can kill you right now. As he spoke, Karl unleashed his conqueror's haki in an instant. Moria's pupils constricted violently, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Although Moria didn't know any of the 3 types of haki, he had at least survived in the new world and knew what they were. Karl's conqueror's haki left Moria stunned. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly said, "I agree. I will prepare right away and definitely won't be absent." "That's good. Now get lost." Karl released Moria's head, allowing him to leave. Moria stood up, looking at Karl with a fluctuating expression, and asked in confusion, "I have a question." "Speak. Are you the Rear Admiral Karl who fought with Kaido and escaped from Big Mom?" "That's me, but I'm not a Rear Admiral. I'm a Commodore. Is there a problem?" Karl tilted his head slightly, wanting to see what Moria would do. But at that moment, Moria did nothing. He only showed a terrified expression, as if he had seen a ghost, and quickly fled the warship. Seeing Moria's speed in fleeing, Karl couldn't help but shake his head and spat lightly. "What a waste. Let's go. Next, we are heading to Amazon Lily. I'll let you see the beauty of the world's #1 beauty. But I must warn you in advance. When you meet her, be very careful. Although Boa Hancock's strength among the 7 warlords is considered average, and she might not even be as strong as Doflamingo, her most dangerous aspect is not her strength, but her sweet fruit in her." Chapter 139, Meeting Shanks Again. "Hey, Black Feather, did he do anything to you?" Karl asked with concern, grabbing Black Feather's shoulder and giving her a spin, carefully observing her with his observation haki. Once Karl confirmed she was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. "Lord Karl, I'm a bit dizzy." Black Feather felt a bit lightheaded after being spun around suddenly. However, with her constitution, she quickly recovered. "Lord Karl, I told Hancock everything you said to me before. She is now a bit curious about you. Am I great or what?" I told her that her gaze seemed strange. Upon hearing Black Feather's words, Karl wiped the sweat from his forehead without answering and instead focused on Hancock. "Hancock, remember what you said before. Gather at the Navy headquarters within 15 days, or you will bear the consequences. Ireland, turn around." After saying this, Karl immediately ordered Ireland to turn the ship around. It was nighttime, and Karl's next target was Mihawk, but he wasn't in a hurry. "Hancock, what do you think of this person now?" At the port of Amazon Lily, Rayleigh asked Hancock about her views on Karl after seeing him turn away. Hancock bit her lip and remained silent, but her eyes no longer held the previous hostility. Instead, there was a strange emotion within. Seeing Hancock like this, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. "It seems that girl has told you quite a bit. Since you both come from the same place, it means she yes like you. But she is very free around this kid Karl, not bound by any constraints, and is well protected." The news also mentioned that Karl saved slaves sold by the Celestial Dragons and brought them on board. That girl should be the one humming a song before. From this, it is clear that this kid's attitude towards the Celestial Dragons, as well as some of his own beliefs, do not cater to them. What is the use of all this? I'm a pirate, and he is Navy. We're on opposite sides, and will still be enemies. Not necessarily. With his personality, he will eventually leave the Navy. By then, you might even become friends. Absolutely impossible. Hancock firmly denied this judgment, while Rayleigh merely smiled and remained silent. As a man who accompanied Roger to Raftel, Rayleigh was naturally well informed. Hancock's little thoughts certainly didn't escape his eyes, but he chose not to expose them, instead hinting at them indirectly. Hancock's reaction was exactly as Rayleigh had predicted, which amused him. It had been a long time since Hancock had shown such a feminine side. "Let's go, Hancock. This is a good opportunity. The Navy is calling you 7 warlords for a meeting. We can also take this time to do what needs to be done." At the same time, Karl had already left Amazon Lily. However, just as he sailed out of the comm belt, he encountered the last person he wanted to see, the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors. "How'd he end up here?" Karl never expected to meet Shanks, one of the 4 emperors here. He was leaving the comm belt, while Shanks was entering it. Karl had every reason to suspect that Shanks was looking for Rayleigh. However, he didn't confront this suspicion, nor did he intend to engage with Shanks. Instead, he simply passed by him. Shanks clearly did not plan to stir up trouble either. He just sat at the bow of the ship, raised a flask, and greeted Karl, who returned the gesture with a cup. A pirate ship and a Navy warship brushed past each other without sparking any conflict. But just as the 2 ships were about to pass each other. Chapter 140, Weibel. I was really scared. I didn't expect to run into Shanks here. It was truly unexpected. After returning to the ship, Karl didn't hesitate to use his abilities and took the warship away. He didn't want to fight Shanks because he knew he wasn't a match for him. Karl's own strength could hold its own against the 4 emperors for now. But what about his crew? Not to mention anyone else. Just Ben Beckman alone could take on everyone else on Karl's side without breaking a sweat. To be safe, Karl decided to leave with his crew first. It wasn't just Karl. Everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. They had been incredibly tense when facing the four emperors before. Now, encountering another emperor here, they were just as nervous. If a fight broke out, even the arrogant Enel knew he wouldn't stand a chance against the opponent. Leaving now was the right choice. At night, everyone took turns resting. Karl received a call from Sengoku through a transponder snail. Sengoku informed him that Kuma had returned to Vegapunk's research base and had agreed to the Shichibukai summons. Sengoku made this call to notify Karl not to look for Kuma, saving him some trouble. However, Sengoku then assigned Karl a task to find someone named Edward Weibel. This person was active in the first half of the Grand Line. The latest intel about him was that he was on Jaya Island, and Sengoku wanted Karl to check it out. Sengoku briefly shared some information about Weibel. This Weibel claimed to be the son of Whitebeard and had once ambushed Zifa, slaughtering Zifa's students, and was the culprit behind Zifa's lost arm. Sengoku's intention was for Karl to see if he could capture Weibel. If not, it was fine. He wasn't forcing him. Weibel's strength was not weak, and Sengoku was concerned that Karl might not be a match for him. However, Karl said nothing and accepted the task, then immediately headed towards Jaya Island. Night quickly passed. The next morning, when Karl and the others woke up from their sweet dreams, the ship was already hovering over Jaya Island. What nostalgic place. I remember back then I beat you up in the sky and then took you to the Navy headquarters. Looking back now, everything feels so warm and beautiful. Karl looked up at the sky, reminiscing about the good times when he had beaten Enel. Enel couldn't help but shiver for a moment, but didn't dare to speak, fearing that it might provoke Karl's displeasure and get him beaten up again. What happened that day had become a shadow over Enel's life. Especially returning to such a painful place, Enel had lost his usual liveliness, becoming a bit downcast like Airland. You all wait here. I'll go find someone and be back soon. Karl's observation hotkey was always activated. He quickly located Weibel. However, he didn't plan to let anyone else help him. Over a decade ago, Weibel had the strength to sever Admiral Zifa's arm. Although he managed to do it through a surprise attack and Zifa's asthma acting up, it still indicated that his power was formidable. After so many years, Weibel's growth would surely be even more terrifying. While his strength might not be as frightening as an admiral's, at the very least, a typical vice admiral wouldn't stand a chance against him. In the original story, Weibel was evaluated to possess the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. This alone shows how terrifying Weibel's power is. As for his other capabilities, the original story didn't provide answers, so Karl could only test him himself to avoid putting Enel and the others in danger. Not long after, Karl spotted a short Miss Bakken in a bar. Standing behind Bakken, holding a childish sword, was the big guy, Weibel. Chapter 141, A Stalemate. Lord Karl. Just as Karl and Weibel were at a standstill, Nilu and the others appeared not far away. They gasped in shock at the scene before them. Enel, utilizing his observation hotkey, sensed the battle occurring on Karl's side and intended to come to his aid. However, when they arrived, they found that the situation exceeded their expectations. Even if Nilu exerted all her strength, she couldn't cause such an impact on ground. Although Enel could achieve this level, it was due to his devil fruit powers. Yet this person before them had accomplished it solely through raw strength. This monstrous power left them utterly astonished. Even Nilu felt inferior. You all go back. This guy is not someone you can handle. Let me deal with him alone. Karl shouted as he once again dodged Weibel's attack. The force from his move generated a strong wind that pushed Nilu and the others back several meters. Faced with such power, both Nina and Enel had grim expressions. However, they didn't charge in recklessly. They followed Karl's orders and quickly left the area. They all understood that if they stayed, they would only hinder Karl. And only by leaving could he unleash his full potential. Their trip here had been in vain. After seeing them leave, Karl let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected them to be so responsible, rushing over as soon as they sensed the battle. Quite commendable. Unfortunately, Weibel was not someone they could deal with. Otherwise, he would have called them to join in. To avoid Enel and the others getting hurt, Karl chose not to ask for their help. Weibel's strength was extremely formidable, only slightly weaker than that of the four emperors. Such power could severely injure or even kill Enel and the others if he landed a hit. Although fighting such a strong enemy could rapidly enhance one's abilities, the prerequisite was survival. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Karl would not allow them to join the battle. Just as he said, one of them was enough for this situation. Weibel, though powerful, had obvious weaknesses. His observation hotkey was a weak link, and his speed was relatively slow. Compared to other vice admirals, or even Doflamingo, Weibel's speed was already quite fast. However, in Karl's eyes, Weibel's current speed couldn't keep up with him at all. After such a long period of testing, Karl had basically figured out Weibel's strength. His power definitely reached the level of the four emperors, and his armament haki was also very strong. While his defense and stamina were not lacking, he was still a mere mortal. Karl's attacks could inflict some damage on his body, but they couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, Weibel's self-healing ability was not strong. It was comparable to that of an ordinary person, meaning injuries wouldn't heal immediately. He had perfect control over his own body, allowing him to manipulate his muscles to stop blood loss and ensure his condition did not weaken. Most importantly, after a long period of probing, Karl confirmed that Weibel's plump body was entirely muscle with no fat at all, even though he appeared particularly overweight. It was merely an illusion created by an excess of muscle. In reality, every part of his body was muscle, which explained why his strength was so exaggerated. Additionally, Karl discovered something strange about Weibel's body structure. When Weibel was supplying power, there was a lack of coherence, almost as if his body did not belong to him. This discovery, combined with the multiple sutures on his body, not only made Karl intrigued but also cautious. Chapter 142, Kill. At the same time, while Karl was fighting with Weevil, Sengoku also received news about the situation on Gaia Island. However, when he learned that Karl was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Weevil, he was taken aback. This kid really dares to confront someone whose strength is not weak directly. It's hard to be at ease. I shouldn't have given him this task. I almost forgot that although this kid is reliable in carrying out tasks, he is also a battle maniac. With such a strong enemy present, how could he possibly hold back? This time I miscalculated, completely forgetting this point. Sengoku rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. Beside him, Vice Admiral Tsuru took a sip of tea and then looked up at Sengoku. "Isn't what he is doing good?" The original intention of the five elders was to make Weevil a warlord of the sea. However, this guy's identity is somewhat sensitive. After all, no one can be sure whether he is really Whitebeard's biological son. His strength is formidable, and his mother, Miss Bakken, is a person who only cares about profit. So, he is a very good candidate for the warlords of the sea. If it weren't for our strong opposition, he might have already become one before. If Karl can really kill Weevil this time, it would not only thwart the five elders' plans, but also take revenge for Zephyr. Indeed, Zephyr's life has been incredibly tough. He became a general even earlier than I did, but due to health issues, he developed asthma. Later, while leading troops for training at sea, his asthma flared up, resulting in the loss of an arm, and he couldn't protect his students well. In the end, his wife and son were even killed in retaliation by pirates, leading him to become increasingly despondent, which is truly lamentable. At this point, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh, and Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head as well. Then Sengoku walked to the window, looking at the sky outside, and asked, "Do you think Garp would really allow his grandson to be killed? You don't distrust Garp, do you?" "I don't mean that, but I always have a bad feeling. I sense that there might be unexpected changes in this execution. You're just overthinking it. Since you have a day off today, you should rest well. Tomorrow, you'll be busy again." Vice Admiral Tsuru advised Sengoku, and then finished her tea and stood up to leave. Sengoku didn't speak, but quietly gazed out the window, lost in thought. Time passed. The battle on Boa Island was nearing its end. Karl used a water vortex and spent an entire day finally exhausting Weevil's stamina. At this moment, although Weevil could still counterattack, his power was greatly diminished, and he couldn't destroy the water vortex created by Karl at all. Moreover, the main issue was that he couldn't even release haki now. Although Karl had also consumed quite a bit of energy, he still had more than half of his stamina left. Additionally, his armament haki had not been completely depleted. The current situation was that Karl had an absolute advantage. In his state of exhaustion, Weevil was no match for Karl. Cross-slash. Karl abandoned the water vortex and directly launched a slash at Weevil. Faced with the sudden attack, Weevil saw it and reacted. However, his stamina was already depleted, and his body could not keep up with his thoughts. Just as he raised his hand, Karl's sharp slash arrived as promised. In an instant, it severed Weevil's head. Choice completed. Reward. Host strength, A. Conqueror's haki level increased by 1. After killing Weevil, Karl took deep breaths of fresh air and then kicked Weevil's body into the sea to feed the fish, feeling the enhancement of his strength. The corners of Karl's mouth lifted, revealing an exaggerated smile. Chapter 143. Persuasion. The news of Karl killing Weevil did not spread because most people did not know who Weevil was. At this time, Whitebeard was still alive. With him around, even though Miss Bakken said Weevil was Whitebeard's son, only a small number of people knew about it. Moreover, Bakken did not dare to offend Whitebeard, so she did not publicize this matter. She even spent money to ask Big News Morgan to temporarily keep quiet. What she wanted to do was wait until Whitebeard died, then exposed Weevil's identity all at once, attracting a large amount of attention and making a fortune, because everyone knew that, regardless of who won or lost in this war, Whitebeard was doomed to die. Whitebeard was simply too old and plagued by various diseases, making it impossible for him to contend with so many strong figures from the Navy headquarters. However, Backen's plan fell through as Karl killed him, and, at the same time, killed Weevil. This made Big News Morgan, who also wanted to make a fortune, extremely angry. However, Karl was unaware of all this. He was currently flying towards the New World. After one night and one day, Karl arrived at Dressrosa. However, he did not stay long. He only went through the process of inviting Law to become a warlord of the sea and then reported this news to Sengoku. After chatting briefly with King Riku and others, Karl hurriedly left. He still needed to search for Blackbeard in other places. This guy's whereabouts were unpredictable, but he had appeared in the New World before, so Karl planned to take a tour around the New World to see if he could find him. If he ultimately could not find him, it wouldn't be too late to give up. However, his luck was good. Not long after, he spotted Blackbeard and his crew on a primitive island in the New World. Karl and Blackbeard were not on good terms, so when they met for the first time, a fight nearly broke out. Fortunately, Karl explained his intentions, and Blackbeard did not want to take the risk of fighting the Navy, so they stopped at a mutual fist bump. However, that punch sent Blackbeard flying and even destroyed a small hill behind him. After that punch, Blackbeard roughly understood Karl's strength, which made his expression turn ugly, because Karl was an unstable factor that could easily affect Blackbeard's subsequent plans. Since it's the Navy's summons, I naturally won't refuse. But tell me, are you sure you can take down Whitebeard? Blackbeard laughed heartily. If you can't, you can leave it to me to solve. I know very well how bad Whitebeard's physical condition is. Blackbeard, Teach laughed proudly, clearly having made plans to deal with Whitebeard. However, Karl did not say much, only teasingly replied, I hope you won't end up calling him Dad. Blackbeard, don't forget to gather. With that, Karl directly left. His next target was the last warlord, Jinbe. Blackbeard Teach watched Karl's departing figure, his expression turning from amusement to anger. Bastard, how dare you look down on me? Once I get the Tremor fruit, I will show you what true power is. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Karl, having left the island, was unaware of Blackbeard's thoughts. However, as a transmigrator, he was well aware of what Blackbeard wanted to do in the Marineford War. Karl needed to keep an eye on him to prevent him from obtaining Whitebeard's devil fruit. Otherwise, Blackbeard's strength would undergo a qualitative change, making it difficult to deal with later. The dark fruit itself restrains other fruit abilities. And although Karl was not sure if it could restrain him, the other abilities that came with the dark fruit could indeed pose a threat. Chapter 145, Advancing to Impel Down. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After having fun on the Sky Island for 3 days, Karl finally received a call from Sengoku. The moment the snail phone connected, Karl was immediately scolded by Sengoku for the battle results. And Sengoku also said he would teach Karl a lesson when he returned to the Navy headquarters. Karl repeatedly agreed, but he was clearly distracted and did not take Sengoku's criticism to heart. Sengoku then advised Karl a few more times, telling him not to act recklessly in Impel Down and not to provoke the people there. If anything happened, he should just call Sengoku. After similar reminders several times, Sengoku finally got to the main point and said he allowed Karl to carry out this plan. However, Jinbe must stay in Impel Down for at least a month, which was a requirement put forth by the Gorosei. Although Karl did not know what the Gorosei was up to, Jinbe agreed to this requirement for the sake of Fishman Island. Everything Jinbe did now could affect the future of Fishman Island. It was just a small matter of 1 month. He did not mind. However, Karl felt that things were not so simple. So he unilaterally promised that he would visit Fishman Island more frequently within a month after the war ended. This almost made Sengoku lose his temper again. After all, Karl had made decisions without consulting him. Fortunately, Sengoku had slowly gotten used to it. After all, Karl often acted this way. It was hard for Sengoku not to get accustomed to it. It did not take long. Karl and the others had already arrived inside Impel Down. However, today, Impel Down seemed particularly lively. Through his observation hockey, Karl saw that many people were escorting a group of pirates. These pirates were the remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing their appearance, Karl felt something was off and instinctively wanted to rush over and question them about why they coincidentally appeared here. But just as Karl took a step, Magellan followed closely behind and directly blocked Karl's path. He was very large, towering over Karl like a mountain, completely obstructing his way, standing nearly 5 meters tall, while Karl was just over 2 meters, comparable to Yao Ming from his past life. which was not very tall compared to the people in the world of One Piece. What are you doing? This is Impel Down. Although you are a Navy officer and the most prestigious rising star among the Navy, even I personally admire you. But Impel Down has its own rules. You only need to bring Jinbei with you and follow me. You are not allowed to go anywhere else. There's a problem with that group of Straw Hat Pirates. I must take a look to determine what the issue is. Problem? These people were captured by Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. How could there be a problem? By the way, you had a conflict with Ghost Spider before, right? That explains it. You don't trust him, but you can rest assured, I've checked the remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates, and there's no problem. What I mean is, their capture at this time is definitely abnormal. There must be a trick involved. Major Karl, you are not qualified to point fingers at me, nor are you qualified to dictate, to Impel Down. Although I respect what you have done in the New World and admire your courage to confront the Four Emperors, this is Impel Down. Even I, Magellan, must abide by the rules here. If you have other requests, I can be reasonable, but I have absolute authority over the prisoners. There is no need for you Navy to interfere. Chapter 146. Preparation. At the same time, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates, who were imprisoned on the 5th level of Impel Down, had gathered together. Zoro and the others had all come together with Luffy and were locked in the same room. Even the women were also imprisoned in this same room. Karl was unaware that they were all locked up together. If he had known, he would definitely have scolded the guards. Their negligence provided the Straw Hat Pirates with a great opportunity to escape. Were we going to act? Nami asked. At this moment, she quickly removed the shackles from them, using the tools she had prepared in advance and her specially trained techniques. However, she couldn't remove the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs because the keys for those handcuffs were made using special craftsmanship. After all, those with Devil Fruit powers are more dangerous than they are. We can act now. My observation Haki tells me that the Navy Vice Admiral has already left. We can take action immediately. Sanji opened his eyes and said, Finally, we can cause a ruckus, but before that, I need to get my weapons back. Zoro snorted coldly and began to warm up. The others also started to prepare. Luffy looked at his companions in front of him, feeling somewhat bewildered, as he had no idea what was happening. You guys aren't planning to break out of prison, are you? Haha, if it's a prison break, that would be so much fun. I've never broken out of prison before. It's a pity that my brother Ace was taken away. Otherwise, we could take him with us. Luffy laughed loudly, his voice very loud. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Zoro quickly covered his mouth to prevent him from speaking out. Shut up. Don't expose us before we even make a move. Zoro felt helpless because Luffy had this kind of personality and couldn't stay quiet. Then Frankie, with a perverted grin, pulled out a large pile of tools from his body. This is the advantage of being a cyborg. He could directly use his body as a storage device. The benefit of this was that he could prepare a lot of things in advance and bring them into the prison. Moreover, at this time, Frankie had just gone to sea with Luffy for a short time, and his bounty was not high, so there wasn't too much information on him. Magellan completely did not take him seriously. It was precisely because of this that Frankie had the opportunity to bring some special tools here. Frankie, are you ready over there? If we're going to create a disturbance, we better blow up the 6th level first. Those people are not easy to deal with. If we release them together, our chances of escaping will be greater. Robin spoke up, and Frankie gave an okay gesture, indicating that everything was ready. Ha 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 ha. Is the jailbreak starting? Ivankov, are you there? Do you want to come out with us? Woo-woo. Luffy shouted again, only to be covered by Zoro's hand once more. Why are you such a worry? Zoro felt helpless. Fortunately, he was quick to react, but Sanji's expression was somewhat grim at this moment. My observation Haki tells me that a large number of people are approaching, but they are not guards, and I can't see who they are. Damn it. Even though I don't know who it is, we have to be ready for battle, just in case. Zoro covered his hands with armament Haki, ready to counterattack at any moment. Although he didn't have his weapons, he could still handle ordinary guards with his skills. Chapter 148. Fierce Battle with Rayleigh. At the same time in Impel Down, Magellan was deploying his forces. However, the prison guard in Impel Down were limited, making it impossible to defend completely. Therefore, he could only personally guard the main gate of Impel Down, preparing to capture all the criminals in this enclosed environment. But this meant that the other guards could not continue to watch over the area, or they would be at risk of being accidentally harmed by him. Magellan, do you need help? After Magellan had set up a temporary battle plan, Jinbei asked. He had heard everything from his position. Jinbei's room was not specifically designed for holding criminals. It was actually a makeshift prison converted from a warehouse next to Magellan. So he was fully aware of what was happening in Impel Down. This is something I can handle myself. No need for your help. You guys stay here and keep an eye on him. Don't let him move around. Magellan shot a glance at Jinbei. then found a few people to watch over him before heading towards the main gate. Once Magellan left, the guards closed the room's door and opened all the ventilation shafts. This was a precaution to prevent poison gas from entering when Magellan used his abilities. Their actions were very practiced, clearly indicating they had often been caught in friendly fire. Who would have thought someone would dare to cause a ruckus and impel down? Do they think they're the Golden Lion? Jinbei shook his head, somewhat perplexed as to why anyone would attempt a prison break. It was not only thankless, but also likely to lead to death, and Magellan's strength was not weak. He was certainly not inferior to many admirals. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to replace Shiryu in guarding Impel down. Although Shiryu ended up in prison because he loved killing too much, it also had something to do with his strength. If Magellan weren't strong enough, Shiryu wouldn't have been defeated by him. Then, Jinbei shifted his gaze to the surveillance screen not far away. Through the image-transmitting snail, he could clearly see the situation inside Impel Down. The current conditions inside Impel Down were not optimistic. Just as chaos erupted within Impel Down, the situation on Karl's side was also very dire. Rayleigh and Shanks emerged from their specialized submarine and stood outside. Around the two of them floated dozens of Sea King's corpses on the surface of the ocean. Vivid red blood was spreading outwards with the movement of the sea. Normally, such blood would attract a large number of piranhas and wandering Sea Kings that were kept in the area. However, due to Karl engaging in a clash of Conqueror's Haki with Shanks and Rayleigh, not a single marine creature was present. Even Diddle's abilities could not control them. Ha! What excellent Conqueror's Haki. I didn't expect you to possess such Haki at such a young age. That's impressive. Much stronger than I was back in the day. It's a pity you are in the Navy. Otherwise, I would definitely recruit you as my partner. Ha! Shanks laughed heartily, but his Conqueror's Haki grew even more ferocious. Rayleigh smiled beside him, and his Conqueror's Haki was also directed at Karl. At this moment, Karl felt like he was sitting on a bed of needles, covered in cold sweat. Although he had unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki, the effect was not very good. Karl's Conqueror's Haki had reached a perfect level. If he were to face either Shanks or Rayleigh alone, he wouldn't have to struggle so much. But facing both of them at the same time, Karl could only barely protect himself. Chapter 149, Luffy's Prison Break. It truly deserves to be the right hand of the Pirate King. Such strength, even I can only barely resist. Although your power is not as strong as Kaido and the others, the pressure you give me is far greater than theirs. Karl spoke frankly, not at all exaggerating Rayleigh's abilities. Although he was chased and beaten when he fought Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, he did not possess Weeble's monster strength or level power at that time. If he had to face Rayleigh back then, he would probably not be able to hold on for even 10 minutes. The combination of formidable techniques and his decent strength is even more terrifying than sheer power. This is also why the Navy is reluctant to provoke Rayleigh, because they all know that although Rayleigh is old, his strength is still formidable. To take him down, even 2 admirals may not guarantee he won't escape. It would require all 3 admirals to ensure they can kill him. It is precisely because Rayleigh has such strength that Sengoku is so wary of him. If Rayleigh were willing, he could even form his own crew and become the 5th emperor of the New World. However, he has no such intentions. He just wants to live a peaceful second half of his life. If it weren't for Luffy, he wouldn't have come to Impel Down to do such things. I'll take your words as a compliment, but your current strength seems a bit different from what the news says. Have you had a breakthrough during this time? Rayleigh squinted his eyes, feeling somewhat strange. He was well aware that Karl's strength was now on par with his own. Although he was not as fast, he was not lacking in any other aspect. For this reason, Rayleigh and Karl had been locked in battle for over half an hour without a winner emerging. Karl simply smiled and remained silent, continuing to tremble with Rayleigh. He was very grateful that he had made the choice to eliminate Weeble and gained his monstrous strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sure he could hold out against Rayleigh for so long. Now, as long as Karl could enhance his other attributes, he could completely reach the level of the 4 emperors, rather than being stuck in a middle ground, barely able to contend with opponents of that caliber. The time should be about right now. With Shanks' strength, even Magellan should be able to handle it. Moreover, there are other criminals inside the prison, and their strength is not weak either. Rayleigh momentarily lost focus, his gaze drifting toward the prison gate not far away. Seizing this opportunity, Karl swung his sword, leaving a blood mark on Rayleigh. However, Rayleigh had already been on guard and dodged Karl's strike, but because he was distracted, he still sustained some injury. After fighting for so long, I finally managed to hurt you. Since I could hurt you, it means you're still human, not a monster like Kaido. Karl chuckled, then used his ability to prepare for a further attack. Although Rayleigh's strength is formidable, his body is not a monster like Kaido's. He has no self-healing abilities and lacks Charlotte Lean's abnormal defense. So Karl knew that as long as he found the right opportunity, he could still injure him. But just as Karl was about to launch a full-scale attack, the gates of Impel Down suddenly exploded open. Magellan's figure flew out from inside. He was covered in injuries and had fainted, looking extremely miserable. Shanks and members of the Straw Hat Pirates were running at the front, trying to escape as quickly as possible. The other criminals were also scattering and fleeing at this moment. Chapter 150, Karl. How reckless. Facing the attack from the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Karl used his abilities to create a strong wind, instantly driving them back. Shanks and Rayleigh both moved at the same time, trying to knock Karl down, but neither of them could fly. This meant that Karl, who was in the air, was completely out of their reach. Luffy was being choked by Karl, knocked unconscious to prevent him from moving around while injured. However, Karl wasn't worried about Luffy being choked to death. As a user of the Gum Gum fruit, Luffy wouldn't suffer any harm from Karl's grip since he wasn't using haki. That's why Karl held him tightly and exerted all his strength to stall for time in the air. Rayleigh and Shanks were also chasing Karl in the air. Unfortunately, they couldn't fly, and Karl occasionally used Luffy as a shield, making them too cautious to use their sword energy to attack. This situation left Rayleigh and Shanks in a very passive position. Meanwhile, the unconscious Magellan had also regained consciousness. Seeing that Karl was holding off Rayleigh and Shanks, he chose to ignore them and instead focused on poisoning the escaping criminals one by one. However, he was still a bit late. During that short time, a significant number of people had already seized military ships and escaped. The cross-dresser Ivankov was currently taking his subordinates to seize a large ship, intending to escape with the Straw Hats. But when he finished taking the ship and was nearing the gates of Impel Down, he discovered that Luffy had been captured again. This left him in a dilemma, unsure whether to escape or return to save him. Just then, his treasured transponder snail rang. "Dragon, your son Luffy is in danger." As a pawn placed in Impel Down, Ivankov had always kept in contact with Dragon. However, the internal signal was blocked, and now that he had re-established contact, he immediately reported Luffy's situation. Dragon was silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Ivankov, you don't need to worry about Luffy. Come back first. He won't die with Karl around. Plus, he's safer in Impel Down than outside." "But, no buts. Hurry back. That's an order." "I understand, Dragon. I'm on my way back." Although Ivankov didn't know why Dragon said that, as Luffy's father, he felt there was no need to worry. He then instructed his subordinates to move away from Impel Down. At that moment, a naval warship flying the Jolly Roger appeared not far away. Seeing the naval ship, Ivankov's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he saw a huge cannonball whistling through the air towards him. Death glare! Without hesitation, Ivankov enlarged and destroyed the cannonball before it could reach him. "Full speed ahead. Karl is coming. We must not get caught by him." Karl. Hearing Ivankov's words, everyone present was shocked. They all knew how powerful Karl was and did not want to have any confrontation with him. Meanwhile, Karl also saw Ivankov blocking the cannonball he threw and then picked his nose. "Ivankov, huh? Never mind. That guy's a bit disgusting. I won't trouble him." Saying this, Karp's gaze turned to the sky, where Karl was stalling for time. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He saw his grandson Luffy being choked by Karl and swung around in the air. "Bastard!" Karl was somewhat angry and directly used Moonwalk to charge into the sky. Chapter 151, Return. Choosing to complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 attribute points that can be freely allocated. After resolving the issues at Impel Down and escorting Luffy back into the prison, Karl's selection task was completed. However, Luffy being captured again left Garp somewhat displeased. Therefore, Garp requested Karl to spar with him. Although it was called a spar, anyone with eyes could see that Garp wanted to teach Karl a good lesson under the guise of sparring. So without further ado, after completing the handover procedures, Karl directly left Impel Down with Enel and others. Garp also wanted to leave, but Magellan was very insistent and forcibly kept him there, claiming that Garp needed to take responsibility for what happened on his side. Although Garp wanted to leave, Magellan used Luffy as an excuse to prevent him from escaping, which made Garp even more displeased. However, he had no choice. After all, this was his own grandson who had caused such a mess. If it weren't for Karl having foreseen the danger in advance and waiting outside for a long time, Luffy would likely have escaped by now. Not just Luffy, but all the criminals in Impel Down would have escaped. Thanks to Karl's help, the losses at Impel Down were not as exaggerated as in the original story. Those criminals only managed to escape about 1/3, which was a small mercy and misfortune. However, the losses this time were still significant for the underground. The sixth floor was almost empty of people. Those powerful criminals had already escaped, and this matter needed to be handled by Magellan. Magellan had no intention of resisting this. He quietly awaited the punishment from the five elders. As for Garp, the five elders had no way to deal with him, but they did not want to let his grandson off the hook. After a brief discussion, the five elders unanimously decided to permanently imprison Luffy, ensuring he would never leave Impel Down. Additionally, they placed Garp under house arrest, requiring him to stay at Impel Down until the execution day, preventing others from attempting a prison break. Garp was indifferent about this, though he felt a bit heartbroken that his grandson would have to spend a lifetime in Impel Down. After learning of this, Karl returned to the Navy headquarters feeling somewhat helpless, while Sengoku sighed repeatedly. There was no way around it. After all, this was Luffy's own doing. The fact that the five elders did not execute him directly was already a concession to Garp and Sengoku. If the five elders were not worried that executing Luffy would cause Garp to defect, they would have really wanted to kill the guy. The reason the five elders did not do so was that Garp was strong enough, and his son was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. If Garp were to defect and join the Revolutionary Army, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was something the five elders did not want to see, which is why they chose to imprison Luffy for life instead of killing him. In this way, Garp also found no reason to rebel against the Navy and could only accept it reluctantly. This was still a somewhat acceptable outcome. I really didn't expect that what you said before was all true. Looking back now, I feel like you're really amazing, thinking of everything so thoroughly. This matter is my fault for not heeding your advice in advance. Even if I had just listened to you and deployed some forces at Impel Down, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. The prestige we had just built up in the Navy has now collapsed due to the Impel Down incident. This matter has even severely affected the morale within the Navy, which is truly a headache. Sengoku strategically rubbed his temples, clearly very troubled by why this would happen now. Karl, on the other hand, appeared calm, saying nothing and simply sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Karl, do you have any other opinions or discoveries to share? This time, no matter what you say, I will listen and ponder carefully. Hearing Sengoku say this, Karl shook his head and revealed a Chapter 152. Gathering together the next morning in the Navy's operations meeting room, 6 of the 7 warlords had already arrived. There were supposed to be 7, but since Jinbei was at Impel Down, only 6 were present. Ha ha ha. Did you hear? Someone actually tried to break out of Impel Down yesterday. And the craziest part is that person had the legendary pirate Rayleigh and one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, help him escape. But in the end, it failed. If it weren't for that Navy kid desperately stopping them, and then Rear Admiral Karp showing up, they might have actually succeeded. Ha ha ha. I was dying of laughter when I heard this news yesterday. I never thought there would be a day when Impel Down could be breached. Their carefully planned escape ended in failure. But it ironically benefited the criminals locked in Level 6 and the Revolutionary Army. It's just too funny. Blackbeard laughed recklessly, mocking the incompetence of both Impel Down and the Navy in front of the other 5. He also took a jab at Rayleigh and Shanks. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were both legendary pirates. Yet despite this, they ultimately failed to rescue anyone, turning their mission into a total joke. That said, the Navy was the one who suffered in the end. After Rayleigh and Shanks did what they did, whether they succeeded or not, they could just walk away. But the Navy couldn't. They had to silently endure all the ridicule from elsewhere, and their reputation was once again tarnished. Sitting next to him, Mihawk had his legs propped up on the table and said nothing, merely casting a calm glance at Blackbeard. However, Blackbeard's words made Hancock, who was sitting across from him, a bit restless. Can you shut that big mouth of yours, you duck-voiced fool? Not only are you ugly, but your voice is also unbearable. Just sitting with you makes me feel sick. Ha 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 ha. Hancock, what are you pretending for? Do you think just because you have the title of Empress, you can boss me around? Oof. It seems my beauty has made you feel ashamed and start babbling nonsense. Hancock retorted mercilessly to Blackbeard. But Blackbeard just smiled and chose not to continue the argument with her. Such disputes held no significance, and he was too lazy to waste his breath on it. Kuma glanced at the two, then continued to meditate, completely ignoring them. Law, sitting nearby, was also quite relaxed. He even mimicked Mihawk's posture, resting his feet on the table. Among those present, he had the least experience, so staying silent was his best attitude. He didn't want to find himself on the wrong side and end up in trouble. Moreover, he had backing here and didn't need to fear these people at all. Moria, on the other hand, could not sit still. He looked around, even trying to find something to do. However, among the 7 warlords present, The only one he could bully was the less experienced Law. But since this was the Navy headquarters, if he really made a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking it over, he abandoned the idea of picking a fight. However, they had been waiting for nearly 2 hours, and not a single person had come in to start the meeting. Only an hour ago, a Navy officer had come in to serve them tea, and that was it. Chapter 153. Meeting Boa Hancock. Stop it. This is not the time to play around. Get it together. Facing Boa Hancock's attack, Karl countered by grabbing her ankle. Although Hancock's skin was delicate and the sensation transmitted to Karl's hand felt good, he had no intention of admiring her beautiful legs and pushed her back to her original position. Hancock wanted to continue attacking, but Karl swiftly moved in front of her, firmly pressing her head down and pinning her to her seat, rendering her unable to move. Seeing this scene, everyone present was taken aback. They did not expect Karl's strength to be so exaggerated. Hancock's status as a warlord of the sea was not only due to her being a warrior of Amazon Lily. Her own strength was also a part of it. Though she was a woman, her power was not inferior to that of a man. Yet, Karl was able to pin her to her seat with just one hand, preventing her from getting up, which shocked everyone present. Blackbeard glanced at his wrist, recalling the punch he had exchanged with Karl. The power of that punch was still fresh in his memory. Mihawk looked at Karl with curiosity, as if questioning why his strength was so formidable. However, there were many people present, and since Mihawk was not one to talk much, he ultimately said nothing. "You bastard. Let me go." Hancock felt utterly humiliated. Although she knew she was no match for Karl now, she had never imagined that she would be defeated so easily by him. In terms of strength, she was completely crushed by Karl. This situation reminded Hancock of Rayleigh's evaluation of Karl back then. "Do you know where this place is? Do you know your identities?" Karl released his grip on Hancock and slowly walked to the main seat, sitting down and casually propping his legs on the table. The warlords present did not respond to Karl's question. Law, in order to avoid revealing his relationship with Karl, also remained silent, pretending he had not heard anything. After about 3 minutes of silence, Karl lowered his legs, squinted his eyes, scanned the room, and finally focused on Blackbeard and Moria behind him. "This is the Navy headquarters. Your identities are merely those of warlords of the sea. In other words, you are still a bunch of pirates. If anyone dares to act arrogantly here, I have every right to revoke your titles as warlords of the sea and issue a bounty on you. So you all better behave. You're just worthless scum of the sea and have no right to act brazenly in front of me." As soon as he finished speaking, Conqueror's haki erupted violently, sweeping over everyone present. Karl did not spare even Law. He did this to hide their relationship. However, during this time, Law had also made considerable progress. At least now, when facing Karl's Conqueror's haki, he was somewhat more composed than before. Nevertheless, compared to the others present, he still fell short. Even Moria, the disgrace of the warlords, having spent many years in the New World and encountered much Conqueror's haki, had developed some resistance and did not show a significant reaction. However, Karl's attitude already indicated that the Navy headquarters was not welcoming to the warlords of the sea. If they dared to cause trouble here, death would be their only welcome. Chapter 154. The Omen of War. Time slips away like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, the day of declaration has arrived. The sky is filled with a mist, showing no hint of sunlight. This gloomy weather, coupled with the solemn and serious atmosphere of the Navy headquarters, gives rise to a chilling sense of impending doom. All the Navy personnel are on high alert, waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to come knocking, seeking their own demise. Similarly, the execution platform is prepared, ready to behead Ace as soon as noon arrives. Kapu has also been released from confinement and has come to the execution platform, standing alongside Sengoku. The three admirals sit below the execution platform in their designated seats, quietly waiting for the enemy's arrival. The vice admirals are positioned even further down. They stand together in groups, forming a steel defense line. Below them are the 6 warlords of the sea. Despite their formidable reputation, the Navy remains wary of them, as they are all pirates and cannot be expected to fully commit to the Navy's cause. Beyond the warlords, there is a dense line of Navy soldiers. A rough glance reveals that there are already over 100,000 Navy personnel. With such numbers, it is nearly impossible for a single pirate crew to charge in. But the enemy they are facing is Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. No one dares to slack off, nor underestimate the opponent. All the Navy officers are fully alert, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Karl, however, is not among them. Instead, he stands off to the side, waiting for the right moment to strike. This time, Karl has 2 targets. One is to kill Whitebeard. and the other is to prevent Blackbeard from becoming a dual devil fruit user. If possible, he even wants to kill Blackbeard right here. But this matter relies on luck, and he is unsure if he can accomplish it. The battlefield is ever-changing, and no one can guarantee that their plans will succeed. Slowly, the sky grows darker, and the atmosphere of the Navy headquarters becomes increasingly oppressive with the change in weather. All Navy personnel, including the admirals, are waiting for Whitebeard's arrival, eager to settle the score. Even Sengoku furrows his brow, holding a din mushi, ready to issue commands at any moment. However, the atmosphere among the warlords is much more relaxed. Each of them has come with a casual mindset. When the time comes, they only need to find a captain from the Whitebeard pirates to stall without having to deeply engage in this war. However, with their uneven strengths, it may be somewhat challenging for Law and Moria to find a captain-level opponent to idle around with. They will likely remain at the edge of the battlefield, especially Moria, who may not even be Law's match at this point. This day has finally arrived. Ace, do you have anything you want to say? On the execution platform, Kapu walks behind Ace and asks in a neutral tone. Ace glances back at his grandfather, who raised him, and then asks, "How is Luffy? I heard he failed to escape from prison." "Don't worry, that brat is tougher than you think." "That's good. That kid always makes me worry. Now that I know he is okay, I can relax. Thank you for giving me so much time. I feel like I've lived enough. You don't need to help me anymore." Ace smiles, a smile very similar to Kapu's. Seeing this scene, Kapu says nothing but turns away, forcing back his tears. Ace also turns away, holding back the tears that are about to fall. Sengoku, witnessing the situation between the grandfather and grandson, shakes his head helplessly. Chapter 155, War Erupts. After the special phone bug was dialed, there was no sound from the other end, and the call was directly hung up. Subsequently, the phone bug in Karl's hand immediately exhausted its life, turning into a puddle of mud, leaving only a shell behind. Karl casually crushed the shell and raised his hands high. At that moment, a massive shadow appeared above Marineford. Two gigantic shadows, resembling islands, emerged before everyone's eyes. Whether it was the Navy or the seven warlords, even Sengoku and Garp were taken aback by the sight before them. "What on earth is this?" Moria exclaimed, having never seen anyone able to float something resembling an island in the air. However, others seemed to be deep in thought, unsure of what to make of it. Especially Blackbeard Teach, whose expression was quite grim, almost sinister, as if he was pondering. "This brat has obtained the ability of the Gold Lion back in the day. This is troublesome." The three admirals reacted just as intensely. Even Akainu, upon witnessing this scene, was somewhat unsettled. Is this kid planning to destroy Marineford? Where did he even get these two island-like things from? Akainu's face was extremely difficult to read. If Karl weren't a teammate, he would have rushed in to deal with him right away. Kazan remained silent, as he recalled having seen Karl's powers before. At that time, Karl's abilities weren't this exaggerated, but that didn't include the fact that he was hiding his true strength. Thus, Kazan's reaction was the most subdued. Kizaru exclaimed in amazement, then said, "I was wondering why two island-like things suddenly appeared in the sky these past few days. I even reported it to Admiral Sengoku, and he told me not to worry about it. Turns out this was the reason. Truly impressive, Karl. This kid surprises me every time we meet. It's really exaggerated and a bit frightening." The expressions of the three admirals varied. However, Sengoku and Garp remained much calmer. Karl using this move was both to showcase himself and to not fall short of the Gold Lion's power. Additionally, it was to better restrict the Whitebeard pirates, which was why Sengoku agreed to let Karl use such an extravagant technique. However, when the two saw the islands in the sky again, it was as if they were witnessing the Gold Lion controlling the Sky Island to smash down on people. This situation left them both feeling quite nostalgic. Time passed quickly. The once great figures were now reduced to just a few, especially the Gold Lion's abilities, which few people in this era still remembered. Now that Karl was showcasing the Gold Lion's powers, even able to carry them forward, it was undoubtedly something Sengoku and others were glad to see. After all, Karl was one of their own, the only notable figure among the new generation of Navy. Go ahead and do it. Since you have decided to do so, let's see what you really want to achieve. Sengoku murmured to himself, but his fists were clenched tightly, clearly a bit anxious. The intel indicated that Whitebeard had not yet appeared, and Karl using this move now was evidently a preparation for Whitebeard. "Admiral Sengoku, we have detected an unidentified object moving rapidly underwater. They have already breached our defenses. It's a pirate ship. It's Whitebeard's pirate ship." Chapter 156, Confronting the Immortal Bird. This choice came just in time. Karl's lips curled up slightly. Then he paused in midair, stabilizing his form. Although his attack was easily countered by Whitebeard, he had also gauged Whitebeard's approximate strength. Moreover, the damage to the island would certainly affect the opponent's speed, giving Sengoku more time to strategize. As for this choice, Karl had no other options and directly chose 3. The first option goes without saying. He would never let the opponent go. This was a matter of stance, especially since they had past grievances. As for the second option, killing Ace was indeed simpler, but the cost was too high, and the Mera Mera no Mi was really quite ordinary. Although the Mera Mera no Mi was a Logia-type fruit, Karl looked down on its abilities. Only the third option was what Karl truly desired, which was the power of the Gura no Mi. As long as he completed the task of killing Whitebeard, Karl would gain the power of the Gura no Mi and then completely ruin Blackbeard's plan. So Karl chose the third option without any hesitation or thought. However, just as he prepared to continue his attack on Whitebeard, Marco suddenly soared into the sky and kicked at Karl. "You bastard. Last time I didn't settle it. This time I will definitely not let you go." Facing Marco's attack, Karl countered with a sharp slash. However, Marco did not dodge at all. He charged straight in, taking the blow head-on. Although his body was cut and a huge gash appeared, with his fruit ability, Karl's attack, even with Haki, still couldn't hurt him. Then Karl and Marco collided directly, causing violent tremors. The mist in the sky even dissipated a bit due to the aftershocks of their battle. "Your strength has increased so much." Marco kicked at Karl's dual swords, but did not manage to knock them away. This left him somewhat incredulous. Back in Golden City, Marco's strength and speed were clearly greater than Karl's. But the current situation was completely different. At this moment, although Karl was still not as fast as Marco, his strength was definitely superior. After a simple test, Karl could roughly estimate Marco's strength to be between B and A-. As for speed, it was definitely above B. As for stamina, it goes without saying, with the power of the Phoenix Fruit, his stamina was absolutely on par with Kaido. If it weren't for the fact that his strength and speed hadn't reached their peak yet, he might have already become a power on the level of the 4 Emperors. However, even so, Karl did not dare to be careless. Although Marco's strength wasn't strong enough to inflict effective damage on him, with his fruit ability and various not weak physical attributes, he was definitely a troublesome opponent. Even a Marine Admiral or the 4 Emperors themselves would struggle to defeat Marco in a short time. What a bothersome ability, a body that basically doesn't get hurt, plus a flying speed that matches mine. This is really tricky. Karl's expression was serious as he stared hard at Marco, searching for a flaw. He now understood how much effort it took for Garp to leave scars on Marco in the original work. Without strength above S rank, it was absolutely impossible to injure Marco's true body. Just as Karl was contemplating how to shake off Marco, Marco was also on high alert, preventing Karl from continuing his assault on Whitebeard. Right now, the battle power of the Navy and Whitebeard was extremely unbalanced. The Navy's battle power was very strong, while Whitebeard's side, despite having various captains. Chapter 157, Outbreak. It's really terrifying. Kazan is actually going to attack Whitebeard. His courage is comparable to that of the little devil Karl, Borsellino said sarcastically, with a lewd expression that looked very much like a prelude. Sakazuki glanced at Borsellino without saying a word, instead focusing on how Whitebeard would counter Kazan's attack. At the same time, Kazan and Whitebeard had already clashed twice, but each time Whitebeard held the upper hand. So Kazan chose to engage in close combat, only to be pierced through by Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard's attack was covered by armament Haki, Kazan took advantage of his observation Haki to elementalize his body in advance, leaving that part of his body vacant when Whitebeard's attack came. This kind of maneuver can only be executed with a Logia-type Devil Fruit, directly eliminating a part of the body to evade an enemy's attack. Kazan used this technique to dodge Whitebeard's assault and successfully grasped his Naginata, the Shikun. Ice Age. With Kazan's light exhale, Whitebeard instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, to permanently freeze Whitebeard, Kazan maximized his fruit's ability, increasing the thickness of the ice layer by dozens of times. As a result, from the outside, Whitebeard's humanoid form was completely unrecognizable. From a distance, it looked like a massive ice column. Whitebeard's subordinates were immediately shocked. Jozu even rushed forward to attack Kazan. However, Kazan had already seen his attack coming, so he elementalized in advance to evade Jozu's full-strength strike. But at that moment, Whitebeard's body suddenly trembled. All the ice layers shattered instantly, and Whitebeard threw a punch at the air. As the air cracked inch by inch, a tremendous shockwave was transmitted to Kazan, forcing him to elementalize to avoid the attack. Even so, Kazan still sustained some injuries. His strengths lay in freezing and low temperatures, but speed was not his forte. Although Whitebeard's own speed was slow, the vibrations he released were anything but slow. Plus, Kazan was a bit careless, which led to his injury. Kula-la-la-la-la. My sons, the Navy headquarters is within reach. Occupy this place for me. In response to Ace, charge! With Whitebeard's command, all his subordinates surged forward. Everyone pay attention. Proceed according to the original plan. Understood. On the other side, Sengoku also issued orders to start intercepting the approaching pirates. Kazan returned to land, opting not to participate in the brawl, although directly joining the fight would yield better results. If he intervened now, he would likely face Whitebeard directly. Kazan, after all, was quite lazy. Unless necessary, he certainly didn't want to confront a powerhouse like Whitebeard. But at that moment, one of the 7 warlords, Mihawk, stepped forward and drew his black sword. Yuru, ha 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 ha. Are you planning to make a move too, Mihawk? I just want to see how far I am from being the world's strongest. As he spoke, Mihawk casually swung his sword, and a massive azure sword aura sliced through the clouds in the sky, even creating a huge crack in the ground. This strike indiscriminately targeted both friend and foe. Anyone hit would either be crippled or killed instantly. This situation annoyed both Whitebeard and Sengoku. However, Sengoku said nothing, as the 7 warlords were like that. They didn't care if their combat shockwaves harmed their allies. Whitebeard remained unmoved in the face of this slashing attack, even revealing a smile. Just as the slash was less than 10 meters away from the Moby Dick, Jozu, whose body was diamondized. Chapter 158, The Real War. You brat are still so shameless, but I'm here and I want to see who is stronger, Whitebeard or Kaido. Although Borsellino has always been clocking in and out, deep down, he actually wants to try and see how much of a gap there is between him and Whitebeard. The 3 admirals rarely have the opportunity to fight against the 4 emperors and enemies of the same level. They have a general understanding of their own strength, but they're not quite sure if there's a gap between them and the 4 emperors. Only Borsellino has previously teamed up with Karl to fight Kaido once. It was this time that made Borsellino realize that in terms of pure strength, he is completely inferior to a monster like Kaido. However, in terms of speed, Borsellino completely overwhelmed him. So he also wants to see if Whitebeard is like Kaido, a similarly exaggerated monster. Borsellino leapt into the air, stopping midair, then crossed his arms. And 2 yellow light points continuously flickered from his hands. Shaku KG. Accompanied by Borsellino's light shout, dense lasers rapidly released from his hands. The wide-range attack directly blocked all pirates' paths forward. Moreover, Borsellino gradually pushed this move forward, ultimately aiming directly at Whitebeard. But at that moment, a giant bird engulfed in blue flames appeared above Whitebeard, blocking Borsellino's attack. Terrifying, the Phoenix Marco. It's you who should be terrified, Borsellino. Marco used his fruit ability not only to block Borsellino's attack, but even charged right in front of him and directly knocked him away. Borsellino instantly turned into a flash of yellow light, crashing into his own gate and smashing it. Seeing this scene, Karl covered his face with one hand, completely at a loss for words. Even Sakazuki's expression turned somewhat grim. He then stood up, threw off his navy cloak, activated his fruit ability, and angrily threw several punches into the sky. Meteor Volcano. Accompanied by Sakazuki's roar, a rain of flaming meteors fell from the sky. The power of these flaming meteors is not weaker than Borsellino's Shaka KG, and even has a wider coverage area. Most importantly, his move directly melted the ice created by Kazan. This left Karl even more speechless. What are you trying to achieve with this move? Not only did it not injure anyone, but it also melted the ice layer. Are you stupid? Hearing the guest's words, Sakazuki saw Whitebeard merely wave his hand lightly, creating a massive vibration that destroyed all the flaming meteors. The meteors that weren't destroyed fell onto the ice layer, helping Whitebeard melt the thick ice. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki's face turned green. He was so focused on wanting to attack Whitebeard that he completely forgot the ice layer was controlling the Moby Dick, preventing it from advancing. Now it's good. Whitebeard's ship has no obstacles, especially since Borsellino smashed the most important gate. Plus, Kazan is being held back by Jozu. Now there's no one to stop Whitebeard's ship from sailing into the Navy port. I will deal with him personally. Sakazuki clearly recognized his mistake, then snorted coldly. Using Jeppo to fly down, the Navy also began to attack the pirates, but Whitebeard and the others relied on their formidable strength to forcibly carve out a path. All Navy retreated, raising their defenses. Chapter 159. Karl's choice. All the Navy rushed towards the Whitebeard pirates, trying to take them all down. However, the Whitebeard pirates were not to be underestimated. Their strength was equally formidable, capable of countering the Navy's officers and soldiers. Most importantly, two of the three admirals had already been held back. Kazan was restrained by Jozu, and Borsellino was held back by Marco. They had no opportunity to approach Whitebeard. But Sakazuki charged directly towards Whitebeard, determined to eliminate anyone in his path. Not even those at the captain level could stop his momentum. Seeing this mad dog rushing towards Whitebeard, Marco and the others were immediately alarmed. They wanted to rush back to defend, but they couldn't. Just as they had restrained the enemy, the opponents had also kept them in place, unable to provide support. But just as Sakazuki, full of confidence, was about to strike Whitebeard, Whitebeard suddenly revealed a smile and stood up from the ground. With a punch wrapped in armament hockey and his devil fruit ability, he swung it directly at Sakazuki's face. The powerful punch instantly tore through the air, sending Sakazuki flying hundreds of meters, even penetrating the Navy base behind. The power of this punch was unmatched, directly knocking back an admiral and leaving everyone dumbfounded. Who do you think I am? I am Whitebeard. Kula la 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 la. Accompanied by a loud laugh, the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates surged. But no one noticed that a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. He had indeed suffered a recurrence of old injuries, and his body could barely exert strength. He forced himself to use power to knock back Sakazuki, which caused his body to sustain injuries once again. However, he didn't take care, because Whitebeard had already decided to stay here to exchange his life for aces. This was a thought he had long before, but had not shared with anyone. Whitebeard, die for me. Great eruption. Just when everyone thought Sakazuki was done for, a scorching and fierce lava erupted from afar. Seeing the scene, Whitebeard's mouth curved up as he swung out another punch. Two powerful forces transformed into red and white lights, enveloping the entire battlefield of Marineford. The aftermath of their battle even affected the fights of others. Some who got too close to the two were directly evaporated by the battle's residual energy, leaving no trace behind. Such an exaggerated situation caused all the Navy and pirates to distance themselves from the battlefield of Whitebeard and Sakazuki. If anyone below the rank of Rear Admiral dared to step into their battlefield, it would be an act of suicide. No wonder you, Sakazuki. Your vitality is so resilient. If I had been hit directly, even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured. At least within 10 minutes, I wouldn't have such strong combat power. Truly a monster, and I'm still far from it. Karl sighed, feeling that everyone in this world was a monster, and he was indeed far behind. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku was only a few dozen meters away from Karl. With his hearing, he completely caught Karl's mutterings. After hearing Karl's words, he didn't know how to respond. It sounded strange for a little monster to call those grown-up monsters monsters. Sengoku mumbled to himself, while Karl glanced at Sengoku and then shook his head. So what if they're monsters? Everyone eventually gets old. Our generation is aging. Even the Whitebeard, once called a monster in our time, is now old too. It's best to hand over this era to the young. It's time for us old folks to retire. Karl sighed, clearly also having heard. Chapter 160. Reinforcements. The war has entered a heated stage. The battlefield has descended into chaos, with the Navy completely blinded by rage, charging forward without regard for casualties. Many are unable to hear Sengoku's orders. The pirates are even more frenzied, desperate to save Ace. Although Sengoku has ordered Ace's execution, Ace is still alive due to the sniper on Whitebeard's side. Instead, two of the executioners have been hit by the sniper, severely injured and unconscious. Seeing this, Sengoku wants to personally execute Ace, but after being glared at by Karl, he abandons the idea. If an executioner carries out Ace's execution, Karl can at least find some comfort and slightly hypnotize himself. However, if Sengoku takes action, Karl fears he might end up confronting Sengoku right there. Thus, Sengoku has no choice but to wait and recall two executioners for the execution platform. At first, Sengoku gives a look to Karl, signaling him to come for the execution. However, Karl pretends not to see and directly plunges into the battlefield, rampaging and blocking a large number of pirates. He also causes some trouble for the warlords of the sea. Karl has no intention of doing something that offers no benefit. It's far more crucial for him to disrupt Blackbeard, preventing him from approaching Whitebeard. So, he focuses solely on keeping an eye on Blackbeard until the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu concludes, ensuring Blackbeard cannot reach the battlefield. This situation leaves Blackbeard feeling extremely frustrated, but he has no one to confide in. Although he knows Karl is deliberately targeting him, he has no evidence. Karl's ability allows for large-scale attacks, which could easily lead to collateral damage. Thus, Blackbeard has to swallow this grievance, unable to retaliate against Karl's targeting. He is currently in a pitiful state, completely focused on avoiding Karl's attention. Given his status, he cannot act against Karl. Otherwise, Karl would have justifiable reasons to deal with him. This is what makes Blackbeard feel incredibly constrained. After being targeted for so long, Blackbeard chooses to disengage from the battle and stand aside, doing nothing. Seeing this, Karl laughs and continues to eliminate the pirates while keeping an eye on Blackbeard's movements. Aside from Blackbeard, Moria's situation is also dire. Although he is one of the warlords of the sea, he is currently the weakest among them, barely able to fend off a vice-captain, making his situation quite miserable. Even Law can barely contend with a captain-level opponent. However, this is thanks to his bizarre abilities, which make the enemy hesitant to attack. Otherwise, Law wouldn't be able to hold off a captain-level figure. As for the other three, they're all idly standing by, showing no serious intent to fight. Mihawk and Vista are engaged in a seemingly intense battle, but in reality, neither is using their full strength. Hancock is attacking casually, hitting anyone she sees without distinguishing friend from foe. Kuma is even more ridiculous. He has found a good spot to read a book and is too lazy to move as long as no one disturbs him. Fortunately, their battlefield is not crucial. As long as they can delay Whitebeard's forces a bit, it is sufficient for Sengoku. The main battlefield is incredibly intense. The battle between the three admirals and the Whitebeard pirates is exceptionally lively. Their combat can be described as apocalyptic. Various lasers, ice, and lava burst forth, causing immense suffering for the Whitebeard pirates. However, aside from Akainu, who is giving his all against Whitebeard, the other two admirals haven't used their full strength at all. After the battle, they have almost no injuries, while Akainu, who has exerted himself fully, is covered in wounds. This situation clearly indicates their attitude towards this war. Chapter 161, Whitebeard's Choice. Kalala. Even though I don't know what's going on, since Ace has already been rescued, there's no need for us to continue fighting here. Everyone, follow my orders and return to the ship. Retreat immediately. Roar. With Whitebeard's command given, everyone quickly began to retreat. The Marines wanted to pursue, but they were blocked by Whitebeard and the commanders holding the rear. At this moment, everyone the Whitebeard pirates looked very relaxed and happy because Ace had been rescued. Although they weren't sure why Dragon wanted to save Ace, since he did, he must have his reasons. Moreover, Whitebeard believed that Dragon wouldn't harm Ace, so the other pirates also followed orders and began to retreat. However, in stark contrast to the atmosphere on Whitebeard's side was the Marines. They clearly had the chance to execute a sentence, but since no one wanted to offend Garp, they could only wait for a new executioner to come and carry out the order. As a result, they wasted nearly 5 minutes, during which Dragon and Luffy appeared and directly took Ace away. And the main question was, why was Luffy here? He should have been on the 6th level of Impel Down. Sengoku stared furiously at Garp. Garp, you need to explain this to me. Ha ha ha. I don't know anything about Dragon and Luffy either. Who could have expected this? Luffy's sudden appearance, coupled with Ace being rescued, eased Garp's expression considerably. However, his eyes also revealed confusion. Although he didn't know why Luffy was rescued, he really wanted to praise his son. Well done. Damn it. Once this is over, I want to see how you explain this. Everyone, follow orders and focus all fire on Whitebeard. Even if the others escape, we must not let Whitebeard leave here. Understood. With Sengoku's command given, all the Marines turned their attack targets and opened fire and charged at Whitebeard. The three admirals were also restrained and couldn't advance at all. Sengoku and Garp exchanged a glance and charged directly at Whitebeard, attacking him simultaneously. Kalala, bring it on. Facing the attacks from Sengoku and Whitebeard, Whitebeard remained unafraid and immediately activated his Devil Fruit powers. In an instant, it was as if an earthquake erupted, and Marineford shook violently. The entire Marine headquarters collapsed with a rumbling sound, and all nearby buildings gradually crumbled. Even the surrounding air was affected, creating intense shockwaves. Kalala, everyone, hurry and retreat. Leave this to me. Whitebeard roared and leaped forward, directly facing the three admirals, Garp and Sengoku alone. He then swung his large blade, drawing a line behind him, dividing a vast area from the ground. That area was filled with members of the Whitebeard pirates, with only a few unfortunate Marines remaining there, looking helpless. Dad! Marco and the others were taken aback by Whitebeard's actions. Even the most optimistic among them could see that Whitebeard had made up his mind to die. Listen up, everyone. Don't cry for me, and don't be sad for me. I am a remnant of the old era. The new era has no ship that can carry me. The road ahead must be walked by you young people. This world will always belong to the young. Kulala, Dad. Whitebeard's smile contrasted sharply with the cries of Marco and the others behind him. Chapter 162. The Last Moments of Whitebeard Teach. Why did you do this? Whitebeard did not immediately strike back, but instead asked this question. Clearly, Whitebeard still held a shred of sentiment and wanted to give Teach a chance. He couldn't understand why Teach had been so patient for all these years, and even less why he would turn against a brother who was like family. A mere dark fruit could cause brothers to turn against each other? Yearning for family. Whitebeard did not understand Teach's patience, nor did he comprehend Teach's enormous ambition. Thus, he fell in a Teach trap and was pierced through the abdomen by a single strike. Ha. This is the last time I call you old man. Die Weitbeat. Teach suddenly erupted. Whitebeard steadied himself, preparing to counterattack. But at that moment, his internal ailment suddenly flared up. Faced with Blackbeard's lethal move, Whitebeard wanted to resist, but he simply could not. Just when Whitebeard thought he was undoubtedly doomed, a sudden slash forced Blackbeard back. The crust of the earth within 1,000 meters rose into the air without any warning, soaring into the sky in an instant. Whitebeard looked at the suddenly rising ground and then shifted his gaze to Karl, who was not far away, other than his initial attack. Karl had mostly been watching the show. Many present unconsciously overlooked Karl. Even Blackbeard, who was about to succeed, forgot that Karl had been watching intently from his side. Karl, after watching for so long, are you finally going to make a move? Are you all right? Actually, I really wanted to have a one-on-one with you, but you're just too strong. I can only take advantage of your weakness. But then again, dying in my hands is certainly better than dying at the hands of that traitor, right? And since Teach has a grudge with me, I can promise to personally take out Blackbeard Teach after you die. Karl stepped in front of Whitebeard, speaking with conviction. With his current strength, defeating Teach was not a problem at all, but now was not the time, because he needed to kill Whitebeard first to gain the powers of the Tremor fruit. Coo. What a confident little brat. Since that's the case, bring it on. I won't hold back. Whitebeard grinned and took the initiative to strike. He was very clear that his body could not hold out for long. Nevertheless, even like this, Whitebeard chose to go all out to kill Karl. Although he initially found Karl very irritating, Whitebeard began to appreciate him more and more as time went on. Purely from a personal standpoint, Whitebeard did not wish to be enemies with Karl. However, their factions were different, which meant Karl was a massive threat to both the pirates and his sons. So, Whitebeard had to exert his last strength here to try to take down Karl. But Karl also understood Whitebeard's intentions very well. Facing the opponent's fierce attacks, Karl had no illusions. Every strike was made with full effort, trying to block the attacks. However, Whitebeard's attacks were extremely sharp, each blow capable of affecting the space within 1,000-meter radius. Moreover, the most important thing was that Whitebeard's power was also very exaggerated. With Karl's current A-level strength, he found it hard to withstand a punch from Whitebeard without the use of his Devil Fruit abilities. Not to mention the power boost that came when Whitebeard utilized his Devil Fruit abilities. It could be said that in a direct confrontation, Karl was completely suppressed by Whitebeard and could not get close at all. However, after a short period of fighting, Karl noticed that due to his old age, Whitebeard was lacking in stamina, and his speed was somewhat lacking as well. This allowed Karl to find his weakness, and he immediately launched targeted attacks. Using his agility, Karl hovered in midair, constantly flickering, and his attacks never ceased. This way, he could wear Whitebeard down, even though Whitebeard's strength could affect 1,000-meter range. Karl was able to use his own Devil Fruit abilities and speed to advance. Chapter 163. The End of War. The storm connecting the heavens and the earth continues to sweep across the area. However, similarly, the power that shocks the world is constantly erupting within the storm. The commotion created by these two forces has caused the surrounding seas to be completely turbulent, and even the sky has undergone drastic changes. Extreme weather begins to appear, with gloom shrouding the skies over Marineford, and lightning flickering incessantly. Some of the falling lightning has even concentrated on the buildings of Marineford, causing immeasurable damage. The battle between Karl and Whitebeard directly created this thunderstorm, forcing the Navy personnel to take cover. However, their fight is nearing its end. At this moment, Karl has exhausted all his strength and is somewhat physically drained. This is the second time after his battle with Kaido that he has pushed his fruit ability to its limits, even depleting all his stamina. It can be said that Karl could faint at any moment. He is purely holding on with sheer willpower. However, The situation for Whitebeard ISN team much better. Due to illness and hidden injuries, Whitebeard's stamina is equally lacking and cannot compare to a young man like Karl. Therefore, when he unleashes his fruit ability, he suffers backlash from his internal injuries. In fact, every time he uses his ability, it costs him a portion of his lifespan. After enduring various exhausting battles, he was finally pushed to the brink by Karl. Yet, under such dire circumstances, Whitebeard still proves to the Navy who the world's strongest man is. Whitebeard's power is still formidable. If it weren't for Karl's ability, which just happened to contain Whitebeard's tremors within a certain range, Marineford would have already been destroyed by him. However, the price of doing so has drained all of Karl's stamina, barely allowing him to equalize with the already weakened Whitebeard. Truly deserving of the title of the world's strongest man, even on the brink of death, he can instill fear in others. It's a pity you are not at your peak. Otherwise, I would truly want to challenge you. Although Karl is already exhausted, it does not affect his ability to speak. Whitebeard, on the other hand, grins widely. Now, Whitebeard is at the end of his strength, and forcing a smile costs him almost all of his energy. Yet, even so, he maintains his fruit ability without any sign of weakness. Suddenly, Karl's vision blurs, and the hurricane connecting the heavens and the earth instantly dissipates. He can no longer sustain his ability and falls from the sky. Sengoku is the first to rush into the air to catch Karl. Then he ascends, wanting to take over the fight against Whitebeard. However, when he sees Whitebeard standing on that floating land with his eyes closed, he breathes a sigh of relief. It seems he is dead. Karl whisper softly, using the last bit of his strength to bring the land down to the ground before he can no longer hold on and faints. However, before he loses consciousness, the system's voice rings out. Choice completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Tremor fruit. No side effects. Dual wielding skill level upgraded to a level. 3 days later, Karl wakes up, his whole body aching from the tent. Beside him, Cat Demon and Blackfeather are wrapped in bandages, lying by his bedside. They both sleep peacefully, with a ray of sunlight streaming in from outside the tent, illuminating their faces. The whole scene looks incredibly beautiful. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the bandages on them, Karl acknowledges that Cat Demon and Blackfeather also contributed significantly in this war. Although Karl's crew hardly appeared on the front lines, they performed exceptionally well in the side battles. Even someone as arrogant as Enel participated seriously in this war. Karl observed very keenly on the battlefield. Almost everyone was attentive and focused. Chapter 164. 3 months. 3 months have passed since the Battle of Marineford. Whitebeard's body was buried by the Navy in a hidden place. Blackbeard Teach has withdrawn from the warlords of the sea, making a name for himself in the New World. And he has also become a dual devil fruit user. He killed fellow warlord Gecko Moria and obtained the Shadow fruit, becoming a dual devil fruit user. With the power of the dual fruits and the combination of the dark fruit and the shadow fruit, Blackbeard can even create an army of shadows out of thin air to help him attack his enemies. He has used this power to eat away at a large territory that originally belonged to Whitebeard. Every time Marco and the others want to confront Blackbeard, he always manages to evade them. This situation has led to Blackbeard's reputation growing larger and larger in the New World. On the contrary, the second generation of the Whitebeard pirates has begun to decline. Although Ace has been rescued, and Marco has become the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates, their strength is no longer what it used to be, and they no longer qualify as one of the 4 emperors. Now, the power in the New World is divided among 3 emperors and 2 generals. The 3 emperors are undoubtedly Kaido, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin. The 2 generals are the dual devil fruit user Blackbeard Teach and Marco. These titles have been given to them by the outside world, and the reason is simple. They possess strength comparable to that of the admirals. Although they may not necessarily be able to defeat an admiral, at the very least, an admiral cannot easily handle them. However, despite the high praise from the outside world, many pirates still challenge them to make a name for themselves. The movements among pirates have been relatively few, mainly revolving around the hatred between Marco and Blackbeard. Other than that, there hasn't been any major news. On the other hand, a sensational piece of news has emerged from the Navy. Sengoku has officially resigned as Fleet Admiral and has stepped back to a secondary position. The new Fleet Admiral has been succeeded by Sakazuki. However, at the same time, Admiral Akiji announced his resignation and left Navy headquarters. Before this, the two of them had a fierce battle over the position of Fleet Admiral. This battle turned Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire, altering the entire island's weather. Now Punk Hazard has become an island surrounded by ice on one side and engulfed in flames on the other. The environment can be described as extremely harsh. This unprecedented battle lasted for 10 days and nights before finally coming to an end. The outcome of the battle was clear. Sakazuki won, but outsiders do not know that Sakazuki won with great difficulty. His magma fruit, while having an extremely high temperature and being one of the most powerful among Logia-type devil fruits, faced Kyuzen's mastery of the ice fruit, which also surpassed common understanding. Moreover, since Kyuzen is best at extinguishing fires, Sakazuki's fight was not easy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought for 10 days and nights. With Sakazuki finally winning by a narrow margin and with monstrous recovery abilities, Karl was present for the entire battle and observed everything clearly, missing nothing. If Kyuzen's strength can be considered monster level, then Sakazuki belongs to the category of monsters among monsters. He not only has an extremely high attack intensity, but also possesses recovery abilities that far exceed Kyuzen's. According to Karl's estimation, Sakazuki's stamina must have reached S level, while his strength would at least be a level. This is why his strength and recovery capabilities are so exaggerated. However, Kyuzen's stamina clearly hasn't reached S level, at most being a level. Nevertheless, based on Karl's observation, Kyuzen's physical attributes appear to be very balanced. Chapter 165 Waiting. Could you all be a bit quieter? If Sakazuki comes in and finds you making such a racket, you can bet there will be a scolding. Karl waved his hand, urging them to settle down. However, Nilu showed a look of disdain, flicking her short golden hair before clenching her fists. He's going to curse anyway. What does it have to do with me? Dressed in a sharp navy uniform and sporting a chic bob, she looked impressive, exuding the aura of a female warrior. She had also reached the rank of Rear Admiral. Not just her, both Enel and Enzo had also been promoted to Rear Admiral. Besides the three of them, others had also been promoted to Brigadier General, becoming the backbone of the Navy. However, Enel did not hold a rank, as she was not part of the Navy. She was merely following Karl as his aide. This made her status somewhat ambiguous. Moreover, with so many things happening at the time, Sengoku was too lazy to worry about these matters. So Enel did not join the Navy. She just followed Karl around, being his little sidekick. Enel had no complaints about this. In her view, as long as she was with Karl, that was enough. As for everything else, she wasn't too interested. Laughter continued in the marshal's office. Karl looked at Nilu and the others and let out a helpless smile, not stopping them. He then opened his personal attributes, attribute panel. Name, Karl's strength, S agility, B spirit, B stamina, B ability, military boxing, C float fruit awakened, armament hockey, mastered. Observation hockey, perfect, conqueror's hockey, perfect, dual sword style, A, wind element mastery, C, super strength, A, tremor fruit during the Marineford War. Karl completed his third choice, obtaining the tremor fruit, along with a random ability upgrade by 1 level as a reward. With 2 fruits, his strength reached a qualitative leap. The ability he upgraded was his swordsmanship. This way, Karl's strength had solidified at the level of an admiral. However, even so, he had only just reached the entry level of the admiral rank. Over the past 3 months, Karl had not wasted any time. While Enel and others were training and on missions, Karl focused on his training, except for a few unavoidable tasks he had to take on. He was mostly training, significantly improving his overall strength. He could even skillfully use the abilities of the tremor fruit, raising his power level to S rank. Moreover, the more important thing was that the float fruit had also successfully awakened. The only regret was that Karl could not directly use the tremor fruit. He could only mix it with the abilities of the float fruit. Otherwise, his understanding of the tremor fruit could have reached new heights. Nonetheless, he was content. His current strength had already reached that of Whitebeard when he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. This power was enough to rival the 4 emperors, even standing on equal footing with Kaido and the admirals. If Karl could take another step forward, he could very well replicate the power of Whitebeard at his peak. One must know that the peak Whitebeard was the true, strongest man in the world. Even Karp, Sengoku, and Roger could only compete on equal terms. The peak strength of these individuals far surpassed the current 4 emperors and admirals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called legends of their era. If Karl took another step forward, he could reach such a level, but he was still a bit short. In a short span of time. Chapter 166, Promotion to Admiral. Me? Admiral? Is there a bonus? Hearing Akainu's words, Karl's first concern was not about his position, but whether there was a bonus. For some reasons, the gold he obtained from Sky Island was discovered by Sengoku. Although he did not expose Karl, he used this matter to threaten Karl and took away nearly 1/3 of the gold. While Karl could go back to Sky Island to get more money at any time, he couldn't do it frequently, or it would raise suspicion. Therefore, Karl was very concerned about his salary. However, what left Karl even more speechless was that Sengoku, who was no longer the commander, had completely let himself go and was wandering around with Garp, showing none of his former authority. You little brat. Being an admiral is a commendation, an honor. You actually asked me if there is a bonus? Akainu, senior, just tell me if there is or not. Why so much talk? Karl picked his nose, his dead fish eyes making Akainu very helpless. Karl was becoming more and more like the former Garp. Although his reputation had not yet reached Garp's level, his strength was already very close, and he had a similar sense of justice. This left Akainu with no choice but to be angry with Karl. Yes. Haha, that is all I need. Remember to send someone to notify me to collect the money. Karl clapped his hands, looking very excited. Niru and the others were also very excited because they all knew that Karl's pursuit of money was never for himself, but for everyone to use together. And the more money they had, the better they could remodel their warships. This was Karl's ultimate purpose for wanting money. You really leave me speechless. I talked to those 5 old geezers for so long just to exceptionally promote you from Rear Admiral to Admiral. If it weren't for the fact that the Navy is really short on people right now, with your qualifications, it would take at least 3 more years for you to become an admiral. Yet the thing you care about most is the bonus. Truly disappointing. Akainu, senior. I just happened to want to remodel my warship recently, and I'm short on money, so don't mind it. Karl waved his hand, and Akainu sighed, calming his mood before speaking again. Let us not mention this matter. I will announce your promotion to admiral to the entire Navy today. However, due to special reasons, I want to hold a promotion ceremony for you, because you need to go out to carry out a special mission today. I don't care about the promotion ceremony. Just tell me what the mission is. Karl waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Akainu let out a sigh of relief, and then explained the task. The task was very simple. It was for Karl to spread a message. That is world conscription. Although this task is an order announced by Akainu to conscript worldwide, Karl didn't expect that Akainu would let him find people to promote it, which left him somewhat puzzled. Karl, I know you have a close relationship with the Golden Emperor. Through him, you can quickly spread the message of world conscription to this world. Although our Navy can also do it, starting tomorrow, I plan to relocate the Navy headquarters to the G1 division in the New World. So I don't have the energy to do this now. Starting tomorrow? Hearing Sengoku's words, Karl was taken aback, his brows furrowing. He did not expect Akainu. Chapter 167. Mission. Why do I have so many tasks? Is there overtime pay? Is there a subsidy? Karl didn't care about the number of tasks. The only thing he cared about was whether there was a bonus. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take his crew to the New World to enjoy life. Without money, it would be difficult to get Taizolo to do anything. That's why Karl made these requests. However, his words made Sakazuki's veins pop, and he couldn't help but roar out in anger. You brat, when did you become so greedy? All expenses this time will be reimbursed by the headquarters, and there will also be bonuses. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied, very satisfied. Hee. Hearing Sakazuki's hysterical roar, Karl smiled and made an okay gesture. Then Karl seriously discussed the details of the world conscription and the standards for recruiting the 7 warlords with Sakazuki. Although both Sakazuki and Karl disliked the 7 warlords and even planned to abolish their ranks, the Gorosei completely disagreed. They still insisted that the 7 warlords were an important weapon against the current 3 emperors. However, they clearly didn't see how the 7 warlords performed during the Marineford War. If any of them had come to watch, they wouldn't hold the same view. After all, this time at Marineford, without someone like Buggy, naturally, there was no live broadcast. Subsequently, Karl and Sakazuki continued to finalize the candidates for the 7 warlords, ultimately choosing the seemingly harmless Buggy and the big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. Buggy was harmless and had also gained a portion of followers in Impel Down, forming his own buggy delivery company. Although his influence was far from as vast as in his past life, he still became one of the new forces in the New World by relying on his luck. As for Bonnie, she had escaped from Tsuru for some unknown reason. Tsuru didn't defend herself. She simply accepted the punishment and was then transferred to the G5 branch in the New World. However, at that time, there were many matters at hand, and Karl didn't pay much attention, nor did the Navy pursue them. It must be said that this generation of supernovas had quite good luck. Except for those few who were killed by Karl, the others all escaped from Impel Down. Even all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates managed to get out. However, since their breakout, the Straw Hat Pirates have been out of touch. Even Ace has gone silent, and there has been no sign of him among the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. During this time, all of them have disappeared without a trace, and no one knows where they went. Have you decided? Senior Sakazuki? Is it just Buggy and Bonnie? That's right, just those two. After Karl and Sakazuki concluded their discussions, they ultimately decided on these two. After all, they were the two least harmful candidates available. While Buggy had influence, he lacked the corresponding strength. His entire Buggy delivery was like a high-rise building built of bubbles, ready to collapse at any moment. Bonnie had a high bounty, but she wasn't a bad person. In fact, she even liked the trope of a beautiful woman saving a hero. Moreover, she had no ambitions and naturally didn't form her own force. So Sakazuki was very reassured about her. However, besides that, Karl always felt that Sakazuki had other thoughts about her. Because in the original story, after Bonnie was captured by Blackbeard, Sakazuki was the first to rush to the scene to rescue her. He even said something like it would be terrifying if she were to escape. Blackbeard Teach even wanted to make her his woman. After all, Blackbeard was a notorious figure. Chapter 168. Rescuing Bonnie 10 days later. In a certain sea area of the New World, Karl was flying in the sky with his men and warship, searching for Bonnie's location. Today was their first day out from the Navy headquarters. Although Sakazuki had been urging them, Karl's warship was undergoing modifications during this time, and he couldn't rush the shipwrights. Sakazuki was also quite helpless and could only wait for Karl's ship to be repaired first. Currently, the Navy headquarters had no spare ships for Karl to take. Additionally, the blueprints designed by Karl were incomprehensible to ordinary people. Yet he insisted that the shipwrights modify the ship according to his ideas. This led to a considerable waste of time and money. His request for funding from Sakazuki was not without reason. After spending 10 days, the shipwrights finally expedited the modifications, and Karl was now ready to set sail. However, these 10 days had also delayed many matters, and Karl needed to hurry. The first task now was to find Bonnie and have her take over the position of the 7 warlords. Currently, the 7 warlords consisted of Jinbei, Mihawk, Kuma, Hancock, and Law. Moria had been killed by Teach, who had also exited the 7 warlords and established his own foothold in the New World. Lord Karl spotted Bonnie. She was on an island below, but someone was chasing her. Someone was chasing? Upon hearing Enel's words, Karl immediately activated his observation hockey. Their flying altitude was over 1,000 meters, yet Karl and Enel's observation hockey had a very wide coverage area. A mere few thousand meters was nothing to worry about. It was Teach. Unexpectedly, she had been captured by Blackbeard. Through observation hockey, Karl saw Bonnie being held by Blackbeard Teach, who was suggesting that she become his woman. Karl heard Teach's words clearly, but had no interest in discussing the other party's privacy. Therefore, Karl directly lowered the warship's altitude, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above Blackbeard and his crew. It has been a long time since I last saw you, Blackbeard. I heard you exited the 7 warlords, killed Moria, and even repelled Marco. That's quite impressive. I just wonder how much you've improved compared to your past self. Enel and the others followed behind Karl, forcing Blackbeard and his crew to retreat. Although Enel and the others still needed to grow, the strength of Enel, Nilu, and Enzo had already reached the level of a rear admiral. Even Jess's strength was barely at the rear admiral level. The other members were also hovering around the Commodore level. Furthermore, the 4 main combatants had awakened their observation hockey and armament hockey. Their strength was already considerable, naturally posing a certain threat to the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Thus, they did not dare to act rashly and could only wait for their captain's orders. It's been a long time, Admiral Whitehawk. It's good to see you after so long. The title Whitehawk was given to Karl after his promotion to Admiral. Karl personally did not like it, but it was the will of the Gorosei and Sakazuki. White represented the peace dove of the world government, symbolizing peace. Hawk reflected Karl's decisive and vigorous style, embodying a hawkish approach. Thus, he was bestowed with such a title. However, Karl personally was not fond of this title. With the spread of news from the Navy, Karl was promoted to Chapter 169, Thousand Liang Transformation, on a certain unknown island. A company named Buggy Express was thriving. However, today, a naval warship descended from the sky, landing directly at the entrance of Buggy Express, startling everyone there. Some hot-tempered individuals even considered attacking the warship. But when they saw who was coming down from the ship, they immediately wilted and didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The person stepping off the ship was none other than the newly appointed Admiral, White Hawk Karl. Quick, report to Lord Buggy. Tell him an admiral from the Navy has arrived. Buggy's subordinates trembled, not daring to speak loudly. Even when they sought to report, they did so quietly as if they were thieves. The people around, who were transporting goods, also stopped and anxiously looked towards Karl. You all continue. I'm here to see Buggy. It has nothing to do with you. With Karl's words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their work. Karl walked alone into Buggy Express. He didn't let Inaru and the others disembark because it was completely unnecessary. He was here just to have Buggy sign a document, which wouldn't take much time at all. Moreover, the goods being transported by Buggy Express didn't contain any contraband or slaves. This company, after all, was a legitimate business registered on the world government side. Perhaps Buggy was secretly taking on some smuggling jobs to earn a little extra, but at least the goods on the surface were acceptable. This was also the reason why Sakazuki chose him to become a warlord of the sea. Buggy was quite astute, knowing what should and should not be done, as well as what could be done openly and what had to be done secretly. It was precisely because of this ability that he managed to expand the company to this scale in just a few months. Even Karl couldn't help but admire him. White Hawk-sama, you have arrived. I will prepare a room for you right away, and a grand feast to welcome you. Buggy floated out of the room. Respect für die Greetingkarte. However, his floating appearance really resembled that of a clown, looking quite ridiculous. Especially with his feet still on the ground, the scene looked even more comical. This was Buggy's ability, the chop fruit. 1,000 Yang transformation. Buggy, is it? I heard that you and Shanks were once crew members of Roger and even fought against the young Whitebeard. Is that true? Upon hearing Karl's words, Buggy was taken aback. He wanted to respond, but didn't know how, because what Karl said was all true. However, his subordinates beside him suddenly looked at him with great respect upon hearing Karl's words. They had not expected that their boss had such glorious achievements. Although they already knew that Karl and Shanks were both trainee pirates of the Roger Pirates, most of them were not aware that Buggy had fought against Whitebeard. Although during that battle, they both were just going through the motions. Since you're so strong, how about we spar a bit? Let me see your true strength. Just when Buggy was unsure how to respond, Karl suddenly said this, scaring Buggy so much that he shivered. Every hair on his body stood on end. Then Karl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, stunning nearly half of the people around, leaving only a small portion to witness this moment. Buggy also felt the Conqueror's Haki. Although he was weak, he had once been a trainee of the Roger Pirates. While the Conqueror's Haki would affect him, he wouldn't faint anymore. The subordinates around saw that Buggy was not affected and even noticed Buggy slightly leaning forward, his body trembling continuously. This left them. Chapter 170. Meeting Teselo again after leaving the Buggy Express Company, Karl reported the successful recruitment of the 7 warlords to Sakazuki. Sakazuki was very pleased with Karl's efficiency, as he completed everything within a single day. Next, Karl's destination was Golden City. Karl briefly discussed the draft for promoting the world recruitment information with Sakazuki before hanging up the Den Mushi. Time passed quickly, and a night went by. Since Golden City was a ship, although it was large, it was still sailing. Moreover, Golden City had already sailed deep into the New World. This area was considered both the safest and the most dangerous zone. It had once belonged to Whitebeard, but he had passed away. The remnants of Whitebeard, led by Marco, had no ability to reclaim their territory. However, Blackbeard had not fully grasped these territories either, leading to a chaotic scene where many pirates were vying for control. Even Teselo wanted to get a piece of the pie here. Thus, it took Karl a whole night to reach the location of Golden City, because it was just too far. At a normal flying speed, it would take 3 days and 2 nights to reach here from the new Navy base. This shows how far away it really was. Just like the previous occasion, one should not casually touch the golden sand here. While other places could be explored freely, I wouldn't intervene. If you don't want to play, just rest well on the ship or continue training. If there's anything urgent, just call my Den Mushi. After giving these instructions, Karl left the warship and flew towards the Golden Building. Although Mr. Tanaka wanted to lead the way, Karl had been here once before and was already familiar with the route, so he quickly flew to the Golden Building with Tanaka. The speed was so fast that after Tanaka got down, he immediately felt sick and threw up. Such poor physical quality. Seeing Tanaka's reaction, Karl couldn't help but shake his head, then entered the building and arrived at Teselo's room. Long time no see, Mr. Karl. It's been about 4 or 5 months since we last met, and you've actually become a Marine Admiral, White Eagle. This is truly unexpected. When you came to see me last time, you were just a Marine Brigadier General. Looking back, time really flies. It's quite astonishing, Teselo exclaimed. Although he had made a lot of money now, he hadn't significantly improved his strength and had even returned to being controlled by the Celestial Dragons. Due to what happened last time with Karl, the Celestial Dragons had sent 3 CP0 agents this time, just to be safe. But what about Karl? In just a few months, he not only gained fame, but also made a qualitative leap in strength, even becoming a Marine Admiral, codename White Eagle. Such a fierce reputation was something Teselo couldn't emulate because he was afraid of death. Not bad, I've been doing well during this time, but for me, having a big reputation isn't necessarily a good thing. Karl sat down on the sofa and asked Tanaka to pour him a glass of wine. Everything seemed to return to the way it was when Karl first came here. Teselo stared at Karl without saying a word. Karl also enjoyed his wine without any intention of speaking. Tanaka stood a short distance away, trembling nervously. After a moment, Teselo couldn't stand the silence any longer and took the initiative to break the ice. Mr. Karl, I have a question. Did you really kill Whitebeard with your own hands? How could that be? Whitebeard is so strong. Of course, I couldn't kill him myself, Karl casually replied, but his words left Teselo stunned. Chapter 171. One smile? Personal issues? Since it's a personal issue, can't you solve it privately on your own? Why bother me? I'm not anyone to you, so there's no need for me to help you with this. Whatever the amount is, I'm not afraid of your lion's big mouth. At most, I'll just have my men investigate you, and I can still rake in quite a bit. Hearing Karl's words, Teselo's mouth twitched. He never expected Karl's way of thinking to be so peculiar. Usually, if someone encounters such a problem, they would surely ask curiously, or at least wait for Teselo to finish speaking before making a decision. But Karl, on the other hand, outright refused, even saying such things that left Teselo speechless. Because at first glance, Karl's words really didn't seem unreasonable. All right, Lord Karl, to be honest, this matter is not just my personal issue. If you don't help me solve it, I'm afraid my Golden City won't be able to continue operating. What is going on? Is it that serious? Hearing Teselo's words, Karl was also stunned, and now his curiosity was piqued. Although Karl did not intend to help Teselo, that didn't stop him from wanting to hear the story. Seeing the curious expression on Karl's face, Teselo sighed and then placed a file of a person in front of Karl. This person is called One Smile, a gambler, and he has never lost a game here. If he continues to win, my guest will be dissatisfied, and today is just the day when CP0 comes to inspect. He has won against all the CP0 members. So you understand why I say this, right? So it's him. Seeing One Smile's photo, Karl nodded, instantly understanding why Teselo said such things. Although One Smile is blind, his observation hockey is very strong. Plus, he himself is a gambler. Even without using observation hockey, his skills can almost guarantee a win every time. Even if Teselo sends someone to disrupt him or sets up some traps, One Smile can easily resolve them. More importantly, he is a Paramecia-type, gravity fruit user with exceptionally strong observation hockey. This means that any cheating methods will be rendered useless in front of him and will have no effect whatsoever. Teselo is losing heavily, while One Smile is winning big. However, this kind of situation has happened before. Even if someone keeps winning, Teselo wouldn't mind, because this would provoke the anger of other gamblers, making them think they could also win. This is commonly known as if he can do it, so can I. But in reality, they really can't. Without One Smile's strength and skill, they would only be sending money to Teselo. So he doesn't harbor any resentment towards One Smile. But the fact that One Smile won against CP0 made those CP0 members unable to tolerate it. They even wanted to take action against One Smile. However, with One Smile's general level strength, those mere CP0 members are no match for him and were naturally defeated in an instant. Nevertheless, One Smile, who believes in justice, wouldn't easily kill those people, especially since CP0 identified themselves. One Smile would never take the initiative to harm their lives. However, because of his style, Teselo received the order that One Smile must be dealt with. Otherwise, CP0 would immediately seize the heavenly gold. This would mean that all of Teselo's recent revenue would go down the drain, and he wouldn't gain anything, even incurring substantial losses. That's why he feels so helpless. How about this? I'll take this person away, and as for the matter I've entrusted to you, you will help me with it now. Karl patted Teselo on the shoulder, then activated his observation hockey, heading towards One Smile's direction. Chapter 172. Sparring. Can't you see we're having a great time here? Who do you think you are, daring to interrupt us? General White Eagle. You're here. I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please don't take offense. The administrator in charge of this table was initially a bit angry when he heard someone wanted to call Ishao away. But when he saw that the newcomer was Karl, he immediately gasped and stuttered his words. Fortunately, he quickly composed himself and gave Karl a clumsy salute. The others, hearing his words, gasped in shock and retreated 10 or so meters. Some even left the money on the table, fearing that being too close to Karl would offend him. The rumors about Karl at sea portray him as decisive, resolute, and unforgiving towards evil. Although his righteous actions have been publicized by the Navy, Those who are neither ordinary people nor at the top of the hierarchy do not care about his righteous deeds. They only know that Karl would never show mercy to scoundrels like themselves. After all, Karl rarely captures people. He generally beats enemies to death. It's that simple. It can be said that anyone who has committed crimes will have a certain level of fear towards Karl. Thus, their expressions towards Yixiao were filled with sympathy and mockery. Some even speculated that Yixiao must have done something heinous for Karl to chase him here. General White Eagle, is it? May I ask what you want from me? I don't recall doing anything heinous. If I had to say, I only fought off a few CP0 members who tried to rob me a couple of days ago. You actually fought CP0. My goodness. Upon hearing Fujitori's words, everyone at the table gasped and retreated another 10 meters, even moving to other tables. They looked at Fujitora with incredulous expressions, unable to imagine that this person, who had been winning consistently and seemed so honest, could be so violent and fearless in the face of CP0's authority, daring to act against them. This led them to speculate that Karl must have come for this matter. Although CP0 is not the Celestial Dragons, at certain times, CP0 embodies the Celestial Dragons. Here, they hold supreme power, and regardless of strength, no one dares to provoke them. Karl scanned the people around him and then revealed a disdainful expression. There was no need for him to explain anything to these people, as they were not even in the same world as him, let alone Yixiao. Thus, there was no need for further conversation. If this weren't Golden City, if this weren't a casino allowed by the world, Karl would have long since captured them all. Why would he let these criminals roam freely here? Therefore, Karl directly released his Conqueror's Haki, knocking these people unconscious. As for those who remained conscious, Karl had no intention of causing them trouble. He then turned his gaze to Yixiao. Mr. Yixiao, shall we go outside to chat? Sure, but before that, please allow me to exchange these chips first. Yixiao went to the exchange window and only exchanged a portion of his money for daily expenses. As for the remaining nearly tens of millions of berries, he didn't take a single one. Seeing his actions, everyone present was stunned, and even Karl couldn't understand why he didn't want that money. It was as if Yixiao saw Karl's confusion and smiled as he began to explain. Chapter 173, Recruitment Order. You want me to join the Navy and become a general? What on earth is the Navy doing? Yixiao was completely confused, not understanding what Karl was saying. However, Karl didn't explain. Instead, he casually unleashed a sharp sword aura that shot directly towards Yixiao. Faced with this fierce sword aura capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, Yixiao did not underestimate it and immediately used his ability to forcibly shatter the attack. Yixiao's expression then turned serious. He took a deep breath and swung his knife at Karl several times in quick succession. Gravity blade, fierce tiger, boom. A loud sound echoed as numerous large craters appeared around Karl, and even he felt an immense sense of pressure. This intangible attack left Karl unable to defend for a moment. Although he could foresee it with his observation haki, he didn't expect the gravity to come so swiftly. But soon, Karl used his ability to shake the surrounding space away. However, he didn't directly show the power of the Quake fruit. Instead, he used the Float fruit as a cover to activate the Quake fruit's ability. It's worth mentioning that Whitebeard's Quake fruit is incredibly useful when facing gravity suppression. Just a slight activation of the tremor can negate such gravity suppression, almost resembling an upgraded version of the gravity fruit. But when Karl activated the Float fruit, it couldn't achieve such an effect, and even the surrounding air would be similarly suppressed. Viewed this way, the gravity fruit seemed more like an upgraded version of the Float fruit. However, the Float fruit also had a restraining effect on the gravity fruit. This realization left Karl unsure whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, both the Quake fruit and the Float fruit were in Karl's possession. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Truly worthy of being the White Hawk Admiral who killed Whitebeard. His strength is not to be underestimated. Having tested each other enough, it was time to show some real skills, right? How about we settle this with one move? As long as you can satisfy me, I will tell you the purpose of my visit. Karl's tone was very arrogant, which made Yixiao a bit displeased. However, there was nothing he could do, as Karl was the youngest admiral in Navy history and was also quite powerful. Yixiao couldn't afford to lose face, and he was also very curious about why the Navy was looking for him. If it were to capture him, Karl would have acted long ago instead of approaching him under the guise of sparring. Clearly, he was testing Yixiao's strength. With this in mind, Yixiao stepped on the ground of Golden City and directly drew his knife to release his fruit ability. Moments later, a massive meteorite engulfed in flames appeared in the sky above Golden City. Seeing this scene, All the tourists in Golden City were startled and hurriedly fled the area. Although this meteorite would not silence Golden City, it could definitely destroy a small area. Just then, Tianzhong also arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the meteorite overhead, he was so shocked that he nearly fainted. He did not expect that Yixiao had the ability to summon meteorites. This was simply terrifying. Not just him, even Taizolu, who was sitting in the office at that moment, saw the meteorite in the sky and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this a joke? However, while others were astonished, Karl was unfazed. He simply clapped his hands and sheathed his sword, returning the dried wood and sakura to their scabbards. White Hawk Chapter 174. Friends across generations, Mr. Tanaka. Did you see this with your own eyes? Lord Taizolo, I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. General White Hawk came here to recruit Yixiao to join the Navy. I really didn't expect that a gambler could become a general. But from this, it can also be seen that the Navy is truly out of options. Taizolo sat in his office with a calm expression, showing no sign of his thoughts. Below, Tanaka was rather anxious. He wasn't worried about Taizolo, but rather about CP0 finding out this news and taking action against Taizolo. After all, they had given orders for Taizolo to handle Yixiao, or else pay the heavenly gold. Not to mention that Taizolo was unwilling. Even Tanaka wouldn't want that. The heavenly gold involved also had a portion of his money. So Tanaka certainly wasn't willing. Lord Taizolo, I have a plan. I wonder if you would like to hear it. At this moment, one of Taizolo's trusted aides, Bakera, spoke up. Bakera, what is your plan? My idea is to divert the trouble. Since Yixiao was taken away by the Navy, we can directly inform CP0 about this matter. Then, I'll use a little trick to focus all CP0's attention on General White Hawk, and we'll be much safer. You have a plan? With Karl's personality, he will leave here soon, at the latest tonight. Are you sure you can shift CP0's attention to them in such a short time? Taizolo crossed his hands and rested his chin on them, his eyes filled with doubt. Bakera then took out a gold coin and tossed it in his hand. After a moment, the coin landed in Bakera's palm, showing heads up. Then Bakera smiled knowingly, swaying his graceful figure as he left the room. Lord Taizolo, don't worry. I already have a plan. Meanwhile, Karl and Yixiao were drinking heavily in a bar. Some time had passed since the two had sparred. The crisis brought by the meteorite had shocked everyone in Golden City, but it hadn't affected their enjoyment of food and drink. The bar was still bustling with business. Karl and Yixiao were like old friends, continuously toasting and chatting. Their views and philosophies even had some similarities, including their understanding of justice. Though not completely identical, they were at least in sync to about 50 or 60%. Yixiao hadn't encountered someone he could chat with so happily in a long time. So he completely let down his guard and spoke freely with Karl. Their conversation also criticized the current world, questioning why there were so many fugitives and pirates. Even though the environment around them was filled with fugitives, Karl and Yixiao had the strength to completely ignore those people's gazes. Moreover, Karl was wearing a Navy uniform, and even if he was only facing away from them and not revealing his face, those people still felt intimidated. Mocking and slandering the Navy was one thing, but when faced with real fugitives, they were quicker to back down than anyone. I really didn't expect that at my age. I would still meet someone like you who I can chat with so well. It feels really comfortable to talk with you. I feel the same way when chatting with you. Ultimately, it's because our views are close. Even our understanding of justice is similar. If it were Sakazuki here, he wouldn't chat with you about these things. Instead, he would be thinking about how to sink this ship. Chapter 175. Arrogant CP0? They have a grudge against me, so I can't be bothered to talk to them. I have no intention of communicating with these people. Karl and Yixiao both moved at the same time and left directly. Bakera was not angry upon seeing this. She simply stepped aside. She knew she couldn't stop these two, so she chose not to interfere and instead left it to the CP0 members to handle. She arranged the cups and filled them with wine. Although she understood that the 6 of them would not sit down and talk, some sense of ritual was still necessary. Bakera, this is none of your business. Get out. One of the CP0 members said in a hoarse voice. Upon hearing this, Bakera elegantly bowed and then turned to leave. Karl and Yixiao intended to leave as well, but they were blocked by 4 CP0 members. Among these 4, Karl felt that the person on the far left looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. All 4 CP0 members were wearing masks and large white robes that concealed their identities. In such a situation, unless they were particularly familiar, Karl couldn't discern their identities even with his observation hockey. General White Hawk, I have a question for you. What is your relationship with Yixiao? The hoarse-voiced man continued, looking like he was the leader of this group. I just met Mr. Karl today. If you want to take revenge on me, target me alone, mister. Karl has nothing to do with that. That matter? What matter? Karl was confused, while Yixiao scratched his head innocently and leaned close to Karl, whispering with a laugh. I won their money, and they were disgruntled, so they came looking for trouble, and I ended up beating them up, which is why they're fixated on me now. So that's what it's about. It was just a beating. Did it really require such a big fuss? They were beaten up at the wastewater ditch, where they had a bath and drank to their fill. Karl. Hearing Yixiao say this, Karl almost felt the impulse to hit him. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't let it go either, so it wasn't surprising that CP0 was relentless. General White Hawk, since you just met him, you should leave here quickly. We don't want any association with you. But sir, didn't we say before? You useless fool. Shut up. After the hoarse-voiced man spoke, another man tried to add something but was directly shouted down. Then Karl saw that person glaring at him with hatred, which reminded him of someone. Are you that relationship holder I beat up? As soon as Karl's words fell, the atmosphere became extremely cold. The man who was yelled could only glare at Karl with hatred or pressure, but didn't dare to speak. The hoarse-voiced man shook his head and stepped forward, using his nearly 3-meter height advantage to look down at Karl. Karl, you're just a Navy officer. No matter how strong you are, you belong to the world's subordinates. Since you are a subordinate of the world, we CP0 naturally have a right to command you. So I am now ordering you to leave immediately. Do you have that authority? Seeing the other party finally showing their true colors, Karl sneered and said disdainfully. The previously polite attitude of CP0 made him somewhat uncomfortable. This arrogant and dismissive CP0 was the real CP0. You want to interfere with our mission? His voice became increasingly hoarse, and the pressure around him grew stronger. Chapter 176 Summons from the Five Elders. Mr. Karl, is this really okay? Yixiao, although brought out by Karl, still felt a bit uneasy. Karl's actions had completely offended CP0. Yixiao had not yet become an admiral, so he was cautious. But Karl was different. Not only did he have fame and status, but more importantly, his strength was still there. Thus, he had the confidence to offend the other party and could ensure they could not retaliate. Haha, don't worry, brother Yixiao, there's absolutely no problem. Karl waved his hand and took Yixiao back to the ship. Originally, Karl planned for Yixiao to report to the Navy headquarters by himself, which would save Karl a lot of trouble. However, now that CP0 was involved, Karl had to take responsibility and personally deliver Yixiao to the Navy headquarters to grant him the rank of admiral. As for what CP0 was thinking, Karl didn't care. The situation in the Navy was concerning. If CP0 continued to control the Navy's recruitment, the Navy would truly be in name only. By then, it would be filled with CP0 personnel, and even Sakazuki might have to resign. Subsequently, Karl notified Enel and others to prepare for the return journey. Utilizing his abilities, Karl made the warship float into the air, heading towards the Navy's new base. Truly, the float fruit is so convenient. Seeing the warship fly up under Karl's control, Yixiao couldn't help but exclaim. Karl glanced at him and casually said, "You don't need to envy me. Your gravity fruit can do the same, right? Ha ha, you've seen through me." Yixiao awkwardly scratched his head, then sat down on the ground, completely indifferent to his image. Karl also sat down on the ground, and the cat demon and Black Feather understood and brought over snacks and wine, continuing to drink. But at that moment, Indier carefully walked out holding a transponder snail. Lord Karl, this is a call from Admiral Sakazuki. Indier's voice was soft, with tears in her eyes, clearly frightened by Sakazuki. Give it to me. Karl softly took the transponder snail and gently patted Indier's head. Senior Sakazuki, what can I do for you? Even if there's something, you shouldn't scare my Indier. Don't change the subject. Tell me, did you kill a CP0? Yes, but what does that have to do with me? He obstructed me from carrying out my mission, which is a crime of obstructing official duties. I had the right to execute him. Karl, do you know that the Five Elders have already learned about this? They want to call you back and question you about why you did this. Sakazuki's tone was not friendly, clearly angry about Karl killing a CP0. However, Karl did not expect that CP0 had the ability to directly contact the Five Elders. This meant that someone among them had significant power. This person could at least communicate with the higher-ups of the Celestial Dragons, or even speak directly with the Five Elders. With that, things might have become much more complicated. Even Karl had to treat this matter with caution. I understand, just don't yell at me. I'm taking Yixiao back now, and I'll be there in 2 or 3 days. Come back as soon as possible, but you didn't do anything wrong with this matter. After you return, I'll go with you to meet the Five Elders and plead for you. We are the Navy and cannot be hindered by mere CP0. Otherwise, our Navy would have long been in name only. Senior Sakazuki, you've also learned from Senior Sengoku's approach. Truly impressive progress. Congratulations, congratulations. Ha ha ha. Don't talk nonsense with me, this. Chapter 177. Meeting Alone. Holy Land, Mariehua. The pinnacle of power. Karl had come here once again, but this time he was alone. Last time, Sengoku was here, and Karl could confidently leave matters to him. Sakazuki had originally planned to accompany Karl, but due to the world conscription issues, he was severely reprimanded by the five elders. Subsequently, he was forcibly expelled from Mariehua. The five elders' intention was clear. They wanted him to clean up the mess and manage the entire Navy well. The five elders were not fools. After Sakazuki's explanation, they understood the benefits of world conscription. Therefore, they decided not to say anything further, but to let him return and manage the Navy properly, forbidding any other complications. This led to Karl arriving at Mariehua alone, just missing the ship that Sakazuki was on his way back with. However, even facing the five elders alone, Karl was not afraid. Even if they wanted to stand up for CP0, if it came down to it, he could just leave the Navy. After all, he had no shortage of places to go. Although the situation on Luo's side was not optimistic and they hadn't recruited many people, if Karl joined, the effect would be completely different. Plus, he addressed Rosa as a loyal ally, so Karl felt confident and was not worried about what the five elders might do. In fact, the five elders truly did not dare to take action against Karl, not to mention Karl's strength and status. Just his current reputation in the Navy was the third highest after Garp and Sengoku. Garp and Sengoku were already in a semi-retirement state, and the previous Marineford War had severely depleted the Navy's manpower. Punishing Karl would truly be a self-destructive act. The five elders exchanged glances, staring at each other, with no one willing to speak. No one wanted to drive a high-level combat force out of the Navy over a mere CP0 issue. Moreover, that CP0 individual was a person of little significance, relying solely on her sister's marriage to a celestial dragon to gain her current status. Otherwise, that person would have spent her life as a bodyguard, never becoming CP0. By the way, did you call me here for something, or is there nothing? If there's nothing, I'll just leave. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat awkward. The five elders did not speak first, leaving Karl unsure of their intentions. However, Karl ultimately took the initiative to voice his doubts. The five elders exchanged glances and realized that remaining silent was indeed not ideal. Ahem, Admiral Karl. The main reason we called you here is to tell you that you shouldn't have such a bad temper. Although CP0 was in the wrong this time, you also had your faults. They interfered with your mission, and you could have ignored them and reported to Sakazuki or directly to us, the five elders. If everyone were like you and dealt harshly with unreasonable CP0, those people would be very dissatisfied. So, I hope you can learn from this lesson and avoid a repeat. The bearded five elder spoke not harshly, but rather gently, clearly indicating that he did not want to offend Karl. If it had been another Navy officer, even Borisolino, the atmosphere would not have been so harmonious. This was simply because the manpower was truly insufficient now, and after Karl had killed Whitebeard, his reputation had reached its peak. Chapter 179. The General Conference. Tesalo, what made you think to contact me? Are you saying that Blackbeard has already started to act, preparing to harvest Whitebeard's territory? All right, I understand this matter. Don't get involved. Let him take his time. When that sheep is fat enough, I'll naturally go and slaughter it, so you don't have to worry. All right, that's enough. I'll keep an eye on this matter, and you take care of your safety. Without giving Tesalo a chance to respond, Karl directly hung up the phone bug and rubbed his temples. He didn't expect Tesalo to take the initiative to be friendly. What happened to his pride? What happened to his self-employment? Not relying on others. Now he wants to curry favor and cling to someone else's thigh, but it seems he hasn't even done that right, which is quite frustrating for Karl. However, this news is also relatively important for the Navy. So, Karl turned around and handed the information to Sakazuki for him to handle. Karl didn't want to get involved in this murky water. Karl, did the five elders make things difficult for you? After Karl finished reporting the intelligence, Sakazuki suddenly said this, leaving Karl somewhat puzzled. You actually care about people? My goodness, that's amazing. Karl's tone was very comical, and his expression was exaggerated to the extreme, resembling a certain star. Seeing Karl's funny expression, Sakazuki's face turned green. Beside him, Borisolino, who just took a sip of water, spat it all out. However, Fujitora, who couldn't see anything, felt confused. Though Karl's tone was quite funny, coupled with Borisolino's reaction, he could roughly guess what was happening and then started laughing. Karl, be serious. Relax, relax, Senior Sakazuki. I was just joking. Is it necessary to be so serious? Karl shrugged, and then sat down next to Fujitora. At this moment, Fujitora had already become a general and received his rank. It was a special time. Everything was simplified. Even the awarding ceremony was significantly simplified. This led to Karl missing the awarding ceremony again, which made him somewhat helpless. How does it feel to be a general, Fujitora? It's okay. I didn't expect it to be so easy to become a general, so I don't feel much. Fujitora honestly spoke the truth, which caused Borisolino next to him to spit out again. Sakazuki's face turned even greener. He looked at Karl and Fujitora, almost seeing two clowns, wishing he could just kick them both out. But there were still important matters to attend to, so he held back his anger and solemnly asked Karl, Karl, answer me. What did the five elders say to you? This is very important. Actually, they didn't say much. Seeing Sakazuki's expression so serious, Karl didn't joke this time and directly recounted what the five elders had said before. Although the Navy is subordinate to the world government and under the jurisdiction of the five elders, Sakazuki does not completely belong to the five elders faction. His work style just happens to align very well with what the five elders like, which makes them think Sakazuki is easy to control. But in reality, this is not the case. It's just that Sakazuki takes obedience to orders as his duty, so he executes all orders without complaint. However, it was only after he became a marshal that he realized the five elders did not value the Navy, and he was merely there. Chapter 180. Their respective missions cleaning up the first half of the Grand Line and the evils of the Four Seas. This is truly the style of a marshal. Yahaha! Enera laughed loudly, looking very excited. Beside him, Nilu was also trembling with excitement. However, Enzo wasn't as thrilled because this mission would separate all of them for training. Although this was a task accepted by Karl, the main goal was still to allow Eneru and the others to gain experience. If they remained sheltered under Karl's wings, their current strength would be their limit. Even Karl needed to find a way to let them experience more battles to enhance their abilities. This mission was quite simple. Within a year, they were to clean up the pirates. There were no specific targets, and it didn't matter if they found a place to take a nap. However, the prerequisite was that when they returned to headquarters after a year, Karl needed to see their growth. Otherwise, they should understand the consequences. Upon hearing Karl's words, Eneru and the others shuddered and nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Seeing them so obedient, Karl smiled with satisfaction and then assigned their tasks. The first half of the Grand Line was to be handled by Nilu and Enzo. With their Vice Admiral level strength, they were more than capable of suppressing the first half of the Grand Line. Eneru was responsible for the Sabaody Archipelago. Due to the relocation of the Navy headquarters, the Sabaody Archipelago had completely turned into a lawless area. All the pirates and slave traders were reveling in this situation, needing someone to teach them a lesson. Eneru was just right for this task, and his strength had surpassed that of a Vice Admiral, reaching the Quasi-Admiral level. This level of power even exceeded that of Nilu, who had always been on par with him. It must be said that with the enhancement of the Rumble Rumble fruit combined with Haki, the increase in strength was truly terrifying. He was the most suitable to be in charge of the security of the Sabaody Archipelago. However, there was a problem. The celestial dragons frequently appeared in the Sabaody Archipelago. So, Karl wisely assigned the rational Erlen to work alongside him. At critical moments, Erlen could dissuade Eneru. Even if Eneru didn't listen, Erlen could report to Karl, who would then deal with him. Next was Jess. He was also in the Sabaody Archipelago, but he was not responsible for dealing with the criminals and pirates there. Karl's task for him was very simple: to be ready to support other locations at any time. After all, he was the Snow fruit user. Although his flying speed was not as fast as Karl and Eneru, it was still decent. In the first half of the Grand Line, as long as he was willing, he could fly from Sabaody to Reverse Mountain in less than 2 days. Therefore, Karl was very reassured to assign this task to him. Moreover, more importantly, he could assist Erlen in stopping the impulsive Eneru, ensuring he wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Finally, there were the Cat Demon, Heiyu, and Until. Karl chose to take the 3 of them to travel the 4 seas, allowing them to learn more knowledge along the way. The main reason was that Karl wanted the Cat Demon to learn more cooking techniques, so she could make better food and snacks. Although this allocation seemed a bit strange, they didn't mind. After all, the pirates of the 4 seas were simply too weak. They might not even be willing to handle them. So Karl had to take charge personally. This also allowed him to help Erlen deal with the Vinsmoke family. Erlen was very touched by this and expressed that he would absolutely be loyal to Karl and never betray him. Chapter 181. Battle Peach Maru. After receiving the approval of Sakazuki, Karl followed a special ship to a unique unnamed island. This was the place where Vegapunk conducted his research. The place had no name, and most of the people here also had no names. Only a few guards stationed here, as well as those qualified to conduct research with Vegapunk, were entitled to their original names. The purpose of the world government doing this was simple: to maintain the mystery of this place and deter outsiders from entering easily. More importantly, it also prevented the leakage of confidential information. If someone wanted to capture the researchers here, they would be confused when hearing the code names, as they would not know who the people were, except for Vegapunk. But as a key protected target, Vegapunk could not be easily captured either. As for the other people, the world government did not care about their lives. In such a strange and peculiar place, even Karl, upon learning about the situation here, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He never expected this place to be so bizarre, which truly surprised him. Karl followed the guide and muttered to himself. The guide looked quite strange as well. He walked stiffly, couldn't speak, and had a very rigid facial expression, resembling a corpse. However, Karl could clearly sense a normal human life force emanating from him. So, he was not a dead person, but a living one. As for why he was like this, Karl could not figure it out. Afterward, Karl followed this person for quite a distance, during which his presence attracted a lot of attention. Most of the people were very curious about Karl because he was the youngest admiral. Becoming an admiral in just half a year was something that no one could achieve before, and no one even dared to think of it. But now, Karl had done it. As someone with no background, recruited from the outside, he had risen to the rank of admiral in just 6 months, becoming the best goal for everyone to strive for. It could be said that Karl had become the best motivational figure. Many in the Navy and the world government staff were fantasizing about being Karl number 2. They worked hard, trained rigorously, and aimed to become stronger and more useful. But little did they know that their efforts would not win them favor from above, because they were just ordinary people. Karl followed the guide to the deepest part. Although he had been watched for nearly 10 minutes, he did not mind. However, the winding path, thousands of meters long, twisted around several dozen times, which left Karl speechless. "Hey, isn't that Admiral Whitehawk? What brings you here?" Suddenly a voice made Karl stop and turn around. "Are you Battle Peachmaru?" Upon seeing the familiar figure, Karl immediately remembered that this was Vegapunk's exclusive bodyguard, Battle Peachmaru. There was no way to mistake him due to his distinctive physique. He claimed to be the strongest man in defense, with strength far exceeding that of a typical vice admiral, reaching the level of a quasi-admiral. However, his appearances were not frequent, and the only identity revealed was that he was Vegapunk's exclusive bodyguard. He could even control pacifistas for attacks. As for other aspects, there were not many descriptions. I never expected the famous Admiral Whitehawk to know me. Did the old man mention me? Yes, Borisolino sometimes brings you up, saying you are the world's. Chapter 182 Conversation with Vegapunk understood. Sabo, you can leave first. I'll take my leave now. You two have a good chat. Just call me if you need anything outside. Sabo glanced at Karl, then at Vegapunk, and finally left the spacious laboratory. After he left, Vegapunk turned around and took off his glasses. It's not appropriate to touch each other in the lab, so I won't shake your hand. Please find a place to sit. Admiral Karl. Vegapunk's voice was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no hint of emotion in it. He spoke in a calm tone, which sounded gentle. But upon closer inspection, there was no connection between that tone and gentleness. Looking at the dry, somewhat thin man in front of him, who was neither particularly fresh nor clean, Karl had originally expected Vegapunk to be a person of great authority and pride. However, he was surprised to find that Vegapunk looked so ordinary at first glance, completely different from the rumors. "Hello, Dr. Vegapunk, I am Admiral Karl. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. However, if it's inconvenient for you to shake hands, let's skip that step and forego pleasantries. My purpose here is simple. The first thing is to give you some information, and the second is to ask a small favor from you. I want to use this information to ensure that Kuma's memories are not erased." "You mean Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" "That's right." Karl nodded, while Vegapunk stroked his chin, looking at the information Karl handed over. He didn't immediately refuse or agree, but first examined the material to see what it was useful for. However, Vegapunk quickly discovered that much of the content in this information exceeded his understanding. Although most of the information only included the finished products and lacked any intermediate research data, just seeing the finished products left Vegapunk in utter shock. Because if he could accomplish what was in this information, he was confident he could change the world. "Where did you get this?" Vegapunk suppressed his inner astonishment and asked Karl. Karl smiled slightly, leaning back in his chair. "I came across it after taking down a group of small pirates in the New World. It was among a pile of things they were using to prop up their table." You mean such important information was used by a bunch of pirates to prop up a table? Hearing Karl's words, Vegapunk finally showed a fluctuation of emotion. His eyes filled with fury. He was very angry when he heard that this information was being used as a table prop. At this moment, Karl pretended to be very distressed, speaking in a deep voice. Yes, not only that, but I also saw many other pieces of information. Unfortunately, those were either torn to shreds or burned to ashes. They actually used such important data to start a fire. Can you imagine that? When I saw this, I wished I could revive those people just to kill them again. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to revive, otherwise I would really do it. Seeing Karl's perfect performance, Vegapunk studied Karl from head to toe, finding no flaws. Finally, he sighed and placed the information on the table. What a pity if you could obtain the complete information. Not to mention keeping Kuma's memories safe, I would agree to whatever you asked. These materials look quite good, but in reality, they are not of much help to me. However, it doesn't matter. The fact that you are willing to give these to me shows that you understand how important this information is. I promise you that I will keep a backup of Kuma's memories, but I won't directly. Chapter 183. Return and Set Sail. I really didn't expect that as a researcher, I could have such a great conversation with you, a naval admiral. Hearing your words has really opened my mind. If I can really create these things, Karl, I owe you a huge favor. Rest assured, whatever conditions you have at that time, I will agree to. Vegapunk was extremely excited. Karl's ideas had enlightened him, and he had even figured out how to create the Terminators. Although he couldn't guarantee that these Terminators would have their own complete thoughts, it's all up to human effort. As long as Vegapunk's mind doesn't decline, he will always find a way. Moreover, the main thing is, aren't there still pacifists around? Plus, since the bear has already been modified, if Karl's ideas are correct, Vegapunk can completely put the bear's thoughts back in, turning it into a complete Terminator. Although the firepower of the Terminators is not as strong as that of the pacifists, the strongest aspect of the Terminators is still their ability to self-evolve. This has been reflected in many aspects of the movies. Moreover, among these technologies, Terminators can only be considered the most basic type. There are also other things, like weapons that ordinary people can use to become strong, and some special props. There are even technologies like wormhole technology that Vegapunk can study. Vegapunk was now so excited that he was dancing around, as if he wouldn't tire at all. However, Karl was feeling a bit tired. He glanced at the time and realized that he had been here talking with Vegapunk for 3 days and nights. Although the two of them were getting more and more excited and gradually getting carried away, Karl didn't expect to talk for such a long time. This completely exceeded his plans, and fortunately, it didn't delay anything, but it was still a bit of a headache. I'm a bit tired, as long as you're happy. Remember to inform me if you can really develop it. Don't worry, as long as I succeed, I will definitely inform you at the first moment. In that case, I'll take my leave. Karl yawned and then left the laboratory. Vegapunk remained in an excited state and was already preparing to start his research. Karl couldn't help but twitch his lips and couldn't resist making a remark. You really are something else, not tired at all. I advise you to rest for a bit. With your skinny build, it's easy to suffer a sudden death. I'm used to it. For people like us, staying up for 5 or 6 days without rest is normal. But you're right, my head is a mess right now. Although I have many ideas, I need to sort them out before proceeding. Following Karl's advice, Vegapunk stopped his research and sat in the chair, closed his eyes, and began to feign sleep. Seeing this, Karl couldn't help but shake his head and then ignored him. If Vegapunk really suffered a sudden death, it wouldn't be his concern. After that, Karl quietly left the place. Outside, Jimby was still sound asleep, even drooling. Jimby, wake up. Is it time to eat? Hearing the voice, Jimby's first reaction was to think about food, but of course, when he opened his eyes and saw Karl, he widened them in surprise. You finally decided to come out. What do you mean by decided to come out? Your words are very ambiguous. Who knows why you were chatting so happily with the doctor? I was listening from the side. Chapter 186. Tense Hancock after a hearty meal and drinks. Hancock ordered the tables to be cleared away. Karl sat nearby sipping tea, while Until and the others quietly sat beside him, not saying a word. Although Hancock was one of the 7 warlords, she was still a pirate. Drinking on enemy territory was unwise. So the 3 of them refrained from alcohol to avoid getting drunk. However, Karl didn't mind. His jug of wine was hardly enough to drink. Later, he simply used his abilities to conjure up some, which even startled Hancock. She almost thought Karl had brought in another person. Fortunately, when she saw that it was just wine, she felt much more at ease. Although she was a woman, as the Empress, her alcohol tolerance was quite high. To be precise, in the world of One Piece, strong individuals had high alcohol tolerance. This was somewhat related to their physical constitution. The stronger the power, the faster the metabolism, which naturally led to quicker sobriety. Even if one drank alcohol with every meal 3 times a day, they wouldn't get too drunk and could remain alert at all times. Unless, of course, the person was like Kaido, who not only drank at every meal, but also consumed it every minute and second. And Kaido didn't just drink. He treated alcohol like water. Although this way of drinking posed no major health issues, it would definitely lead to drunkenness. However, even so, with his formidable physical constitution, as long as he stopped drinking for a short while, he would quickly sober up. The physique of strong individuals was indeed quite abnormal. While Karl might not have such an extreme physique, he was not too far off. With his current physical attributes, perhaps after completing a few choices, he could catch up to monsters like Kaido and Big Mom in terms of physical capabilities. Admiral Whitehawk, you, Hancock said, feeling the tension rise. Karl, we don't need to be so formal. Remember how we were just drinking together? Why the sudden formalities with Admiral and all that? Just call me by my name. I won't be angry. After all, we are old acquaintances, Karl replied. Hancock broke into a cold sweat at his words. Under the influence of alcohol, she had dared to call him by name, but now that she was sober, she had to be cautious. Karl was unpredictable, while he wouldn't indiscriminately kill innocents. Hancock's identity as a pirate made her wary. She could assure herself that Karl wouldn't harm others, but she couldn't guarantee her own safety. After weighing her options, she opted for caution. Admiral Whitehawk, can you tell me your purpose for coming here? Your sudden visit to Amazon Lily is quite nerve-wracking. If there's something you need, perhaps I can help. How boring. But fine, since you and Blackfeather have been in the same place, I'll let it slide. However, I really have no particular purpose for being here. It's just a routine patrol, so you don't need to worry. Upon hearing Karl's words, Hancock's heart tightened, but she quickly relaxed. Karl had long known about her identity, and she was well aware of that fact herself. However, being suddenly reminded of it still cast a shadow in her heart, making her somewhat nervous. But when she heard that Karl was just on a normal patrol, she breathed a sigh of relief. Karl noticed this scene, but said nothing. Sister Hancock, you don't need to be so tense. Lord Karl isn't a monster and won't eat you. Besides, he treats me very well. Otherwise, I would have been captured by the celestial dragons long ago. Yes, me too. I almost got captured by the celestial dragons as well. If it weren't for Lord Karl saving me, I would probably have become a slave by now. Fortunately, there were no other people around. Only Blackfeather and Until could hear their conversation. Otherwise, Hancock's past as a slave to the celestial dragons would have been exposed. Chapter 187. Choice Hancock. Even if you don't say anything, I can roughly guess. Before I came to the comm belt, I encountered Mihawk. Although he didn't say who he was looking for, he told me he was here to drink. So, do you think there are any other people who can drink with Mihawk besides Shanks and Rayleigh? Adding to that, the relationship between Rayleigh, Shanks, and Luffy, along with the fact that Dragon is Luffy's father, and Ace and Luffy are brothers, makes it easy to guess. They are either all here, or only some of them are here. Just mentioning a few people would probably lead to the right answer. But, judging by your reaction, I don't even need to guess. They must be here. Karl spoke confidently, laying out his analysis, and Hancock's expression changed slightly. She knew that Karl's mind was very agile and that he was good at seeing through various schemes. However, she didn't expect Karl to deduce so much just from Mihawk's seemingly inconsequential words. This made Hancock break out in a cold sweat. She was very glad that she had listened to Rayleigh a few days ago and hadn't directly opposed Karl, driving him away from the comm belt. Otherwise, Hancock couldn't imagine what situation she would be in now. Admiral Whitebeard, I've said it before, just call me Karl. To be honest, I really hate the name Whitebeard. It's fine if others call me that, but if someone I'm familiar with does, I might just turn hostile. Hearing Karl's words, Hancock instinctively swallowed hard, and then she thought about saying that she wasn't familiar with him. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. If she truly offended Karl, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mr. Karl? That sounds much better. Hurry up and say what you need to say. I still have to find Rayleigh and catch up, although I don't know where they are right now. With my observation hockey, it shouldn't take too long to find him. Seeing Karl's confident expression made Hancock certain that he really would do it. Rayleigh and the others were currently on a deserted island not far from Amazon Lily. Karl wouldn't even need to spend much time finding them. Hancock realized that continuing to hide wouldn't work anymore, and it would be better to just be straightforward about it. This way, Karl might have a better impression of her. With that thought, Hancock gritted her teeth, made her decision, and then stood up to speak. Since you've already guessed it, there is no point in me hiding it anymore. Follow me. I'll take you to see them. But before that, you have to agree to one condition. You say it first, and I'll decide whether to agree or not. Karl remained calm, not directly agreeing, as he needed to be cautious. What if Hancock's condition wasn't too favorable for him? Hancock saw that Karl was relaxed on the surface, but still remained vigilant towards her, which made her realize that he was still invulnerable. My condition is simple. You cannot harm Rayleigh, them, or anyone from Amazon Lily. No problem, but only for this time. If we meet again, it might not be the same. You should keep your little schemes to yourself. They won't be of any use to me. Karl smirked slightly, which could be seen as agreeing to Hancock's condition. Hancock then breathed a sigh of relief. Although her little scheme was seen through, she didn't mind. As long as Karl wouldn't harm Rayleigh and the others this time, that was enough. However, Hancock's worries were clearly unnecessary. Karl had no intention of harming Rayleigh. According to his calculations, Shanks should also be here besides Rayleigh. Chapter 188, Rayleigh and Shanks. God-level choice has been triggered. Choice 1. Destroy the entire island. Eliminate all pirates on the island and receive freely distributable attribute points. 10 points. Freely distributable skill points. 5 points. Choice 2. Win over Shanks and Rayleigh. Teach Luffy, Sabo, and Ace and obtain the title of Benevolence and Justice, along with a random sea-level ability. Note, title attributes of Benevolence and Justice. Everyone must give you face. If 1 is not enough, then 2. Choice 3. Capture Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Imprison them again and impel down, and randomly obtain an S-level ability, along with a random attribute increase by 1 level. Upon seeing these 3 options, Karl's mouth twitched madly, almost turning into a grimace. All 3 options offered excellent rewards, and he wanted them all. But unfortunately, none of these 3 options were ideal. After calculating, only the second and third choices had a chance of completion. As for the first one, Karl could destroy this island, but with his current strength, he really couldn't kill Rayleigh and Shanks for practice. As for the others, he wasn't worried because they collectively weren't his match. The only troublesome one was Marco, but it wasn't a big deal. Nevertheless, even so, Karl immediately discarded the first choice. Shanks and Rayleigh had great personalities, and they might become his allies in the future. Killing them now would be a huge loss. Plus, it would give Shanks some face. As for the second and third choices, Karl was somewhat torn because he had no idea how to choose. The second option required him to bury the hatchet and teach the 3 brothers Luffy. But at that time, Karl could just teach them casually, which was very easy. However, he was uncertain about the criteria for winning over Rayleigh and Shanks. As for the third choice, to be honest, if Karl continued to throw the 3 brothers into Impel Down, he would not only offend Shanks and Rayleigh, but even Dragon and the retired Carp would come looking for trouble. After careful consideration, Karl ultimately chose the second option. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Karl appeared to contemplate for a long time. Yet, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. When Shanks and Rayleigh boarded the ship and saw Karl in a daze for over 10 seconds, they were unsure of what he was doing. So they did not act rashly. Hancock, sensing the somewhat strange atmosphere with both sides not taking action, approached Rayleigh. The 3 members of Black Feather felt a bit scared by the imposing presence of Rayleigh and Shanks, quickly hiding behind Karl. Seeing the 3 of them a bit afraid of him, Shanks also showed a somewhat apologetic smile. However, his smile only made him look scarier. The 3 members of Black Feather didn't even dare to peek out, all shrinking back. This scene hit Shanks hard, and Rayleigh beside him struggled to hold back his laughter. Shanks looked at Hancock next to him, pointed to his nose, and asked, "Hancock, am I ugly? Or do I look scary right now?" Shanks believed he was not ugly at all. In fact, many people told him he was very handsome and had a strong masculine charm. Don't be so narcissistic. How many young girls would like a guy like you? Hancock couldn't help but roll her eyes at his self-absorption and then curiously looked at Karl. Meanwhile, Karl had finished making his choice and shifted his gaze back to Rayleigh and Shanks, although he was previously making selections. Chapter 190. The shock of everyone. What a remarkable talent. In less than a minute, under my pressure, you have completely mastered the Conqueror's Haki and even improved some of your devil fruit abilities. It seems your teaching standards are not that great. It's a pity you're all veterans, yet teaching someone is such a hassle. Karl commented sarcastically. Rayleigh and Shanks exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward. They were clearly pirates, yet they were being schooled by the Navy and now being told that their training methods were inadequate for bringing out the potential of others. This situation felt rather bizarre. They were supposed to be adversaries. Is it really okay for the Navy to come over and train pirates? Not just Shanks and Rayleigh, but even Sabo, Marco, and the others looked bewildered, completely unsure of what Karl was trying to do. What exactly is your purpose for being here? Due to Karl's antics, Rayleigh couldn't ascertain what Karl was up to. Originally, he and Shanks were prepared for a fight. With their strength, even if they couldn't take down Karl, they could at least injure him enough to force him to retreat. However, they were wary of Karl's devil fruit abilities. If he used them, everyone on the island would suffer. Karl could lift the entire island into the air at any moment, and then let it crash into the sea. This meant that anyone who couldn't T-fly would be doomed. This was also the reason why Rayleigh and Shanks didn't T-dare to act rashly. Karl understood their concerns, which was why he felt so audacious, even daring to mock them. Uncle Rayleigh, don't be so nervous. I told you my purpose for coming here is for those three. Although your strength is formidable, your teaching skills are truly lacking. So you plan to resort to violence to teach them? What kind of logic is that? Marco still found it hard to believe. But Karl ignored him and directly approached Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, do you remember me? Huh, how could I forget you? If it weren't for you, I would have been out of prison long ago, Luffy said cheerfully, completely devoid of any personal resentment. He was carefree and didn't hold grudges. Just like in the original story, he completely brushed off the things Karl had done to him and didn't mention them at all. Karl also smiled nonchalantly and then shared with Luffy the direction for developing his devil fruit. He didn't need to help with hockey, but he could utilize his foresight from having read the original story to assist him in developing Gear 4th. Currently, Luffy had only learned Gear 3rd and needed to shrink for a while after using it. So, Karl explained the principles of Gear 4th and some training methods he had analyzed to Luffy, then left him to figure out on his own. Finally, Karl turned his attention to the cautious Sabo and asked, "Do you want to learn the 6 powers? What exactly do you want?" "Nothing much. Just asking if you want to learn the 6 powers. If you do, I can provide you with a complete training method. But I have one condition. Until I have completely distanced myself from the Navy, don't expose any of my contacts with you and Dragon. Otherwise, we might never be able to cooperate." When facing Luffy, Karl was all smiles. But when it came to Sabo, it was different. After all, Sabo was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. If Karl wanted to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army in the future, he would need to connect with Dragon through Sabo. Dragon was very busy right now, as he needed to take advantage of the Navy's manpower shortage to expand his influence. Once his power was sufficiently expanded, Sabo would have to end his training and return to the Revolutionary Army. So his time here was limited. Chapter 191, Gimme Some Face. Attribute panel. Name, Karl Strength, S Agility, B Spirit, B Stamina, B Title, Benevolent Ability, Military Boxing, C Flutter Fruit Awakened, Armament Hockey, Mastered, Observation Hockey, Perfect, Conqueror's Hockey, Perfect, Dual Sword Style, A Wind Element Mastery, C Super Strength, A Tremor Fruit, Give Me Some Face, C. After taking a brief look at his attribute panel, Karl nodded in satisfaction. Now, in addition to gaining a new skill, he also had a title slot. Unfortunately, there was only one title in it. Although his previous choices had given him several title rewards to choose from, those options were really disappointing, and so far, Karl only had this one title. However, this title and the newly acquired ability were somewhat novel. It seems I need to find someone to experiment with. In my past life, people said that Shanks had the face fruit, and everyone had to give him face. But isn't it time for someone else to take on this role? Karl approached Zoro, who was training, with a sneaky smile. "Zoro, give me some face. How about joining the Navy with me?" "Sure, I can." Zoro nodded without hesitation, which surprised Karl. "You really plan to join the Navy with me?" "For your sake, I'm willing to join the Navy," Zoro declared firmly, while Karl swallowed hard, feeling that things were getting serious. If this ability, combined with the title, could be successfully activated, it might even change others' fundamental thinking. That would be terrifying. Give me some face. Forget about what just happened. Just wipe it from your memory. After some contemplation, Karl decided not to trick Zoro and restored him to normal. This ability could only be used twice on one character within a day and had a 50% failure rate, so it needed to be approached with caution. "What are you doing here?" Zoro, now back to his senses, held his sword and looked seriously at Karl. Although they had partied and drank together the previous day, Zoro did not truly consider Karl as one of his own. After all, Karl was with the Navy, and the only people he was close to were Rayleigh and Shanks. Zoro was well aware of this, so he didn't dare to let his guard down. "It's nothing, you don't need to worry, I just came for a stroll." Karl walked around Zoro and found Sanji. This time he was more cautious and didn't say anything too serious to Sanji. He just asked him to give him some face and dress as a woman. It worked out, but when he tried to deactivate this ability, he found it failed. Sanji did not return to his original state, but happily went off in women's clothing. Seeing this scene, Karl felt a bit of a headache, but he didn't say anything. As long as he returned to normal, he hoped Sanji wouldn't do anything drastic. Subsequently, Karl used his ability on others, and the combination of his skills and title nearly raised his success rate to over 80%. After so many trials, only Luffy and Sanji had failed twice. The rest were all successful. With that, Karl felt how exaggerated this ability combined with his title was. This was a blatant alteration of the other person's thinking, causing them to completely fall. As long as the requests made by Karl did not endanger their lives, once activated successfully, even Rayleigh and Shanks would not be able to intervene. Chapter 192. Germa 66 in the North Sea, within the territory of an unknown kingdom. A group of royal guards is resisting an attack. However, what is strange is that all the attackers from Germa 66 look exactly the same. Even their heights and other features are completely identical. These are clearly not normal humans. Your Majesty, what should we do? Germa 66 is simply beyond our capability to fight against. Their clones are just too powerful. An official trembles as he speaks, his voice shaking. On the other side, two ministers remain silent, shaking even more violently than the previous official. Do you think we have any chance of survival? With a sigh, the king sits back on his throne, closes his eyes, as if he has already resigned himself to fate, completely devoid of any will to resist. Your Majesty, why don't we try surrendering? Even if we lose the kingdom, it's better than losing our lives. One person suggests. However, the old king responds with a bitter smile and shakes his head. Germa 66 never leaves any survivors. The only outcome for a nation targeted by them is total annihilation. The old king shakes his head and utters this chilling statement, causing the minister to fall silent, trembling uncontrollably. I can't take this anymore. I want to run. I don't want to die here. Suddenly, one minister can no longer bear it and breaks down, running towards the exit in an attempt to escape. Watching him flee, the old king and the remaining two ministers cast sympathetic glances at him. Another one dead. The old king does not feel sadness, but rather a sense of calm. This scene has been repeating ever since Germa 66 attacked his kingdom. Originally, there were over 50 people in the hall, including the king. But now, only the 3 of them remain. The others have either gone mad and committed suicide or tried to escape and were killed by the clones. Without exception, no one has been able to escape. As long as you are a citizen of this kingdom, whether a commoner or an official, whether old, weak, women, or children, you will all be killed. Germa 66 seems to revel in the joy of war. They have been waging war for 3 days, but have yet to attack the palace. Logically, Germa 66 could have breached the city by now, but they haven't done so. Instead, they continue to slaughter those outside the kingdom. They want everyone in this country to fall into complete despair. This is also Germa 66's consistent style. When facing a strong enemy, they may go all out. But when facing a weak enemy, they toy with them, completely plunging them into despair and bringing the entire nation to collapse. Finally, Germa 66 will finish off all the survivors here, leaving no one, not even the commoners. Germa 66 is a unique nation. Their existence is more like that of mercenaries. So they do not need citizens or territory. What they do is fulfill the commissions of other countries, annihilating all enemies without leaving a single one alive. Your Majesty, it seems we can only resign ourselves to fate. So far, no nation targeted by Germa 66 has escaped their punishment. The minister, with a gloomy face, sits down on the ground, disregarding his image. The silent minister stops trembling, draws his blade, and plunges it directly into the ground. Rest assured, my lords, I will never allow your Majesty and you to die before me. General, your intention is good, but what use is it? It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. The minister continues to wear a despondent expression as he sees no hope at all. Chapter 193. Such a big face. Meanwhile, on the warship of Germa 66, the ruler of the Vinsmoke family, Judge, looked at Karl, who had suddenly appeared here, with his mouth agape, feeling incredulous. In a small place of the North Sea, not many people knew Karl's appearance. Otherwise, the old king at that time wouldn't have been so shocked after hearing Karl's name. His name spread faster than his appearance. However, as the top power in the North Sea, Judge certainly knew what Karl looked like. So when he arrived here, Judge immediately notified his children to return quickly. He was unsure of Karl's intentions for coming here, but he knew that Karl's style of doing things was completely opposite to his own. Admiral White Eagle, what brings you here? Judge said softly, afraid of offending Karl. Although he was the overlord of the North Sea and could secure a place even in the Grand Line or the New World, he also knew that no matter how strong Germa 66 was, they were no match for the Navy. Faced with an admiral of the Navy, he naturally couldn't slack off. What is your reason for attacking this country? A commission? Or did they offend you? Or are you just bored and want to start a war? Hearing Karl's question, Judge immediately understood that Karl had come to pick a fight. Admiral White Eagle, you're joking. Of course. I came to destroy this country after accepting a commission. The king of this country offended someone I can't afford to offend, so they commissioned me to eliminate this country. And that's your reason for slaughtering innocent civilians? Karl's conqueror's haki was instantly unleashed. Judge felt this overwhelming haki and gasped, his whole body starting to tremble. He had witnessed too much conqueror's haki, but he had only felt such haki from the 4 emperors. Admiral White Eagle, you've misunderstood. This is the client's intention. We at Germa 66 take our commissions very seriously. So you can wantonly slaughter civilians, is that it? Slaughtering these innocent people is your attitude. Huh. It seems I have nothing more to say. Karl sneered, continuing to exert his conqueror's haki, which made Judge's expression grow even uglier. You little brat, you can't lay a hand on me. Even if you are an admiral, you can't tear up the Navy's rules. Germa 66 is a member of the world government. We can wage war, and neither the Navy nor the world government has the right to interfere. Judge was starting to panic. He saw that Karl really intended to make a move, and in his anxiety, he blurted out this rule. He even became too lazy to use respectful titles for Karl. After all, the relationship between both sides was not good, and even if he offended Karl, Judge didn't care. After all, he was a member of the world government, and as long as Karl remained in the Navy, he could never act against him. Mr. Judge, I understand what you mean, and I haven't forgotten the Navy's rules. But could you do me a favor and stop the attack, recall the clones and your children, so we can have a good talk? In his words, he activated his ability. After hearing Karl's words, Judge inexplicably nodded, then announced the end of the war, ordering everyone to retreat. However, once he did all this, he immediately regained his composure, his eyes filled with fear. You actually, Judge, give me one more favor, shut your mouth, and kneel before me. His ability was successfully activated again, and Judge indeed obediently closed his mouth and knelt down, indulged beside him, until his mouth dropped open, filled with an expression of disbelief. Lord Karl, when did your face become so big? Haha, it's always been big. Karl rubbed in Till's head. Chapter 194, The Fall of Vinsmoke. Cough, you must be Reiju, right? Do you still know Island? Island? Upon hearing Karl's words, Reiju froze for a second. Then her expression changed slightly, and her eyes revealed some changes. It seems you still remember him. How does it feel to be deceived? If I remember correctly, he said you were on your first mission at the time, and that's why you felt guilty and saved him, right? Reiju didn't speak, but her struggling expression had already betrayed her. Reiju now seemed much more mature, but the matter regarding Island was something she might never be able to forget. Everyone has a first time, and the first time is unforgettable. Reiju is no exception. Since you don't want to talk, there's no need to. Anyway, I don't plan to let you go. Karl sneered and continued to look at the sea. Due to Intil's abilities, there are currently many sea kings, even occupying all the surrounding seas. This situation was something Karl had never seen before. Without exception, all the battleships of Germa 66 had been destroyed, and Karl hadn't even lifted a finger. Germa 66 was now left with just the 5 of them, father and son. Karl, you little brat, what do you want to do? Do you know that as a navy, attacking the allied nations of the world is against military regulations? Kaji could speak now, but he only dared to shout and didn't dare to attack Karl. He was afraid of dying. If he acted first, Karl could rightfully kill him. Kaji, I haven't done anything. It was the Sea Kings who destroyed your battleships. It has nothing to do with me. As for your children, if they hadn't tried to attack me, they wouldn't have been knocked out by me. You and that bastard. Hearing Karl's words, Kaji trembled with anger. But there was nothing he could do. In the world of pirates, personal strength is above all. No matter how great Kaji's background is or how many troops he commands, as long as his personal strength doesn't catch up, he will never be able to stand at the top of this world. That is why Karl is so reckless, completely disregarding the other party. And the one who destroyed his fleet was indeed the Sea Kings. Karl really didn't lift a finger and wasn't lying. Until, go inform Black Feather and Cat Demon. They can come back now. By the way, have the king here and his ministers come over. I have something to say. Understood. Upon hearing Karl's words, Until stopped singing, dispersed the Sea Kings, and then bounced towards the palace. Karl looked at the despondent Kaji, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Lord Karl, you are targeting us. It must be for revenge for Island, right? Who is he to you? Reiju suddenly spoke up, and Karl turned his head to look at her. At this moment, Reiju struck a seductive pose, her face flushed, her eyes shyly blooming, exuding a charming aura. However, although she looked alluring, it was all an act. She lacked that natural seductive charm. If Hancock were here, with just her gestures, she could captivate anyone. Unfortunately, whether it's Hancock or Reiju, their allure had no effect on Karl at all. At most, it would just make Karl feel awkward for a moment. And that would be it. When it's time to strike, he will still strike, regardless of whether the opponent is male or female. The beauty trap doesn't work on me. If you knew my deeds, you would understand clearly that I even dare to hit Hancock. Would I be seduced by you? However, you guessed half right. I am indeed seeking revenge for Ireland. He was my subordinate. Chapter 195. Unexpected joy. Ireland has seen it, right? The Vinsmoke family has been completely wiped out. Not a single one of them was left. Although I refrained from acting personally due to the principles of the Navy. They're already dead, so you can rest assured. Karl used a transponder snail to show Ireland the corpses of all the members of the Vinsmoke family, including the one he hated the most, Reiju. After seeing this scene, Ireland nodded, tears unconsciously rolling down his cheeks. Thank you, Lord Karl. Haha, no need to be polite. Since you've seen it, I'll hang up now. If any Navy or CP members ask you about the Vinsmoke family, remember to keep your mouth shut. Their deaths were due to defeat in war and were ultimately killed. It has nothing to do with our Navy. I understand, Lord Karl. I won't speak carelessly. Ireland nodded, and Karl then closed the transponder snail. He felt relatively assured about Ireland. This guy had always been resolute and was not easily influenced by Conqueror's hockey or Hancock's charms. It was basically impossible to extract anything from him. Not to mention that Eni's lobby still had Inaru and Jace around. With him present, Ireland would be in no danger. All right, this matter is settled for now. Don't forget my request. I don't want anything from you. I just need you to spread the word that I helped you settle the war. Of course. Make it sound better. Don't say I was at odds with the Vinsmoke family and chose to help you. I was just fulfilling my duty as a Navy officer, unable to bear seeing the war, and then they were ambushed by Sea Kings. Yes, just put it that way. After Karl had crafted the reasoning, he handed it over to the old king, who would spread the modified version of the story through his mouth. A few days later, a message spread throughout the North Sea. Germa 66 initiated the war, and Karl, unable to bear seeing so many civilians slaughtered, chose to reconcile the grievances between the two sides. But at that moment, the Sea Kings appeared without warning, destroying all of Germa 60 SXS fleets and soldiers. Even the leaders of the Vinsmoke family were seriously injured and ultimately succumbed to their wounds. The same went for the others. This news seems so absurd. Yet, Germa 66 had indeed vanished without a trace. Moreover, there were indeed traces of Sea King's activities at that time, and Karl really did not take action. At most, he just taught a lesson to those who wanted to attack him. As a result, Karl's reputation began to spread in the North Sea, and even his portraits started to circulate throughout the North Sea under his influence. As for how the Vinsmoke family members died, no one cared anymore. Subsequently, Karl traveled around the North Sea, experiencing various events and visiting all the islands and palaces. Due to his identity and strength, no one dared to refuse him. Even those who revered the celestial dragons did not dare to offend Karl. Therefore, without exception, all these people had their favorability increased through Karl's abilities. Karl then spent more than half a year traveling across the four seas, helping people solve numerous problems and clearing out many pirates. The reputation of Admiral Karl grew wider and more recognized, especially his portraits, which sold like crazy across the four seas. This was also intentionally authorized by Karl to the newspapers for sale. This led to the involvement of big newsmorgans. These portraits were not expensive, but they sold in large quantities at a low profit. Big newsmorgans, as one of the powers in the underground world of the New World, was also the biggest news outlet. Chapter 196. The home of the cat demon, North Sea. An unnamed small island. This is also the home of the cat demon. The cat demon and Black Feather are here, transforming into beastmen and playing freely. Many animals here possess spiritual awareness. They may lack human wisdom, but they have human emotions. Since the cat demon grew up here, most of the animals remember her. When she returns, many small animals cheer and even offer her food. This situation truly astonishes Karl and the others. The cat demon is thus surrounded as she walks into the deep mountains, and Black Feather curiously follows her in as well. Karl and Endur do not follow but instead rest outside. Thanks to the cat demon's presence, they are not attacked. Rather, some small animals bring them fruits to eat. I never expected that after all these years in the East Sea, I would not know about such a place. Karl Zeiss. He crossed over to the East Seas Boya town, but he hardly ever went to sea. He only joined the Navy later under General Squirrel. Moreover, his understanding of the East Sea is limited to the original comic. So naturally, he does not know that there is such a magical place in the EC. I can feel that the small animals here are very joyful, but they also have some sadness. Endur's innate ability allows her to sense the emotions of animals and convey her own emotions to them. However, this does not include humans. Otherwise, her ability would be exaggerated several times. It is precisely because of this innate ability that after consuming the music fruit, Endur gained the ability to control animals other than humans. However, she had been living by the sea, and even when she went to sea with Karl, she hadn't seen too many other creatures, so she naturally thought she could only control marine life. Until today, she saw so many land creatures, and only then did she realize that her ability extends to land animals as well. Endur, you could try to communicate with them. I feel something is not quite right here. Although the situation looks fine, if everything were completely normal, these animals wouldn't exhibit sadness. I understand. I will try my best. After hearing Karl's words, Endur nodded and attempted to communicate. However, she could only unilaterally convey her words to the other side. But she couldn't understand what the other side was trying to express. This monkey, having gained intelligence, is wildly gesturing here, even picking up branches and waving them around, or striking a strange pose, tilting its head and closing one eye. This situation truly leaves Endur baffled. She can only helplessly seek help from Karl, hoping he can understand. When Karl arrives, the monkey continues its gestures. After watching several times, Karl furrows his brows and asks, "Is someone here harming you?" Woo-woo. Ow-ow. Wah-wah-wah. Hearing Karl's words, the monkey's eyes widen, and it pounds its chest, clearly excited. I understand now. There are hunters here to kill them. Although this place is unclaimed land, it is still the cat demon's homeland, and we cannot stand by idly. Although the cat demon has not mentioned her origin, she has said that this is the place she grew up. Based on Karl's speculation, it is very likely that she was raised by these animals in this wildlife-filled area. Chapter 197. The cat demon's background. After leaving the magical animal island, Karl waved goodbye to the animals. It must be said that sometimes, compared to humans, animals are more emotional. Although they had only spent a day and a night on the island, they had formed friendships with these animals. Subsequently, Karl, in his capacity as a general, ordered the surrounding navy to protect the area. Although the navy was somewhat reluctant, they had to obey Karl's orders. After taking care of these matters, the cat demon felt much more at ease. Thank you so much, Lord Karl. Meow. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. But speaking of which, why did you grow up on this island? If you don't want to say, it's fine. Just tell me when you feel like it. I'm just a bit curious, Karl casually mentioned, then stopped pressing for answers. The cat demon was somewhat conflicted, but she didn't immediately call out to Karl. Instead, she went to the kitchen to make some snacks to calm herself down. During dinner that night, the cat demon found Karl, who was stargazing, and approached him shyly. However, she didn't notice that Indil and Heyu were silently watching everything from behind. Lord Karl, meow. Is there something you want? I have something to say to you, meow. Just say it. With that shy attitude. One might think I did something to you, Karl said, standing up and finding her adorable in her shy pose. Just then, he turned around and spotted Heyu and Indil peeking out. What are you two doing? Meow. The cat demon was startled by Karl's sudden question and turned to look. She saw Heyu and Indil stepping out of the cabin with apologetic expressions. You can't do that. Meow. Sorry, we were just a bit curious. Indil scratched her head, feeling embarrassed, while Heyu simply embraced the cat demon and buried her head in his chest. When the cat demon finally broke free, her face was flushed and her breath was somewhat unsteady. Indil, seeing this, mimicked Heyu and hugged the cat demon as well. She even let the cat demon rub against her, and since Indil was a bit plumper in certain areas compared to Heyu, the cat demon's body stiffened, and her tail trembled. Karl didn't stop them. Instead, he watched the scene with great interest. The lilies from my hometown seemed to have bloomed again. What did you say, Lord Karl? I said if you don't let go soon, she'll suffocate. Oh, sorry. I forgot I'm bigger than Heyu. Indil immediately released her embrace, and the cat demon looked flushed, appearing a bit tipsy. Heyu, with a serious face, looked at Indil with a resentful expression and patted his own chest. Stop showing off. One day, I'll have what you have. Karl smiled at the three of them, choosing to remain silent. Such situations often occurred throughout the year, and their relationship quickly warmed up as a result. Every day, Karl could smell the fragrance of lilies, which was quite refreshing. Cat demon, if you have something to say, just say it now under the moonlit starry sky. Even if you're confessing to me, I'll consider it for a bit before firmly rejecting you. Karl's lips curled up, and with the bright moonlight, His smile was even more charming than usual. However, Indil and Heiyu both simultaneously raised their middle fingers at him, casting disdainful looks. Chapter 198. Return to the Navy Headquarters. New World. Navy Headquarters. Karl returned to the Navy Headquarters with all his crew to report back. A year's time had allowed all of them to grow. Although Karl's strength had not increased much, his reputation, under the hype of Big News Morgan, had surpassed that of the older generation of the Navy. He had truly become a role model for all the young people in the pirate world. Even because of him, some young Navy recruits began to actively enlist, striving to become honorable members of the Navy. With more people wanting to join the Navy, the number of pirates decreased, and the seas became much calmer. Sakazuki was extremely satisfied. He had initially thought he would need to prepare for chaos. But who would have known that Karl inadvertently solved two major problems for the Navy? The first was the issue of world recruitment. The second was the problem of pirates. As a result, through a few news reports, portraits, and promotional posters, Karl was elevated to the position of a new benchmark. Young people even hailed him as an idol, eagerly learning from him, and then naturally signed up to become part of the Navy. Especially in the beginning, every recruitment office in the Navy branches was overflowing with applicants. When Sakazuki learned about this, he was all smiles. Although there were not as many people signing up to join the Navy now as there were initially, the number of applicants was still continuously increasing, far exceeding Sakazuki's expectations. All of this was Karl's doing. So when Karl came to report back to the Marshal's office, a rare smile appeared on Sakazuki's face. It was probably only Karl who could make such a stoic person like him show such an awkward smile. Sakazuki-senpai, I'm back to report. Here are some tasks I've completed, as well as the pirates and criminals my subordinates have killed. You can take a look to see if there are any omissions or false information. Karl placed a stack of documents on Sakazuki's desk. However, Sakazuki paid no attention to these at all. He was smiling and gazing intently at Karl. Not bad. Really not bad. It's just too good. Sakazuki-senpai, what do you mean? I should let you know in advance. Although we are both single, I prefer women. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Sakazuki nearly choked. However, he wasn't too angry, only regaining his composure, and even the awkward smile disappeared. Go ahead, tell me specifically what you've been doing during this time, and give me a brief report on your subordinates. Yes, sir. Karl briefly reported what he had done over the past year, as well as what Enel had accomplished during this time. Although Karl didn't quite know what they had all done, he could still summarize their military achievements through the materials. Sakazuki was very satisfied with this and decided to promote them all by one rank. This way, they would have their own warships and be able to command their own troops, no longer needing to follow Karl all the time. However, even so, the strength of some individuals was still not enough to lead troops. For example, the three of them, Cat Demon, Black Feather, and Aelin, although their ranks were sufficient, their strength was simply not enough. They had purely relied on their intelligence and other aspects to achieve their promotion. Therefore, their advancement would stop here, and there would be no further improvements. After Sakazuki clarified this, Karl understood. Without sufficient strength, one cannot occupy a higher position. Chapter 199. Individual growth. After not seeing each other for a year, Enel and the others had all made tremendous progress. In order to test their current strength, Karl fought against each of them. As expected, Karl won every match. However, during the tests, Karl did not use his full strength. Instead, he matched his power to the level they displayed. After an afternoon of testing, Karl revealed a satisfied smile like that of a proud father. First was Enel. His strength had improved the most. Although he was still not at the level of an admiral, with a few more years of training, he could definitely reach that level. His observation haki was already at a top level. The development of the Rumble fruit was also nearly perfect, though he still lacked a bit in precision. Next was his armament haki. He had made some progress in this area, but it was not significant. If one had to describe it, it was like a child who had just learned to walk, try to run, but failing to do so, which looked quite comical. Moreover, his physical combat skills were still poor, and his physical condition was not great either. These shortcomings held him back from reaching the level of an admiral. Taking Karl himself as an example, both his fruit abilities and physical condition, as well as his swordsmanship, were all strong enough to match an admiral individually. Enel could only compare to an admiral in terms of fruit abilities. The other aspects still had some gaps. If Karl really had to fight him to the death, Enel would last at most a day before being defeated by Karl. Therefore, Karl ordered him to focus on training. Enel accepted this humbly. But whether he would continue training was beyond Karl's control, as he had decided to give Enel full autonomy to lead his own team. Enzo and Nilu were in similar situations. One had reached a bottleneck in swordsmanship, while the other had hit a wall in physical combat. Their strength, compared to Enel, was slightly weaker, but they had surpassed most vice admirals. If one had to describe it, their current strength was in a rather awkward position, neither here nor there. Their armament hockey was quite good, but their weakness lay in observation hockey. Thus, Karl advised them to put aside their physical and armament hockey training for the time being and focus on developing their observation hockey. They both agreed, and Karl then allowed them to lead their own teams and choose their own voyages. Then Karl turned his attention to Jess. His strength had not improved much, but there was some progress. His armament hockey had not advanced significantly, but he had become more adept at using his fruit abilities. If the snow fruit was used well, it could reach the level of Kazan. Therefore, his potential was not small, but Jess's innate qualities were quite average. Being able to elevate his strength to the level of a vice admiral in a year was already commendable. Finally, there was Ireland. He started off very weak, only knowing a bit of the Marine 6 styles for self-preservation. Now, he had learned armament hockey, but not observation hockey. He had completely mastered the Marine 6 styles, but his overall strength was still rather average and did not reach the vice admiral level, though he was stronger than most rear admirals. Such strength would not guarantee safety in the first half of the Grand Line. Coupled with his introverted personality, he was not suited to lead troops. Therefore, Karl decided to keep him with himself. As for the Cat Demon and Black Feather, there was no need to mention them. They continued to follow Karl. After all, over the past year, Chapter 200 Choice. Punk Hazard, the Island of Ice and Fire. This is an island with a very harsh environment. However, this environment was transformed into its current state by a duel between two admirals of the Navy. Before their duel, Punk Hazard was a picturesque island with beautiful scenery. Today, Karl came to Punk Hazard to meet someone. "Law, I'm here. Are you coming out, or should I go in?" Karl controlled his warship, hovering above the castle of Punk Hazard, talking to Law on the other end of the Den Mushy. His purpose for coming here was twofold. First, to meet Law, and second, because both Law and Buggy had gotten themselves into trouble that needed his help to resolve. Coincidentally, Karl was planning to patrol the New World during this period, so he had a reason to intervene. "Please wait a moment, Lord Karl, I will come out right away." Upon learning that Karl had arrived at Punk Hazard, Law immediately teleported out of the castle. Seeing him appear right in front of him surprised Karl. "The development of your fruit ability is quite impressive. You teleported without a trace, and I didn't even notice it. This ability would be hard to guard against your assassination without the foresight of observation hockey." Karl did not expect that Law's teleportation, using his ability, would be completely unnoticeable. This situation revealed to Karl Law's great potential. He was still young, and with a little more time, his future achievements would definitely not be inferior to those of the admirals or the 4 emperors. "You're overpraising me, Lord Karl. This little ability of mine is merely a trick to someone as powerful as you. Not worth mentioning." Law, without being arrogant, humbly touched his nose and said. Karl nodded, not paying much attention to his flattery. "So, what trouble did you and Buggy encounter that was worth you reaching out to me?" "Lord Karl, the situation is like this." Law briefly explained the matter. Essentially, Buggy had offended the Baroque Works and was retaliated against by them. The outcome was clear. Buggy was no match for Baroque Works, but he couldn't back down either. So he needed Law's help, as Buggy couldn't act himself. Otherwise, those subordinates who followed him merely through imagination would definitely scatter at this moment, spreading the word that Buggy was a fraud. By then, Buggy would face complete disgrace, and even his title as a warlord of the sea could be stripped away. Thus, he sought Law's help to deal with Baroque Works. With the intention to assist, Law went over and easily defeated the people from Baroque Works, but did not kill them. This was because Law did not want to completely offend Baroque Works and their boss, Crocodile. However, neither he nor Buggy expected that Crocodile would personally come to confront them, leading to a fierce battle with Law. Without any exception, Law was defeated. Subsequently, Crocodile attempted to attack Buggy, but at that moment, Shanks happened to pass by and greeted Buggy, though he did not attack Crocodile. Crocodile, seeing that Shanks knew Buggy, understood that attacking at that moment would not be wise, so he let them go. One must say that Buggy was quite lucky. If Shanks had not happened to pass by, they would likely have perished at Crocodile's hands. Thus, Law and Buggy saved their lives, but they both knew that Crocodile would return, which is why Law sought Karl's help to eliminate the threat. After hearing Law's account, Karl was somewhat speechless. He had to admit that Buggy's luck was indeed remarkable. The fact that Shanks just happened to pass by was something Karl found hard to believe. But this was the power of Buggy, the luckiest of all. He was always shielded by various lucky auras, managing to turn peril into safety. Chapter 201. Crocodile, the New World. On a nameless island, there are no countries, no ordinary people, only an organization that seems unremarkable but is slowly rising. That organization is Baroque Works. Baroque Works was founded by Crocodile. Initially, they operated in the first half of the Grand Line as an information trading and mercenary organization. However, after being careless and defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, Crocodile was imprisoned. After several twists and turns, he and his subordinates ended up in level 6 of Impel Down. Later, when Luffy and others were planning a jailbreak, he had already escaped. Many people wanted to follow him due to his experience of escaping from Impel Down, and even Blackbeard sought him out to recruit him. However, Crocodile is a man who dares to confront Whitebeard, so he naturally wouldn't fear a lackey like Blackbeard. Thus, the two fought to a standstill. It must be said that Crocodile's reputation for being evenly matched is not unfounded. Even against Blackbeard, a double devil fruit user, he could hold his own. However, the main reason was that he had the geographical advantage. Baroque Works was located in a desert, one of the few large desert islands in the New World. Due to the harsh environment and unpredictable climate, sandstorms frequently occur. Ordinary people cannot survive here, but some special creatures can thrive. Crocodile had a natural advantage here. He chose this location for Baroque Works to establish a firm foothold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to face Blackbeard, Kaido, or Charlotte Linlin in other locations. He is aware of his own strength and would not blindly expand his influence. If it weren't for the conflict between their mission and Buggy's delivery task, he wouldn't have bothered to deal with such trivial matters. However, he originally thought that Buggy, true to his name, was just a clown. Even with his warlord status, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. He never expected that the person who dealt with Buggy would provoke Law. Since both Buggy and Law are warlords, it is quite normal for warlords to meet. And Crocodile did not think there would be any connection between them. However, the outcome was unexpected. Law's appearance made Crocodile realize that the situation was not so simple. Nonetheless, he did not take it to heart, as Law was still very young, and even though he was strong, he was not a match for someone as seasoned as Crocodile. But just as he thought he could defeat Law and eliminate them, Shanks passed by and left him completely stunned. It was because of Shanks' presence that he realized Shanks and Buggy were old acquaintances. Although Crocodile was not afraid of the Four Emperors, he had just fought a fierce battle with Law. If he continued to fight Shanks, he would undoubtedly lose. Therefore, without hesitation, he gave Shanks face and withdrew. As for whether he would take action against Law and Buggy later, that was another matter altogether. Now, Crocodile sat in his office, pondering the situation. If he did not act against Law and Buggy, they would definitely target his organization. However, if he did decide to act against them, he had already missed the best opportunity, and they would surely be prepared to face him. After his previous failure due to underestimating Luffy, Crocodile had become much more cautious. Even against defeated opponents, he could not afford to underestimate them. It's truly troublesome. The strength of these people in the New World is not weak, and relying solely on his useless subordinates. Chapter 203. Fierce Battle. Is this it? The renowned Desert King, Crocodile, is at this level now? It's really quite funny. If this is all you've got, you might as well end it yourself to avoid dirtying my hands. After effortlessly countering Crocodile's moves once again, Karl began to doubt his strength. It wasn't that he felt particularly strong, but rather that he had overestimated Crocodile. Even if the opponent's strength wasn't at the level of an admiral, it should at least be stronger than an average vice admiral. In fact, his strength should be quite comparable to the current Enel. Karl also calculated that his fruit ability would restrain the opponent. He just didn't expect it to be this effective. Most of the abilities of the Sansan fruit were essentially nullified. This resulted in Crocodile having very few techniques at his disposal. He just happened to be poor at hand-to-hand combat, which made Karl think that he was somewhat weak. But in reality, Crocodile was not weak at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight Blackbeard to a standstill. Don't underestimate me, you little brat. Desert Sword. Accompanied by a roar, a massive blade suddenly appeared. However, this sand blade was still no match for Karl. Compared to before, this sand blade was just a bit more refined. But Karl used his slicing attack combined with his fruit ability to directly nullify the opponent's move. Then, with a few more slashes, Karl pushed Crocodile back, leaving him unable to resist at all. TCH, what an annoying brat. After the earlier probing, Crocodile realized that his abilities were completely restrained by Karl. Generally speaking, natural-type devil fruits rarely have countering situations outside of the fruit's hierarchical relationship. But unfortunately, the Sansan fruit is one of those that appears very powerful but has many flaws. The Sansan fruit is afraid of water, strong winds, and even some substances that have no moisture and cannot be turned to sand. Against these things, Crocodile's abilities cannot exert any effect at all. Coincidentally, Karl's float fruit allows him to control strong winds. Moreover, more importantly, Karl still had the shock fruit's power in reserve. If he weren't holding back for emergencies, he could easily use his dual fruit abilities to eliminate Crocodile and prevent future troubles. But doing so would likely expose his dual fruit ability, making it hard to explain to the Gorosei Eye later. The timing isn't right yet. The forces he wants have not developed, so he naturally cannot reveal his strongest trump card. However, even so, with his current strength, Karl was more than capable of killing Crocodile. As a Marine Admiral, he naturally had that confidence. Crocodile, I'm in a hurry, so I won't play with you anymore. Lion's Might. Imperial Domain. Karl's gaze was sharp as he unleashed one of his strongest moves, launching a fierce attack on Crocodile. Faced with the swirling sands and the colossal tornado connecting heaven and earth, Crocodile was somewhat dumbfounded. Controlling the yellow sands and desert tornadoes should be his specialty. However, the tornado created by Karl was many times stronger than the one he could produce. Realizing this, Crocodile knew that if he continued to hide his abilities, he would truly die. Desert Great Sword. With a roar, all the surrounding yellow sand was mobilized, forming one massive sword after another, aimed at Karl. Chapter 204, All-Out Firepower. Haha, your insight is really impressive. I didn't expect you to guess it. Even Blackbeard didn't figure it out. This venom of mine, aside from Magellan's, also contains some of my own research. It's been mixed in, which allows it to be safely stored in a special container. However, I don't have much of this venom. If it weren't for facing strong enemies like you, I wouldn't even take it out. Crocodile grinned menacingly and charged at Karl. He didn't even use haki, relying entirely on his venom to fight. This situation made Karl feel somewhat tricky. He didn't expect Crocodile to become so shameless after a defeat. He wasn't like this in the original work, but this also made Karl feel relieved. If he had chosen to keep him and turn him into one of his own, he could have produced quite a lot of these disgusting things. Karl was very averse to using poison. If you were Magellan, having eaten the poison fruit, that would be one thing. But someone like Crocodile, who openly fought with poison and looked proud of it, was something Karl truly couldn't accept. Facing Crocodile's fierce attacks, Karl kept dodging to avoid direct contact. Magellan's toxins could only be neutralized by Magellan himself. Karl didn't know where Crocodile got the antidote. But even if he really had it, it might not work. To avoid unnecessary injuries, Karl tried his best to avoid touching these toxins. Even he had to be cautious against such toxins. After all, he wasn't a monster like Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. The troublesome toxins wouldn't affect them. Although Karl had a strong physique, he was still human. Toxins would still cause him some harm, especially Magellan's toxins, which were extremely poisonous. So Karl had to keep dodging. Even while fighting, Crocodile was careful to avoid getting his own body contaminated with the venom. However, as a Logia-type devil fruit user, as long as he maintained his elementalization, those toxins wouldn't harm him. This was also why he was so confident. Ha ha ha, Navy brat, are you scared too? If you leave now, we want to hold it against you. Let us just consider it as if nothing happened. But if you keep entangling with me, don't blame me. I believe you know very well the power of this venom. Crocodile maintained his offensive, while Karl struck back at the right moment. But each time he was pushed back by the splattered venom. As a result, Karl's attacks were interrupted before they could even reach Crocodile. If he used a long-range attack with his wave slash, Crocodile's elementalization and observation haki wouldn't be easy to deal with either. As for the abilities brought by the float fruit, in this environment, they overlapped completely with the Sansan fruit, so the two could completely counter each other's large-scale moves. The abilities of the fruits essentially had little effect. What they needed to do now was to finish this battle. Crocodile, stop dreaming. I will never let you go. You might not know who you provoked, but I won't tell you. Just take your questions to hell. Lion's Might, 1,000 cuts. Karl exerted all his strength, unleashing the greatest wave slash towards Crocodile. Faced with this slash capable of splitting the heavens and shattering the earth, Crocodile showed no hesitation and directly elementalized his entire body to dodge. However, even so, the Sharpness Chapter 205, a class ability, with a sudden tremor in his body, Crocodile fell to the ground, unable to get up, while Karl also found it rather boring. After activating the dual devil fruit abilities, there was no suspense at all. Within just 2 moves, Crocodile was defeated in an instant. The gap in strength between the two was simply too great. Moreover, Crocodile's power was even slightly weaker than Enel's. Overall, Crocodile's strength was stronger than that of an average Marine vice admiral, but compared to other quasi-admiral level strong fighters, he ranked at the very bottom. Even without using the Tremor fruit, Karl already possessed the strength of an admiral, albeit also at the lower end of that tier. However, he was indeed a genuine admiral, and defeating Crocodile was merely a matter of time. But once he activated his dual devil fruit abilities, his power surged to a level that even he himself could not clearly define. This level of power was something he had only seen in figures like Garp, Sengoku, and even Whitebeard. Therefore, as soon as he activated his dual devil fruit abilities, he was undoubtedly one of the top fighters in this world. The first time fighting with dual devil fruits, the effect was truly unexpected, but Crocodile was simply too weak. His strength in the new world was comparable to that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. When Karl had seen such strength before, it seemed acceptable and not particularly impressive, but in hindsight, it was really inadequate. Karl did not expect that his evaluation of Crocodile would be raised quite a bit. He truly had not anticipated that Crocodile would be this weak. However, thinking about it, if Crocodile's strength were really strong, he wouldn't have been defeated by Luffy previously, although he had been careless that time. No matter how the original author tried to supplement the settings later, it couldn't compensate for the fact that he was weak. After all, the weaknesses of the Sansan fruit abilities were too numerous, and Crocodile was not skilled in physical combat. Being instantaneously defeated by Karl's dual devil fruit abilities was understandable. After killing Crocodile, Karl also completed the selection task, and a random A-class ability was presented before him. However, this time, the system did not extract it directly, but allowed Karl to activate himself. This way, Karl could choose to keep it or use this randomly drawn ability right away. He decided to return home to take a shower, change clothes, and then pray a bit. That way, he should be able to get lucky. Knowing his luck was poor, Karl chose to return first. However, before that, he still needed to clean up the remaining members of the Baroque works. The battle between Karl and Crocodile lasted no more than an hour. Those people couldn't escape far. Karl quickly caught up with several ships and sank them one by one. Even if they ran in different directions, they would still be sunk by Karl. All these people were members of Baroque works, and none of them were innocent. They were all desperate criminals seeking profit, and calling them pirates would be flattering them. Moreover, all the core personnel of Baroque works, including those who had been rescued by Crocodile, also did not escape Karl's punishment. After cleaning up these individuals, Karl first went to find Buggy, ostensibly to warn him, but in reality, it was to let him develop in peace. Buggy expressed his understanding and tearfully accepted the resources that originally belonged to Baroque works. Finally, Karl visited Law to inform him that the situation here had been resolved. However, Karl's real purpose in finding him was still regarding the issue of toxins. When Karl killed Crocodile, he intentionally preserved a Chapter 206 The News of the 7-Star Sword Attribute Panel Name. Karl's Strength. S. Agility. B. Spirit. B. Stamina. B. Title. Benevolent and Righteous Abilities. Military Fist. C. Float Fruit Awakened. Armament Hockey. Mastery. Observation Hockey. Perfect. Conqueror's Hockey. Perfect. Twin Sword Style. Wind Element Mastery. C. Great Strength. A. Tremor Fruit. Give me some face. C. Zanpakuto. A. As Karl flew through the air, he studied his personal attributes. His main focus was on researching information about Zanpakuto. During his time at the Navy headquarters, Karl spent nearly half a month asking other naval swordsmen if they had any legends about the 7-star sword, or if they had any impressions of weapons with spirit. However, after asking a good dozen naval vice admirals, even Fujitora, none of them knew what the 7-star sword was. They only knew about the sword Griffin when it came to weapons with spirit, and had not heard of any others. According to them, if one could forge their weapon into a black sword, it would also possess some spirit. Although the spirit would be weaker and not as murderous as Griffin's, it would still be sufficient and could enhance the swordsman's strength. The former dragon-slaying swordsman, Ryoma, had a black sword named Autumn Water, which was a weapon with spirit. However, no one knew where this weapon was now. Karl knew it was on Moria's ship, but Moria was dead, and it was uncertain if the ship still existed. As for the remains of the dragon-slaying swordsman Ryoma, they probably had long since disappeared, and Autumn Water was likely now Shiryu's weapon. As for another black sword, it belonged to Dracul Mihawk, known as Black Blade Knight. This sword was indeed a true black sword, but killing Mihawk for a sword was clearly not Karl's style. Moreover, there was a possibility that Mihawk could become an ally. In the end, after asking everyone, Karl had no choice but to head to the comm belt to find Zoro and inquire about the 7-star sword. To save time, Karl flew at full speed and soon arrived at the training ground where Zoro was located. His arrival immediately caught Rayleigh's attention. At this moment, there were only Rayleigh, Luffy, and Zoro on the island. Even Sanji was not there, and it was unknown where he had gone. Marco and the others, along with Ace, had returned to the New World to fight Blackbeard, but suffered a crushing defeat. They had now gone into hiding, with Ace occasionally emerging to attract some attention before quickly disappearing again. Sabo certainly couldn't stay here training all the time. He had likely returned to the Revolutionary Army to continue working for Dragon. As for Shanks, there was no use for him to stay here, so he naturally returned to the New World for comfort. Thus, the only ones left training here were Luffy and Zoro. Karl was not clear about where Sanji had gone and was not interested in why he had left. Rayleigh, long time no see. Haha, what are you doing here again? Rayleigh's irritation flared upon seeing Karl, and he wanted to chase him away immediately. However, after thinking it over, he felt he couldn't drive Karl away by himself. So he let him land. Rayleigh, you don't need to worry. I'm here to ask questions today, and if someone can provide me with information, I will offer a generous reward. Questions? What questions do you have that require us pirates? Doesn't the Navy have a database? Rayleigh remained cautious. Chapter 2077 Jade, Orbs leaving the windless zone. Karl flew towards the location of the Seven Stars Sword. However, according to the information provided by Zoro, the Seven Stars Sword had already been destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul sealed within a stone tablet. The 7 orbs of the Seven Star Sword were also sealed within, entrusted to specific individuals for safekeeping. Although the Seven Star Sword had been destroyed, its most important core remained, the 7 orbs. As long as these orbs existed, the Seven Star Sword would always exist. Therefore, Karl planned to obtain these 7 orbs and then merge the Deadwood and Sakura 10 in his possession. Finally, he would hand it over to the master blacksmith of Wano Country to forge a new weapon. Although it was somewhat troublesome, sacrifices had to be made to unlock the ability of the soul-cutting blade. However, according to Zoro's information, only once every 100 years during the red full moon would the Seven Star Sword, filled with demonic energy, be summoned to awaken its evil power. But this was merely a legend. The sword was right there, and its appearance had nothing to do with the red full moon. It was just that during the red full moon, its power would erupt, leading people to mistakenly believe that the Seven Star Sword could only be summoned then. In reality, as long as one could obtain the sword, it could break free from its seal at any time. Otherwise, it would not have been sealed by those individuals in the first place. After all, no blade in the Demon Slayer series was as sinister as the Seven Star Sword. Compared to the fate of all Demon Slayers meeting an untimely end, the users of the Seven Star Sword would all become puppets. That was the true cruelty. Is this Asuka Island? It doesn't look any different. I can't sense any evil energy with my observation hockey. Indeed, legends are just legends. Even if a weapon truly has evil properties and can control humans, it is merely because it is too weak. Karl sneered disdainfully and quickly found the place where he had fought before based on Zoro's information. This was a massive altar, and the surrounding area had turned into ruins. Clear traces of various cuts and slashes were visible. Clearly, the battle scars from a year ago when Zoro and the others were here had not yet disappeared. Who are you? This is not a place for outsiders. Hurry and leave. Suddenly, a child dressed in a Navy uniform appeared behind Karl. Due to certain reasons, Karl was currently in civilian clothes and not wearing the attire of a Navy admiral. Additionally, his hair was casually draped down, so the child did not recognize him. Kid, are you from a Navy? Oomph. You look down on people. I am from the Navy, so I command you to leave here immediately. It's dangerous. The child was young, but had a strong sense of responsibility. He was right. It was indeed somewhat dangerous here. As Karl's observation, Haki sensed a strange aura beneath the ground. This was likely the remnants of the Seven Star Sword and the aura emitted by the 7 orbs. Little one, let me take you away from here first. I have something to do, and it wouldn't be good if you got hurt. Karl reached out and ruffled the little Navy's hair before lifting him into the air. The boy, seeing that he was actually flying, covered his eyes in fear. Seeing his adorable expression, Karl did not mock him, but instead placed him back on the ground and casually gave him a method to practice the moonwalk technique. This is for you, as a payback for your kind reminder. If you practice well, you can also fly. Really? The little boy asked nervously. He had already realized that Karl was not an ordinary person, as normal people couldn't fly. Don't worry, this technique is called the 6 Styles of the Navy. I'm only giving you one of them, the moonwalk. Chapter 208, The Evil Thought of Surrender, a Red Full Moon. Is this your doing? Karl's expression changed slightly. Although the legend states that a red full moon only occurs once every 100 years, it now seemed that as long as the evil thought of the 7 Star Sword broke free from its seal, the red full moon would appear. Then Karl felt that under the illumination of the red full moon, this evil thought was continuously growing stronger. Moreover, on Osaka Island, a large amount of resentment was constantly gathering onto the 7 jade orbs. Such a bizarre situation was something Karl had never seen before. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his conqueror's haki with all his might, suppressing all the evil thoughts and resentment. It must be said that the conqueror's haki was very effective against this kind of intangible evil thought. However, even so, these evil thoughts were still trying to merge with the 7 jade orbs. Karl didn't know what would happen if they merged, but it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. Without any hesitation, Karl flew into the air and quickly left the island. As Karl departed, the red full moon in the sky gradually disappeared, soon returning to its normal color. However, behind Karl, a large mass of black mist appeared, chasing after him. These were the resentful thoughts that wanted to merge with the jade orbs. Since you want to merge, then I'll let you merge. I want to see what kind of tricks you can pull. Since I can't shake off these strange things, Karl threw the 7 jade orbs into the air. However, strangely, the 7 jade orbs floated in the air in such an eerie manner without Karl using any abilities. Soon after, Karl witnessed a shocking scene. The 7 jade orbs gradually gathered into a human shape against the backdrop of the black mist. 1 orb formed the head, 2 orbs formed the chest and abdomen, and the remaining 4 orbs were positioned at the limbs. This situation was very bizarre, and Karl had no idea what this thing in front of him was. Are you the evil thought of the 7-star sword? Are you a ghost or a spirit? The evil thought did not speak. It pointed to its own head and then pointed at Karl. Then it knelt on one knee, lowered its head, and held its hands in the air, presenting a posture of surrender. It knew it could never be Karl's opponent, nor could it control him. So it wisely chose to submit and surrender to Karl. Such behavior indicated that it truly possessed intelligence. However, this was not what Karl wanted. Having an intelligent weapon was not necessarily a good thing. But since things had come to this, as long as it genuinely surrendered and had no intention of causing trouble, Karl could accept it. Ahem. If you intend to submit to me, just nod your head. Although it assumed a posture of submission, Karl decided to test it first. As a result, the entity indeed lowered its hands and nodded. However, it did not rise but maintained its kneeling position. In that case, you will follow me from now on. But I need to tell you in advance. I need to reforge a convenient weapon, and you also need to help me with that. At that time, I will personally supervise you. If you have any objections, you can refuse to submit to me now. Upon hearing Karl's words, the evil thought trembled and shook its head, indicating its unwillingness. Seeing this scene, Karl let out a long sigh of relief, but he was not completely at ease. However, he still put away the 7 jade orbs, disguised himself, and flew towards the Land of Harmony. A few days later, Karl arrived in the Land of Harmony at a well-known blacksmith shop. The master here had not forged for many years, but when Karl found him and mentioned reforging the withered wood and Sakura 10, he guessed Karl's identity. However, he did not intend to. Chapter 209, Surprise Attack. Lord Kaido, wake up. Lord Kaido, we are not your enemies. We are your subordinates. Boss, please wake up quickly, or this street will turn into ruins. Damn it, Brother Jin. How can we stop the boss from continuing his drunken rampage? I have an idea. Why don't we throw the boss into the sea? He'll naturally sober up. Jin's suggestion immediately brightened everyone's eyes, but their expressions quickly dimmed again. They knew that doing so carried great risks. A moment of carelessness could get them burned to death by Kaido's breath. As for the consequences of throwing Kaido into the water, they were not worried. Although Kaido's emotions were volatile and unpredictable, it wasn't the first time he had been thrown into the water by his own crew. Each previous drunken episode had been dealt with by Jin, along with Queen, Jack, and the Flying Six. However, they were always very close to the sea before, and now they were far from it. If they were to do this, they would need to be prepared to handle Kaido's dragon breath, because even Jin wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could withstand Kaido's breath. Boss, look over there. It seems someone is flying over. Just as they hesitated, a man flew through the air, wielding twin swords, and instantly appeared behind Kaido. Without any hesitation, the man executed a cross slash, knocking Kaido out of the sky. The massive slash, filled with incredible momentum, penetrated Kaido's body, shattering his bones and disrupting his muscles. But even so, Kaido's exaggerated recovery ability quickly healed the wound. It was Admiral Whitehawk. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this person, Jin immediately recognized Karl. Without waiting for Karl to take another shot, he charged forward to intercept him. He had fought Karl once and was deeply impressed. So when Karl appeared, it was the first time he recognized him. As for Jack, the fool, he still hadn't realized who the person in the sky was. His brain capacity wasn't large. Although he had heard of Admiral White Hawk, he couldn't recall it at the moment. However, seeing his brother Jin charging forward, he naturally couldn't lag behind. Queen transformed into a brontosaurus and charged towards Karl in midair. The Flying Six and the gigantic Beastmaster also rushed up, wanting to surround Karl. Facing the assault of dozens of people, Karl instantly unleashed his devil fruit ability, creating a massive storm. Wind blade tornado within the storm. Karl mixed in incredibly fast slashes, instantly knocking down the Flying Six. Two of them were particularly unfortunate, having their heads severed by Karl's strikes, dead beyond recovery. The Beastmaster didn't escape either. They were all killed. Against the Beast Pirates, Karl had no need to hold back. However, his windblade damage wasn't very high, and the calamities easily blocked Karl's attacks. But immediately afterward, Queen and Jack's pupils shrank sharply. Two invisible, sharp slashes instantly pierced into their bodies, wreaking havoc on their internal organs. In that moment, both lost their combat capability. However, Karl also delivered the same attack to Jin. But Jin's strength was significantly higher than that of Jack and Queen. He covered his entire body with armament haki, barely blocking Karl's strike. However, the massive wounds on his body indicated that he wasn't unscathed either. Navy, why are you here? At this moment, Kaido was still unconscious and hadn't sobered up. So Jin had to buy time to prevent Karl from taking the opportunity to kill Kaido. Chapter 210. Smooth escape if you have the ability, don't run. Jin chased after him, wanting to capture Karl. As long as Kaido wakes up, Karl definitely won't be able to escape. If Jack hadn't been killed, he wouldn't have been this agitated. But Jack is already dead, and as one of the calamities, Jin had always regarded him as a younger brother. Although their relationship was one of superior and subordinate, Jin and Jack had a pretty good relationship. So, with Jack's death, the one who was the angriest was Jin. As for Quinn, he wasn't as angry. He just felt a bit embarrassed, because Jack was too weak and lacked intelligence, which led to him being killed instantly. Moreover, Jack's observation haki was really poor. If his observation haki had been a bit stronger, he could have predicted Karl's attack and used his armament haki for defense. Unfortunately, he died because of his own overconfidence. If it weren't for his confidence in his indestructible body, he wouldn't have been killed by Karl. At most, he would have been left disabled. Sadly, it was too late to say anything now. Jack was already dead. Even if Kaido woke up, it would be of no use. All they could do now was hope that Kaido would wake up quickly and that Quinn could keep Karl there. Otherwise, the Beast Pirates would really become a joke. By then, the news would be everywhere. The Marine Admiral ventured into the Tiger's Den, knocked out Kaido, angered the calamities, killed the drought, and successfully escaped. Once such news was released, the reputation of the Beast Pirates would plummet instantly. Who knows what would happen then? Hurry, drink. Drink with me. Kaido regained his human form, groggily sat up, and took a swig from his wine gourd. Seeing Kaido awake, Quinn was overjoyed and immediately recounted what had happened. Kaido, dazed, looked around at the devastation, at the severely injured Quinn and the corpses of the Flying Six. Then he saw the bodies of two of the Flying Six and all the Beast Tamers' corpses. Finally, he focused on the dismembered body of Jack. Jack, ugh, how could you die? Who killed you? I will avenge you. Wah. Upon seeing Jack dead, Kaido immediately broke down in tears, his conqueror's haki uncontrollably spreading out in all directions. Seeing this, Quinn wiped the cold sweat from his brow and then revealed the identity of the killer. At the same time, the injured Jin flew back. He tried his best. Even at his fastest speed, he couldn't catch up to Karl and had even been injured. This situation made Kaido even angrier. In an instant, he transformed into a dragon and flew furiously in the direction Karl had left. Marine brat, I want you to pay with your life. Watching Kaido fly away, Jin widened his eyes and opened his mouth to say something. But in the end, he couldn't catch up due to Kaido's speed and didn't say anything. Lord Kaido, you chased the wrong way. He turned around and ran halfway. Upon hearing Jin's words, Quinn also widened his eyes and sighed helplessly. It seemed that when Kaido returned, Wano would be in trouble again. Meanwhile, because he was fast enough and used a feint to turn around, Karl successfully shook off Jin and also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was controlling a small boat, rapidly flying through the sky. He needed to return to the Marine headquarters as quickly as possible because he knew Kaido's drunkenness would wear off soon. When that happened, if Kaido caught up, it would be difficult to deal with him, and Karl still had to protect the swordsmith. If he died, the task of forging swords could not be completed. Chapter 211, Demon Blade. Kid, Are you really planning to melt these two blades, the withered wood and Sakura Ten? These two swords are exquisite treasures of the world. One of the great blades of the 21 crafts. If you just melt them down like this, I would be heartbroken, let alone you. The old swordsmith was pained, feeling that Karl was indeed being a bit wasteful. However, Karl shook his head and revealed a smile. There's no way around it. I need a stronger weapon. While the withered wood and Sakura Ten are not bad, they lack spiritual essence. That's why I need the jade orbs of the 7-star sword to enhance the power of these two blades. That said, it still pains me a bit. The old man said this, but his body was very honest as it began to move. He knew that reforging two famous swords was a treatment that ordinary swordsmiths would never receive. Even for him, he had only forged a few famous swords in his lifetime, which were then elevated by their users. As for the swordsmiths, no one would remember their names. From now on, you must stay here with me every day. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress the evil nature of these 7 jade orbs. Also, after a while, I will need your blood to forge the sword, as this is your exclusive weapon, and only then can it create a special bond with you. Don't worry, during this time, I will be right here and won't go anywhere else. You can trust me to forge your sword. Karl patted the swordsmith's shoulder, laughed heartily, and then sat down to enjoy the swordsmith's performance. The swordsmith showed an excited smile and then stripped off his upper clothes, revealing his muscular physique. Now, let us get to work. It's been a long time since I've been this excited. Reopening the furnace after such a long time to reforge two famous swords is just too interesting. Ha 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 ha! Accompanied by the swordsmith's loud laughter, he began his actions. At this moment, Karl was also watching him from the side, helping to suppress the evil nature of the 7 jade orbs. As long as Karl was there, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. But once Karl left, they would wander outside. Although he didn't do anything, every time they appeared, it was at night. Many Navy personnel on patrol at night would see ghostly shadows. Over time, the rumor of hauntings at the naval headquarters began to spread. Karl later learned of this news and scolded the 7 jade orbs for their evil thoughts, which made them quiet down quite a bit. However, the rumors of hauntings continued to spread and could not be contained. The naval headquarters was now in a state of panic, with some even suggesting bringing a feng shui master to see where the haunting was occurring. But those who spoke such words were directly thrown into logistics by Sakazuki. Even if the person was a veteran, Sakazuki showed no mercy. Those who disturbed the morale of the army were always dealt with severely by Sakazuki. However, he was also curious about what kind of ghostly thing could silently infiltrate the naval headquarters without being detected. Nevertheless, Sakazuki searched for a long time, but found nothing. After all, Karl had already scolded it, telling it not to come out and cause trouble anymore. Thus, a month passed. The ghostly shadow only appeared for a while at the beginning, and when it stopped appearing later, the rumors of hauntings slowly dissipated, and Sakazuki forgot about the matter. Meanwhile, the forging of the sword had reached its final step. During this month, aside from staying here, Karl had also been running around quite a bit. The purpose was to obtain better materials to forge his own Zanpakuto. The 7 jade orbs were also melted into the new blade, and the evil thoughts naturally entered into this new sword. Chapter 212 Hades. Is your name Hades? Buzz. Buzz. Hades trembled in the water. But this time the emotion it expressed was excitement. It was obvious that it liked this name. It would call itself that. I never expected that you would be called Hades. You know, Hades is the god of the underworld in mythology. Karl chuckled wryly. He never thought this creature would be so bold as to name itself Hades. This name was neither chosen by Karl, nor was it Hades' own intention. One interesting aspect of the Zanpakuto is that its name is destined in the dark. Even the Zanpakuto itself may not know its name. It must be understood by the user. Once a Zanpakuto has a name, it can possess a certain power that resonates with the user's innermost feelings, allowing it to change its form. So Karl was also curious about what form Hades would take. He picked up Hades and swung it a few times, feeling very comfortable with it. It was much easier to handle than when he used Zangetsu and Sakura. However, after swinging it for a while, he still couldn't figure out what the release incantation for Hades was, nor did he know its abilities. Kid, take it easy. This sword has just taken shape, so be careful not to hurt yourself. Otherwise, the wound won't heal. The wound won't heal? Hearing the blacksmith's words, Karl became curious. The blacksmith sighed and then revealed his wrist. There was a very small wound there, but even though it was small, such a wound would typically heal in a day or two. However, this wound had clearly been there for quite some time and had not healed at all. Although I'm not sure about the specific abilities of this sword, its ability to prevent wounds from healing is truly sinister. If I had cut deeper at the time, I wouldn't just have scraped off a layer of skin. I would have bled to death. Well, that's all I know. The specific usage of this sword, you'll have to explore on your own. But I suggest you not use it on your own people, or you'll regret it too late. With that, the blacksmith left, preparing to return to his room to rest. It took a month to forge this sword, exhausting all his energy. For an ordinary blacksmith, that would be too slow. But for forging Hades, this cursed sword, that time was quite fast. After all, he was a master blacksmith who had forged several famous swords. Plus, with Zangetsu and Sakura as the foundation, it was naturally much quicker than simply creating a famous sword. It was precisely for this reason that Hades could be born within a month. You really surprised me. It turns out your ability is to prevent wounds from healing. I just wonder if you have any other abilities. Hades trembled slightly, indicating some excitement, even wanting to cut someone. After sensing this emotion, Karl couldn't help but laugh and cry. If you want to cut someone, just wait a bit. Once I set sail, I'll take you to cut pirates. Hearing this, Hades trembled slightly in protest. Karl sighed, and then sheathed it back into its scabbard. This scabbard was also deliberately crafted by the old blacksmith to house this sword. If it were any other scabbard, it probably wouldn't last 2 days before being corrupted by the sword's malevolence. After all, Hades was a cursed sword, unprecedented and filled with overwhelming evil. Otherwise, it wouldn't have immediately wanted to accompany Karl to cut people. Truly worthy of being a cursed sword. Chapter 213. For Zifa, the people that Sakazuki brought over were none other than Sengoku and Garp. Karl was curious as to why Sakazuki would summon these two old men. As for Kizaru and Fujitora, they were still out on missions and hadn't returned. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time, Kid Karl. In just over a year, almost 2 years, you've gotten stronger again, and that demon sword of yours is really fierce. Even I dare not touch it for fear of getting bitten. Sengoku, draped in a navy coat, was eating a donut while teasing Karl. Without the pressure of the admiral position, Sengoku had returned to his true self and was no longer so serious. Beside him, Garp was pinching his nose, clearly not planning to sit there. Ahem, you two semi-retired old geezers, it's time for you to play your roles. I've been researching the revocation of the 7 warlords for a long time, and now I found a reason to take action. As long as you two are willing to help and talk to the Gorosei, Karl, and I can move immediately. Why do you need me? Karl was bewildered. He didn't expect that Sakazuki called him over for this matter. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the 7 warlords at all, as it brought him no benefits. After all, the current 7 warlords were very harmonious. None of them were causing trouble or engaging in looting. So, Karl had no reason to act against them. Karl, don't speak yet. When the 7 warlords can be revoked, that's when you'll be useful. For now, just listen to the plan. It might come in handy in the future. All right, you guys talk. I'll just watch. Hearing Sakazuki say this, Karl helplessly shrugged his shoulders, then half lay on the chair, motionless like a turtle. Seeing him like this, Sakazuki felt frustrated but could only let out a cold hum and ignore Karl. Ha ha, this kid is getting more and more interesting. Garp looked at Karl, continuously slapping his thigh, clearly amused. Sengoku beside him was also covering his mouth and chuckling. Sakazuki, how does it feel to be an admiral? It must be hard to lead the team, right? It's not that hard to lead. Isn't the Navy stronger now than it used to be? You two semi-retired old geezers should properly persuade the Gorosei to cancel the 7 warlord system. Only then will the seas be truly balanced. The 7 warlord system will always be a blunder. Ha! That is something you, as an admiral, should say. What use is it for us old men to say it? Sengoku raised his eyebrows at Garp, clearly indicating to him not to agree. Garp understood Sengoku's meaning well and kept munching on senbei without saying a word. After all, this mess was entirely Sakazuki's responsibility now. No matter what they did, it would bring them no benefits and could even affect their retirement life. Naturally, I didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Garp, Sengoku, this matter absolutely requires the two of you. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to stop Zifa-sensei. What do you mean? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, both Sengoku and Garp were stunned. They knew very well that Zifa hated pirates becoming 7 warlords, but they hadn't seen him for a while. So, they were unaware of Zifa's current situation. Chapter 214, Uninvited Guest. The meeting soon came to an end. Garp and Sengoku agreed to Sakazuki's request and were willing to persuade the Gorosei to abolish the warlords of the sea system. Sakazuki followed them to negotiate with the Gorosei. Karl stayed behind at the Navy headquarters to prevent anyone from causing trouble. However, at this time, who would dare to come to the Navy headquarters to stir up trouble? Karl did not believe anyone would be bold enough to cause a disturbance. So he didn't mind and leisurely took a vacation at the headquarters during the days they were negotiating with the Gorosei. He even made trips back to the Sabati archipelago. Although it was quite a distance from the Navy headquarters to the Sabati archipelago, Karl could make a round trip in 3 hours at normal speed. If he flew at his fastest, he could make a round trip in just 1 hour. However, Karl didn't go often. He only occasionally visited to scare off pirates and human traffickers, reminding them not to be arrogant, because the Navy was watching. A few days later, Karl received great news. The warlords of the sea system could finally be abolished. After 10 days of hard work, Sakazuki, Sengoku, and Karp had successfully persuaded the Gorosei. However, they also paid a certain price for it. Sengoku would take over Zifa's position to continue training new recruits for the Navy. Karp was responsible for the security of the upcoming World Conference to prevent any intrusions. Sakazuki was also ordered to comply with CP0's arrangements in the future. Karp and Sengoku's sacrifices weren't too significant, but Sakazuki's price was quite steep. He was well aware of what kind of organization CP0 was. Following their arrangements would mean handing over the lives of the entire Navy. Nevertheless, he didn't refuse outright, but agreed for the time being, viewing it as a temporary measure. Whether he would follow CP0's orders later would depend on what commands they issued. If the orders were detrimental to the Navy, Sakazuki would refuse CP0's arrangements, even if it meant defying the Gorosei. Having been fleet admiral for nearly 2 years, Sakazuki had developed a sense of responsibility. At least he now understood how Sengoku had worked hard to protect all of them back then. What Sakazuki needed to do now was not much different from what Sengoku had done before. After informing Karl of these matters, Sakazuki notified him that he could begin the mission to eliminate the warlords of the sea. The order to abolish the warlords would be announced in the newspapers today. Karl didn't say much about it. Instead, he packed his things and prepared to set off. However, just as Karl was getting ready to leave, a violent tremor suddenly shook the Navy headquarters. It felt like an earthquake, causing the entire island to sway. What was happening outside? Sensing something was off, Karl activated his observation hockey to check outside. He soon discovered that the Navy was in a state of panic. Additionally, a tall figure stood in the center of the Navy square. There was also a massive human-shaped crater there. This was clearly the huge pit he had created. Damn it! How did that bastard Kaido get here? As soon as Karl sensed the presence of the person with his hockey, he immediately recognized who it was. It was one of the current 4 emperors, known as the strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Karl, you little Navy brat, come out here. I want to take revenge for Jack. Kaido roared. His innate intimidation combined with his conqueror's hockey made the surrounding Navy personnel too afraid to approach him. However, the Navy vice admirals were not affected. Those elite vice admirals rushed forward, trying to stop Kaido from causing destruction here. Chapter 216, Ghost Slash. Option 1. Escape from this place, allowing Kaido to destroy the Navy headquarters and gain the title of Strengths and Weaknesses. Option 2. Kill Kaido before others return, and gain Kaido's physical attributes and recovery abilities. Option 3. Stall for time, wait for support, and gain freely allocatable attribute points. Freely allocatable skill points. While fighting Kaido, Karl analyzed the feasibility of these 3 options. However, when he glanced at the 3 choices, he couldn't help but curse. Because among these 3 options, only the third one was a choice a normal person could make. The first one was not worth discussing. It could be discarded outright, after all. Karl was not that kind of person. As for the second option, Karl really wanted to choose it because the reward was too generous, but the conditions were very harsh. He did not believe he could kill Kaido in 2 or 3 hours. That was practically impossible. So with no other choice, Karl directly opted for the third option, to hold on until Sakazuki and the others returned. This way, he could receive a reward, albeit a small one, but a mosquito's leg is still meat. Having something is better than nothing. Navy brat, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. Seeking death. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido, in a fit of rage, swung his tail directly at Karl. Although Thunderous 8 trigrams requires a Kanabo to exert its full power, a true master can use any part of their body as a weapon, even when unarmed. Kaido was clearly such a master. His tail, accompanied by a whistling sound, shot towards Karl. The speed was so fast it shocked Karl. Being distracted in a battle of this level is a big taboo. Armament hockey covered Hades, and Karl gripped his swords, slashing fiercely. The blade collided with the tail. A fierce airflow exploded in the air. Even the air produced a deafening wail. The clash of their moves resulted in an explosion of airflow. The aftermath of the explosion was no less than being hit head-on by hundreds of naval cannonballs. The buildings surrounding the Navy square turned to ruins in the wake of their battle. The other Navy personnel retreated again and again, quickly leaving the entire square to the two of them. Initially, these vice admirals wanted to watch the battle with their own strength. Some even hoped to see if they could intervene and ambush Kaido. But seeing the situation before them, they realized they couldn't get involved at all. The battle between Karl and Kaido grew increasingly intense and shocking. Their fight was straightforward, a head-on clash. They even omitted much of the flashy effects like flying sword energy and howling winds. Although Kaido would occasionally unleash a breath attack, it had no effect on Karl. Thus, their battle turned into a pure collision. This only made it more astonishing. After all, not everyone can gain an advantage over Kaido physically. But Karl clearly did. He slightly suppressed Kaido in terms of strength. This slight difference made it impossible for Kaido to harm Karl. On the other hand, due to his massive size, Kaido had already sustained several wounds from Karl's attacks. The places struck by the cursed sword Hades left behind unhealable scars. However, Kaido's recovery ability was also incredibly abnormal. The power brought by Hades had not fully taken effect against his recovery ability. Kaido's injuries were slowly healing over time. But even if he wanted to recover completely, it would take a while. Chapter 217, Undying Kaido. Lord Karl, is Kaido dead? A trembling Navy soldier approached, his eyes filled with curiosity. Although this soldier was very scared, he still wanted to know whether Karl had actually killed Kaido. Everyone get away from here. Do not come over. Kaido is not dead yet. What? Upon hearing Karl's words, everyone present had already fled, with Feng Fei running back. Those injured who couldn't escape were carried to a safer place for treatment. Kaido's recent attack was truly exaggerated, leveling the surrounding area completely. The area they were in was a massive plaza, occupying almost 1/5 of the Navy headquarters. This large open space was left by Sakazuki just in case. However, no one expected that such an open space would now prove useful. Although the surroundings looked like a disaster, with Navy soldiers injured and no one coming out unscathed, the buildings that were destroyed did not exceed 10. Such losses were already considered minimal. If this had happened in Marineford, Kaido's previous strike would likely have affected the entire headquarters building. Someone, throw me the sea prism stone handcuffs, Karl shouted, and the nearby ghost spider, hearing this, exerted all his strength to throw over a giant sea prism stone handcuff. Karl grabbed the chain of the handcuff. The chain here was not made of sea prism stone, so even if a devil fruit user touched it, it wouldn't matter. However, Karl's ability had been enhanced by the system to eliminate side effects. So even if he touched the sea prism stone, he would not be affected. But to avoid revealing this trump card, Karl chose to act for a while longer. Without any hesitation, Karl used his ability to manipulate the massive sea prism stone handcuff and placed it on Kaido's 2 claws. At the same time, Karl frowned as he saw the huge slash across Kaido's abdomen. Although Kaido was currently unconscious, this strike had penetrated deeply, injuring his internal organs. But Karl could clearly see that Kaido's organs and bones were healing rapidly from within. However, the external wounds were healing slowly due to Hades' influence. This was also the reason Kaido was unconscious. What monster? Just as Karl was filled with emotion, Kaido suddenly opened his eyes. He felt weak and powerless, then transformed back to his human form. Upon seeing the massive sea prism stone handcuffs on his hands, he immediately showed an expression of anger. Navy brat. Accompanied by a roar, Kaido unleashed astonishing strength, forcibly breaking the chains of the sea prism stone handcuffs. The sea prism stone creaked in his hands, but showed no signs of damage. Witnessing this scene, Karl did not hesitate to strike Kaido again. Ghost slash, accompanied by Hades tremor. The same slash once again cut through the air. In an instant, the surrounding space dimmed due to Karl's strike. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if only a shadow of black remained. As this shadow appeared before Kaido, the world returned to its original appearance. Kaido fell to the ground again, and his abdomen bore another scar that intersected with the previous one. However, this time, due to Hades' demonic power being exhausted, its effect had weakened somewhat. After all, it was a special move. Although Karl's own power recovered quickly after its consumption, Hades' demonic power could only support its release once. Although Hades was a demon sword, it had only battled Kaido once so far and had not killed many people. The amount of demonic power it stored was simply too little, thus leading to such a situation. Chapter 218. Finally, someone has arrived. The howling wind echoed as silence enveloped the space. The battle between Kaido and Karl remained intense, yet strangely, it was remarkably quiet. It was as if they were not fighting, but rather having tea and chatting. However, seeing the blood gushing from Kaido and the slightly grim expression on Karl's face made it clear that both were exerting their utmost effort in combat. The aftermath of their battle even affected the nearby sea, creating massive waves. Yet it was peculiar. No sound from their fight reached the surrounding area, and none of the Navy personnel present understood the situation. If anyone dared to approach, they would discover an invisible barrier around the area where Karl and Kaido were fighting. This barrier blocked the spread of their battle's aftermath and also prevented sound from propagating. However, this barrier did not stop others from entering. Anyone wishing to help could step onto the battlefield at any time to assist Karl against Kaido. Yet, the barrier did hinder sound and the battle's aftershocks, which was why nothing could be heard outside. This was also for their own good. If the aftermath of the battle were allowed to spread, the Navy headquarters would likely face destruction similar to that of Marineford at Kaido's hands. Thus, Karl created a thin layer of vacuum and an air wall to block the sound and battle waves. This allowed him to focus solely on fighting Kaido without worrying about the outside world. Although maintaining the vacuum wall required some of Karl's energy, it did not significantly affect him. After all, Kaido was a brute. Even if he could catch Karl off guard, he wouldn't be able to inflict serious harm. His strength was not as great as Karl's, though his speed was comparable. His only point of pride was his monstrous recovery ability and seemingly tireless stamina. This was the most terrifying aspect of Kaido. No one knew whether his recovery was a passive skill granted by his Devil Fruit ability. Regardless of its origin, his monstrous recovery was enough to outlast others. If Karl were to use the Tremor Fruit, he could defeat Kaido with a bit of time. However, he couldn't think of a way to kill Kaido. His recovery was just too abnormal to truly kill him. Either he would have to unleash Hades Bankai to amplify his power 100-fold or rely on Vegapunk to create a gene drug to limit Kaido's recovery abilities. Otherwise, he really was an immortal being that no one could kill. Navy Brat. Prepare to die. Dragon's Breath. Scythe Windblade. A dense array of invisible scythes whizzed past Karl. The speed of these wind blades was extreme, and their sharpness was frightening. Even with Busashoka Haki protecting him, being hit would easily result in injury. However, Karl possessed Kinbunchiko Haki, and his own speed was exceptionally fast. Under the Dragon's Breath, he maneuvered effortlessly. After all, it wasn't his first time facing the Scythe Windblade. After more than an hour of fighting, Kaido's moves had been repetitive. His inherent strength meant he didn't need many flashy techniques. Thus, his skills were few but highly practical. If other Navy Vice Admirals were here, they might also delay Kaido for over an hour. But with their strength, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. To be honest, if Karl hadn't killed Jack earlier, Kaido wouldn't have come after him. Ultimately, this was still his responsibility. Chapter 219. Steamed or braised? Karl boy, we're back. Shockwave. Is this the Beast Kaido? Take this punch from me. Beast Kaido, I announce in the name of the Marshal. You are under arrest. Hellhound. Sengoku Garp. And Akainu flew directly from the warship to the battlefield of Karl and Kaido with Moonwalk. Without any hesitation, Sengoku instantly transformed into the Golden Buddha, and a shocking shockwave hit Kaido, causing him to tremble all over. Garp's iron fist landed squarely on Kaido's face, directly smashing it in. Even with Kaido using armament Haki for defense, he couldn't withstand Garp's iron fist. Akainu took advantage of the chaos to use Hellhound, piercing through Kaido's abdomen and leaving a massive wound. However, soon after, the wound and the organs and bones inside it began to regenerate in front of Akainu, astonishing him. But right after that, Karl charged in and mercilessly delivered a ghost slash. In an instant, the world was plunged into darkness. A black flash swept across, and Kaido's body heavily crashed to the ground, further sinking the already 10-meter deep plaza by at least another 2 or 3 meters. Phew, you finally came. If you hadn't returned, I don't know how much longer I could have continued to entangle with him. Karl let out a huge sigh of relief. Akainu's strength is that of a standard admiral, and Sengoku and Garp go without saying. The strength of these two is among the top in this world, although Karl's own strength is not bad. Without using the Tremor Fruit, he could only barely match Kaido. Not to mention, he had already exhausted too much stamina compared to Kaido. Without help, if the fight continued, Karl could guarantee that he would undoubtedly lose in 10 days. After all, he doesn't possess the monstrous stamina of Kaido, able to last for 10 days without rest. After all, not everyone has the monstrous physique like Kaido and Akainu. Even Kazan, who fought against Akainu for 10 days, fell due to exhaustion. Choose completion. Gain freely distributable attribute points. Freely distributable skill points. After Sengoku and the others returned, Karl's system task was also completed. However, he wasn't in a hurry to distribute the attribute and skill points. The most important thing now was to deal with the menace in front of him. Keeping Kaido here wasn't an option. He had to be dealt with. But how to handle him was another question. During this time, Kaido struggled again, only to be subdued once more by Sengoku, Akainu, and Garp. Sengoku's power, combined with Akainu's lava, forcibly suppressed Kaido, preventing him from getting up. Bruce. With a punch from Garp, he was knocked down even against Kaido. Although he couldn't inflict fatal damage, it was enough to show that Garp's strength was equally on a high level, even stronger. After all, above level, there's a level attribute. Karl learned from his system that at least 5 freely distributable attribute points are needed to level up. So Karl also wanted to know what the level strength was like. Karl boy, how do you suggest we deal with him? Sengoku asked, and Karl was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Sengoku would ask him. So he instinctively replied, steamed? Or maybe braised, but I prefer barbecue. Upon hearing Karl's words, Sengoku was taken aback, and Garp laughed. Even Akainu, who was usually so serious, looked at Karl with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Chapter 220. The frustrated Kaido. After hearing Karl's words, Kaido's expression changed several times. Sakazuki and the others also looked somewhat displeased. Although they had been away from the Marine headquarters for a while, they never expected that during this time, someone would actually attack the Marine headquarters. Asking Karl to hold back was originally a precaution, but who could have known that Kaido would really come? Moreover, judging by Kaido's expression, he was clearly in the know. He had long been aware that Sakazuki and the others had gone to Mariewa to meet the 5 elders. Otherwise, he would not have rushed over at this time. Unfortunately, he was still a bit late. If he had come a day or 2 earlier, the entire Marine headquarters would probably have been reduced to rubble. Moreover, the plan to abolish the warlord system would have been interrupted by Kaido's arrival. Thankfully, their luck was good. The warlord system was successfully abolished, and the time of Kaido's arrival coincided perfectly with their return. This meant that the spy could not possibly be someone from Mariewa. It could only be someone from the Marine headquarters. Oof. It seems that the world conscription has also allowed some other people to mix in. The current military strength is already sufficient. It's time to clean up and see if there are any other forces infiltrating. Sakazuki snorted coldly, clearly intending to purge some members within the Marines. During the world conscription, anyone could join as long as they joined the Marines, and they would be given a position and trained. So all sorts of unsavory characters could potentially sneak in. Members from the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, or even the Revolutionary Army, could have infiltrated the Marines to gather intelligence. The Kaido in front of them was a living example. Therefore, Sakazuki had to clean up the Marines properly. Although it might not necessarily root out the traitors, at least it could eliminate some ill-intentioned individuals. Oof. Marine brat, don't expect me to tell you anything. Do whatever you want. If you really can kill me, to be honest, I would even thank you. Ha 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 ha. Karl's face-saving attempt failed for the first time. Kaido laughed heartily. He was that arrogant and tough. Relying on his recovery ability, he completely looked down on everyone. Except for Garp. After all, Garp's punches really hurt, and Kaido couldn't endure them. No one wants to be enemies with someone whose casual punch can shatter bones. Even a proud monster like Kaido wouldn't easily provoke Garp. Just like when Whitebeard was still around, no one dared to provoke him easily. Even Kaido, after being taught a few lessons, also learned to fear him, because he simply couldn't win, and losing was quite frustrating. How should this guy be dealt with? He can't be killed, and if locked up, he would escape in no time. What should be done? Garp casually asked, and everyone present fell into deep thought again. However, very soon, Karl thought of an idea and revealed a sinister smile. Find a ship, then look for a few large iron chains with a diameter of at least 0.5 meter. They must be the hardest and most resilient type. After that, cuff them around his neck, arms, waist, and legs with sea stone shackles. The last and most crucial step is to knock him out and throw him onto that warship, and then I will toss him into Blackbeard's territory. When the two meet, what will happen next is up to them. Upon hearing Karl's words, Sakazuki's eyes flashed with a ruthless expression. This time, I'll follow your lead. I'm going to make arrangements right away. Saying this, Sakazuki stepped onto the moonwalk and flew out of the pit. Chapter 221. The abolished warlord system. Early the next morning, Karl accepted the mission and began to take action against the warlords. However, Buggy, Bonnie, and Law were handed over to Enel and his team to deal with. Karl needed to focus on Boa Hancock, Jinbei, and Mihawk. As for Kuma, he had already been transformed into a pacifist, although he still held the title of warlord. He had become a product of the world government. So, Karl didn't need to deal with him anymore. Karl didn't say anything about this. Bonnie was to be handled at Sakazuki's discretion. He tasked Enel and the others with capturing Bonnie alive and bringing her back to the Navy headquarters. Even if they couldn't capture her, they were not to kill her. As for Law and Buggy, Sakazuki did not give clear orders, only telling Enel and the others to handle them. After all, the Navy's current strength was limited, and it was not advisable to make a big move against them. Furthermore, both Buggy and Law had their own factions, and Sakazuki was well aware of their secret alliance. Based on this, Sakazuki wanted to avoid excessive losses among the Navy's active forces, which is why he adopted such an ambiguous approach. Even if they failed, there would be no punishment for the mission. As for Karl, Sakazuki also did not set clear standards, considering that Boa Hancock was the empress of a nation. Jinbei was a warrior from Fishman Island, and Mihawk's identity was mysterious, with strength rivaling that of an admiral. It was indeed challenging to rely on Karl to deal with these three individuals. It wasn't that Karl couldn't defeat them. It was the issue of their identities. If Jinbei were to die, Fishman Island would be completely finished. Although Sakazuki lacked compassion, he held no prejudice against Fishmen. The same went for Hancock. If the Empress were to die, Amazon Lily would likely become a haven for human traffickers. Although Amazon Lily was located in a windless zone, those who valued money over life would always find ways to infiltrate. As for Mihawk, his strength was genuinely formidable. Sakazuki was unsure if Karl alone could capture him. Sakazuki would not force them to complete this task, but the appearance of success had to be maintained. In this regard, Karl was experienced and knew how to handle it. Lastly, there was the news about the abolition of the warlord system. This news had already spread while Karl was battling Kaido yesterday. After a night of fermentation, every warlord basically had a copy of this news in their hands. However, compared to this news, the second report from last night was even more explosive. Kaido, the lone wolf, broke into the Navy headquarters for a fierce battle, and Admiral Whitebeard fought with him all day without a clear winner. Ultimately, it was Sakazuki, Sengoku, and Garp who returned, along with Admiral Whitebeard, who teamed up to subdue Kaido. A few brief sentences encapsulated everything that happened that day, even overshadowing the news about the abolition of the warlord system. One must admit that compared to the warlords, news about the four emperors and the admirals was more sought after. After all, they represented the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Previously, the death of Whitebeard at Marineford had already shocked people enough. Now, with Kaido battling the Navy admirals for a whole day without a clear outcome, it showed the world that the Navy remained the world's hegemon, while Kaido, as his title suggested, was the strongest creature in this world. One admiral, one fleet admiral, one Navy hero, and one semi-retired fleet admiral. Chapter 222, Shaki's Bar in Sabaody Archipelago, Sabaody Archipelago. Karl has come here once again. Previously, Karl loved to stir up trouble here, making the pirates and human traffickers afraid to linger too long. The current Sabaody is completely different from the 2 years later in the original story. At this time, Sabaody Archipelago can be said to be very peaceful. Even the Navy patrols seem to be quite indifferent. After all, with an admiral frequently coming here, no one dares to cause trouble. Even if the Celestial Dragons caused trouble here, Karl would mercilessly teach them a lesson. Given Karl's current status, as long as he doesn't T-kill a Celestial Dragon, the Gorosei and the high-ranking Celestial Dragons won't do anything to him. After all, Karl's attitude towards the Celestial Dragons is already well known. It's similar to Karp, who also looks down on the Celestial Dragons and even dares to speak ill of them in front of them and teach them a lesson. However, the Celestial Dragons only scold Karp a few times and then leave it at that. Karl's situation is basically the same as Karp's. The Celestial Dragons don't want to provoke this trouble, so they let him be. As long as guests don't kill or injure the Celestial Dragons, they can't be bothered to report it. Thus, Karl has become a dominant figure in Sabaody Archipelago, with no one daring to provoke him, including the Celestial Dragons. Karl first docked the Navy ship at the Navy base port in Sabaody Archipelago and then dismissed the Navy, allowing them to act freely. However, Karl warned them not to act recklessly here, and the reason is simple. There are Celestial Dragons on the island. When he arrived, Karl had already seen the Celestial Dragon ships docked at other ports. If they offended the Celestial Dragons while Karl was around, it could be managed, but if he wasn't there, they would be in trouble. These Navy soldiers are veterans and are well aware of the Celestial Dragon's tyranny, so they naturally followed Karl's advice and stayed at the Navy branch. Meanwhile, Karl contacted Jinbei while walking toward Shaki's bar. He had previously arranged to meet Jinbei here. But Karl had arrived a bit earlier, and Jinbei was likely still elsewhere. So, Karl needed to contact him first. As for Shaki's bar, it had been reopened for quite a while. It had started operating again at least a month or two ago. Rayleigh also returned from time to time, but primarily he stayed in the calm belt to train Luffy and the others. Now, only Shaki was left in the bar. Fortunately, under Karl's protection, Sabaody was very safe, and no one dared to cause trouble here. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Shaki to manage the small bar alone. The boss lady kept her usual routine, but this time it was 2 bottles. As soon as Karl sat down in the spot closest to Shaki, he called out to her. Surrounding him were pirates, travelers, and merchants. They felt a bit annoyed when someone called for Shaki and turned to look. However, when they saw that it was Karl, they immediately turned their heads away, not daring to look any longer. There was no way around it. A person's reputation precedes them. As long as Karl appears in these places, most people simply don't dare to cause trouble for him. This is the intimidation that comes from being an admiral. Are you still in the mood to drink? Didn't yesterday's battle with Kaido injure you? Shaki rolled her eyes at Karl, then prepared 2 bottles of alcohol and 2 glasses, placing them in front of him. Chapter 223, Meeting Jinbei again. Haha, of course someone is coming over. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble to come here? Karl took a sip of his drink and then activated his observation haki, revealing a smile. He was already on his way and would arrive in a few minutes. Is that so? What is your relationship with this person? Hostile relationship. Hearing Karl's words, Shachi was instantly stunned. She had thought that Karl would be welcoming some old friend or someone of high status. But suddenly, Karl mentioned a hostile relationship, which left Shachi a bit confused. The only people who had a decent relationship with Karl on the opposing side were Shanks and Rayleigh. As for others, even Marco and the rest didn't have a good relationship with Karl. Just not getting into a fight when they met was considered good. It was impossible for them to drink together. Even when they had a banquet before, it was Karl, Rayleigh, and Shanks who were together. Marco on the side could only express his anger silently and didn't dare to say more. So, Shachi was now very curious about who Karl was waiting for. After a moment, a blue figure appeared in front of Shachi. Upon seeing this familiar silhouette, Shachi immediately recalled the news about the abolition of the warlord system. This realization stunned her. She didn't expect that Karl's purpose for coming here was to meet Jinbei. In other words, the Navy was really going to take action against the warlords? Shachi exclaimed, and Karl nodded without denying it, but also did not verbally confirm it. Jinbei, come over for a drink. I have something to discuss with you. Boss lady, could you clear the place? I need a quiet space to talk with him. No problem. Shachi nodded and began to clear the area. Those people did not want to provoke Karl, so they naturally left. As for the unfinished drinks, Shachi allowed them to take them along. Jinbei watched as others left, and then approached Karl, sitting down without any reservations and pouring himself a drink. After downing the drink, Jinbei placed the glass on the table and looked seriously at the relaxed Karl. General White Eagle, what exactly do you want to discuss with me that requires us to meet face to face? If you want to take action against me, you can do it anytime, anywhere. Is there a need to specify a location? Jinbei held no resentment towards Karl because he knew it was not Karl's intention, but rather an order from Sakazuki. Jinbei was well aware that Karl's action against the warlords was unavoidable. However, he did not hold a grudge against Karl, as it was Karl who helped him when he was in a dilemma. Moreover, it was also Karl who helped deal with the chaotic situation in Fishman Island. Most importantly, the bastard who had been harassing Shirahoshi was also dealt with by Karl. After Jinbei came out of Impel Down, he not only was not targeted by the world government and the Navy, but even gained an unusually peaceful Fishman Island. Therefore, Jinbei felt only gratitude towards Karl and no significant resentment. Even when the warlord system was abolished, Karl was the first to inform him so that he could prepare. For that alone, Karl had shown great kindness, and Jinbei naturally had no reason to resent him. However, Jinbei's current mood was poor, entirely because of the situation in Fishman Island. Once his identity as a warlord disappeared, Fishman Island would surely be overrun by a large number of human traffickers. At that time, Jinbei would have to get busy again, which was why he looked somewhat displeased. Chapter 224, Sparring after finishing their drinks. Karl and Jinbei arrived at a desolate spot in Sabaody. Shaki, wanting to join in the excitement, also came along. To be honest, Shaki was curious to see just how much Karl's strength had grown. He had fought Kaido for a long time without a clear winner. Such strength definitely matched the image of an admiral. After all, fame brings controversy. Although Karl was well known, there were still some who believed he was too young and lacked the strength of an admiral. His battle with Kaido yesterday had silenced those critics, giving them a resounding slap in the face. This event had significantly boosted Karl's reputation once again. "Are you ready, Jinbei? I'm coming." As he spoke, Karl instantly appeared in front of Jinbei and threw a punch. Facing Karl's fierce punch, Jinbei responded with a punch of his own. With a roar, Jinbei unleashed Fishman Karate. At that moment, their fists collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Shaki, watching the clash from the side, was taken aback. She didn't expect Karl, using only his fists without a sword, to unleash such powerful strength. It was truly astonishing. However, even more surprising was Jinbei. Taking advantage of the moment when Karl's fist met his, he immediately seized Karl's wrist and executed a shoulder throw without hesitation. Unfortunately, this wasn't the ocean, and the flow of the shoulder throw couldn't exert its maximum power here, reaching only about 70%. Nonetheless, even so, Karl was still thrown out by Jinbei's incredible strength. This clearly demonstrated that Jinbei's power was formidable. As a fishman, he possessed strength beyond that of other fishmen. This was also his capital for protecting Fishman Island. After all, he had, in the original story, used his sheer strength to stop Charlotte Lean's pursuit and even threw her into the sea. His exaggerated strength was evident, and it was normal for Karl to be thrown away, especially since he hadn't used his full power. "Karl, you should draw your sword. Your martial arts are not weak, but if you only rely on them, we won't be able to determine a winner." Jinbei posed in the stance of Fishman Karate, preparing to gather his strength. He didn't want to be underestimated, even though he knew that when Karl didn't use his sword, he had a slight chance of winning. Once Karl drew his sword, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. Still, Jinbei had no intention of taking advantage of this opportunity to defeat Karl, as doing so would bring him no benefit. Even if Karl wouldn't get angry, he wouldn't do that. This was the character of the sea warrior Jinbei. He acted according to his heart's desire. That's why he urged Karl to draw his sword, as a sign of respect for Karl, and he hoped Karl would respect him in return. "Jinbei, you've misunderstood me. It's not that I don't respect you or look down on you. It's just that if I draw my sword, I might hurt you. After all, this demon sword of mine is meant for killing enemies, not for harming my friends. Is it really that sinister?" Upon hearing Karl's words, Shaki became curious, while Jinbei furrowed his brows, looking at the sword at Karl's waist. He wasn't a swordsman, so he couldn't sense it very precisely, but he could tell that the sword at Karl's waist was indeed a demon's sword. As for how demonic it was, he couldn't discern. Shaki's understanding was even more limited. She could only tell that Karl's sword was not an ordinary one. Its aura somewhat similar to that of the ghostly slash, but still different. As for anything else, she couldn't see through it at all, which was why she had such doubts. Chapter 225. Entering the deep-sea Hades abilities were displayed before Jinbei and Shaki. Although revealing his powers was somewhat disadvantageous, he had already fought against Kaido. Even though Kaido was still bound at the moment, he would definitely break free and warn his subordinates not to confront Karl's cursed sword head-on. After all, he had suffered from this before. The first time he faced Hades, even Kaido was shocked. If it weren't for his astonishing recovery ability, he might have fallen to Karl's hands. However, despite this, Jinbei did not intend to let this opportunity slip away. He chose to continue sparring with Karl. Therefore, Karl had no choice but to use his strength to persuade Jinbei to give up, to avoid injuring him. Karl unleashed his demon slash, directly erasing the surrounding area. Through this void, one could even see the sea water below. Upon seeing this, Jinbei realized that he really was not Karl's opponent. The gap in strength between them was indeed vast. If Karl used this move against him, Jinbei would not be able to withstand it. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. This made Jinbei understand the disparity between them. He no longer insisted and gracefully admitted defeat. Karl then instructed Jinbei to prepare a small boat, as he was going to Fishman Island to see Neptune. Jinbei nodded upon hearing this and went to prepare. Karl returned to the Navy branch, ordering the remaining Navy personnel to stay behind while he would be at Fishman Island for a few days. This made the Navy somewhat dissatisfied, as they also wanted to go. After all, there were quite a few mermaids on Fishman Island, and they all wanted to see how beautiful the legendary mermaids really were. However, Karl did not allow them to go, insisting they all stay here and not go anywhere. Under Karl's orders, the Navy had no choice but to remain, grumbling as they interacted with other sailors or played cards. Karl did not impose too many restrictions on them. As long as they did not cause trouble and did not encounter the celestial dragons, there was nothing to worry about. Karl then left the Navy branch with Inter, heading to the port. Jinbei had already prepared the boat, and they could set sail at any time. "Lord Karl, are we going to Fishman Island? I'm so excited." Although Karl had been to Fishman Island many times, it was Inter's first visit. However, it had been more than a year since Karl last went to Fishman Island, and even he felt a bit excited. After all, he would get to see mermaids, and being a man, he naturally would be thrilled. Inter, I have a few purposes for coming here, one of which is to let you communicate more with the giant sea kings in the deep sea. You can use your abilities without worry. If they dare to attack you, I won't hold back. I understand, Lord Karl. You will definitely protect me, right? Of course. If I don't protect you, who will? I hope you all don't go too far. Even I can't provoke the giant sea kings. If they get angry, even the entire Fishman Island could be overturned by them. So it's better for you to be cautious. Even Conqueror's Hockey doesn't always work. Not to mention, both of you are devil fruit users, which is inherently dangerous in the sea, especially near the giant sea kings. If you fall into the deep sea, even I might not be able to save you, Jinbei said earnestly, clearly concerned for Karl and Inter's safety. Inter shrank back a bit. Chapter 226, Driving Away the Sea King's Brother Karl. They're so scary. Inter clung to Karl's side, gently tugging at the hem of his clothes, looking extremely frightened. She was so scared that she even changed how she addressed Karl. Whenever Inter got nervous, she would call him brother, and Karl had already gotten used to it. However, he didn't expect that mere sea kings would dare to intimidate Inter. Oof. A bunch of beasts, get out of here. The Conqueror's Hockey erupted with a thunderous force. The sea kings that had been drawn here by the song had their pupils constrict sharply and immediately left, not daring to linger any longer. Moments later, only a few giant sea creatures remained, still here and not leaving. From their size and the contours of their bodies, it was clear that these were very old giant sea kings. Although they feared Karl's Conqueror's Hockey, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they stayed, looking as if they had something to do. Inter, it seems they have something to say to you. Can you understand them? To me? After about 90% of the sea kings had left, she calmed down. Hearing Karl's words, Inter tentatively used her talent to try to communicate with the remaining ones. However, she could not understand the responses from the giant sea kings at all. Brother Karl, I can't understand what they're saying, but their emotions are really fierce. I'm scared. The emotions conveyed by these sea kings were extremely aggressive, which was the reason Inter felt scared. No matter what happened before, those sea kings had never shown her such fierce emotions. This was also Inder's first time facing such a situation. She had no idea what to do. So, she instinctively sought help from Karl, as he was the only one present who could assist her. As for Jinbei, Inder was not familiar with him, so she naturally did not expect his help. I understand what they are saying, the old man said, though only partially I understood their inquiries. These giant sea kings were questioning why Inder possessed the abilities of a king. The abilities of a king? Are they referring to the sea king? The old man was unsure, but interpreting it this way was not a problem. Jinbei shook his head, unable to determine what the giant sea kings were saying. Although the fishmen are also underwater beings and can live in the deep sea, their primary language is still human language. They can communicate with fish and also interact with sea kings. However, they could not fully communicate with these giant sea kings. Overall, these giant sea kings resembled another race entirely, completely incomparable to the fishmen. Brother Karl, what is a sea king? Inder asked softly. Karl patted Inder's head and replied gently. The sea king is one of the 3 ancient weapons, known alongside the Pluton and the Uranus. However, to be precise, the sea king is not a weapon, but a person. I know who it is, but I cannot say. After all, this concerns the survival of Fishman Island, and I must protect it. At this point, Karl glanced at Jinbei. Jinbei expressed his gratitude to Karl. Currently, only 3 people knew about Shirahoshi being the Sea King. Her father, King Neptune, the sea hero Jinbei, and Karl. They had mutually agreed not to leak this secret until Shirahoshi grew up. Karl was a man of his word. Even when facing Inder, he had to keep this secret. Chapter 227, Fishman Island. After driving out all the Sea Kings, Jinbei finally brought Karl and Inter to Fishman Island. However, it was Inter who first stepped onto the ground of Fishman Island. She was filled with curiosity, hopping around to observe everything, her eyes full of envy. They're all mermaids. The environment here is so beautiful. Since they landed in the Mermaid Street, there were many mermaids around. If they had arrived at Fishman Street, they would probably see rough-looking fishmen like Jinbei. After all, there is a significant difference in aesthetic between mermaids and fishmen. This area is like a beautiful scenic spot, while the other side has a more eclectic style with no scenery to behold. At this moment, Inter was looking around in every direction, enjoying everything. When the mermaids saw humans, they hurriedly hid, fearing they would be captured and sold. Although Fishman Island had the protection of Karl and Jinbei, Human traffickers who were desperate for money would still risk coming here to capture mermaids for auction, whether sold to the celestial dragons or other nobles. Just one successful deal would earn them enough money to last a lifetime. Moreover, with Karl and Jinbei's protection, mermaids were an even rarer resource than human girls, naturally driving up their price. Although these slave traders never succeeded, as they were either stopped by Jinbei or caught by Karl during the auctions. The auctions themselves didn't happen every day, only about 5 or 6 times a month. Karl would just find the right timing to go, so they would never succeed. As for the human girls being traded, Karl would naturally take them if he could, but most of the trading locations were outside the Chambord archipelago. For this, Karl felt somewhat helpless, at least for now. Even though it had been a while since he last came, the scenery here hadn't changed much. After Karl prepared the ship, he finally got off, and Jinbei followed behind him, smiling as he said, "I had proposed to King Neptune to improve the environment here in the Fishman Street, but he has always disagreed, saying there's no need to burden the people and waste resources, especially since our wealth on Fishman Island is limited." Jinbei sighed. The current situation on Fishman Island was indeed tough. Even King Neptune didn't dare to hold banquets casually for fear of waste. Life was hard, and the fishmen sighed. "Look, it's Master Jinbei back. And Master Karl. Master Karl is here too. Master Karl, I declare you. I want to marry you. Master Karl." The mermaids, seeing Inter, were still timid and very scared. But when they saw Karl, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they wished to rush over and claim him for themselves. There was no helping it. During the month when Jinbei was away, Fishman Island relied entirely on Karl for protection. Additionally, the deeds Karl had done, saving countless fishmen, if not 200, then over 100, naturally earned him the respect and affection of the fishmen. Coupled with his handsome looks and just being in his early 20s, he was adored by many mermaids, some even wanting to bear his children. This situation made Karl a bit awkward. Inter, seeing Karl so popular, felt a little jealous, and then she stepped in front of him, linking her arm with his. "Karl brother has nothing to do with you. Please stay away from Karl brother." Chapter 228 Discussion. Karl placed the hands of Until and White Star together, intending for them to get to know each other better. Slowly, Karl released his grip, but the two stared at each other, showing no intention of letting go. This surprised Karl, but he decided to wait and see how long they intended to keep staring. Jinbei and King Neptune were equally curious. Due to certain reasons, White Star had very little contact with the outside world, which led to her somewhat soft and timid personality. She was easily frightened by the slightest disturbance. However, her softness did not equate to weakness. As the heir to the bloodline of King Neptune and Queen Odoheim, White Star could not be weak. When it came to being strong, she was tougher than anyone else, but she rarely possessed courage. The cause of this was entirely due to the mischief of a fishman with the target fruit ability. Fortunately, that individual had been dealt with by Karl, or else White Star would have continued to suffer. Thus, it was also the first time she held someone's hand and didn't let go. "Miss Human, your name is Until, right? I sense a reassuring aura from you, although I can't quite understand what it is. But I feel like this aura can calm my heart. It's really amazing," White Star said with confusion. Until blinked her adorable large eyes, also feeling puzzled. "I sense an inexplicable sense of peace from you as well. It's really strange. Brother Karl, did you feel that strange aura from her?" Until asked Karl, who was nearby. Karl shook his head, indicating that he felt nothing. However, this made Karl understand why White Star did not show fear towards Until. The problem lay here. As for why this was happening, no one could explain it clearly for now. However, Karl had a thought. It was likely that White Star's dormant ability resonated with Untill's innate talent, which resulted in this situation. "Since you two have already met, why not go inside and have a good chat to strengthen your bond? I still have things to discuss with King Neptune, so I won't stay with you." With that, Karl gave King Neptune a glance. King Neptune nodded and motioned for his subordinates to take Princess White Star and Until to the side hall. Afterward, King Neptune led Karl and Jinbei to the center of the main hall. "Mr. Karl, do you have something important to tell me? It's a very important matter concerning the life and death of your Fishman Island." "So serious?" King Neptune's expression immediately turned serious. Jinbei sighed beside him and then informed King Neptune about the abolition of the warlord system. This made the king of Fishman Island feel utterly hopeless. But soon, Jinbei added that they still had a chance, which was to become a member of the world government. King Neptune hesitated about this. Jinbei's tone was not very optimistic. Both of them did not want Fishman Island to become a vassal of the world government. especially since the celestial dragons were always planning to capture fishmen to make them their slaves. In this regard, Karl had a plan, which was to station his people here. After all, Law and Buggy were in need of a place for their base. However, if that were the case, other fishmen might not agree. After all, both Law and Buggy were pirates, and if they came to station at Fishman Island, the nature of the situation would change. Therefore, Karl had to seek the opinions of King Neptune and Jean Bay. Chapter 229 Goodbye Vegapunk. After deciding how to proceed, Karl left Fishman Island early the next morning and flew towards the island where Vegapunk was located, until was temporarily left on Fishman Island by Karl, as he only wanted to have a chat with Vegapunk about the pacifists, which wouldn't take much time. Naturally, there was no need for her to follow him. Staying on Fishman Island to cultivate her relationship with Shirahoshi was much easier than running around with Karl. Based on his memories from his last visit, Karl spent over 2 hours and finally found this inconspicuous little island that was not marked on any map. The last time Karl came here, he arrived by boat with someone guiding him. He and T observed it closely while leaving due to being in a hurry. Now, flying in the air and observing carefully, he noticed that the entire island was very small. The area of such an island was even smaller than Moria's terrifying ship, the Thriller Bark. From the sky, the island was covered in dense greenery and steep cliffs, which would hardly catch the attention of an ordinary person. The research facility of the world government, where Vegapunk was located, was hidden in such an inconspicuous and secretive place. If Karl hadn't visited once before, he would never have imagined that such a nondescript spot could be Vegapunk's laboratory. Vegapunk, it's your old friend Karl. I need to talk to you about something personal. Can we chat? Karl shouted at the steep cliff in front of him. This was the entrance to the research facility. Karl hadn't paid attention before, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this place blended perfectly with the surrounding environment, showing no signs of any flaws. Even if one used observation hockey to scan from the outside, without practicing it to a near-penetrative level, no one would notice anything unusual here. Moreover, the main point was that an ordinary person, even if they arrived on such a non-threatening little island, wouldn't pay too much attention to the situation here. The research facilities were all deep underground, and there were many concealed surveillance devices outside. They knew how to avoid those pirates. Additionally, right next to this island was a naval branch and a CP organization base. With the Navy headquarters having been moved to the New World, this island was effectively surrounded. If any pirates came here, they would find themselves trapped in a double encirclement by the Navy and the CP organization. Therefore, no pirate would come here looking for trouble. With a click, the door that Karl had entered suddenly opened. The same stiff and zombie-like bald man came out to greet Karl. Upon seeing Karl, his eyes sparkled with a light that hadn't been there before. He waved to Karl, indicating him to follow, and then led the way ahead. Karl followed, and the door behind them closed automatically. It was still the familiar winding path. After passing through so many turns, Karl finally arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory. This time, the speed was faster than the last. After all, since Karl had been here before, he could find Vegapunk on his own even without a guide. However, more importantly, this man, who had been transformed by the experiments, was clearly much more agile now. At least in terms of walking, he had returned to a normal state. But if he walked too fast, it was still evident that his body was somewhat stiff. Moreover, he still couldn't speak, which was a bit regrettable, as Karl really wanted to ask him how he felt about everything now. Chapter 230, Mad Scientist, Back to Earth? When Karl saw this choice, he was already stunned. He didn't expect the system to present this option. However, Karl was an orphan in his previous life, and he had always been solitary, with no girlfriend. With nothing to hold him back, staying in this world was actually better than going back. So Karl chose option 2, to first gain attribute points and skill points. Although it was only 1 point each, even a mosquito is meat. And who says that the time control device can only be made by accepting a selection task? Naturally, Karl wouldn't be foolish enough to choose option 3, which had no rewards. As for the first option, Karl ignored it completely, not even bothering to think about it, because it was entirely unnecessary. Choice completed. Gained freely allocable attribute points, 1 point. Freely allocable skill points, 1 point. This choice was quite absurd, but it was indeed a turning point. If Karl had really chosen the first option, or if he had incited Vegapunk to create a time machine right away, who knows what would happen then. And when it comes to Gundam, you could say it's strong, and it really is. But after killing Vegapunk, how would he maintain a Gundam? That's a problem. Plus, Karl didn't know how to pilot a Gundam at all, so the first option was of no use whatsoever. Afterwards, Karl continued to chat with Vegapunk about those mind-blowing topics. Meanwhile, Karl also learned that the current pacifists were stronger than before. You could say that the strength of each pacifist was no weaker than that of a Navy headquarters rear admiral. In fact, a Navy headquarters rear admiral might not even be able to handle a single pacifist. Such pacifists were capable of taking on any pirate with a bounty below 500 million berries. Even if the opponent could use hockey, they could still be eliminated by the pacifist. However, this meant that the pacifists couldn't be mass-produced and could only be kept as a trump card. Vegapunk and the others had spent more than a year building just over 30 of these pacifists, which was far from enough. So the pacifists that the Navy frequently used were still the same as those in the original work. After all, only these mass-produced types could cooperate well with the Navy, even though their strength was still lacking. These pacifists could handle those with a bounty of below 300 million and who didn't use hockey or have particularly strong devil fruit abilities without any issues. The 4 pacifists that Vegapunk allocated to Karl were of this mass-produced type. As for the high-spec pacifists, they were now completely in the hands of the Gorosei. Not to mention Vegapunk didn't have the authority to mobilize them. Even Akainu didn't have that right. Karl didn't comment on this. He just silently recited a few blessings for the Gorosei's parents in his heart. Then Karl chatted with Vegapunk about the situation regarding liquid robots. Vegapunk excitedly mentioned that they had made progress here. However, this Terminator was only a prototype and had not fully taken shape. Most importantly, this Terminator was Kuma himself. The current Kuma had completely retained his self-awareness, as this was the only way he could become a Terminator. It's just that as a machine, he was still not very flexible and couldn't complete self-evolution. However, a Kuma with retained awareness could, although he didn't understand how to evolve. His survival instinct would drive him to keep his body alive. Vegapunk had stimulated Kuma in this way, which allowed him to evolve into a liquid Terminator. But the experiment was not yet complete, and Vegapunk still needed to work hard. However, Karl felt a bit sorry for Kuma because Chapter 231 Trouble approaches. Leaving the island where Fishman Island is located, Karl returned to Chambord that afternoon and then contacted Jinbei to take himself and 4 pacifists down. However, Karl did not wait for Jinbei, but instead waited for the Fishman Guard captain to arrive. Lord Karl, the ship is ready. Please come with me to Fishman Island quickly. We have encountered trouble. Trouble? Hearing the other party's words, Karl frowned and didn't think too much. He immediately boarded the ship and let him take him to Fishman Island. When he contacted Jinbei, the latter had not spoken but directly hung up the den mushy. This already left Karl somewhat puzzled, and now the situation made him even more confused. With Jinbei here, what trouble could there be on Fishman Island? Even if there was a giant sea king rampaging with Shirahoshi here, there was nothing to fear, unless the world government planned to take action against Fishman Island now. But doing so would bring them no benefits at all. While Karl was guessing randomly, the captain had already taken him back to Fishman Island. Lord Karl, please follow me. The captain looked somewhat anxious, and Karl said nothing but quickly followed. The 4 pacifists also floated in the air using Karl's ability, following him. Moments later, Karl arrived at the Dragon Palace and saw a man arrogantly sitting on King Neptune's throne. Seeing this scene, Karl was stunned. He knew that he had never done this before. Although he could sit on the throne, doing so would mean he was no longer Karl. Jinbei remained silent beside him, but his eyes were already filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the consideration of the other party's identity, he would have definitely acted by now. King Neptune looked somewhat frustrated, and only after seeing Karl did he breathe a sigh of relief, straightening his back considerably. How could the Navy appear here? Have you all decided to refuse Mama's kindness? The unknown man shouted here. Karl did not recognize this person, but the insignia on him and his tone indicated that the person behind him was the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. People from the Big Mom Pirates, huh? Since that's the case, I won't hold back. As he spoke, Karl directly moved to grab the other party's neck, but did not kill him immediately. If he killed the other person here, it would bring a Yonko as an enemy to Fishman Island. Jinbei had previously worried about this, and Karl understood very well why he didn't act. So Karl also refrained from killing the other party directly to avoid Fishman Island being affected, instead pulling out the den mushy from the other party. Hello. How are the desserts on Fishman Island coming along? My tea party is about to start. They must be completed within 3 months. Charlotte Linlin, why don't I deliver your desserts to you? Huh? You are not my son. Who the hell are you? Ha ha ha. It hasn't been long since we last met. And you've already forgotten me, you old hag. You little Navy brat. Upon hearing Karl's address, Charlotte Linlin immediately reacted, realizing who he was. After all, among so many enemies, only Karl called her old hag. She certainly remembered it very clearly because she hated those words. Navy brat, what have you done to my son? If you let him go, we won't hold it against you. All I want are the desserts from Fishman Island. It has nothing to do with you, Navy. Charlotte Linlin was clearly a bit intimidated. The news of Kaido's fierce battle with Karl had long reached her ears. Chapter 232 Interlude Tribute Panel Name. Karl Strength. S. Agility. B. Spirit. B. Stamina. A title. Benevolent Ability. Military Boxing. C. Float Fruit Awakened. Armament Hockey. Perfect. Observation Hockey. Perfect. Conqueror's Hockey. Perfect. Dual Blade Style. Wind Element Proficiency. C. Super Strength. A. Tremor Fruit. Gimme Some Face. C. Zanpakuto Shirkai. Hades. A. Remaining Skill Points. 3 remaining Attribute Points. 0 foot after handling the matters on Fishman Island. Karl first allocated an attribute point obtained from completing a selection task to Stamina, increasing it to a level. As for the skill points, Karl decided to save them and wait until he gathered 5 before making a decision. After raising his Stamina to a level, Karl felt an overwhelming sense of strength throughout his body, as if he had energy but didn't know how to use it. Most importantly, after testing a few moves, he discovered that his stamina recovery speed had doubled compared to before. Moreover, his injury recovery speed was also significantly faster than before. However, it was only slightly faster, and he was still far from the monstrous recovery speed of Kaido. Karl suspected that Kaido's recovery speed might not even reach the S-level attribute value. He likely needed an S level to achieve such a recovery speed. Karl was still far from that level and didn't have high expectations. After familiarizing himself with his current strength, he stayed on Fishman Island for a few days before leaving. After all, he was only here to put on a show and had no need to take action against Fishman Island, so naturally, the mission to defeat Jinbe failed. When Karl reported the mission, he was naturally scolded by Sakazuki. However, Sakazuki's scolding lacked vigor, clearly just for show, and he didn't intend for Karl to actually take down Jinbe and destroy Fishman Island. Moreover, Sakazuki didn't mention how to proceed with the next mission, just telling him to keep an eye on things. As for how to keep an eye on things, that depended entirely on Karl's performance. Back at Sabiti Archipelago, Karl and Endur went to the Navy branch, preparing to take care of other matters and head to Amazon Lily. However, when Karl returned to the Navy branch, he saw the latest news. 2 days ago, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, battled another 4 emperor, Blackbeard, destroying an entire island. The final outcome was that Kaido was knocked into the sea and went missing, while Blackbeard suffered a Pyrrhic victory at the cost of an island. The news also described that the two had fought for a day and night. And if it weren't for Blackbeard sacrificing an entire island to pull Kaido into a black hole he created, Kaido would not have fallen into the sea and lost track. Such a victory was clearly not what Blackbeard wanted. After all, he paid the price of an island. This cost was quite brutal, and Blackbeard's base was directly lost. However, Kaido was in a worse situation. After previously trying to hunt down Karl and ultimately being defeated by the Navy, he now encountered Blackbeard. He originally had a chance to restore his reputation, but unfortunately, Blackbeard's abilities were very effective against Devil Fruit users. Even Kaido couldn't escape the constraints of the dark fruit. Moreover, in order to win, he sacrificed an entire island, creating a massive black hole. Kaido had always liked to hold back in battles, and it was normal for him to lose focus and be defeated. The news of the battle between the 2 emperors sparked discussions among others, especially regarding Blackbeard. Chapter 233, Returning to Amazon Lily. After spending a few days, Karl finally arrived at the familiar doldrums, the familiar Amazon Lily, and the familiar port location with his warship. Boa Hancock stood at the port, her expression somewhat unpleasant. Over the past year, Karl had visited Amazon Lily far too many times. Moreover, each time he came, he only pretended to be on patrol, wandering around without doing anything else. If Hancock weren't still somewhat clear-headed, knowing that Karl was from the Navy, she might have genuinely treated him like a pirate. Nevertheless, even so, Hancock's expression was still somewhat unnatural. After the abolition of the Shichibukai system, Hancock was very aware of the Navy's purpose for coming here. However, she never expected that the one coming to attack her would be Karl. What was the point of that? She might as well just surrender. This was what Hancock thought, but it was just a thought. If she really surrendered, her Amazon warriors behind her would suffer. For the sake of her people, Hancock absolutely could not surrender. Originally, Hancock was already prepared to face the Navy. If it were another Navy vice admiral coming, with her subordinates, Hancock would be fully capable of fighting back. There was no need to worry that a few Navy warships could flatten Amazon Lily. But Karl was completely different. The difference in strength between the two was like that of clouds and mud. In fact, Karl wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a gesture from him could lead to the destruction of Amazon Lily. After all, he had been here many times and could easily control the island of Amazon Lily. If he wanted the entire island to take off, it would just take a word from Karl. Slowly, Karl maneuvered the warship to the port. He disembarked with Inter and walked up to Hancock. While the other Navy personnel were kept at bay, Karl didn't even let them show themselves. To prevent those men from being influenced by Hancock's beauty, Karl strictly ordered them not to see her. He simply locked the cabin door. So now the warship was essentially empty, with no one around. Long time no see. Hancock, have you missed me? Miss you? Even if I were dead, I would never miss you. Hancock was somewhat angered by Karl's words, but her demeanor was more like she was a bit Sundra. After all, not everyone dared to speak to Karl in such a tone. However, even so, Karl wouldn't retaliate against Hancock. His purpose for coming here was not to truly attack Hancock, but to negotiate terms with her. Hancock, there's no need for you to be so angry. I'm not here to attack you, so you don't have to be nervous. I'm here to discuss terms with you. Are you interested in hearing them? Huh? Do you think if I say I'm not interested, you won't tell me? Hancock rolled her eyes and continued, Go ahead and tell me. I want to see what you intend to do, but I might not agree. Although Hancock knew that she was not Karl's opponent, she also had her own pride. This pride wouldn't let her lower herself. If it weren't for being the Empress and needing to protect others on Amazon Lily, she wouldn't bother with Karl at all. My terms are simple. Spend more time in the New World and support Law and Buggy. I'll tell you directly, Buggy and Trafalgar Law are both my people. Our goal is very simple, to accumulate strength and strike when the time is right. You're a Navy admiral, and you're still out there expanding your influence? If people find out, even if you're an admiral, you probably won't be able to mix well in the Navy anymore, right? Hancock looked at Karl with great interest, eager to know why he wanted to do this. Chapter 234. Krykana Island. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Karl smiled and grasped Hancock's ankle, directly using his charm ability to fill her with affection. At that moment, Hancock felt her heart racing and her face burning, as if she had a fever. Moreover, once Karl held her ankle, she felt completely weak, with no thoughts of resistance at all. Hancock suddenly realized something was off. It seemed she had developed feelings for Karl. Although she had never thought she would like him, the current situation seemed to reflect her true feelings more accurately. However, she was unaware that it was Karl's ability that had boosted her affection for him. The charm ability Karl obtained was not permanently effective. Even in terms of affection, there was a time limit. However, this time limit was relatively long, and even after the ability wore off, there would still be some residual effects. Additionally, since Hancock had previously been filled with affection, being filled again would naturally evoke feelings. Their actions at that moment looked like flirtation in the eyes of the Amazon warriors, with some even taking pictures. Indira, sulking, returned to the ship without wanting to look at Karl even once. I won't mess with you anymore. I have things to do. Since you've agreed, I will help you notify Law and Buggy. After things calm down a bit, you can go find them in the New World. You don't need to do anything, but I want to see news of the Tripartite Alliance. Saying this, Karl ruffled Hancock's hair, who was still in shock, before leaving. Honestly, he had wanted to ruffle her smooth black hair for a long time, and now he had fulfilled a bit of his mischievous desire. Hancock watched Karl leave, and, after a moment, realized she had just been patted on the head. This made her feel somewhat embarrassed, and she became a bit flustered. Your Majesty, what should we do next? What can we do? Prepare for a wedding. Huh? A wedding? Huh? What wedding? I meant preparing the ship. We are getting ready to set sail for the New World. Hancock's thoughts were already a bit chaotic, and she spoke in a disjointed manner, accidentally revealing her inner thoughts. This kept her face flushed, unable to cool down. How embarrassing. With the boost of affection and the final head pat, Hancock had completely fallen. After all, she had some feelings for Karl before. Now, it was just that those feelings had erupted due to Karl's ability. However, she was different from her original self. At least she could still maintain her rationality, unlike in the original story, where she lost most of her senses upon seeing Luffy. The other Amazon warriors, seeing Hancock's state, whispered among themselves and giggled. Meanwhile, from a distance, Gurliosa sighed. Women are hard to keep, but it was also good. Liking someone like Karl was certainly better than remaining single or falling for someone else. Gurliosa was more pragmatic and wouldn't act impulsively like Hancock. In terms of long-term benefits, Karl was indeed the best husband candidate for an Amazon Lily. He was young, handsome, powerful, and influential. His reputation was even catching up to that of the former Navy hero, Garp. A man like him was still under 30. The future was bright, unimaginable. At the same time, Karl was unaware of Hancock's current thoughts. Chapter 236. The Pinnacle of Swordsmanship. In an instant, sword light burst forth. Blade energy surged. Hades and the Black Blade, Knight, clashed with each other, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. Mihawk's sword techniques were imposing, yet not cutting. Each move he made showcased a strong personal style, and most importantly, his speed of attack was completely inconsistent with the size of the Black Blade Knight. This was Mihawk's greatest strength. He had reached a realm where heavy became light. In his hands, the Black Blade Knight moved like a nimble stick, dancing swiftly. Yet there was not a hint of heaviness. The overall flow was very smooth and seamless, making it impossible to find any flaws. However, Karl was not weak either. Although Karl's sword techniques were pieced together through the system, after more than 2 years and countless battles, he had long since integrated and mastered his swordsmanship. Now, even when facing Mihawk without using his Devil Fruit abilities, he could still hold his own, coupled with his S-rank strength. It was Mihawk who should be the one feeling tense. Karl's sword techniques emphasized 3 words: fast, accurate, and ruthless. Against Mihawk's grand, but not swift and cutting sword techniques, Karl could only rely on these 3 strikes to contend with him. After all, this was a pure swordsmanship duel. If Karl were to use his Devil Fruit abilities first, it would mean that his swordsmanship was inferior to Mihawk's. To prove that his swordsmanship was not weak, Karl did not plan to use his Devil Fruit abilities for now. That was why he was pushing his sword techniques to the limit. This was a state he had never experienced before. In this state, Karl's eyes gradually became fervent, and even Hades emitted a faint sound of blades singing. Seeing this scene, Mihawk also smiled faintly, his lips curling up into an excited grin. What a thrill! The first time we met, you were just an inconspicuous little marine. The second time we met, you had already gained impressive strength, but unfortunately, our duel was forcibly interrupted. Now, this time no one will disturb us. Let me see how much you, this little marine, have grown. Ha 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 ha. Mihawk, a person who was exceptionally serious and rarely smiled, actually laughed out loud at this moment. Anyone could see that he was extremely excited. As the world's #1 swordsman, he had held this position for a long time. Although challengers came to test his status from time to time, very few could truly excite Mihawk. This was why he was so thrilled to face Karl, because there really weren't many strong swordsmen around now. Although there were still quite a few swordsmanship masters like Rayleigh. They were from the older generation and had no interest in challenging Mihawk for the title of the world's strongest swordsman. More importantly, Mihawk himself would never challenge them. This was why Mihawk seemed so lonely. Mihawk, I admit your swordsmanship is indeed strong, but I'm not just a swordsman. I'm a marine, and I have no intention of competing with you for the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Next, I will fight you with all my strength as a marine. Jura Karl Mihawk. As soon as the words fell, Karl flew into the air, utilizing his advantage to create a storm of scythe winds. Facing Karl's all-out effort, his eyes were sharp, his strength was rising, and without uttering a word, he unleashed a skyward sword energy. This strike instantly tore through all the storms, annihilating all the scythe wind blades. Karl had no choice but to create another storm and slash out a. Chapter 237. The battle ends. Hades and the Black Blade, Yato, were both trembling. The battle between Karl and Mihawk was still ongoing. As one of the supreme great swords, the Black Blade, Yato, possessed extraordinary power. At the same time, it was also a black sword with a certain degree of spirituality. Combined with the Black Blade, Yato, Mihawk's swordsmanship was executed flawlessly, leaving no openings whatsoever. However, Hades on Karl's side was equally formidable. Although Hades was merely a newly forged demon sword, its abilities and other aspects were not significantly inferior to the Black Blade, Yato. More importantly, the malevolence of Hades far surpassed that of an ordinary demon sword. This malevolence was far more fearsome than the spiritual energy of the Black Blade, Yato. Coupled with his abilities and Karl's swordsmanship, Mihawk dared not let himself get injured. Otherwise, the result would likely leave a permanent scar on him. Although Karl's demon sword had only been forged for about half a month, during this time, Karl had frequently eliminated pirates. The surviving pirates, who had not been dealt with by Karl, began to spread the news about Karl's demon sword. Good news seldom leaves the house, but bad news travels far. The word about Karl's demon sword, which could cause wounds that could not heal once inflicted, spread like wildfire. Naturally, Mihawk learned of this information. Therefore, when battling Karl, he deliberately avoided Karl's attacks. However, even so, Mihawk's own attack rhythm did not falter. The demon sword posed certain limitations on top-tier warriors, but it was only slightly troublesome. They had faced all sorts of enemies before, so as long as they were cautious, Hades' abilities were not too difficult to deal with. Thus, the battle between Mihawk and Karl continued from day to night. Both of them were exhilarated, causing the entire island to be filled with their sword energy. Even the trees in the area were destroyed by the shockwaves from their battle, accounting for nearly 1/10 of the island. This led the human imitators to retreat to the corners of the island, trembling in fear. Indel, meanwhile, returned to the warship with the Navy, temporarily leaving the island. Once they were completely safe, she stood at high point, using a telescope to observe the battle between the two. Such a level of combat was far beyond their capability to intervene. Watching from a distance was the safest option. As night fell, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and both Karl and Mihawk stopped their battle simultaneously, smiling at each other. In this fight, neither of them had emerged victorious. However, Mihawk had given it his all, while Karl still retained some energy. His float fruit had not been fully utilized, and he had not used the quake fruit even once. It could be said that Karl had only exerted about 70% of his strength in this battle, and was able to match Mihawk completely. However, through this battle, Karl had roughly grasped Mihawk's physical attributes. His attributes were quite balanced, mostly around A and A levels, especially his agility, which, although at the A level, felt like it could break through to S level within a year and a half. For various reasons, Mihawk had not stopped training himself. He was well aware that he had not truly reached the pinnacle of the world. Especially after Karl's sudden emergence, Mihawk felt an increased pressure, motivating him to continue enhancing his strength. However, at their level, every improvement was exceedingly slow. Therefore, while Mihawk's swordsmanship had improved somewhat during this time, his other abilities had not increased significantly. On the contrary, Karl's strength had undergone a qualitative change. Mihawk had fought Karl once before the Marineford War, so he was naturally aware of his transformation. Thus, Mihawk was quite astonished by Karl. Chapter 238, Sudden Incident. In the end, Karl managed to extort a few bottles of good wine from Mihawk. This made Mihawk feel quite pained, and his usual expressionless face disappeared. Mihawk had always lived a solitary life, usually just working as a pirate hunter to make ends meet. When the Seven Warlord system was in place, he had a pretty good life. However, after the system was abolished, Mihawk had to return to a more frugal existence. But this didn't affect him much, as he was still living alone and didn't have to worry as long as he had enough to eat. It was just that he felt quite regretful about the few bottles of wine Karl took, as they had been aged for a long time. And he hadn't even had the heart to drink them himself, planning to wait a while longer. That night, Karl took his team and left Kralik Island. Next, he needed to return to the Navy headquarters to report on the situation. However, he was bound to get an earful for being at sea for half a day without resolving a single former warlord issue. But Karl wasn't worried about how Sakazuki would react. After all, he was just going through the motions, and they had already reached a consensus on this matter. Karl then took control of the warship and headed straight for the Navy headquarters. He and the other Navy personnel returned to the cabin and slept soundly for the night. However, the next morning, Karl was awakened by the sound of a transponder snail. "Karl, where are you right now?" "Sakazuki-senpai, I'm currently above Mariewa and will be back soon. Don't come back yet. I need you to find Fiesta immediately, cancel the so-called Pirate Expo, and capture him. And be careful. According to reliable sources, Douglas Bullitt, a former member of the Roger Pirates known as the Demon's Descendant, is on that island. I've already informed Laugh and Poliusolino, and you're closer than they are. So go check the situation. If things go south, I'll have to activate the demon-slaying order." "Is it that serious?" Karl was shocked to hear Sakazuki's words. He didn't expect that capturing a mere pirate would require activating the demon-slaying order. Sakazuki snorted coldly and continued. "The demon-slaying order targets not just Bullet, but all the pirates on that island. This time, we must capture all those pirates. As for Fiesta, handle it as you see fit. But the Pirate Expo must not succeed. Otherwise, it would be the greatest insult to us in the Navy." Sakazuki was clearly very angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a serious tone to issue orders to Karl. "I understand. Leave it to me." Karl nodded, and Sakazuki then informed him of the location of the Pirate Expo. After receiving the location, Karl turned the ship towards the direction of the expo. Karl casually mentioned the matter of dealing with the former warlords. Surprisingly, Sakazuki didn't get angry, but let out a helpless sigh. Sakazuki then said that the situation on Enel's side was the same. As for Bonnie, there was no need to mention it, under Sakazuki's orders. Enel and the others hadn't even pursued them. As for Law and Buggy, Enel hadn't had the chance to take action either, because Jinbei and Hancock appeared in the New World to help them resist the Navy. Karl was quite surprised. He didn't expect Hancock to have reached the New World so quickly. It had only been 3 or 4 days since Karl left Amazon Lily, and the other party had already arrived in the new world. Moreover, Jinbei actually helped them. It should be noted that Karl hadn't asked Jinbei for help, but his willingness to step in was enough to show that he had already sided with Karl. Chapter 239. Pirate Expo. It's really strange. Something feels off here. Urki, have you noticed? The atmosphere is quite unusual. Although the expo is a carnival for pirates, I can't shake the feeling that there's a conspiracy at play, and we have to be on guard, Bonnie said while munching on a large chicken leg. Her ability to speak clearly while eating is just like Luffy's. Urki smiled, put his hands together, glanced at the lowly-shaped Bonnie, and casually replied, "Aside from the two of us, fellow supernovas Drake and Apu are also here. It seems like they might have formed an alliance, but I wonder how strong they are now. On the other side, that seems to be the Straw Hat crew that caused a ruckus in Impel Down. I've heard that the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew have bounties over 200 million, especially their captain, whose bounty has reached 400 million. Definitely not to be underestimated." I know all that you're saying. There's no need to remind me. I wonder if the second Whitebeard pirates will show up. They've been silent ever since they lost to Blackbeard. If I hadn't heard the news that they would appear at the expo, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Bonnie snorted. Her goal for being here was clearly to find Marco and the others. As for this pirate expo, she wasn't interested at all. On the other hand, Urki was quite intrigued by the expo. You could tell by the way he was looking around with a big smile that he was excited. "Urki, look over there. That guy in a mask who keeps looking at us. Doesn't he seem a bit familiar?" Bonnie suddenly asked. Urki followed her gaze and spotted a man in casual clothes wearing a fox mask who kept glancing back at them. However, his gaze was mostly on the Straw Hat crew. He does look a bit familiar. Maybe it's someone we know. Shall we go check it out? Let's go together. The two exchanged glances and then walked over. Meanwhile, Karl, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly noticed that Bonnie and Urki were walking towards him. He hadn't expected this. Originally, he didn't plan to pay attention to them since he had come here solely for Fiesta and Barrett. Other pirates weren't his targets, so capturing them wasn't part of his mission. However, the fact that they were approaching him left Karl feeling a bit helpless. "Hey, do we know each other?" Lowly-shaped Bonnie boldly patted Karl's thigh. Urki stood beside her, still smiling widely, looking quite amusing. "Not to say you two, but is it really necessary for you to rush over here to get yourselves killed?" Karl said helplessly in a low voice. Upon hearing his words, Urki and Bonnie's eyes widened. But before they could even say Karl's name, he quickly knocked them both down to the ground. "Keep your voice down. My goal here isn't you two. By the way, I can tell you that the Demon Slayer order will arrive soon. If you run now, you might still make it. That's all I have to say. Whether you live or die next depends on yourselves." After warning them, Karl vanished without drawing anyone's attention. He completed all of this in less than 3 seconds, so no one would suspect his identity. To outsiders, it merely looked like these two had provoked a formidable enemy they shouldn't have. Therefore, the surrounding pirates only maintained a gloating attitude as they watched them. However, Chapter 240 Warning. Under the tower of the Pirate Expo, there is an extremely secret base where Fiesta is observing everything. In front of him, there are numerous surveillance screens. From these screens, he can see everything happening on the island. The defenses here are strict, and no one can escape his surveillance or successfully invade this place. However, Fiesta never expected that after Karl's observation hockey covered the entire island, finding his location would be a piece of cake. "Admiral White Hawk, let's have a good talk. Isn't it a bit uncivilized to go straight to violence? After all, we are in a new era now, and we are all civilized people. It's better to solve things through conversation rather than fighting." Fiesta was sweating profusely. He never imagined that Karl would appear right in front of him. Karl's sudden appearance was so abrupt that Fiesta's guards didn't even have time to trigger the alarm before they were taken out by Karl. This clearly shows how significant the gap is between a Navy admiral and these minor henchmen. "Fiesta, you're a smart man. I think you should be clear about my purpose for coming here. Of course, you Navy are here for Pirate King Roger's treasure, right? This kind of thing is not important to me at all. I can tell you right now where this treasure is located." Fiesta's desire for survival was strong. Although he didn't care much about his own life or death, the Pirate Expo hadn't started yet, and the feast belonging to the pirates and Barrett hadn't begun. He certainly wouldn't allow himself to die here before the feast started. As for what happens after the feast begins, he completely didn't care. "Fiesta, it seems you've underestimated me. While the Navy is very interested in that thing, I personally have no interest in it at all. And I also know what you refer to as treasure. So this kind of thing holds no allure for me." Karl chuckled lightly, completely unconcerned with Fiesta's shocked expression. He casually picked up an unused cup, poured himself a drink, and quietly sat there savoring it. The Pirate Expo was still a day away from starting, and it was only the invitation period. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with Festa. After all, there were still many pirates who hadn't arrived, and the Navy wasn't fully prepared. If he acted now, it would cause all those pirates to escape. Although Karl wasn't a bloodthirsty person, over 90% of the pirates here were notorious scoundrels. So Karl didn't mind waiting for Borisolino and Ishao to arrive and capture them all at once. Although Karl could also turn the entire island upside down. With the demon slaughter order being such a useful tool, why should he exert himself? It would be a loss for him. So he just needed to do his job. The only problem was that Barrett was a bit difficult to deal with. This is interesting. You say you're not here for the treasure. So what are you doing here? Are you here to capture me? Or perhaps to capture other pirates? I don't believe there's anything here besides Roger's treasure that could warrant the Navy dispatching an admiral to gather intelligence. Festa, your perspective is still too narrow. Karl sighed and used his ability to levitate the wine cup in the air, slowly floating it toward Festa. Festa looked at the floating wine cup with some confusion. At the same time, Karl began to explain. What you refer to as treasure is nothing more than a record pointer of Laugh Tale. Chapter 241, The Pirate Expo, commences. Lord Smoker, are we really okay like this? As Navy personnel mingling with pirates, won't we be recognized? Dashki adjusted her glasses, a bit worried about being identified. She was dressed in a very refreshing and cool style. On top, she wore a simple short-sleeve shirt paired with a cropped jacket that exposed her waist. Below, she sported fitted 7-point pants that showcased her long legs completely. Combined with her high heels, her beauty was undeniably accentuated. The only drawback of Dashki's outfit was her messy ponytail. If she had straight black hair instead, her charm would increase dramatically. With our appearance, no one would think we are Navy. You can completely relax. Smoker was not as tense as Dashki. He lounged casually in a chair, 2 cigars in his mouth, legs resting on the table, completely unconcerned about his image. His carefree demeanor, along with his denim outfit and flamboyant sunglasses, made it impossible to tell he was a Navy officer. Due to certain reasons, Smoker was still just a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. After all, Luffy was captured by Karl and impelled down. Smoker merely followed Luffy's trail and managed to send Crocodile to impel down. In other respects, he did not have many outstanding contributions, which hindered his promotion. Once Luffy entered Impel Down, he lost his target. However, precisely because of this, he became more dedicated to his own training. After all, the blows from Karl and Enel were too great for Smoker. As someone who was hailed as a genius upon debut, Smoker had always been quite arrogant. It was only after he heard about Karl and Enel from the news that he realized he was far from a genius. No matter how talented he was, how would he compare to those monsters? Thus, he went into hiding for a period, undergoing rigorous training. Only now had he set sail again, coming to the Pirate Expo to gather intelligence. Lord Smoker, look, someone is coming towards us. He asks, wearing a mask, and doesn't he have any obvious features? So I can't tell which pirate he is. But his figure seems familiar. Anyone who looks familiar to me must be a famous pirate. He asks, wearing a mask. So he definitely has some secrets. Why don't we probe him a bit? Dashki adjusted her glasses and asked. Smoker frowned, looking at the person with a strange expression. After a moment, he finally relaxed, stood up, and said, this person I sent a pirate. Let us go over and greet him. Not a pirate. Dashki was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the person appearing here was not a pirate. But after thinking about it, she realized that neither she nor Smoker were pirates. So it was understandable that the other party wasn't T1 either. However, when they approached Karl and were led to a secluded corner by him, they finally saw Karl's true face. But Smoker had already guessed Karl's identity long ago, so he wasn't too surprised. Dashki gasped and quickly covered her mouth, fearing she would attract attention. She hadn't expected Karl to appear here. Why what S with the white? Are you saying goodbye to me? Or do you see me as your predecessor? I want to fall flat on my face. Karl rolled his eyes, feeling a bit speechless. Dashki easily became tongue-tied when nervous, and Smoker had long gotten used to it. But it was Karl's first time seeing her in such an adorable state. Hello, Admiral Whitehawk. After being teased by Karl, Dashki found him so approachable that she quickly calmed down. Although still a bit nervous, Chapter 242. The overbearing Karl, what a bastard. I knew that this guy Festa wouldn't be honest, but I didn't expect him to be this dishonest. Karl saw the large screens around him and directly used his ability to destroy all of them. Then he threw away his mask. Since his identity was already exposed, there was no need to continue hiding it. On the other side, Smoker had a smile on his face, clearly a bit excited. Facing such a challenge for the first time, Smoker could finally test his strength and see how much he had grown. However, Dashki looked very scared. Her strength wasn't weak. but she hadn't experienced many life-and-death battles. Dasky had been protected too well by Smoker, making her seem not very strong, but in reality, she wasn't weak. Pirates around me. Listen up. Don't you want to participate in this pirate expo and find Roger's treasure? I can tell you clearly that this treasure is real, and we, the Navy, are here for it. Since you all want the treasure, come over. Come and kill me, and your wishes will come true. Karl looked at the eager pirates around him with a sneer, directly releasing his conqueror's haki and shouting, drawing everyone's attention to himself. This way, those desperate rogues would definitely come looking for him, alleviating some of the pressure on Dasky and Smoker. After all, it was he who brought them into this mess, so he naturally had to take responsibility for them. However, the pirates around him were simply too weak. At least half of them couldn't withstand Karl's conqueror's haki and fell to the ground unconscious. As for the other pirates, they looked tense and horrified, losing the excitement they had just moments ago. Just a conqueror's haki had knocked out more than half of them. Such strength was truly exaggerated, and they didn't dare to take that risk. What a bunch of garbage, scum of the sea. Bah! Karl spat and continued to mock them. You bunch of scum are just wasting air. Dying would waste land too. You might as well jump into the sea and feed the fish. Bastard, you're looking for death. Everyone attack him. No matter that he is a Navy admiral, we have the numbers, and each of us is a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. How can we be afraid of him? Brothers, charge. With our numbers, we can definitely take him down. That's right, once we take him down, we can compete for Roger's treasure. I don't know who shouted first, but all the pirates immediately became furious and rushed towards Karl, seeing them charging at him. Karl smiled and said to Smoker and Dasky, you two go find Face to first and contact Sakazuki. Have him send reinforcements as soon as possible. As for these people, leave them to me. I will find a way to make sure none of them can escape. As he spoke, Karl suddenly created a storm, sending all the enemies in front of him flying. However, after he knocked away this wave of enemies, hundreds more pirates continued to rush in. They charged at him recklessly, completely ignoring the vast difference in strength between themselves and Karl. Smoker and Dasky saw this and nodded, then broke through from another direction. Their strength was not weak. After all, Smoker was a user of the smoke smock fruit. Natural-type devil fruit abilities were much more useful in group battles than in one-on-one fights. Plus, with Dasky assisting from the side, preventing anyone from launching a sneak attack on Smoker. Chapter 243, Flying Island. Is the island really flying? Truly worthy of the White Eagle General, he is probably much stronger now than the former Golden Lion. Bonnie sighed as she looked at the clouds beside her and the distant sponge in the west, feeling somewhat speechless. At this moment, she had returned to her mature form, radiating vitality and energy. Next to her, Urij still wore a smile, but he was holding a massive iron rod in his hands. Should we go and ask for a spar? To be honest, I am quite curious about the general's strength. Urij, if you want to seek death, don't drag me into it. The White Eagle General is notoriously vengeful. He didn't kill us before simply because he didn't want to reveal his identity. But now he doesn't care anymore. If we go over, it would really just be seeking death. Bonnie glared at Urij. This iron-headed fool put down the iron rod and scratched the back of his head. Haha, I feel like even if I went, I wouldn't die. If he wanted to kill us, he would have made a move the first time we met. Just like how he killed Kid and the others. It was clean and swift, leaving no room for mercy. That is true, but it's best we don't go. Who knows what his standards for killing pirates are? Bonnie nodded, agreeing with Urij's reasoning. However, for safety's sake, she didn't plan to go. Seeing that she was willing to go, Urij sat down on the ground, his smile still unchanged. At the same time, 3 people walked out from clouds. 2 of them had similar, somewhat slender builds, while the other person was rather large. Karl's criteria for action were simple. As long as you have committed heinous acts of burning, killing, and looting, you are on his kill list. But you two have only gone out to seek thrills, hardly killed anyone or stolen much. At most, you've offended some local powers and attacked the Navy, resulting in a bounty. And you both have no record of killing the Navy. With his personality, he would at most break an arm or a leg, and then imprison you and impel down for life. The man who looked like a pineapple spoke up. This person was exactly who Bonnie wanted to find. Marco, TCH. I must say, this guy's talent is really strong. 2 years ago, when he fought me, he only managed to tie with me by relying on his fruit as restraint. But now his strength is completely above mine. I really don't know how much further this monster can grow. The second speaker was Portgas D. Ace, the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates. As for the other one, naturally, it was the current third in command, Diamond Jozu. Our ship was swallowed by a sea whirlpool, Jozu said in a deep voice, instantly plunging the atmosphere into a freezing point. However, Marco waved his hand, indicating that they shouldn't team mind. It was just a small boat. Luckily, only the three of us came this time. Otherwise, if we had brought Dada's Moby Dick and it got swallowed by the whirlpool, that would have been a huge loss, Marco said, feeling somewhat relieved, and Ace nodded, also feeling grateful. Then the three of them turned their attention to Bonnie and Urich. Don't look at us. We too came here by robbing another pirate's ship. Our purpose for coming here was to join you, so we naturally don't need our own ship. For various reasons, both Urich and Bonnie as pirate crews had already disbanded, which is why they ended up together. They both wanted to rejoin a pirate crew, but being the captain in such a turbulent new world would easily drown them in the tides of the times. So they planned to. Chapter 244, Capturing the Straw Hat Crew. While other pirates were shocked by the flying island, the fearless Straw Hat crew directly sought out Karl for a decisive battle. Unfortunately, even with all three main fighters, plus General Frankie and the giant-sized chopper, they were no match for Karl. The five of them attacked Karl together, using their strongest powers. But sadly, apart from Luffy and Zoro, everyone else was taken out by Karl in a single move. Even General Frankie was dismantled by Karl with one strike, unable to even restore himself. If Frankie wanted to bring back General Frankie, he would have to create a new one, as the original was completely destroyed. As for Chopper, after he giant-sized, he was also instantly killed by Karl and fainted, losing consciousness. If he hadn't shrunk back down and had Brook there to catch him, he might have fallen to his death. Sanji was also no match for Karl. His observation haki was quite good, and he had learned one of the Navy's 6 styles, the moonwalk. However, his armament haki was too weak to withstand Karl's power, so he was also quickly defeated, with no suspense whatsoever. As for Nami, Usopp, and Robin, Karl did not see them around. Clearly, these people hadn't even made it to the island and were likely still on their pirate ship. Otherwise, Karl's observation haki would have detected their presence long ago. Speaking of which, are you Straw Hat pirates annoying? I came here for serious business and couldn't be bothered with you. Yet you lot, not knowing better, dare to provoke me. Do you really think I have no temper? Karl's Conqueror's haki erupted violently as he hovered in the air, surrounded by a fierce storm that swept outward. Zoro was below, ready to assist Luffy in attacking Karl. After their brief encounter earlier, he understood that he was no match for Karl. Moreover, Karl was right. He wasn't Zoro's target. If it weren't for Luffy wanting to fight Karl, Zoro would have already taken them away. At the same time, Luffy became somewhat excited. His Conqueror's haki also erupted, clashing with Karl's, creating a violent explosion that dispersed the surrounding air. However, Luffy's expression changed slightly. In the recent clash of Conqueror's haki, he clearly lost. No matter what your purpose is, let me knock you back first. King Kong Gun, 3-sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. Zoro saw Luffy unleash his ultimate move and felt he couldn't fall behind. He jumped up, slashing at Karl in the air. The two launched their strongest attacks simultaneously, aiming to defeat Karl and bring the island back down to the sea. However, their seemingly fierce attacks were nothing but flaws in Karl's eyes, posing no threat at all. Since that's the case, I'll let you know what true despair is. Demon Slash. Karl lightly swung his sword. In an instant, the world changed color. All the colors around were absorbed by Hades. The sharp slash cut through the space ahead, creating a massive spatial rift. With this strike, Luffy and Zoro were defeated. There was no suspense. Both of them suffered huge wounds and fell into unconsciousness. They fell freely from the sky, and if no one had been there to catch them. Chapter 245, Searching for the Devil's Descendants. Frankie, hurry and take Luffy and the others away. Leave this to me, Sanji said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Yo-ho-ho-ho, just the two of us are enough to handle this, even if we are not a match for Admiral Whitehawk. We can still buy some time. Brooke also chimed in. The two of them were determined to hold off Karl. You absolutely must not die, Frankie shouted, dragging 3 people with him, his legs turning into wheels, trying to escape. But at that moment, Karl suddenly used his power to lift a section of land into the air. Frankie couldn't get away. Even Brooke and Sanji didn't expect that Karl could use his abilities in this way. I think you have misunderstood something. Luffy is the son of Dragon and the grandson of Garp. How could I possibly kill him? I have a decent relationship with Dragon, and Admiral Garp is my senior. Of course, I can't kill Luffy. I'm here just to persuade you to leave quickly, as it will become very dangerous here. You want to let us go? Upon hearing Karl's words, Sanji was taken aback. He and Brooke exchanged glances, completely baffled by Karl's intentions. Of course, I want you to leave. I can only say that you are very lucky to encounter me. If you had run into other admirals, they wouldn't be as easy to talk to as I am. Karl shrugged, then used his ability to slowly lift the land they were on. But at that moment, a burst of intense flames surged from behind Karl. Facing the sudden flames, Karl raised one hand and released a wall of wind, blocking all the fire. Fire Fist, Ace? You arrived just in time. Seeing the familiar figure, Karl raised an eyebrow. Although he had known Ace would be here, he didn't expect him to jump out like this. Let my brother go, or else you'll regret it. Fire Fist, Ace shouted angrily, unleashing another Fire Fist. However, Karl still maintained one hand, and the wall of wind once again blocked Ace's attack. What a bastard, his fruit ability is just too restraining against me. Ace's expression was serious, his brows furrowed. At that moment, Marco also arrived. Ace, calm down. I observed earlier your brother is fine. He just passed out. Ace didn't speak, but his expression visibly relaxed. Upon seeing Marco, Karl raised an eyebrow and casually tossed the section of land he had just lifted to him. Here, take this. The Straw Hat crew is in your hands. I have other business to attend to. You can leave or stay to watch the show. I don't care either way. With that, Karl flew straight into the sky, activating his observation hockey to search for Barrett's location. Ace wanted to chase after him, but Marco grabbed his arm. Ace, we came here for Roger's treasure. There's no need to clash with an admiral. Besides, Luffy's wound isn't deep. I can treat him quickly, so you really don't need to worry. Thanks. Huh, we're all brothers. Why be so polite? Marco laughed heartily, then used his fruit ability to heal Luffy's injuries. He also healed Zoro's wounds. However, both of them were affected by Hades' demonic energy, although they didn't trigger Hades' ability. Being corrupted by the demonic power meant they couldn't recover their spirits quickly. They both needed to sleep for a while to fully wake up. Is your purpose for coming here also? Chapter 246. I was really hard to find him. Where on earth was that guy, Barrett? After casually dealing with the pirates who rushed up to ambush him, Karl continued to search for Barrett's location. He even went to Festa's location to question him about Barrett's whereabouts. Festa handed over the Den Mushi without hesitation, but there was no one on the other end when he tried to connect. Festa claimed he didn't know what was going on either. Karl didn't make it difficult for him, but instead told Smoker and Tashigi to leave first. Although he didn't know where Barrett was, Karl had a hunch that this central area would soon become a battlefield. It would be very dangerous for Smoker and Tashigi to stay here. Choice completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining allocable free attribute points. Allocable free skill points. After receiving the task reward, a smile appeared on Karl's face as he opened the attribute panel and directly allocated the attribute points to agility. This way, his speed would increase, giving him more confidence in dealing with Barrett. However, the problem now was that he still couldn't find out where Barrett was. That was quite awkward. However, he just happened to have 5 skill points. Originally, Karl planned to save these 5 skill points to upgrade Hades later, making it stronger. But now it seemed that if he didn't upgrade his observation hockey, he might really take a long time to find Barrett. Activating observation hockey not only required mental strength, but also continuously consumed physical strength. Moreover, keeping the entire island floating in the air required a certain amount of physical strength to maintain the fruit's ability. Not to mention, there were so many pirates charging at him fearlessly. This led to Karl constantly consuming his physical strength, although he recovered quickly. But his stamina was still within human limits and would naturally deplete, unlike Kaido, who didn't have to worry about stamina at all. After some contemplation, Karl ultimately decided to allocate these 5 skill points to the already perfect observation hockey. As a result, the level of observation hockey directly increased from perfect to beyond limits. At the same time, the system voice rang out. System notification. Observation hockey has been upgraded from perfect to beyond limits, reaching the maximum level, unable to be further upgraded. The coverage range of observation hockey has doubled, awakening future sight and complete X-ray vision effects. As soon as the system voice fell, the attribute panel opened automatically. Attribute panel name: Karl Strength, Agility, Mental, Stamina, Title, Benevolent Abilities, Military Body Fist, Float Fruit Awakened, Armament Hockey, Perfect, Observation Hockey, Beyond Limits. Conqueror's Hockey, Perfect, Dual Sword Style, Mastery of Wind Element, Incredible Strength, Tremor Fruit, Give Me Some Face. Zanpakuto Shurkai, Hades, Remaining Allocable Skill Points, Remaining Allocable Attribute Points. This was Karl's current personal attributes. And indeed, the level of observation hockey had become beyond limits. This novel power was something Karl was experiencing for the first time, so he planned to test it out before anything else. He then used the surrounding pirates to experiment with his new ability. First, he would test Future Sight to see how far into the future he could see. Saying that, Karl activated Future Sight, also known as the ability to briefly foresee the future. As soon as he activated the ability, a pirate appeared in his mind, wanting to use his ability to burrow underground and launch a sneak attack from behind. This situation made Karl's expression change slightly, and then he stomped hard on the ground. Chapter 247. Mutual Testing. What a coincidence. I was planning to come down to find you, but you came up yourself. Karl saw Barrett charging into the sky, and he rushed up as well, unleashing a sky-splitting slash. Ha ha ha, this is great. Barrett saw the sword energy coming towards him, clenched his right fist, and suddenly threw a punch. Although there was no place to gain leverage in the air, he still managed to deliver such an exaggerated blow with his powerful physique. He didn't even use haki, relying solely on the strength of his body to shatter Karl's sword energy. However, his body was not invulnerable. A wound had already appeared on his fist, causing Barrett to frown. He didn't expect that he would be injured by Karl's casual strike. What Barrett didn't know was that Karl's attack looked very casual. However, the force he unleashed, combined with the ability of the float fruit, was enough to cut through anything. Even diamonds could be easily sliced by Karl's sword energy. Moreover, this strike also incorporated a portion of Hades' demonic power, making Karl's sword energy even more fierce. Barrett's ability to withstand it with his body surprised Karl even more. No wonder he was once a crew member of Roger. Such a monstrous physique is truly remarkable. But even so, do you dare to be so arrogant in the face of my Hades? Karl's lips curled up slightly as he flashed in front of Barrett. Covering Hades with haki, he slashed downwards towards Barrett's face. Barrett's reaction speed was quick. He instantly concentrated his haki on his right hand to block Karl's attack. However, Karl's strength was immense, and since Barrett couldn't gain leverage in the air, he was undoubtedly sent crashing into the ground by Karl. That's tough. The flowing cherry haki is indeed something everyone seems to master at this level of strength. It looks like I need to find time to learn it properly. Up until now, Karl still hadn't learned the flowing cherry haki. It wasn't due to a lack of talent, but rather his own laziness and lack of time. So he only understood the cultivation method of flowing cherry, but hadn't practiced it. However, when he saw that flowing cherry haki could further enhance defense, he understood. If he didn't learn flowing cherry haki, the effectiveness of Hades against the four emperors might be greatly diminished. It was the same when he fought Kaido before, and now against Barrett as well. Ha ha ha, such powerful strength, such a powerful demon sword. If I were really hit, this injury might never heal. Barrett stood up from the ground unharmed, smiling as he looked at Karl in the sky. At this moment, there was a very shallow wound on his right wrist. This wound was merely superficial, and not even a drop of blood had flowed out. Generally speaking, such a wound would heal in less than a minute for an ordinary person. However, the wound on Barrett's wrist remained unchanged, showing no signs of healing at all. Such an ability matched exactly what Barrett had gathered from his research. Before making this plan, he had collected a vast amount of data on both the Navy and pirates. This included information on Blackbeard and Karl. They were the fastest rising newcomers in the past 2 years. However, while Karl was a Navy admiral, Blackbeard Teach was a pirate who had even become the new Four Emperor. Thus, Barrett's target was Blackbeard, but he didn't expect that before Blackbeard arrived, the Navy admiral would come first. Karl dropped from the sky, instantly closing in on his opponent for a full force attack. Barrett didn't dare to clash head-on. Instead, he dodged. Chapter 248 Final Form. What a troublesome mech. If it weren't for my ability to see its weak points, I wouldn't know how to fight it without a confrontation. Karl murmured softly, but his hands did not stop moving. Although Barrett was indeed very difficult to deal with, he still had ways to counter the opponent. What he needed to do now was to destroy the mech. If he couldn't destroy this mech, Barrett would never be harmed. This was the most bugged aspect of Barrett. However, Barrett was clearly aware of his strengths and would not let Karl have his way. His armed color haki was extremely powerful, reaching an extraordinary level. As for his observation haki, while not weak, it was also not very strong, just average. Nevertheless, even so, it was sufficient for combat. The Conqueror's haki, on the other hand, was basically useless in this battle. The levels of their Conqueror's haki were basically identical, allowing them to cancel each other out. As a result, neither of them could use Conqueror's haki to weaken their opponent's strength. Therefore, Karl also wouldn't release his Conqueror's haki to waste his stamina unnecessarily. What he needed to do now was to deal with Barrett's mech. However, Karl knew very well that besides this mech, Barrett's fruit ability had already awakened. He could even create an even larger giant. If he didn't resolve the situation now, It would be even harder to deal with once this larger giant appeared. The onlookers around seemed to need to find a chance to clear the area. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use his shock fruit ability. Karl didn't want to reveal his shock fruit ability just yet, so he had to find an opportunity to clear the field. However, there weren't many opportunities now, and he could only continue to engage in a fierce battle with Barrett. At this moment, Karl was already using all his strength, and Barrett was doing the same. However, under Karl's rapid assault, the mech had already developed cracks. This situation surprised Barrett. He didn't expect Karl's strength and swordsmanship to be even stronger than the intelligence he had gathered. Truly worthy of being the youngest admiral of the Navy. You really are a genuine monster. But even so, you cannot be my opponent. If we're talking about monsters, I am the real monster. Next, I will let all of you know what true despair means. Large bullet. Combine. Accompanied by Barrett's furious roar, his fruit ability instantly engulfed the entire island. All weapons and iron objects within the island were absorbed by Barrett's fruit ability and then gathered onto his own body. This was the effect that could be achieved after the awakening of the combined fruit. Moreover, the most important thing was that this island had gathered so many pirates, and there were quite a few houses as well. All of these were completely covered by the awakened torrent of the combined fruit. Even Karl had to fly into the air to fully avoid this steel torrent. Such an exaggerated fruit ability made it truly difficult to resolve. Karl frowned, using his observation hockey to start searching for the enemy's flaws. However, his expression grew increasingly serious. After searching for a long time, Karl found not a single flaw, which made him feel very troubled. Truly worthy of being a monster on par with the four emperors, such a behemoth actually had no weaknesses at all. It was simply too exaggerated. No wonder Sakazuki wanted to use the Demon Slayer order to deal with this guy. If it were an ordinary person, even the four emperors and other admirals might not necessarily win against this behemoth. Chapter 249. Clearing the field with a furious roar from Barrett. The entire steel monster was covered in a layer of flowing armament hockey. This was flowing cherry hockey, a higher-level application of armament hockey. After mastering this hockey, Barrett could flow his armament hockey at any time, making it more agile, and he could even project it outside his body. This power made Karl feel a bit of a headache. Given the current situation, if he didn't use the Tremor fruit, he really wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. At the same time, Barrett was controlling the giant hand of the monster, attacking Karl. However, at this moment, the monster was over 100 meters tall, extremely massive. Even just one of its hands exceeded the height of an adult giant. If he were to be slapped by it, even Kaido might struggle to withstand it, let alone Karl. However, a huge size meant that it required a longer reaction time. As a result, Barrett's attack speed slowed down significantly, giving Karl an opportunity to counterattack. So Karl easily dodged Barrett's giant hand, and then used his abilities to create a storm that swept towards his opponent. Karl knew that when Barrett was using flowing cherry hockey, he couldn't engage in close combat at all. Therefore, in this battle, he could only rely on the pure power of his devil fruit. Accompanied by a howling wind, the sky suddenly lit up with flashes of lightning, and the surrounding earth erupted in a sea of dragons. These originally belonged to the Golden Lion's techniques, but after being modified by Karl, they became cooler and more powerful. Dragons were more fitting for Karl's identity. The lion's head was simply weak. Okay, not only that, Karl also used his fruit abilities to create several water tornadoes attacking Barrett. With lightning flashing in the sky, bolts struck Barrett continuously, and the storm and earth-formed dragons came fiercely. The pressure from the water tornadoes made Barrett frown tightly. At this moment, Karl had fully unleashed his power, pushing the abilities of the float fruit to the limit. If it weren't for the absence of islands nearby, he would have even controlled an island to smash Barrett in the face. In the face of such a wide-range attack, the combined giant beast created by Barrett absorbed it all. This also caused him to lose his balance, making it look like he would fall over soon. Such wide-range techniques are generally difficult to hit enemies of the same level. Therefore, aside from the water tornadoes and storms, Karl rarely used other techniques. But against Barrett's combined giant, he could act recklessly, because the opponent could swallow all the techniques Karl unleashed without missing a single one. This meant that no matter what technique Karl used, it could directly hit Barrett. The opponent was simply too large. Even dodging was a problem. So Barrett could only take it head-on. However, the giant he created had an extraordinarily high body hardness. Additionally, Barrett's own armament hockey was also very powerful. Such strong armament hockey was something even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin couldn't match. The last time Karl saw such strong armament hockey was from Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard used flowing cherry hockey and the Tremor Fruit's abilities to destroy two small islands that Karl had smashed towards him in one blow. Later, when Whitebeard fought Karl, he also unleashed such powerful armament hockey. But unfortunately, after using it once, his life began to accelerate towards its end, so he couldn't use it anymore. After that, Karl never saw such powerful armament hockey again. Karl might have it, but Karl had never truly fought him, so he didn't. Chapter 250, a battle that could influence the world order. Hearing Yixiao's words, Karl didn't know what to say. However, he couldn't help but blame himself for not keeping an eye on Feista, which led to the current situation. No one would have expected Feista to recklessly announce the opening of the Pirate Expo and even dare to put a bounty on the Navy. It must be said that this guy had guts, the kind that didn't fear death. Yixiao, you continue to handle the clearing. I'll take care of it here. If it really gets out of hand, I'll come to you for help. Karl's fervor in his eyes had not diminished. Due to the sheer number of people around, Karl needed to buy a little more time. Only after the area was cleared could he unleash all his strength. Yixiao didn't know Karl's plan. He just nodded and began to instruct the Navy soldiers to clear the area. However, the clearing speed of the Navy soldiers was not fast. Through his observation hockey, Yixiao could sense that Karl had already charged in to fight Barrett. To avoid interfering with the two of them, Yixiao chose to take matters into his own hands and deal with these pirates. With him around, these pirates were utterly unable to resist and were captured back onto the warship. Once all of them were captured, even the Demon Slayer order could be spared. At that time, when Karl needed support, they could attack Barrett together and take him down. Enemies like this must not be left in the world. Otherwise, no one knew what kind of impact he might cause next. At the same time, while Yixiao was clearing the area, the Straw Hat crew and Marco had already arrived on the Thousand Sunny. They were continuously resisting the Navy's attempts to capture them. Ace even used Fire Fist on the sea, creating a dazzling flaming barrier that floated on the water, blocking the Navy's ships from intercepting them. Marco personally took to the skies to intercept the cannon fire. Unlike other pirate crews, the Straw Hat crew easily broke through the Navy's encirclement and sailed away. Yixiao, through his observation hockey, saw this scene but did not intervene. He was well aware of Luffy and Ace's identities, and their strengths were not weak either. Moreover, there were Marco and Jozu on the ship as well. If he were to take action, he would face the combined assault of everyone. Although Yixiao was confident in his own strength, he wasn't sure if he could take on all of them. After all, besides them, Zoro, Bonnie, and Urki were also formidable. Forget it, I'll let them go this time and capture them next time. Yixiao murmured to himself, then focused all his observation hockey on Karl. Unable to see, he naturally had to use his observation hockey to assess the current situation. His observation hockey had a wide coverage, allowing him to see some outlines, as well as the moves released by Karl and Barrett. However, he couldn't see how intense their battle was. He could only gauge their power through the tremors of the earth, the fluctuations in the air, and even the disturbances in the surrounding space. Such a situation made him sigh. Truly two monsters. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to handle Barrett at all. A creature of such size couldn't be crushed by meteors, and the gravitational field couldn't cover such a large area, making it a real headache. Yet even so, Karl was still able to hold his ground and even knock off quite a bit of Barrett's body. Truly a monster among monsters. Yixiao sighed. He really hadn't expected Karl to be this strong when he unleashed his power. It seemed he had underestimated him before, just as Yixiao was feeling this way. Those who had already escaped. Chapter 251. The God-level choice is triggered again. Unlike the lively situation on the side of the Straw Hat crew, the situation on the island has fallen into a stalemate. Although Karl's use of the float fruit has created a massive storm capable of destroying everything on the island, the combined giant beast of Barrett is simply too fierce, too strong, too large, and too solid. Additionally, Hades' abilities have no effect on this non-living entity. Karl's swordsmanship poses almost no threat to Barrett. More importantly, Karl cannot get too close. Otherwise, he would enter Barrett's attack range. If he stays far away, Karl can easily handle any attack from Barrett. However, getting too close allows Barrett to unleash short-range attacks. Before engaging in battle, Karl had already used his observation hockey to foresee all of this. This is also the reason why Karl would not easily approach his opponent. Compared to the high risk, low reward of close combat, it is much safer to release his fruit abilities from a distance. In terms of damage dealt, the ability of the float fruit is more effective against Barrett's combined giant beast than swordsmanship. However, there is one problem. It simply cannot break through Barrett's defenses. Barrett's shell is far too hard, and his armament hockey is incredibly strong. Karl cannot breach Barrett's defenses with just the float fruit's abilities. He can't even remove a single finger from Barrett. Navy, D. Barrett roared, swinging his massive palm towards Karl. Facing Barrett's attack, Karl easily dodged. As long as he maintained a certain distance, Barrett's combined giant beast posed no life-threatening danger to Karl. However, similarly, he also could not dismantle such a massive creature. This is quite troublesome. Even if he were to use the Demon Slayer order, it would likely take several days to smash it to pieces, right? While dodging attacks, Karl continued to release the abilities of the float fruit, constantly creating storms, whirlpools, and various earthen dragons to attack Barrett. However, these moves posed no threat to Barrett. At most, they could only make him stop momentarily. To Barrett, Karl is strong, but he does not pose a threat. Right now, Barrett has only one goal: to eliminate the Navy, to destroy the Demon Slayer order, and finally to take down the 4 Emperors. Only then can he prove that he is stronger than Roger. This is his goal and dream. However, facing such a slippery opponent like Karl, Barrett currently has no way to defeat him. Barrett knows very well that if he were to disengage from the combined giant beast and face Karl in his previous mech form, he might not be Karl's match. The visible cracks on the mech are the best example. Therefore, Barrett is keenly aware that if he does not resolve this situation in his current state, he has no chance against 2 admirals and the Demon Slayer order. Thus, he must act quickly. After all, human stamina is limited, and not everyone is a monster like Kaido. Having come to this realization, his attacks became even more fierce, and his speed increased significantly. It was evident that Barrett was slowly becoming more adept at controlling the combined giant beast. As long as he could hit Karl once while controlling the giant beast, he would be very close to victory. Karl also noticed the situation. Barrett's proficiency in controlling the combined giant beast was increasing, and even the speed of his massive palm had sped up considerably. Chapter 252, Gomu Fruit. Activate. After making his choice, Karl felt refreshed, eager to unleash his full power and engage in a decisive battle with Barrett. However, his observation haki reminded him that there were still Navy troops around who had not yet evacuated, and Ishao was nearby, cleaning up the aftermath. Consequently, if he wanted to have a full-blown battle with Barrett, he would have to wait a little longer. Therefore, at this moment, Karl could only use the float fruit to continue to restrain Barrett and buy time. However, it wouldn't take Ishao and the others an hour to clear the pirates from the entire island, leaving Karl with the whole island as a battlefield. As for Ishao himself, he wouldn't interfere in the battle between Karl and Barrett. After all, this was Karl's own request, and it would seem inappropriate for him to step in. So Ishao would not interfere unless Karl called for help. Time slowly passed. Over 90% of the pirates on the island were captured by Ishao, and Smoker and Tashigi were escorting Fiesta back to the warship. At this point, Fiesta had been knocked out. After seeing Barrett's combined giant beast, he had gone completely mad, even trying to break free from the Navy's custody to rush in front of Barrett. Who knows what was wrong with this guy? Wanted to seek death. However, since Fiesta still had some use, Smoker did not kill him, but instead used his powers to suffocate him. Fiesta fainted and wouldn't wake up in a short time. The Navy had basically returned to the warship and had pulled away to a certain distance from the island. Even so, they could still see a gigantic figure towering into the clouds in the center of the island. This was Barrett's combined giant beast. It was so tall that it was even larger than an ordinary mountain. In comparison, Karl, who was flying in the air and continuously attacking Barrett with his powers, appeared extremely small. The size difference between the two was like that of an ant and an elephant, completely disproportionate. During the time the Navy was clearing the area, Karl had experimented with using his float fruit ability to create a stone giant to counter Barrett. However, the quality of the stone giant was simply incomparable to Barrett's combined giant beast. Even if Karl covered the stone giant entirely with armament haki, it would still be smashed to pieces by Barrett's punches. It wouldn't even withstand 3 punches. This situation made Karl realize that his imaginative approach could not contend with Barrett. Creating the stone giant was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, and he had no time to consider what structure would be the most stable form. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Barrett was a user of a combined fruit ability. His fruit power directly transformed the combined material into a whole, and only after defeating him would those materials revert back. This meant that no matter what Karl did, his imitation ability could never be as formidable as Barrett's. Karl was well aware of this, so he didn't dwell too much on the stone giant. However, this ability did provide some inspiration for Karl's development. Perhaps in the future, besides controlling the island, he could also explore this giant-making approach. Everyone could see how strong Barrett's giant was. So with a slight change in thinking, Karl could create a similar small giant. This way, he would have his own little army without worrying about casualties among his subordinates, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. But that was a matter for later. At this moment, Karl only had such thoughts. In this battle, he was not able to create such an army. Chapter 253. The Power of Dual Devil Fruits. Your second devil fruit is actually the Tremor fruit. It's truly unbelievable. No wonder you wanted to shroud the surroundings in a layer of sand. If this would be known by Whitebeard's remnants, they would surely pursue you relentlessly. Moreover, even the world government would have some reservations about you. That said, you have indeed hidden it very well. Although Barrett was shocked by the abilities Karl displayed, his reaction was still relatively normal. After all, there's Blackbeard in this world, who is also a dual devil fruit user. Karl possessing the abilities of 2 fruits is not entirely unexpected. What Barrett didn't anticipate, however, was that Karl's second fruit ability would be the Tremor fruit. You must know, this was the fruit ability of Edward Newgate, the former strongest man in the world. Barrett did not dare to be careless, and also used his strongest form to face Karl's attack. The abilities of the Tremor fruit combined with the Float fruit can be said to be a perfect match. One can manipulate air currents and create various natural disasters, while the other can directly cause various earthquakes and even shatter space itself. The combination of these 2 fruit abilities is indeed quite exaggerated. Not to mention Barrett. Even Karl himself did not expect the impact of these 2 fruit abilities to be greater than he had anticipated. This can be seen from the massive cracks below, resembling an abyss, showing just how exaggerated the combined abilities of these 2 fruits are. However, neither Karl nor Barrett had the mood to appreciate the shock brought by such power. The battle was still ongoing, and the fight between the 2 could be described as extremely intense. Even though Karl had unleashed his full strength, Barrett's combined beast had not been destroyed. During this time, Karl had been using the abilities of both fruits. The effects were quite good, but Barrett also had his countermeasures. In response to various tremor attacks, Barrett further covered the interior of the combined beast with a layer of armament hockey. He even surrounded himself in layers. This way, Karl's strength could not be transmitted to Barrett through the combined beast. Even if there were aftershocks that could reach Barrett, the remaining power would already be very small. Given Barrett's physical quality, he would have no problem withstanding such aftershocks. Karl, through his observation hockey, also saw the opponent's countermeasure. Therefore, his idea of attacking Barrett's main body directly through the vibrations via the combined beast had already failed. Karl was very aware of how abnormal Barrett's physical quality was. His power was nearly on par with Karl's, definitely at the S rank level, and his stamina and agility were at least B-level, if not a level. As for the mental attributes, since they are difficult to discern, Karl did not know how high Barrett's mental attributes were. However, someone who possesses Conqueror's Haki would not have low mental attributes. Putting aside the mental attributes, Barrett's physical quality was already comparable to Karl's. Thus, Karl's initial attempts to attack Barrett's main body through the combined beast were effective. But once Barrett started to defend rigorously, this tactic lost its effectiveness. It seemed he could only confront Barrett head-on. He just needed to dismantle this combined beast. According to the original work, as long as he didn't give Barrett a chance to reconnect, this tactic would be difficult to use a second time. Karl steadied himself, evaded Barrett's attack, and thought of a better combat strategy. Chapter 254. Solution. Damn, those Navy brats. They really know how to get me into trouble. Barrett never expected that Karl would use such a method to affect his combined giant beast. He was well aware of the abilities of the float fruit. So he understood even better that once the body of the combined giant beast was shattered, he would be unable to continue the fusion, because he too must touch these objects to fuse with them. However, Karl could manipulate the fruit's ability to throw them directly into the air, making it so that Barrett wouldn't even be able to see them, let alone fuse. As a result, Barrett was completely passive and had no way to counter Karl's tactics. On top of that, Karl had the support of the Quake fruit. Barrett had even less chance of stopping Karl's moves. Regardless, the combined power of the float fruit and the Quake fruit was truly astonishing. Moreover, Karl's swordsmanship was no weaker than Mihawk's, coupled with his immense strength, which made Barrett feel very uncomfortable. He knew the admirals were strong, but he never imagined they could be this absurdly powerful. Most importantly, the information Barrett had gathered was not comprehensive. He had no idea that Karl was a dual fruit user, nor did he know that his second fruit was the Quake fruit. At this moment, Barrett felt an immense pressure. This pressure was something he had only felt from Roger and Whitebeard. But he never thought that just 2 years after returning to the sea, he would experience that same sense of oppression from a Navy admiral. This brought back some unpleasant memories for Barrett. Karl, unaware that Barrett was distracted by the meeting, continued to dismantle the body of the combined giant beast. However, Barrett's armament hockey was simply too tough. Even when Karl used all his strength, he could only dismantle a small portion at a time. His flying speed was not as fast as Barrett's fruit ability. Every time he managed to dismantle a large area of the combined giant beast, Karl could at most control half of the material to fly into the air. Out of Barrett's control, the remaining half still had to return to Barrett, and Barrett would not sit idly by. In response to Karl's actions, he directly abandoned his hands and feet, curling the entire combined giant beast into a shape resembling a roly-poly toy. This way, the area Karl could dismantle would become increasingly smaller. Most importantly, Barrett could also use this form to conveniently unleash other attacks. This led to Karl not having it easy either. Barrett's battle IQ was very high. He could come up with strategies to deal with various situations in a short time. That was why Karl found himself in such a tricky situation. However, this also turned out to be good news for Karl. Although the roly-poly form of the combined giant beast was troublesome, it couldn't move. As a result, Barrett became a living target, allowing Karl to attack at will. However, Karl himself was not safe either. Every time he tried to approach Barrett, he would be met with fierce counterattacks. If Karl did not possess the foresight of observation hockey, he would have probably been hit by sudden attacks several times already. Barrett's attacks were extremely powerful. Just one hit would severely injure Karl and affect his combat effectiveness. Therefore, Karl had to maintain a high level of concentration, and his future sight had to remain active at all times. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he could steadily dismantle Barrett's combined giant beast under the pressure of his attacks. The battle between Karl and Barrett was exceptionally intense. The space wrapped in yellow sand was constantly trembling, and even the airflow was extremely chaotic. Chapter 255, A Day and a Night. It's truly terrifying. Is this what a battle between two monsters looks like? It's incredibly shocking. Even if I were to face such a monster, I would probably be at a loss. Only fellow monsters like Karl and Sakazuki could inflict damage on him, right? A lewd-looking man spoke in a very lewd tone, mocking. This man, like a smile, was dressed in an admiral's uniform. He was one of the 3 admirals of the Navy who had come to provide support. Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. His timing was just right. It was now the second night of the battle between Karl and Barrett. This means their fight had already lasted a day and night, with no clear winner yet. Moreover, the most important thing is that their battle had thoroughly affected the surrounding environment, causing several nearby islands to be engulfed in storms. Even in this area, heavy rain continued to pour, and tsunamis were constantly erupting. As long as they continued to fight, this situation would never disappear. It really makes one sigh. Back in my youth, if I had half of Karl's strength, I wouldn't have had to gouge out my own eyes. Looking back now, I was too young, and I really want to see what Karl looks like. A smile also wore a somewhat lewd grin. If he weren't blind, Borsellino might have thought he was mimicking him. You really are something, Mr. Smile. I never imagined that you blinded yourself. I always thought your eyes were destroyed in battle. It seems you are quite remarkable too. Borsellino teased, and a smile just laughed heartily, not taking Borsellino's words to heart. Don't tease me. Let's continue to observe for now and see how things develop. Karl said he would request support if he couldn't handle the opponent, so we'll just watch. A smile had faith in Karl's strength and respected him, so he wouldn't rashly intervene in his battle. Borsellino, adhering to the principle of punching in for work, began to slack off. After all, he had just arrived not long ago and needed a break. If fighting was needed later, he could face a monster like Barrett in the best condition. As for Sakazuki, he could come up with any excuse to brush it off. As long as the final outcome was to take down Barrett, the process didn't matter. Even though this might delay things a bit, the 3 of them believed Sakazuki wouldn't mind this little delay. The main reason was that Borsellino wanted to take advantage of the chaos and didn't want to fight a monster like Barrett. Fighting him would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also life-threatening. After all, Barrett's strength was not much weaker than that of the 4 emperors, and Borsellino certainly didn't want to be his enemy. A smile was even simpler. He just listened to Karl's words, chose to respect him, and left them space for a one-on-one duel. That's all there was to it. As for the Navy and vice admirals responsible for the demon-slaying order, did they come through the heavy rain just to witness a sandstorm and feel the raging waves? This was hard for them to accept, especially for Ghost Spider. As the 3rd commander of this operation, aside from Smile and Borsellino, he could hardly stand it anymore. Admiral Borsellino, Are we really going to wait for the battle inside to conclude before releasing the demon-slaying order? It's not that I don't trust Admiral Karl's strength, but he is too young. Chapter 256, Defeat. Damn it. Why has Admiral Sakazuki turned out like this? Don't they fear that Barrett will escape because of it? Goeju watched as Xiao and Pagliusolino walked back to the cabin, arm in arm, and couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger, wishing he could personally order a bombardment of the island. But he couldn't do that. He was only the third commander and had no authority to give such orders. With no other choice, Goeju could only seethe in frustration and eventually followed Xiao and the others to drink. As for the other Navy members, except for those who needed to stand guard and observe, the rest wouldn't stay outside for long. After all, it was a stormy day, and getting sick at such a critical time would be disastrous. Time passed. The sun slowly rose on the horizon. However, it was soon shrouded by clouds, with everyone only catching a glimpse of sunlight before continuing to be drenched in the downpour. The storm indicated that the battle between Karl and Barrett was still ongoing. Pagliusolino and Xiao continued to observe the situation inside, using their observation hockey, their expressions a mix of shock. They could hardly believe what was happening in the sandstorm. This was the first time the old man had seen someone achieve such a level. It was truly eye-opening. It's terrifying. The number of monsters in this world is increasing. What are we old folks supposed to do? Pagliusolino and Xiao sighed simultaneously, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Goeju was overjoyed. Everyone, pay attention and be ready to support Admiral Karl. Naval personnel responsible for artillery, check the cannons now to prevent moisture from the rain. Goeju began issuing orders. But Pagliusolino shot him a glare, then waved his hand and said softly, "Don't listen to him. No need to prepare the demon-slaying orders. The battle inside will soon be over. My eyes aren't blind. I really want to know what Karl looks like. He's truly astonishing." Goeju was taken aback by Pagliusolino and Xiao's words. He had originally thought that the expressions on their faces were because Karl was about to be defeated by Barrett. However, he clearly misjudged the situation. It was Barrett who was going to lose. After receiving this news, Goeju was left dumbfounded. He truly couldn't believe Karl's strength was this formidable. Meanwhile, outside, while everyone was collectively shocked, Karl had already dismantled Barrett's combined giant beast completely. All parts of the combined giant beast were thrown into the sky by Karl's abilities. If Barrett wanted to continue merging, he simply couldn't do it. His fruit ability wasn't powerful enough to merge with an entire island. Otherwise, he would have been invincible and wouldn't have been defeated by Karl. That 100-meter-tall, combined giant beast was already his limit. If he were to create another one of the same kind, it would likely take a long time. However, Barrett's armor remained intact and allowed him to still fight back against Karl. But with his dual fruit abilities, Karl fought Barrett as if he were a child, without any pressure at all. As long as he dealt with Barrett's combined giant beast, Karl now faced Barrett's attacks with ease. If we were to discuss Barrett in his combined giant beast form. Chapter 257. Resolution cough cough. I never expected that Barrett, would be defeated by you. A mere Navy brat. The abilities of the float and shock fruits, combined with that unheard of, unparalleled demon sword, along with your own swordsmanship. In this world, unless Roger and Edward Newgate were to be reborn, there's probably no one who can rival you. Cough cough. Barrett is already nearing the end of his life, and he was defeated head-on by Karl, which made him accept his loss wholeheartedly. Therefore, he has no need to speak ill of Karl or curse him. As a strong person, having a mindset that can accept defeat is the most important thing. Although the price paid is his own life, Barrett does not regret it. He has already prepared himself for failure or death. This time, he came to hold his pirate expo with the determination to die. It is precisely because of this that Festa found a kindred spirit in him, and together they organized this expo to trap pirates. They also want to trick the Navy a bit. However, they never expected that an unexpected character would arrive, and his strength would be so surprising. Karl is such a person. His appearance was completely outside of Barrett and Festa's plan. Although Barrett had anticipated that he might come, he did not expect Karl to be a dual fruit user. After activating his dual abilities, while it may not exactly double his strength, it at least increased it by 30 to 40%. At their level of power, every 10% increase is considered a small qualitative change. Not to mention that Karl's second fruit ability is the shock fruit, so Barrett's loss was not unjust. He himself accepted it and even praised Karl's strength as the strongest in the world. With your good words, I will definitely become the world's strongest in the future. But I'm not now. I know my own limitations. It's already so difficult to deal with you, let alone the other four emperors. Is that so? Cough cough. It seems in your eyes The other 4 emperors are stronger. Barrett coughed weakly. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he had clearly given up on treatment. Heh. Charlotte Lean's iron body and Kaido's immortality are indeed very troublesome. As for Shanks and Blackbeard, they're normal people, and I'm not too afraid of them. Kaz sneered, stepping in front of Barrett and placing Hades at his neck. Barrett, do you have any last words? Speak them. Perhaps when I'm in a good mood, I might help you fulfill them. Cough, cough, would you really be that kind? Barrett chuckled lightly, his tone full of disdain, but he ultimately spoke his final words. Since you've defeated me, then please become the world's strongest. If you lose to someone else midway, when you arrive in the underworld, I will personally tear your soul apart. Barrett said fiercely. In a moment of resurgence, his strength suddenly increased. He tightly gripped the blade of Hades and fiercely stabbed it into his own heart. This strike directly pierced Barrett's heart. He glared at Karl with wide eyes, opened his mouth, and ultimately fell to the ground. From his last expression, Karl discerned 4 words. Do not fail. Heh, you don't need to say it. I will also become the world's strongest. Karl smirked, then withdrew Hades, shaking off the blood on the blade before sheathing it. Afterward, Karl waved his hand, withdrawing the surrounding sand curtain. Upon seeing this scene, Borsalino and the others immediately understood that this battle was over. You few come with me, the others stay in place. Yes. Borsalino issued the command and then led a few people to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Xiao was sitting inside the cabin. Chapter 258, System Rewards. After returning to the naval headquarters, Karl first went to the medical department to receive treatment, while the other 2, Borsalino and Xiao, went to a meeting. However, their meeting was quickly finished. Sakazuki even personally came to the medical room to explain the situation to Karl. Such treatment is not something that ordinary people receive. Even other high-ranking generals do not enjoy such privileges after being injured. However, what Karl did this time was truly astonishing, even boosting the morale of the Navy significantly. Moreover, Karl was able to single-handedly take on and defeat an enemy of the 4 Emperors level, which is already quite impressive. Although Barrett is not truly at the 4 Emperors level, he only barely touched the threshold of it. His fruit ability has significant flaws, and his personal strength has not reached the level of the 4 Emperors. But others do not know this, so the Navy can boast freely. Because Barrett's deeds are real, he was indeed very brutal and powerful. Additionally, the strength that Barrett displayed this time was indeed at the 4 Emperors level. Although only the giant beast he manifested after awakening his fruit was at the 4 Emperors level, it is enough to demonstrate that his strength reached such a level. Thus, the Navy can say whatever they want, and the purpose is simple, to build their own momentum. Only in this way can they suppress those unruly pirates in a new world. Furthermore, Sakazuki sought out Karl to inquire about some details regarding Barrett and how he defeated him. In response, Karl concealed his tremor fruit and shared everything else. He also deliberately emphasized that he defeated Barrett solely because his fruit ability countered Barrett's. In terms of raw strength, Karl could not guarantee defeating Barrett, but he also wouldn't lose to him. Sakazuki was not too surprised, as this was within his expectations. He just didn't expect Karl to speak so candidly, without embellishing or belittling his opponent. Karl's humility and composure further impressed Sakazuki, who even planned to cultivate him as the next admiral. However, all of this is still early. Sakazuki could still hold this position for about 10 more years. Moreover, Karl is only in his 20s now, and there's immense room for growth, which is also why Sakazuki has high hopes for him. After spending a whole day, Sakazuki learned everything he wanted to know. Karl then handed Sakazuki a glass of water and casually asked, I sentite enough to just send someone over to take this record? Why did you, Senior Sakazuki? Come personally? Do I even need to say? Because I wanted to hear you say it in person. This time you've truly brought glory to our Navy. Haha. Sakazuki laughed heartily, appearing very excited. However, his laughter was truly unpleasant, enough to give Karl some physiological reactions. Sakazuki laughed for a moment, then reined it in and returned to his usual poker face. Ahem, the 5 elders also know about this matter. Those old geezers are full of admiration for you. But you need to be cautious. Those 5 old men do not mean well. They will definitely request to meet you. But no matter what, do not agree to any of their requests to avoid any negative impact on yourself. Understood? Don't worry, Senior Sakazuki, I will be cautious. Hearing Karl say this, Sakazuki felt relieved. The two then chatted casually for a bit before Sakazuki left the ward. He still had things to do? Naturally not. Chapter 259, half a year. Time flies. 3 months have passed since the battle between Karl and Barrett. At this point, Karl has become a true hero in the eyes of all the Marines. Defeating an enemy of the level of the four emperors is simply unattainable for those Marines. But now, Karl has not only achieved this, but he also defeated his opponent in a one-on-one fight. This is much more shocking than his previous kill of the severely weakened Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard was already close to death, which led many people to think, I could do that too. But in reality, those with strength below the rank of Rear Admiral couldn't even withstand a single move from Whitebeard, let alone kill him. Therefore, Karl's displayed strength at that time was already very impressive. However, there were still some who were unconvinced, believing that Karl was just lucky to become a general. But then Karl fought Kaido one-on-one, and the fact that it ended in a draw was enough to silence some of those dissenters. Now, Karl has even defeated Barrett, whose strength is enough to rival the four emperors. His reputation has reached its peak in these past few months. Even during the time when the news was being hyped up by Morgans, he didn't have as much support from the Navy as he does now. But now, Karl has clearly become the new generation of Navy heroes. If Karl can defeat another four emperor, even if it's just one, the title of this new Navy hero will be solidified. Currently, some people refer to him as such, but many do not recognize this title. They acknowledge Karl's strength and achievements, but believe that the title of Navy hero is too soon for him. Unless Karl can produce another feat of defeating another four emperor, only then will those people fully agree. As for Garp, he is already old, and it's time for a new person to take on the title of Navy hero. This is the thought of most young Marines. Even Sakazuki and Borsalino think the same way. Moreover, Karl's high reputation is entirely due to Sakazuki's efforts in promoting him. He also wants to emulate Steelbone Kong and create a strong and renowned Navy hero, because this counts as his achievement. It gives him more leverage in negotiations with the Gorosei. Although Sakazuki has only been the fleet admiral for 2 years, he has learned all the necessary skills that an admiral should have. It must be said that in this respect, he has a talent for being fleet admiral. If it were Kazan, perhaps he would not do this, because Kazan's personality is not as decisive as Sakazuki's. This is a flaw in personality. Kazan is inherently unsuitable to be an admiral because he does not lead the Navy towards a better direction. In contrast, Sakazuki is very suitable to become fleet admiral in such chaotic times. Although he is very extreme, without such extreme leadership, it would be difficult for the Navy to carve a path in the new world, braving the winds and waves. After all, Sakazuki is not someone who seeks stability. His goal is to completely purify the new world, along with eliminating all pirates. That is his goal and his dream. As for Karl, he is now lazily lying in his dormitory with nothing much to do. Due to the celestial dragons, Karl has been placed under house arrest by the Gorosei. Previously, when Karl was wandering around Saviti Archipelago, he encountered a celestial dragon involved in the slave trade. Without a second thought, Karl beat up the celestial dragon and then brought him to Mariewa, directly throwing him in front of the Gorosei. The Gorosei were quite speechless about this, as such incidents had happened more than once. However, Karl's actions this time completely enraged the celestial dragons. At least half of the celestial dragons collectively demanded that the Gorosei imprison him and impel down. However, these celestial dragons were somewhat intelligent and knew that they couldn't kill Karl. Karl's strength was too formidable, and if they were to take action, they wouldn't know who could suppress him. Therefore, they only requested that Karl be imprisoned and impelled down, and they didn't even dare to directly revoke his status. As for when he would be released, that was up to the Gorosei to decide. Chapter 260. The choice of mission attribute panel. Name, Karl strength, S agility, a spirit, B stamina, a title, benevolent ability, military boxing, B float fruit, awakened, armament hockey, perfect, observation hockey, beyond limit, conqueror's hockey, perfect, dual blade style, A mastery of wind element, C super strength, A tremor fruit, give me some phase, C Zanpakuto shurkai, Hades, ultra speed regeneration, A remaining skill points, 2 remaining attribute points. 0-foot Karl glanced at his personal attributes and various abilities with boredom, then closed the system interface. These attributes were nothing to look at. For the past 6 months, Karl had been under house arrest, with his only permitted locations being the Navy headquarters and Mariewa. Furthermore, if Karl wanted to go to sea, he had to report to the elders in advance. As a result, Karl had basically not gone anywhere during this time, spending his days cooped up at home. This left Borsalino and Ishiao to pick up the slack, having to do more work without any overtime pay. The Navy's exploitation was evident. Even admirals could not escape the fate of being exploited. However, during this time, Karl practiced military boxing every day, which stealthily raised his military boxing skill to level B. although he didn't know how powerful his military boxing had become at this level. One thing was for sure, with his current physical attributes, even a random punch would not be weak. It was indeed peaceful in the past 6 months. Apart from the Straw Hat crew and the remnants of Whitebeard Alliance, there had been no other news. It was truly boring. Even some plot points from the original story had changed because of him. The Straw Hat crew hadn't even gone to the Golden City. If they had returned to the Golden City, he had planned to take the opportunity to arrest them all. Karl's little scheme fell through, but he didn't mind. Such things couldn't be forced. They had to happen naturally. Additionally, Tizzolo's business had not been going well lately. He had already decided to defect and wanted to become Karl's subordinate, because only in this way could he completely escape the control of CP0. However, Karl was not in a hurry to take this little brother. He didn't plan to go against the government for the time being, at least not in the next 6 months, but he did not directly refuse Tizzolo, instead allowing him to maintain the status quo. After all, he and Tizzolo still had some use. Tizzolo did not know Karl's thoughts. He only believed that Karl had agreed to his request. But today, Tizzolo suddenly called Karl, saying he needed help. Moreover, someone from CP0 had been killed on a ship. However, this was a minor issue. The main problem was that a celestial dragon had also died there. Tizzolo really could not suppress this matter. He didn't even have the ability to take action against that person, because the other party was Red Count Leadfield. He was the legendary pirate who once single-handedly contended against the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Such a person had a strength that was even more unfathomable than the 4 emperors, as he possessed a brush that could summon other characters. Leadfield's favorite subjects to paint were the 3 admirals, including Karl himself, although the painted individuals would immediately disappear upon taking damage. Their strength was not significantly different from that of the painted characters. At most, there would be a gap of 1 or 2 levels. This gap was quite large in the eyes of someone at Karl's level. However, there was no doubt that even if the summoned admiral's strength was weak, they could easily kill Tizzolo. This was also the reason Tizzolo sought help. Relying solely on himself, he had no chance of dealing with Leadfield, because besides having this brush, he was also a mythical Zoan type with a Batfruit ability, and he also... Chapter 261 returned to Dressrosa in the end. Karl accepted the mission and chose to go to Hive Island, preparing to fish in troubled waters. He definitely couldn't kill Luffy and Ace, otherwise he would completely offend Garp and Dragon. So, he obviously couldn't take action against these two, and could only re-imprison them and impel down or hand them over to Garp and Sengoku for management. As for Marco, this guy's strength might not be as strong as Karl's, but his recovery ability was indeed a headache for Karl. If it weren't necessary, Karl really didn't want to confront him. As for killing him, it would be quite challenging without Sea Prism Stone. Although Karl had already learned Flowing Cherry Hockey, it was somewhat different from what he had imagined. His level of armament hockey still remained at the perfect level and hadn't surpassed its limits. This meant that Flowing Cherry Hockey could only be considered an enhanced method of using armament hockey and wasn't truly a power that surpassed the limits. As for what surpassing the limits of armament hockey should look like, Karl really had no idea. However, he no longer cared. After mastering Flowing Cherry Hockey, dealing with the 4 emperors was no longer as passive as before. Before heading to Hive Island, Karl planned to visit Dressrosa to see Zephyr and the others. Zephyr had been here for a particularly long time, which had raised suspicions within the Navy. However, Rebecca provided a reason. She invited Zephyr to train the guards of Dressrosa. Furthermore, since Dressrosa was now a member country of the world government, as long as Rebecca provided enough heavenly gold, the Celestial Dragons and the Gorosei would not question why Dressrosa invited Zephyr to be an instructor. After all, to them, making money was enough. As for what Zephyr and Dressrosa intended to do, they didn't care. Although Sakazuki sensed something was off, Zephyr was still behaving himself and showed no signs of rebellion. Additionally, he had sent people to investigate Zephyr's situation here and found nothing unusual, so he didn't bother to keep an eye on his teacher. However, what Sakazuki didn't know was that the reason he couldn't find any abnormalities was entirely because Karl was secretly informing Zephyr and the others, which was why they were safe. As for Law and Buggy, they had only accepted Zephyr's teachings at the beginning and then left Dressrosa to return to Punk Hazard. Their identities as pirates made it inappropriate for them to appear openly in Dressrosa and meet Zephyr. Therefore, Zephyr simply taught them some combat training methods before allowing them to leave. The people receiving training here, aside from some of Dressrosa's guard troops, were mostly Law and Buggy subordinates. Even some warriors from Amazon Lily were included. These were all backup forces for Karl, and they naturally needed proper training. Recently, as the situation at sea stabilized, Law, Buggy, Jinbi and Hancock publicly announced their alliance. The stated purpose of their alliance was for self-preservation, to prevent the four emperors and the Navy from taking them all at once. As for the real purpose, no one could clarify. Not even the Navy could uncover any useful information, because this alliance did not accept the participation of others. However, their current threat was not significant, and Sakazuki did not take them seriously. This was also one of the reasons why Karl could feel at ease. In Sakazuki's eyes, the four emperors and the white-beard pirates. Chapter 262. Rebecca's thoughts during this time. Cyrus had some matters to attend to and needed to set sail, possibly not returning for a month or two. However, there was no need to worry. He wasn't going to fight pirates, but rather to engage in some exchanges with neighboring countries and prepare for the next gladiatorial games. The next gladiatorial games? Hearing King Riku's words, Karl felt a bit puzzled. Although the bullfighting arena had always been a tradition in Dressrosa, it had not reopened since Karl had destroyed it, even after renovations. Karl didn't inquire further, simply assuming they had given up on using this method to select their guard forces. However, hearing King Riku mention it again today left him somewhat confused. Hee. Let me explain this, Rebecca said with a smile, pulling Karl's hand. Karl, brother, could you come with me over here? Where's over here? Oh, come on. Don't tease me. We actually have something to show you. This time, restarting the bullfighting arena is also to prepare for your plans. Karl, brother, prepare for my plans? Hearing Rebecca's words, Karl was taken aback for a second, then let her lead him towards the treasury. King Riku and Violet exchanged helpless smiles and followed behind, preventing Rebecca from doing anything out of line. They weren't worried that Karl would be tempted by their treasury, with his strength and status. He wouldn't care about such things. Otherwise, he could take action at any time. Their only concern was that Rebecca might directly offer herself to Karl and force the issue. This was something they did not want to see. In their eyes, Rebecca was merely a king of a country, unworthy of Karl in terms of status and strength. So they naturally assumed that Rebecca could never be paired with Karl. If Karl knew their thoughts, he would probably be shocked. Who would refuse a girl? That's just unreasonable. Although Karl himself was quite oblivious to romantic advances. He had previously turned down a girl's goodwill solely to enhance his strength. Now that he had achieved a certain level of strength, he naturally started to think about finding a partner. However, he currently had no one in mind, except for perhaps Until and Hancock, who barely caught his eye. Under Rebecca's guidance, Karl slowly moved deeper inside. Rebecca's face was flushed, and she kept shaking Karl's arm, creating a somewhat flirtatious atmosphere. King Riku and Violet silently followed behind. Karl looked at the unusually lively Rebecca and the three behind him, unsure of what to say. If it weren't for his familiarity with the three, he would be genuinely worried about being led astray. Karl, brother, look. This is the treasure we've collected during this time. Rebecca exclaimed. We want to use these treasures to expand our influence and contribute to your new Navy plan. Rebecca and the others were already aware of Karl's new Navy plan. This was not something Karl had told them, but rather Zifa had informed them after gaining Karl's consent. Although the former admiral was old, he was very discreet and loyal. With Karl continuously building rapport, Zifa had come to regard him as a close friend. However, mere friendship was not enough. If it weren't for some of Karl's ideas about society aligning with Zifa's tastes, he wouldn't have helped Karl. Now, some of these treasures were collected by Zifa during his training exercises. However, Zifa had not reported them directly, but handed them over to Dressrosa to prepare in advance for the establishment of the new navy. Karl roughly counted the gold and treasures here, realizing they weren't that many. But the number of devil fruits was quite substantial. Each devil fruit here was marked. As Karl looked over, he not only. Chapter 263 Communication with Zephyr. After explaining the situation with Rebecca, Karl temporarily left the royal palace and headed towards the training grounds behind it. Behind the royal heights, there used to be a field of sunflowers. However, it has now transformed into a large training ground. The previous sunflower field has been moved to the other side of the royal heights. More importantly, the crop yield here has increased several times compared to before. This was the first improvement made by Rebecca after taking office to increase agricultural production. Compared to treasures and other valuables, food that can fill the stomach is what the citizens need most. The Liku royal family deeply understands this. Both Rebecca and King Liku have experienced long periods of hunger. Therefore, they know very well how to improve people's living standards. However, the land here is not entirely suitable for farming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built the training ground next to it. Ha ha ha, Karl, you finally made it. Want to share a drink? As soon as Zephyr saw Karl, he wanted to drink with him. Karl smiled and casually used his charm ability to increase his favorability before replying, Forget it. Your health is too poor right now. even with Law's help. It will take 3 to 4 years to recover. Asthma is a chronic illness that even someone like me, who doesn't understand medicine, knows is considered incurable. Only Law, with his surgical fruit ability, can help you fully recover from this illness, but even so, it would still take 2 to 3 years of rest. Otherwise, this illness is too easy to relapse and difficult to eradicate completely. That's right, Teacher Zephyr, Lord Karl is right. You shouldn't drink. With her hands on her hips and a proud expression, said from his side. AIN is one of Zephyr's most concerned disciples, and due to some past events, Zephyr had been in low spirits. He was able to overcome the shadow of that incident thanks to the help of AIN and another student. However, that student was not here at the moment, as he was out at sea with Cyrus. Haha, what's the big deal? Anyway, I don't have much time left to live. What's wrong with enjoying myself while I can? Zephyr laughed heartily, clearly not caring about his asthma. Karl was speechless but didn't intend to dissuade him, as he knew it wouldn't be effective. Zephyr was indifferent to his health, and no matter how much Karl said, it wouldn't make a difference. However, according to the information Law had sent back earlier, even if Zephyr disregarded his health, with his physical condition, living another 10 to 20 years shouldn't be a problem. If his asthma improved, that time could potentially double. Law had informed Zephyr of all this, but he clearly didn't care. Meanwhile, AIN kept her hands on her hips, preventing Zephyr from continuing to drink. The only one who could manage Zephyr now was his beloved disciple AIN. No one else could do anything about it. Cough, cough. Senior Zephyr, how is the preparation for the new Navy coming along? The time is almost here. Although betraying the Navy feels a bit unfair to Karp and Sengoku, this is currently the only feasible method to overthrow the existing system and achieve peace at sea. I'm almost ready on my end. The key is how you're doing. Exiting the Navy requires a suitable opportunity. If you withdraw directly, your reputation may suffer, and at that time, the new Navy will be. Chapter 264. Preparing in advance. That's how it was. Karl stayed in Dressrosa for 3 days and spent a day playing with Rebecca. Originally, Karl intended to leave after 2 days, but Sakazuki called him midway to ask about the situation on Hive Island. However, Karl did not go there and honestly told Sakazuki not to worry, as he would return to Marine headquarters soon. Sakazuki was taken aback by Karl's words for a few seconds, then instinctively cursed a few times. However, by the time he was about to reply, Karl had already hung up the phone, leaving him to grumble and continue his work. Moreover, Sakazuki did not call Karl again, clearly not in a hurry about the matter. He was just making a routine inquiry. However, because Sakazuki was not in a hurry but still called Karl, it put Karl in a bad mood. So he stayed an extra day in Dressrosa. Karl was quick. If he pushed himself, he could reach Hive Island in 2 days without sleeping. This was also why Sakazuki asked him. Given Karl's speed, he could have arrived at Hive Island long ago. But Karl had been thinking about slacking off and had no intention of putting in that much effort. Naturally, there was no need to rush to Hive Island. During this time, Karl also notified Enel and the others to come and help Rebecca organize the upcoming gladiatorial tournament. However, they had other tasks to attend to and would only be able to come in a couple of days. Karl was too lazy to wait for them, so he simply gave them a few brief reminders over the phone. Afterward, he left Dressrosa and returned to Marine headquarters, during which he did not meet Sakazuki. Nor did Sakazuki request to see Karl. So, Karl went straight to the Marine dormitory to pick up Inter. This mission was too dangerous, so he hadn't brought Inter along at first. Fortunately, he hadn't taken her. Otherwise, when she found out that Karl had spent a whole day with Rebecca, who knows how jealous she would have been. It could have been enough to make her sick with jealousy. However, Karl would never be foolish enough to mention such a thing. He returned to Marine headquarters, intending to take Inter to Dressrosa for a good time, so she wouldn't be bored by herself at Marine headquarters. More importantly, Karl also needed to go to Gold City afterward. At that time, it was very likely that he would offend the Celestial Dragons. To avoid unnecessary trouble, bringing Inter out was the safest method. Moreover, Enel and the others would arrive in a couple of days. With everyone together, Karl wouldn't have to worry about the Gorosei and the Celestial Dragons targeting them. After all, Enel's strength was already comparable to that of the Commanders and the Calamities. Even Niru and Enzo were not too far behind in strength, especially Jess, whose development of a snow fruit was several times stronger than Monet's. With these few together, as long as they didn't encounter dozens of Vice Admiral-level enemies or Admiral-level CP9, they would be in no danger at all, so Karl felt very reassured about them. Moreover, during the 6 months when Karl was under house arrest, the Gorosei had repeatedly found excuses to try to get Karl into Mariewa. Their intentions were clear. They wanted to turn Karl into a dog of the celestial dragons and have him under their supervision. It was even possible that they would take the opportunity to deal with Karl, ensuring he could never rise again. Of course, Karl would never agree. He rejected the Gorosei every time and stormed out, showing them no respect at all. In response, the 5 most powerful elders had no means to deal with him. After all, Karl hadn't done anything too outrageous, and they couldn't use force against him. However, as Karl's reputation grew, the Gorosei felt threatened. Coupled with the fact that Sakazuki and the Gorosei were also at odds, the superficial harmony between the world government and the Navy made the Gorosei feel somewhat hesitant. Chapter 265, Lautim. The sound of the echoed. Upon hearing this sound, the 5 elders immediately focused their minds, then knelt on one knee, quietly waiting for something. As the sound grew louder, a figure dressed in a white robe, completely shrouded in shadow, suddenly appeared at the position of the Void Throne. He gently stroked the Void Throne and then did something horrifying. This person, whose gender was indistinguishable, actually sat on the Void Throne. This place symbolizes the world government and is not allowed to be occupied by anyone. The Void Throne represents the fairness of the world government and the balance of power. However, it was highly unreasonable for someone to suddenly sit on the Void Throne. This scene represented that the world government's declaration to the world was completely false. But the 5 elders did not refute. They knelt on one knee, sweating profusely, and dared not raise their heads. "Welcome, Lordum," the 5 exclaimed in unison, stating the name of the person before them. The one referred to as Lord lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. The sound was not loud, but very crisp. This sound echoed in the space, bringing immense pressure to the 5 elders. "Have you 5 been a bit negligent lately? The starfire has already been ignited and is even trending to expand. Is this the good news you have brought me in the past 2 years? I just took a nap, and you actually let this flame burn so vigorously. You truly have surprised me." Im's words were very calm, but the 5 elders felt tremendous pressure. They could all hear that Im was already somewhat angry. "Please calm down, Lordum. We are already expediting the matter regarding the starfire. It's just that the recent situation at sea is somewhat grim. The 4 emperors have shifted positions, and wars have broken out frequently, leaving us somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, the new admiral in the Navy is quite capable, but the Navy is no longer as obedient to us as before. In this case, extinguishing the starfire will require even more effort." The bald 5 elder spoke to explain, both for himself and for the other 5 elders. His words directly pointed the blame towards the Navy. Because what he said was the truth, it could be discovered with a simple investigation, and he believed that it must have already known about this matter. Thus, he dared to speak openly and was not afraid of being blamed by Lord Im. In fact, Im had no intention of blaming him. He merely shook his head and casually threw a bounty notice next to the throne. With a simple motion, he turned an incredibly fragile piece of paper into something extremely hard. The bald 5 elder's face changed drastically, and he immediately covered it with armed hockey, using all his strength to grab this bounty notice, but he was still knocked back several meters before he could stop. This person, the only variable in countless reincarnations, will resolve this and bring the world back on track. Upon hearing Im's words, the 5 elders hurried over to look at the bounty notice. However, strangely, this bounty notice had no bounty at all, as the reward was 0. It didn't even have a photo, only a name, but when the 5 elders saw this name, they were instantly shocked. "It's actually Admiral Karl. Lord Im, could it be that you've made a mistake?" Admiral Karl is the backbone of the Navy and is known as the inheritor of the title of Navy Hero. If we act against him rashly now, it will provoke a strong backlash from the Navy. The 5 elders felt somewhat stunned. They never expected that Im's target would actually be Karl. This was truly astonishing. Im glanced indifferently at the 5 elders, his emotionless gaze. Chapter 266, Preparing to Make Trouble. Time rewinds to a day ago. Karl was alone, sitting on his warship, exerting all his strength to fly towards Hive Island. His flying speed was fast, but to ensure that the warship wouldn't fall apart due to excessive speed, Karl kept the ship's speed below the speed of sound. This way, he could guarantee that the ship wouldn't be damaged. After all, this warship had cost Karl a lot to modify and had been with him for over 2 years. He didn't want to ruin it just because he was in a hurry. So, Karl leisurely headed towards Hive Island, and along the way, he could use the newsbirds to understand the current situation on Hive Island. Although the Whitebeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, led by Marco and Luffy, had declared war on the Blackbeard Pirates, they had not fully engaged in battle yet. They were still in a phase of mutual probing. During this time, reports about Hive Island appeared daily, mostly about skirmishes between various small fry. The commanders and captains had not engaged in combat. They didn't even seem to have the intention to fight. At most, they would gaze at each other from distance and then leave with their respective crews. The news reports only mentioned these occurrences, and Karl was unaware of the specific situation. However, it was evident from the news that the atmosphere between them was not that tense. Therefore, Karl was not anxious. If he arrived at Hive Island first, it was likely that the opposing side would take action against him first, which was something Karl did not want to see. However, while Karl was on his way to Hive Island, he happened to pass by Teselo's Golden City and saw the ships of the Celestial Dragons. Without any hesitation, Karl directly stopped his warship in midair and jumped down. Originally, he had only mentioned to Zephyr about going to kill a few Celestial Dragons and offending the higher-ups of the Celestial Dragons and the Five Elders. But such things were not easy to achieve. After all, he couldn't just storm into Mariehua. However, he didn't expect that Celestial Dragons would come here to seek death. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. Although it was not appropriate to take action without reason, given the intelligence of the Celestial Dragons. It didn't seem difficult to find a reason. Karl smirked as he arrived on the deck of Golden City. It was still as prosperous as ever. People were coming and going, with various gamblers and some courtesans wandering the streets of the ship. However, this lively scene was actually silent. No one dared to make loud noises. They even moved with remarkable gentleness. Even some drunkards didn't dare to burp loudly. If they felt the need to burp, they would sneak away to a corner and then come out again. Every person's face bore a clear expression of fear and a peculiar emotion. It was evident that they were afraid, yet at the same time, they were anticipating something. This was the current state of Golden City. Their fates had become intertwined with Kuran Teselo and even Teselo himself. Now that the Celestial Dragons had arrived, as long as Teselo couldn't withstand this ordeal, the result awaiting him would be to become a toy for the Celestial Dragons. As for Kuran Teselo, this legendary Golden City would be completely controlled by the Celestial Dragons, reduced to a tool for them to exploit the gold above. Those who remained here would naturally become slaves of the Celestial Dragons, or even less than slaves, mere money-making tools. As a result, these people had lost all freedom, which was why they were so worried about the developments to come. Karl activated his observation hockey, covering the entire Teselo, locating the Celestial Dragons in Teselo. Chapter 267. Block the road. The old woman said, "I'm doomed. You don't need to stay here to take the bullets from me. It's not worth it." The old man appeared very anxious. But before Karl could explain, 3 gunshots rang out simultaneously. Karl quickly realized that the 3 bullets were all aimed at the old man, which surprised him and made him somewhat angry. How ungrateful! Karl shouted angrily, drew Hades, and released a sword chi that directly destroyed the 3 bullets. At the same time, the street ahead was also destroyed by a strong wind, leaving no good ground behind. Meanwhile, Karl saw a Celestial Dragon sitting a kilometer away, eating a chicken leg and playing with beautiful women. The 3 bullets had been fired by 3 CP0 agents beside the Celestial Dragon. There were only these 3 CP0 agents around him, but their strength was not weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to shoot so accurately. Generally speaking, 3 CP0 agents with this level of strength would be enough to protect the Celestial Dragon's safety in such a place. Old man, you don't need to worry. I'm a Marine Admiral. They won't do anything to me. You are a Marine Admiral? The old woman seemed a bit skeptical upon hearing Karl's words. Karl then raised his hand, and the Marine Admiral's cape suddenly fell from the sky, automatically draping over him. The people around were stunned by this sudden scene, gasping in shock. Even the old woman was frightened, looking a bit dazed. Old man, you can leave with peace of mind now. I can guarantee your absolute safety. And all of you present here too. I don't care if you are drunks, gamblers, or those women of the night. From now on, anyone who still kneels, don't blame me for being impolite. In an instant, the Conqueror's hockey erupted. Although it was just a burst, everyone around felt a pressure stronger than that brought by the Celestial Dragon, sweeping over them. Karl controlled the power of the Conqueror's hockey, not knocking them out, but just giving them a sense of oppression. This way, he could force them to leave. After all, keeping them here wouldn't be good for Karl himself. Under Karl's pressure, the people around began to get up and leave. Even the old woman trembled, being supported by someone she knew as she left. However, before she departed, she still squeezed Karl's hand tightly, urging him to be careful. Karl nodded in response. The old woman was very clean and didn't have the debauched aura of others, nor the bad habits of gamblers and drunks. Karl could basically confirm that this old woman was most likely homeless, which was why she had come here to settle down. In fact, there were quite a few people like her, but most had become degenerate after settling in Golden City. Marine in front. What do you mean? Do you know whose path you are blocking? Just as Karl was protecting everyone to leave, the CP0 agents shouted loudly, clearly not taking Karl seriously. Karl raised the corner of his mouth and instantly appeared in front of one of the CP0 agents. You attack ordinary people, and as a Marine, I am protecting them to leave. What's the problem? Karl tilted his head and questioned. The CP0 agent initially had a disdainful expression, but when he saw Karl's face clearly, he was instantly shocked and quickly retreated. What are you doing? Are you stuck, or is your throat choked? Karl teased it, then turned his gaze to the other two CP0 agents. When the two of them saw Karl, they... Chapter 268. Furious Kill of the Celestial Dragon. A celestial dragon with intelligence was the most troublesome for Karl. This particular celestial dragon, though arrogant and dismissive of Karl's status and fame as a general, was smart enough to know not to provoke Karl easily, let alone attack him directly. Therefore, he planned to use the life of his slave to force Karl to back down. Such a celestial dragon was the most terrifying. If Karl were to change his identity and no longer be a Navy officer, he could freely kill celestial dragons. At worst, he would just be wanted. The bounty might increase, but that was not a big deal. However, Karl was still a Navy officer with things to do, so he could not kill celestial dragons easily. Faced with this celestial dragon's threat, he was indeed a bit hesitant. But when he glanced at the civilians behind him, they had basically all run away. With a shrug, Karl ultimately chose to give way. Fine, this time just bang. Before Karl could react, the celestial dragon pulled the trigger, and a slave fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Karl was stunned for a second and then erupted in fury. What does this mean, celestial dragon? Just a dog? And you dare to ask me what it means? You kneel down right now, or more will die. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. A slave was shot through the arm. This was because the slave was a bit scared and moved his body. Otherwise, that bullet would have pierced his heart. How dare he dodge? The celestial dragon was infuriated to see this slave evade his bullet. Without a word, he aimed directly at the slave's head and was about to pull the trigger. But at that moment, a storm suddenly erupted. The celestial dragon's wrist instantly turned into a mist of blood. Karl had struck. He directly shattered the celestial dragon's wrist, making him lose the ability to hold the gun. You bastard. You lowly dog. How dare you hurt me? I will make you die. You three, come at me together. Kill him. He must not leave here alive. This celestial dragon was somewhat intelligent, but after losing one wrist, pain surged through his body, causing him to lose his sanity and want to kill Karl. However, the three CP0 members hesitated. They were well aware that they were not Karl's opponents. If they went up, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. More importantly, they did not want to offend a dead Navy officer. But not obeying the orders of the celestial dragon would likely lead to a bad outcome as well. You three useless fools. Get up there quickly. Otherwise, you three will die too. Another gunshot rang out. The celestial dragon, holding another pistol in his left hand, shot at the ground beside him. Since he was now holding the gun with his left hand, his accuracy was poor. Otherwise, that shot could have blown the head of the leftmost CP0 member. You three don't need to hesitate. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Doesn't he want to go to the Golden Building? I'll take him there now. Karl sneered and directly flashed in front of the celestial dragon, knocking him out. Then, using his control ability, he freed all the slaves before flying into the sky with the celestial dragon. The three CP0 members saw the slaves fleeing everywhere, unsure whether to chase or not, because the celestial dragon had already been taken away by Karl to the Golden Building. If they didn't rush over, they would undoubtedly die. Damn Navy, always causing trouble. The three CP0 members cursed angrily, ignoring the fleeing slaves and rushing forward to try to catch up with Karl. Moments later, they arrived at the Golden Building, but then they saw the celestial dragon being thrown down from the sky, shattered to pieces. Breathless, upon seeing this scene, the three CP0 members felt as if their hearts had turned to ashes, realizing they were doomed. Chapter 269, What Can You Do About My Pride? The sword energy danced wildly like a dragon. This room, along with everything around it, even the entire floor, was wiped out by Karl with a single slash. This entire floor was the territory of Taizolo and his three companions, and there wouldn't be anyone around here. Even Mr. Tanaka and other loyal subordinates of Taizolo wouldn't be here without permission. Additionally, before Karl made his move, he had already used observation hockey to survey the surroundings. Not to mention this floor, even the 10 floors below were cleared out due to the celestial dragons. Therefore, Karl could recklessly unleash his power and erase everything around him. Even the celestial dragons and some weak CP0 members were instantaneously killed. The might of a single sword was terrifying, and this was merely a casual strike from Karl. He wasn't even serious. At this moment, the only ones standing before Karl, aside from Lucci, were two severely injured but still standing CP0 members. Taizolo was fortunate to be behind Karl and did not suffer too much impact, so he was unharmed. However, he was now so shocked that he didn't know what to say. But he was already accustomed to Karl's strength, knowing how powerful he was. And he was well aware that Karl had single-handedly defeated Barret, who was nearly at the level of the 4 emperors. Though he was surprised now, he felt more excitement. If he could gain Karl's protection, he wouldn't have to fear the Celestial Dragons or CP0. However, he was worried about one thing. If Karl were to tear his face with the Celestial Dragons now, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially today, in less than 2 minutes. Karl had consecutively killed 4 Celestial Dragons and 9 CP0 members. This grudge was thoroughly established. Neither the Celestial Dragons nor CP0 would give Karl a good face, nor would they allow him to continue being a Marine Admiral. Taizolo was very clear about this, but he didn't care. He had already decided that whether he could be the Golden Emperor or not, it was all just that. Preserving his life was the most important thing. As long as he could keep his life, everything else could be negotiated. There would be opportunities to make a comeback. Unlike Taizolo, Lucci was so angry that his nose twisted, and his face was especially long, looking almost like a donkey's face. Akmiai Ka, do you know what you've done? They're Celestial Dragons, the most noble race in this world. And you actually killed them, and even killed 4 of them at once. Do you know what kind of nature this is? Lucci shouted angrily. He was brainwashed and completely loyal to the Celestial Dragons. Only someone like him, who was particularly loyal to the Celestial Dragons, could become a commander of CP0. You don't need to remind me. I certainly know what killing Celestial Dragons will bring in terms of consequences. But do you think I care? If you want to attack me, you can do it any time now. Or you can go report me to Sakazuki, or even the Gorosei. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to seeing the expressions of the Gorosei when they hear this news. Karl smirked, obviously not taking the Gorosei or the Celestial Dragon seriously. As for Lucci in front of him, in Karl's eyes, he was worth even less than nothing. The only reason Karl didn't kill him was that he wanted to keep him as a messenger and a few eyewitnesses. Only in this way could he thoroughly provoke the Celestial Dragons and the Gorosei, allowing him to smoothly exit the Marine. The world knows what kind of scum the Celestial Dragons are. Even if the world government distorts the truth, no one would believe them, because the credibility of the world government in this world. Chapter 270, Kuzan's Arrival. In the middle section of the Golden Building, there is a banquet hall, but it has been cleared out due to the presence of the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, Taizolo arranged for Karl and Kazan to be in this location. However, Taizolo did not dare to eavesdrop. At this moment, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the 2 Marine Admirals. Either one of them could easily kill him, so he could only focus on serving the 2 of them well before discussing anything else. Karl, I heard you killed a Celestial Dragon. Is that true? When I first arrived here, I heard someone outside saying that a Marine Admiral killed a Celestial Dragon. And you just happened to be here, so it seems this matter was indeed done by you. No doubt about it. Kazan sighed, clearly feeling a bit regretful about Karl's actions. It was just killing a few parasites, nothing much. At most, I'll get discharged from the Marines and have my admiral rank stripped away. If they really dare to come and assassinate me, I wouldn't mind showing them what it means to seek death. Karl scoffed, clearly unconcerned about the Celestial Dragons or CP0's attempts to kill him. Even if the Marines were to surround him, he wouldn't be worried, as the Marines might not even take action against him. Kazan shook his head, somewhat helplessly saying, "You're still too young. If you were a bit more composed, this situation wouldn't be what it is now. I'm only in my 20s. I have plenty of time ahead of me, and young people should be full of vigor. I didn't act against the Celestial Dragons before out of respect for the Marines, but now that they've overstepped their bounds, I have no intention of becoming their slave." Karl sneered, his disdain for the Celestial Dragons evident. "Forget it. You're still young. You have a long road ahead of you, and you make some valid points. But I didn't come here to chat with you about the Celestial Dragons. I'm no longer a Marine, but I heard that Teacher Zephyr is with you. Do you have any plans?" Hearing Kazan's inquiry, Karl narrowed his eyes and leaned back slightly. "Did you come specifically to probe for my information?" "What I want with your information? I'm just curious and wanted to ask, and, if possible, I'd like to join you. Do you know what Senior Zephyr is doing? You just plan to join him?" "Yes, just training troops." Karl shook his head, displaying a look of confusion. Kazan steadied himself before speaking again. "I know what you're doing. I have my own channels for information. My original plan was to infiltrate the Blackbeard pirates to help the Revolutionary Army gather intelligence on Blackbeard's movements. making it easier to deal with him. However, I obtained even more interesting information from them, which is about the establishment of the new Navy. You should be familiar with this, right? The proposer of the new Navy plan, the future governor of the new Navy, Mr. Karl. How do you know this? Even the Revolutionary Army doesn't know anything about the new Navy. They couldn't possibly know my plans unless there are people from the Revolutionary Army within your ranks, and that person has a special relationship with Zephyr. Kazan picked up the conversation, revealing a victorious smile. Karl nodded and then sighed. You're right, the Liku family has connections with the Revolutionary Army, but I thought it was just a simple exchange. Hearing you say this today makes me realize that their connection is actually quite close. As for the preparations for the new Navy plan, even Law and Buggy were unaware. They only knew that they were helping. Chapter 271, Navy Traitor. Karl, Blackbeard has a third devil fruit. This is something that wasn't even in the original work. Even in my previous life, Karl saw many people on forums speculating whether Blackbeard would have a third devil fruit. And now it actually appeared, the ability of a third devil fruit. This basically confirms that Blackbeard's body structure is completely different from that of a normal person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to accommodate the abilities of 3 devil fruits. Even Karl needed the system to possess the powers of 2 fruits. It could be said that if Karl didn't have the system, he might not be able to defeat such a monster. In terms of absurdity, even Kaido isn't as absurd as Blackbeard. What is the ability of the third devil fruit? Do you have any news? Karl asked seriously, but Kazan shook his head, a bit helpless. I heard this information from Marco. Before I came to find you, I just left Marco's side. He had a brief encounter with Blackbeard, and then noticed some changes in Blackbeard's body. This change is something that the shadow fruit and the dark fruit didn't have. So Marco speculated that this is likely the ability of his third devil fruit. Blackbeard didn't confirm it, but he didn't deny it either. The only problem is that Marco couldn't figure out what the third devil fruit was, as the information is just too scarce. Kazan didn't know Blackbeard's abilities. He didn't take action at that time, so he naturally wasn't clear about the opponent's powers. If Kazan had gone all out, along with Marco, Ace, and Jozu, forcing out all of Blackbeard's abilities wouldn't have been a problem. But he had other plans at that time, so he couldn't take action. Now that Kazan knew Karl was going to Hive Island, he would naturally remind him not to be fooled by Blackbeard. Karl was also very grateful for this. Without Kazan's reminder, he might have to fight with Blackbeard for a long time before encountering his third devil fruit ability. After all, a cautious person like Blackbeard would certainly not expose a new ability immediately. He would definitely wait for the enemy to show a flaw or let down their guard before using the new ability to deliver a fatal blow. Blackbeard is the kind of unscrupulous person who must be guarded against. Thus, Karl and Kazan had dinner together, and then Kazan left. Not intending to stay long in Golden City, Karl planned to rest here for one night and then set out again tomorrow. Although he had already offended the Celestial Dragons, his identity as a Navy member was destined to be stripped away. However, he must go to Hive Island, because Karl also wants to see what Blackbeard's third ability is. By the way, he can also make the power of the Tremor fruit public, announcing to the world that he is also a dual devil fruit user. If he wants to become famous quickly and shock the entire world, stepping on the Yonko is the most convenient method. Although Karl was already well known, he was about to lose his rank as admiral. Therefore, he had to find another way to tell the world that even after leaving the Navy, he is still a top powerhouse in this world. Afterwards, Karl instructed Teselo to transfer all funds to Dressrosa to ensure his safety. However, Karl reminded Teselo not to provoke Zephyr, otherwise, if Zephyr took him down, he wouldn't care. A night passed without incident. Morning. The sound of the din-din mushi ringing continuously. Karl answered the din-din mushi, but what came through was Akainu's frantic roar. Karl, do you know what you've done? Chapter 272. One-sided situation. Admiral Karl kills 4 celestial dragons and defect from the Navy. This shocking news was published in the reports. The world government directly published information about Karl in newspapers for everyone to see. The entire newspaper was filled with accusations against Karl's various crimes, including how he abused the celestial dragons, how he seized their heavenly gold, and finally the news of him killing the celestial dragons. It also included how Karl acted on the orders of the 5 elders and the celestial dragons. Even the destruction of Germa 66, a member of the world government, was mentioned in the newspaper. Most importantly, the world government did not overlook Karl's various protections of the fishmen in order to accuse Karl of various crimes. They even belittled the fishmen as the lowest race, claiming they were naturally meant to be enslaved by humans. They even stated that inferior people should be enslaved by the celestial dragons. It can be said that the current world government completely disregarded the common people. Those who supported them were only a few stubborn high-ranking officials from some countries who even wanted to become celestial dragons. After seeing this news, most member countries of the world government felt that the world government had lost its mind. Their actions were simply digging their own graves. Just after this news broke, Morgan's The Big News also released a report. This was a regular news piece that included the news of Karl's defection from the Navy and his killing of the celestial dragons. However, this was not the main focus. The most important news was on the front page, which was what Karl requested Morgans to write about: the accusations against the celestial dragons for various crimes. The main point was that this would be serialized, with each issue featuring more than 10 accusations against the celestial dragons. The serialization would continue, and Morgans himself did not know how many issues would be released, as he could not make that decision and had to wait for Karl's instructions. Only if Karl said to stop could Morgan stop. He had no control over this matter, especially since Karl had provided a substantial amount of money. Morgans could not resist the temptation of money and would naturally choose to help Karl. After all, they were longtime partners. Additionally, Morgan's personality was such that he thrived on chaos. Only when chaos ensued could his news sell at a good price. Given the current situation, he was actually pleased to see it. As for offending the world government, he had already committed many offenses in the past, so this one wouldn't make much difference. Thus, the news from the world government and Morgans was flying everywhere. For a time, people didn't know who to believe. However, the Revolutionary Army also mobilized. They spread the word about the various evils of the celestial dragons and Karl's glorious deeds. In just a few days, the public opinion regarding Karl and the world government shifted dramatically. The world government coalition, aside from a few member countries, had no support whatsoever. Many people even called for the downfall of the world government. Of course, most of these people were just talking. If they truly dared to act, they would have joined the Revolutionary Army long ago. But this also demonstrated that the credibility of the world government had long disappeared. The celestial dragons had become the rats in the street that everyone wanted to hit. If it weren't for ordinary people lacking power and being passively controlled by the celestial dragons and the world government, they would have rebelled long ago. Chapter 273, World Turmoil. Latest news. The Navy trader Karl's bounty has been issued. Bounty 2, 7 billion berries. Extremely dangerous. Life or death, no matter. This is the bounty order directed at Karl after the 5 elders discussion. At this time, it has been 5 days since Karl killed a celestial dragon. The whole world has plunged into turmoil. However, Karl has vanished without a trace, and only his news still drifts across this sea. A bounty of 2, 7 billion berries. It's almost unheard of to have such a bounty for a first-time reward. The bounty amounts for the current 4 emperors are as follows. Blackbeard has 2 billion berries. Shanks has 4 billion berries, and Charlotte Linlin has 3 billion berries. Lastly, Kaido's bounty reaches a staggering 6 billion berries. These bounty amounts are very high, but they're the result of years of accumulation. Once they reach such a level, no one would dare covet these bounties. Instead, it serves as a way to elevate their status. As for Blackbeard, he has only recently become a 4 emperor, and having a bounty of 2 billion berries is already quite impressive. But Karl has just been issued a bounty, and it's already 7 billion berries. Such a situation is quite rare. It can be said that Karl's actions have made the world government loathe him to the extreme. However, the Navy has not made any statements, nor have they issued a single order to capture Karl. Coupled with Karl's previous actions of clearing the Navy's name, it is evident that there has not been a complete break between Karl and the Navy. But at this point, it seems he cannot go back. Meanwhile, another explosive piece of news broke out. Zephyr led his disciples and over 1,000 Marines to officially resign from the Navy and establish their own faction. Zephyr even changed his name to code Z to show his determination. Following him, Enel, Enzo, and Nilu also chose to leave the Navy alongside Karl, declaring they would forever follow him. As for the hundreds of Marines brought by Enel, they could only sadly join the defection. This caused a headache for the world government, but they did not issue a separate bounty to capture them. They simply announced that the Navy had not released any news. If the Navy declared that they had indeed left, bounty orders would be distributed worldwide the next day. There is no doubt about the world government's speed. They may be incompetent at other things, but issuing bounty orders is their forte, and they do it swiftly. Thus, as one news after another broke out, the entire world descended into chaos. In the territory of the red-haired pirates, Shanks looked at Karl's bounty notice and the second installment of the news accusing the celestial dragons, and couldn't help but sigh. The world as structure is finally about to change. You all stay here, I have something to take care of. With that, Shanks left his territory, setting sail alone, leaving his crew behind to guard the place. Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin was enjoying a gigantic cake. Next to her, Katakuri read out all of today's news, then announced Karl's bounty. His expression became a bit strange, as he couldn't believe that the Navy, which was only slightly stronger than him over 2 years ago, had now grown into a colossal force comparable to the Four Emperors. They even dared to confront the world government and the celestial dragons directly. Even the Four Emperors wouldn't dare to do that, as the risks are simply too high. But Karl did just that, and the government has no effective means against him at the moment. At least for now, the world government has not taken any action beyond mere words. This truly made Katakuri worry. He understood that the world order was about to change. My good son, don't pay attention to the matter of that brat Karl. If he dares to come, he is doomed. He merely defeated a trivial. Chapter 274. The confrontation between both sides while the entire world was speculating on what Karl would do next. He was silently observing the standoff between Blackbeard and Marco from above Hive Island. They had been clashing here for about half a month, considering the messages that had been released earlier. After around 15 days, there was still no clear victor, and they were still in the stage of mutual probing. Neither side was willing to take the risk of leading the charge, and even Karl was starting to find it hard to watch. If it were him, he would have charged in right away. Blackbeard's crew was hesitant, each with their own agenda. Aside from a few who initially followed him, the others were reluctant to be the first to engage. On Marco's side, although they were united in purpose, Marco's hesitation was a far cry from Whitebeard's decisiveness. Karl sighed, but could understand Marco's reluctance. His strength was nowhere near that of Whitebeard, and given that Blackbeard was a three-fruit user, he had to be cautious and responsible for his own people. Luffy was clamoring to take the lead and knock Blackbeard away, but was firmly held back by Zoro and Ace, who wouldn't let him rush in. Although Luffy's current strength was impressive, having learned Gear 4th and defeated several enemies with it, he still faced limitations. Among those defeated was the tyrant known as the Evil Tyrant, a brutal figure who, despite not being a pirate before, was exceptionally strong. After joining Blackbeard's crew, his power had further increased. Yet even so, he was defeated by Luffy's Gear 4th, which significantly raised Luffy's reputation on Blackbeard's side. Initially, they didn't take Luffy seriously, only wary of his family background. However, they never expected the sheer power of Luffy's Gear 4th. The Evil Tyrant was knocked out cold and still remained unconscious. This indicated that his strength was inferior to that of Don Quixote Doflamingo. In the original story, Doflamingo, despite being knocked out, quickly regained consciousness. This suggests that Doflamingo was much stronger in terms of both power and physique compared to the Evil Tyrant. Fortunately, Karl had dealt with Doflamingo beforehand. Otherwise, Luffy, without Law's assistance, would have had no guarantee of defeating him in a one-on-one fight. Karl had doubts about Luffy's current strength, but what concerned him more was Ace and Marco's abilities. Marco was a given. His talent had always been high, and he was deeply cherished by Whitebeard. Otherwise, Whitebeard wouldn't have entrusted the entire Whitebeard crew to Marco in the end. As for Ace, his strength had rapidly increased. He was indeed the son of Pirate King Roger, and compared to 6 months ago, he had improved significantly, especially his Conqueror's Haki, which was now at its peak, just a step away from being able to damage objects. Currently, Ace's strength was very close to Marco's, even on par with Jozu. Karl speculated that if Ace were given another 3 to 4 years to grow, he would surely become a powerful figure on the level of an admiral. Even if he were to possess strength comparable to Roger's, Karl would not be surprised, as he had that kind of talent. As for Luffy, his talent was also quite high, but he loved to play, and his training time was limited. This had resulted in a significant gap in strength compared to others. As for the Straw Hats, Chapter 276, The War Begins. Haha, Shiryu, step back. I'll take care of these two myself. As he spoke, Blackbeard controlled 2 Oz to charge at Jaws and Vista. But at that moment, 3 sword energies appeared simultaneously, directly knocking little Oz away. At the same time, a huge inflatable fist smashed onto Big Oz's head. Leave these 2 Oz to us, Straw Hat Pirates. You go deal with Blackbeard, Zoro shouted, then engaged in battle with Little Oz. Meanwhile, Sanji and the others also joined in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Little Oz. Even Frankie used various new weapons of his own. However, Little Oz felt the pain, but wasn't injured, which meant their attacks didn't have much effect. On the other hand, Luffy, relying solely on his own strength and Gear 3rd, managed to suppress Big Oz. This situation surprised Blackbeard and Shiryu, but they quickly relaxed. Even if Luffy could completely suppress Big Oz with his strength, he couldn't inflict any damage. As long as these two demon Oz weren't crushed, any injuries could be healed by their fruit abilities. This was somewhat similar to Marco's fruit ability. However, this only applied to the two corpses of Demon Oz. If it were Blackbeard himself, he wouldn't have such recovery power. Haha! Since the war has begun, everyone, charge. From now on, let the Whitebeard pirates completely disappear from this world. Ha 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 ha! Everyone rush! With Blackbeard's command, the first division captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Jesus Burgess, led the charge, rushing straight towards Jaws. Shiryu, seeing this, took the opportunity to attack Vista, who was not far away. At the same time, the other captains and crew members of the Blackbeard pirates engaged in battle with everyone from the Whitebeard pirates. At this point, only Blackbeard himself, Marco, and Ace remained out of the chaotic battle. The fighting among the others was intense, especially the commotion when Luffy fought Big Oz. It looked like Luffy was fighting a Yonko when he faced Big Oz. However, it also showed just how great the gap was between Luffy and the Yonko. If it were a real Yonko, a few hits would probably smash Big Oz and Little Oz to pieces. The last time Blackbeard fought Kaido, he didn't dare use these two corpses because he feared Kaido would smash Oz's body. So Blackbeard had fought Kaido using his own strength, cleverly defeating him. However, Blackbeard was very aware of his own strength. He had not become arrogant, but was increasingly flamboyant. Now, he had swallowed all the territories that originally belonged to Whitebeard, but he had not found the treasure left behind by Whitebeard. It was precisely for this reason that Blackbeard wanted to eliminate the White Pirates and slowly search for this secret treasure. This was also Marco's purpose for the final showdown with Whitebeard. The most important treasure left by Whitebeard was his sons. Marco knew this clearly, so he understood that Whitebeard could not have left behind a so-called treasure. But Blackbeard Teach had no idea what the treasure Whitebeard spoke of really was. That was why he was desperately searching for it, even wanting to eliminate those who obstructed his search for the treasure. Teach. This time, it's not just about avenging Sachi, but also avenging Dad. Fire Fist. Chapter 277. Karl takes action. The God-level choice has been triggered. Choice 1. Watch silently from the sidelines. Wait until a victor emerges before taking action, and gain the title. Spectator of the Tiger Fight. Title Attribute. Gain a powerful pressure that forcibly weakens the enemy's attributes by 1% during battle. Choice 2. Team up with Marco, Ace, and Luffy to defeat Blackbeard, and gain 1 attribute point to distribute freely. 1 skill point to distribute freely. Choice 3. Defeat Blackbeard alone, and gain 3 attribute points to distribute freely. 3 skill points to distribute freely. As the battle below had already erupted, Karl received this choice. However, he did not make a choice immediately. Instead, he waited for the battlefield to become more complicated before taking action himself. He planned to reap the benefits without directly confronting Blackbeard in peak condition. Because even if he unleashed all his firepower, he might not necessarily be able to kill Blackbeard. Karl intended to wait until Marco and Ace forced out Blackbeard's third fruit ability before coming up with a strategy. But it would take some time for the two of them to force out Blackbeard's third fruit ability. So, Karl decided to stay here until the battle reached a fever pitch before making his move. However, just as Karl was preparing his plan, the system's voice rang out again. Please make your choice within 30 seconds, or this choice will permanently disappear. After making your choice, please participate in the battle within 10 minutes, or this choice will still permanently disappear. Now the countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. Hearing the sudden voice, Karl was stunned for 2 seconds, then he decisively chose 3. At this moment, the annoying countdown stopped, but a 10-minute countdown appeared in Karl's mind. Clearly, the system did not want Karl to watch from the sidelines. It wanted him to take action himself. Although the system was usually very generous, allowing Karl to take as much time as he needed, it was not completely compliant. At least in some aspects, the system's choices would have some degree of compulsion. After all, there's no free lunch in this world. The abilities brought by the system could only be possessed after Karl paid the necessary price. Karl had long known this, but he was seeing a countdown like this for the first time. It seemed the system did not intend to let him procrastinate. Karl then stood up and stretched, finally turning his gaze to the battlefield below. In that case, I won't remain low-key anymore. A storm brewed. With a low sound from Karl, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by a layer of gloom. The surrounding sea area was instantly filled with strong winds, and the waves crashed against the port, creating a spray. Misty clouds gathered. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. In an instant, the heavy rain poured down. It drenched everyone on the battlefield. However, this war did not come to a halt due to the sudden bad weather. Instead, they fought even more fiercely because of it. No one present doubted that this downpour was man-made. They just felt that the rain came a bit strangely, but did not think much of it. However, Ace's power was somewhat weakened in this storm. The ability of the flame fruit is fire, but in the downpour, his flames could not unleash their full power. This caused his flames to be much smaller than before. Although, Chapter 278, confronting Blackbeard seeing this scene, Karl shook his head, showing a look of disdain. You people are really too easily influenced by emotions. No wonder Whitebeard can't rest easy about you. Just because of one sentence from Blackbeard, you turn your hostility towards me. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Karl shrugged helplessly, and his words caused Blackbeard's expression to change slightly as he opened his mouth to say something. But before he could speak, Karl unleashed a storm dragon head attack, directly knocking him away to prevent him from saying something that would incite hatred towards Karl. Blackbeard may not have many skills, but his ability to harm others and provoke hatred is unparalleled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such calculated steps to kill Whitebeard and ultimately succeed in ascending to the throne of the four emperors. Everyone, calm down and let's see what Karl has to say, Marco shouted, urging everyone to regain their composure. Meanwhile, Luffy, seeing Karl, wanted to rush over to greet him, but was forcibly restrained by Nami and others. Karl was currently an unknown factor, and they wouldn't let Luffy approach recklessly. They all understood that Karl had defected from the Navy during this time, and a bounty had even been issued against him. An astonishing 7 billion. Even Blackbeard, one of the four emperors, could not compare to Karl's current bounty. Therefore, they still held a certain level of wariness towards Karl and naturally wouldn't approach him recklessly. Karl, what position are you in now? Have you really become a pirate? Or are you here to take action against both sides? And what is up with your Tremor fruit? How do you have the old man's powers? Did you really forcefully take the old man's abilities like Teach said? Marco asked in a deep voice. His relationship with Karl wasn't good, so he naturally wouldn't give him a friendly face. However, Karl didn't care. After all, what happened next had nothing to do with Marco. Do you really think so highly of yourselves? Teach relied on the dark fruit and his unique physique to directly transfer others' devil fruit abilities. I don't have the dark fruit. I'm only slightly special in physique, and I've only had this ability for less than a year. Where does the idea of forceful plunder come from? Karl rolled his eyes, showcasing his talent for speaking plainly. However, everything Karl said was logical, and Marco couldn't detect any signs of deceit in Karl's words, so he reluctantly accepted it. The others let out a sigh of relief. As long as Karl wasn't like Blackbeard and had forcefully plundered Whitebeard's abilities, they could accept it. After all, Blackbeard's methods were indeed too cruel. Yet, they still had some doubts about why Karl's physique was also so special that he could accommodate two devil fruits. One must know that just the existence of Blackbeard, who could do this, was enough to shock the world. Now, with the addition of Karl, whose abilities were also those of legendary pirates, one being the float fruit and the other the tremor fruit, if this news were to be made public, it would definitely attract more attention than Blackbeard's 3 devil fruit abilities. After all, Blackbeard's abilities seemed rather unremarkable and lacked a significant reputation. But the float fruit was the ability of the Golden Lion. Karl had initially relied on this ability to make a name for himself on the sea. Now, having obtained the power of the tremor fruit, which belonged to the former strongest man in the world, Karl's reputation would likely reach new heights, perhaps even surpassing the fame he had accumulated before. It was truly unbelievable. Who would have thought such a coincidence would happen? If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes. Chapter 279, Karl's Power. Come on. Let me see how strong you are after mastering the tremor fruit. Blackbeard Teach laughed maniacally, instantly unleashing the powers of the dark fruit and the shadow fruit to create an enormous warhammer aimed at Karl. Facing Blackbeard's warhammer, Karl stepped forward and threw a punch, shattering it. Following that, Karl swiftly drew his sword. The sharp sword energy, wrapped in wind blades, surged towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard activated his fruit powers to absorb Karl's attack. But in the next second, Karl appeared beside Blackbeard and slashed down. Ghost Slash. The enhanced version of the Ghost Slash was unleashed, and in an instant, the world changed color. Everything around seemed to freeze. Even the air had stopped flowing. Karl's seemingly light sword strike landed on Blackbeard, causing a tremendous uproar. The surrounding space tore apart. The powerful force triggered upheaval in the heavens and earth. But what was puzzling was that Karl's strike clearly hit Blackbeard, yet it didn't cause any damage. Karl's attack actually bounced off. Blackbeard did not suffer any cutting damage, nor did he have any sword marks on his body. However, he was struck by the immense force and was sent flying backward, crashing into and collapsing all the buildings behind him for about 100 meters. Is this your third devil fruit? Is it some kind of immunity to physical damage? Or perhaps immunity to cutting damage? Karl wondered. Although Karl's previous power might not have severely injured Blackbeard, if it hit, the opponent would not be unscathed. Hades' ability, aside from Kaido, currently had no one who could counter it head-on. As for Charlotte Lin, Karl mainly hadn't fought her yet, so he wasn't sure if Hades' ability would work against her steel balloon. However, Karl had somewhat understood that his power would not be effective against Blackbeard's third fruit ability. The sensation from that slash was exactly the same as described by Kazan. It didn't feel like it hit a person at all. Instead, it had an indescribable quality. Your power is indeed formidable. No wonder you have the Tremor fruit. To be honest, if you hadn't intervened back then, the Tremor fruit should have been mine. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a Tremor fruit, so I had to use the other two fruits as a supplement to enhance my power. But it doesn't matter. Since you've come, your two fruit abilities are mine now. Dark Water. Blackbeard laughed loudly, completely unconcerned about his injuries, and directly used Dark Water, attempting to draw Karl towards him. But suddenly, the air around them froze. Blackbeard posed dramatically, yet Karl remained unmoved. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard was stunned for a second, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? As a devil fruit user, why aren't you attracted by my Dark Water? This can't be. Absolutely impossible. There must be some unexpected factor on your part. That's right. You're a float fruit user. Your fruit ability is so strong that it counteracts my suction, right? After realizing his technique was ineffective, Blackbeard became somewhat frantic. Having been arrogant for so long, encountering this situation for the first time naturally made him a bit agitated. However, his thinking remained rational, and he quickly deduced the most likely scenario. As long as the devil fruit user did not come into contact with Dark Water, their own abilities would not disappear. Although Dark Water can absorb most abilities, it cannot remotely suppress an enemy's fruit power. Thus, he concluded that Karl must be using the float fruit, which was why he remained fixed in place. Chapter 281. The Furious Blackbeard. Haha. This is simply too exaggerated. Your power reminds me of that old man Whitebeard. But compared to you, he's just too old. His strength has declined too severely. Young people are much better. Only the young can unleash their maximum potential. Blackbeard laughed heartily and charged directly at Karl, intending to confront him head-on. Around him, a massive array of shadow spikes suddenly surged forth. Blackbeard couldn't be bothered to name his techniques. He unleashed them all at once. Heading straight for Karl, Blackbeard had realized that when dealing with someone like Karl, it was better to take the initiative and force out his weaknesses than to passively defend and look for openings. Since Karl was unaffected by the dark fruit, half of Blackbeard's power was rendered useless. The greatest ability of the dark fruit was no longer effective, so Blackbeard had to change his attack strategy. Thus, he charged forward, ready to clash with Karl directly. I never expected someone like you would actually praise others. That's quite rare. But even so, don't expect me to show you any mercy. This is a fight to the death between us. Slash wave. Karl roared, unleashing a strike powerful enough to split the earth. The sword energy surged, immediately shattering Blackbeard's attack. But Blackbeard's techniques didn't stop there. He clasped his hands together, and a miniature black hole suddenly appeared in his grasp. Karl's slash wave was swallowed back by Blackbeard's mini black hole the moment it made contact. Haha, I understood this move during my battle with Kaido. When fighting monsters like you, if I don't have some tricks up my sleeve, I would have long been buried without a trace. Whether it's you, Kaido, or the deceased Whitebeard, they're all monsters. It's truly enviable. Blackbeard spat disdainfully, his jealousy evident in his eyes. Although Blackbeard was known for his patience, he had now revealed his true nature, so there was no need to continue acting. Thus, upon seeing Karl's power, he naturally felt a surge of jealousy. However, his hands didn't stop moving. Blackbeard unleashed his strongest technique once again, charging towards Karl. This strike was intended to absorb Karl's slash wave, creating a small black hole. Faced with Blackbeard's advance, Karl quickly retreated. He swung Hades in an attempt to repel Blackbeard, but unfortunately, his opponent's observation hockey was equally strong. Every time Karl unleashed a slash, it would be absorbed by Blackbeard's black hole. Even those that weren't absorbed will be dodged by Blackbeard. Then Karl continued to detonate the space ahead. However, the spatial tremors caused by the tremor fruit were also entirely absorbed by Blackbeard's mini black hole. But soon, Karl noticed something was off. His slashes, as long as they didn't come close to the area around Blackbeard's black hole, wouldn't be absorbed at all, but would fall to the side instead. The same went for the storms created by Karl's float fruit ability. The black hole could absorb the storm, but couldn't absorb the massive air currents generated by the storm. The target of the storm's head was clearly to attack Blackbeard. However, the targets of the air currents that were swept up were random and not specifically aimed at Blackbeard. Seeing this, Karl immediately released a slash, aiming for a 0.1 meter beside Blackbeard. At the same time, Karl also unleashed the power of the tremor fruit, striking toward a nearby space. These two attacks were aimed at the area beside Blackbeard and did not target him directly. The black hole, created by Blackbeard, did not absorb them, but allowed their power to explode, destroying the surrounding area. Seeing this, Karl roughly guessed. Chapter 282. Shiryu's Crossroads. Just as Karl and Blackbeard were engaged in a fierce aerial battle, the battlefield below had already been split into several sections. Due to Karl's ultimate move, the island was directly split in half. This situation forced some members of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates to fight separately. Fortunately, both sides were relatively lucky. Except for little oars, everyone else managed to avoid falling into the sea, merely drifting apart as the island split. However, little oars had already fallen into the ocean and could not be retrieved. On the other hand, Blackbeard still had big oars left, so their situation remained advantageous. Such exaggerated power. Was this the ability Karl gained after obtaining 2 devil fruits? Even if Dad were to come back to life, it probably wouldn't team match this. Yet, with such power, Karl was still evenly matched with Teach. It seems that this bastard Teach didn't use his full strength when facing me. Marco felt a bit melancholic. Although he had long anticipated that Blackbeard would not go all out against him, he never expected the gap between himself and the Yonko to be so vast. Marco had the strength to withstand an admiral and confront a Yonko head-on. However, his power was merely sufficient to resist, not to compete evenly, let alone defeat a Yonko or an admiral. Marco's strength was among the top tiers of any Yonko crew. Yet in this world, when facing those ceiling-level enemies, he still felt somewhat lacking. This realization dampened Marco's confidence. On the other hand, Ace was full of confidence. He initially thought that although Karl's power was formidable, he still had a chance. But now, seeing both Karl and Teach unleash powers far beyond his own, he didn't feel disheartened. Instead, he was filled with burning confidence. This was Ace. No matter the strong enemies or threats he faced, he always maintained an optimistic mindset and never lost faith. This aspect was somewhat similar to Roger. Roger reached Raftel not only because of his immense strength, but also due to his unwavering confidence in finding it. If he lost patience, he would surely miss out on Raftel. In this regard, Ace perfectly inherited all of Roger's virtues. Such exaggerated power. But let this monster be dealt with by the captain, who is also a monster. My only targets are the 2 of you. As long as I take you down, the battles elsewhere will be easier to handle. Shiryu wiped his sword clean, took out a cigar, lit it, and took a deep puff. In his eyes, both Blackbeard and Karl were monstrous existences. Shiryu's strength was not weak. He was basically on par with Marco, possessing the power to stand alongside admirals and Yonko, and could engage them briefly without losing. However, when it came to truly contending with them, he still fell short, even more so than Marco. Although their strengths were similar, Shiryu was still a human, while Marco was a phoenix fruit user. In terms of stamina and recovery, Shiryu could not compare to Marco. His only advantage was the immense lethality that came with being a great swordsman. Yet even so, when facing Marco, his swordsmanship did not give him any advantage. Not to mention, Ace was there to back him up. Ace's strength was slightly weaker compared to Shiryu and Marco, at most. He was at the level of a quasi-admiral. Marco and Shiryu had both surpassed the quasi-admiral level, being just a step away from reaching even higher tiers. Thus, Ace was considerably behind them. In a one-on-one fight, Ace alone would definitely not be a match for Shiryu. However, when teaming up with Marco, Shiryu had to be cautious. Chapter 283. The Power of the Straw Hat Crew. The war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates continues. Their battle is a fight to the death. It will never end unless one side is completely defeated. Therefore, the members of the Blackbeard pirates are desperately suppressing the Whitebeard pirates. Jozu is occupied with dealing with Ors Jr. and cannot spare any effort. Ors Jr.'s strength is formidable, and even Jozu struggles against it. After all, Jozu is known for his strength, even though his speed has often been criticized. His power is among the top in the Whitebeard pirates. However, facing the giant Ors, with his innate strength amplified by Blackbeard's shadow, Ors Jr.'s power has reached a level comparable to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Thus, Jozu cannot withstand Ors Jr.'s strength at all. If it were Ors Jr. in his smaller form, Jozu could easily handle him. After all, Ors Jr. has not fully grown yet. If he had been hunted by Blackbeard when he was as tall as Ors Jr., it would have been a different story. Fortunately, Ors Jr. has fallen into the sea. Although this is somewhat sad for Jozu, as they cannot bring Ors Jr.'s body back, it means that Ors Jr. can at least escape Blackbeard's control and no longer be their enemy. Therefore, Jozu only needs to focus on dealing with Ors Jr. now. However, no matter how strong Ors Jr. is, his lack of speed is a disadvantage. After all, he is a corpse controlled by shadow, not one of the four emperors themselves. Thus, in terms of agility and speed, he is even slower than Jozu by about half. If it weren't for his immense strength and exaggerated recovery ability, Jozu would have dealt with Ors Jr. a long time ago. Let me send him flying. Fourth gear, Monkey King Gun, 3-sword style secret technique, 3,000 Great Worlds, Devil Wind Kick, continuous piling kicks, Wind Burst, and us. With a roar, all members of the Straw Hat crew charge forward, launching a fierce assault on Ors Jr. Roar, Blowing Snow Slash, Thunder Calling, Killing Star, Resilient Vines, Blue Wave Ball, Giant Eyes, Vibrant Colors, Giant Palm. The entire Straw Hat crew attack together, completely overwhelming Ors Jr., especially Luffy in his fourth gear, whose strength is on par with Jozu. He continuously hammered Ors Jr.'s head, leaving him no chance to react. Then came Frankie and a giant size chopper. Although their strength is somewhat lacking, they can each control one of Ors Jr.'s arms, thanks to their giant bodies. Below, Zoro and Sanji continuously attacked Ors Jr.'s abdomen. Their goal was simple, to create a hole in his belly so he couldn't fully recover from his injuries. Nami and Usopp were responsible for continuously releasing thunder and various seeds into that hole to prevent Ors Jr.'s wounds from healing. Brook, meanwhile, used his soul energy to release cold air, freezing Ors Jr.'s feet. Although his abilities couldn't completely freeze Ors Jr.'s feet, Robin utilized her flower fruit powers to conjure 4 giant hands that firmly held Ors Jr.'s legs. 4 hands were already Robin's limit. She couldn't conjure more. However, their cooperation effectively restrained the Ors Jr. before them. Mr. Jozu, please go help on the front lines. They need you there. Leave this to us, the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 284. Resolutely facing death, the war is still ongoing. The darkness and storm in the sky form a stark contrast. Blackbeard's power is indeed strong. Even Karl needs to exert all his strength to deal with him. However, even so, it may not necessarily inflict fatal damage on him. Similarly, Blackbeard, due to his lack of physical skills, relying solely on his devil fruit abilities, is also unable to inflict fatal damage on Karl. This war has lasted for half a day. During this time, Karl has thoroughly grasped Blackbeard's current physical attributes. His strength is only at a dash, at most A, not even reaching A. His speed is even worse, barely reaching a dash. However, in terms of stamina, he far exceeds Karl, definitely at S level. It's even possible that he, along with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, surpasses S level and reaches S. It must be said that among the 4 emperors, 3 have at least S level stamina, or even higher at S. This situation leaves Karl somewhat speechless. He is now beginning to doubt whether Shanks' stamina is equally exaggerated. However, based on past encounters, Shanks demonstrated strength not exceeding A and speed not even reaching B. But at that time, Karl was still quite weak, merely at the quasi-vice admiral level, so Shanks naturally could not use his full strength. It can be said that among the current 4 emperors, including the deceased Whitebeard, aside from not having truly fought Shanks, Karl has provoked all the others. Even Charlotte Linlin, at that time, came with the determination to kill Karl. Therefore, Karl can clearly feel just how terrifying Big Mom's physical qualities are. To be honest, if it weren't for Dragon's help midway, Karl definitely wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. However, the times have changed. Karl's strength is sufficient to contend with any of the 4 emperors and even has the opportunity to defeat them. So the current situation is completely in Karl's favor. No matter how much Blackbeard resists, he is no match for Karl. Currently, Blackbeard is still stubbornly resisting. Although this war is destined to end in failure, Blackbeard only wants to kill Karl before him. Regardless of whether this war can be won, killing Karl is Blackbeard's top priority. Ha ha ha. The outcome of this war is truly unexpected. If it weren't for your involvement, the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat crew would probably have been wiped out by me. But then you showed up, a monster like you, which is really infuriating. Blackbeard attacks Karl while laughing wildly. He has now gone mad. His entire state appears extremely frenzied, completely losing the calm demeanor he had before. However, even so, his thought process hasn't been too affected. He just seems a bit anxious during the battle, allowing Karl to find many openings. Relying on these openings, Karl directly blasts Blackbeard into the ground, causing a violent tremor once again. Unfortunately, the place Karl originally aimed for was that abyss. As long as he could knock Blackbeard into the sea, he would inevitably lose. But Blackbeard sensed Karl's intentions and forcibly changed his direction in mid-air, allowing himself to drop onto the island, which was the best outcome. Ha ha ha, this feels great. This kind of pain is truly addictive. Blackbeard stands up again, still laughing loudly, as if mocking Karl. Seeing Blackbeard unharmed, Karl smirks and slowly descends. Blackbeard, you are destined to fail. Just look at this war, turning Hive Island into what it is now. Your Blackbeard pirates have completely collapsed, while the Whitebeard pirates are rampantly slaughtering you. Chapter 285. The end of the war, a day and a night have passed. The war on Hive Island is nearing its conclusion. While Karl and Blackbeard continue their fierce battle, the three separate battlefields have slowly begun to draw to a close. After a day and a night of intense fighting, Marco and Ace have finally defeated Shiryu. Even Shiryu's sword was broken into 3 pieces, completely unusable. At this moment, Ace is completely collapsed on the ground, lacking the strength to get up. Although the duration of the battle was not long compared to his previous 5-day fight against Jinbei, it was still too short. However, the Ace from 3 years ago was not the same as the current Ace. And Jinbei back then was not a match for the current Shiryu. Ace and Marco fought with all their might, risking their lives to take down the frenzied Shiryu. Therefore, Ace naturally spared no effort, using his fruit abilities to the fullest, continuously unleashing his powerful moves without restraint. The sea of flames in front of him and the gigantic fire pit spanning thousands of meters are the destruction caused by Ace. Ace, rest here for a few minutes, and then go help out immediately. Marco took a deep breath, reminded Ace, and then flew into the sky towards another battlefield. Although Marco, like Ace, had given his all to finally defeat the powerful enemy Shiryu, he was different from Ace in that he had not exhausted too much physical strength. After all, he is the user of the Phoenix Fruit, and in terms of stamina, he dares to say he is not inferior to any of the other admirals or Yonko. Except for Kaido. What Marco lacks is only brute strength. Subsequently, Marco crossed the large fissure and advanced towards the main battlefield. During this time, he also caught sight of the Straw Hat crew, still entangled with oars. At this moment, at least half of the Straw Hat crew was exhausted. Fortunately, Oar's strength had diminished significantly due to Teach's injury. Now, Luffy alone could suppress Oar's using the power of Gear 3rd. Not to mention, the Straw Hat crew still had several others to assist. Therefore, Marco merely glanced at them before continuing to fly forward, quickly passing them by. When Marco arrived at the main battlefield, he found that the fighting here was also drawing to a close. The remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates were now just a few of their officers. The rest had either died or fled. After all, the Whitebeard pirates' goal was to defeat the Blackbeard pirates and eliminate all their captains. Those small fry were not even within their scope of extermination. Jozu, Vista, let us go together. Marco shouted from the air and swooped down, kicking the weakened death god Q. This kick sent the already frail death god Q crashing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. However, the poison on him began to take effect at that moment. A purple-black toxin rapidly corroded Marco's right foot. But under the influence of the Phoenix Flame, any poison was ineffective against Marco. Thus, he was able to quickly deal with Death God Q, eliminating the most uncertain factor in the enemy's ranks. In any war, poison is the most dangerous weapon, so it must be dealt with first. Upon seeing Karl arrive, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates surged, and they charged forward. The remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates, faced with all the Whitebeard pirates, were already feeling overwhelmed. They were never united in purpose. When they still had a chance of victory, they would definitely fight against the Whitebeard pirates together. Chapter 286. The Fall of the Four Emperors. Huh, it seems like it's a complete failure. You really are something, Karl. Blackbeard looked down at the empty island. The two of them had fought fiercely for 5 days and nights, completely unaware of the battlefield below. Only when they stopped did they realize that the war was over. The Whitebeard pirates had won, and the Blackbeard pirates were completely destroyed, leaving only Blackbeard himself still standing here. But alone, he couldn't possibly escape from Karl's grasp. So Blackbeard had no intention of leaving. Instead, he decided to stay and fight Karl to the death. Though he understood that staying meant certain death, he was prepared for it. Blackbeard, in your current state, you probably can't hold on much longer. Do you have any last words? If you do, say them. Maybe I'll help you fulfill them. Karl smirked, not in a hurry to kill Blackbeard. He was confident of victory. Blackbeard couldn't escape his clutches. I never expected to fall to such a fate. But if you kill me, I can accept it. After all, you're a monster too, aren't you? As for my last words, I want to go to Raftel. Do you think you'll agree? Blackbeard maintained his grin and calmly admitted defeat while expressing his thoughts to Karl. Hearing Blackbeard's nonchalant words, Karl shook his head and laughed. I have no interest in Raftel. No matter what treasures are there, I won't seek it out until I achieve my dream. The so-called treasure left by the Pirate King holds no allure for me. As expected of you, Karl. I knew you'd say that. But I also know a bit about your thoughts. It's merely about changing this world and eliminating all evil. Now you're about to kill me, completing your first step of the plan. How does it feel? Are you a bit excited? If you're excited, I can totally understand. After all, when I got the Yami Yami no Mi, I was even more excited than you. Blackbeard laughed wildly, clearly recalling something joyful. Karl shook his head and chose not to respond to Blackbeard. If anyone was excited, it would definitely be Karl. After all, he was human and had emotions. However, Blackbeard's comparison of his killing of Ace and his acquisition of the Yami Yami no Mi to Karl's impending act of killing him was simply unacceptable. So Karl chose to take action instead of replying. Come at me. Do you remember a few years ago when you told Rayleigh about Ace's identity? And I happened to overhear? Then when I spread it around, you didn't stop me. Instead, you secretly fueled the flames. I knew back then that you, like me, are a ruthless hero, and you could never stay in the Navy serving the Celestial Dragons. Now, as expected, you've fallen out with the Celestial Dragons and left the Navy. I really wanted to see what you would do next, but unfortunately, I don't have the time. Blackbeard laughed heartily before Karl sent him crashing into the ground, causing the entire island to shake. Blackbeard lay seriously injured on the ground, his body badly deformed, with some of his internal organs even protruding from his abdomen. His injuries were dire, and even if Law and Marco came, they would likely be unable to help him recover, as Hades' powers completely blocked any chance of Blackbeard healing his wounds. Yet, even so, Blackbeard did not give up and still wore a smile. Seeing Blackbeard on the brink of death, Karl charged forward, intending to deliver the final blow. Chapter 287. For Emperors. One Emperor. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. One of the 4 emperors Blackbeard teach has fallen for over a month now. People on the sea have long returned to calmness, no longer as excited as before. However, during this month, besides the fall of Blackbeard, there have been other major news. The new 4 emperor has been inherited by Marco, and the Straw Hat Pirates have become absolute allies with the Whitebeard Pirates. This means that the 2 pirate crews will act together no matter where they are. It's worth noting that during this time, the Straw Hat Pirates have also seen their value soar. The Straw Hat crew even caused a ruckus at Big Mom's tea party, provoking 2 of the 4 emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Their bounty instantly skyrocketed from 500 million berries to 5 billion berries. They were even labeled by Big News Morgans as the most notorious pirates of the new era. As for Marco, he has shown his strength through his battles with Blackbeard and by leading the Whitebeard Pirates to rescue Luffy's crew, standing up against the 2 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. This battle allowed the world to see his capabilities. It was this battle that led him to succeed Whitebeard and Blackbeard, becoming the new 4 emperor. Marco originally had the potential to become a 4 emperor. Had it not been for Blackbeard's prior claim, he might have already been one. But there was nothing to be done. Blackbeard's abilities were just that perverse. No devil fruit user could escape his restraint. Not even the strongest creature, Kaido. Only a bug like Karl could avoid being countered by his dark fruit and ultimately resolve the Blackbeard bug. Only a bug can solve a bug. This is an unchanging truth. So after Marco showcased his strength, although he was far from Blackbeard and Whitebeard, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing Kaido or Charlotte Linlin alone. Thus, it was only natural that he became the new 4 emperor. However, just as the 4th emperor was reborn, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin announced simultaneously the alliance of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. They planned to recreate the Rocks Pirates and initiate the world's top war. If you know about the Rocks Pirates, but the higher-ups of the Navy and the four emperors, along with Karl, are well aware. However, they did not pay much attention. Even if Kaido and Charlotte Linlin really teamed up, it was merely a bit tricky for Karl and posed little threat. Currently, the only threat to Karl is the five elders and the mysterious I'm Sama. Besides that, Karl also announced the establishment of a new navy. Zephyr and Dressrosa, along with Law and Buggy, formed a maritime mercenary group and directly chose to join. Karl became the governor of the new navy, hailed by Big News Morgans as the Sea King. Now, the situation on the sea has clearly transformed into 4 kings and 1 emperor. The previous title of emperor has significantly diminished due to Karl's emergence. After all, there can only be 1 emperor, but there can be many kings. However, this news came so suddenly that many people could not adapt to it. But even more shocking news followed closely after Karl announced the establishment of the new navy and the titles of the 4 emperors and 1 emperor appeared. Alabasta chose to join Karl's new navy camp and voluntarily handed over part of its territory for Karl's new navy to station. Even the Grand Line. Chapter 288. The Angry 5 Elders. Look, this is the good job you did. The new navy has been established, and the Revolutionary Army has formed an alliance with the new navy, and the titles of 4 emperors and 1 emperor are beginning to spread across the seas, especially the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, who have already formed an alliance. Moreover, at least half of the Navy's forces have rebelled and joined the new navy. This is all the good work of your navy. If it weren't for the monster you navy created, how could the world situation be so chaotic? You navy are truly a bunch of useless trash. A group of lowly dogs. Useless. All useless. Worthless trash. In the meeting room of the 5 elders, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Isho sat silently at the round table. Not just the 3 of them, even Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Saru were called in to face criticism. However, the 6 of them did not take the words of the 5 elders to heart, nor did they even listen. No matter how much the 5 elders insulted them, they would not say anything because the purpose of the 5 elders was very clear. They wanted to provoke the navy into rebellion, and then naturally replace Sakazuki, even swapping out all the admirals and vice admirals. In this way, the backbone of the navy would immediately become the people of the 5 elders. But Sakazuki and the others would not give the 5 elders such an opportunity. Seeing that Sakazuki and the others remained silent, the 5 elders exchanged glances, snorted coldly, and then sat back down. Sakazuki, it's been a month now. Have the bounties for those who joined the new navy been released? There are quite a few, and they're still being processed urgently. Sakazuki replied in a deep voice, not looking at the 5 elders. Isho and Sakazuki leaned back in their chairs, completely relaxed. The 2 seemed not to be there to be scolded, but rather to rest. Even Garp, Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsaru were closing their eyes, completely ignoring the situation. Garp even had a bubble of snot coming out of his nose, clearly having fallen asleep. What a bunch of useless trash. You can't even handle this small matter. What do I need you Navy for? Please watch your words. Our Navy's purpose is to uphold justice, not to be your private army. So if you have orders, we can accept them, but I also have the right to refuse. Sakazuki, do you know what you were saying? What you just said is an open provocation against the authority of the world government. The Navy is the Navy of the world government. The justice you uphold is the justice of the world government and the celestial dragons. Remember this clearly, you and all of you. This world does not need your self-righteous justice. The reason for the existence of a navy is solely to uphold the justice of the world government and the celestial dragons. Dismissed. The 5 elders roared angrily, clapping their hands and leaving the meeting room. They had arrived in the morning, and now it was nearly evening. Throughout the day, the 5 elders had been nothing but furious and criticized the navy for their various inactions, while shifting the blame onto them. As for the actions of the celestial dragons and CP0, they did not mention them at all. This is why Sakazuki and the others ignored the words of the 5 elders. After the 5 elders left, Sakazuki and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sengoku then took out a toothpick and popped Garp's bubble of snot, waking him up. Huh? Is it time to eat? I eat what? Let's go back first. Today has been quite bothersome for me. Sengoku stretched a bit, revealing a helpless smile. Chapter 289. Im and Shanks as night fell. Sakazuki and the others had already left Mariewa, returning to the Navy headquarters to prepare for dinner and discuss matters concerning Karl. However, the 5 elders were not as leisurely. Currently, everything Karl had was completely threatening the world government and even the status of the celestial dragons. If not stopped, allowing Karl's new navy to expand would lead to unimaginable consequences. Moreover, The most crucial point was that every person who joined the new Navy was not an ordinary figure. Without mentioning Dressrosa and Alabasta, which were both powerful countries in the Grand Line and the New World. Just Karl's charisma alone had directly led to internal judgments within the Navy, pulling at least half of the Navy into the new Navy camp. Then there were the 4 former warlords of the sea joining, which was quite a headache. Although Buggy was a former warlord, his strength was average and could be ignored. However, Law was a user of the Ope No Me, with immense potential. More importantly, he could perform the immortality surgery if he was willing to use it for Karl. That would be a huge problem. Additionally, Jimby and Hancock also joined. Their participation represented the stance of Fishman Island and Amazon Lily. The strength of these two was essentially stable at the quasi-admiral level. Even against an admiral, they could hold their ground for a short time without falling behind. Their threat was naturally not to be underestimated. Next were Kazan and Zephyr, the master and disciple pair. Kazan was once an admiral, one of the 3 monsters of the Navy, alongside Sakazuki and Borisolino. He could even fight Sakazuki for 10 days and nights, ultimately losing by a slight margin. Therefore, his strength speaks for itself. As for Zephyr, there's no need to elaborate. Though he was older and suffered from asthma, he was still from the same era as Garp and Sengoku. His educational contributions were evident. Currently, at least 2/3 of the Navy's backbone were his students. Even Sakazuki, the Marine Admiral, was Zephyr's disciple. Finally, there was the threat of Karl himself. After defeating Blackbeard, his strength had evidently surpassed that of the 4 emperors, earning him the title of Emperor. His power was clear and did not need further elaboration. As for the other individuals who joined the new Navy, there was no need to mention them either, especially people like Tesalo, who were eager to save their lives. Their reasons for joining the new Navy aside, once they joined, they could secure a place for themselves without worrying about retaliation from the world government. That was what they wanted. This was also the most troubling aspect for the 5 elders, because now, under Tesalo's call, quite a few people were genuinely planning to side with the new Navy. However, these individuals were self-aware. Those who had committed numerous wrongdoings naturally wouldn't approach Karl. They knew Karl's character well enough to understand that going there would be tantamount to seeking death. Only those who had not done much evil, or had done it very little, would consider giving a try. Whether they could succeed depended purely on fate. Furthermore, the Whitebeard pirates, under Marco's leadership, were making a comeback, joining forces with the Straw Hat pirates to aim for the throne of the Pirate King. The Big Mom pirates allied with the Beast pirates, seeking to restore the reputation of the Rocks pirates. Their objective was also the Pirate King's throne. Under the threat of Karl, they had no choice but to unite against this common enemy for the sole throne. Thinking about all these events that had transpired this month, the 5 elders felt a bit of a headache. "Oh, you 5 are all here? I heard Am is looking for me. Will you lead the way?" Just as the 5 elders were feeling melancholic, a playful yet authoritative voice appeared in their ears. They then saw a red-haired man who had entered without them noticing. Chapter 290. The hands that manipulate the world. Is he stronger than you? Hearing Shank's words, Im fell silent for a moment, then finally stood up and took a step forward. But before Shanks could react, Im appeared in front of him in an instant and patted his shoulder. "What about me? You are also stronger than me." Sweat broke out on Shank's forehead. The moment Im stood up, his observation hockey was fully activated, and he was extremely focused. But even so, he still couldn't see how Im had come over. It felt like complete teleportation, without any warning. Just as Shanks was extremely tense, Im teleported back to the Void Throne. "As a friend, I don't intend to make things difficult for you, but I need you to announce one thing, and that is the coordinates of Laughtail. As a crew member of Roger, your words would carry significant credibility, so it's best to leave this matter to you." Im spoke calmly, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth, looking extremely elegant. Upon hearing his words, Shanks suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. But what puzzled him even more was that he had no idea where Laughtail was. "But I really don't know. The end of the world, the starting point of reincarnation. Just follow my words. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't, it won't team matter even if they go." Upon hearing Im's words, Shank's eyes widened in disbelief. "I understand, but what benefit does this bring you? Do you want to watch those pirates slaughter each other? Karl's goal is not the throne of the Pirate King. That holds no allure for him. I know, but isn't he claiming to be just? If that's the case, the Pirate King shouldn't appear. So isn't it more interesting to use his hands to get rid of those annoying pests?" Im smiled again, making Shanks feel a chill. For Im, this world is merely a repetitive cycle, again and again. He is like an observer, silently watching every corner of this world and the direction it will take next. For 800 years, it has always been like this. He has grown weary of it, but cannot leave. Now, Karl, a variable, has finally appeared. Since he has no way to deal with others, doesn't plan to act himself, so he intends to cause some trouble for Karl. This could be considered Im's wicked amusement. I really want to see what kind of surprise this unique variable in the cyclical world will bring me. If he can satisfy me, then I decide to act at the last moment when he attacks Mariehua, to let him understand what despair truly means. Im's words were filled with an amusing tone, which also made Shanks feel a bit chilled. Shanks had the opportunity to speak out about Im, but he couldn't do so, because if he dared to do that, everyone related to him would die. This was a private transaction between Im and him, and Shanks had no way to go against it. He even regretted making these deals with him behind the scenes, because in doing so, he was completely putting those he cared about in a fire pit. I understand. I will go spread the news about Laughtail, but are you really not worried that it will be found? Shanks was still a bit confused, although he didn't know about Laughtail. Chapter 291 Busy Karl, My Lord Karl. According to reports from the front lines, the world government has already retreated, and all the invading forces in our country have been driven out. Should we also withdraw our scattered troops to fill the gaps in the new Navy's manpower? Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, who was standing next to Karl at that moment, conveyed the situation from the front lines. Law was no longer just a simple doctor nor the leader of the new Navy. He had become one of Karl's aides, specifically reporting various information to him. Karl's decision to keep Law close was also a form of protection, as his abilities were of great interest to many. Therefore, having Law by his side was the best way to ensure his safety. One day, Karl might need Law's abilities, so he needed to protect him well. There's no need to withdraw. You go and form Buggy and have him lead the troops from the four seas to station around Gaia Island. The manpower shortage in the New World cannot be compensated for by mere numbers. We need quality forces. So the recruitment plan will continue, but the review criteria remain unchanged. Anyone who dares to sign up and is a heinous criminal should be immediately detained and have their identity background investigated. If found guilty, execute them without hesitation. Understood. I will arrange it right away. Law nodded and prepared to inform Buggy. Currently, Buggy was not in the New World, but wandering around the East Sea and the first half of the Grand Line. Buggy enjoyed treasure hunting, and his inexplicable luck had garnered him quite a following. Therefore, sending him out to look for treasure while also commanding the people from the four seas was no problem at all, even if there were disturbances. As long as he didn't encounter enemies of Rear Admiral rank or higher in the first half of the Grand Line, he was basically invincible. Buggy's strength was roughly equivalent to that of a Navy headquarters Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral. However, he had learned both observation hockey and armament hockey, so he had a certain level of self-defense capability, making it completely safe to send him out. As for Law's current strength, he had already surpassed that of a Vice Admiral and was close to the level of a Commodore. Compared to Hancock and Jinbi, who were also former Shichibukai, he was still a bit lacking. However, time was a factor, and since Law had focused his energy on helping Karl build his power otherwise, his strength would definitely be even stronger now. These two were now in charge of internal and external affairs, respectively, both being Karl's capable subordinates. Although Jinbi and Hancock were talented and powerful, they had their own countries to protect. Therefore, they only joined Karl's new navy and would not be stationed here permanently. However, once Karl issued any orders, they would definitely arrive at the fastest speed, so there was no need to worry about that. As for Enel, his strength was roughly at the same level as Jinbi and Hancock, if not slightly weaker. However, he still had room for improvement. If given 5 to 6 more years of training, his strength would definitely not be inferior to Borisalinos. Enzo and Nilu were at a similar level to Hancock. The current new navy was led by these three. Enel and the Snow Fruit user, Jess, jointly led a team. Jess's strength had reached the level of a Rear Admiral. Now he could also stand on his own. However, to be safe, Karl had still let him co-manage the team with Enel. Enzo and Nilu, being old partners, were responsible for managing another team. The strength of these two teams in the New World could sweep through everything as long as they didn't run into the Navy or the Yonko directly. As for Kazan, he currently had only one task, to lead a portion of the troops to station in Dressrosa. Since Dressrosa was a crucial area, Karl had to ensure the safety of the Riku family. Chapter 292, Latest Report. The latest report from the Ocean News. The world government has announced the establishment of a special operations agency to conduct targeted activities against the new naval forces. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors and formerly of the Roger Pirates, has declared to the world that Laughtail truly exists and that Roger's treasure is also there. However, Shanks only left behind 8 words before disappearing without a trace, along with his entire pirate crew. At the end of the world, at the beginning of reincarnation. This is the only clue to finding the One Piece. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have decided to join forces to search for the One Piece and compete for the throne of the Pirate King. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates are about to clash once again with the two Four Emperor pirate crews. The bounties for the major members of the new Navy have been announced. The new Navy governor, Karl, has a bounty of 5.6 billion berries, surpassing the Pirate King Roger's bounty of 5.56 billion berries, setting a new historical high. The new Navy Admiral Kazan has a bounty of 2.03 billion berries. The new Navy Chief Logistics Instructor, Zifa Z, has a bounty of 1.77 billion berries. The new Navy First Vanguard Team Captain, former Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Enel, has a bounty of 1.7 billion berries. The new Navy Rear Admiral, former Warlord of the Sea Jinbe, has a bounty of 1 billion berries. The new Navy Rear Admiral, former Warlord of the Sea Boa Hancock, has a bounty of 1.35 billion berries. The new Navy Internal Affairs Steward, former Warlord of the Sea Trafalgar Law, has a bounty of 1.01 billion berries. The new Navy Second Vanguard Team Captain, former Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Nilu, has a bounty of 990 million berries. The new Navy Second Vanguard Team Vice Captain, former Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Enzo, has a bounty of 900 million berries. The new Navy First Vanguard Team Vice Captain, former Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Jesse, has a bounty of 500 million berries. The new Navy Four Seas Commander, former Warlord of the Sea Buggy, has a bounty of 444 million berries. The new Navy Governor Karl's maid, the son of the Sea Monster, Until, has a bounty of 200 million berries. The new Navy Intelligence Department staff, former Marine Headquarters Commodore Coldface Elon, had a bounty of 100 million berries. The above content is exclusively provided and compiled by Big News Morgans, ensuring authenticity and reliability. Karl flipped through the news in his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. This news has been wildly spread in various forms over the past week. Moreover, the bounty notices concerning Karl and the others were also issued in the last couple of days. However, Karl did not pay much attention to his own bounty, as he did not care about philosophical fame. The only thing that made him feel secretly pleased was surpassing Roger. After all, Roger was a legendary pirate of his time and the former Pirate King. His bounty was basically at the highest peak. Even if Whitebeard survived the Marineford War, his bounty might not exceed Roger's. However, everything Karl is doing now has completely touched the foundations of the Gora CEI and even the world government. It can be said that he has been out of the Navy for almost a month and a half, and the new Navy has only been established for about a month. He has already accomplished what the Revolutionary Army could not achieve in decades. This made Dragon feel uneasy, but he had no way to counter it because this was Karl's inherent aura. After all, Karl had spent a year traversing the seas and the Grand Line, continuously building his reputation and face. Coupled with his subsequent actions and his own formidable strength, this led to the current situation. It must be said that Karl's support from so many people is not only due to his own charm, but also because luck is an indispensable part. Karl took some time to. Chapter 293. Upgrading the Zangetsu. Time slowly passes. In the blink of an eye, it has been 3 whole months since Karl established the new Navy. At this moment, Karl has basically finished all the internal affairs of the new Navy and can take a 2-day break. However, although the situation within the new Navy has stabilized, the sea has become even more chaotic during these 3 months. After all, Shanks has revealed the location of Raftel. Although he did not directly state the position, he has given a very important hint. The end of the world, the beginning of the cycle. Although it is only 8 characters, the amount of information is significant, but it is not easy to understand. The end of the world is easy to understand. As long as you follow a certain course, you can reach the world, which must be the final island, Raftel. Legend has it that Roger once did this. However, no one can understand what the beginning of the cycle means. Those who want to compete for the throne of the Pirate King have racked their brains, but cannot figure out what these 4 characters represent. Especially when these 8 characters are combined, it becomes even more confusing, leaving people in a fog and completely unsure of how to interpret it. So even after such a long time, no one has been able to successfully find the location of Raftel. This is also the reason why Karl can sit back and relax without taking action. Although he has some guesses about where Raftel might be, he has no interest in this final island. It's rare to have a 2-day break, so he decided not to think about these matters and let them handle it. He just doesn't know where Shanks and his pirate crew have gone during this time. It is quite strange for a dignified Yonko pirate crew to disappear for such a long time without any news. Moreover, if he remembers correctly, Shanks shouldn't know the location of Raftel. This is explained in the original work. Could it be that Shanks revealed this information because of him? After all, in the original work, there's an unclear relationship between him and Im, and his identity is a mystery that is hard to grasp. Karl sighed, casually opened his attribute panel, and then spent all the previously unallocated attribute points. He first raised his A-level speed directly to a level, and then used the remaining 2 attribute points to upgrade his B- level mental power to B level. Afterwards, Karl looked at his remaining 5 skill points and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Indil, I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving this to you for now. If Law has any issues, have him notify me with a snail. Saying this, Karl left the room, leaving Indil looking bewildered. It's always like this, leaving me behind while he goes out to have fun. Indil pouted and began tidying up the room. After a moment, Law arrived here, just as Karl had said, bringing a thick stack of documents with him. Where's Lord Karl? Out relaxing again? Law frowned and casually placed the documents on the table. Indil puffed out her cheeks and pointed to the nearby snail, but did not speak. Clearly, she still had some grievances about Karl not taking her with him. Forget it. These matters are not urgent. We can handle them when Lord Karl returns. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first, if Lord Karl comes back. Chapter 294. Are you Hades? Indeed, in the original work of Death, the Bankai of the Zampakit requires a battle with the Zampakit itself. It turns out that I also need to fight with my Zampakit in this way to achieve Bankai. Fortunately, I specifically waited until I had free time to perform Bankai. Otherwise, those 5 skill points would have been wasted. Karl touched his nose, feeling somewhat relieved. If he had performed Bankai right after dealing with Blackbeard, the establishment of the new navy would have been delayed by several days. At that time, Karl had no enemies. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin wouldn't actively seek trouble with him. So, there's really no need for Karl to rush into Bankai. This timing was just right. Just as Karl was pondering how to turn his Zampakit into a human, Hades unexpectedly slipped from Karl's hand and floated in the air, not far away. At the same time, a thick aura of evil emanated from Hades, which even made Karl feel a bit startled. Karl had killed many people, most of whom were heinous villains. Blackbeard was a prime example. After absorbing the blood of these evildoers, Hades had clearly become even more sinister. However, relying on his strong abilities and the bloodline connection with it, Karl could easily control it. If it were someone else who touched Hades without Karl's permission, the outcome would likely be disastrous. When Blackbeard tried to seize the sword, he experienced this consequence and was harmed by Hades' evil aura. So when Karl personally faced Hades' malevolent aura, he finally understood how exaggerated this sword really was. But when Hades' human form slowly appeared before Karl's eyes, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Karl even rubbed his eyes to check if he was seeing things. The results showed he wasn't. The figure before him, standing only about 1.50 meters tall, dressed in dark red Gothic Lolita clothing, with twin tails, was indeed the true form of Hades. However, to speak nonsense, this little girl looked quite nice. Even more perfect than Hancock, especially the dark red pattern on her face, which added a hint of sinister charm. Are you Hades? That's right. This young lady is the Hades you've been holding in your hand every day. My dear brother Karl, you don't need to explain anything to me. We are connected by blood, and our memories are shared. I know everything you have experienced, even what you are thinking right now, even those things you did with Endure. I also, break. If you go on, this will be inappropriate for children. Karl made a pause gesture, then stepped forward and gestured Hades' height. He had just estimated it to be about right, and it turned out to be exactly 1.50 meters. Stinky brother, what do you mean by exactly 1.50 meters? This young lady is 1.49 meters, okay? You added an extra centimeter. Hades put her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with resentment, looking somewhat angry. Karl scratched his head, completely not understanding why she was angry. All right, 1.49 meters it is, but speaking of which, am I supposed to fight you? If that's the case, wouldn't it be too unfair? No matter how you look at it, you can't possibly be my opponent. Karl squatted down and rubbed Hades' little face. Karl's height had grown to about 2.50 meters. In the world of One Piece, this height wasn't considered very tall. But when Karl squatted down, he was exactly the same height as Hades. This was a bit awkward. Chapter 295, The Reappearance of Shanks' System Prompt. Zanpakuto. Hades successfully achieved Bankai. Abilities enhanced, sharpness enhanced. And 2 new abilities added. Ability 1. Can create an unconscious but tangible shadow that uses 50% of a user's strength. Note, the shadow exists permanently, can be scattered, but will immediately recover. But only one can exist at the same time. Ability 2. Hades' ability to release sword energy can injure enemies and additionally inflict a condition that prevents their wounds from healing. Note, the shadow can also carry this ability. The system voice sounded. The addition of these two new abilities brought great joy to Karl, as both abilities significantly increased his power. First, let's talk about the second ability. With this power, Karl no longer needed to risk his life to engage in close combat with opponents. He could completely consume them from a distance. When the opponent's injuries accumulated enough, Karl could then approach cautiously and finish them off. If Karl had this ability when dealing with Blackbeard, it would have made things much easier, but it wouldn't have changed much. After all, Blackbeard had another ability, a black hole that could absorb all long-range attacks. That single move could absorb most of the long-range damage and return it to the attacker. So Blackbeard was still not easy to deal with, but fortunately, this troublesome guy was already dead. Karl then shifted his attention to the shadow he had created. He simply had to try out some moves. The result was that this shadow could even simulate Hades. It could use all of Karl's techniques. As long as it was given a target, it would completely destroy it before stopping to await further orders. Or it would only stop if Karl commanded it to. The only downside was that this shadow had no intelligence. Although its power was considerable, without any thought, it was somewhat limited. It posed no threat to the four emperors. However, even so, a shadow with power comparable to Karl's was roughly at the level of a vice admiral. After all, Karl was a dual fruit user, and the shadow inherited this aspect, so its strength wouldn't be too weak. It could be said that even if Karl didn't take action himself, just relying on this shadow would allow him to dominate the pirate world. Attribute panel. Name, Karl Strength. S Agility. A Spirit. B Stamina. A Title. Benevolent to the End abilities. Military Body Fist. B. Float Fruit. Awakened. Armament Hockey. Perfect. Observation Hockey. Limit Break. Conqueror's Hockey. Perfect. Dual Sword Style. A. Mastery of Wind Element. C. Monster Strength. A. Tremor Fruit. Give Me Face. C. Zanpakuto Bankai. Hades. S. Ultra Speed Regeneration. A. Remaining Skill Points. 0 remaining Attribute Points. 0 Foot. This was Karl's current personal attribute. Next, Karl's goal was simple, to raise his spirit to A and then accumulate attribute points to raise his stamina to S. As for abilities, Karl planned to upgrade either Armament Hockey or Ultra Speed Regeneration. However, this would depend on the situation, as besides these two abilities, Gimme Face was also a very good ability. Unfortunately, due to the relationship with causality, upgrading this ability required 3 skill points. That's why Karl had been leaving it alone, as the current level was sufficient for him. With that, after briefly organizing his abilities, Karl returned. Chapter 296. Today, expenses are on me. Shanks, now that you've reappeared so flamboyantly, have you already figured out how to face those who have been searching for you? To be honest, if you're not prepared, it's better to leave now. Although my old bones aren't what they used to be, I can still buy you some time. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and smiled. His relationship with Shanks was already very good, and despite his age, his strength hadn't declined too much. As long as he was willing, even if Karl came, he could still hold him off for a short while, let alone anyone else. This is the Dark King Rayleigh, who, even nearing 70, remains as strong as ever. Aside from Rayleigh, I might also be able to help in some way, although my strength doesn't compare to you monsters. But fortunately, I was once a member of Rox. If Kaido or Big Mom comes over, I can help hold them off for a few minutes. Shucky said calmly as she placed several bottles of wine on the tables around. Those tables were filled with the red-haired pirates' crew members. They had come with Shanks to enjoy food and drink while waiting for his next orders. If Shanks said to continue hiding, they would leave without hesitation. But Shanks didn't say anything at the moment. He just gulped down several cups of wine before revealing his signature silly smile. Haha, Rayleigh Senpai, Shucky Senpai, thank you in advance. But don't worry, this matter started because of me, so I need to resolve it myself. That said, I still don't understand why you revealed information about Laughtail earlier. Although I don't mean to blame you. What you did will undoubtedly make the seas even more turbulent. Without Karl and his new navy, we probably wouldn't be sitting here peacefully drinking and chatting today. At this point, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh before continuing. To be honest, it's really thanks to that kid Karl, even though I don't particularly like him. I have to admit, this kid is incredibly capable, especially with his policies coming out one after another, which is completely unlike the thinking of a young person. Under his management, even the supernovas have been compressed into 4 groups, while other pirates have found it hard to surpass the barrier of Magu Valley Town. At this point, everyone in the room fell silent, because they clearly understood what Karl's new navy had accomplished in just a few months. Karl's new navy. in cooperation with the Revolutionary Army, had almost swept across all seas, returning 90 of the regions to peace. At least 50 of the Grand Line is free of pirates, allowing merchant ships and ordinary people to sail freely in these protected areas. As for the remaining unliberated regions, they either belong to the Navy or are countries that haven't been liberated yet. Those countries are easier to talk to, but the territories belonging to the Navy, Karl has explicitly prohibited his people from engaging with them. Thus, there exists a subtle tacit understanding between the new Navy and the Navy, where neither side would take the initiative to strike. This has led to the current miraculous situation. As for the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, things are more complicated. All the military forces of the world government and all personnel from the CP organization have been mobilized here. All CP members with strength exceeding that of a rear admiral in the Navy have been forcibly transferred to special operations against the new Navy. Chapter 297 Private Chat. Haha, Karl, what kind of joke are you making? How could I possibly hide in Laughtail? Moreover, all I know is just that one sentence someone told me. As for where Laughtail is, I have no idea. Shanks scratched his head, showing a silly smile. Seeing him so foolish, Karl didn't know what to say. However, hearing Shanks' words, he could roughly guess who had instructed Shanks to say such things. Shanks, there are some things I know you're unwilling to discuss. So, shall we go outside to chat? Haha. What is so special that we can't talk about it here? Isn't it more comfortable to chat while drinking? Shanks didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and continued drinking. Karl squinted his eyes and then said, "It's about the Void Throne. Is it okay to say it directly here?" As soon as Karl finished speaking, Shanks immediately spat out the drink he had just swallowed, with an incredulous expression on his face. Fortunately, Rayleigh's observation hockey was very strong, and he dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would have been the first to get drenched. Karl had it much easier. He directly used his abilities to block most of the spraying liquor from Shanks. Well, it's been a long time since we last met, and you've learned how to spray now. Shanks, keep the performance going. Let me see what other new tricks you have. Karl said teasingly, but Shanks couldn't laugh. He wiped the liquor off the corners of his mouth, then stood up, staring intently at Karl. At the same time, the other members of the red-haired pirates wanted to get up, but were held down by Ben Beckman. Let's wait and see. Upon hearing Ben Beckman's words, the surrounding people continued drinking, but their eyes remained fixed on Karl, not leaving him for a moment. Seeing this scene, Karl couldn't help but feel that the red-haired pirates were indeed very united. Moreover, the red-haired pirates followed an elite route. The people present had strengths that were not below that of a Navy headquarters rear admiral. Karl even suspected that that monkey's strength could defeat a Navy headquarters commodore or captain. If a fight really broke out with the red-haired pirates, Karl would indeed not gain any advantage. But similarly, they would also face huge losses, because Karl's strength had already surpassed the 4 emperors and reached a higher level. As long as Shanks dared to make a move, Karl could absolutely make the red-haired pirates disappear from this world. Cough, cough. You don't need to be nervous. I'll go outside and chat with Karl for a bit, and I'll be back soon. Shanks also reacted at this moment, realizing that his excessive tension had caused his crew to become nervous as well. Karl, let's go outside. Shanks, being familiar, placed his hand on Karl's shoulder and then led Karl out of the bar towards the outside. Rayleigh and the others, watching them leave, had no idea what was going on. However, Rayleigh didn't plan to chase after them because this was a secret between Karl and Shanks, and he had no need to get involved. Moreover, Rayleigh had a premonition that it would be best for him to know nothing about this matter. Otherwise, it would bring great trouble. Even Shanks' crew had no idea what Shanks and Karl wanted to talk about, let alone make it so mysterious. Only Ben Beckman slightly guessed. Chapter 299 Escape. How annoying. Shanks, you guys go first. I'll go to Dressrosa to find you later. This place is enough for me and Uncle Rayleigh to handle. To be honest, if it weren't for the timing, I really want to take down Charlotte Linlin right now. What a pity. Karl was eager to try, waiting for Charlotte Linlin's arrival. He had long wanted to eliminate her, but unfortunately, there were too many official matters on his side before. So he simply couldn't spare the effort to deal with Big Mom and the Beast Pirates. Now that the Big Mom Pirates had personally come to them, although Karl wanted to take her down with so many people around, even if he could defeat her, he would have to pay a price. For example, turning the Sabiti archipelago upside down. This would lead to all the people on the island being buried alongside Charlotte Linlin. This was something Karl did not want to see. So killing Charlotte Linlin here was not a very good choice. He now just planned to buy time, first letting Shanks leave this place. Then they would gather in Dressrosa later. This was Karl's idea. Shanks was also not being pretentious. His ship had been prepared, and he could set off at any time. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you, Brother Karl. and Senior Rayleigh. I'll go to Dressrosa to wait for you, and the banquet must be hosted by me. Ha ha ha. Everyone, let's start escaping now. Woohoo! With Shank's command, all the members of the red-haired pirates rushed out in a swarm. They were full of enthusiasm, and anyone unaware might think they were going to battle the Big Mom Pirates. But in reality, they just wanted to escape. Right now, fighting the Big Mom Pirates would bring no benefit to Shanks. It would be best to slip away. However, just as they burst out, the three sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates had already arrived in front of them, blocking Shanks and the others' way. But before the three commanders could say anything, Ben Beckman had already fired 3 bullets in quick succession, directly forcing the 3 commanders back. The bullets were unremarkable, but combined with Ben Beckman's formidable hockey, they were enough to make these 3 tremble in fear. Don't move, Ben Beckman said softly, his tone sounding gentle, but the killing intent emanating from his eyes made the 3 commanders break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the others successfully broke through the encirclement of the Big Mom Pirates under Ben Beckman's cover. Just then, Charlotte Linlin descended from the sky. As one of the 4 emperors and captain of the Big Mom Pirates, she possessed unparalleled strength and immense pressure. Her powerful conqueror's hockey, combined with her soul pocus ability, directly attacked everyone around her indiscriminately. Even members of the Big Mom Pirates were affected at that moment. However, Shockey inside the bar was completely unharmed. Rayleigh used his conqueror's hockey to protect her thoroughly. Karl Dinty even used his conqueror's hockey and directly endured Charlotte Linlin's combination attack. The power was considerable, but unfortunately, the combined strength of these 2 moves was nowhere near as powerful as Shank's conqueror's hockey. Karl shook his head, while Rayleigh nodded in agreement with Karl's words. Just as the people in the bar were still joking, Shanks unleashed the strongest conqueror's hockey he had displayed so far to protect his subordinates. His conqueror's hockey shot into the sky, directly destroying the ground around him. And even the weapons and clothes of those who tried to approach him were instantly shredded into pieces. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin's conqueror's hockey, along with her soul pocus. Chapter 300. Let's talk terms. I didn't expect you to make a move. Even though I foresaw the future, it was still too late to stop you. When did our gap become so vast? Katakuri's observation hockey had already predicted that Karl would strike, but his speed simply couldn't keep up with Karl's attack. Before he could intercept, Karl's attack had already sent Charlotte Linlin flying. This made Katakuri clearly understand the insurmountable chasm between him and Karl. Karl paid no heed to Katakuri's words. He watched as Shanks and the others broke through the encirclement before he spoke. Katakuri, as the 3rd commander and Charlotte Linlin's favorite son, your potential and character are actually quite good. However, you have always lived in Charlotte Linlin's shadow, which is detrimental to your growth. Karl casually mentioned this, not intending to hear Katakuri's response, and directly flew out. Karl's foresight told him that Charlotte Linlin was turning in midair, wanting to use Zeus to chase after Shanks. Clearly, she also didn't want to engage someone like Karl, as her chances of winning were even lower than against Shanks. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin's purpose in coming here was to capture Shanks. As for the others, she couldn't care less about targeting them. She also didn't think she could defeat Karl here. Since Sabati Archipelago was not Charlotte Linlin's territory, she had to be cautious of Karl. However, Karl was very fast. In an instant, he charged up and intercepted Charlotte Linlin in midair, thwarting her pursuit of Shanks. Karl shouted, "Get out of my way, kid." Seeing Charlotte Linlin's fierce expression, Karl remained undaunted, even drawing his Hades and releasing its shadow. "Charlotte Linlin, how about we discuss terms? You let him go, and I let you go. If you remain stubborn, I won't mind killing you right here." Upon hearing Karl's words, Charlotte Linlin was initially angry. But when she saw the slender figure next to Karl that had no physical form, she was immediately taken aback. Because from this shadow, she sensed an incredibly dense demonic power, as well as the oppressive aura Karl exuded. Although Charlotte Linlin didn't know how powerful this shadow was, she understood that since Karl dared to use it, the shadow's strength was definitely not weak. Just as Karl and Charlotte Linlin faced off, Shanks and the others had already returned to their ship, heading towards Fishman Island. The situation on Shackey's side was also not optimistic. Shackey's bar was surrounded by Big Mom pirates. Shackey and Rayleigh could only huddle at the bar's entrance to prevent them from destroying the place. Under Katakuri's command, the Big Mom pirates surrounded the area without directly pursuing Shanks. Katakuri knew very well that even if they chased, they wouldn't catch up, so it was better to hold their ground here. This way, they could support their mother at any time. As for Rayleigh and Shackey, as long as they kept an eye on these two and prevented them from attacking their mother, everything would be fine. This was Katakuri's simple yet practical plan. Is it really okay for you to surround us two old folks here? Shanks has long run away, and your mother is being chased by that little brat Karl. If you don't help soon, Linlin might also be killed by that little brat Karl. Chapter 301. Barelik led Field Karl through Charlotte Linlin onto the Sabati archipelago, leaving her in the care of Rayleigh and Shaki. He wasn't worried that Charlotte Linlin would attack Rayleigh and Shaki, not to mention that she had no grievances with them and had no reason to strike. More importantly, even if she wanted to attack, she might not be able to take down Rayleigh quickly. If Rayleigh was willing to fight back, Charlotte Linlin could even be killed in return, so there was no need for her to take that risk. After a brief clash with Karl, Charlotte Linlin quickly realized that Karl's current strength far exceeded that of the past when she was chasing him. Furthermore, the current location was more advantageous for Karl's abilities. Therefore, Charlotte Linlin chose to give up pursuing Shanks. After all, she wasn't completely out of her mind. Engaging in battle with Karl here would bring no benefit to the Big Mom pirates and could even lead to her complete defeat. So Charlotte Linlin had to let it go, but she had already marked this grudge. When the time was right in the future, she would definitely not spare Karl. Meanwhile, Karl had arrived at Dressrosa. His flying speed was incredibly fast. By the time Shanks had just entered the New World, Karl had already reached his destination. He realized that it would take Shanks at least half a day to arrive. With the remaining time, Karl decided to rest in Dressrosa and chat with Kazan about possible future events. Karl couldn't casually mention the existence of him, as that was quite shocking. If the information wasn't revealed by the other party, it could shatter their worldview to some extent. However, Karl could reveal a bit about him to prevent them from being too surprised when him actually appeared. Kazan and King Riku, upon hearing the information Karl had adapted based on him, were also taken aback. Their reaction was just as Karl had anticipated. They couldn't believe it was true, and their worldview was somewhat collapsing. Fortunately, Karl didn't directly mention him's name or that he was the one sitting on the empty throne. Otherwise, even Kazan might struggle to process such information, let alone King Riku and the others. Karl, you can't just say that. If what you said is true, we would be in big trouble. Kazan's mind was very quick, and he immediately realized that if the person Karl mentioned really existed, it would be a huge problem for them. Karl sighed and didn't continue to explain. He knew that saying too much wasn't safe for them. After all, Karl couldn't guarantee that their knowledge of Im's existence wouldn't draw the others' attention, leading to their demise. For their safety, Karl could only use this vague method to warn them about Im's danger. Just then, a messenger rushed in from outside. He looked flustered, pale, and trembling all over. No, it's bad. King Riku, Queen Rebecca, pirates have invaded the port, and our soldiers can't hold them off. Pirates invading? You were all trained by the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, and your captain is a user of the Shasha fruit. Unless it's an Emperor-level pirate crew. What pirates could you not handle? Rebecca frowned, feeling somewhat confused. The soldier was trembling and could barely speak due to fear. The intruders are everywhere, draining blood, and the captain has been taken out in an instant. Now we don't know if he's alive or dead. What? Hearing his words, Rebecca. Chapter 302, One-on-One. Former Admiral Kazan and former Admiral Karl. What a coincidence. I didn't expect both of you to appear here at the same time. It seems my luck isn't very good today. If I had known, I would have come a day later. Raidfield casually tossed aside the civilian whose life force had been drained, then looked at Karl and Kazan. Although he claimed to have bad luck, his expression was quite calm, showing no signs of regret. Kazan, what is going on here? Why did you do this? Kazan's anger flared as he looked at the civilians lying on the ground. Although these people were still alive, their remaining life force wouldn't last more than a year or two. Raidfield's actions were indeed provoking public outrage, which was why Kazan was so angry. Even Karl couldn't bear to watch at this moment. He drew his Hades and summoned its shadow, charging forward immediately. Kazan, we don't need to waste words with someone like him. He is a nuisance, a bat fruit user, who can regain youth by sucking blood. So he must constantly feed, and we have to stop him. Before he finished speaking, Karl had already rushed in. However, Raidfield reacted quickly. His observation hockey had also surpassed limits. Matching Karl's level of perception, the two weapons clashed, creating a burst of sparks. At the same time, they unleashed a comparable level of Conqueror's hockey, instantly causing the ground beneath them to dip by over a meter. Iceberg Bomb. As Karl and Raidfield were at a stalemate, Kazan, ignoring the rules of combat, launched a surprise attack from behind. A gigantic ice bird rapidly soared towards Raidfield. Facing Kazan's attack, Raidfield showed no hesitation and jumped into the sky. However, Kazan could control his attack directly. The ice bird, under Kazan's command, flew swiftly upwards and reached Raidfield's feet in the blink of an eye. Impressive control, Raidfield complimented Kazan, casually flicking his wrist. The umbrella in his hand transformed into a blade, releasing a massive sword chi that completely shattered the ice bird. Moreover, his sword chi maintained its powerful momentum, heading downwards. If that hit the ground, the port of Dressrosa would likely vanish in an instant. Seeing this, Karl clenched his left fist and punched upwards. Quake Fruit, activate! Instantly, cracks appeared in the air, and the overwhelming shockwave shattered Raidfield's sword chi. The force also disturbed the surrounding airflow. In addition, Karl released the powers of the Float Fruit, making the air currents even more chaotic. As a result, Raidfield, caught in the storm, found it impossible to land safely. However, he wasn't entirely helpless. Behind Raidfield, a pair of enormous black wings manifested. This was one of the abilities granted to him by the bat fruit, enabling him to hover in the air. But even so, the turbulent air currents controlled by Karl were still very fierce. Raidfield had not had the fruit for long and couldn't fly perfectly yet. Thus, Karl's storm still made him somewhat uncomfortable. At the same time, Karl mixed in some weasel wind blades into the storm. Although the power of these wind blades was not as strong as Karl's slashes, each blade was still very sharp. If Raidfield was not careful, he could get cut by Karl's wind blades. However, more importantly, Karl aimed to use this method to force Raidfield into the sea. Only in this way could Karl. Chapter 303, The Power of the Proud Red. God-level choice has been triggered. Choice 1. Allow Raidfield to absorb blood, gain the title Invisible. Title attribute. You'll be subconsciously ignored by others. Even if they've already seen you, they will still treat you as if you do not exist. Choice 2. Delay time. Wait for the red-haired pirates to arrive. Team up with Kazan and the red-haired pirates to jointly kill Raidfield. Randomly gain a C-level ability. Choice 3. Kill Raidfield alone. Randomly gain an A-level ability. The customary 3 options appeared. The first could be excluded, as in this situation, Karl cannot just turn a blind eye. As for the second choice, while it is possible, it is unnecessary, and currently, Karl does not need a C-level ability at all. Therefore, Karl chose the third option without hesitation. Since he wanted an ability, only an A-level ability would catch his eye at this moment. However, Karl found it somewhat speechless at this time. He did not receive any attribute points or skill points. Moreover, this time's reward was even less generous than the last time he killed Blackbeard. But Karl was used to it. Every time his strength increased, unless he faced a stronger enemy, his rewards would significantly decrease. Especially for Karl now. The only one who could defeat him is probably him, who has yet to reveal themselves. As for others, they are simply not his opponents. Therefore, facing Raidfield, Karl was very confident that he could take him on alone. Karl unleashed his fierce swordsmanship, attacking Raidfield. However, Raidfield was also a great swordsman, and his swordsmanship was not inferior to Karl's. The two became entangled in a fierce battle, using their haki to the utmost. Even the flowing cherry blossom haki surged forth. The collision of their powers caused turbulence in the surrounding sky, and even the ice-covered sea below showed numerous cracks. Fortunately, the ice layer was thick enough, otherwise, it would have shattered by now. However, Karl's offensive was becoming faster and stronger. With each attack, Raidfield felt tremendous pressure. This was because Karl's attacks were infused with the powers of the Quake Fruit and the Float Fruit, making it very difficult for Raidfield to withstand. If he were not already a mythical Zoan-type bat fruit user, with significantly enhanced physical abilities, his hands would have been shattered by Karl's dual fruit abilities. Karl's current strength completely surpassed that of the 4 emperors, and even if Whitebeard were resurrected, he might not be a match for Karl. It can be said that as long as M does not emerge, Karl is the genuine strongest man in the world. Moreover, this strongest title is also the youngest. Karl is currently the youngest strongest in the world. Even when Whitebeard received the title of the strongest man, he was already over 50, around 50 years old. But Karl, at just over 20, has reached this level. Just thinking about this made Raidfield feel somewhat uncomfortable, jealousy evident on his face. However, just as Karl maintained his rhythm, Raidfield suddenly struck back. He risked injury to his abdomen, abandoning defense, and unleashed all his strength to slash out a wave of sword energy, sending Karl flying. If Raidfield did not do this, the subsequent rhythm would completely fall into Karl's control. In that case, Raidfield would lose all chances of victory and ultimately become a victim under Karl's blade. Therefore, even at the cost of injury, he would not allow himself to completely fall into Karl's battle rhythm. Chapter 304. The Useless Transformed Leaf. What an exaggerated ability to suddenly create so many people at once. Is he planning for a big brawl? Karl smirked, shaking his head at the unprecedented spectacle before him. At that moment, the people created by the transformed leaf surged forward, eager to attack Karl. Karl realized that eliminating all the transformed beings would take some time. Suddenly, Kazan unceremoniously unleashed the Ice Age at Karl. However, Karl merely activated the power of the Tremor fruit, and Kazan's ability was directly countered. Then, with a swift slash, Karl cut his throat. There was no choice. Although the opponent's ability was strong, he didn't use Haki, making him extremely vulnerable, which was a significant weakness. This allowed Karl to take him down in one move. If the real Kazan had shown up, he wouldn't have been so easily dealt with by Karl. At this moment, the real Kazan looked at his clone in the air and couldn't help but cover his face. His clone was simply too embarrassing. Meanwhile, the clones of Sakazuki and Borsalino charged forward as well. The combined attack from these two had a remarkable effect, directly pushing Karl back several dozen meters. However, Karl's shadow quickly surged up, piercing through Sakazuki's chest and killing him instantly. But when this shadow aimed to attack Borsalino, the latter used the power of the glint fruit to escape into the air, casually releasing a counterfeit Yada no Kagami. Dense lasers immediately struck the shadow, completely piercing through it. At the same time, a clone of One Smile also rushed forward, unhesitatingly launching a massive meteor. Seeing this, Karl smashed his fist towards the sky. The shattering force instantly shattered the large meteor in midair. Then, Karl whipped up a storm, directing all the meteor fragments towards Raidfield. Facing Karl's assault, Borsalino unleashed the Yada no Kagami again, attempting to intercept Karl's attack. One Smile also released gravity to suppress Karl's storm. But at that moment, the already riddled shadow suddenly charged in front of Borsalino and struck with a knife. Instant kill. Then, with a quick move, it appeared in front of One Smile again. Faced with Karl's shadow, One Smile also unhesitatingly altered the gravity around him. But don't forget, he was just a shadow. The change in gravity did not affect the shadow's movement at all. So he swung his knife again, killing One Smile instantly. What a useful ability. Not only is it powerful, but it also can't die. The only pity is that it lacks consciousness. If the shadow had its own thoughts, I bet it would become even stronger. Karl nodded. This battle was his first time using the shadow attached to Hades for an attack. The effect was outstanding and very effective. Even the body of Hades couldn't help but tremble, conveying its excitement. The shadow Karl used had abilities almost identical to his own, but it was modeled after the anthropomorphized image of Hades. That's why Hades was so thrilled. Unfortunately, the shadow was just a shadow, and Karl couldn't mold Hades' face, which was a small regret. Just as Karl was feeling melancholic, the clones of Sengoku and Garp charged forward simultaneously. Facing his two old predecessors, Karl's lips curled into a smirk, planning to take them down in the gentlest way possible. Without further ado, he unleashed a most gentle ultimate move, tearing apart heaven and earth. Before Sengoku and Garp could make a move, Karl instantly killed them. The shadow continued its rampage among the clones, even taking down Kao and Charlotte Linlin. However, just as the shadow prepared to continue its display of power, Whitebeard and Gold Lion. Chapter 305, Tragic. Just as Shanks was talking with Kazan, the battle between Karl and Lidfield had already reached a heated phase. Due to the ineffectiveness of the transformation leaf, Lidfield could only rely on his swordsmanship to fight Karl head-on. However, in a direct confrontation, Karl had an immortal shadow assisting him. As a result, Lidfield couldn't land any attacks on Karl, and would even end up severely injured himself. Lidfield was completely at a disadvantage and was no match for Karl. Although he was indeed at the level of a Yonko, Karl had long surpassed that level, with a shadow of nearly admiral-level strength by his side. Karl and the shadow worked together, making it impossible for Lidfield to resist. The fact that the shadow couldn't be eliminated left Lidfield helpless. Moreover, the main issue was that the shadow's attacks also carried the effects of Hades. This put Lidfield in a completely disadvantaged position, leaving him unable to contend with Karl. Truly deserving of the title, the only emperor above the Yonko. It seems you indeed have the qualifications to be given such a title. Even the former Whitebeard and Roger didn't possess such strength. Lidfield sighed and then unleashed a sword chi towards Karl. In response to Lidfield's attack, Karl simply waved Hades in his hand, shattering the opponent's sword chi effortlessly. However, at this point, Lidfield clearly no longer intended to fight here. His age had made him more fearful of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought the bat fruit to extend his life and restore himself to his peak condition. Because of this, when he saw he couldn't defeat Karl, he turned and ran without hesitation. Although this was shameful and would tarnish his lofty title, Lidfield, who was already bloodied and injured all over, couldn't care less. The combination of Karl and the shadow had completely drained him of all the vitality he had absorbed. Now, he had reverted to his old form and his stamina had declined. Even with the fruit's ability supporting him, he couldn't last long, so he had to escape. But how could Karl let him leave? The shadow moved first, appearing in Lidfield's escape route and slashing in front of him. As long as Lidfield didn't stop, that slash would be enough to sever his neck. Therefore, Lidfield halted and shattered the shadow, then attempted to continue his escape. But at that moment, Karl had already caught up. Wooming slash, he muttered lightly. The world fell silent. Karl's strike instantly cleaved through space, creating massive cracks in the ice below and the sky above. Lidfield's face was filled with horror as he slowly raised the black umbrella in his hand at snail's pace, trying to block Karl's sudden strike. But the next second, the world returned to normal. The sky healed, the colors of the world returned, and the spatial cracks disappeared, leaving only a huge canyon in the ice layer below. If it weren't for that ice layer, Lidfield would probably have thought some of this was an illusion, because Karl's strike had left no obvious wounds on him. However, Lidfield always. Chapter 306, The Death of the Red Count Kill Me. The legendary pirate, the solitary red, the Crimson Count, Baloric Raidfield, lay weakly on the ice, his body looking extremely frail, having turned into nothing but skin and bones. His fruit ability allowed him to consume his own life force to heal his injuries. However, after being tormented by Karl, Raidfield found it impossible to fully restore his body. This left him completely incapacitated, unable to stand up and continue fighting. A strong man of the Yonko level was easily defeated by Karl in just about a day's time. Karl looked at Raidfield in his miserable state, then lifted his head to the sky. The moonlight tonight was so bright. Such weather was truly rare. Karl said lightly, and Raidfield did not respond. He simply closed his eyes gently, fully resigned to his fate. From a moment, he was treated as a test subject by Karl. Raidfield understood that his journey was likely an end. What he didn't expect was why Karl was so strong. In his view, Karl's strength was absurd. Even the peak-era Whitebeard and Roger were not this strong. Even Rox, who once stirred up the world, couldn't reach this level. This made Raidfield realize that the young man before him was a true monster. In front of him, all those considered monsters were utterly weak. Karl, before I die, I have a question to ask you. Oh, what final words do you have? Hearing Raidfield's weak words, Karl walked over with interest, slowly placing Hades against his chest. Do you really have no interest in the title of Pirate King? Is that it? Upon hearing Raidfield's inquiry, Karl disdainfully curled his lip and casually replied, It's just a child's play title. It has no use to me at all. Well, that's my answer. You could die now. Before his words could finish, Karl thrust Hades into Raidfield's chest. Without any suspense, the already tortured and weak Raidfield breathed his last. After killing him, Karl flew into the air, his expression serious, as he used his ability to create a massive storm that could cover thousands of miles. Then, Karl swung down hard with his sword. The enormous sword energy, infused with the powers of both fruits, instantly shattered the ice layer that spanned thousands of miles. The powerful force caused the ice surface to once again flow with the ocean. Raidfield was swept away along with the broken ice, ultimately disappearing without a trace. All done. Quest completed. You have obtained a great ability and gained a random draw opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Yes, no. I'll save it for later. Karl clapped his hands, leaving the draw opportunity aside, then returned to Dressrosa. During the battle, he had been fully focused on dealing with Raidfield, so he was unaware that Shanks had already arrived. You really kept your promise, but today's banquet might be ruined. Let's talk tomorrow? Karl saw Kazan and Shanks waiting for him at the port, which surprised him. However, he quickly reacted, putting his arms around their shoulders as they walked toward the palace. Kazan and Shanks both had wry smiles on their faces. They had been waiting here for a whole day, originally thinking they could rush over to support at any time. But as Karl and Raidfield's battle grew more intense, they realized that even if... Chapter 307, World-Class Storm, Sky Island. Island of the Gods. Karl held a grand banquet here. This banquet would last for a whole day and night, celebrating the red-haired pirates joining the new navy. However, Shanks initially refused. He did not want to join the new navy. But Karl's warm invitation, along with some additional factors, eventually led Shanks to choose to join. There was no other option. If he did not join, Shanks would face the encirclement of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. No matter how strong Shanks was, he would not be able to compete against two emperors. The main point was that Karl had already received intelligence that Kaido had eliminated Orochi in Wano and had completely taken control of Wano. This meant that, aside from their own strength, the beast pirates now had control over the samurai of Wano as well. Furthermore, Kaido declared to the entire world that he would eliminate the red-haired pirates and find Shanks to extract the whereabouts of Raftel. If it were just Kaido making this declaration, Shanks wouldn't be worried. With their combined strength, they were not afraid of the beast pirates at all. However, the Big Mom pirates, after Kaido announced this, followed up within half an hour to declare they would also take action against Shanks. This left Shanks in a very uncomfortable position. Karl took the opportunity to invite him to join forces, as they still had many things to discuss. Even joining at this time was not inappropriate. For Karl, Shanks not only had strength, but was also very righteous. Moreover, his actions were not as brutal as those of other pirates. Instead, he was quite gentle. Therefore, bringing him on board was definitely a wise choice. This way, the new navy gained another general. As for the red-haired pirates, they would still be led by Shanks himself, and Karl would not interfere too much. With that, after persuading Shanks, the banquet officially began. At the same time, through this banquet, Karl also spread the news of Shanks joining the new navy to every corner of the world, causing an uproar globally. Not long after, a significant news event occurred on the Navy side. They blocked all information, and even Karl did not realize that the Navy would take action against the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy launched an all-out assault, leaving the Straw Hat crew in disarray, with Luffy being personally captured by Garp. Thus, the Straw Hat crew was effectively wiped out. As for the Whitebeard pirates, they were also shattered by the Navy. In this instance, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku and current Fleet Admiral Akainu teamed up to deal with Marco, defeating him and imprisoning him in Impel Down. Besides Marco, Diamond Jozu, Flower Sword Vista, and others also fell and went missing. Ace was similarly taken away by Garp, leaving the battlefield halfway, just like Luffy. At this point, the Navy achieved a great victory, restoring their reputation that had previously fallen to a low point. This lightning-fast battle was executed beautifully by the Navy. By the time Karl learned of this news, they had already finished fighting and returned to Navy headquarters. As a result, Karl missed the opportunity to watch the battle. However, the Navy also used this incident to declare that they were still formidable. Even with the new Navy gaining prominence, the current Navy remained one of the overlords of the sea. Moreover, this action further intimidated Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. These two had recently become too arrogant. In their quest to find Raftel, they had completely disregarded the Navy. That was why Akainu planned this operation to strike first. Chapter 308, Prelude to War Attribute Panel Name. Karl's Strength, Agility, Spirit, Stamina, Title, Benevolent and Just Abilities, Military Body Fist, Piao Piao Fruit Awakened, Armament Haki, Perfect, Observation Haki, Limit Break, Conqueror's Haki, Perfect, Dual Sword Style, Mastery of Wind Element, Super Strength, Tremor Fruit, Give Me Some Face, Zanpakuto Bankai, Hades, Hyper Regeneration, Void Walking, Remaining Skill Points, Remaining Attribute Points. Karl quickly organized his attributes and abilities, then called everyone for a meeting. The purpose of this meeting was to launch a lightning strike against Kaido. This campaign was to be conducted in secret, with only a few people being aware of it. Although Karl had been gathering troops, those people did not know what his actual plans were. Karl intended to launch a surprise attack on Wano from the air, catching Kaido off guard. This way, they could eliminate a significant portion of Kaido's forces right from the start. However, Kazan remained stationed in Dressrosa, just in case. Shanks took his pirate crew and Karl's separate team to the vicinity of the land of Wano to prevent any pirate crews from coming to help. Additionally, Karl instructed Law to lead a temporarily formed Third Fleet to also head towards Wano for interception. As for the new Navy base, there was no problem leaving it to Intil. Intil had been with Karl for such a long time that even if he hadn't learned how to manage the new Navy, he could still command and manage the remaining personnel without any issues. The First Fleet, led by Enel and Jess, and the Second Fleet, led by Nilu and Enzo, would all set out with Karl to raid Kaido's Wano. Therefore, Karl needed to hold this meeting to outline a detailed battle plan. The meeting went on intermittently for 3 days before finalizing the plan. After that, it took another 2 days to assemble the troops, adjust all the weapons, and inform Dragon, allowing him to keep an eye on the movements of the world government. If they made any unusual moves, the Revolutionary Army could take the opportunity to strike Mariehua. Dragon was also looking forward to seeing what actions the Gorosei would take when Karl launched a lightning strike against the Beast Pirates. After gathering the troops, Karl set off for Wano with hundreds of pirate ships and nearly 10,000 subordinates. The total number of Karl's forces was roughly comparable to that of the Navy, even slightly more. After all, Karl came from the Navy and was naturally more familiar with their tactics. Additionally, with former Admirals Zifa and Kuzan present, the current new Navy's organization resembled the original Navy. This allowed those who were originally from the Navy to adapt to the new environment particularly quickly. Just as Karl was preparing for the journey to Wano with his two major fleets, the temporarily assembled Third Fleet, consisting of about 1,000 people and 20 to 30 pirate ships, had already positioned themselves under the leadership of the red-haired pirates. Shanks then began to provoke the pirate crew, spreading information from this side. What Shanks aimed to do was to disseminate news of his battle with Charlotte Linlin, leading the outside world to mistakenly believe that Karl was about to take action against the pirate crew. After all, Shanks had joined the new Navy, so as a vanguard, it was completely fine for him to confront Charlotte Linlin. After all, both of them were emperors of the sea. Chapter 310. Each other's opponents. Just as Karl was holding back Kaido, the war on Onigashima officially began. Ember, restrained by Enzo and Nilu, had no way to participate in the main battlefield. He was being overwhelmed by the two of them and was starting to lose his bearings. Although Ember's strength was decent, both Enzo and Nilu, when taken individually, could match him evenly. Not to mention, these two were old partners, working together with great synergy. Therefore, Ember found it difficult to break through their constraints. The new Navy's sudden ambush showed no sign of a major force. Since he couldn't break through, Ember planned to taunt the two verbally. However, Nilu and Enzo remained completely unfazed. Karl had given them a single task, to eliminate Ember. Aside from that, they could ignore anything else, even choosing not to participate. Even if they killed Ember and then left, that would be fine. However, they wouldn't actually do that. The task of eliminating Ember was something Enzo and Nilu were determined to accomplish, and they wouldn't waver in their resolve due to anything he said. Seeing that the two were completely unmoved, Ember felt a bit anxious. All he could do was resist desperately, hoping for a victory on the battlefield below, so that Quinn could come to help. But when Ember saw that everyone in the new Navy had agreed to wear thick protective suits, he felt something was off. The greatest strength of the plague was the various diseases he had developed. These diseases could infect anyone upon contact with the skin, and they spread very quickly. Originally, the plague should have been the biggest killing move on the battlefield and Quinn's specialty. However, the new Navy had fully armed themselves, fundamentally preventing infection from the plague. This left Ember feeling incredulous. He never expected the enemy to do this. Not just Ember, even Quinn was stunned. He had already released the Ice Demon Plague, and anyone from the new Navy that came close would be infected. But the result was that his own crew members were infected, while the new Navy soldiers were completely fine. Even the Ice Demon couldn't inflict any harm on them. Yaha, your plague has no effect on our people. You'd better just accept your fate, Quinn. Inaru transformed into lightning, suddenly appearing behind Quinn. A massive burst of thunder erupted, sending Quinn flying. But Quinn's reaction was also very swift. Just a second before being hit, he transformed into his armored dragon form, covering himself with haki to avoid injury. However, the paralysis effect from Inaru's rumble fruit left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Damn it, even if you came prepared, there's no way you could be completely unaffected by my masterpiece. The Ice Demon. The Ice Demon Plague is my greatest creation. Do you really think a mere protective suit can diminish its power? You underestimate the name of the plague far too much. Even though the plague was being contained, Quinn still had confidence that he could amplify the Ice Demon Plague. With so many people present, whether allies or enemies, anyone who touched the Ice Demon was guaranteed to die. And with so many Ice Demons surging forth, even protective suits would be useless. They could easily be overwhelmed by the Ice Demons. But Inaru ignored Quinn's words, relying on his speed to continuously attack Quinn, leaving him no chance to counter. Although Inaru's strength wasn't at the level of an admiral, he was close enough. Chapter 311. The Four Emperors? Not so impressive. At the other end of the battlefield, the fight between Karl and Kaido is raging on. With Karl's current strength, although he cannot completely crush Kaido, he can easily toy with him. Kaido simply has no ability to fight back. Even though Kaido has exhausted all his means, he can't even touch Karl's clothes. Yet, every time Karl attacks, he leaves a huge wound on Kaido's body. After Hadi's S-Bankai, his abilities have been enhanced, which has led to Kaido's recovery ability decreasing even further after being injured. Compared to their last battle, Kaido finds it even harder to fight Karl now. The main reason is that Karl is continuously using his new techniques to sever Kaido's joint nerves, preventing him from controlling his limbs. However, this tactic has limited effectiveness. Kaido's recovery ability is far superior to raid fields. Within 10 seconds of having his nerves severed, Kaido can reconnect them. If raid field relies solely on his own recovery without using his devil fruit ability, it would take him at least 3 to 4 minutes to fully recover. Even with his devil fruit ability, he can only match Kaido's recovery speed. This clearly shows just how exaggerated Kaido's recovery ability is. Moreover, Karl has already destroyed one of Kaido's hearts. Yet even without it, Kaido is still lively and active. Furthermore, such a critical organ like the heart fully regenerates in just a few seconds. Even Hades' abilities cannot prevent the recovery of Kaido's heart. This leaves Karl somewhat speechless. Kaido's recovery ability is indeed despairing. If it were any other emperor, there would basically be only one way to defeat Kaido: learning from Blackbeard teach and throwing him into the sea to let him drift away. Only in this way could Kaido be defeated. However, Karl's goal is to kill Kaido. He cannot simply defeat him, but must slay him. Therefore, Karl must find a way to ensure Kaido's complete death. However, at the moment, Karl cannot achieve this, even with Hades' enhanced abilities. He cannot deliver a truly fatal blow to Kaido. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have killed Kaido several times already. Kaido's fighting style is very brutal, relying on a trait of injuries. He is confident in his tenacious vitality, so he does not care about getting hurt at all. Thus, the battle between Karl and Kaido has become a prolonged war of attrition without conclusion. Although Karl's stamina remains at a level, his use of void walking allows him to significantly reduce stamina consumption. Furthermore, Karl's void walking cannot be anticipated without the foresight of observation haki. Therefore, Kaido is currently only able to passively take hits. Even when he finds an opportunity to attack Karl, he can easily be blocked. As it stands, aside from stamina, Kaido has not surpassed Karl in any other attributes. In terms of power and speed, Karl completely overwhelms Kaido. Thus, this battle is destined for Kaido to lose to Karl. But the only problem now is that Karl cannot kill Kaido and can only continue to fight while thinking of a way to deal with him. And so, their battle has lasted for several days. However, the main battlefield has essentially concluded its fighting. This war has ended with the victory of the new navy. All the cadres of the beast pirates have been wiped out, with none surviving. The terrifying ice demon plague has also ceased spreading under the control of Jess and others. However, despite this, many people have been infected, and they are powerless to do anything about it. Chapter 312. The Fall of the Four Emperors. Karl. How do you plan to deal with Kaido? This guy can't be killed at all, and our research personnel here is simply not enough to support genetic research. What should we do next? Are we just going to keep him sealed and starve him to death? In the Sky Island, Karl was discussing with Shanks and others how to deal with Kaido. However, after 2 days of deliberation, they had no results, which left Karl feeling somewhat helpless. The foundation of the new navy was simply too shallow, lacking research personnel who have any knowledge in biology. The Caesar who was killed by Karl, along with the already destroyed Germa 66, had some research on biological genetics. However, these individuals crossed Karl's bottom line, and he certainly wouldn't spare any of them for such minor issues. With no other options, Karl could only choose one person. You all wait here. I'm going to find someone now. I hope my connections still hold some weight. Karl sighed. He then left, entrusting the Sky Island to Shanks. Shanks and the others did not know who Karl was referring to. But since Karl said so, the person must be someone significant. If they had known that Karl was going to find Vegapunk, they would probably be shocked. However, before going to Vegapunk's research facility, Karl first stopped by Whole Cake Island. The Big Mom pirates were not severely damaged, and Charlotte Linlin did not have any serious injuries. It was just that her so-called absolute defense skin was cut by Shanks. This wound was what led to Charlotte Linlin's defeat by Shanks. The gap between the four emperors was already very delicate. Apart from the peak Whitebeard, no one dared to claim they could consistently defeat another emperor. Shanks achieving this feat by defeating Charlotte Linlin, another emperor, made her extremely angry. So, for the past 2 days, she started eating excessively, completely unaware that a crisis was approaching. Karl arrived at Whole Cake Island without attracting anyone's attention. Even Katakuri could not activate his observation haki every day to foresee the future. Therefore, Karl chose a time when Katakuri was still asleep to arrive at Whole Cake Island and then directly overturn the island. Under Karl's control, the entire island was submerged in the sea. The Charlotte family was completely annihilated. However, Charlotte Linlin's reaction was quick. When the island began to change, she had already reacted. God, how dare you destroy my island? Charlotte Linlin roared and charged at Karl. But facing her attack, Karl easily dodged and then slaughtered all her homies. With Karl's current strength, he could easily accomplish this. Charlotte Linlin, filled with fear, sank into the sea. Seeing this, Karl was about to pursue her when the system's voice suddenly rang out. God-level choice activated. Choice 1. Recruit Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, gaining 10 points of freely distributable attributes. Choice 2. Let Charlotte Linlin and Kaido go, gaining 5 points of freely distributable skill points. Choice 3. Kill Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, gaining a dimensional space bag, size random. All 3 choices were quite good, but the first 2 conflicted with Karl's goals, so he directly chose the third one. After all, with Karl's current strength, having more attributes wouldn't significantly enhance his power. But this. Chapter 313. The compliment-seeking Vegapunk. Karl looked around the entire laboratory filled with Vegapunk's masterpieces, his mouth agape. Unsure of what to say, Bartholomew Kuma stood behind Vegapunk, using his will to control dozens of Bartholomew Kuma simultaneously speaking to Karl. Thanks to Dr. Vegapunk, I now have so many bodies, even though the process was quite painful. But I know it's all worth it now. Even the 4 emperors might not be my match. Kuma controlled dozens of Bartholomew Kuma to speak together. The scene was exceptionally terrifying. Even Karl took a moment to recover before sighing and saying, "You guys don't need to trouble the 4 emperors anymore. Kaido has already been sealed by me and taken to Sky Island. Shanks is now also under my command, and even Charlotte Linlin was taken down by me today. So, eliminating the 4 emperors is basically impossible now. But you can try me. What if you can actually defeat me?" Karl was eager to try, his eyes revealing a long-lost fervor. However, before Bartholomew Kuma could speak, Vegapunk preemptively stopped Karl's actions. "Karl, if you want to fight, just forget it. The current Bartholomew Kuma no longer belongs to the realm of living beings. Although he still retains self-awareness, it is merely my brain stored in a storage device. His body has lost any life characteristics, and he can't even use hockey or fruit abilities. Therefore, your float fruit completely counters the current Bartholomew Kuma. As long as you wish, you can control him at any time. Moreover, aside from you, anything that can counter non-living entities can still harm him. But there's a prerequisite. Their strength must be strong enough to withstand the sea prism stone fragments that I fused into Bartholomew Kuma's body." At this point, Vegapunk once again displayed a confident smile. "I have completely mastered the method of reforging sea prism stone into liquid robots. This greatly improves the efficiency of utilizing sea prism stone. I'm truly a genius." Ha ha ha. Vegapunk showed a flamboyant smile, his face written with a desire for compliments. Karl felt somewhat helpless about this, but he still sincerely praised Vegapunk. Just as he said, he truly is a genius. In just about 2 years since Karl provided him with those materials, he actually succeeded in his research. This was something Karl did not expect. It is known that such things could take even the top scientists of Karl's previous life a lifetime to research, and they might not even succeed until the next generation. As for those scenes in movies, they were merely imagined and cannot be taken seriously. Vegapunk, let me ask you a question. Since you're such a genius, can you develop a drug that can eliminate Kaido's genes? Eliminating Kaido's genes? No problem, but I need his sample in at least 3 days. Vegapunk replied, "I have previously researched how to kill Kaido, but due to the lack of samples, I cannot guarantee it will be successful in one go." Vegapunk nodded, and Karl was overjoyed. He then continued to discuss with Vegapunk about joining him. In fact, Vegapunk didn't care where he went. He just wanted a place to conduct his research. To this, Karl gave his guarantee and offered to provide a very good environment, which Vegapunk didn't mind. Thus, Karl boldly moved the entire island away. Chapter 314. Im Appius. What a bunch of useless fools. It seems I have to step in personally. This wayward cycle is due for correction, Im said calmly, although the appearance of Karl made him feel somewhat troubled. However, he did not believe that Karl would be his opponent. The 5 elders were kneeling below, trembling in fear, not daring to look up, afraid of provoking him. "You 5 brats better prepare for war. Since they want to start a conflict, let it be as they wish. As for the Navy, if they're unwilling to join the battle, then we might as well wipe them out." Im spoke casually. In his eyes, the Navy was an expendable existence that could be eliminated at any time. But the 5 elders were sweating profusely. The current Navy strength was not weak, and if they wanted to eliminate the opponent, it would be as difficult as directly confronting the new Navy or the Revolutionary Army. Thus, the 5 elders did not respond to Im's words, continuing to kneel there, trembling. "Are you scared?" Im seemed to see through their thoughts and couldn't help but sneer, then vanished in an instant. The 5 elders felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing Im disappear. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office. Sakazuki was in a meeting with Borisellino and a smiling man. Just then, a man in a long robe and a huge hat appeared before them. "Who are you?" Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the man, Sakazuki and the others were startled. They had no idea how this person had appeared before them, and they hadn't even received a warning. If this person wanted to kill them, they would probably already be dead. "Which one of you is the Navy Marshal?" Him scanned the room and finally set his gaze on Sakazuki. "You are Sakazuki?" "I am a Navy Marshal Sakazuki." "Who are you? Why did you intrude?" Before Sakazuki could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. By the time he reacted, he found a fist-sized hole in his chest that he didn't know how it got there. "From now on, you are no longer the Navy Marshal. As for you two Navy admirals, if you want to survive, you better listen to the 5 elders. Otherwise, your end will be even more tragic than his." Im said coldly, then vanished in an instant. With the observation hockey of the smiling man and Borisellino, they couldn't see how Im disappeared. This feeling filled them with unprecedented fear. However, they quickly realized that saving Sakazuki was the priority. If Sakazuki died, things would be dire. "Go find Karl." Sakazuki used his last bit of strength to utter those 4 words. Then he fainted, his breath becoming extremely weak. However, in the end, Sakazuki still used his power to create a lot of magma to forcibly block the wound. This way, it could stop the blood loss. But it was only a temporary fix. If he wanted to survive, he needed to find the best doctor in the world. But as far as it was known, the strongest doctors in the world, aside from the former Roger pirate ship doctor, were both in the new Navy camp. The military doctors on the Navy side were decent, but they were powerless against Sakazuki's fatal injury. Therefore, Borisellino could only rush to the Sky Island with Sakazuki to find Karl for help. The smiling man gathered the Navy, ready to face any sudden situations. But moments later, a masked CP0 agent appeared before the smiling man, bringing with him a handwritten order from the 5 elders. Chapter 316. Im's invitation. Karl gave up on the idea of attacking with the islands and allowed them to be transferred to another sea by Im. At this moment, Im appeared before Karl and directly used an unknown ability to completely transfer these islands in front of Karl. "Karl, right? You are somewhat interesting. But your journey ends here because you cannot be my opponent." Im smiled, then instantly teleported to Karl's side. However, Karl's future sight clearly saw what the opponent was about to do. Before Im could make a move, Karl had already drawn Hades, positioning the blade in his path. Im, who had appeared for just a second, was taken aback and quickly dodged away from Karl. At this moment, Im had already been injured by Karl's Hades. Unfortunately, it was just a slight mark on his skin. He had not been pierced through by Karl. "What a pity. I originally thought that by placing Hades here, you would come over on your own. Your reaction is quite good. Is this the observation hockey that allows you to foresee the future?" Karl smoked, casually wiping the blood off Hades. Then, the shadow belonging to Hades emerged. Im looked at the wound on his abdomen that wouldn't heal and smirked. "Speaking of the observation hockey that foresees the future, aren't you the same? Since we both have such observation hockey, this game just got interesting. But you don't think that relying on such trivial skills can target me, do you?" Im smiled indifferently, and surprisingly, his injuries were visibly healing. Seeing this, Karl frowned. He noticed that the malevolent energy of Hades was gradually diminishing at Im's wound. Moreover, he didn't feel any unusual movement from the opponent's body. Otherwise, Hades would have already responded to him. This meant that the opponent had used some unknown method to recover from the injuries Karl inflicted. Surprised, are you? Well, it doesn't matter since you're about to die. Let me tell you, this is the ultimate secret of the surgery fruit, immortality surgery. Although it claims to grant eternal life, it is actually a surgery that can alter time. Through this surgery, I will forever remain at the moment I perform the surgery. Therefore, no matter what happens, I will not be injured, nor will I die, and I won't feel pain. Now, do you understand? Your little tricks are of no use to me," Im said proudly, then snapped his fingers. Karl's future sight saw himself being decapitated by Im next. He immediately jumped backward, leaping several dozen meters away. Then Karl saw a space rift of moderate size appear where he had been standing. This space rift was similar to the effect when Karl first released the Ghost Slash. Although it looked unremarkable, Karl knew very well that if this seemingly inconspicuous space rift hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing this, Im snapped his fingers again. Karl immediately felt danger surrounding him. Without any hesitation, he used Void, walking to escape from his original position. The next moment, countless space rifts, almost hundreds, appeared in the location where Karl had just been. If Karl had been hit this time, he would have probably been left with nothing. "You actually have spatial abilities?" How is this possible? Im was stunned to see that Karl could also teleport. He quickly moved to Karl's front, wanting to investigate further. But at that moment, a shadow appeared in Im's vicinity. Chapter 317. The Power of Im. This choice. Karl is currently feeling a bit of a headache. The first option goes without saying, as Karl directly ignores it. He cannot be anyone's subordinate. However, the second and third options make Karl hesitate slightly. If he were to share the world with Im, Karl has many ways to completely undermine Im's power and make the world a more peaceful place. But that would mean that this calamity would still be here. Karl has not undergone the immortality surgery, so he cannot achieve eternal life. Although Law is on his side, he would not force Law to undergo the immortality surgery. Moreover, with Im's strength, killing Law would not be difficult. And it would be hard for Karl to protect Law. This leads to significant risks with the second option. As for the third option, it goes without saying, is a direct declaration of war. However, the design blueprint for the time machine piques Karl's interest. Over a year ago, Karl casually mentioned the idea of a time machine to Vegapunk. So, when Vegapunk was bored, he conducted several experiments, but none were successful. However, the system directly providing a design blueprint indicates that the time machine can indeed be manufactured. They just do not know the method or what materials are needed. This excites Karl because once this machine is built, it means he can traverse other worlds, even return to the original Earth. So, Karl is still a bit hesitant, unsure of how to choose. Meanwhile, Im is becoming a bit impatient. Karl has been making his choice for about a minute now. Im has always thought that Karl was contemplating whether to join his ranks. However, the time Karl is taking seems a bit long to Im, so he directly urges him. Karl, I give you this opportunity. It is your honor. If you agree, I can immediately spare you and all your subordinates. Furthermore, you will have the ability to lead everyone, even the celestial dragons and the elders, and even the world government will be yours. But the premise is that you can only command them while I am in slumber. Im continues to tempt Karl, but Karl remains unmoved, even revealing a cold smile. If you want me to join you, that's not impossible, but first, you have to commit seppuku. Otherwise, I will never join the world government. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't have left the Navy. So now, if you think you can pull me back, don't even think about it. Karl snorts coldly and makes his choice. Sharing the world is no longer important to Karl. He has basically reached the pinnacle in the world of One Piece. What Karl wants to do now is to see if he can break through the dimensional barrier and reach other worlds. Even if he ultimately fails, it's still an attempt for Karl. As for Im, after the brief test just now, Karl has basically confirmed that his battle experience is not very rich. However, his abilities are quite overpowered. He only needs to rely on his abilities to reach Karl's current level, which is somewhat terrifying. As for his combat abilities, perhaps due to his long years of slumber and having undergone the immortality surgery, he cannot die. He has, like Teach, given up close combat and instead focuses on using his abilities to defeat enemies. Thus, Im maximizes his own abilities, which makes him appear incredibly invincible. Not bad. You have guts, but I'm very angry right now. Do you know the consequences of angering me? And do you know what I was called in ancient times? Im's lips curl slightly, and the anger around him seems almost tangible. Karl's gaze deepens as he assumes a stance, ready for battle at any moment. Chapter 318. Fierce battle with Im, you little brat. Im was now furious to the extreme. He never expected that Karl had truly broken free from his abilities, and that he even possessed healing powers. This was information that the Gorosei had not reported to him. If Im had known that Karl had healing abilities, he wouldn't have played around. Instead, he would have aimed for a one-hit kill and then talked casually over the corpse. However, he no longer had such an opportunity. After breaking free from Im's powers, Karl's Tremor fruit had fully awakened. Karl performed a void walk and appeared behind him, using all his strength to strike at Im's neck. The Float fruit and Tremor fruit, both awakened, worked in tandem, shattering the surrounding space. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, dark clouds gathered, and the ocean below surged with enormous waves. Various sea whirlpools appeared uncontrollably. Moreover, Karl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing the clouds in the sky to accumulate continuously, eventually erupting in black lightning. This scene was despairing, resembling the end of the world. However, Karl's full-powered strike against him did not inflict any harm. It was as if he had struck air, directly tearing the space apart. Within a range of several meters ahead, a spatial collapse occurred, destroying everything. Although the space in this world could self-repair, it would still take a few seconds to restore several meters of collapsed space. At this moment, a figure instantaneously appeared behind Karl, attempting to land a fatal blow. But Karl kept his future sight activated. He saw the figure and immediately used Void Walk to escape the attack range. ILM pursued relentlessly, and Karl countered with a slash, causing another spatial collapse. However, he still missed ILM. What surprised Karl was that ILM's hand actually passed through his head. Even his body seemed to have gone through Karl's body. This situation reminded him of Obito from Naruto. It felt eerily similar to the Kamui Sharingan. It was indeed a spatial transformation ability, allowing for interchange between solid and void spaces. It seemed that him had a very refined grasp of his own abilities, making him quite tricky to deal with. Karl scratched his head, unsure of how to counter him. If him only used his initial brute force fighting style, it would have been very easy for Karl to deal with him. He just needed to buy time to find a flaw. However, now that him exhibited abilities similar to the Kamui Sharingan, Karl knew that his strength exceeded his expectations. This wasn't because I was stronger than Karl. Through the simple comparison earlier, Karl found that his strength and agility attributes were only a level. However, his stamina was likely at S level. From this perspective, him and Karl's strengths were actually quite comparable, as their attributes were almost entirely consistent. Both had maximized their devil fruit abilities, and besides those, they also possessed other additional powers. To be precise, both Karl and Im had powerful external abilities, which allowed them to possess strength surpassing that of the four emperors. However, Karl still needed to engage in real combat with the four emperors to defeat them, whereas Im could accomplish this with just a flick of his finger, utilizing his mysterious spatial powers. In this regard, Im had a higher status than Karl. However, in terms of raw strength, they were essentially equal, and neither could easily kill the other. Although Im's combat experience was somewhat lacking due to his slumber, his analytical abilities were still sharp. His analysis was fundamentally consistent with Karl's. Chapter 319 Borrowing Power, what a bastard. Im has returned to Mariehua, and the anger emanating from him is palpable, instilling fear in everyone who sees him. However, his injuries have completely vanished. Clearly, Karl's seemingly lethal attack was of no consequence to him. As Im himself stated, his body's time has stopped at the moment after the surgery was completed. Thus, he cannot die. No matter what, he will not die. This situation gives him a sense of invulnerability, allowing him to easily handle even someone like Karl. But the sudden live broadcast has thrown him into disarray, and he was then struck in the brain and heart by Karl. Although these injuries appear fatal, they have no effect on him at all. He has lost face. As the king of the world and the only true god, Im, who is also known as the king of ancient weapons, cannot tolerate this current situation. Gorsei, you 5 useless fools, gather the troops immediately. I want to see you assemble the forces within a day. Tomorrow morning, flatten Karl's new navy for me. I want the whole world to know that I am the one true god of this world. Understood? Lotim. The Gorsei are terrified and dare not linger any longer. After receiving the order, the 5 of them flee quickly, fearing they will be caught in Im's wrath. Im, on the other hand, sits alone on the throne of nothingness. However, as if remembering something, he flashes to the basement, the place where the giant straw hat is kept. Joy boy, your heir has not appeared, but an unexpected person has arrived. This person is the only variable in the cycle of reincarnation. It seems our reunion will have to wait a while longer. As long as I can deal with him, this world will usher in a new cycle. And I will be able to see you again, Joy boy. Im whispers, a tenderness in his gaze that had not been there before. Clearly, this person named Joy boy is very important to Im. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him up repeatedly or even created a giant straw hat in his memory. Just as Im reminisces about his friend, Karl has also returned to the Sky Island to begin gathering his troops. He has also notified Buggy to search for the location of the Underworld King. Although uncertain of the Underworld King's whereabouts, with Buggy's luck, he might accidentally stumble upon it. After all, Buggy possesses the Conqueror's Haki, and Karl believes in his luck. Everyone listen to me. Im's abilities are not something any of you can handle. Even I must be cautious. One careless move could lead to my death. So do not recklessly charge forward to fight him. It will end very badly. The best example is Sakazuki, who is killed in an instant. At this point, Karl deliberately pauses and looks at Sakazuki, making him awkwardly lower his head. Being killed by him is not something to be ashamed of, but Sakazuki doesn't have such thick skin. From now on, prepare to gather the team for the final battle. The enemy may attack at any time, so we will not wait. We will launch the offensive at dawn. This war will be led by Shanks, Kazan, and Sakazuki, with Yasop, Borisolino, and Enel assisting them. There must be no mistakes. Kill every celestial dragon without leaving a single one alive. Members of the world government and the Navy can be dealt with as the situation allows. All right, go prepare now. I have things to attend to, and I will return just before we set off. Understood. After issuing the orders, Karl leaves the Sky Island and flies off to another location. Chapter 320. Outbreak. It didn't take long. Karl sped ahead and quickly collected all the historical texts, then handed them to Robin for translation. Now, except for the historical text from Mariehua, all the others were in Karl's hands. Previously, Karl had instructed his subordinates to search for the historical texts. Although he had little interest in Raftel, it wasn't a good choice to let such things scatter outside. Therefore, there were quite a few historical text stone tablets in the Sky Island, which saved Karl a lot of effort. However, Robin needed some time to decipher these historical texts. According to Robin, she needed at least 3 days to decipher them. But his battle with him was imminent, and he simply couldn't wait. So, Karl decided to have Robin relay the information directly to Enel after she deciphered it. This way, Enel could use his waves to pass all the information back to Karl. Although it was a bit troublesome, this method was the safest. Moreover, Karl wouldn't know where he would run off with him later. The only ones who could find Karl or keep up with his speed would be Enel and Kizuru. However, Kizuru had no means to transmit information. This task could only be entrusted to Enel. Enel had no complaint about this. In fact, he was eager to take action against him. Seeing him so excited, Karl immediately gave him a slap and warned him not to engage him. People could really die. After arranging everything, Karl prepared to launch a surprise attack on Mariehua. At the same time, the 5 elders were rapidly gathering their forces. However, they felt a sense of unease. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, a disharmonious color suddenly appeared in the dark sky. It was the white of the new navy. A vast expanse of white filled the sky, all belonging to Karl's flying fleet. These fleets relied on Karl's abilities to fly in the air, but they also utilized the technology of the Sky Island, having improved the knock upstream so they could stay airborne for a short period. This technology had been tested before, but it was only after Vegapunk joined the new navy that it was fully developed and then applied to these ships by Karl. It must be said that Vegapunk was a genius. Whatever Karl wanted, he could immediately realize. Being friends with such a person was simply exhilarating. Furthermore, Karl installed the sky berries on these warships to prevent them from going out of his control during battle. After all, Karl was going to fight him. Facing an enemy of the same caliber, Karl couldn't guarantee that he could keep the warships flying under his control, so he had to be prepared. Oh no! The new navy arrived so quickly. The 5 elders looked at the distant group of white warships, feeling terrified. They immediately notified him. The world government's forces had only gathered less than half, and under such circumstances, they couldn't form effective combat power. However, Karl's side was fully engaged, hitting them by surprise. When him learned of this situation, his expression turned even uglier. In that case, let us have a decisive battle. Hold on, as long as I kill that free Karl. The others are no match for me. Him sneered and instantly disappeared. At the same time, Karl kept his future sight activated. Then his expression changed drastically, and he immediately released a slash ahead. The intense power caused the space to collapse, creating an exaggerated visual effect. At the same time, him appeared at the location of the space collapse, but he didn't rush forward to engage Karl directly. He had indeed intended to attack Karl, but unfortunately, he had to stop. Otherwise, he would be Chapter 321, Full-Scale War. The new navy and the forces of Mary Geos were caught off guard and fully engaged in battle. The current situation is extremely grim for the world government. The 5 elders possess strength at the level of at least vice admirals, but they have not reached the admiral level. Moreover, due to their advanced age, while they can withstand the offensive, relying solely on the 5 of them is simply not enough. Currently, there is only one member of CP0 present who possesses the strength of an admiral. The others were previously sent to the navy to organize their ranks. Therefore, the defense of Mary Geos is very weak. Fortunately, Sengoku is on standby at Mary Geos. It is thanks to him that the balance of power has not completely tipped. However, even so, they must endure this wave of attacks until reinforcements arrive. On Karl's side, there are Admiral Sakazuki, Borisolino, Kizuru, and Kazan, not to mention Shanks. As one of the 4 emperors, his strength naturally reaches the admiral level, even surpassing that of an ordinary admiral. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat Charlotte Linlin in a direct confrontation. Furthermore, Ben Beckman's strength is also very close to Shanks, meaning his strength is at least at the Fujitora level. By this calculation, the new navy has at least 6 individuals at the admiral level, adding Enel, Niru, and Enzo, whose strengths are comparable to the current 5 elders. The situation looks dire. Not to mention the presence of characters like Jace, Law, Jinbei, and Hancock, all part of Karl's faction. If the five elders cannot hold on, they may not even wait for reinforcements before being slaughtered by the new navy. The balance of power is drastically tilted in favor of Sakazuki. The world government's faction can only grit their teeth and persist. Faced with the assault of tens of thousands from the new navy, their nearly 10,000 troops struggle to hold their ground. The disparity in numbers is about 2 to 3 times as large, which is quite exaggerated. Therefore, they can only pray for the reinforcements to arrive quickly and hope that it can resolve the situation with Karl soon. Otherwise, they might not last until him secures victory. Meanwhile, Dragon also received news from Endur, beginning the offensive in the New World. Dragon's goal is simple. He intends not only to join Karl in besieging the world government, but also to take a detour to liberate the New World. If he aims to liberate the New World, his first task is to eliminate the navy that is under the control of the world government. So, before the navy could gather their forces to support Mary Geos, Dragon had already surrounded the naval base, preventing any escape for reinforcements. This situation has made the newly appointed admiral very uncomfortable. Their situation is also far from optimistic. The former admirals have been removed and defected to the new navy, taking away more than half of the navy's core strength. This has left the navy with fewer than 10 vice admirals and not even 30 rear admirals. As for the remaining brigadiers, there are quite a few, but in such a war, they are merely cannon fodder. Fortunately, a few giant vice admirals can help alleviate the current downturn. Additionally, there are still lower-ranking soldiers in the Navy. Nearly 20,000 Navy soldiers are those who join the Navy through world conscription. Therefore, their strengths vary, but after some basic training, they can still participate in combat. However, the Navy's high-end combat power is severely lacking. Besides the new admiral, who possesses the strength of an admiral, there is only one remaining admiral. Chapter 322. Im's past 3 days have passed. The war between the new navy and the world government has basically reached a point of no suspense. Although the five elders and their troops have still been holding on, the remaining few thousand people are simply no match for the new navy. In facing these opponents, Sakazuki issued only one order: to carry out a wheel battle, exhausting the military strength of the world government and the stamina of the five elders and others. Essentially, they rotated every 8 hours, allowing for 3 rotations in a day, giving no time for the opponent to rest. Whether day or night, they had no way to recuperate. This was Sakazuki's strategy. Although it was quite ruthless, it proved to be very effective. The current situation was exactly as Sakazuki had anticipated. The entire new navy was full of energy, while the world government side was like a frostbitten eggplant. As long as a few more rotations were conducted, they would be unable to hold on. However, on the other side, the war between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy had already ended. Currently, the Navy forcibly controlled by the five elders had lost about half of its strength compared to when it was led by Sakazuki. It was even weaker than during the era of Sengoku and Steelbone Kong. This navy was completely overturned by Dragon, with no suspense in defeating the opponent. Moreover, at least half of the navy was willing to surrender. This saved Dragon a lot of effort in persuading them to lay down their arms. However, Dragon did not directly assist the new navy, but continued to eliminate other navy branches. Those willing to surrender were treated favorably, while those unwilling were directly crushed. Just at that moment, Dragon's transponder snail rang. It was a call from Nico Robin. She said she had deciphered the location of Raftel, but could not contact Enel. It might be because the war on that side was still ongoing, so Nico Robin wanted Dragon to help convey the message. Dragon agreed, and then briefly instructed Sabo to proceed step by step before personally heading to Mariewa to find Enel and ask him to search for Karl. After all, among so many people, only Enel's observation hockey could cover an area larger than an island. Even admirals could not achieve this. Moreover, only Enel could release electromagnetic waves to contact Karl. Even Dragon had to find Enel first. Meanwhile, Karl was unaware of the situation elsewhere. Right now, Karl was engaged in a fierce battle with them. The two had been locked in combat for 3 days, with neither side gaining any advantage, not even a slight one. Both Karl and I had completely seen through each other's techniques and were countering accordingly. However, neither could inflict effective damage on the other, resulting in their attacks being completely futile. Despite this, they maintained a mindset of wanting to kill each other and continue to fight with all their might. Although the scene was extremely exaggerated, with mountains collapsing and seas roaring, even instances of spatial collapse and fragmentation occurred from time to time. For the two of them, this was merely basic practice, not even worth a glance. However, this further illustrated that their strengths were basically equal. If the battle continued, they would still end in a draw, with no possibility of killing each other. Moreover, with each collision between Karl and Im, they would shift the surrounding space by at least hundreds of meters. This led them to run several kilometers every minute, which was quite exaggerated. It was precisely because of this that their battle had stalemated for nearly 3 days before Enel. Chapter 323, Laughter. So what does it mean for you to tell me this story? Are you trying to become friends with me too? Sorry, I don't have that kind of hobby. Karl filmed him. However, Im was not angry at Karl's words. He simply glanced at the red Earth continent beneath his feet and then used his abilities. Suddenly, a space appeared within the red Earth continent. Inside this space, there was actually a dilapidated island. Such a situation was unexpected even for Karl. He had never anticipated that Laughter would be inside the red Earth continent. Isn't it amazing? This is the real Laughter. However, the previous Laughter was still somewhat normal. But later, to prevent anyone from finding Laughter, I hollowed out the mountains of the red Earth continent and threw Laughter inside. I thought this would be foolproof. But who would have guessed that more than 20 years ago, a change like Roger would occur? I never expected that he would discover the location of Laughter through an ability called listening to the voices of all things, even finding the entrance. I never thought there would be an opening here that would allow him to enter the red Earth continent. This was my miscalculation. I never anticipated that such a miraculous guy would appear. His strength is average, but his potential and talent are astonishing even to me. If it weren't for the fact that he is seriously ill and won't live for many years, I would have wanted to take him out directly. Because for such a long time, he was the first person to threaten me, and you are the second. Im sighed, then casually tossed Laughter onto the sea. It looked as if he was throwing away a piece of trash. Such an ability has a visual effect that is even more shocking than Karl's float fruit. After a brief silence, Im calmed his emotions and continued speaking. To be honest, the emergence of freaks like you has affected the cycle of the world. Before Roger appeared, everything in this world was considered normal. Even the emergence of rocks was within my expectations. Because in every cycle, there are always one or two individuals attempting to challenge the authority of the world government. The former rocks was exactly the same as the current dragon. This is a cycle, but Roger is different. His death triggered the great age of exploration, causing this cycle to change direction. Moreover, with freaks like you appearing, it completely exceeded my expectations. Freaks like you should not appear in the cycle, disrupting the rhythm of this world. The more Im spoke, the angrier he became. And then he released his abilities toward Karl. However, Karl easily dodged and did not attack him. Instead, he went to Laughter. Although I don't quite understand what you're saying, your era has already passed. The people of a new era are liberating their minds, their bodies, and even their countries. Your world government system has long since rotted and is no longer viable. Perhaps your original intention has not changed, always wanting to be the king of the world and maintain world peace. And you have achieved this, maintaining peace on the surface. But do you know the turmoil beneath? Do you know the painful lives of ordinary people? Since you have overthrown the previous ruler to become the new ruler, I think you should understand the importance of public opinion, right? As Karl spoke, he explored Laughter. There wasn't really anything novel here. Surrounding him were various dilapidated buildings and some large stones. Karl also discovered a tall stone tablet here, covered in ancient writing. This should be the world truth that Roger saw. Chapter 324. The sleeping in the battle between Karl and Im continues. Their fight has been ongoing for nearly half a month now, with no clear victor emerging. Instead, their conflict has caused the seas of the New World to become increasingly tumultuous. In such a situation, the weather in the New World has also undergone subtle changes. However, at this point, no one can stop their battle, and the new Navy has completely eradicated the world government. Even the Revolutionary Army has liberated the New World, beginning to reorganize the government to make the world a better and more prosperous place. However, if Karl and Im's battle does not end, their situation will not improve significantly. Finally, after nearly 30 days of fighting, Im's condition seems off. Although he still maintains formidable strength and can hold his ground against Karl, Karl can clearly sense that Im's mental state is quite abnormal. He has been largely in a state of fading away, and his attack frequency has significantly decreased. This situation makes Karl feel that something is amiss. However, before Karl can observe closely, Im takes the initiative to abandon the fight. I never expected that I would be dragged into this for so long. But this isn't over. A month from now, I will completely crush you, Im angrily declares before disappearing into thin air. Karl's future sight and his extensive observation hockey fail to detect where Im is gone. However, based on Im's abnormal mental state and his recent words, Karl concludes that he is likely reaching his limit and needs to find a place to recuperate. In other words, he is about to fall into a deep sleep. This development increases Karl's chances significantly. I never thought I would drive him away in this manner. How embarrassing, Karl thinks. However, since he hasn't completed the mission, it means he must kill him. System said he would return in a month. Karl knows he must use this month to quickly enhance his own strength. After some thought, Karl heads to Raftel to retrieve the giant stone tablet that records the blank history. When the people of Sky Island see Karl, they are taken aback. They initially feel some surprise, but Karl informs them that has merely fallen into a deep sleep and is not dead. This news worries them, as it means they still have limited time. However, Karl is confident he can continue to hold him at bay. Given time, he believes he might be able to slay him. But before that, Karl needs to translate the historical text and reshape the world. Thus, a month quickly passes. The truth of the blank history has been deciphered by Robin, and the real truth shocks everyone. The world government has indeed been deceiving everyone. Karl then announces the truth, causing an uproar worldwide. Subsequently, people begin to support Karl even more, wanting to crown him as their king. However, Karl has no desire to be king. He simply distributes authority among Sakazuki, Dragon, Shanks, and others to manage the world together. With them in charge, Karl believes the world can become a better place. No matter what, it is certainly better than the world under the Celestial Dragon's rule by 100-fold. During this period, Karl continues to train diligently. Since arriving in this world, aside from the initial years, he has never trained his abilities as rigorously as he does now, striving to refine and perfect his skills. Chapter 325. The function of the Underworld King. There's only one day left until he wakes up. At this moment, Karl is adjusting the Underworld King. Try to use it in combat. The original material of the Underworld King was already very hard, but after its upgrade, it is now covered all over with a layer of sea stone armor. However, the interior of the cabin and the area around the deck are not made of sea stone. Otherwise, Enel and the others would not be able to operate it. Most importantly, after the upgrade, the Underworld King has transformed into a massive aerial battleship. Even without using abilities, the Underworld King can fly on its own power. However, the consumption is enormous. This requires Enel, Sakazuki, and Ace's fruit abilities to act as fuel, allowing the Underworld King to stay airborne without falling. With their stamina, they can each sustain it for 3 days without rest. This is enough to illustrate how immense the consumption of the Underworld King is. However, since the 3 of them rotate, no one has to sustain it for just 1 day, which will not cause damage to their bodies or put too much pressure on them. As for the ammunition used by the Underworld King, it was ultimately discovered through Vegapunk's research that the cannon fire of the Underworld King requires the use of armament haki or conqueror's haki, or at the very least, the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit or a devil fruit that can release energy to replenish its power. This is because, aside from the energy conversion device created for the Underworld King to fly, it also comes with its own energy conversion device. The purpose of this device is to propel the Underworld King through the sea and activate the cannon systems. As long as energy is injected into it, the cannons can be activated for attack. This is also why the Underworld King does not require any ammunition, because ancient people had long studied how to enhance the power of cannons using haki and devil fruits. Moreover, these cannons can produce different types of shells based on the attributes of the injected energy. Ice and fire attribute energy cannons can be fired simultaneously from different barrels, providing enemies with the extreme experience of both ice and fire. Even lightning and snow attribute cannons can also be released. This is the effect of a Logia-type devil fruit user releasing their own abilities. In contrast, if a Paramecia-type or Zoan-type devil fruit user were to use it, most would simply produce pure energy waves. Even Sengoku's experiments resulted in nothing more than ordinary energy cannons, with no significant differences. However, for someone like Marco, who has a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the energy released is somewhat related to their unique attributes, especially Marco's flames, which produce blue cannon fire that not only does not harm enemies, but can even heal them. This situation astonished even Marco himself, leading to a strict prohibition against him using his abilities to control the cannons. If haki were used instead, it would essentially turn into a black cannonball filled with suppressive force. Its power would not be substantial, comparable to a regular energy blast, capable of destroying only a red tree. Even the main cannon would only have the power to destroy a small island, which is trivial. However, once Conqueror's haki is injected, it will release a shockwave. This shockwave will not cause obvious damage to the powerless, but if hit directly, the target's psyche will suffer severe damage. Karl has conducted experiments on some death row inmates and found that the previously unknown conqueror's haki, under the value of the Underworld King, directly caused these inmates to suffer brain death. When Vegapunk. Chapter 326. The Fallen Him, as usual. Karl did not waste words with him and directly initiated an attack to test him. He was unaware that I wanted to drag things out until he exhausted himself. However, Karl didn't care about that. To him, Im was already a dead man. The only thing Karl needed to do now was to deplete his opponent's spirit and then unleash the Underworld King for a one-hit kill. Additionally, Vegapunk had prepared several spatial interference devices. Once the timing was right, Karl would call them all over through the snail phone to collectively slay him. Im, oblivious to Karl's intentions, had lost interest in continuous combat. Nevertheless, facing Karl's various attacks, he still had to retaliate. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Thus, time passed, and another month flew by. The regular battles between Im and Karl had lasted a month. Now, Im's spirit had been nearly drained by Karl, and in a few days, he would have to escape back to sleep. Under normal circumstances, Karl would not continue attacking him at this point. However, the current situation was completely different from before. Karl's offensive had not diminished, which made him feel something was off. Then he saw Karl fighting while taking out the snail phone to notify everyone to get in position. This made him feel a sense of foreboding. He activated his observation haki to foresee the future, but due to his weakened mental state, he could only see Karl's future and not what would happen to him in the next 3 to 4 seconds. This was also a flaw of future sight. If one's mind could not concentrate, it would be disrupted by others. Therefore, Im could not understand what would happen in the future. However, after a few minutes, Im's expression changed drastically. He saw the one thing he least wanted to see, the Underworld King. How is this possible? When did you bring that out? Upon seeing the Underworld King's battleship, Im became somewhat unsettled. Over the past 2 years, Karl had not revealed any information about the Underworld King. Moreover, with Im's strength completely shattered, there was no one to gather intelligence for him. Im could not even consider that this world still possessed protagonist halos and conqueror's hockey luck. Thus, he believed he had hidden the Underworld King flawlessly, but in reality, Karl had already brought it out. Im, you really do fear the Underworld King after all. Actually, I've always had a question for you. What is going on with your spirit? Is it really as I suspected, that you were injured by the Underworld King's attack? Karl's lips curled into a smirk as he voiced his doubts. Im, however, was somewhat enraged. After battling Karl so many times, he had become accustomed to Karl's tongue, but now he could no longer tolerate it. Karl was now picking at his wounds, which made him extremely furious. Enough. Don't think that bringing out the Underworld King can harm me. I can tell you clearly, the Underworld King cannot. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful mental shockwave instantly enveloped both Karl and Im. However, Karl was well prepared. Upon sensing the power of the mental shockwave, he immediately dodged back onto the Underworld King's battleship, sustaining minimal damage. On the other hand, Im was holding his head with both hands, his entire state extremely unstable. We must isolate the surrounding space. He cannot be allowed to escape. Karl immediately ordered Vegapunk to activate the spatial isolation device and seal off the surrounding area. Accompanied by a special wave, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely enveloped in a unique energy field. Chapter 327, New World. Finally dead. After seeing I'm dead, Karl finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not just him, but others also felt relieved. Im's existence had put a lot of pressure on them. Even though the world was now peaceful and the people were living well, as long as I was alive, they could never truly enjoy a calm life. Kazan and Borisolino would also never be able to retire. Both of them had long wanted to retire and live a simple life. However, Im's existence forced them to stay on the front lines, always ready to prevent Im from awakening and to remain vigilant against remnants of the old world government. Now that Im had been killed, the new government's influence spread throughout the world, and the old government, having lost Im as its spiritual pillar, would now face collapse. Therefore, the next steps would be much easier. They wouldn't need to exert much effort to resolve things smoothly. Subsequently, Karl and the others made some adjustments and returned to the new Navy's base. Karl then returned to Sky Island and casually found a reason to hand over the design blueprints of the time-space shuttle to Vegapunk. These blueprints were very thick. He claimed it was a blueprint, but in reality, it was like a book, and this book was at least half a meter thick. This shows just how exaggerated this design was. When Vegapunk received this gift, he was incredibly astonished. He even wanted to know how Karl had obtained such an exhilarating thing. In response, Karl just casually deflected a few questions. saying he found it in Laugh Tale after I'm died. Although Vegapunk was somewhat skeptical, he did not pursue it further. With his intelligence, he had long realized that Karl was different from others in this world. Therefore, no matter what he presented, Vegapunk could accept it. Ever since Karl provided Vegapunk with those things last time, he had known that Karl was destined for greatness. Just like that, time flew by, and another year passed. Karl was now 26 years old, the best age, but he was also approaching 30. However, his appearance had not changed much. He still looked about 22 or 23, remaining so youthful. This was the benefit of increased physical strength, which could delay aging and maintain his power. However, Karl still did not want Law to perform the immortality surgery on him. Although Law had offered several times to do the surgery, Karl's only response was to let him live well, and they could talk about other matters later. Law was extremely moved by this and vowed once again to follow Karl for life. Law's life goal had been achieved, and there was nothing left that he felt attached to. In fact, during this year, he was too lazy to even improve his strength, remaining at a level close to Admiral rank. With his talent, if he continued to train, he could definitely reach the Admiral level. But since the world was now peaceful, he clearly did not intend to do so. On the other hand, others continued to train every day to guard against the emergence of other strong foes. Inaru, during this year, built a ship of his own and then headed to the Infinite Land to fulfill his dream. Karl said nothing about this. Since he chose to leave, Karl would respect his decision. After all, Karl would also be taking the time-space shuttle to leave at that time. However, what was troubling Karl now was whether the time-space shuttle could carry others. According to Vegapunk, it seemed that it could not take others along because that would be too unstable. However, Karl was relatively lucky. After Vegapunk's hard work, he finally developed the time-space shuttle 6 months later, and the shuttle size was just right to accommodate 3 people. Is this the time-space shuttle? It looks quite good. I just don't know how many times it can be used. Karl looked at this futuristic-looking device in front of him. Chapter 328 here is Marvel. Choice 1. Kill Tony Stark, obtain 1 Iron Man suit, can automatically upgrade over time. Choice 2. Ignore Tony Stark, obtain the title Bystander. Bystander, when dealing with dying enemies, there's a chance to trigger a fatal strike, guaranteed kill effect. Choice 3. Rescue Tony Stark, gain friendship with Stark and SHIELD, as well as 2 free attribute points to allocate. The appearance of these choices made Karl's long-sealed memories begin to resurface in his mind. At this moment, he realized that the person in front of him was none other than the famous Iron Man, Tony Stark. This meant that the world he was currently in was indeed the Marvel Universe. Moreover, judging by this opening, they were very likely in a Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, Karl wasn't entirely sure, as the Cinematic Universe and the Comic Universe were also closely connected. Subsequently, Karl decisively chose option 3. The first 2 choices were unnecessary. Since he wanted to integrate into this world, Karl naturally needed to interact with Tony Stark and SHIELD. So, rescuing him was nothing to worry about. However, after Karl made his choice, the system's voice sounded once again. System prompt. Due to the host changing worlds, all languages of this world have been automatically extracted. The host can communicate with the people of this world without barriers. System prompt. It has been detected that the host has 2 accompanying personnel. This system has automatically translated the language of this world for them and instilled knowledge of this world. Karl had anticipated this system prompt. Although his God-level choice system did not have a question and answer function, he had previously inquired whether there would be a language barrier after he crossed into another world. The system did not respond, but it did provide Karl with a clause. Once he completed the first choice, he could optimize his presence in this world. Even the people he brought along could also optimize their presence, allowing them to acquire the conventional knowledge and language of this world. As a result, Karl felt much more comfortable, not having to teach them everything from scratch. At this moment, Karl looked at Ro and Endur, who were in a daze, knowing that they were being instilled with knowledge and language of this world by the system, so he did not disturb them. He slowly walked up to Stark and used his abilities to help him remove the armor. Then, Karl took out a bottle of water and a rice ball from his space and handed them to Stark. At this moment, Stark, who was already feeling drowsy and had no strength to call for help, suddenly saw the food and water floating in front of him. He didn't know where he found the strength, but he reached out and grabbed the rice ball and water, gulping them down. Finally, he felt revived. By the way, who are you? Why are you here in the desert? Tony Stark sighed in relief and asked gratefully. However, being a proud person, it was unlikely for him to say thank you. So he communicated with Karl and the others in this manner. We didn't originally intend to be here. Our destination was S-H-I-E-L-D-S ship, but our instruments malfunctioned and deviated from the course, which is why we ended up here. Instruments? What instruments? Who exactly are you? Upon hearing Karl's words, Tony Stark instinctively felt something was off. He could understand Karl's words when he broke them down, but when he listened to them together, they felt somewhat out of place. However, before Karl could speak, Endur, who had completed receiving the knowledge of this world, stepped forward and said, "We are not from this world. Just now, Lord Karl mentioned that it was an instrument issue that brought us here." Endur's voice was crisp. Chapter 329. First encounter with Ancient One. How can the speed be this fast? Who exactly are you? Tony Stark has asked this question more than once. From the desert at the beginning to Stark Tower, Karl took them here in just about 2 hours. This speed was so fast that Tony Stark simply couldn't imagine it. According to his estimates, Karl's speed of flying through sand was even faster than that of a regular fighter jet. Actually, I could go even faster. But considering your currently weak condition, I didn't push it to full speed. If I wanted to, I could have reached here in just over 10 minutes. Karl said with a slight smile, speaking the truth. However, to Tony Stark, this sounded like bragging. Nevertheless, Tony Stark didn't dwell on it too much and directly rushed into Stark Tower to find his girlfriend, Pepper Potts. Karl and the others were stopped outside. The bodyguards here were very diligent. Although Endur and Luo wanted to force their way in, they were stopped by Karl. There's no need to make things difficult for these ordinary people. Let's find a place to exchange some money and grab a bite to eat. I saw a decent barbecue place on the way here. Let's go check it out. As he spoke, Karl led Luo and Endur away from there. Although Endur and Luo had acquired knowledge and language of this world, most of it was just fairly conventional. Karl felt it necessary to inform them about some rules of this world and certain legal provisions. Although the laws of the ordinary world were ineffective against them, they didn't need to casually break these laws, as it could lead to unnecessary trouble. During the time Karl was exchanging money and eating, he simply told Luo and Endur not to act rashly. As long as no one attacked them, they should avoid stirring up trouble. However, just as Karl and the others were dining at the barbecue restaurant, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, and even the space around them began to distort. Yet the three of them could still sit there, calmly enjoying their barbecue. As for the other diners around them, though they disappeared, Karl knew they were unharmed. Visitors from another world, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? If possible, please leave immediately, or I will take action to force you out. A bald woman in a yellow robe emerged from a glowing yellow circle, her piercing gaze fixed on Karl and the others. She first glanced at the three of them, and finally focused her attention on Karl. Although Endur and Luo also exuded decent auras, it was the aura from Karl that made her the most wary. "So, you are the Sorcerer Supreme? Ancient One? Did we get your name wrong?" Karl smirked, putting down his barbecue as he approached Ancient One. Luo and Endur wanted to stand up, but were pressed back down by a gesture from Karl. "You two continue eating. I'll talk to Sorcerer Ancient One alone. And she isn't an enemy, am I wrong? By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Karl from another world. This here is my mate Endur, and this is my companion Trafalgar D. Waterlaw." Hearing Karl's familiar tone, Ancient One frowned slightly. There's an old saying, don't strike a smiling face. As Karl showed no hostility, it would be somewhat inappropriate for Ancient One to hold on to this matter. "Mr. Karl, since you know my name, you should also know my duties, right? So please leave immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite." Ancient One maintained her previous attitude, but Karl shook his head and took out a time-space travel device. Chapter 330. Confused Coulson. Director Coulson, based on Stark's words and the surrounding surveillance footage. They have been active in this area. There are also eyewitnesses who saw the three of them heading to that barbecue restaurant. But why don't we just rush out and capture them? Even if they're mutants, we agents are fully armed, and there's no reason to be afraid of them. A fully armed agent looked at Coulson in confusion. However, he shook his head and continued to wait quietly. "We will follow the director's instructions. Don't ask too many questions. He knows more about mutants than we do, and we are here to invite them as guests, not to capture them. Rushing in recklessly could cause chaos among the citizens, which would be counterproductive." Coulson analyzed the situation convincingly, and the agents around him nodded in agreement. Even Karl and the others couldn't help but nod at his analysis. "It's a good choice. If you had rushed in, I'm afraid no one would have survived." "Who are you?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice appeared behind these agents. They all turned around and aimed their weapons at the newcomer. However, in such a narrow alley, turning around was quite cumbersome. "Don't be nervous. I'm the one you're looking for. Let me introduce myself. My name is Karl. This is Indil, and this is Dr. Luo. We are all from another world. I'm sure Tony Stark has talked to you about this, right? We discussed a bit. But I didn't expect you to appear here so stealthily from such a distance. It seems you have a special teleportation ability, which reminds me of that bastard Red Devil. Red Devil? It turns out this world not only has the Marvel Universe, but even the X-Men have mixed in. Suddenly receiving this information made Karl feel somewhat uncomfortable. If it were just the Marvel Universe, he would have confidence in sweeping most people here. However, the abilities of mutants are incredibly diverse. Some have ridiculously weak abilities, but others possess powers that are outrageously strong, even stronger than gods. They could even reshape this world. Therefore, Karl now needed to change his original plan. Since you've heard this, come with us for a while. You can rest assured we won't harm mutants. But you should stop fabricating such clumsy lies. The From Another World story has already been used by many captured mutants, and it's not going to work. Coulson said this and prepared to put special handcuffs on Karl and the others. But before he could act, Luo just lightly moved his fingers. The handcuffs instantly flew to Coulson's hands. This scene surprised him greatly. Luo secretly smiled and looked at him proudly. Lord Karl said to restrain ourselves and not to act against the ordinary people. If you want to talk to Lord Karl, that's fine, but it depends on his will. As for these handcuffs, you will not be able to put them on Lord Karl. That would be an insult to him. That's right. Lord Karl wouldn't wear such inferior handcuffs. Luo stepped forward to admonish them. Indel also hugged Karl's arm, glaring sharply at Coulson. Seeing this, Karl smiled, then walked in front of Coulson and grabbed the handcuffs. They're right. Let us forget about these handcuffs, and they are of no use to me. As he spoke, Karl used his ability to instantly unlock the handcuffs and effortlessly twisted them in the air. Upon witnessing this, everyone present was taken aback. These handcuffs were specifically designed to restrain mutants and were as hard as diamonds. Currently, the only ones who could ignore such handcuffs were Wolverine, Professor X, Magneto, and Red Tank. No one else could directly break free from him. Therefore, when Luo and Karl showed off their abilities, they were filled with astonished expressions. Chapter 331 Nick Fury has witnessed too many mutants, Inhumans, and some aliens, as well as demons from other worlds. He has also encountered someone who maintains peace in the universe, namely Captain Marvel. Therefore, Karl's statements seem quite normal to him. What Nick Fury is most suspicious of now is the true purpose of their arrival on Earth. This is what worries him the most. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury will not allow anyone to disrupt the peace of Earth or disturb its order. That is why he wants to know Karl's true intentions. He thought that having an open conversation sometimes leads to better cooperation. Besides, he is not an unreasonable person. As long as Karl can provide all the materials from the book and find someone to create a time machine, they can leave immediately without further discussion. What do you think? Karl said as he took out the blueprints for the time machine. Nick Fury looked at the large book, which was about half a meter tall, and instinctively swallowed hard. He then mustered the courage to open it, but ultimately found that he couldn't understand anything. I can't answer that question. I'll call someone over to take a look. Perhaps they will know what this is, he said, stepping outside to make a phone call. However, Karl and the others, with their observation hockey, could clearly hear who Nick Fury was calling. On the other end of the line was Tony Stark. According to the normal storyline, Nick Fury should not have contacted Tony Stark at this time. However, due to Karl's presence, a butterfly effect occurred, and Nick Fury didn't know why he was contacting Tony Stark so early. Nick Fury wanted Tony Stark's help, but the latter sounded very impatient and even hung up the phone once during the call. Clearly, their relationship was not good and might even be somewhat strained. If Nick Fury hadn't mentioned Karl's name during the second call, Tony Stark might have blocked him outright. However, it was Karl's name that made Tony Stark perk up and agree to Nick Fury's request for help. After finishing the call, Nick Fury did not go back inside, but left SHIELD. A moment later, the alluring and beautiful Natasha walked in with tea. She first placed the tea in front of Karl and the others, then casually touched the giant book, her eyes filled with astonishment. Would anyone really read such a large book? And isn't it true that most people wouldn't understand something like this? This is not a book, it's a design blueprint, just a bit complex. However, the person who can understand this did not come with me for certain reasons. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to SHIELD to seek your cooperation. With my own abilities, I could actually find these materials and create what I want, Karl said casually. However, Natasha merely nodded, not taking it to heart. Although she was not a mutant and had no special abilities, her physical condition was twice that of an ordinary agent, and her agility was exceptional. Generally, mutants were not her match. Therefore, Natasha did not have much fear of those with superpowers, and she even looked down on them a bit. If it weren't for the strength Karl had demonstrated, she would have thought differently. Chapter 332. Everyone is confused. Tony Stark got straight to the point as soon as he arrived, showing no hesitation about his intentions. However, out of respect for Karl, he still greeted him first. After all, Karl was the one who saved his life, and no matter how proud Tony Stark was, he would treat his savior with a certain level of distinction. Not to mention that Karl had already revealed more strange and extraordinary things and abilities that did not belong to this world. I want to see, but I have one condition. What condition? Nick Fury and Tony Stark asked in unison. Karl pointed to the three of them and casually said, "We just arrived and don't have a place to stay. So could you arrange a place for us? If possible, it would be best to set up a small clinic for us. He is the most famous death surgeon in our world and has exceptional medical skills. This way, we can also earn some money ourselves and not always trouble others." Karl subtly promoted Law's abilities. The goal was to let them witness Law's capabilities and then become reliant on him, because Karl knew very well how exaggerated Law's abilities were. As long as he was willing, he could treat any disease, even terminal illnesses in a near-death state. As long as the conditions were right, Law could save them. Compared to his combat strength, his medical skills were the most top-notch. This was the true power of the death surgeon, Trafalgar Law. As for his combat abilities, that was just for self-defense. That's easy to say. Just because you guys saved my life and brought me back, you can stay wherever you want. I'll arrange it for you. As for the clinic, the procedures are too complicated and can't be sorted out right away. But since you say his medical skills are good, are you sure it's true? Tony Stark asked skeptically. Karl nodded, and Law smiled proudly. Of course my medical skills are good. And I can see that your body is being affected by a special toxin. The source of this toxin is the reactor in your chest. But you can't do without this reactor because you have some metal fragments in your body if you don't rely on it to stay attached to your chest. It will flow into your heart through your blood. As a doctor, I can see this small issue clearly. However, because the world is different, I'm not sure what this reactor is. But the human body structure of our two worlds is exactly the same, which means my medical skills are equally applicable here. You figured it out without even examining me? That's incredible. Tony Stark was somewhat shocked. He hadn't told anyone about the reactor or the fragments in his body. Even when Karl brought him back, he hadn't revealed anything during the trip. Even in the original story, Tony Stark delayed for a long time before confessing to everyone. So he was very surprised at how this young man accurately described his physical condition. Since that's the case, do you have a way to treat me? Of course. Upon hearing Tony Stark's inquiry, Law nodded and answered proudly. If you can treat me and let me see that book, I will immediately invest in your clinic. I will also help you get the licenses and everything sorted out as quickly as possible. Tony Stark showed his proudest side at this moment. As one of the world's top billionaires, he had such privileges. However, Nick Fury felt a bit awkward on the side. He also had these privileges and financial resources, but under the current circumstances, it seemed unrelated to him. Ahem, actually, I can also help you get the medical licenses. After all, we said we would cooperate together. So Stark, you just take care of their accommodation. Chapter 333. The shock from Stark after Law finished treating Tony Stark's body. He began to play with the reactor in his hand. Law didn't understand this thing, but looked somewhat familiar to him. After all, in the world of One Piece, there are similar objects, but compared to this little gadget, they are all very large. Although Vegapunk is a genius, he also needs to take it step by step to compress some technological products. Moreover, without seeing the actual item or the design drawings, most people wouldn't know how to design something like this at all. Even Vegapunk was the same. If it weren't for the ideas provided by Karl back then, Vegapunk wouldn't have had such a breakthrough. You actually did it. By the way, I wasn't hallucinating just now, was I? You really split me in half, and I didn't feel any hot pain, not even a bit of sensation, and the surgery is done? Tony Stark was a bit incredulous. He had never seen such power. Even with the technology he currently understood, he had never encountered a situation like this. Tony Stark's perspective was still within normal limits. Although there were occasionally some black technologies appearing, they generally remained within the realm of normality. So he couldn't imagine what Law's ability was all about. Don't worry, that's just how Law's ability works. If he wants, he can cut you into 8 pieces without any problem. I mean that literally, and it won't harm your life. This is one of the powers from our world. Now you see the difference between us and you, right? Karl said, a slight smile on his face as he patted Law's shoulder. Tony Stark remained in shock, which made his head ache a bit. Let me take a moment. I'll look at that book first. Maybe I can find some answers in there. Tony rubbed his temples and walked over to the design drawings of the time machine, starting to flip through them. Nick Fury and Natasha were completely stunned at this moment, not knowing where to start with their complaints. They had already witnessed too many shocking things today. Originally, Nick Fury thought he had seen enough. But today he realized there were still so many things in this world he didn't understand. To put it simply, he was still too young, which was why he was so surprised. However, just then, Tony Stark, who was looking at the design drawings, suddenly closed the book and said angrily, "I've given up. There are some materials and elements on here that don't exist in this world. I can't make them at all. By the way, are you trying to deceive me with this thing?" Tony looked at Karl with a bit of anger, as if he had been tricked. Karl then retrieved the design drawings and casually explained, "In our world, there is a scientist named Vegapunk. At first, he also said that this thing couldn't be made. But he's a madman who won't give up. So he worked tirelessly, resting only 3 or 4 hours a day, just to synthesize these non-existent elements and materials. In the end, it took him more than a year to succeed, but the machine was very unstable. When the 3 of us arrived here, the machine broke down, and the materials for my world can only support one experiment. So if we don't build a time machine here, we will never be able to go back," Karl said with a downcast expression. When he said this, half of Karl's demeanor was an act, while the other half was genuine emotion. Chapter 334, Simple Communication. In the end, Nick Fury set a high price and sold the research materials that originally belonged to Tony Stark's father to Tony Stark. However, he didn't reveal the origin of the materials to avoid making Tony think too much. Subsequently, Tony Stark arranged for Karl and the others to stay in a 3-story villa with an area of over 600 square meters, complete with a swimming pool and a large yard. This villa was also Tony Stark's property, but he disliked it because it was in the suburbs and inconvenient for transportation. Although it was larger than other villas, he did not like being there. He only visited once every 3 years to see if anything needed to be changed. Most of the time, he couldn't be bothered to come. So this idle villa was handed over to Karl and the others. Meanwhile, Karl also planned to open a simple clinic there. If anyone needed medical treatment, they could come here, as long as there was still a breath left. Luo had the ability to save them. Even if someone had lost an arm or a leg, he could replace it with another limb. For Luo, these were the simplest surgeries. As for the medical license, Karl didn't really need it, but to avoid some trouble, it was best to have one as a backup. Thus, under Tony Stark's guidance, Karl and the others arrived at the large villa, and then Karl took Tony Stark to Stark Tower. "You seem to be pretty good, so you can temporarily keep this book for research. You don't need to worry about it getting damaged. This special material is indestructible. Even I can't destroy it, let alone you," Karl said as he tossed the design blueprint to Tony Stark. Seeing the half-meter-high book being easily thrown to the ground by Karl made Tony swallow hard. Previously, when he tried to lift the book alone at it was very strenuous for him. So every time he saw Karl lift the book so effortlessly, he felt shocked. "By the way, are all the people in your world this strong?" Tony Stark finally asked his question. Karl shook his head, thought for a moment, and then replied, "Not everyone is like that. But the physical attributes of people in our world are generally 1 to 2 times that of yours. I am considered one of the top powers in our world. And as for Luo and Endure, there are many others with that kind of strength. You can't even count them. That's really exaggerated. It feels like people from your world are monsters." Tony Stark sighed, then pushed the book. However, despite using all his strength, he only managed to push it a little and ended up panting. I really should exercise. I feel like Tai Chi and Bajikwan from Huaxia are interesting. I should learn a bit of that later." Tony Stark muttered to himself, then flopped down on the nearby sofa. "Jarvis, pour some wine. 2 glasses." Tony Stark paused and then gave the command. The robot, Butler Jarvis, quickly brought 2 glasses of wine and placed them in front of Tony Stark. "Here, I'll drink a toast with you." Tony Stark stood up and handed 1 glass to Karl. Karl didn't hesitate, took the glass, clinked it with Tony's, and then drank it in one go. "How about we stay for dinner tonight? Since you have nothing to do, let us continue discussing topics about your world. Although I don't believe that scientist you mentioned is real, I'm still quite interested in him, and I can pay for it. Just consider it listening to a story." Tony Stark's pride was evident. In his view, there was nothing that couldn't be bought with money. However, Karl shook his head, somewhat speechless. "Do I look like someone who lacks money? If I wanted this pure gold." Chapter 335, Suppression. "This is quite interesting. Is this the monster of this world? It looks decent enough." Karl pretended to be interested as he spoke. He knew that the 2 green monsters in front of him were the Hulk and Abomination, but as an otherworldly visitor, he certainly couldn't name them directly. Moreover, Karl was very curious about the strength of Abomination and the Hulk. "Speaking of which, didn't you start developing mechas this afternoon? Want to test them with these 2? Karl casually asked. Tony Stark shook his head, showing a bitter expression. "Let's skip that. With my current level, I probably wouldn't be able to handle them. Besides, my armors are still in the experimental stage and can't even fly. If I really went over, I wouldn't even be able to practice escaping." Karl nodded, then picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth. "Just right. I'm feeling a bit restless. I'll go over and see what level the monsters in your world are at. As he spoke, Karl used void walking and instantly disappeared from Tony Stark's sight. After seeing Karl vanish, Tony Stark was initially shocked, then sighed. How many abilities does this guy have that we don't know about? If he really defeats these two big guys, there probably won't be anyone in this world who can handle him, right? Tony, don't be discouraged. This isn't like you. You have to remember that you are a complete genius. No matter how strong his abilities are, you can definitely find a way to restrain him, right? Pepper Potts gave Tony a kiss, then personally fed him food and poured him a drink. Tony Stark nodded, then returned to his genius-like arrogant state. Ha, you're right. I am a genius. Ha ha. The laughter was loud, filled with Tony Stark's characteristic style. But this laughter also carried a hint of helplessness. At the same time, SHIELD was in a state of disarray. Nick Fury looked at the two big guys grappling and had no idea how to stop them. Currently, SHIELD had not formed the Avengers, and even the mutants and Inhumans under their command were pitifully few. Even if they had top agents like Natasha and Barton, they could only handle tasks within the scope of humanity. Matters like these, where two big guys were fighting, were completely outside of human affairs. Should I contact Professor X and ask him for help? Although he would definitely not refuse me, he's been busy dealing with Magneto lately. If the X-Men lose to Magneto, this world is likely to descend into chaos. Forget it. Let's wait and see how things develop and not disturb Professor X for now. Nick Fury rubbed his temples in frustration, unsure of what to do at this moment. Just when he was at a loss, a familiar figure suddenly flashed across the computer surveillance video. Upon seeing this figure, Nick Fury was taken aback, feeling something was off. Why is he here? Isn't this guy supposed to be having dinner with Tony Stark? Nick Fury didn't expect Karl to appear between the two monsters. When Karl appeared, both the Hulk and Abomination shifted their attention to him. However, the Hulk still retained a bit of rationality, and his instincts told him that this person was not to be trifled with and should be approached cautiously. But Abomination was completely irrational, filled only with thoughts of destruction. So when he saw a seemingly random person appear, he did not hesitate to. Chapter 337. A month. Time flies. Karl has been in the Marvel world for nearly a month. During this time, apart from Natasha and Tony Stark, no one has come to his villa to disturb him. This has made things much easier for Karl. In this month, the plots of Iron Man 1 and 2 have basically concluded. Karl did not participate, but watched Tony Stark's performance with a smile. Tony Stark had obtained a method to create the new element in advance, and his body had also fully recovered thanks to Rod. However, he publicly announced that his body had not recovered, with the purpose of luring some big fish. As a result, someone really took the bait. First, Tony Stark's uncle, driving the Ironmonger, tried to kill him. However, he was ultimately killed by Tony Stark, who controlled the armor to fight back. Tony had already created the energy source from the beginning, but did not use it directly on himself. Instead, he had been fishing with the old reactor. Consequently, he caught a big fish. Then, using the armor powered by the new energy, Tony Stark easily dismantled the Ironmonger. This shows that Tony Stark's strength and the development level of his armor are much stronger than before. Moreover, Karl had kept the design blueprints at Stark Industries for Tony Stark to reference. Although Tony still couldn't understand part of the design, he was inspired by it, which led to rapid improvements in his armor. However, Karl gave him a piece of advice. It's best to keep only one of each armor, or it might be exploited by malicious individuals and ultimately frame him. At the same time, because Karl participated in the research of the armor, even if he merely played a minor role in helping Tony Stark test the armor's power, he was still involved in the research. If someone wanted to frame Tony Stark, they would certainly drag him into it. Due to Karl's previous on-screen defeat of Hulk and Abomination, many people recognize him. Now, whenever Karl goes out to buy something, it becomes a problem, and he can only have Ender and Rod help him. Therefore, there is now a group of people who want to kill Karl because his threat is too great. The same goes for Tony Stark. Since he announced himself as Iron Man, Stark Industries stock has soared, and he has once again become the richest man in the world. His wealth can directly control about 30% of the money circulation in this country. Moreover, Tony Stark is a genius. His Iron Man suit can easily destroy a country's armed forces. Its power is self-evident. Therefore, they will naturally look for opportunities to deal with Tony Stark. There is no way around it. This country is like that. Even people from their own country would turn against each other, thinking he might rebel. Those politicians have a crisis awareness that is so ahead of its time, and because of this, some things that would not have happened ultimately have to happen due to their pressure. Karl has nothing to say about this. After all, he is not a person from this world. Relatively speaking, he is just a passerby. As long as the time machine can be successfully built and he obtains the 6 Infinity Stones, he can leave at any time. After all, since he has come, he naturally wants to take some local specialties with him. The Infinity Stones happen to be a special local product of this world, and Karl will not let them go. Therefore, during this month, Karl has been trying to obtain information about the Tesseract from Nick Fury. Unfortunately, he has not succeeded because Nick Fury is really tight-lipped. However, this is still because Karl didn't tee. Chapter 338. The plot begins. Natasha, their SA mission for you now. Temporarily leave Karl's side and go to Tony Stark. It seems he is being targeted by some people. You need to protect him from assassination. Director Fury. Doesn't he have Coulson to protect him? What kind of people are so difficult to deal with that we need both of us? Natasha asked, puzzled, but she was already packing her things, preparing to head to Stark Tower. Coulson has other tasks, and this mission is of a higher level and classified for now. So you will substitute him and protect Tony Stark for a while. Once he returns, you can continue monitoring Karl. Understood, I'll head over now. Natasha replied and had just finished packing when she was about to hang up the phone. However, Karl's observation hockey had already picked up their conversation clearly. Nick Fury, don't be so quick to hang up. What is that matter you mentioned? Do you need assistance? Karl said with a slight smirk, giving Natasha a knowing look. Natasha understood and left the area. After all, there were plenty of phones around, and they were using internal lines, so Natasha didn't care about a single mobile phone. At that moment, Nick Fury felt a bit of a headache. He knew Karl had excellent hearing, so he was always cautious when talking to Natasha, reminding her to stay away. If possible, it was best to take the call outside the yard. They had always communicated this way, naturally assuming that Karl wouldn't be able to hear them from so far away. But the reality was, Karl could hear them clearly. After all, Karl's observation hockey was more than sufficient to cover the entire city. Whenever he wanted to listen, he could hear their conversation without any issue. You really are persistent, Mr. Karl. Nick Fury sighed, completely at a loss for words. Karl smirked and continued. I know you want to say that this matter is classified and shouldn't be disclosed to anyone, right? You don't need to hide it from me. I see everything clearly about this world. Just a couple of days ago, an object with a high concentration of energy suddenly fell from space to Earth. Additionally, there was a huge energy beam appearing in the sky, right? You don't need to lie to me. I see it all clearly. And I also know the origin of that person and that energy object. Karl's words shocked Nick Fury. You can see it fine, but how do you know the origin of the other party? Nick Fury was already very accustomed to Karl's antics, but he couldn't understand how Karl knew about the other party's origin. After all, they were not from the same world. However, Karl remained calm, his tone still incredibly steady. My eyes see more than you can imagine. If I wanted to, I could know the location of the cosmic cube that you've been hiding at any time. But do you know why I haven't done that? Is it because you don't want to provoke a war? Nick Fury tentatively replied, only to receive a completely different answer. Wrong answer. Because the cosmic cube alone is of no use to me, and you don't have the qualifications to use the word war with me. If a war were to happen, it would only be a one-sided massacre on my part. Such acts of slaughter are very inconsistent with my character, which is why I can't be bothered to hold it against you. Karl's casual remarks left Nick Fury feeling frightened, but he also understood that every word Karl said was the truth. Chapter 339. Ghost Rider? Don't worry, I know what to do. After all, I'm not a devil. Karl smiled and then looked at Luo. How long will it take to get there? About 2 hours. I checked the map, and it's actually quite far from here. 2 hours? It was a bit slow, but there was still enough time. Hearing Luo's words, Karl nodded and then placed his hand on Luo's shoulder. Endure held onto Karl's hand and waved at Nick Fury. In the next second, the three of them suddenly disappeared. However, in Nick Fury's office, 3 sparrows suddenly appeared, flying around. One of the sparrows even got startled and took a peck at Nick Fury's bald head. Come here. Get these sparrows out of here. The sky had darkened. When Karl and the others set out, it was already close to evening. Karl and the two were constantly in a teleportation state, which had been going on for nearly 2 hours, and they were soon to reach their destination. Rose Room's force field had a maximum radius of just over 30,000 meters, less than 40,000 meters. Therefore, he needed to pause for a fraction of a second to teleport Karl and Indel together. However, if Karl flew there himself, he could be even faster than Rose's teleportation. But for the sake of the company's stock and Indel's goddess image in the eyes of her fans, he chose to let Rose take them. Although it was a bit slower, it wouldn't attract any attention. However, when the 3 of them arrived in a pitch-black and dark valley, they discovered a skeleton knight engulfed in flames. Was this the Ghost Rider? When Karl saw this person, he was stunned for a second, and Luo and Indil were even more shocked. Fortunately, they had previously seen the living skeleton brook, so their ability to accept it was relatively good. But a skeleton that could spew fire was really hard to accept. The Ghost Rider swung the chain in his hand, and flames instantly spread out, illuminating the pitch-black night. In the valley, the air was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. The Knight from Hell summoned hellfire to burn all the sins of the world. Sinful people. Damn it. The Ghost Rider wields the flaming chain in his hand. Wherever the flames go, not a blade of grass survives. The originally desolate valley is now even more unbearably hot. It's really difficult. If you can't take him down in one blow, he will chase you to the ends of the earth. Karl opened his mouth to explain, then used the power of the float fruit to forcefully push the Ghost Rider away. However, the Ghost Rider's combat ability was impressive. He instantly charged back, with flames even more intense than before. The fire of hell can burn everything, even souls. Even Karl cannot easily get involved with the other person's flames. Otherwise, it will be hard to extinguish. A person with deep sins. Damn it! The Ghost Rider let out a roar, charging through the air with a long chain engulfed in blazing flames. The iron chain howled. The surrounding air was shrouded in a layer of intense fire. Seeing this scene, Karl did not hesitate to draw Hades and slashed directly with his sword. Ghost Slash, the ultimate strike, instantly tearing apart space and separating everything around. Whether it is the earth or the air, even the sky and the surrounding space, all were brutally torn apart by Karl. Even the flames of hell are defeated under this piercing sword intent. The iron chain that was engulfed in hellfire was easily shattered by Karl, turning into a drop of iron slag. Seeing this, the Ghost Rider quickly discarded the iron chains and widened the distance between himself and Karl to avoid being hit. Even with his undead body, the Ghost Rider dared not take this blow head-on. Even if he could not die, his strength would still be compromised. Taking on a move powerful enough to sever space directly would be detrimental. Chapter 340. Meow Meow Hammer. Meow Meow Meow. It was still night. In a desolate desert, there stood an unremarkable hammer quietly in a pit. Around this hammer, static electricity crackled. The Meow Meow Hammer, short for Mjolnir, was Thor's exclusive hammer. This hammer was covered with Odin's divine power. If anyone attempted to covet this hammer, Odin's divine power would take effect. Only those deemed worthy could lift this hammer. This was Odin's prohibition. The purpose was to prevent anyone from stealing the hammer that belonged to Thor. However, Odin never anticipated that 3 people would suddenly appear around the hammer. Leading the group was Karl, who approached the hammer first to try and lift it. He couldn't pick it up. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. But he didn't mind. Instead, he directly used the ability of the float fruit, and the hammer flew into Karl's hand. Is that it? Karl disdainfully lifted Mjolnir, attempting to summon thunder. Unfortunately, he was not worthy to wield the hammer. He had cheated by using the float fruit's ability to lift it. Ro, give it a try and see if you can lift the hammer. Honestly, this Meow Meow hammer is a bit fun, Karl said, casually tossing the hammer to the ground. Ro tried to lift it, but was surprised that he couldn't. What a magical hammer. It seems that without using some tricks, it really won't work. Before Ro could finish speaking, he used his ability to create a room, stabilizing the hammer in his hand with a command stick. However, when he swung it, he couldn't summon thunder either. It's my turn now, it's my turn. Hee hee. Intil giggled, rubbing her hands together. Ro placed the hammer on the ground and took a step back. Karl and Ro initially thought Intil would never be able to lift it, but they were both wrong. Intil puffed up her cheeks and pulled with all her might. She used too much force and fell backward, but she managed to hold the hammer in her hand. The 3 people present were a bit dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was happening. Lord Karl, you didn't use any ability to trick me, did you? Don't joke around, I didn't do anything. Then Brother Ro, you didn't use any ability, right? Of course not. My command stick can only help me control it. It can't help you. Plus I've already canceled the room field. Karl and Ro exchanged glances and then understood. Intil was truly worthy to wield Mjolnir. Because her intentions were pure, she only wanted to sing and serve Karl, without any ulterior motives. Although she had no sense of justice and lacked knightly spirit, her innocent and harmless intentions were received by the hammer, which then recognized her. Now, as she wielded Mjolnir and summoned thunder a few centimeters thick, it was the best evidence. However, Intil's own strength was not very strong. The thunder she summoned was thin and short, barely felt. But Intil was having a great time because she could lift the hammer that both Karl and Ro could not. This made her very excited, and she couldn't help but think of showing off to Karl and Ro. Karl looked at Intil, who was happily playing with the hammer. and smiled playfully. Odin, I'm curious about your expression upon seeing this. In the halls of Asgard, Odin, who was trapped in Odin's sleep, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Although he was in a deep slumber, he could see everything happening in the outside world clearly. Especially seeing Karl and the others being able to lift Mjolnir made Odin feel a bit suffocated. But he still had to maintain the facade of sleeping, not revealing any expression, because at that moment, Loki had already emerged from shadows. His eyes were somewhat sinister, raising his Gungnir with an increasingly grim expression. However, after gesturing for a long time, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to act. Father, you can rest easy in your sleep. I will take care of everything in Asgard. Chapter 341. Loki and Thor, isn't it just a hammer? The real god of thunder wouldn't lose his powers over a hammer. That's just ridiculous. Hearing Jane say this, Thor's eyes lit up for a moment, but then quickly dimmed. You don't understand. All right, enough nonsense. Hurry back and take a shower, you're filthy. Without much more talk, Jane drove off. Karl watched the direction they were leaving, a slight smile appearing on his lips. No wonder in the original story, Jane was not only chosen by the Reality Stone as a temporary host, but she could even lift Thor's hammer. She really is a promising candidate. It's just a shame. Karl sighed, feeling a bit regretful. He could see that Jane Foster, the designated girlfriend of Thor, had very high character and a discerning will. It was precisely because of this that she was unexpectedly chosen by the Reality Stone to become its intermediate host. In the comics, she could also lift Thor's hammer and summon powerful thunder. Are we just going to let them leave? Mr. Karl, although Director Fury said to let you take full responsibility. What are you doing? You encountered an alien and didn't capture him, and you even let him go, while that woman clearly knows this alien. Are we just going to watch them leave without doing anything? Coulson was a bit angry. He didn't know what Karl was trying to do. But Karl shook his head and softly asked him a question. Strictly speaking, I am also an alien in your eyes. Shouldn't you capture me too? Hearing Karl's words, Coulson was momentarily speechless, unsure how to retort. For the past month, Karl had basically just been reading books and newspapers, dabbling in some biological glasses, and starting a company. He hadn't done anything significant. This also led Coulson to subconsciously overlook that he was not from this world. Now, upon hearing Karl's words, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him was theoretically also an alien. Discussing whether to capture another alien in front of a satellite person, wasn't that slapping Karl in the face? Both Ro and Indel's expressions turned sour. If it weren't for Karl not speaking up, the two of them would probably have directly taught Coulson a lesson. Thinking of this, Coulson immediately shivered and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Mr. Karl, I was inconsiderate earlier, too eager for achievements, wanting to make a contribution. What should we do next? I'll follow your lead. You can take full responsibility for this matter. I won't say more. Karl had no idea that Coulson had conjured up a whole bunch of thoughts, thinking that if he got angry, he would do something to him. In reality, Karl wasn't angry at all. He just found a relationship between Jane Foster and Thor a bit amusing. With a casual wave of his hand, Karl cleared the sky. The stormy weather instantly returned to calm. The haze above also dissipated, revealing a dazzling starry river. The next steps are easier to discuss. You go check where Thor and that woman went. Then clear out everyone else over there, leaving only those who are with the two of them. I have a feeling a great battle is about to break out here, and to avoid casualties, you'd better listen to me. Understood? I'll take care of it right away. Coulson dared not disobey. Although he was a bit doubtful, upon hearing Karl's words, he immediately conjured up scenes of the War of the Gods. There was no helping it. This was the aftereffect Karl had left him. After all, the scene of Karl instantly defeating Abomination and Hulk was truly shocking. Especially the moment when an entire landmass was uprooted, it left people in awe. So Coulson became a bit cowardly as well. Chapter 342. The Meow Meow Hammer that anyone can pick up, hee hee. This was originally something from Asgard, so of course I'm going to take it. Loki sneered, rolled up his sleeves, and began to pull at the hammer. But no matter how hard he tried, Thor's hammer remained completely still, not moving an inch. Just like in the original story, Loki simply did not have the qualification to lift Mjolnir. Seeing this, Thor's once dim eyes ignited with a bit of passion once again. I refuse to believe that Father truly doesn't want me anymore. Thor was filled with determination. But the next moment, he felt disheartened. Father really doesn't want me anymore. Thor wanted to cry but couldn't. Being human, I'm sorry. Loki, on the side, couldn't hide his smile. He then stepped forward, wanting to comfort his brother. But just then, the Meow Meow hammer flew directly into Karl's hands right under their noses. This scene instantly stunned the two brothers. How is that possible? You actually have the qualification to lift Mjolnir. Seeing Thor's hammer easily held by Karl, Loki and Thor's mental state began to crumble. As the previous owner of the hammer, Thor knew very well that without the hammer's recognition, it was impossible to lift it. Loki was even more envious and filled with jealousy. He just wanted to grab Karl and interrogate him on why he could lift Thor's hammer. You don't have to be so surprised. It's just a hammer. In my eyes, this kind of thing is not a treasure at all. Ro and Till, come over here and show them a trick. Upon hearing Karl's words, Ro and Till also walked over. Ro, cold as ice, used his ability to lift the Meow Meow hammer as well, once again dropping Loki and Thor's jaws. However, Ro didn't show off for long. He casually handed the hammer to Till, who then summoned a bolt of lightning that struck a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces. Oops, I made a mess. Till, a bit too excited, accidentally lost control of his power and summoned the lightning. Seeing this, Loki and Thor's mental state completely collapsed. The two pointed at Karl and the others, their mouths trembling, but they didn't know what to say. Karl smiled, casually flicking his wrist, and the hammer flew from Till's hand, landing in front of Jane. Beautiful lady, could you hold this hammer for a moment? Me? Jane, standing at the door, was a bit confused. She had witnessed the earlier scene and found it quite amusing. However, when she saw Karl's ability to control things and Till summoning lightning, she was taken aback. I think I'll pass. This hammer is not an ordinary item. How could I possibly lift it? Just give it a try. It's free, and it won't hurt you. Karl continued to encourage her to pick up the hammer. Out of curiosity, Jane finally couldn't resist the temptation and grasped Mjolnir. Then I'll give it a try. As she spoke, she held the hammer in her hand. The air suddenly became a bit silent. Loki and Thor's eyes widened like saucers. Karl smirked, but said nothing. Ro and Till exchanged glances, feeling a bit incredulous. This hammer is so light. Jane blinked, then tossed the hammer up playfully. This scene completely shattered Loki and Thor's mental state. They had no idea that Earth was hiding so many capable individuals. Just this small place had so many people who could lift the hammer. This made Loki and Thor question whether they were the only two in this world who couldn't lift it. At the same time, the sleeping Odin was also extremely speechless. He never expected that the few people on Earth who could lift the hammer were now gathered in one place. This scene was truly. Chapter 343. Watching the performance, quietly Option 1. Stop the destroyer from killing Thor. Gain Thor's favor and resistance to thunder. Immune to all thunder attribute attacks. Option 2. Watch the play from the sidelines. Do nothing, no rewards. Option 3. Assist the destroyer in killing Thor. Increase Loki's favorability. Gain B-level illusion. 3 choices appeared, and Karl chose Option 1 without hesitation. However, at that moment, the destroyer had already begun its rampage. SystemAfter, agents, Rashtin, trying to stop the destroyer, but were all repelled. Karl ordered Ro to evacuate all the ordinary people, then had Indil hide aside. And only then did he walk to Thor's side. Thor, seeing your brother so eager to see you dead, how do you feel now? What can I feel? I can only run. This is the destroyer. Even if I've regained my powers, I might not be able to defeat it. If I don't run now, isn't that just waiting to die? Although Thor was reckless, he was also very aware that with his current mortal body, he was no match for the destroyer. He immediately simplified his movements and ran towards the outskirts of the town. Karl did not stop him, nor did he directly attack the destroyer. Instead, the 4 warriors charged forward, trying to stop the destroyer from pursuing Thor. Thor, hurry and run. Leave this to us. You absolutely cannot die. Your father Odin is still waiting for you to return. That's right, just leave this to us. You run quickly. The 4 warriors shouted hoarsely, desperately trying to buy time for Thor to escape. But they soon found themselves overwhelmed. It was clear that although the 4 of them had decent strength, they were no match for the destroyer. Even though the destroyer was being controlled by Loki, who was weak, it was still far more powerful than when Odin was in control. Defeating the 4 warriors was still not a problem. Seeing this scene, Thor felt a pang of guilt. He knew very well how powerful the destroyer was as one of Odin's artifacts. If he really ran away, the 4 warriors would definitely not survive. No, I absolutely cannot run, Thor shouted angrily, rushing up just as the destroyer was about to deliver the final blow to the 4 warriors. Loki, haven't you always wanted to kill me? If you want to kill me, then come. Don't make things difficult for others. They're all innocent, Thor shouted loudly. The destroyer was taken aback, then turned around, looking at Thor as if contemplating something. But suddenly, the destroyer emitted a hum sound, a fiery red energy beam, radiating intense heat. erupted from its head. This attack instantly hit Thor, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. His body was covered in wounds, looking like a piece of charcoal, showing no signs of life. Meanwhile, Ro had also returned. He looked confused at this scene, not understanding why Thor would return to seek death. Lord Karl, should I go save him? No, he won't die yet. Karl smirked. At this moment, he had already felt a surge of thunder power gathering on Thor. Jin was very worried and ran over. But just as he climbed onto Thor and was about to cry, the thunder on Thor suddenly erupted. However, Thor controlled the thunder, ensuring it did not harm Jin, instead using it to repair his own body. Don't worry, Jin, I'm fine. Thor gently ruffled Jin's hair and then kissed her forehead. Then he waved his hand, and Mjolnir flew automatically into his grasp. Loki, now let's have a good talk. Thor immediately unleashed his most powerful thunder, planning to have a serious discussion with the opponent using physical methods. At the same time, the destroyer also unleashed intense energy beams, colliding with Thor's thunder. The attacks from both sides clashed. Chapter 345. Boring daily life. Steve Rogers is currently living in Karl's villa. Since he is a deceased person, he does not have a public identity, not even a good one within S.H.I.E.L.D. A significant portion of the higher-ups do not recognize Steve Rogers as Captain America. In their view, only dead heroes are considered heroes. What about someone who has come back to life? A bear? Isn't that just slapping themselves in the face? Therefore, those people do not want to give Steve Rogers an identity. They just want him to disappear quickly to avoid internal chaos. After all, a hero suddenly appearing in front of those who admire heroes will naturally attract their attention. Moreover, Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and has nearly penetrated the entire country. As Steve Rogers' old adversaries, they naturally advocate for the idea that this former hero has returned in such capacity. They even wanted to secretly prevent Steve Rogers' resurrection. However, unfortunately, Rod's surgery could not fail, and no assassins could infiltrate Karl's villa. After testing twice with no results, they gave up on assassination and turned to pressuring S.H.I.E.L.D. They initially thought that Nick Fury would back down and exile Steve Rogers, and if lucky, even imprison him. But unfortunately, Nick Fury not only did not fear them, but also wanted to restore Steve Rogers' identity. Nick Fury was then scolded and punished by his superiors. As for Steve Rogers, he had no choice but to stay at Karl's place. However, he was not staying for free. He could still do household chores, which relieved Until a lot since she usually did them herself. Moreover, Until did not allow Karl to hire other maids. In her eyes, she was the only maid for Karl, and she would never allow anyone else to take that position, not even cleaning staff. It was truly unexpected how quickly the world had changed. The technology that did not exist in my time is now everywhere, and there are so many mutants, aliens, and even mutants. I never thought that while I was asleep, the world would become so chaotic. After finishing cleaning, Steve Rogers took off his apron and sat on the sofa, ready to watch TV. Cleaning this villa was very easy for him. He didn't have to exert much effort. Until was reading beside him. When she saw Steve Rogers preparing to play some soap operas, she immediately put on her headphones to listen to music and continued reading. There was no way around it. Steve Rogers knew too little about this era. Besides reading to understand cutting-edge knowledge, he mostly relied on TV dramas and evening news to learn about the world. As for restoring his body, he did not need to worry at all. Rod's surgery had completely restored his body. Now he just needed to practice boxing every night to maintain his fighting experience. However, his physical condition was indeed quite good. Karl had simply tested his physical fitness, which was approximately between C and B level, with some minor fluctuations, but not significant. This was the effect of the super soldier gene serum, which was truly remarkable. Therefore, Rod extracted a bit of cells from him for research. Karl planned to mass-produce this serum for sale to enhance the physical fitness of ordinary people, which is why he did this. In addition to extracting Steve Rogers' genes, Karl also studied his own genes, Rod's genes, and Until's genes. However, ultimately, only Steve Rogers' genes conformed to normal human genetics and could produce the serum. Their own genes were simply too exaggerated and easily. Chapter 346. Loki appears in the city square. A man in armor was holding a golden scepter high, looking disdainfully at the crowd before him. Everyone kneeled down. The man in the horned armor summoned several clones, surrounding all the people present. The ordinary people were terrified, completely unaware of who this person was or what he intended to do. They held their heads in panic, but no one kneeled. They just stared at the strange man with fearful eyes. I said, "Kneel down," with a furious shout from the man. The scepter in his hand erupted with a dazzling light. In an instant, all the cars around exploded, with not a single one spared. Fortunately, there was no one inside those cars. After showcasing his power, all the people present hurriedly covered their heads and knelt down, although they did not understand what was happening. This man was undeniably too bizarre. Moreover, the abilities he displayed clearly exceeded human comprehension. This reminded them of the scene when Karl went berserk against the Abomination and Hulk, making him feel godlike and terrifying. Loki smiled, looking down at the crowd before him, and said with a laugh, "Isn't this how it should be? You Midgardians are naturally meant to be this way. This is a truth that humanity has not seen through. The temptation of freedom has deprived you of your desire to be enslaved. You are inherently meant to be this way. Being enslaved will bring you joy. It is your heartfelt desire. You madly chase power and status. Your goal is to desire to enslave others while also being enslaved by others, isn't it? This is the true you, deeply ingrained in your bones. In your DNA is the unshakable desire to be enslaved. Therefore, you will eventually submit to your rulers. And I am your new ruler. I am a god from the heavens. The god you speak of, Loki. You will submit to me, surrender to me, willingly become my most loyal servant." So, Loki was delivering his speech, the gem on the scepter emitting a faint glow. It was obvious he was using the mind scepter to brainwash all the humans present. But just as he was about to finish, an elderly man with white hair stood up. He was the old man from the original story. He did not yield to Loki's tyranny or fall for his twisted logic. He stood up trembling and loudly countered Loki. "You are wrong. We are born to be free. No one can enslave us. No one. Not even leaders can enslave us. Humans are inherently free and equal beings. I've seen many shameless people like you, so I'm not afraid of you." The old man's words caught Loki's attention. He turned around and saw the trembling old man, his shaking body, and his determined gaze. Then Loki glanced at the mind scepter and smiled slightly. "Sir, interrupting someone else's speech is not a good habit. But you are quite interesting, so let's add some fun to this show, shall we?" Loki's smile widened crazily, and if it weren't for his helmet, his expression would likely have twisted. "No matter what you do, I will not be afraid of you. I'm already half in the grave. Even if you kill me, it won't matter." The old man's body still trembled, but his tone was even more resolute than before, and his gaze grew increasingly firm. Seeing the old man unafraid of death, Loki's eyes turned sinister, and he aimed the tip of the mind scepter at the old man before him. "In that case, let me fulfill your wish." Chapter 347. The Cowardice of Loki. Just as Natasha and the others returned to us, Karl had already brought Loki to his villa. Rowan and Dur looked at Loki, whom Karl had carried back, with curious and puzzled expressions. "Karl, isn't he that Asgardian god from before? Why'd you bring him back? Is he planning to invade Earth?" "Ro, you guessed right this time. He really is planning to invade Earth. But if he does, it doesn't really concern us. I just want him here for an experiment," Karl said, tossing Loki to the ground. "You despicable bastards. Who do you think you are to treat me like this? I am a god. Do you even know what you've done?" Loki's eyes flashed with a blue light, and he spoke arrogantly. Clearly, his current state was a bit off. Loki was overly excited at that moment. He had encountered Karl before and knew that Karl had the power to easily defeat the Destroyer. Normally, Loki would never dare to yell at Karl, especially without the mind scepter present. This could only mean one thing. Loki was under control. Moreover, the person controlling him was very powerful, capable of manipulating Loki's consciousness even from a distance. However, this also created a flaw. If Loki sustained serious injuries or faced any mental attacks, it would be easy for this control to be broken. Therefore, Karl planned to let Endur give it a try. If her singing could restore someone under mental control, then Endur wouldn't have to worry about Professor X and others. Although Karl was there to protect Endur, he couldn't always stay by her side. Ro's strength could protect her, but mental attacks were harder to defend against. That's why Karl thought of conducting this experiment, to see if Endur's abilities could clear such mental control. After learning about Karl's plan, Endur didn't hesitate and started singing. A simple song followed, and Loki's eyes returned to normal. He looked confusedly at Karl, Endur, and Ro, feeling a chill run down his spine. I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me?" Loki's cowardly demeanor looked quite amusing. Now, he had returned to normal, completely lacking the previous excitement. Loki was fully aware of his earlier actions because controlling the mind does not erase memories. He knew exactly what he had done and had offended everyone on Earth. However, this did not concern Loki, as he had never regarded Earth's inhabitants highly, whether he was under control or not. What worried him now was how Karl would treat him. Loki knew very well that Karl was someone who could easily defeat the Destroyer with one hand, and he was no match for Karl. Even if he used illusions, Karl would see through them. The evidence was clear from their encounter in the small town. "Loki, I'm giving you a chance now. Do you want to join me in some biological research? In Haven T, you always wanted power? I can give you that. But there's a condition. You must pledge your loyalty to me, Karl said with a smirk, offering Loki a choice. To be honest, although Loki was a traitor, he was also a very good subordinate. He was adaptable and could go with the flow, but once he truly committed, he could be a completely trustworthy teammate. The main point was that Loki had great potential. His strength was not weak, but he just preferred close combat. If he was truly willing to join, Karl would definitely force him to overcome this flaw and continue practicing magic. Chapter 348. Goodbye. Thor. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, shrouded in mist. Although it was nighttime, the thick layer of dark clouds was visible to the naked eye. Most importantly, a massive bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds and struck Karl's courtyard, causing him great displeasure. Upon seeing the lightning, Loki cowardly hid behind Karl, seeking assistance. Ro, go teach him a lesson. Tell him not to be so arrogant, Karl said, somewhat annoyed. He knew it was Thor who had arrived, but the entrance was just too ostentatious. Karl didn't mind Thor visiting, but if he had come through normal means, that would have been fine. Instead, he had used the thunder of his hammer to bring himself here. However, Karl forgot that at this time, the Bifrost was still under repair, so Thor had to use his hammer to reach Earth. But Karl didn't care about that. When Thor landed, Ro immediately rushed up, activating his ruse stance and slashing at Thor with a knife. Seeing the sudden attack, Thor did not hesitate and summoned lightning to clash with Ro's attack. However, without exception, the lightning was cleaved in two by Ro's strike. Thor reacted quickly, bringing his hammer in front of him to avoid being cut in half. However, from the corner of his eye, Thor noticed the situation around him. He had landed here following Heimdall's guidance and hadn't initially noticed who was present. But when he saw Karl and Ro, he was taken aback. Wait, I'm not here to fight, Thor immediately explained, clearly not wanting to battle Ro. It was well known that Thor had been defeated by Karl back in the small town. His previous encounter with Ro had also been a disaster due to not being able to gauge Ro's abilities accurately. Now, although Thor was the god of thunder, he was not Ro's opponent. If he could get his hands on the Stormbreaker, he might have a chance to surpass Ro's current strength. But that was a matter for later. At this moment, Thor was simply no match for Ro, even though his hammer was a divine weapon and wouldn't be easily damaged. But Ro's swordsmanship was formidable, and Thor was not a contender. Therefore, he didn't want to fight Ro. However, Ro did not heed Thor's words and went on a rampage. Thus, Thor was defeated by Ro, looking quite battered and bruised. Only a few scorch marks appeared on Ro's clothing, indicating the damage Thor had inflicted. It was clear that Thor had gained some strength since his last visit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to harm Ro at all. During their last battle, Thor had exerted all his strength and still couldn't even scratch Ro. But now he had managed to damage Ro's clothing. It was evident that Thor's abilities had significantly improved in such a short time, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Thor, tell me your purpose for coming here. Although we are friends, you can't just smash up my courtyard like this, Karl said with a smile, pointing to the surrounding mess. Thor looked at the damaged ground and flowers, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Whatever you want. I'll compensate you later, Thor said quite boldly. Karl smiled slightly and pulled Loki out. I want him. What do you think? Loki, being held in the air by Karl with one hand, awkwardly touched his nose and waved at Thor. Dear brother, how have you been lately? Loki, I finally found you. Hurry back with me. Father and mother miss you very much. And don't mess with the Tesseract anymore. Let us take it back together. Thor rushed forward to give Loki a bear hug, but Karl stepped forward, pushing Loki back a bit. Thor, answer my earlier question. I want him. Do you agree? Disagree? Loki protested. Chapter 349. The Early Invasion of the Chitauri. Master Thanos, I have lost my mental link with Loki, and he was struck by a mental force not weaker than my own. Although we are quite far apart, anyone with slightly stronger mental power can break my mind control. But I can also sense the level of the opponent's mental power. Clearly, this person's mental strength is not much weaker than mine, which means our plan has been exposed. A graceful woman was kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise her head. In front of her, there was a massive throne floating in midair. On the throne sat a man clad in armor with purple skin, deep in thought. Has the plan failed? Not yet. The Mind Stone has been recovered by a group of humans. They are now influenced by it, and soon they should turn against each other. The Tesseract has also not been found by the humans, but now that Loki is under control, they will likely retrieve the Tesseract soon. Then, you will lead the Chitauri army to attack Earth. Is that clear, my loyal servant, Superstar? Thanos raised his head to look at the woman kneeling before him. Superstar lifted her head, her expression proud. I will not fail you. I will help you conquer Earth. Conquering is one thing. What I need is for you to take the lead. Earth is guarded by Odin and the Ancient One. I do not wish to provoke them just yet. So, you only need to scout for any other defensive powers on Earth besides them. And remember, do not engage those two old immortals. Return safely to me. Understood, my lord. Superstar nodded and stood up to leave. After she departed, Thanos waved his hand. The other 4 members of the Black Order knelt before him. You 4, listen carefully. We will be searching for the Power Stones next. Leave the matters on Earth to Superstar for now. Just follow me. Understood, my lord. At the same time, on Earth, at the top of Stark Industries, a man was tinkering with a device that looked very futuristic and sci-fi. This man was the scientist who had previously been abducted by Loki. He had been brainwashed by the Mind Stone and had yet to recover, so he was still firmly executing the order to open a portal. However, at this moment, Karl and the others had arrived. Thor was the first to reach the location and stopped his actions. Karl, along with Loki, arrived shortly after. They all looked at the device, puzzled, as they could not understand why such a complicated device was needed. The energy contained in the Tesseract was immense. Even without using this device, it could still open a portal to allow the Chitauri to descend onto Earth. Loki also reacted, his expression changing slightly as he sensed something was off. Thor smashed the device with a hammer, then took the Tesseract in hand, preparing to recover it. He pulled out a special device to store the Tesseract. But before he could secure it, Karl snatched it away. Karl, what are you doing? Karl played with the device in his hand before tossing it into his dimensional storage bag. Thor, don't sweat the small stuff. The main concern is that the portal has already opened, and it wasn't opened using the Tesseract. The other side must have also mastered the method to open a portal. Chapter 350. 2 gems in hand at the same time, Karl arrived at S.H.I.L.D., conveniently capturing Agent Barton, who was planning to invade S.H.I.L.D. Loki knew where Barton was at this moment, so he effortlessly brought him back and then applied physical contact, mind control. It must be said that Loki's method of using the Mind Stone was quite crude. He could only alter a person's surface consciousness and could not penetrate deep into the brain. However, this cannot be blamed on Loki, as he was also under control at the time and unable to utilize all the powers of the Mind Stone. Even if Loki were not controlled, given his current strength, he likely wouldn't be much better off. He also had no way to exert the full power of the Mind Stone. The stronger a person's mental power, the more they could leverage the abilities of the Mind Stone. Loki's mental power was not particularly strong, so he simply couldn't tap into the power of the Mind Stone. However, when Karl obtained the Mind Stone, he felt a strange power within the scepter trying to control his thoughts. But this power was very weak, and with Karl's current A-level mental power, he could completely ignore it. Karl, you can't take this. It belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Melinda, who was responsible for guarding it, did not stop Karl when she saw him enter. She knew that Karl could move around freely within S.H.I.E.L.D., and no one had the right to stop him. But when Melinda saw Karl intending to take the Mind Stone, she could no longer hold back. Although she knew that what she was doing was dangerous and could easily provoke Karl, she did not want such a dangerous item to leave S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control. Agent Melinda, right? Karl tilted his head and glanced at her. Melinda nodded and continued to try to stop Karl from taking the Mind Stone. She was very nervous, fearing that Karl might take action against her, but she did not express any hostility towards him. Melinda didn't even draw her weapon. Otherwise, Karl wouldn't be so calm in his speech. It's more unsafe for this thing to stay here. Just look at Barton and you'll understand. This thing can subtly influence your minds and lead you to turn against each other. Barton is unconscious right now because of this, but he has already been cured by me, and once he wakes up, it will be fine. If you don't want everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. to be affected by the Mind Stone, then don't stop me here. What you should be doing is stopping those Chitauri from invading Earth. And please relay to Black Egg that I've also taken the Tesseract. It's best for me to manage such things for now. If he wants it, let him come to my villa in person. When I feel like it, maybe I'll let him use it. Karl briefly explained and then bypassed Melinda, disappearing within S.H.I.L.D. Melinda was left in shock. She was currently in the core warehouse of S.H.I.L.D. and could not see what was happening outside. So she had no idea that Earth was being invaded by aliens at that moment. Just after Karl left, Steve Rogers found her. The internal signals of S.H.I.E.L.D. have been cut off. Melinda, quickly take that scepter. Wait, where's the scepter? Steve Rogers looked at the empty stand, bewildered. Melinda, feeling a bit helpless, recounted Karl's visit. Upon hearing Melinda's words, Steve Rogers sighed and then looked at Nick Fury beside him. Director Fury, what should we do next? What else can we do? You all need to mobilize and stop these aliens. As for the scepter, it's actually safer in Karl's hands than anyone else's, provided he doesn't have any ulterior motives against us. Chapter 351. The arrival of the superstar on the rooftop of the terrace. Karl and Gu-Yi were in standoff. There was some Chitauri appearing around them, but they were quickly eliminated by the two. These Chitauri stood no chance against them, not even lasting a single move. Previously, Gu-Yi might have engaged in a few simple exchanges with them to study their attack methods, but now she needed to deal with Karl and was too lazy to bother with the Chitauri. Now, any Chitauri that dared to approach Gu-Yi would self-destruct in an instant. This was Gu-Yi's power. Even without lifting a finger, she could unleash the full extent of her magical abilities. The same was true for Karl. A thin barrier of air surrounded him. Whenever a Chitauri appeared behind him, it would trigger this barrier and shatter it. After a while of standoff, Karl finally spoke up. There was no way around it. Gu-Yi's vigilance was just too high. Gu-Yi, I'm here to discuss something with you. The time stone is absolutely out of the question. You don't have the ability to control the time stone. As for the space stone and the mind stone, that's not my concern, but I advise you not to use them. Once you become addicted to such power, it will only backfire on you. It will harm both others and yourself. Before Karl could finish speaking, Gu-Yi interrupted him, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, he could understand her feelings. After all, he was an outsider, and to Gu-Yi, he was like an invader. The Earth was her territory, and of course, she wouldn't treat Karl kindly. All right, since we can't discuss the time stone, let's talk about Thanos. That should be fine, right? Do you know Thanos? Gu-Yi frowned it, while Karl shrugged and pointed to a not very large rift in the sky. I don't know, but that doesn't mean I won't go back and learn about him. I know that Thanos, because of you and Odin, doesn't dare to descend directly onto Earth. That's why he's sending these aliens to scout Earth and see its strength. This method is quite old-fashioned, but very practical. The only drawback is that it wastes a lot of troops. However, given the current situation, these expendable alien cannon fodder might very well drag down the entire Earth defense system and these superheroes. As Karl spoke, he continued to watch the show. He didn't intend to take action directly. Gu-Yi shook her head and then looked at a certain spaceship in the sky. This matter should be left to S.H.I.L.D. to handle themselves, and Thor is here too. They'll figure out a way to deal with these invaders. Unless they really can't handle it, I have no need to step in. Gu-Yi strongly agreed with Karl's viewpoint. She also wouldn't act easily, as doing so would make others rely on her, which would be detrimental to their growth. However, Karl didn't share Gu-Yi's thoughts. He simply didn't want to fight. Is that a superstar? Suddenly, Gu-Yi seemed to see something, her expression showing surprise. Thanos really sent someone. I can't let his people discover me. With that, she probably opened a portal and made her escape. Seeing Gu-Yi run off like that, Karl was left speechless. She runs really fast. I originally wanted to chat with you about the other Infinity Stones, but you just ran off like that. How boring. With a sigh, Karl took out a bag of snacks, ready to continue watching the show. But at that moment, the oddly shaped spaceship in the sky suddenly headed straight for him. Chapter 354. Receiving Rewards. 3 days later. In the S.H.I.L.D. conference room, Nick Fury and others were present, discussing compensation issues. Because of Tony Stark, who almost got killed by a nuclear bomb, he refused to accept any normal compensation, not even an apology. No matter how much Nick Fury tried to persuade him, he absolutely would not accept it, even if pressure was applied from above. For some reasons, the current Tony Stark had already mastered technology that surpassed the original story, which gave him a lot of confidence. Coupled with other factors, he didn't worry at all about how others could affect him. This confident attitude made him seem very difficult to deal with. So they could only compensate him with some rare materials. However, besides him, others were much easier to negotiate with. Steve Rogers didn't need any compensation. He only needed to join S.H.I.L.D., and then he would voluntarily give up any claims for compensation. This is the spirit of the captain, which even Nick Fury and Natasha had to admire. However, this noble spirit also earned Tony Stark's disdain. As for Dr. Banner, he only needed Natasha to say a few good words to him, allowing him to continue his research. This way, Bruce Banner became quiet. However, the situation regarding Thor and Loki was currently difficult to resolve. These two did not go to Shenzhen at all. They were even unwilling to join the superhero organization formed by the S.H.I.L.D. The Avengers had already fallen apart before it even started. Currently, Only Natasha and Barton agreed to join the Avengers. Even Steve Rogers hesitated, worrying that this organization might have adverse effects on the world. So the current situation was not very optimistic for Nick Fury and others. At the same time, inside Karl's villa, Thor was trying to persuade Karl to return the Tesseract. According to Thor, the Tesseract did not belong to Midgard, which is Earth. The Tesseract was under the control of Asgard, and Thor's mission this time, besides taking Loki away, was also to retrieve the Tesseract. Thor naturally could not easily leave the Tesseract behind. Even though it was already in Karl's hands, he had to try to get it back. Karl, you already have the Mind Stone. You can completely give me the Tesseract. This thing is of no use to you. It's a waste for you to keep it. Just hand it over to me. Furthermore, regarding Loki, I need to take him back for now. Once my matters are settled, I will send him back immediately. What do you think? Thor knew Karl's power, so he didn't dare to be aggressive. He could only speak to Karl in this negotiating tone. Otherwise, he genuinely worried that Loki might encounter some danger, especially since Loki was currently in Karl's hands. Loki, what are your thoughts? Do you want to go back with Thor, or do you want to stay here with me? I must clarify that I will not obstruct your actions, nor will I control your behavior. However, I need to inform you that after your failure in this matter, Thanos might have already set his sights on you. Odin is old, and Thor's strength is quite average. Given the current power of Asgard, if Thanos truly wants to cause you trouble, do you think you can escape? Hearing Karl's words, Loki paused. Chapter 355. Odin's Fury. Damn it. What did you do to me? After a moment, Thor finally reacted, realizing he had been caught in an illusion. But he couldn't understand how it had happened. Even Loki couldn't have made him fall into such a state of complete inaction. Karl shook his head and did not explain. He simply pointed to the large door beside him and smiled. Indil, Ro, see our guest out. Got it, Master Brother. At your command, Lord Karl. Indil and Ro stepped forward, smiling broadly at Thor. Thor wanted to resist, but he found himself filled with fear every time he faced Karl since falling under the illusion. Now he somewhat understood why Hulk was so terrified of Karl. This was a suppression that came from the depths of the mind. Ordinary people wouldn't possess such abilities. Lord Karl, no need to be so formal. Just call me Master. Master? Loki's mouth twitched, but he still managed to say it. Karl appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly pleased. Getting Loki to call him Master was a small bit of malicious fun for Karl. Although Loki felt extremely awkward and even a bit nauseous, he had no choice but to continue down this path. After all, it was a road he had chosen himself. He wouldn't regret his choice, knowing full well that if Odin truly died, Thanos could easily destroy Asgard. Moreover, as long as Loki stayed in Asgard, he would give Thanos a reason to invade, which was also why he was reluctant to go back. However, what puzzled Loki even more was why Karl's illusions were stronger than any he had ever seen. Even Thor had unknowingly fallen victim and experienced such intense fear. After hesitating for a moment, Loki finally voiced his question. Do you want to learn? Yes, Master, I want to learn. And I also want to know, what exactly did you make my brother Thor see? Nothing much. I just trapped him in an illusion and killed him about 500,000 or 600,000 times. On average, he probably died tens of thousands of times per second. After all, in the illusion I created, time is something I can freely adjust. Since you want to learn, why not experience it yourself first? I can't explain much more, as you wouldn't understand. As he spoke, Karl created a relatively light illusion, allowing Loki to immerse himself in it. Loki didn't even have time to prepare and found himself frozen in place, completely caught up in the illusion. Karl decided to leave him there for half an hour before releasing him. With his abilities, he shouldn't get lost so easily. After all, he had merely turned him into a sheep, battling wits with a gray wolf. Just as Karl was talking to himself, Indil bounced back, linking her arm with Karl's. Ro hadn't returned. He was outside, tending to the flowers. Karl's observation hockey allowed him to see everything clearly. Master Brother, is there anything else tonight? Indil had picked up this way of addressing him from somewhere, and it always gave Karl goosebumps. How about some chicken for dinner? Sure. Father, this is the situation. Loki is under Karl's control. The Space Stone and the Mind Stone are both in his hands. I am no match for him. Moreover, he uses a particularly strange illusion that even I can't detect and I. Chapter 356. Confronting Odin. At night, while Karl and the others were having dinner, a rainbow bridge suddenly appeared in the villa's courtyard. However, the person emerging from this rainbow bridge was not only Thor, but also another man dressed in armor and wielding a long spear. This man was none other than Odin, the king of the gods from legend. The moment he appeared here, all the powerful beings on Earth sensed his presence as if by instinct. No one expected Odin to personally descend to Earth, but they did not take the initiative to confront him. They all understood that as long as Odin was alive, he was the strongest in the 9 realms, without a doubt. Even Ancient One might not be Odin's opponent in his prime. However, if Ancient One used the Time Stone, it would be uncertain. After all, Odin rarely relied on the powers of the stones. His strength came solely from his own abilities. How surprising. I didn't expect Odin to come to Earth personally. It seems that human is quite remarkable. However, judging by this appearance, Odin doesn't have much time left. Lucifer, how are you considering my suggestion? As long as you nod in agreement, we can immediately divide the entire hell and share all the beliefs on Earth. Mephisto could observe everything happening on the surface from hell. However, what he could see was very vague. Forget about that. I have no interest in dividing hell. Compared to hell, I prefer to play in the mortal world. That world is truly a place of indulgence, far better than this broken hell. A man in a suit with a sexy stubble glanced disdainfully at the elderly-looking Mephisto, showing his contempt. Look at you, an old gentleman. That style is so outdated. Lucifer, I don't need you to say anything, but are you really not going to agree? Such a good opportunity will never come again. Mephisto squinted, while Lucifer shrugged and casually drew a magic circle, disappearing into hell. The corners of Mephisto's mouth lifted slightly. His eyes were shrouded in a mysterious glint. But it was clear that what he had just said about dividing hell was not sincere at all. Odin actually came? Kamartaj, the sanctum of sorcerers. Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One did not expect Odin to personally descend to Earth to find trouble with Karl. Although she possessed the Time Stone, it did not mean she would peer into the future every day through it. Therefore, Odin's arrival indeed exceeded her expectations. Without any hesitation, Ancient One opened a portal and arrived in Karl's courtyard. Odin, you should not have come to Earth. Sorceress Ancient One, you cannot stop me. As the king of the gods, I must take my son away, and the cosmic cube should not be kept by humans. They do not have the qualifications to safeguard something that contains endless power. Odin saw Ancient One, but did not pay her any mind. Instead, he fixed his intense gaze on Karl. You are Odin, right? Karl paused for a moment while looking at him, then turned his gaze to Loki, who was bowing his head and silent behind him. Loki, I'll ask you again, do you want to go back and implicate your family? I want to go back, but I don't want to involve them. Loki nodded, but immediately shook his head again. Loki, I didn't expect you to be so weak. Even if Thanos really comes after my death, with all the power of Asgard, we can resist him. Besides, Thor is growing. I believe he will one day become stronger than I am. Your current behavior shows that you do not trust him, and even less trust me. Odin was somewhat angry. Chapter 357. Transaction. After hearing Karl's words, Odin fell silent. He knew that what Karl said was true. Thor and Loki had no idea how many enemies Asgard had. All they saw was the prosperous and strong Asgard. In their eyes, Odin was the revered king of the gods, the strongest in the 9 realms. However, they were unaware that Odin's title as the king of the gods was born out of bloodshed, which had attracted a large number of enemies. These enemies might not dare to act against Odin, but once he was dead, it would be a different story. They weren't afraid of Thor and Loki because the two were simply too inexperienced. Especially Hel, the goddess of death. She was Odin's own daughter and inherited his ruthless strength. Although Hel's power was not inferior to Odin's, Odin was unable to kill her. This meant that no matter what, Loki and Thor could never be Hel's match. If Hel broke free from her seal, Asgard would face a catastrophic disaster. There was a high chance that Thor and Loki would die at her hands. This was one of Odin's greatest fears. How do you know all this? Why do you know it so clearly? Odin dispersed his killing intent and retracted Gungnir. He understood that this human from another world might be more troublesome than the Ancient One. The Ancient One sighed in relief when she saw that Odin had no intention of attacking and quietly took a step back. She was only here to mediate. As long as the two of them did not fight, it would not affect the Earth, and what they planned to do afterward was none of her concern. However, to prevent them from fighting over other issues, the Ancient One decided to wait a little longer before leaving. At this moment, Karl also retracted his Conqueror's Haki, casually waving his hand to move 3 sofas out of the room. Who I am is not important, because you're not my main focus. If it weren't for my belief in Loki's talent, I wouldn't have kept him by my side. As for the Tesseract, it is one of the materials I need to create a time machine, so I must obtain it. Besides the Tesseract, I also need the other Infinity Stones as raw materials. Karl said as he sat down on one of the sofas, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. He had brought out 3 sofas, clearly intending for everyone to sit down and discuss calmly. Karl believed that his strength was not weak, and he might not necessarily lose even against Odin. However, Gungnir was an incredibly sinister weapon. The legendary Gungnir had a property of hitting its target without fail. Once thrown, it would never miss, and even if it did not strike the heart, it would not return to its master. Moreover, the divine power Odin had just unleashed was actually on par with Karl's Conqueror's Haki. The only difference was that the Conqueror's Haki appeared more shocking, making it seem like Karl had the upper hand. But he understood that he was merely overwhelming Odin in terms of momentum. If a fight broke out, it was uncertain who would win. Thus, Karl's principle was to avoid fighting if possible. Besides, battling an old man wouldn't be glorious even if he won. Oomph. Do you think I would believe whatever you say? Although I am old, that does not mean I am confused. Odin glanced at the sofas behind him, and although he showed reluctance, he still sat down. He knew that Karl did not want to engage in battle with him, and he was also well aware that if it came to a fight, he couldn't be sure he could defeat Karl. Chapter 358 Departure. Gui. What world does this Karl come from? You can see the multiverse dimensions. Can't you see where he comes from? The power this person uses is not any kind from the 9 realms, completely different from any power I have encountered. It is truly unimaginable how vast this world is and where he emerged from. Odin sighed. Earlier, he put on a tough demeanor in front of Karl, which is the attitude he has towards outsiders. Gu is an old acquaintance, so he certainly does not need to keep a stern face and put on an act here. I can't see it either, but based on my guess, he seems to come from outside our world. In other words, there are also other worlds outside of our world, because the world he is in does not have any extraterrestrial planets, nor does it have other star systems, which is completely different from our world. Therefore, I boldly speculate that he comes from other worlds outside, which is why he seems so out of place in our world. However, judging by his habits, there doesn't seem to be much difference between their world and ours. You have a point. There is indeed this possibility. By the way, Thor, after spending so much time with him, have you made any other discoveries? Me? Hearing Odin's inquiry, Thor was stunned for a moment, then recalled everything that had happened between him and Karl. However, after thinking for a moment, he came up with nothing and could only shake his head helplessly. I can't see anything. His habits are not much different from those of the people of Midgard. Even his 2 servants are the same, except they occasionally speak a language I don't understand. Upon hearing Thor's words, Gu and Odin's eyes lit up as they exchanged glances. What's wrong? Are you interested in the language of my world? Karl, timing his return perfectly, pretended to just hear Thor's words and casually sat down on the sofa. In his hand, he had a reinforcement potion. This is an experimental product created by Law. However, this experimental product is still in development, and currently, it is lacking a test subject. So Karl's plan is simple. He wants Odin to inject it on the spot, while Law records the data upstairs. He doesn't need to come down. With his observation Haki and the already activated room, he can clearly record Odin's bodily changes. However, Law's room is very discreet. Even Gu, and Odin did not notice that he had unknowingly activated it. This is the peculiarity of the Devil Fruit. After all, the ability of the Devil Fruit is similar to that of a power of Laws, possessing absolute attributes, which is why it is so exaggerated. However, Karl did not directly hand the potion to Odin, but planned to probe the situation first to see what the other party wanted to do. Thus, the 3 of them casually chatted for a while, and Karl also spoke the language of the Pirate King world. Odin and Gu have strong learning abilities, and within 10 minutes, they learned about 70 to 80% of it. As long as they are given a day to practice, they will be able to master the language and script of the Blue Sea proficiently. Although the characters in the anime are in the language of the Neon Country, the real Pirate King world has its own independent language system. If it weren't for relying on the system, Karl would not have been able to learn this language. After satisfying their curiosity, Odin and Gu began to discuss serious matters. Karl wants to leave the universe. Chapter 360, Lucifer. When Karl's observation Haki detected the presence of someone outside, he immediately put down his tablet and used his void walking ability to appear outside the villa. Indiel, come back. Karl grabbed Indiel's hand and pulled her back. At that moment, Indiel snapped out of her daze and, feeling some fear, clutched Karl's arm. Master brother, a devil. He just tried to tempt me. Indiel's anger was mixed with fear, clearly shaken by the encounter. The feeling of being controlled while still being aware was very unpleasant. This also made Indiel understand why those with strong mental powers were so despised. Fortunately, Indiel's ability only allowed her to communicate with animals and non-human beings, rather than forcibly controlling their thoughts. Otherwise, she would feel somewhat disgusted by her own powers. As for her charm ability, it was purely a fruit ability enhancement, along with her own qualities and beautiful singing voice, which emitted a passive ability. Those enchanted would not lose their self-awareness. They would simply become infatuated with Indiel, and it wouldn't affect their normal lives. nor would they be forcibly controlled by her. However, it couldn't be ruled out that some fervent fans might be controlled by Indiel. If anyone were to blame, it would have to be those people whose minds were too fragile, shattering a mere touch. Therefore, Indiel was also very resistant to such strong-minded mental ability users. Were you really? Although Karl didn't know who the man in the suit with a sexy little mustache was, he could sense a very peculiar aura emanating from him. This aura was easy to become addicted to, and those with low mental strength could easily be manipulated by him. This aura made Karl feel a hint of threat. Karl was certain that this person's strength was definitely not weaker than that of Ancient One and Odin. So far, the only ones who posed a threat to Karl were those two. However, he did not recognize the person in front of him, nor had he ever seen him in the original work. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lucifer. This is my exclusive name on Earth. However, I have another name that I don't particularly like, because it represents my dark past and a certain person I prefer not to mention. But for the sake of explanation, I think I should mention it. Lucifer smiled slightly, opened his mouth to speak, but Karl interrupted him with a question. You are the fallen angel, the king of devils. Satan? Karl frowned and spoke that name. He was baffled as to why the Marvel Universe would feature the demon king Satan. This being was capable of arm wrestling with God. It was indeed suspicious for him to appear here. Damn it, my carefully prepared self-introduction was interrupted by you. If it were up to my temper, I would definitely tear you apart. But I quite like the title king of devils you mentioned, so I decided to spare you this time. Lucifer smiled, revealing what he believed to be a charming grin, and stepped forward to approach Karl. But at that moment, Hades, which was at Karl's waist, suddenly shot out of its sheath and landed in Karl's hand. Karl could feel Hades' angry emotions. Clearly, she did not like Lucifer. What is going on with this sword? Does it have a consciousness of its own? And why does it have such a disgusting aura? Lucifer took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with disgust. Chapter 361. Sorry, you're not qualified. Option 1. Agree to cooperate with Lucifer, gain Lucifer's friendship, and obtain a Hell Pass. Hell Pass. You can move freely in Hell, ignoring the miasma of Hell, and non-intelligent demons will not actively attack you. Option 2. Refuse to cooperate. You will miss Lucifer's invitation, but you can gain 3 skill points to allocate freely. Option 3. Defeat Lucifer's true form within 10 days. Make him your subordinate, and unify the power of Hell. Upon success, you will gain the power of the entire Hell. All 3 options are quite good. The rewards for the first and second options are not much different, just a drizzle. However, the third option made Karl feel like he could give a shot. But through his observation hockey, he glanced at Lucifer and the surrounding environment, feeling that the third option would be hard to accomplish. Karl could sense that the Lucifer in front of him was most likely a clone. The real Lucifer should still be in Hell. To defeat Lucifer, he would need to go to Hell himself. And completing the third option would require Karl to become the Lord of Hell. This means that Karl would have to face not just Lucifer, but all the other Lords of Hell as well, including Mephisto. If this task had a time limit of a year, or even half a year, or even just a month, Karl could take some time to plan. But with only 10 days, it was simply impossible for him. Moreover, he currently didn't even know how to open the entrance to Hell. Although he had the Cosmic Cube, finding the entrance would also take some time. However, the system generally would not issue tasks that were impossible to complete, so it believed that with Karl's strength, he could unify all of Hell within the 10-day limit. This means that the system deemed Karl's strength to be greater than any other Lord of Hell. But Karl didn't want to take that risk, and Hell held no allure for him. He didn't want to become a Lord of Hell. So, after some consideration, Karl directly chose option 2, then used the power of the Tremor fruit to lightly punch forward. In an instant, the surrounding dark space shattered. Lucifer's body was also blown apart by Karl's punch. This situation greatly surprised Lucifer, and at the same time, Karl realized that the Lucifer in front of him was indeed a clone. You actually have the ability to destroy space? How is that possible? A mere human, without the aid of a treasure. How could you have such power? Even Ancient One can only create mirror spaces, but cannot destroy space. Are you even human? Lucifer felt somewhat incredulous and couldn't help but complain. Upon hearing his words, Karl's Mut twitched. He didn't expect Lucifer to insult him by saying he wasn't human right off the bat. How could he tolerate that? Lucifer, I'm sorry, but you are not qualified to discuss cooperation with me. As he spoke, Karl casually threw out a punch. This punch looked light and airy, lacking any power. Lucifer was in the process of reconstituting his body, but he suddenly felt as if his body was being torn apart, feeling very uncomfortable. This situation took him by surprise. But before he could react, his entire being exploded. He shattered like a watermelon dropped on the ground, instantly falling apart, with not a single part remaining intact. However, Lucifer's clone, after the explosion, transformed into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the air. Clearly, the death of a clone could not inflict any damage on him. But it made it clear to Karl. Chapter 362. Hellfire Club. The matters concerning Lucifer and Odin have come to a close. During this time, Karl has been staying in his villa, not going out to cause any trouble. However, his staying in does not mean that no one will come looking for him. Today, Karl was at home, quietly staying put, without any intention of going out. But someone unexpectedly arrived outside, a person he did not anticipate. Who are you? What brings you here? Karl looked at the woman before him, unsure of her purpose for visiting. The woman cast a disdainful glance at Karl, not even acknowledging his words. Behind her, there was another woman. Both women had impressive figures, but their color schemes were completely opposite. The woman in front wore all black, exuding a fierce and queenly aura. In contrast, the woman dressed in white, though also possessing a mature figure and appearance, seemed much more approachable compared to the Black Queen. You barged into my home without permission and didn't say a word. Are you planning to rob me, or are you just going to do it openly? The corners of Karl's mouth curled up slightly as he sat quietly in a nearby chair, silently observing their performance. Indira walked up behind Karl, glaring angrily at the two women, visibly displeased. Ro also entered the courtyard, drawing his weapon, ready for battle at any moment. Don't get me wrong. The Black Queen and I are here just to talk with you. The woman in white was the first to speak, stepping forward and extending her right hand towards Karl. I am the White Queen from the Hellfire Club. This is the Black Queen, who is temporarily considered the leader of the Hellfire Club. We are both mutants, and the Black Queen is also an excellent sorceress. Our purpose for coming here is to ask you if you would like to join our Hellfire Club. And our Hellfire Club only opens its doors to mutants. Since we are all mutants, we naturally want to look out for our fellow kind. And don't believe those people from SHALD, although they claim to protect the rights of mutants. They are the ones who exploit us the most. The tone of the White Queen was filled with disdain for SHILD, but her attitude towards Karl was relatively calm, unlike the Black Queen's aggressive demeanor. At this moment, the Black Queen remained silent, simply wandering around with an air of contempt. It was clear that she did not want to be there, let alone invite Karl to join. However, mutants were already scarce, and Karl's displayed strength had surpassed that of most mutants in the Hellfire Club. Therefore, they did not want to let go of a powerful mutant and had actively sought out Karl, hoping he would join. But Karl was not interested, as he had no knowledge of the Hellfire Club. Although he had read the original comics, he did not know much about the club. He didn't even recognize the two women in front of him. He had some impression of the White Queen, only knowing that her body could transform into a diamond structure, but he was completely unaware of anything else. As for the Black Queen, he did not know her at all. He hadn't even heard of her. After pretending to hesitate for a moment, Karl ultimately shook his head. Sorry, I don't know what the Hellfire Club is, nor do I recognize either of you. I won't be joining you, so please leave. Mr. Karl, please consider this carefully. Our Hellfire Club does not invite just anyone. The White Queen continued, and as a mutant, you wouldn't want to be targeted by those X-Men. Chapter 363. The power of Luo in the villa courtyard. The expressions of the Black Queen and the White Queen were not pleasant. They did not expect that Karl would actually order his subordinates to attack them. Although the Hellfire Club had always been very low-key, it did not mean that they could be treated as insignificant characters. Hee, White Queen, these few trash are left to you. I don't want to dirty my hands. The Black Queen crossed her arms, her eyes filled with disdain. Clearly, she did not take Karl and Luo seriously. The White Queen sighed and then beckoned Karl with her finger. Since you don't want us to leave so easily, then come on. I'm easy to serve. The White Queen's voice was somewhat seductive, but Karl ignored her and gave Luo a look. Luo nodded and immediately expanded the room, his armed color domineering also covering the ghost cry. With you guys, you're not even worthy of making Lord Karl take action. Next, let me show you what the gap is. Luo sneered, then immediately charged at the White Queen. With a flash, the White Queen's body was instantly divided. At this moment, the White Queen was very surprised. She had not reacted at all to the fact that her body had been split. This scene made her subconsciously think that Luo's ability could cooperate with weapons to divide the enemy's body without causing harm. So she didn't take care and directly used her telekinesis to try to heal her body. But this time, Luo did not hold back. Instead, he directly used the command knife to separate the White Queen's two bodies. How is this possible? Feeling her body out of control, completely at Luo's mercy, the White Queen was utterly astonished. She had no idea what Luo's ability was. Meanwhile, seeing this scene, the Black Queen's expression changed dramatically. She immediately used magic to attack Luo. However, Luo's observation haki was not to be underestimated. He had already noticed the Black Queen's movements and prepared to defend in advance. He created a small field, and as the Black Queen's attack approached, he immediately redirected her attack to another area. With a loud explosion, a violent blast erupted in the nearby wasteland. Fortunately, Karl's villa was located in the suburbs, and within a kilometer, there was only his villa, with no other households nearby. Because of this, Karl could use his abilities recklessly here without affecting others. Luo was also aware of this, so he knew exactly what to do. Rune command stick, Luo shouted, once again dashing toward the upper body of the White Queen. I want to let you succeed. Seeing Luo charging at her, the White Queen immediately activated her ability to diamondize her entire body to prevent Luo's attack. But what she didn't know was that this ability was of no use to Luo at all. The room was equivalent to an absolute domain, and currently, only haki could provide defense. As for whether there were other energies that could defend against Luo's ability, even Karl couldn't be certain. After all, until now, Luo had not fought anyone at Odin's level, so no one could determine what kind of power in the Marvel world could block Luo's fruit ability. But at least for now, the White Queen's telekinesis and diamondization could not defend against Luo's attack. Luo easily extracted the White Queen's heart, and he squeezed the heart hard. The White Queen, as if having her entire body electrified, began to roll around madly, separated by dozens of meters between her two halves. Those who didn't know would think Chapter 364. Stalemate. The White Queen did not want to take action against Karl, but she also did not want to offend him directly. Although she and the Black Queen were both part of the Hellfire Club, the organization was very loose, with little discipline to speak of. Additionally, they were not united internally. Most importantly, the Hellfire Club was under the Black Queen's control, but more than half of its members had joined Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants. Although the remaining small fraction had not joined, they were all independent factions with their own agendas. The White Queen was also a member of the Brotherhood and had a long-standing acquaintance with Magneto. Therefore, her visit to Karl was also a matter of interest for the White Queen. The Black Queen had merely heard about the White Queen wanting to recruit new members and was a bit curious, so she followed along. No one expected that the subordinate of the person they wanted to recruit would instantly eliminate the White Queen. This was something the White Queen herself was unaware of. Now, she was surprisingly fighting evenly with the Black Queen, and it even seemed like she had a slight advantage. Most importantly, the Black Queen could teleport, and so could Luo. The Black Queen could fly and manipulate objects from a distance. Luo, using his moonwalk, could also achieve flight, and his fruit powers were more effective at manipulating objects than the Black Queen's. The most crucial point was that the Black Queen's mental attack had no effect on Luo at all. Although Luo's mental power wasn't particularly strong, he could at least withstand the will of Karl, who wielded the Conqueror's haki. The Black Queen's mental attack was only slightly stronger than Luo's Conqueror's haki at most, as it was specifically an attack on the mind. But overall, this technique had no effect on Luo whatsoever. If Professor X were to come over, not to mention Luo, even Jean Grey would probably not be able to withstand his mental power. Only Karl would be immune. However, the Black Queen's mental power was clearly insufficient. Her mental power was at most on par with the White Queen's, which was insignificant. Therefore, the only real threat the Black Queen posed to Luo was her dark magic. However, she could not use dark magic too frequently, as it would cause irreversible damage and could easily attract the attention of the Ancient One. The Ancient One practiced white magic, and she certainly would not stand by and watch someone brazenly use dark magic. Thus, the Black Queen was also concerned about the Ancient One, which is why she was holding back her magic and not using her full strength. This was also a concern for the White Queen. She knew the Black Queen's strength. Even Magneto could not confront her head-on, and only Professor X could control her for a moment in battle. Therefore, she was very worried that Luo might die at the hands of the Black Queen. If that happened, her plan to recruit Karl would be completely ruined. However, Karl did not care. He simply placed his hand over the White Queen's heart, quietly observing the battle between the two in midair. The White Queen saw her heart being toyed within Karl's hand, and her face turned slightly red, her expression also becoming somewhat unusual. She touched her chest, feeling an inexplicable sensation. The more she looked at the person in front of her, the more handsome and charming he seemed. This led to her heart starting to race, and most importantly, the heart was beating in Karl's hand. Karl felt the abnormality in his hand and wondered why the White Queen's heart was beating so fast. However, he did not pay much attention to it, thinking that the White Queen was just a bit nervous. I don't know how strong you think the Black Queen is, but Chapter 366. The obedient two teacher, don't we really need to take a look? The man in the yellow wizard robe asked the bald woman in front of him anxiously. The black magic of the Black Queen has already affected the real world. If we let her continue using it, I'm afraid Dormammu will notice what's going on here and descend again. If Dormammu really comes to Earth, we'll be in trouble. The woman was none other than the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, who had met with Karl earlier in the day. She was sitting calmly on a cushion, completely unconcerned about her disciple's words. Mordo, I know you're worried about Dormammu, but do you think that even without the presence of dark magic, he wouldn't descend to Earth? Many things are already destined. Dormammu will definitely return, and we have been preparing to confront him all along. However, we don't need to deal with the situation on the Black Queen's side. That person will handle it. That person? Teacher, you aren't talking about Karl, are you? He doesn't understand magic. Although he's quite strange and hard to see through, I don't believe his strength can surpass the Black Queen's. And with so many powers of dark magic that can erode the mind, how could an outsider possibly withstand the power of dark magic? Mordo still didn't believe that Karl had the strength to defeat dark magic. But suddenly, he froze. Ancient One smiled and then opened the crystal ball that had been lying on the ground. In an instant, the scene from Karl's side was transmitted. The Black Queen was effortlessly killed, and her heart was extracted by Loki. Most importantly, it seemed that Karl sensed he was being watched and looked around, locking eyes with Ancient One. However, Karl couldn't see who was observing him. He could only sense that someone was spying on him. Seeing this, Ancient One smiled and closed the image in front of her. Now you see, right? I told you before that this person's strength is quite special. Although he seems unremarkable, his power comprises more than half of the power of rules. Even the powers used by his two subordinates belong to the power of rules and possess absolute attributes. Even if their strength isn't very strong, this absolute attribute power is the most troublesome. This is why I have high hopes for him. He could very well become the key to breaking our deadlock in the future. However, he is still in the observation phase, and we must ensure that he won't cause any harm to Earth. Ancient One held Karl and the others in high regard, and after such a long period of observation, her hostility towards Karl had decreased significantly. She had already noticed that Karl's personality was somewhat zen-like. However, this wasn't Karl's original personality. It was merely a character he developed in the world of One Piece. After all, the world of One Piece was already at peace. And since resolving the issue with him, Karl hadn't engaged in any battles until his crossover. Moreover, his goal had always been to create a time-space shuttle, which made him appear a bit zen-like. Nevertheless, Mordo still didn't understand. In his view, Karl was not trustworthy at all because he wasn't from this world. However, he couldn't say such things in front of his teacher, so he had to keep quiet and silently leave. Ancient One watched Mordo leave, shaking her head without saying anything. She then cast a spell again and projected an image from the crystal ball. The scene presented to Ancient One was of Surgeon. This person was none other than the uninjured Strange, who would become Dr. Strange in the future. The time-space had experienced some slight changes. Chapter 367. Feeling wronged, Loki cautiously inquired, and then wiped his face, even conjuring a mirror with magic to see if there was anything on his face. However, after looking for a long time, he found nothing unusual. Instead, his reaction once again amused Indil, and even Karl couldn't help but smile. Only Ro, with his expressionless face, managed to hold it together, but the twitching corners of his mouth clearly revealed his current mood. Loki, stop fooling around. What I mean is for you to figure out how to handle the two of them. Aren't you the second prince of Asgard? You should be quite familiar with this kind of thing, so just take care of it, said Karl. However, these two hearts need to stay here to prevent them from causing trouble again if they get their hearts back. Karl picked up the hearts and gently squeezed them. Both the White Queen and the Black Queen trembled simultaneously, letting out muffled groans and a series of gasps. The sound was incredibly alluring. If there were ordinary people here, they would probably be enchanted by the two of them. Fortunately, Karl and the others, including Loki, were not ordinary people. The deliberately seductive sounds from the two of them had no effect. Is this really okay? Loki still hesitated, while Karl squeezed their hearts again, triggering another round of gasps from the Black Queen and the White Queen. Just go if you're told to. Why so much nonsense? Karl shot Loki an annoyed glance and squeezed again. The White Queen and the Black Queen let out another muffled groan, their bodies trembling once more. However, this time, they were truly a bit angry. They could tolerate being squeezed twice, but to do it again for no reason? Do they have no pride? All right, since it's like this, I'll give it a try. Loki cleared his throat, adjusted his eye armor, and stepped in front of the two of them. You two, kneel down immediately. Standing before you is Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard. I declare as a deity that you two Before he could finish, Loki felt two chilling, murderous intents rushing toward his spine. The Black Queen emanated a wave of shadows, while the White Queen was poised to unleash her telekinesis. If Loki dared to say anything out of line, they would probably act immediately. Both of them were stronger than the current Loki, so if Loki continued to provoke them, he might really get beaten up. However, even if he got beaten, he wouldn't die here. The physical constitution of his guardians was well known. They would easily perish. Nevertheless, Loki was also afraid of being beaten, so he refrained from finishing his sentence, forcing himself to hold it back. Ahem. I command you in the name of the gods to leave this villa and never set foot here again. Moreover, whenever you see Lord Karl, you must come forward and pay your respects. As for your hearts, Lord Karl has said we will not return them. If you wish to take them, be prepared to die. As Loki spoke, his confidence grew stronger. After all, he had Karl backing him up, and more importantly, he was still the second prince of Asgard. His father was King Odin. With these two powerful figures behind him, he really had no reason to be afraid. Therefore, Loki had been a bit unsure of himself earlier, as he genuinely didn't understand why he was feeling scared. Loki, is it? Very well, I remember you. The Black Queen snorted coldly and turned to leave. But just then, she suddenly stopped, her body trembling, and a painful sound escaped her lips. Chapter 368, Magneto. 1,000 miles away from Karl's villa, a fighter jet with the S-H-I-E-L-D emblem landed on the ground. Steve Rogers, Natasha, Barton, and Bruce Banner appeared in front of the White Queen and the Black Queen. Each of them had two small chips attached to their temples, which looked a bit peculiar. However, these small chips were designed to prevent mind control. Isaaki often dealt with mutants and naturally understood how perverse the ability of mind control could be. Compared to more aggressive abilities, mind control was the most powerful. That SYSHIELD developed these chips for defense against it. However, the effectiveness of these chips was limited, providing protection for no more than a day. They were completely ineffective against a telepath of Professor X's caliber. After all, Professor X was the pinnacle of mind control, and currently, apart from Magneto's special material helmet, there was nothing else that could defend against his mind control. But if given some time, Tony Stark might be able to create something. However, Tony Stark was not a member of SHIELD, so there was no reason for him to build anything for them. SHIELD had now established the Avengers, but there were only 4 members. Thor and Tony Stark had not joined, so the only people present were the 4 of them. SHIELD really won't let go. You always have to come and cause trouble for us mutants. I'm really fed up with it. If you really want to maintain world peace, why not just deal with that person instead? A bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Cowards. Trash. The Black Queen had suffered a lot of grievances at Karl's place and was looking for a place to vent. So she directly lashed out at the members of SHIELD, not even waiting for Steve Rogers to speak, and just started ranting. Wait a minute. You seem to have misunderstood something. We are not here representing SHIELD. We are here representing the Avengers, and we don't want to capture you. Rather, that's all nonsense. Don't you just want to imprison us and study us at your leisure? You've played this trick before. If you're coming, at least bring something fresh. Go to hell, SHIELD, trash. The Black Queen was not originally short-tempered, but today, she had endured too much in Karl's presence. Even being taken out in one move. That alone would have been tolerable, but her heart was even dug out alive. Such a situation was unbearable for her. The Black Queen had lived for hundreds of years and had never been as furious as she was today. So she completely ignored what Steve Rogers and the others were saying and directly took action. Captain, be careful. Bruce Banner saw the Black Queen make a move and immediately transformed into the Hulk, launching a series of shadow attacks. The shadows created by the Black Queen's dark magic could not penetrate Hulk's skin at all. In fact, some of it even rebounded back at her. Seeing the scene, the Black Queen's expression changed slightly. She knew Hulk was indestructible, but she didn't expect his skin to be even tougher than she had imagined. This reminded her of that red tank guy. However, even so, the Black Queen had her ways to deal with the green giant in front of her. You big brute with nothing but strength, the Black Queen roared, her dark magic bursting forth with full force, instantly gathering into a beam that shot towards Hulk's head. But Hulk was not afraid. Instead, he patted his chest, intending to take it head on. Just then, Steve Rogers leaped forward, jumping onto Hulk's back, raising his shield high, and forcefully blocked the black beam. Chapter 369, Interception. Magneto controlled a total of 6 towers. Flying in midair, the scene looked extremely exaggerated. He then slowly descended to the ground and waved his hand, sending all 6 towers flying away. In an instant, these towers crashed to the ground, causing a huge commotion. Hulk saw this scene and fell in immense anger. He immediately grabbed one of the towers and threw it with all his might at Magneto. However, his strength was utterly insignificant in front of Magneto. Magneto simply waved his hand and sent the tower back. Hulk, not willing to accept this, opened his arms to intercept the tower. But he was immediately knocked back several meters by the impact. Still unconvinced, he charged again, but the result was the same. Under the control of Magneto, the tower completely ignored Hulk's strength and forced him back. Even if Hulk could dismantle the tower directly, he would still be pushed back by the other steel beams. The towers were made of pure metal, and Magneto's ability to control the magnetic field made manipulating metal an easy task for him. Because of this, Magneto didn't need to exert much effort to easily suppress the immensely strong Hulk. However, Hulk's strength was still a threat to him. If Hulk got close, Magneto's physical condition would not be able to withstand it. Although his powers were somewhat invincible, his physical attributes were only about 1 or 2 times that of an average person. He could be hurt by bullets and ordinary blades. He just had a stronger healing ability and slightly greater strength than an average adult. Magneto's greatest strength remained his abilities, so he had to keep Hulk contained to prevent him from causing trouble. Magneto then controlled all 6 towers to create an indestructible cage. This cage, even against the Hulk's strength, could not be escaped from without a considerable amount of time. Steve Rogers and the others could only watch helplessly as Magneto completed the cage. Unable to assist at all, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto, unexpectedly appeared here. Could it be that you also intend to find him? Natasha asked. Although she had never dealt with Magneto, she had at least heard of his abilities. So she directly threw her gun aside and removed the bullets. Hawkeye did the same. His arrows were also made of pure metal, so he naturally feared Magneto's powers, and he too discarded his weapons. Now, only Steve Rogers remained, still holding his shield, completely unaware of the situation. However, after trapping Hulk, Magneto showed no intention of attacking, but looked at Emma Frost and Selene. I heard you two came here to recruit a mutant. How's it going? Is it going smoothly? Has he joined the Hellfire Club? This matter should not be mentioned. Selene was almost driven to madness because of that person. Not just her, even I am very angry, and that person is very strong. I advise you not to provoke him easily. Emma Frost kindly reminded, and Magneto felt somewhat surprised. Selene was very powerful, and even Magneto wouldn't dare to say he could definitely win against her. That's why the Hellfire Club was led by Selene. However, Magneto was too lazy to vie for power, as he had the Brotherhood of Mutants and thus had no interest in managing 2 organizations. What Magneto did not expect was that Selene had actually been humiliated in front of a strange mutant. This was something he had never heard of or seen before. After all, Chapter 370, Magneto under great pressure, are you the person they speak of? Magneto noticed that both the White Queen and the Black Queen were trembling, which alerted him to the extraordinary nature of the man before him. Especially with Karl's sudden appearance, Magneto was certain that this man was incredibly powerful. Without any hesitation, Magneto directly manipulated magnetic forces, intending to use the metallic objects on Karl to attack him. However, to Magneto's surprise, none of the metal objects on Karl could be controlled. This left him astonished. But soon, Magneto noticed the dagger at Karl's waist. He immediately exerted all his strength to control the dagger. Karl sensed the movement of Hades, and with a slight smile, he relinquished control over Hades, allowing it to fly into Magneto's hands. Magneto did not expect that this time controlling Hades would go so smoothly. However, just as he was about to grasp the dagger, the Black Queen's expression changed drastically, and she immediately used dark magic to send Hades flying. Are you crazy? If you take that dagger, you will surely die. That dagger recognizes its master and is a cursed blade that feeds on human blood, with your flesh and blood. Trying to control, it will only leave you cleanly drained, possibly even to the marrow. The Black Queen, skilled in dark magic, was particularly sensitive to cursed blades. It was precisely because of this sensitivity that she could detect the abnormality with Hades in advance and prevent Magneto from wielding the cursed dagger. Although the relationship between the Black Queen and Magneto wasn't great, they were still mutants. Despite their internal conflicts, they would unite against external enemies. This was the solidarity of mutants. A cursed blade? What the hell is that? Magneto didn't understand dark magic and had no idea what a cursed blade was. But he understood the Black Queen's warning and realized he could not touch Karl's dagger. So he abandoned the idea of touching Hades and instead directed it to stab at Karl. But Karl did nothing. He simply stood there, and Hades flew back into its sheath on its own. Witnessing this scene, Magneto felt a renewed shock. He had no idea what was happening. At that moment, Hulk let out another roar, lifting a stone even larger than the last one. Seeing this stone, the Black Queen aimed to shatter it. But suddenly, a gust of wind appeared, and the massive stone, over 5 meters in diameter, was instantly reduced to rubble as the wind howled past. Seeing this, the three of them were dumbfounded. They never expected Karl to possess such power. Even the Black Queen, who had been defeated by Karl, was astonished to find his strength beyond her imagination. Hulk, behave yourself, or I won't mind letting you experience what real pain feels like, Karl said casually. Magneto and the others watched Karl's performance, unsure of his intentions. But then, Hulk's next action completely blew their minds. Hulk bent down like a puppy, sporting a submissive smile, and then transformed back into Bruce Banner. Magneto couldn't fathom how many times he had been shocked in just a few minutes. He felt as if he had entered a scene, but now had no idea if he could leave. After all, with Karl here, even if they wanted to leave, they would have to ask for Karl's permission. Don't just hover in the air. It's dusty around here. Aren't you tired of the dirt? Let's go down and have a chat. I have something to discuss with you, Magneto. Chapter 371. Agreement. As long as you can complete the task I give you, I can help you enhance your strength. I will never break my promise. If I can't even keep this trust, I might as well not be in this world. Karl's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke words that stirred Magneto's interest. However, while Karl couldn't directly enhance Magneto's strength, he could have Luo create some physical enhancement potions, and he could also assist Magneto in deeply developing his own abilities. In this way, it could be considered an enhancement of his strength. But if Karl could obtain the magnetic fruit, then it would be even easier. However, this world is not the world of One Piece, and the system has a certain degree of randomness, so he certainly couldn't directly acquire the magnetic fruit. Just as Magneto was deep in thought, Karl heard the system's voice, detected the host's thoughts, opening the system mall. Warning: this mall system is in the testing phase. Items are incomplete, and some items cannot be purchased. System prompt: goods purchased from a mall have no side effects. Hearing the system prompt, Karl was taken aback and immediately opened the system mall. However, once he opened it, he felt a bit disappointed. Inside, he saw Zanpakuto and a series of devil fruits. However, some devil fruits were displayed on a shelf, but couldn't be purchased due to insufficient stock. Whenever Karl clicked on these out-of-stock items, a message would appear stating that the item currently has uniqueness and cannot appear a second time. Following that, there was a second explanation that said the uniqueness issue could only be perfectly resolved once the mall officially opens. However, Karl was not very interested in this mall at the moment, but he did see the magnetic fruit. This fruit was in use by anyone, which was quite good, as it could be used by Magneto. But when Karl clicked on it to purchase, he found that the fruit required a special currency, which was transaction points. Moreover, one magnetic fruit required as much as 2,000 transaction points. Then Karl also saw some other devil fruits. The prices of these devil fruits were very high, especially the dark fruit, which was priced at 10,000 transaction points. The cheapest was the human fruit, human form, priced at 10 transaction points. In addition, Karl also saw something that left him speechless: the standard military knife of the new Navy, which could be purchased wholesale at 10 for 1 transaction point. This was something Karl had asked Vegapunk to develop, a new type of military knife that could integrate swords and knives, making it very convenient for combat without the need to switch weapons. However, Karl did not expect this item to appear in the system mall, and most importantly, it was surprisingly cheap, 10 for just 1 transaction point, which was a bit exaggerated. As for bullets, they were also very cheap at 1 transaction point for 100 rounds. However, Karl did not plan to use these. They were of no use to him. Then Karl glanced again and found that there were actually potions that could change one's qualifications. This potion cost 1 transaction point per bottle and could only be used by 1 person at a time. The description of this item indicated that it could allow a person to gain the qualifications to learn Haki and the 6 styles of the Navy. This surprised Karl. He didn't expect such a thing to exist in the mall. Karl had previously tried to get people from the Marvel world to learn the 6 styles, but unfortunately, even SHIELD agents Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. Chapter 372. Target: Apocalypse. The Black Queen's expression changed drastically upon hearing Karl's words. She never expected that Karl would set his sights on Apocalypse. Apocalypse is the first mutant of this world, possessing nearly all the abilities of every mutant. He has every power imaginable. Even his telekinesis and psychic abilities are among the very best. Even in the original story, when the X-Men faced off against him, they could not guarantee a win in terms of psychic powers. Even Magneto was defeated by Apocalypse in a contest of magnetic fields. If it weren't for Jean's Phoenix Force erupting and instantly killing Apocalypse, this guy would truly be an invincible existence. His regenerative abilities are also incredibly strong, and he possesses eyes sharp enough to see through Quicksilver's speed, even able to keep up with Quicksilver's movements. Such a versatile player. With all abilities either top tier or above average, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a god. However, the Phoenix Force belongs to another dimension of power, capable of altering reality. Apocalypse possesses a fragment of the Phoenix Force, but he is not its master. Compared to Apocalypse, Jean's physique is more suited to the Phoenix Force. It is precisely for this reason that Apocalypse was defeated by Jean. However, very few people currently know that Jean possesses the Phoenix Force. This is why the Black Queen is so anxious. She understands that if Apocalypse is resurrected, it would not just be a crisis for humanity, but for the entire world. Black Queen, since you know who Apocalypse is, why don't you enlighten them? I'm too lazy to explain, Karl said. Seeing that the others were unfazed, and only the Black Queen looked shocked, he realized that only she understood the horror of Apocalypse among those present. The Black Queen did not refuse, and simply explained how terrifying Apocalypse's power is. Just a few sentences made White Queen and Magneto's pupils shake, their mouths agape. Are you really going to revive this guy? Are you sure you're his match? Magneto was also taken aback by the explanation. He did not expect that such a powerful mutant existed in this world. However, Karl did not care. Although Apocalypse is strong, he is at most on par with Odin and the Ancient One without the Time Stone. Karl is not incapable of defeating him. Moreover, the main point is that if Karl wants to continue to enhance his own strength, he must face these powerful enemies. There is also the fact that Karl does indeed need to use Apocalypse's body to conduct some experiments to enhance his own abilities. This is a necessary step. Although other mutants could also be used, the effect would not be significant. This has already been simulated by Raven, which is why Karl wants to awaken Apocalypse. Don't worry, even if he is strong, so what? I'm strong too. Upon hearing Karl's confident words, Magneto did not say anything further and nodded. Since you are so confident, I will go find his resting place and awaken him. But how will I contact you? I don't even know your name. My name is Karl. You can just call me that. As for how to contact me, it's quite simple. You just need to find a random place to contact S-H-I-E-L-D, and then you can reach me. Though the steps are a bit cumbersome, it is the simplest method. The signals here have been blocked by me. Nothing can get through except the dedicated lines. After hearing Karl's words, Magneto nodded and then left with the Black Queen and White Queen. The two of them did not mention anything about the heart and simply followed her out. Karl watched their departing figures and quietly returned to the villa. However, when he came back, he saw Steve Rogers in casual clothes, holding his split heart. Chapter 373. System Mall. Early the next morning, Steve Rogers left the villa, preparing to find Tony Stark to fix his poker chip. Roy was still conducting experiments, striving to complete the development of this biological agent within a month. Until was humming a tune while wandering around the villa. Loki was still in the basement, practicing his magic, seeking to become stronger. His talent was already quite strong. If he hadn't strayed from the path and constantly attempted to stab others with a dagger, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. In this urban setting, Loki brought this upon himself, and he had no one to blame but himself. During this time, Karl also had nothing much to do, so he began preparing to study the newly released System Mall. Since Roy and Until both already had devil fruits. Even if the devil fruits exchanged from the System Mall had no side effects, the ones inside them were not products of the system. Although Karl was uncertain whether giving them another devil fruit would pose a threat to their lives, he decided it was best not to do so for the sake of caution. However, besides the magnetism fruit, he didn't have anything else he wanted to exchange in the store. Moreover, this item was prepared for Magneto after completing a task, and Karl couldn't use it at all. Nevertheless, Karl spent some trading points to buy up some cheap items in the mall. However, these items were of no use to Karl. He was merely conducting an experiment. Cheap items or consumables would not disappear after Karl purchased them, and he could continue to buy more in the System Mall. But unique items like the magnetism fruit would disappear once purchased. Not only would the item be taken off the shelves, but it would also be unsearchable in the mall's built-in search interface. It could be said that this item vanished directly from the mall, indicating its uniqueness. Once bought, it would not exist a second time. However, the mall had not fully updated yet, and it seemed to be in a beta testing phase. Many items were currently unavailable for purchase. Among them were several abilities, such as the Goro Goro no Mi rumble rumble fruit, and the Rime no Mi, thunder thunder fruit, which Karl desired. There was also another ability that Karl was very eager for. Although this ability didn't provide any combat bonuses, it was equivalent to having an extra life. This was the Yomi Yomi no Mi, revive fruit, which allowed one to resurrect after dying. And no one could confirm whether this fruit could revive a person once or permanently. In other words, unless someone encountered a bug like Brooke, the user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi could only die of old age and could not be killed by others. However, these 3 fruits were not listed for sale, and their prices were exorbitantly high. The total for all 3 was 100,000 trading points, with the Yomi Yomi no Mi alone accounting for 70,000 trading points. The Goro Goro no Mi and Rime no Mi averaged 15,000 each. This was the disparity. After all, the Yomi Yomi no Mi could control one's own life and death. Such an ability was an extraordinary power in any world, so it was understandable that the price was high. However, since these 3 fruits were not listed, Karl had no idea when they would be available. If he were to exchange skill points and attribute points for them, it would be a bit of a loss, considering one could only exchange for 100 points at a time. Nevertheless, he still had over 20,000 points left, so he could save up slowly. After all, there would be many opportunities in the future. Chapter 374, X-Men. You've traveled a long way to see me. What important matter could it be? If you don't give me a reason, I wouldn't mind taking you all out. In midair, Karl used his powers to single-handedly hold up the still-flying fighter jet. The people on the plane were all astonished. They hadn't expected Karl to be able to stop the fighter jet with one hand. It was beyond their imagination. Cough, please don't misunderstand. We didn't come here to cause trouble, but rather to invite you to X Academy. The professor wants to speak with you. A woman with a sweet voice spoke to Karl. However, Karl didn't pay her any mind and casually waved his hand, slamming the fighter jet down hard onto the ground. The members of the X-Men felt a strong tremor and were shocked. They quickly used their abilities to escape from the plane. The fighter jet would explode soon after Karl's slam, and they needed to escape from this tightly sealed aircraft quickly. With a simple trick, Karl had already figured out who was inside. The white-haired woman who could control storms and lightning was Storm, but her voice was a bit rough. She wasn't the one who had spoken to Karl. On the other side, a red laser penetrated the steel plate. A man in a tight suit with special glasses jumped out of the plane's cabin. There was no doubt this was Cyclops. However, the person following him didn't use any powers. He was very young and should be a new generation of X-Men. Then Karl noticed 2 steel claws appearing before him. Without needing to see his face, Karl knew it had to be Wolverine. Soon after, he saw Colossus jump out through the window that Storm had broken. After they all emerged, they gathered together, looking serious as they faced Karl. Finally, a woman in a red leather outfit slowly flew out of the cabin. Mr. Karl, you really have a bad temper. We didn't do anything, and you just attacked us. That is a bit unreasonable, don't you think? As the last woman came out, the fighter jet exploded. However, the explosion didn't harm her. Instead, it was completely blocked by the red energy surrounding her. This was the same woman who had spoken to Karl earlier. You are Jean Grey? You know me? Jean was surprised to hear Karl correctly say her name. She hadn't expected him to know her because, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't go on missions. After all, she was the host of the Phoenix Force, and it was natural for her not to leave X Academy casually. Though Jean only had a small fraction of the Phoenix Force's power now. Even so, her strength was among the top-tier mutants. If it weren't for Karl, Professor X probably wouldn't have let her come out at all. Jean Grey, host of the Phoenix Force. Your name is well known in SHIELD. How could I not know you? But speaking of which, you sent so many key members over. Whether it's Cyclops, Storm, Wolverine, or Colossus, they're all renowned mutants. Aside from that young kid, I don't recognize, I know a bit about the others. So, are you here to chat or to capture me? Karl smirked, and the Conqueror's hockey erupted. The surrounding sky suddenly became tempestuous. Dark clouds gathered. Karl's hockey directly impacted their mental state, causing everyone present to feel. Chapter 376, Demolition. Meanwhile, just as the X-Men were able to escape with the support of the helicopter sent by Coulson, Karl had already walked through the void and arrived at the X Academy, where he found the professor. Professor X, I'm here now. What are you planning to do to lock me up? And your mental power isn't that impressive either. I'm standing right in front of you, and I don't feel threatened at all. Are you getting too old, causing your mind to slip a bit? Karl ruthlessly mocked the bald old man before him. At this moment, Professor X was still relatively young, not very old. He looked to be around 60. Moreover, mutants generally have a longer lifespan than ordinary humans. Even the lowest level mutants possess stronger physical attributes and longevity than regular people, let alone a mutant of Professor X's caliber. Although he was a telepath, his physical condition was not something an average human could compare to. Because of this, despite being over 60, he still looked like a man in his 40s. Karl, I didn't expect you to come here on your own. We're Logan and Jean. Professor X frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. He hadn't expected Karl to come by himself, while Wolverine and the others were absent. Now, Professor X was somewhat worried about their safety. Moreover, like other mutants, he had completely underestimated Karl's strength, which far exceeded his expectations. Even though Professor X had just used his abilities to try to control Karl's mind, unfortunately, his powers were strong but could not penetrate Karl's mental defenses. At most, he could only cause Karl to feel a slight sting. Professor, you can rest easy. I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. But giving you a little lesson isn't a problem, like making all your students faint. As he spoke, Karl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the entire X Academy. Feeling such a powerful force, Professor X's expression changed drastically. He quickly used his mental powers to help the other students resist Karl's overwhelming strength. However, he soon realized he was at a disadvantage. The Conqueror's Haki was extremely domineering. If Professor X forced a blockade, it would cause irreversible harm to those students. So, he ultimately gave up the resistance and allowed the students to faint. This fainting was a kind of self-defense mechanism of the brain. As long as they passed out, they would not continue to be harmed. However, those who fainted would feel an innate sense of fear when they woke up to face Karl. Therefore, Karl's use of Conqueror's Haki was not a whim, but a premeditated action. It seems I underestimated you, Karl. This is my mistake. If you want to vent your anger, direct it at me. There's no need to target those innocent children. Professor X's saintly remarks left Karl speechless. Professor, I respect your character, but I also dislike it. The only reason I came here today is to make you understand. Don't easily provoke me, or you'll face the consequences. After his words fell, Karl retracted his Conqueror's Haki, then flew into the air, directly using the power of the float fruit to lift the entire teaching building into the sky. Afterward, Karl used his observation Haki to check the personnel inside. After understanding the distribution of personnel, he began to dismantle the entire teaching building. One by one, students were thrown to the ground, although they were all mutants falling from several meters high. Chapter 377. Malekith. Time ticked away. It had been half a month since the X-Men came looking for trouble. During this time, Steve Rogers had been visiting Tony Stark almost daily, practically living at his house. However, Steve's behavior was understandable. His shield had been repaired by Tony Stark, and it was completely indistinguishable from before. In fact, Tony had used materials from the Destroyer to reinforce the shield, making it even stronger. As for how the Destroyer ended up in Tony Stark's hands, it was entirely because Karl couldn't study it himself. Moreover, Karl was not a scientist, and he had no way to conduct the research, so he had to leave it to Tony Stark to help him out. However, because of the research on this artifact, Tony Stark's armor updates were happening at a much faster rate than in the original storyline, more than 1 or 2 times faster. Even the villain from Iron Man 3 appeared earlier than in the original, but this time, he would not only face Tony Stark alone. Due to the shield, Steve Rogers owed Tony Stark a favor, so he helped him eliminate this enemy. This was also the reason why Steve had been frequently visiting Tony Stark during this period. His shield had only taken 5 days to repair. For the remaining time, he basically acted as a bodyguard until the villain was dealt with, after which he returned to his normal life. Throughout this matter, Karl had been watching from the sidelines and did not participate. After all, this was their own issue, and Karl had no intention of intervening. However, some things required Karl to take action. Because the Reality Stone had arrived on Earth, Karl could deeply sense that once again, a huge rift had appeared in the sky. The energy of the Reality Stone resonated with the Mind Stone and Space Stone in Karl's possession. Clearly, this was the plot of Thor, the Dark World. The Dark Elf Lord Malekith, wielding the ether, had descended to Earth, seeking to create darkness. Thor fought valiantly, but unfortunately, he was no match for the Reality Stone. What a pity that although Thor's current strength was already close to that of Thor in the original Thor, Ragnarok, he still couldn't compete with Malekith. Karl shook his head. He had been watching from the air and chose not to intervene immediately because he wanted to see how strong Thor was at this point. However, the result left Karl quite disappointed. Forget it. I should step in and help. If this continues, he might end up dead here. With that, Karl glanced back at Loki and Ro. The two had been called over by Karl to watch the fight, and, if needed, he would let them step in to help. Indiel hadn't come along, as her abilities were not suited for direct combat, and since Karl wasn't going far, there was no need for her to follow. Ro, Loki, you two go ahead, just be careful of his ether. And Loki, after training for so long, it's time for me to see your progress. Upon hearing Karl's words, Ro nodded and flew out directly. Loki, however, swallowed hard and asked nervously, "Can I really do it? What are you talking about? If you don't go, I'll make you clean the villa for a month." "I'll go. I'm on my way." Hearing that he would have to clean the villa for a month, Loki immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 378. Siege. Oh no. Thor faced the sudden spear and didn't have time to defend himself, only able to watch as Malekith thrust it towards him. His hammer had just been thrown far away by Malekith, and calling it back would take some time. Although Thor had improved a lot, he was still a god of hammers, unable to exert his strength without it. There was no other way. He would have to take it head on. Thor's expression was serious, and he was actually prepared to withstand the power of the Reality Stone. Seeing this, Malekith scoffed disdainfully and instantly thrust the spear in his hand. But suddenly, Malekith found that his target was actually a car. Accompanied by the flames of the exploding car, Malekith was engulfed. At that moment, Thor appeared on the street outside, and then the god of thunder's hammer flew back to him. Suddenly arriving here, Thor felt a bit dazed, completely unaware of what was happening. Moments later, Law's figure landed beside Thor, then patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Lord Karl sent us to help you." "Ha, my dear brother. I didn't expect you to have such a day." As soon as Law finished speaking, Loki's figure also appeared next to Thor. He had finally found an opportunity to mock Thor and certainly wouldn't let it slip away easily. However, Thor, being oblivious, completely ignored Loki's provocation. "Why are you here? Did Karl really say to come help? Why would he do that?" Thor was puzzled, thinking that Karl had no reason to do so. More importantly, Thor didn't believe he would lose to Malekith. "Thor, you don't have to force yourself. We all saw what just happened. Let's fight together from now on. Finish the opponent quickly and head home early." Law was cold and decisive, but his words made sense. After hearing him, even Loki couldn't help but nod in agreement. Seeing this, Thor didn't refuse their help, but instead prepared for battle, ready to act at any moment. "You despicable creatures, how dare you play with me? I am the great Lord Malekith of the Dark Elves, the future ruler of the 9 realms. Starting today, I will plunge the entire world into darkness, and all of you will be servants of the dark." Before his words could finish, Malekith manipulated the Reality Stone and began to launch a siege against everyone. The Reality Stone in his hand was wielded with incredible skill. Loki and the others couldn't successfully attack him, and most importantly, Law's fruit ability had failed. Facing the power of the Reality Stone, the surgical fruit's ability was completely insignificant, unable to break through Malekith's defenses. So this time, Law could only use his swordsmanship to launch an attack against Malekith. Thor continued to use his hammer to assault Malekith. However, their attacks had no effect against Malekith, who was covered by the Reality Stone. Malekith used the power of the stone to create a defensive line that everyone could not break through. Moreover, he could manipulate the power of the stone to unleash powerful energy, constantly attacking the two of them. At this point, Thor and Law were completely unable to counterattack and could only defend passively. However, Thor's lightning was summoned, striking fiercely against Malekith. Law also unleashed his swordsmanship, creating countless slashes aimed at Malekith. Yet, these attacks had no effect on Malekith. Calling them mere tickles would not be an exaggeration. However, Malekith did not notice that Loki had now disappeared. Chapter 379. The Power of the Reality Stone. How could mere guardians and lowly humans force me to this point? You are all beyond redemption, and I will kill you as sacrifices for the coming darkness. D. With a roar from Malekith, the power of the Reality Stone erupted once again. Upon seeing this, Loki and the others unleashed their own powers to resist, but no matter what they did, they couldn't withstand the Reality Stone. After all, the energy of the Reality Stone is one of the rules of the Marvel Universe. Although Malekith couldn't unleash the full potential of the Reality Stone, his physique allowed him to release 30 to 40% without any issue. Even so, that was enough to leave Thor, Loki, and Law struggling to cope. What surprised Law the most was that he didn't expect Malekith to be this strong. Moreover, the Reality Stone completely countered his surgical fruit abilities. As a result, Law's power was effectively halved. Relying solely on swordsmanship, he truly wasn't a match for Malekith. What a troublesome opponent. Law steadied himself and began to look for Malekith's weaknesses. He joined the battle while observing. Thor and Loki were responsible for constantly harassing Malekith from the side. They both realized that Law's slashing power was the strongest among them all. Although Thor was reluctant to admit it, he knew it was true. It was precisely because of this that he willingly assisted Law here, using the lightning he summoned to cover Law's attacks. At the same time, Loki utilized his most skilled techniques to restrain Malekith. He even brought out a half-finished illusion he hadn't fully mastered yet. It must be said that after using his illusions, Loki's tactics did have some effect. The interference from the illusions kept Malekith trapped in them, making it impossible for him to effectively control the power of the Reality Stone. This gave the four of them a significant opportunity. Unfortunately, after using the Reality Stone, Malekith's body underwent some changes. His recovery ability increased significantly, which meant that the attacks from the three of them were not very effective. Even so, they saw a possibility of defeating their enemy. Thus, their attacks became increasingly fierce, and their coordination improved. However, this caused Malekith's emotions to become more unstable. He had now entered a mode of indiscriminate bombardment. Regardless of whether anyone was around, he would unleash attacks. As long as he could hit something, he wouldn't lose out. The current situation forced Malekith to act this way. Thor and the others had gradually found a way to attack this boss Malekith. Given a little time, they would definitely be able to bring him down. This was also what Malekith worried about the most. He did not want to die here. Meanwhile, while the three of them battled Malekith, Karl remained in place, silently observing the fight. Odin, you said they could defeat this guy in some time? About 3 days? I think the time needs to be pushed back a bit more. It might take about 4 days, right? I'm not underestimating them. It's just that the power of the Reality Stone is simply too outrageous. You've guarded the Reality Stone for so long. You should know better than I do how powerful it is. Forget it. Saying all this doesn't help. If you don't come down personally, the Reality Stone will still belong to me. If you want to snatch it later, I'm always here to oblige. Karl was talking to himself, with no one else around. But he looked like. Chapter 381. Ether Particles Acquired. Ether Particles Acquired. After slaying Malekith, Karl directly used his abilities to compress the ether particles together and then place them into a special container. Inside this special container, there were also the Space Gem and the Mind Gem. This was a box made by Karl using the Destroyer's armor and other special materials, capable of holding the Infinity Gems. Each gem was placed in an independent space, and to use them, they needed to be taken out individually. However, given Karl's current strength, it was unlikely he would use the Infinity Gems. Moreover, such things weren't as useful as the Infinity Gauntlet. After all, Karl didn't understand the principles of the Infinity Gauntlet, so he couldn't manufacture one so quickly. Even Tony Stark was only able to replicate a similar one after seeing the Infinity Gauntlet. But even then, the Infinity Gauntlet he created in the original story wasn't as powerful as Thanos's. After all, Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet could negate the side effects brought by the Infinity Gems. In contrast, what Tony Stark made couldn't do that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to sacrifice himself in Avengers Endgame. Master Karl, what should we do with this guy's corpse and his spaceship? My observation hockey tells me there are still quite a few people inside. Should we kill them all? Luo stepped forward to ask. Karl shook his head and then looked at Thor. Thor, you handle the Dark Elf clan inside, but I want to keep this spaceship to study it. I also want to keep Malekith's corpse. You have no objections, right? Karl asked, but his tone sounded more like a command. Sweat dripped down Thor's forehead. He didn't dare to refute Karl. No problem. I'll contact Heimdall right away and have him take the Dark Elves away. As for this spaceship and the corpse, you can study them however you want. I have no objections. But about the ether particles, can you? This thing belongs to me now. If you want it, defeat me first, Karl said, directly putting the box containing the Infinity Gems back into his dimensional space bag. Seeing this, Thor helplessly scratched his head. Although he was eager to fight Karl to reclaim the ether particles and the Space Gem, he knew deep down that he was not Karl's opponent. More importantly, he realized that he might not even be able to defeat Loki. The power Loki displayed earlier was far stronger than when he was in Asgard. Moreover, Loki's use of various elemental magic was incredibly smooth. Even his best illusion magic was completely undetectable. Enemies would fall into traps without realizing it. Even Malekith, who had mastered the ether particles, could not fully see through Loki's illusions. From this, Thor could see that Loki had now transformed into a genuine magician, rather than a makeshift assassin. Subsequently, Thor took the remaining Dark Elf clan members and left Earth. Meanwhile, Karl and the others stayed behind with Malekith's corpse and his massive spaceship, moving to the back of the villa. This enormous spaceship occupied a vast area of the garden. Fortunately, The surrounding area was all part of his property, so there was no need to worry about disputes or similar issues. Moreover, facing a gigantic spaceship, no one dared to report him. As for the portal in the sky, Chapter 382, A Year's Time. The most annoying aspect of Hydra is not how strong they are, but their exaggerated hidden abilities and self-sustaining capabilities. Just like their motto, when one head of Hydra is cut off, 8 remain. Even if they have just one head left, they will never die. This is precisely why Hydra is so difficult to deal with. However, this is only true for S-H-I-E-L-D, for Karl. They're just a bunch of kids who can't escape his eyes. So when Hydra's agents came knocking, Karl followed the scent and systematically dealt with Hydra's high-ranking officials. Although the operation was somewhat rough and lacked any concealment, it caused a severe backlash, leading officials around the world to collectively condemn Karl, even attempting to use public opinion to influence him. However, Karl soon announced that if anyone continued to speak against him, the second-generation serum would no longer be sold to them, and he would blacklist them one by one. Following this announcement, about 2/3 of those who condemned him vanished. The remaining small portion mostly consisted of those who had never used the serum, but they quickly stopped voicing their opinions. After all, no one wants to offend the owner of a company that can produce longevity serums. Thus, Hydra was completely eradicated, and S-H-I-L-D did not split. Although there were still some Hydra remnants that Karl had not dealt with, these remaining individuals could not stir up any trouble, so there was no need to worry. As a result, this incident gradually faded away, becoming something no one wanted to mention. This time, Hydra was left with not just one head, but perhaps even virtually no body left, having been nearly wiped out by Karl. In the end, they might have only a bit of their limbs or tails left, and it would likely take around 100 years to recover. Because of this, Karl's ruthlessness was evident to all. Once he determined that someone was a Hydra member, he almost killed them all. In just one day, Karl killed nearly 1,000 people. These were all high-ranking Hydra officials, who were also high-ranking officials in this world. Even Nick Fury's superior was killed by Karl. Although this was somewhat unreasonable, investigations conducted afterward with clues provided by Karl revealed that these people were indeed Hydra members. Karl did not kill wrongly. This made most people keep their distance from Karl. In their eyes, Karl had become an omniscient deity, and they completely wanted to avoid any relationship with him. Nevertheless, S-H-I-L-D maintained close contact with Karl. And even Karl's biomedical company received some attention from S-H-I-L-D and successfully went public. In the end, Karl and Tony Stark joined forces to establish a new biotech research institute. The lineup of researchers was quite impressive. Besides the two founders, Tony Stark and Rhodes, the original Ant-Man, Dr. Pym, was also involved. Bruce Banner, as a Ph.D. in biology, naturally joined the research institute as well. In addition, S-H-I-E-L-D personnel were also sent to participate. Nick Fury's goal was simple. He just wanted to know the research data on Karl's biological serum. Karl did not demand confidentiality in this regard, but allowed Rhodes to choose for himself. As for whether Rhodes complied, Karl did not know, and he was too lazy to care. Thus, not even a week had passed. Chapter 383, Exaggerated Choices in Just 1 Year. The technological level of the Marvel world has undergone earth-shattering changes. This is not only due to the various high-tech innovations developed by Tony Stark, but also primarily because of the potion created by Karl, which has rejuvenated many aging researchers. As a result, the overall technology in the Marvel world has become extremely exaggerated. Coupled with the remnants of the Destroyer and Malekith's spacecraft, this situation has arisen. However, even so, there are not many benefits for Karl. At most, it has made his life a bit more convenient. After a year of relative calm, Karl has started to feel a bit out of place. During this period, he has grown bored and began searching for the gates of hell, wanted to wander through hell and see if he could further enhance his powers. Unfortunately, although he found the gates of hell, Mephisto was always able to sense Karl's crossing and would preemptively position himself to expel Karl from hell. Karl has fought Mephisto many times, but each time ended in a stalemate. Mephisto wants to eliminate Karl because his arrival has thrown hell into chaos, disrupting all of his original plans. In contrast, Karl sees no downside in going to hell. It could even enhance his strength, so why not? However, this only serves to make Mephisto himself suffer. Today, Karl initially planned to explore hell and catch up with Mephisto. He was ready to trigger his plan when a phone call from Loki forced him to halt his actions. Loki informed him that Magneto had found Apocalypse, but that Apocalypse was very powerful and had vanished after awakening. Even Magneto did not know where he had gone. Therefore, he could only notify Karl that Apocalypse had awakened. Loki, go inform Tony Stark and have him investigate if there are any beings similar to Apocalypse in that area. I'll find you once I finish my current tasks, Karl said before hanging up the phone and heading to the villa's courtyard. There, he found a man with a sexy beard, dressed in a suit. It was Lucifer, whom Karl had met before. Lucifer had appeared as soon as Karl answered the call. Indiel was on high alert, watching him closely to prevent any attacks. During this time, Indiel's strength has also improved significantly. She has been training her mental strength to avoid being a hindrance to Karl. Now, she can face the man who once put her at a disadvantage with ease. Lucifer, what brings you here? Didn't I tell you over a year ago that you aren't qualified to discuss collaboration with me? Karl said coldly, showing him no respect. However, Lucifer responded with what he believed to be a charming smile and slowly bowed to Karl. I agree with what you said before, but what if I told you that Mephisto is preparing to take action against you? As far as I know, Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, is about to descend on Earth. Mephisto has been in contact with him, and while I'm not sure if he plans to act against you, you should have agreed to join forces with the Ancient One to deal with Dormammu, right? If you agree to ally with me to help unify Hell, I will help you restrain Mephisto and his army of demons. Hearing Lucifer's words, Karl frowned. Chapter 384 Refusal. Lucifer, although your suggestion is good, I still choose to refuse. After some hesitation, Karl chose the third option. Although this option is extremely dangerous, Karl thought about it. If he didn't take a gamble, how could he possibly improve his strength? Moreover, after completing this task, he would become the Lord of Hell, mastering the hell of the Marvel Universe. Although this hell would be of little use after leaving the Marvel world, since the power of the hellish aura had already manifested on its own, it indicated that this was a power that could be used continuously. Furthermore, it started with the highest level of power. Although Karl was still unclear about the specific effects of the hellish aura, it seemed that the most straightforward function was to create a clone equivalent to 1/10 of his own power. This was information Karl had learned during his previous battle with Mephisto. Although Mephisto hated Karl, it didn't mean they couldn't communicate. During the battle, Karl could still extract some trivial information. The main point was that when Karl fought Mephisto, he was purely using his own abilities and did not use the Infinity Stones. This meant that if he later helped Ancient One deal with Dormammu, he would have 4 Infinity Stones at his disposal. At that time, aside from the Power Stone and Soul Stone, which were hidden somewhere unknown, Karl would already possess the power of 4 Infinity Stones. Additionally, Karl could practice how to use the power of the Infinity Stones while combating Dormammu. This way, he would have a much greater chance against the entire Hell. That's why he made this choice. As for the 50,000 reward points, that was not what Karl valued. I didn't expect you to refuse me again. Very good. Very nice. When the demons of Hell come attacking, I want to see how you will stop Mephisto. Ha 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 ha. I will watch you humans be completely overwhelmed by Mephisto's demonic army in Hell. Then you will realize how wrong it was not to join forces with me. Lucifer's mouth began to twitch with anger, even laughing in exasperation. Then he transformed into a cloud of black mist and disappeared before Karl, clearly returning to Hell. After he left, a slight smile appeared on Karl's face as he rubbed Indel's head. Notify S.H.I.E.L.D. and have them prepare to respond to Hell at any time. Once I deal with Apocalypse, I will give them the coordinates of all the Hell Gates and have them send people to guard them. Also, inform the Ghost Rider and the people from the Academy. If they are unwilling to help with this catastrophe, I won't mind. After all, this matter concerns their own planet and has little to do with us. Brother Karl, should I say exactly what you said? Indel blinked and asked softly. Karl nodded and then looked up at the sky. Just say as I instructed, but don't be too forceful. Try to relax a bit. I won't force them to participate in the battle. If they don't want to, that's fine. Just say it once and leave. MHM, I understand. Indel nodded and then ran into the house, clearly preparing to contact them. Karl had contact information for both the Ghost Rider and the Academy. Although it might not go through, leaving a message was fine. As for whether they would participate in this war, to be honest, Karl didn't care. After all, Karl was not from the Marvel world. His sense of belonging in this world was even weaker than in the pirate world. Since the storm was coming soon, it was time to prepare in advance. Chapter 385. Searching for Apocalypse Stark. How's it going on your end? Have you found any trace of Apocalypse? In the Stark Industries building, Karl was waiting for Tony Stark to locate Apocalypse's whereabouts. However, he had been there for more than half an hour and still hadn't found him. Karl, don't be so anxious. Although I'm a genius, I'm not particularly fast at finding people. Moreover, the main issue is that guy isn't a normal human. The area he's in is very backward. Even if I use global satellites to locate him, it won't be quick. As Tony Stark complained about Karl, he continued to manipulate Jarvis to search for Apocalypse's location. Karl could see that he was trying very hard. You keep searching, I'll just take a look around. By the way, your armor is quite impressive. It lives up to your title of Iron Man, Karl said, as he began to admire the Iron Man suits created by Tony Stark. The updates for Tony Stark's armors were extremely fast, and Karl had no idea which generation he was currently on. However, Karl knew that Tony Stark had not created nano armor. After all, he didn't have that technology yet and had focused on lightweight and defensive capabilities. Only by doing so could he face those increasingly powerful enemies. Karl, I have a question for you. About that Hell Lord Mephisto you mentioned, does he really exist? Isn't Hell supposed to be something from myths and legends? How can it actually exist? While searching for Apocalypse, Tony Stark asked. He had some knowledge about Mephisto and the impending invasion of Earth because he happened to overhear part of the conversation when Karl explained it to Magneto earlier. After Magneto left Karl's company, Loki returned to Asgard to report to Odin about the matter. Karl then came to the Stark Industries building. However, Tony Stark had been busy since then and hadn't had the chance to ask this question until now. Karl didn't waste words. He simply provided a brief explanation to make Tony Stark understand the seriousness of the situation. As for other aspects, Karl didn't elaborate, not even mentioning Mephisto's strength. But even without saying it, with Tony's intelligence, he should be able to guess that the Hell Lord is definitely stronger than himself. So that's how it is. In that case, I really can't stand by and watch. But does SHIELD know about this? If they find out, it might blow up over there, right? Tony Stark smiled, mercilessly mocking the situation. SHIELD. Establish some Avengers alliance. It's really childish. What is the point of this alliance? When faced with such situations, won't everyone just fight their own battles in the end? Tony Stark didn't say that forming the Avengers alliance was a bad idea. He just thought that Nick Fury's idea was rather naive. After all, Tony Stark was also a superhero and a well-known Iron Man. So he understood that every superhero usually fought their own battles and rarely cooperated in combat. After all, each of them had their own pride, unless they had lived together for a long time or used a team combat. Most others would likely not. Chapter 387. Tension rises. The sudden visit from the Ancient One made Karl realize that Dormammu was about to descend upon Earth. At the same time, he informed SHIELD and Magneto to prepare for what was coming. As for other factions, they were, more or less, aware of the situation. The entire world suddenly became much quieter due to Dormammu's impending arrival. Although ordinary people were unaware of the specifics, they could still sense the rising tension around them. Especially on the streets, where more and more police forces were visible. Military exercises were taking place across the globe, intensively ongoing. The locations for these military drills were exactly where Karl had previously marked the Hell Gates. Karl's marked locations were somewhat vague, but encircling the area within a 10-kilometer radius ensured there would be no mistakes. This was the approach taken by those countries. After all, without precise coordinates, they had no other choice. However, relying solely on the global military forces, they could not completely surround the Hell Gates. Therefore, the X-Men mutants and the Brotherhood mutants took on some of the death zones that humans could not easily access. Magneto and Professor X led their respective teams to guard their territories, fully prepared to face the demonic army. In addition to them, SHIELD agents were also mobilized to search for any anomalies around the world, preventing anyone from causing chaos during this critical time. This war would have repercussions for the entire world. Thus, they absolutely could not allow anyone to create disturbances at this juncture, not even the likes of Kingpin, who usually thrived on chaos, or the Hand, known for stirring trouble. At this moment, even they appeared much calmer and refrained from causing disruptions. After all, they were not insane and understood how terrifying it would be if the world were to fall under demonic control. Many underground world leaders had encountered Mephisto and knew just how greedy a demon he was. Therefore, they would never allow the Earth to be handed over to such a greedy being. As for the Ghost Rider, Karl had no demands of him, as he was unlikely to heed Karl's words. However, the Ghost Rider had a sharp intuition and was highly sensitive to demonic presence, so he knew where he needed to go. As for Ro and Intil, their responsibility was to ensure the safety around the city. After all, there would always be some stragglers, and more importantly, Dormammu's followers would emerge during this time. Their task was simple: to unite with the Avengers, Tony Stark, Loki, and Thor to combat Dormammu's followers. The strength of these followers varied, but they all shared a common trait. They possessed dark magic powers. Moreover, Since they had completely pledged themselves to Dormammu, their mastery of dark magic could rival that of the Black Queen, who had trained for many years. This was the advantage of believing in darkness. Power could be significantly enhanced, but the downside was clear. They would become eternal slaves to the other side. There was also one more thing that pained the Ancient One the most. Most of these followers were her disciples. Although she had known from the beginning that these individuals had turned to Dormammu and were hiding among her ranks, she chose not to expose them directly to align with fate, allowing them to remain. This was a more rigid aspect of the Ancient One. While she was very visionary and powerful, some matters once entangled with her. Chapter 388. The Arrival of Danvers. Is Earth really going to be invaded? Who would be so bored as to invade such a small planet? Danvers, also known as Captain Marvel, had a confused expression on her face. She had been away for a long time and had no idea what changes had occurred on Earth during her absence. Therefore, she was not aware that there were currently 4 Infinity Stones on Earth, nor did she know that Earth had become the center of a power struggle among cosmic entities. After all, Danvers did not have the luxury to waste time on power struggles. She had much more complex matters to attend to. The peace of the entire universe depended on her maintenance. Moreover, Danvers had saved countless races throughout the universe, so she had no clue what was happening on Earth and in the solar system. Most importantly, she didn't even know who Odin, Mephisto, and the Ancient One were. Even when it came to Magneto, who was fighting the X-Men at that time, she didn't recognize him. After all, both of them were embroiled in a civil war back then and did not possess the formidable power they had now. It seems you really don't know anything. If that's the case, I have to start over from the beginning. Nick Fury sighed helplessly and then recounted the entire situation from start. Not only that, but Nick Fury also informed Danvers about the current powers on Earth and some of the strong individuals, which surprised her. She truly did not expect that there were so many powerful beings on Earth. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that Earth had 4 Infinity Stones. This was what astonished Danvers the most. As for the Asgardian King Odin and the Supreme Sorcerer the Ancient One, she had never even heard of them. Thus, she subconsciously assumed that these individuals were not that powerful. However, when Nick Fury mentioned that most of the Infinity Stones were in Karl's hands, Danvers' expression finally changed. She was unclear about Karl's strength, but she was aware of the dangers posed by the Infinity Stones. Such things should never be entrusted to individuals of insufficient power. This matter is of great importance. I need to visit that Supreme Sorcerer first, and then find Karl. I want to see what qualifications they have to guard the Infinity Stones. If they're not strong enough, I must retrieve the Infinity Stones and keep them safe myself. I really didn't expect Earth to have so many Infinity Stones. Isn't that courting death? Danvers snorted coldly, clearly in a bad mood. Nick Fury said nothing and did not stop Danvers from seeking out the Ancient One. He also wanted to see what the Ancient One's strength was like and whether she would be defeated by Danvers. If so, he would be completely at ease. Moreover, Nick Fury hoped that Danvers could defeat Karl, who had cast a huge shadow over him, because only then could S-H-I-E-L-D regain its former status. But Nick Fury was clearly overthinking. Meanwhile, at the Sanctum Sanctorum of Kamar Taj, Karl and the Ancient One were both present. Besides the two of them, even Sif, who was sent by Odin to relay messages, was there. Sif's purpose here was simple: to help Odin convey messages and respond to Karl and the Ancient One. She didn't need to do anything else but to keep saying and ah. Originally, Odin planned to come in person, but due to some issues with the seal from Hela, he had to stay on the throne to ensure the seal remained stable. One could say that Odin had not been able to leave his temple recently. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long. Chapter 389. Strange and Danvers. The energy is very strong, even comparable to Odin, right? It seems this person's strength is quite impressive. But I wonder how Nick Fury knows such a person, and why he didn't bring her back right away, but waited until now. Karl commented. He knew Captain Marvel and had read the original story of Captain Marvel. However, what surprised him was that the Captain Marvel in front of him was much younger compared to the one in the original story. Even her body proportions were better than those in the movie. Even her face shape was different from the one in the film. If it weren't for the star emblem on her chest and what Ancient One just said, he wouldn't have been able to tell that this beautiful woman was Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel. Nick Fury is generally a decent person, but he's just too cautious. If I didn't have some information about the universe, I probably wouldn't know who she was. Ancient One shook her head, but didn't reveal the channels through which she had obtained her information. Karl was curious, but didn't ask directly. Since you know who I am, that's good. Originally, I wanted to find Ancient One first, but since you two are here, let's hand over the Infinity Stones at the same time. It's best to let me take care of such dangerous items. Although you all have some strength, you can't possibly stand against Thanos' forces. More importantly, you are about to face Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension. This powerful enemy cannot be dealt with by you alone, and even I may not win for sure. Not to mention, you also have to deal with that guy Mephisto. So it's best to hand over the Infinity Stones to me. This way, at least I can ensure that danger won't come to you. And the Infinity Stones won't be lost. Danvers spoke anxiously, clearly wanting Karl and the others to hand over the Infinity Stones for her to safeguard. From her perspective, this wasn't a problem, but she was wrong to overestimate her own strength and make such a big joke in front of Karl and Ancient One. Even Odin, who was watching all of this through Sif's eyes, couldn't help but laugh. Even Odin wouldn't dare to say such things to Karl and Ancient One. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Odin chuckled softly and continued to watch the drama through Sif's eyes. Ancient One and Karl exchanged glances again. Karl couldn't help but burst out laughing loudly. Ancient One managed to maintain her composure, trying hard not to laugh. This scene was too much for Danvers, who was speaking at the moment. Suddenly, she unleashed her energy and stepped forward. The powerful energy burned all the flowers and plants around them to ashes. I'm saying this for the last time. Hand over the Infinity Stones to me. If possible, I really don't want to forcefully take them. To be honest, if you really intend to forcibly take them, you might not be our match after all. Karl chuckled lightly, and his conqueror's haki erupted suddenly. At the same time, Ancient One's magical power surged like a waterfall, cascading from her. With the substantial magical power of Ancient One and Karl's conqueror's haki both erupting, they directly suppressed Danvers' energy. Feeling these two forces, Danvers' expression changed slightly. She realized that these two in front of her were not as weak as she had thought. However, having traversed the universe for so long, she rarely encountered opponents. Chapter 390. Spectating since you said that, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. My name is Carol Danvers, but you can also call me Captain Marvel. Danvers chuckled lightly and then unleashed an astonishing amount of energy, preparing to attack Strange. However, just as she was about to strike, Ancient One suddenly stood up. Wait a moment. What? Are you afraid your disciple isn't my match anymore? Hearing Ancient One's words, the corners of Danvers' mouth lifted into a smile. But Ancient One did not respond to her. Instead, she created a portal on her own. With a gentle wave of her hand, the place they were originally in instantly turned into a desolate desert. Danvers was taken aback by this scene. She never expected that a sorcerer could accomplish such a feat. Is this an illusion? Danvers casually asked, but before Ancient One could answer, Strange replied first. Such ignorance. This is just a simple spatial portal. The teacher merely enlarged the portal and locked the target on a few of us, and the teleportation is complete. This simple technique, I learned in just over a month. It's very easy. If you want to experience it, I can take you to try. Strange continued to chatter. He created a portal leading to the Arctic and waved his hand. The portal automatically charged towards Danvers. Seeing this, Danvers' expression changed slightly, and she immediately flew into the air. Dodging the portal, she did not want to be teleported away, especially since she didn't know where this desert was located. The only thing she could ascertain was that this desert should be near the ocean, as there was a hint of a sea scent in the air, mixed with a slight salty taste. Most importantly, if she were teleported to the Arctic, flying back would take quite a bit of time. She didn't want to waste such a long time. You really are unreasonable, actually launching a sneak attack. It seems you are ready to face me. As she spoke, Danvers charged forward, preparing to engage Strange in close combat. However, as a sorcerer, Strange's physical strength was certainly not on par with Danvers. After all, Danvers was Captain Marvel, possessing formidable cosmic energy within her. This made her physical abilities more exaggerated than even the Hulk and Thanos. It was precisely because of such physical prowess that she could freely navigate through the universe. It's worth noting that even Thanos and Thor's physiques cannot allow them to move freely in space. At most, they would just survive. This demonstrates just how abnormal Danvers' physique is. Strange, as a sorcerer, had already seen through this. Although sorcerers in the Marvel world tend to engage in close combat with enemies, that only applied to typical foes. When facing someone like Danvers, close combat was completely meaningless, so Strange began silently preparing his spells. By the time Danvers reached Strange, she had already released a massive amount of energy, directly sending Danvers flying. At the same time, under Strange's guidance, this energy began to change form, transforming into a fiery inferno. Additionally, Strange unleashed a barrier above Danvers' head. Soon after, a torrential rain of ice began to fall from the sky. She won't die, will she? After casting his spell, Strange asked with some concern. Ancient One shook her head, signaling him to continue. Karl chuckled and casually said, "Her body is strong. That level of attack won't hurt her." After seeing Ancient One's expression and hearing Karl's words, Strange nodded and prepared to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Sif stood in the back like a henchman. She knew Ancient One. Chapter 391 Strange Exit Lost. Both Karl and Gu shook their heads at the same time and said in unison. They could both see that although Strange was at an advantage in the current situation, he had not inflicted any effective damage on Danvers, but rather had put himself in a passive position, especially as Strange used his clone technique, attempting to suppress Danvers with thousands of clones. But clearly, he was overestimating himself. Against a powerhouse like Danvers, who had extremely abnormal physical attributes, this clone magic would have no effect at all. Strange's physical attributes were simply not a match for Danvers. This gap would never change. Unless Strange accepted the power of dark magic to transform his body, he would never surpass Danvers in terms of physicality. Even if he created thousands of clones, it would not lead to a qualitative change. Once one reaches Danvers' level of strength, a sea of people tactic basically has no effect on her. However, besides Karl and Gu, there was also Sif watching the battle. She clearly could not understand why both Gu and Karl would say that Strange was going to lose. With a mindset of asking when in doubt, Sif posed this question. Karl did not speak, but Gu began to explain. After all, she was the Sorcerer Supreme, and it was easier for her to talk about her disciple's flaws. After all, Karl couldn't possibly criticize her disciple in front of Gu. Even if Strange did have quite a few flaws, Karl could not point them out in front of everyone. At most, he would mention them privately. Meanwhile, just as Gu finished explaining to Sif, the battle between Strange and Danvers was also reaching its conclusion. Danvers, having gotten used to Strange's power, suddenly unleashed an even greater power than Strange's magic, and then dismissed all of his clones. Taking advantage of the moment when Strange had yet to react, Danvers charged in, grabbed his neck, and softly asked, "How about it? Do you now know how strong I am?" "Cough, I'm not out yet." Strange coughed as he was being choked, then immediately flipped his hands. The surrounding space instantly flipped over. Gu Yi's ultimate technique, the mirror dimension, was something Strange could also use, and the effect was not at all inferior to Gu Yi's abilities. Seeing this scene, Danvers was also taken aback. Strange seized this opportunity to break free from Danvers' arm, pushed back, and began to think of ways to defeat the woman in front of him. Danvers found it interesting. She had seen many magicians, but this was the first time she had seen someone play with magic to this extent, especially spatial magic. If it were just simple teleportation, that would be one thing, but she never expected that someone could even unleash such a high-level spatial inversion magic. This was not an ordinary mirror dimension, because general mirror dimensions could not be manipulated at all. Only after mastering spatial magic, to a certain extent, could one perform actions like flipping the space freely. This was also why Danvers was surprised. Although she was not a magician, she had seen many and had heard quite a bit about magicians. So she naturally knew how exaggerated the difficulty of practicing spatial magic was. It's quite impressive magic to have mastered spatial magic to this extent. You must have spent quite a bit of time on it, right? Yes, it took a long time, a full year. Strange replied softly, then released magic again. Chapter 392, Ancient One and Danvers. Is this a case of the younger generation being outmatched, leading to the older generation stepping in? Danvers still maintained her charging stance, but she did not continue to increase the energy in her hands, because she was well aware that if the power escalated too much, the Earth wouldn't be able to bear it. Moreover, she and the Ancient One were not true enemies. Therefore, that kind of destructive power was better reserved for Dormammu or other villains. Danvers, from now on, I will be your opponent. Strange has great potential, as you said. Give him time, and he will become very strong. I understand this better than anyone because I am his teacher. However, it is also a fact that he lost to you just now. Continuing the fight would be meaningless. So from now on, I will take Strange's place and battle you. And your purpose for coming here is the Infinity Stones, right? As the Sorcerer Supreme, I have guarded the Time Stone and the Earth for nearly 1,000 years. Whether it's Dormammu or Thanos, they both have to fear me. So today, I want to see who gave you the courage to speak such arrogant words. As she spoke, the Ancient One directly canceled the mirror dimension created by Strange. She didn't need it to fight. In Strange's hands, the mirror dimension is a powerful move. But for the Ancient One, this kind of magic posed no threat to Danvers. So she initiated a spell, creating a magical array filled with countless light points, launching them towards Danvers. Here it comes. Danvers looked at the sky, full of luminous orbs, and felt a sense of threat. Previously, She thought the Ancient One's strength was not that impressive. However, after battling Strange, she realized she had indeed underestimated the sorceress, underestimated the Ancient One. If the Ancient One were not strong enough, she could not possibly teach a disciple like Strange. Furthermore, the Ancient One's previous words made Danvers understand that the Ancient One's strength was likely much greater than she had imagined. So Danvers became serious. In an instant, the brilliant light points in the sky exploded like fireworks. The dense light points appeared in the daytime, looking magnificent. The only pity was that this was a desolate wasteland. Apart from the moist sea breeze gently blowing, there were hardly any other creatures to be seen. So this beautiful display of fireworks could only be witnessed by the few people present. By the way, through Sif's eyes, Odin could also see this scene. At this moment, Odin was watching the show from his throne, his expression somewhat subtle. The Ancient One's various spell applications were extremely proficient, entirely on a different level from Strange. Strange spellcasting was also very skilled, but he could not cast more than 5 spells simultaneously. His highest limit was just 5 at once. However, the Ancient One was different. With a single wave of her hand, she could release 7 or 8 spells. The total number of spells from both hands exceeded 15, approaching 20. This gap was something Strange could not catch up to for now. After all, the Ancient One had lived for hundreds of years, and during this time, besides fighting Dormammu, her own strength had also been growing. After all, she couldn't always rely on the Time Stone. Without it, her own strength was her greatest trump card. However, Danvers' power should not be underestimated either. The energy within her was very formidable, although the Ancient One's spells could cause her harm. But, Chapter 393, The Farce Ends, A Nameless Gobi Desert. The Earth's Guardian, the supreme sorceress Ancient One, who possesses the Time Stone, is currently engaged in an intense battle with Captain Marvel, who maintains peace in the universe. Their fight has been stalemated for nearly 2 hours, with no clear winner emerging. The main issue is that neither of them shows any signs of fatigue, making it impossible to determine which side has the upper hand. If they continue to fight like this, it will be a tremendous waste of time. Therefore, Ancient One directly uses the power of the Time Stone to distort the time around Danvers. However, she does not use all of her energy. She only briefly affects Danvers' time. Danvers, due to the cosmic energy, can fully perceive the anomalies in her body. At the same time, she realizes that it is Ancient One using the Time Stone that has caused this dissonant feeling. The current situation is that, in Danvers' eyes, everything around her has completely slowed down. Her movements, speech, and even the use of energy have all been slowed down by about half. Yet, her thoughts remain unchanged. She clearly understands that the cosmic energy is helping her counteract the effects of the Time Stone on her brain. However, the capacity of cosmic energy is limited and cannot eliminate the Time Stone's effects on her body. After all, cosmic energy is a force that is dispersed throughout the universe. If it could all be combined, its power would be unmatched. After all, it encompasses the entirety of the universe's energy. But as it is dispersed and only a grain-sized amount of energy attaches to Danvers, this amount of energy is still quite substantial for any being. However, it is simply unable to resist time, as time is one of the fundamental rules of this world. The Time Stone, moreover, is the embodiment of the rule of time. This is why Danvers is experiencing this situation. Now you should understand my power. So, do you still think I am unworthy of guarding the Time Stone? Ancient One said calmly, then released the power of the Time Stone, ceasing her battle with Danvers. Feeling her body return to normal, Danvers breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Not bad. You should have no problem fighting Dormammu and Thanos. Especially with the Time Stone. That power is truly exaggerated. I didn't even have a chance to resist. Danvers shook her head. She had only heard of the power of the Infinity Stones before, so this was her first experience. However, her first experience felt a bit casual. The feeling of her first experience could be described as utterly terrible. Danvers, I think you might be misunderstanding. I did fight Dormammu, but the one who will face Thanos in the future will not be me. My disciple, Strange, has enough ability to confront Thanos. Ancient One said with a smile, then turned her gaze to Strange. At this moment, Strange still does not understand the severity of the situation. He simply thinks that his teacher is praising him. Similarly, Danvers is unaware that Ancient One's plan is to sacrifice herself to permanently expel Dormammu from Earth, even to kill Dormammu. Therefore, neither of them understands the specific meaning of Ancient One's words. In fact, only Ancient One, Karl, and Odin are aware of this plan. Even though Sif is Odin's eyes, she also completely lacks this crucial information. If you say so, that is fine. After all, this guy still has room for growth. Danvers nodded and then continued to ask, "In that case, can you add me to the discussion on how to deal with Dormammu? Are you not planning to take the Infinity Stone from me?" Just as Danvers. Chapter 394. The shock Danvers, you can actually shatter space. Are you secretly using the power of the Infinity Stones to achieve this? Or have you mastered the method of using the Infinity Stones without suffering any backlash? Danvers couldn't believe that Karl could inflict damage to space with just his own power. Therefore, she concluded that Karl was using the Infinity Stones, which is why she questioned him. However, Karl just chuckled lightly, slowly retracting Hades back to the suspension bridge, then opened a spatial bag and took out the Infinity Stones. "The Infinity Stones are right here. I didn't cheat by using them. And you're not Dormammu, so I have no reason to use the Infinity Stones against you. This power is just my own ability, for example, like this." As he spoke, Karl first tossed the Infinity Stones back into the spatial bag and waved his hand casually. The atmosphere instantly cracked. A 100-meter area in front of him began to collapse, ultimately causing the entire ground to shake. The powerful force made the Gobi Desert tremble for more than 10 seconds before the effect subsided. "My ability allows me to create fissures in the atmosphere at will and cause tremors in a specific area. Moreover, I can attach this energy to any part of my body, even covering my weapons with it. As long as my control precision is high enough, my strikes are sharp enough, my speed is fast enough, and my strength is great enough, shattering space is not difficult at all." Karl briefly explained his devil fruit ability. People in the Marvel world didn't know what a devil fruit was, so Karl could only use this understandable way to explain it to them. Moreover, it wasn't the first time he had explained it like this. Having been in the Marvel world for over a year, Karl often chatted with Odin and Ancient One. Therefore, he had developed his own set of explanations, as Ancient One and Odin were very curious about his abilities, and he couldn't avoid explaining. After all, they needed to work together to deal with Dormammu, and it was best to understand each other. Otherwise, unexpected situations could easily arise. However, Danvers was clearly shocked at this moment. She truly did not expect that Karl had the ability to shatter space with his bare hands. If she had known from the beginning that Karl had such power, even if she were given more courage, she would not have dared to provoke him. Because with such ability, not to mention Thanos, there are only a handful of beings in the universe who can shatter space. So now she was a bit suspicious that Nick Fury had intentionally not told her about Karl's true strength. "Every time I see your abilities, I can't help but feel envious. Although your powers are highly offensive and destructive, if used properly, they can be incredibly strong. However, if you are a person with ulterior motives, aside from that small number of existences in this world, perhaps only the power of the Infinity Stones can restrain you." Hearing Ancient One's words, Karl nodded, but also shook his head. "The power of the Infinity Stones is indeed strong. I have to admit that. But it depends on the person. If you two were to use the Infinity Stones, I would definitely be no match for you. But if someone weaker than you used them, like Loki or the Dark Elves who are highly compatible with the Reality Stone, I wouldn't be afraid at all. After all, the Infinity Stones are also dependent on the user. I really don't need to care about those who are not very strong, regardless of whether they have Infinity Stones." Karl's words were filled with pride. However, his statement did not evoke any resentment. Ancient One and Danvers considered it a matter of course. Chapter 395. The Devil Army arrives early. 3 days later, Odin was still in Odin's sleep and had not awakened. Ancient One was still in her sanctum, beginning her meditation. Karl and Danvers were in the villa, playing billiards. They seemed to be quite relaxed, even though Dormammu was about to descend. However, for them, victory in this battle was assured. Ancient One had already decided to sacrifice herself to win this war that could not be lost. Danvers was aware of this plan, but she was not a saint, so she did not insist that Ancient One should not sacrifice herself. After all, she knew that sacrificing one person could bring about lasting peace, which was a worthwhile thing. Although it was somewhat sad, it was the truth. Moreover, Ancient One had already lived enough. Her body could no longer withstand the corruption of the dark dimension. Even if she did not do this within a century, her body would transform into a dark creature. Although she could still maintain her sanity, for Ancient One, it would be a fate worse than death. Furthermore, the title of Sorcerer Supreme would be wasted in her hands. Therefore, she had made up her mind to die and defeat Dormammu. Their previous plan was only to seal Dormammu, but now with Danvers added to the mix, along with the power of the Infinity Stones, they truly believed they could directly defeat Dormammu. Because there was indeed this opportunity. As for the situation on Earth, it would be left to the Earth's nations and their own armies. Moreover, Earth had so many superheroes, and even the Avengers had assembled in such a short time. The X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants had set aside their prejudices against humanity and began to defend Earth. Currently, aside from some relatively quiet villain organizations and the ambiguous character of Black Queen, all those capable of fighting on Earth were fully prepared for war. They would also try to ensure that the battlefield was set in sparsely populated wilderness to prevent war from breaking out within the cities. Even Lore and Innie were fully prepared and ready to go to the battlefield at any time. At this moment, only Karl, Danvers, and Ancient One were relatively free, because their battlefield was not on Earth, but in the Dark Dimension. Additionally, Odin needed to sleep for a while to ensure his strength. Otherwise, when Hela, the goddess of death, broke through the seal, if he did not have the strength to confront her, it would be quite embarrassing. At the same time, in Hell, Mephisto looked at the Hell Lord before him and his son, the Witch King, with a cold smile. Foolish humans actually think we would invade Earth on time, according to their wishes. They are truly naive. Witch King, the task of leading the Devil Army is entrusted to you. If you succeed, I will overlook your previous betrayal. You might even gain a vast territory that belongs solely to you. So do your best. With that, Mephisto transformed into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared before the Witch King. It's always like this, just knowing how to order me around. The Witch King had no good feelings toward his father. However, this time was indeed an opportunity for him. Otherwise, he would not have appeared here. All devils, follow my command and traverse the gates of hell with me. Awoo! With the Witch King's command, the massive gates of hell appeared before them. Under the Witch King's direction, the Devil Army entered one batch after another. Unfortunately, the gates of hell on Earth had been deliberately separated. Otherwise, with so many devils pouring in together, they could easily trample the entire Earth. Chapter 396, Chaos. Everyone must hold their ground. The demons that have emerged are merely the vanguard troops. Hold your positions. Captain, you need to be careful. Do not enter the demons' encirclement, or you won't be able to get out. Tony Stark, please keep your Iron Legion away from the military. If they get too close, they could easily misfire and hit you. And Loki, have you notified the Asgardian troops? The demons have been invading for half an hour. Why haven't they arrived yet? Nick Fury is currently in a state of panic. Although he anticipated that the demon army would launch an early attack, he never expected them to be far more ferocious than he imagined. Although Karl had informed him that the demons' power far exceeds that of humans, he thought his statements were somewhat exaggerated. In his view, even if the demons were strong and numerous, they wouldn't outnumber the human army. Nick Fury held this belief, but this time he was completely wrong in his predictions. This was the trouble caused by empiricism. Although Nick Fury has extensive surveillance and even knows that there are other races and life forms in the universe, he never considered that there was a powerful army hidden in another space within Earth itself. Now Nick Fury is questioning his life. He cannot understand why the Demon Lord would wait until joining forces with others to invade Earth. If they had invaded Earth earlier, wouldn't Earth's life forms have already turned into demon beings? Shouldn't humanity have gone extinct by now? Nick Fury cannot even begin to imagine such a scenario. Therefore, he can only maintain a high state of tension, staring intently at the screen in front of him and conducting command from all angles. However, the number of people he can command is not many. More than half of the troops do not listen to him and have their own ideas. As a result, these troops suffer the heaviest losses and have to rely on those civilian superpowered individuals to step in. However, even so, they still do not follow commands. After all, they are people from different countries and naturally have no obligation to listen to Nick Fury. Nevertheless, Nick Fury does not mind. As long as these people can hold their ground and prevent the demons from breaching their defenses, that's enough for him. He is too lazy to care about other issues. What worries Nick Fury now is that the Asgardian troops still have not appeared. Equally absent is the team from the Mage Temple. The lack of presence from these two groups is causing Nick Fury great concern. He wonders if they plan to sit this battle out. However, this is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. The current situation is extremely tense, leaving no room for Nick Fury to daydream. Meanwhile, within Asgard, the troops have gathered, but they cannot get out. The Rainbow Bridge has been destroyed. Moreover, the main issue is that Odin has fallen into a deep sleep, and Thor is still outside, forging weapons. Odin and Thor are the only two who can summon the Rainbow Bridge through their weapons. Even Heimdall cannot do this unless he sacrifices himself to enter the darkness and unleash dark magic to summon the Rainbow Bridge. What is the situation with Heimdall? Why has the Rainbow Bridge been destroyed? Frigga, as Odin's wife and the mother of the gods, has personally come to the scene to investigate the situation. Chapter 397, Various Battlefields. The war has entered a heated stage. A day and night of conflict has plunged the entire Earth into chaos. The only piece of good news is that the gates of hell have opened in very desolate areas. Therefore, cities in each country, except for border regions, have not suffered much impact. However, this day and night has been enough for news of the outbreak of war to spread across the globe. After all, the Marvel world is also a modernized society where information dissemination technology is rampant. Because of this, even if a country keeps things confidential, there will still be people witnessing the war between the army and the demons. Moreover, the atmosphere around the world has been very tense and strange. It is hard for people not to let their imaginations run wild. Some individuals, upon hearing this news, immediately jumped out to declare that the apocalypse foretold in prophecies has arrived, claiming the world is doomed and that God is here to reclaim humanity. Those who wanted to disturb social order were all caught. However, there were simply too many of such delusional individuals. Karl even saw quite a few of them in his villa area. At that time, he was playing golf with Danvers while keeping an eye on the situation at the front lines. Suddenly, a group of ruffians shouting about the apocalypse rushed in and began shooting. Clearly, they were taking pleasure in killing while robbing. Karl didn't hold back at all and sent them straight to hell. This world has completely fallen into chaos. It seems I overestimated their capacity to cope. Karl couldn't help but shake his head. Disturbed by those ruffians, he lost all interest in continuing to play golf. Speaking of which, the Asgardian army actually arrived by spaceship. And what's more, Danvers personally led the team here. It seems Asgard has undergone some unknown changes, and Thor should still be absent. Otherwise, Danvers wouldn't have suited up to join the battle. As far as I know, she hasn't participated in any combat for nearly 1,000 years. Karl looked at an area of the front lines and couldn't help but sigh. This area is currently held by the entire Asgardian army. Danvers, dressed in a handsome military uniform, rode on a heavenly horse, brandishing a long sword with grace and valor. Behind her were the fearless berserkers of Asgard. Ordinary Asgardian warriors were flanking from the sides to prevent the demons from escaping elsewhere. Although the demons are stronger than ordinary humans, when they encounter the well-trained warriors of Asgard, they can only be swiftly killed. This is a natural advantage of their race. Everyone in Asgard is a warrior. Any one of them, with just a bit of training, can possess combat power akin to Steve Rogers. Thus, their race is inherently suited for the battlefield. However, aside from the battlefield on the Asgard side, other battlefields are also fervently engaged in warfare. The human army's battlefields don't even need to be observed. The combat methods of each country's army are essentially similar. The only differences lie in command, formations, and weaponry, especially the Eastern Army, which is sweeping through, finding solutions to even the largest demons in the quickest time possible, unless they encounter those with regeneration abilities, which require superpowered individuals or mutants to deal with. Any other demons, when faced with the Easter Dragon army, are utterly defeated, because this country's army is incredibly strong, completely sweeping away all demons. In contrast, armies in other regions are merely delivering food. They sacrifice many, but lack effective organization against the invasion of the demon army. In the end, they can only rely on mutants and some superpowered individuals to help them repel the demon forces. However, some places have no mutants at all. Chapter 398, Dark Dimension. At night, in the city center, Karl and the others looked at the hazy weather, their faces very serious. Both Karl and Danvers felt an immense pressure rapidly approaching Earth from the universe. The source of this pressure was none other than Dormammu. Are you all ready? Right now, Dormammu is blocked outside of Earth by my barrier and cannot enter temporarily. However, it won't be long before he breaks through the barrier and comes to Earth. Once he gets in, everything will be over, so we must take the initiative. Ancient One looked at Karl and Danvers, explaining to the two. They were already aware of this matter from the beginning. Ancient One was just reminding them. Karl nodded and was the first to fly out. The pressure brought by Dormammu was immense, even more exaggerated than when he faced him. After all, at that time, it was on par with Karl's strength. Ultimately, Karl relied on Hades to defeat him. Now, however, Karl's strength had surpassed his previous self significantly. If him were to be resurrected, Karl believed he could definitely take him down with his current power, just needing a bit more time. But the haze before him brought Karl endless pressure. It made Karl realize that if he faced Dormammu one-on-one without using the power of the Infinity Stones, he would undoubtedly die. This was the result of Karl's future sight, which could now glimpse 5 to 6 seconds into the future. Besides that, he could even simulate the future. However, this simulation was not accurate and could only revolve around Karl himself. Regardless of the inaccuracies in the future simulations, Every time Karl simulated the outcome of a one-on-one fight with Dormammu, the result was always a guaranteed defeat. The only chance he had of winning was due to a space turbulence he caused, which led to Dormammu being sucked in. This was the outcome of the Future Sight simulation. However, Future Sight could not simulate the Infinity Stones, so Karl could not see whether he could defeat Dormammu using them. Based on the pressure Dormammu was exerting on him, Karl felt that at most, he would be able to achieve a stalemate and would not win. I had only heard of Dormammu before, but I have never met him. Thinking about it now, I'm really a bit excited to meet such a big shot in the multiverse. Danvers flew beside Karl, clearly a bit excited. She was not worried about whether she could be a match for Dormammu. Her only thought was to fight him with all her might. As for living or dying, she did not care at all. This was the mindset of a superhero. Karl would never learn this in his lifetime, nor did he need to. Because Karl was not a superhero, he would not self-sacrifice to save the world. For Karl, if the world could be saved, he would lend a hand. If it couldn't, unless there were many grievances to settle, he wouldn't bother. So this time, if it weren't for Ancient One using the Time Stone as an inducement, Karl wouldn't have agreed to oppose Dormammu. Therefore, when he heard Danvers speaking to herself, he said nothing and continued flying into the sky. Moments later, Karl and Danvers appeared in the universe. Due to the lack of gravity in space, they could not move normally. So Danvers directly unleashed energy to stabilize herself in the universe. At the same time, she could rely on this cosmic energy to survive in space without needing to breathe oxygen. Although it was not Karl's first time in space, every time he came, Chapter 399. Sufficient preparation. Be careful, everyone. Inside the dark dimension, besides these dark particles, there are also other forms of dark energy that can invade your bodies. The way to isolate these dark energies is to wrap yourself in your own energy, which can effectively prevent invasion. However, this method only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. If you want to defend against the invasion of dark energy, either you need to possess a small world that can purify dark energy, or you need to be blessed by a true God, allowing you to disregard such invasive energy, or use power that surpasses Dormammu to turn the dark energy back against itself. So, everyone be cautious. If any of you feel irritable, inform me immediately. I will use the Time Stone to adjust your physical state back to when you first entered. Because right now, our only method is to use the Time Stone for a time loop to resist this invasion, and even I am no exception. Ancient One said this. Then she directly released her body defenses, allowing dark energy to invade her body. She then activated the Time Stone, keeping her core thoughts and the only light deep within her heart at the initial moment forever. At this point, the Ancient One had visibly transformed into a follower of Dormammu. Her eye makeup was very heavy, and her complexion had darkened considerably. Even her cheeks had become somewhat gaunt. Most importantly, black patterns had appeared on her hands and neck. Karl took a look with his X-ray vision and found that these black patterns were all over Ancient One's body. These black patterns started from the heart and spread throughout her entire body. Except for her head, every part of Ancient One's body was covered with these black patterns. Ancient One, what does this mean? Danvers was shocked to see Ancient One voluntarily absorbing dark energy, turning herself into a dark creature and immediately prepared for battle. However, she restrained herself and did not act directly. Ancient One's action was just too frightening. It completely took her by surprise. Moreover, Ancient One activated this mode without any prior consultation, catching even Karl off guard. Fortunately, he knew that Ancient One had the ability to use both black and white magic simultaneously. In fact, the combination of white and black magic, along with the manipulation of dark dimension power, was the true strength of Ancient One. And this was also what Dormammu feared the most. Because with the Time Stone, Ancient One had the strength to contend with Dormammu for control of the dark dimension. Don't worry, I can maintain this state for a long time. Even if we stay here for half a year, it won't be a problem. However, I think we won't need that long to deal with Dormammu, Ancient One said softly. Her voice had become somewhat hoarse, but her tone remained calm. Clearly, after using dark energy, her body had undergone some subtle changes. It seems you can skillfully use this ability now, but I feel it would be better if you were a bit more cautious. You keep the Mind Stone. This thing is of no use to me. However, in your hands, I feel that if Dormammu wants to control you, it will be significantly more difficult. After all, he has to face the power of 2 Infinity Stones. Saying this, Karl temporarily entrusted the Mind Stone to Ancient One for safekeeping. His intention was to prevent Ancient One from overusing dark energy and then falling under Dormammu's control. Although she had the Time Stone to break such control, even if she wanted to, she would still need some time. Chapter 400. The 3 heroes battled Dormammu. Ancient One. Dormammu roared and directly unleashed various dark elements towards Karl and the others. Since Dormammu only recognized Ancient One, he had no idea who Karl and Danvers were. Therefore, he instinctively assumed that Karl and Danvers were merely Ancient One subordinates or disciples and did not regard them as threats. As a result, Dormammu's attack was merely a probing strike and not his full power. However, this gave Danvers an opportunity to showcase her abilities. In an instant, Danvers erupted with formidable energy and began attacking Dormammu. Her energy, amplified by the Mind Stone, became even more powerful. She faced Dormammu's attack without fear. Accompanied by a brilliant display of fireworks, Dormammu's dark elements were directly shattered by Danvers' cosmic energy. This force continued to rush towards Dormammu unabated. Clearly, Danvers had used all her strength to demonstrate her power. Seeing this, Dormammu's expression showed no change. He allowed the attack to hit his face, resulting in a violent explosion that created a cloud of energy smoke. Witnessing this, Danvers smirked, clearly believing her attack had struck Dormammu. Is this Dormammu? He doesn't seem that impressive. I thought his abilities were much stronger. Feeling a bit inflated, Danvers smirked, while Ancient One and Karl exchanged glances without saying a word. They knew that Danvers had always been this way, very proud. So Karl, an Ancient One, couldn't be bothered to correct her. After all, once she experienced hardship, she'd understand what caution truly meant. The next steps were up to me. Watch me perform well. After landing a hit, Danvers felt somewhat inflated and began releasing her cosmic energy, intending to bombard Dormammu continuously. Although she was arrogant and proud, she was aware that Dormammu could not be defeated with just one strike. Therefore, she unleashed energy in succession, hoping to win through sheer quantity. Each of her energy beams was enough to obliterate any warship from the Accuser fleet. Even Ronan's ship, the Dark Aster, might not withstand such energy beams. If the number of these beams was sufficient, they could even penetrate the Earth's surface and reach its core, ultimately triggering an explosion that could destroy the entire planet. Such power was easily unleashed by Danvers, so it was no surprise that she felt proud, as she had the capital to be so. However, in the eyes of Karl and Ancient One, this capital was of no use. Even in Dormammu's eyes, Danvers was merely a somewhat troublesome insect. Within a minute, Danvers released thousands of energy beams, failing to inflict even the slightest harm on Dormammu. Realizing this, Danvers understood that this enemy before her was far beyond any she had previously encountered. A mere ant dared to be so arrogant before me. Human. Dormammu roared once again. He formed a gigantic hand with dark energy aimed at the planet where Karl stood. The size of this hand was extremely exaggerated, appearing boundless to the naked eye. Moreover, this hand was powerful enough to crush the planet beneath their feet. This demonstrated just how formidable Dormammu's casual attacks were. This was the power of a multiverse-level powerhouse. One casual strike could destroy a planet. Oh no, how do I deal with this? Danvers found herself in a situation she had never encountered before, realizing that her previous experiences seemed somewhat inadequate. Chapter 401. The Terrifying Dormammu Choice 1. Agree to Dormammu's solicitation. Become Dormammu's subordinate. Gain Dormammu's new recruits and the physique of dark life. Gain trading points. 1,000. Choice 2. Refuse the solicitation. Gain Dormammu's hostility. Freely allocate attribute points. 1. Freely allocate skill points. 1. Trading points. 1,000. Choice 3. Refuse Dormammu, and within 3 days, scatter his ashes. Gain freely allocatable attribute points. 10. Freely allocatable skill points. 10. Gain trading points. Choices appeared. Karl glanced at them, nearly blinding himself. The first and second choices were nothing to discuss, but the third was simply too outrageous. Although the choices would not appear for him, and tasks that could not be completed would not show up, the third option was indeed too difficult. Moreover, it had a time limit. Karl believed that the system must have assumed all the Infinity Stones belonged to him, which was why it presented this option. However, even if all those Infinity Stones were Karl's, it was impossible for him to kill Dormammu and scatter his ashes within 3 days. Suddenly, Karl had a flash of inspiration and thought of the Time Stone. If he used the Time Stone to continually loop through time, it might actually be possible. Furthermore, this way, he could also enhance his own strength and mastery over the Infinity Stones. This was the only way out for Choice 3. However, after some consideration, Karl ultimately gave it up. Because Ancient One would definitely not agree, he had no way to obtain the Time Stone. After analyzing everything, Karl still honestly chose the second option. Choice completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining freely allocatable attribute points. 1. Freely allocatable skill points. 1. And trading points. 1,000. Dormammu. If you want to say, become my subordinate, I could barely agree. But if you want me to become your subordinate, I can sum it up in 3 words. Impossible. Karl smirked slightly, rejecting Dormammu's invitation. His response made both Ancient One and Danvers breathe a sigh of relief, because they both knew that Karl was not here to defeat Dormammu with the purpose of saving the Earth. They were somewhat worried that Karl might defect to the other side. So when Karl said this, they were completely reassured. Karl's words effectively shut down all possibilities of him joining Dormammu's camp. Looking at Dormammu's cold gaze now, Karl understood. The other party wished they could kill him directly. Very well. Human, you are not the first to provoke me, but you will definitely be the one to die the most miserable death. No one who dares to speak such big words in front of me has ever survived. You're no exception. With Dormammu's furious roar, the dark elements around him surged wildly. Karl suddenly felt as if he were wrapped in a quagmire, unable to move at all. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. After a brief struggle, Karl found that the more he struggled, the tighter the bindings became, even squeezing his skin. Then, Karl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, wanting to see if he could dispel this energy. But unfortunately, although Conqueror's Haki was powerful, it was simply not on the same level as Dormammu. However, the Conqueror's Haki did lighten the binding somewhat. It had some effect, but it couldn't free Karl from his current state. However, he was not worried because Karl still had other ways to escape. He just wanted to see what Dormammu planned to do next before he got out. Human, feel the fear. Dormammu growled. Once again, he created 2 giant dark hands, intending to crush Karl directly. His attacks were very straightforward, each time using pure dark energy to strike. After all, Dormammu was the master of the dark dimension. Chapter 403. Activate. The brilliance of the gem. Human beings. Are you done yet? I don't know how much time has passed. Dormammu suddenly roared impatiently and self-destructed. However, his self-detonation did not harm himself. It merely repelled Karl and eliminated various magical arrays set up by Ancient One. Then, as he was being reborn with his large face, he released a vast amount of dark elements to prevent Karl from advancing. Just at that moment, Danvers' light burst forth, before Dormammu could react. He lost a chin from his face. However, Dormammu did not care, because that chin was already restored the next second. Humans, you are truly annoying. I, the Great Lord of Darkness, Dormammu, am actually being pushed to this extent by you 3 ants. This is a great humiliation. Now I give you 3 a chance. As long as you are willing to submit to me and become my vassals, I will not invade Earth, nor continue to be enemies with humanity. What do you think? The terms I offer are quite good. If you agree. Impossible. Before Dormammu could finish his sentence, Karl and the others answered in unison. Then the 3 exchanged glances and smiled. You are seeking death. Dormammu was furious again. Throughout this battle, Dormammu had been angry or on the verge of fury. To Karl, Dormammu resembled a madman unable to control his emotions. He got angry too easily. Even the slightest inconvenience would send him into a rage. Even a person with rage syndrome wouldn't be like him. So Karl initially deduced that Dormammu might really have a mental illness. Everyone be careful. This time Dormammu might be serious. The phantoms we attacked earlier were likely his projected form, and now he is probably about to descend in his true form. Hearing Ancient One's words, Karl curled his lips. He had thought of this initially, but did not say it, because during the battle, Karl realized that this Dormammu had no real body. Although Ancient One claimed he had a true body hidden among the phantoms, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit the real body. This made Karl understand that the so-called phantom was merely an embodiment of the true body's power. Dormammu's real body, although likely hidden within the phantom, could remain elusive as long as they continued fighting. That was why Ancient One utilized this method to wear Dormammu down until he lost patience and revealed his true form. This was also Ancient One's original plan, but she did not specify the implementation details, only instructing everyone to fight while observing. However, once the true body emerged, hiding it again would not be so smooth. Nevertheless, the battle for Karl and the others would likely become much harder. According to Ancient One, once Dormammu's true body appeared, all of his abilities would significantly increase. In this case, their current fighting methods would become ineffective against him. Danvers, you continue to restrain him. This space gem is entrusted to you. Remember, don't misuse the power of this space gem. With your current body, although you can withstand the side effects of the gem, using it excessively will deplete your combat power, so be cautious. I understand. Danvers nodded, then took the space gem in her hand. As she held the infinity gem, she immediately felt a resonance of power within her body with the space gem. This situation startled Danvers, but she quickly. Chapter 404. The Arrival of the True Body. Get ready. Dormammu's true body has descended. The Ancient One stealthily gazed into the distance, and both Karl and Danvers followed her gaze. They saw an enormous face appearing before them. This face was countless times larger than the previous phantom visage. Looking up from this planet, it seemed as if the entire universe of the Dark Dimension was covered by Dormammu's giant face. This is Dormammu's true body. Summoning his true body took Dormammu nearly a minute. If he were chasing someone, that amount of time would have allowed the opponent to escape long ago. This is also one of the reasons why Dormammu wouldn't easily reveal his true form. It wastes too much time. Moreover, while the Phantom's power may be weak, it is at least at the multiversal level sufficient to annihilate any enemy below that tier. Even facing another multiversal being, he need not worry about being defeated, as the Phantom cannot fail. However, when Dormammu decided to manifest his true body, it indicated that he was extremely angry. He had only one thought now: to kill the human before him and ultimately destroy the Earth and the entire 9 realms. Ants. D. With a roar from Dormammu, dense dark energy surged towards Karl and the others. Danvers' face changed dramatically upon seeing this. She realized that her energy could not dispel this dark energy. Without hesitation, she used the Space Stone to amplify her own energy, barely holding off the invasion of the dark elements. Karl and the Ancient One were in the same situation. The two could only use the power of the Infinity Stones to block Dormammu's dark elements, ensuring they wouldn't be eroded. The power was indeed worlds apart from before. It was truly unexpected that Dormammu's strength would increase so significantly upon the appearance of his true body. Without the Infinity Stones, they had no idea how to face such a powerful enemy. Karl said with a smile, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. However, no one paid him any mind. Danvers and the Ancient One were both extremely cautious, not daring to say a word. Then Karl looked at the Ancient One, a puzzled expression on his face as he asked, "Ancient One, I have a question. I want to know how you dealt with Dormammu before. If he had this power when you faced him, you with only one Infinity Stone shouldn't have been his match, right?" In response to Karl's inquiry, the Ancient One glanced at him, just about to speak. But Dormammu beside them suddenly let out another furious roar. "Bastard Ancient One, if you have the ability, then don't use the Infinity Stones. I want to see what you can do. Time and time again, you've trapped me in a time loop. And every time I try to defeat you, you activate the Time Stone. It's infuriating. This time, I absolutely want to give you the chance to use the Time Stone." Ancient One, die. Hearing Dormammu's roar, Karl couldn't help but open his mouth, then showed a wry smile. "It seems my thoughts were correct. You relied on the Time Stone to keep up with him. But how much resentment must he have to be this furious? By the way, Ancient One, just how many times have you used the Time Stone against him?" Karl inquired again. At this moment, Dormammu's attack was already upon them, but the 3 of them, united in spirit, easily blocked his onslaught. With the enhancement of the Infinity Stones, each of them was at the multiversal level of power. Unfortunately, aside from Karl Danvers. Chapter 405. The plan, Karl. Do you have a good plan? Ancient One asked, seeing Karl's confident demeanor while fending off Dormammu's attacks. "I do have a good method, but it can only affect Dormammu's dark elements and won't harm Dormammu's true form. So I hope that once I've cleared out all the dark elements, you can execute your plan. But before that, I need you and Danvers to cover for me and prevent Dormammu from attacking me from other positions." "You're going to do this alone?" Danvers was surprised to hear Karl's words. Ancient One was also taken aback. "That's right. I don't need to explain this plan further, as it's something only I can accomplish. It wouldn't be useful if any of you tried." Saying this, Karl charged forward, shouting at Ancient One and Danvers, "Help me block Dormammu's attacks, and make sure his attacks don't hit me." With a furious shout, Karl flew into action. At that moment, Danvers and Ancient One exchanged glances and began assisting Karl in clearing the dark elements from behind. Seeing someone rushing towards him, Dormammu was furious. He released dark elements without hesitation, shaping them into various forms to attack Karl. Facing Dormammu's frontal assault, Karl showed no fear. He immediately activated the power of the Reality Stone, instantly transforming Dormammu's attacks into one butterfly after another, some even turning into light. Then, using the power of the Reality Stone, Karl began to convert the surrounding dark elements. Moments later, a portion of the dark elements transformed into light elements. Karl then concentrated these lights, creating one light giant after another. All the Ultramen, Taro, 7, Ace, Dinah, Gaia, Mebius, Hikari, and others like Zero, Orb, Jed, and Zeta were all manifested. However, these manifested Ultramen were merely facsimiles with the appearance and abilities Karl granted them, lacking the original strength from the source material. Karl did this simply to annoy Dormammu, making him feel what it was like to be beaten by the justice of the Light Giants. Unfortunately for Karl, he regretted that he couldn't summon the mysterious 4 Ultras with the energy here. Otherwise, it would have been quite a sight. As Karl continued to manifest various Ultramen, he also began to transform the dark elements. Gradually, the dark elements started to diminish, while Dormammu's expression grew increasingly grim. He was itching to kill Karl because the Ultramen created from Karl's use of the Reality Stone were endless. Moreover, Dormammu could sense that these light giants were merely mindless avatars or puppets. Yet, he had an unsettling feeling that if these light giants awakened and gained autonomy, he would face a terrible demise. Thus, Dormammu temporarily gave up on pursuing Karl and focused on eliminating these Ultramen to prevent them from awakening. Seeing the scene, Ancient One and Danvers were both taken aback. They had never expected that Karl was using this method to purify the dark elements. But before they could feel joy, the dark elements surged back, quickly engulfing all the light giants. However, every time one batch was overwhelmed, another batch of new light giants would appear, leaving Ancient One and Danvers completely dumbfounded. "Karl, your plan can't just be this, right?" Danvers shouted at Karl, unable to watch any longer. But Karl did not respond, instead focusing on his task. Chapter 406, The Crazy Planet. Time is slipping away in billions of seconds. Karl didn't even know how long he had spent clearing the dark energy from hundreds of thousands of planets. Although he had the Reality Stone's boost, his right hand had turned completely black. It looked like obsidian, with no color other than black. This was the effect of overusing the Reality Stone. Karl had experienced this condition before while practicing with the Reality Stone. He had to rest for 3 or 4 days to restore his hand to normal. However, even in this state, it didn't affect his combat ability. At most, his right hand became a bit sluggish. But with the Float Fruit and Observation Hockey, even if his right hand was slower, it didn't affect his combat power. These 2 abilities were enough to compensate for the side effects of the Reality Stone. Meanwhile, both Ancient One and Danvers were also panting, having expended a lot of energy. They had been fully focused on Dormammu, ensuring that his attention didn't stay fixed on Karl. This meant they also had to deal with Dormammu's attacks. At this moment, Karl was ready to launch a full-scale assault on Dormammu. "Ancient One, Danvers, get ready. I'm going in," Karl shouted as he approached the 2. Immediately, countless giants of light coalesced into 4 dazzling beams of light. The mysterious 4 Celestials made their brilliant appearance. This was a method Karl had just discovered. To summon the mysterious 4 Celestials, a large amount of light energy had to be consumed. Therefore, he had to fuse all the converted light energy to summon them. However, even the mysterious 4 Celestials were merely superficial. They looked impressive, but didn't possess exaggerated power. They only released a single light skill together before disappearing. But when these light skills all struck Dormammu's main body, they punctured a huge hole in his face. "Damn humans! How dare you injure me? You're asking for death!" Dormammu roared again, unleashing all his power to attack Karl and the others. However, his attack patterns were too singular. Having fought here for so long, Karl and the others had basically understood all of Dormammu's attack methods. Therefore, they handled it with ease, without any problems. Following the original plan, Karl began to control hundreds of thousands of planets to smash towards Dormammu. This scene was extremely shocking, whether it was Ancient One, Danvers, or Karl. None of them had ever witnessed such a scene of countless stars launching at once. "You're amazing, Karl. I didn't expect you to have such abilities. But to be fair, isn't the power of the Reality Stone difficult to control?" Ancient One asked, looking at Karl's right arm. Karl shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. I'm still holding up. It's just that half my arm has lost sensation. It won't affect me much. But in my lifetime, being able to control hundreds of thousands of planets is a peak moment for me. Because in the future, I may not have such operations again, so I cherish it." Karl's lips curled up, revealing a kind smile as he stared at Dormammu ahead. Danvers, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. Her hands had also become affected due to the overuse of the Infinity Stones. Chapter 407, Detonate. Dormammu. Ancient One. Now's the time. Quickly. Seeing Dormammu unleash dark elements and explode all the planets, Karl immediately unleashed his abilities, pushing the Ancient One out. The Ancient One also knew this was the best opportunity they had. Dormammu had just released all the dark elements, as it was the only way to clear those planets. But because of this, Dormammu was left wide open, revealing a flaw. The Ancient One seized this opportunity and launched a life-risking attack. Dormammu, D. With a furious roar from the Ancient One, a fierce light erupted from her. The two Infinity Stones shone brightly, unleashing all their power. When Dormammu saw the Ancient One charging at him, he looked down on her, completely disregarding her. Ancient One, you're seeking death. Dormammu roared, and a massive hand formed from the world, trying to crush the Ancient One. However, she remained steadfast and charged straight ahead. At the same time, Karl used Void Walking to flash to the side of the Ancient One and instantly unleashed 21 strikes, shattering the giant hand in front of them. Ancient One, it's up to you. Don't worry, just leave it to me. The Ancient One nodded and accelerated once more. The shattered giant hand turned into a cloud of black mist, trying to wrap around the Ancient One to stop her advance. But Danvers was not to be underestimated. She manipulated the Space Stone and immediately moved that black mist to another location. However, this caused Danvers' arms to become completely translucent. Danvers, enough. You can't use the Space Stone anymore. Seeing this, Karl returned to his original position and immediately withdrew the Space Stone. Danvers said nothing, knowing that Karl was doing this for her own good, and most importantly, her body could no longer endure the power of the Space Stone. If she continued to force its use, while she could still manage it, after 7 or 8 more uses, her body would completely dematerialize. In that case, even a god couldn't save her, and not even the Time Stone would be able to help, because the Infinity Stones cannot influence each other. Otherwise, the Ancient One would have used the Time Stone long ago to help Karl and Danvers eliminate the side effects on them and restore their states. Unfortunately, the effects caused by the Infinity Stones cannot be influenced by other Infinity Stones, unless all 6 stones were gathered together. Ancient One, you've gone mad. Completely mad. I never thought you would sacrifice yourself to seal me. You absolute lunatic. I will never let you succeed. When Dormammu saw that the Ancient One even abandoned her defenses and was solely focused on approaching him, he realized that the magical power emanating from her had no offensive nature. Instead, it was very gentle. This made him realize that the Ancient One did not intend to kill him, but to completely seal him, even at the cost of her own life. If it were about being killed, Dormammu was not worried because as long as the Dark Dimension existed, he could possibly be reborn. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance was still a chance. However, if he were sealed, unless the sealing time expired, he would never be able to escape. As for the duration of the sealing, Dormammu could easily guess that the Ancient One would definitely set it to be permanent. Even if it couldn't be permanent, it would still mean Dormammu would be sealed for billions of years. This was the last thing Dormammu wanted to see, because after billions of years, he couldn't even be sure if the Dark Dimension would still exist. After all, that time span was just too long. So now he was frantically attacking the Ancient One, trying to prevent her from getting closer. But the Ancient One paid no heed, continuing to charge at Dormammu. The current situation was a solo performance by the Ancient One, while Karl and Danvers could do nothing to help, because the dark elements had already begun to converge. Chapter 408, Something is Wrong. It was truly a magnificent sight. The fireworks were dazzling. I didn't expect that when Dormammu was sealed, it would be such a splendid scene. The Dark Dimension was in turmoil, and Dormammu's gigantic face exploded directly. If it weren't for the lingering aura of Dormammu here, I would have almost thought that Dormammu had been killed by the Ancient One. What a pity, it was so close to being done. However, compared to killing the opponent, sealing him for billions of years seems more reliable. But considering the Ancient One's character, I feel it's impossible that it would only be for a billion years. It should be for hundreds of billions of years. As Karl spoke, he felt the turbulent, dark energy around him. This energy had temporarily lost its master, which is why it was so violent. However, Karl had no intention of absorbing the power of the Dark Dimension, as this would lead to Dormammu's seal loosening. More importantly, this Dark Dimension didn't provide any substantial enhancement for Karl. It could even corrode his physical body. He didn't want such a negative enhancement at all. On the other hand, Danvers was currently mesmerized by the dark energy, and after fighting for so long, her mental strength was somewhat depleted. Thus, she fell into temptation. However, even so, Danvers' willpower was still relatively strong. Deep down, she had already regarded herself as an absolute hero. So even though she was tempted by the dark energy, she would only be caught in an internal struggle and would never actively plunge into darkness. This was the awareness of a superhero, and even Karl had to admire it. All right, it's time to wake up. If we don't leave now, we might never be able to. Saying this, Karl gave Danvers a hard slap to bring her back to her senses. Danvers' eyes gradually cleared, and she couldn't help but sigh before leaving the dark dimension with Karl. Moments later, they returned to the solar system through a spatial portal and quickly returned to Earth. The two of them had no idea how long they had spent battling Dormammu. The Ancient One might have known, but at that time, she couldn't have been focused on the time either, so Karl and the others didn't ask. Now, Karl and Danvers had no clue about the situation on Earth, nor did they know how long they had fought Dormammu. Although they could investigate using the Time Stone, Karl had never used it before. He thought it would be more reliable to simply return to Earth and ask someone about the time, rather than train himself to master the Time Stone. After all, mastering the Infinity Stones might require a certain amount of training time. Both the Time Stone and the Reality Stone were relatively complex Infinity Stones, while Mind Stone and the Space Stone were not as difficult to handle. Before long, Karl and Danvers had returned to Earth. However, when they followed their original path back, they found that many places had turned into ruins, except for a few countries. This scene made them feel that things seemed to be somewhat dire, because when Karl and the others left, the Earth was already experiencing a demon invasion. This war originally seemed like it would be easy for Karl to handle, but now the situation here was somewhat grim. Subsequently, Karl and Danvers continued to circle around the battlefield, where they discovered numerous corpses of demons. There were also many human limbs and remains, but not many complete bodies were left. It seemed they had been collected. The War. Chapter 409. Changes in the World. Brother Karl, you finally came back. Indil was the first to notice Karl's return and was overjoyed. She immediately flew forward, wrapping her arms around Karl's neck and hanging onto him. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Karl couldn't help but smile at Indil's enthusiasm. At the same time, Luo also noticed Karl's return and was delighted. He instantly teleported down from the third floor. Lord Karl, welcome back. Seeing Luo at that moment, Karl could clearly feel that he had matured significantly and had changed his hat style to a dark spotted one. The previous black and white spotted hat was nowhere to be seen. Karl then carefully observed Luo and noticed that his body had undergone significant changes. Most importantly, there were many scars on Luo's neck and arms. Karl could tell that these scars were the result of battles. Clearly, Luo had experienced a lot of fighting during this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many scars. You've worked hard, Luo. With so many wounds on you, you must have suffered quite a bit, right? Also, what exactly happened during this time? Why has the Earth's environment changed so much? And why has the area around the Hell Gates turned into Hell's territory? According to my calculations, even if the war ended, that area shouldn't have been affected. Did something unexpected happen? Karl quickly voiced all his questions. Hearing Karl's inquiries, Luo sighed and slowly began to explain. Lord Karl, so much has happened during this time. In the 3 months you were gone, the demon army has been invading Earth almost every day. According to the information I've gathered, it seems they have mastered some kind of technology that allows them to resurrect those small demons infinitely. Although large demons cannot be resurrected, they simply use the small demons to invade Earth continuously without any pause. As a result, the Earth's defense forces were somewhat overwhelmed. Even with the mutants and the Avengers working together, they couldn't stop the demonic army's invasion. In the end, we had to rely on the forces of Asgard and Thor to barely hold off the Demon Lord. Odin also released the Bifrost once to seal off half of the Hell Gates. Although this reduced our pressure considerably, the effect was still very limited. Until recently, a silver being from outside, claiming to be the Silver Shadow, said he had a way to solve this problem. We believed him, and he indeed solved the issue of the small demons being able to resurrect endlessly. However, the price was that the area surrounding the Hell Gates for hundreds of thousands of miles became the demon's territory. But after doing this, the demon army did stop and did not continue to invade Earth. Luo recounted everything that had happened during this time in one breath. 3 months, huh? I didn't expect to spend such a long time in the dark dimension. Indeed, in the cosmos, the concept of time can become blurred. If I understand correctly, we probably only spent about 20 to 30 days in the dark dimension, right? Karl couldn't help but shake his head and then turned his gaze to the sky. At that moment, the sky was shining with dazzling light. It was the light of the sun. Chapter 410. Danvers' concerns in the SHIELD office. All members of the Avengers are gathered here, including Danvers. Although she has not officially joined the Avengers, as a veteran figure in SHIELD, and one of those who dealt with Dormammu, she naturally earns the respect of the others present, especially Nick Fury. He has very few people he can trust right now, and Danvers is one of them. The first thing she did upon arriving was to find Nick Fury and ask him about the current situation and what had happened on Earth. Nick Fury took some time to recount everything that had transpired during her absence, leaving nothing out, including some internal information that even Ro and Until were unaware of. After all, Nick Fury has his own interests. He doesn't want Karl's subordinates to know too much, as it would not benefit him. However, for Danvers, there are no secrets between them. They are close friends who have faced the Kree together, so their relationship is naturally strong. So that's how it is. It seems Earth has undergone quite a few changes while I was away. But is this Silver Surfer really reliable? Do you all trust him so easily? I've been traveling through the universe for so many years, and this is the first time I've heard the name Silver Surfer. There are many who maintain peace in the universe, but I really don't know this Silver Surfer, so it's better for everyone to be cautious. At that moment, the Silver Surfer was not present, which is why she chose to express her concerns to everyone, urging them to be careful. After all, Danvers is not devoid of emotional intelligence. She wouldn't say such things in front of others without reason. The others understood that Danvers meant well. Although they felt her worries were unnecessary, they didn't say anything and had no intention of reporting her to the Silver Surfer, as it would be completely pointless. Then Steve Rogers began assigning tasks to everyone, and even Danvers was given a simple patrol assignment, which involved monitoring the Hellgates to prevent any demons from escaping. Danvers was somewhat displeased because she didn't like being ordered around. Although she's also a hero, she had no prior organization and was used to freedom. Thus, she felt a bit resistant to Steve Rogers' orders. However, Steve Rogers is the undisputed leader of the Avengers now. Though he may not be the strongest, he is the embodiment of the Avengers and even S-H-I-E-L-D-S spirit. Therefore, he naturally became the leader. Others willingly followed his lead, even those stronger than him, including the newly joined Quake, Quicksilver, and Scarlet Witch, all of whom had joined the Avengers midway through this war. Their strength surpassed that of Steve Rogers, and they were quite intelligent as well. Yet, they had no intention of usurping his position, as they understood who Steve Rogers was. As long as he is around, no one else has the qualification to lead the Avengers. This is not just a matter of qualification. It is more about the spirit of Steve Rogers that compels them to yield. So, when Steve Rogers faced Danvers, he maintained a respectful yet firm stance, suggesting that Danvers should take a break for a while. It was too exhausting for her to be sent out immediately upon her return, so it would be better to wait a bit longer. Nick Fury noticed Danvers' displeasure and immediately stepped in to offer support. Steve Rogers nodded, agreeing with Nick. Chapter 411. The bewildered Silver Shadow inside Stark Industries Tower. In Tony Stark's private office, he is confronting the newly joined member of the Avengers, Silver Shadow. At this moment, Tony Stark has mastered highly advanced technology and is quite skilled in using various energy weapons. Additionally, part of the materials for his armor were developed after the integration of the Destroyer armor. It could be said that Tony Stark now is more than 10 times stronger than he was in the original timeline. Unfortunately, due to the frequent wars and the constant invasion of hellish demons, his armor development has been delayed for some time. Therefore, he is still using the previous generation of armor. It may seem ordinary, but its defensive and offensive capabilities are quite formidable. The only drawback is its lack of flexibility. This is also why Tony Stark is working on developing nanotechnology suits. Since the first generation, flexibility has been a significant issue with all his suits. Mr. Stark, please try not to be agitated. I'm here simply to ask you why you refuse to join the Avengers. If you join us, we can protect the Earth together, safeguard the solar system, and even the galaxy and other planets. We could even establish a Cosmic Avengers Alliance to recruit more righteous heroes to join us. This way, we would gain many allies, and most importantly, your suit could be updated as well. Silver Shadow raised his hands high, showing no signs of malice. However, Tony Stark was not easily convinced. He glanced at the Destroyer armor stacked in the corner and the partially unfolded schematic for Karl's time travel device placed on the table. These two items are among Tony Stark's most precious possessions, and more importantly, they do not belong to him but are entrusted to him for research by Karl. Therefore, Stark does not allow anyone into this area except for himself, Potts, Karl, and his subordinates. Currently, only 6 individuals are allowed in this room. Tony Stark would not let anyone else in. However, Silver Shadow had managed to decode the security protocols and even had JARVIS restart them. If it weren't for Tony Stark's habit of keeping several backups, including JARVIS, he would have had no way to counter Silver Shadow. This guy's power is simply too strong. Silver Shadow is immune to all physical attacks, can phase through walls, and manipulate networks and machinery. He is also very adept at telekinesis. The only ways to harm him are through explosive energy shocks or energy beams. But Silver Shadow's recovery speed is incredibly fast, even quicker than that of many mutants. This is why Tony Stark is so cautious, not daring to let his guard down. Even though Silver Shadow is here as an envoy. Silver Shadow, whether this is your own intention or if Nick Fury sent you as an envoy, I will not agree. This is your final warning. Leave within 10 seconds, or I will not be polite. Tony Stark's hands and chest began to glow, and he clearly was not joking. He was genuinely preparing to take action. Silver Shadow looked at Tony Stark, who was gathering energy. Chapter 412. The frustrated Silver Surfer Karl looked at Tony Stark and then fixed his gaze on the Silver Surfer before speaking. I don't want to know your background, nor do I care why you came to Earth and joined the Avengers. But let me warn you, Tony Stark is my man, and I have his back. If you plan to harm him, then be prepared for the consequences. Karl's tone was cold, and his eyes were sharp, making the Silver Surfer increasingly feel that Karl was not human. He had never encountered such an oppressive presence from anyone before. Now, make your choice, Silver Surfer. I want to see if you plan to attack me, or if you'll be smart enough to hand over your biological material for my research. As he spoke, Karl released his grip on the Silver Surfer and crossed his arms, coldly watching him. At this moment, the Silver Surfer glanced at Karl, then fixed his gaze firmly on Karl's right arm. Your arm. My arm is none of your business. Answer my question first. Are we fighting or not? Of course not. We're not enemies, so why fight? As for my biological material, that's easy. I can regenerate. So, giving you a part is no problem. The Silver Surfer cleverly detached a portion of his biological material from his hand and placed it on the table nearby. Seeing this, Karl stepped forward and activated the Reality Stone. Upon seeing the Reality Stone, the Silver Surfer's expression changed slightly, and he thoughtfully stroked his chin. Meanwhile, Karl used the Reality Stone to sever the connection between the sphere and the Silver Surfer. Tony, this thing is for you. Use it wisely and don't worry about him monitoring you. Got it. Tony Stark took the sphere, nodded, and placed it inside a glass case made of special material. Afterward, Karl put away the Reality Stone and smiled at the Silver Surfer. That was an ether particle, also known as the Reality Stone. So what do you think? Interested in a little interaction? Never mind that. I know what the Infinity Stones are, but I didn't expect you could control one. Are you really human? Is that an insult? Karl raised an eyebrow and instantly appeared in front of the Silver Surfer, delivering a slap to his forehead. The Silver Surfer, who had been slapped once before without noticing anything wrong, now realized that his physical immunity was ineffective against Karl. Both the previous two slaps and when Karl had gripped his shoulder were the same. This revelation shocked the Silver Surfer, causing his mouth and eyes to widen involuntarily. Curious why I can touch your body without permission? Keep wondering. I'll one T tell you the reason, and you better behave. No matter what your purpose on Earth is. This is still my territory. If you plan to bring something here, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing Karl's words, the Silver Surfer's pupils trembled. His purpose for coming to Earth was to guide Galactus. However, Galactus was still several years away from this location. That's why he transformed into a hero, aligning himself with Earth's heroes. This way, he not only had a cover, but could also naturally stay on Earth to guide Galactus. But he never expected that his plan would be seen through by Karl. Even if the other party was just guessing, it made the Silver Surfer feel a chill that gathered all over his body. He wished he could leave immediately, but he couldn't do that because he still had a mission to complete. Mr. Karl, you really are joking. The S-H-I-E-L-D. Chapter 413. Hell Conference. 3 days later, in Hell. At this moment, Hell is in a state of turmoil. Every corner of Hell is engulfed in flames. And the temperature here is extremely exaggerated. In any given place, the temperature exceeds 80 degrees. In such an environment, humans cannot survive, and even demons would find it difficult to endure long-term exposure to such conditions. Damn it, why is this happening? Clearly it was a good plan, but it fell apart because of a Silver Shadow hero. It's infuriating. If it weren't for that guy's ability to connect with the planet Devourer, we wouldn't have suffered such a terrible defeat. A demon shouted angrily. This person is Beelzebub, one of the 7 Lords of Hell. Not just him, all the 7 Lords of Hell are present, including Mephisto and Lucifer. Don't be anxious, there's no need to rush. However, the arrival of the Silver Shadow hero indicates that the Earth is being targeted by the planet Devourer. Our Hell belongs to another dimension. The planet Devourer can't do anything to us, so there's no need to worry. But if the Earth is gone, and even the entire 9 realms and the solar system are lost, that would be very bad. Mephisto said softly, his tone somewhat melancholic. Lucifer sat nearby, closing his eyes and not intending to say a word. Oof. If it weren't for your terrible idea, Mephisto, to create a furnace that could quickly resurrect little demons to invade Earth, then what happened? The demon furnace was completely absorbed of energy by the Silver Shadow hero using the Planet Devourer, resulting in Hell becoming like this. Are you satisfied now, Mephisto? Another tall and robust Lord of Hell unceremoniously rebuked Mephisto. But the next second, Mephisto simply glanced at him, and the Lord of Hell immediately shut his mouth. Clearly, he backed down. Although Mephisto is one of the 7 Lords of Hell, his strength is significantly greater than that of the other lords present, except for Lucifer. In Hell, Mephisto is a native and the oldest, most powerful lord. The other lords of Hell are younger and naturally weaker. Thus, Mephisto is considered a transcendent existence in Hell. However, his strength has limits. If more than 2 lords of Hell join forces, even Mephisto may not be able to compete. This serves as a balance against him in Hell. Lucifer, won't you say something? A diminutive, sharp-toothed Lord of Hell poked Lucifer's thigh. However, Lucifer merely opened one eye and glanced at him, causing the demon lord's hand to freeze in midair. He too backed down, not daring to poke Lucifer again. Lord Lucifer, also known as Satan, the king of demons. He is also a transcendent existence among the lords of Hell, with a status equivalent to Mephisto. As a fallen angel, even after becoming a demon, his strength remains unfathomable. He also possesses many techniques that restrain demons, which have no effect on Lucifer himself. Because of this, Lucifer has become the only one who can stand against Mephisto alone in the eyes of other demons. This boring meeting should end as soon as possible. Hell has already turned into this ghostly state, and it will probably remain like this forever, if we want to eliminate the negative effects caused by the explosion of the demon furnace. We might only be able to achieve that with the Reality Stone and the Time Stone. Therefore, I plan to personally go to the human world to seize the Time Stone and the Reality Stone. After all, Agamotto and Dormammu have both perished, and Odin is currently troubled by Hellas invasion. We don't need to worry about those so-called heroes. A demon. Chapter 415. The Devil Strikes. It seems I really am not popular at all. Haha. The Silver Shadow hero chuckled self-deprecatingly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, but he didn't say anything further. Danvers glanced at him, patted his shoulder dismissively, and then turned to Karl. Karl, what should we do next? I'm with you. Danvers had fought alongside Karl once, so she was well aware of his strength. Strange and Luo didn't need any introduction either. They both looked to Karl for direction, with Luo being Karl's subordinate and Strange owing his allegiance to Karl due to the Time Stone and Karl being his elder. Now, only the Silver Shadow hero remained without expressing his stance. However, given the current situation, it wouldn't matter even if he did, as there were 5 Hell Lords, which were actually quite easy to deal with. Each of you will take responsibility for 1 Hell Lord, and I will quickly take out 1 myself. Once I finish with my opponent, I'll come to assist you. Since the Hell Lords have come personally to seek death, we absolutely cannot let them go. Karl sneered, clearly not taking the Hell Lords seriously. Moments later, the 5 Hell Lords, accompanied by a throng of hellish demons, appear before Karl and the others. The Hell Lords from the underworld, upon seeing Karl and the others, wasted no time and immediately commanded the other demons to attack. But Karl merely utilized a bit of the Time Stone's power, and in an instant, all the demons, except for the Hell Lords, turned into a pile of yellow sand. This is the power of the Reality Stone. Although they hadn't completely died, immediately after, Luo directly used the power of the Tremor Fruit. In an instant, the ground around them cracked open. Those demons that had turned into sand fell directly into the abyss. Then, Karl used the Float Fruit to recombine all the cracks. This way, those demons would be completely sealed within, unable to escape. This scene caused the Hell Lord's expressions to change slightly. Even the Silver Shadow hero was unaware that Karl could achieve this. His expression changed multiple times before finally settling on the Hell Lords. The Silver Shadow hero realized that as long as the Planet Devourer did not arrive on Earth, he would not make a move against Karl. Not to mention the pressure Karl exerted, which made the Silver Shadow hero feel very uncomfortable. Just Karl's bizarre abilities had already made the Silver Shadow hero feel that he was a tough opponent. Therefore, the best way for the Silver Shadow hero to continue staying on Earth was to play the role of a superhero, helping them protect the Earth and the solar system. Humans, hand over the Infinity Stones, and we'll leave you with whole corpses. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to wish you were dead. One of the Hell Lords thundered, his voice causing sonic booms that made Danvers and the others instinctively cautious. You want the Infinity Stones? Karl smirked at the words, then held the Infinity Stones in his hand. The Infinity Stones are all with me. If you want them, come and get them. With that, Karl flew into the air, heading into the distance. Meanwhile, the 5 Hell Lords exchanged glances and then rushed forward. Each of them flew differently. 2 had wings and could fly quickly, while the other 3 used their respective abilities to ascend. Among them, 2 relied on telekinesis, but one large fellow used fire propulsion to fly into the air. However, as they ascended, Danvers and the others also charged up to intercept them. Danvers directly targeted the largest, least agile demon and threw a punch down. Chapter 417. Karl's plan. You actually managed to find me, even though I deliberately tried to avoid you. You really are relentless. Johnny Blaze, now known as the Ghost Rider, was silently praying for something here. However, as the Ghost Rider, he was praying to God. This was rather ironic. Karl didn't know if Johnny Blaze's prayers could accurately reach God. However, Karl wasn't interested in such matters. He had a serious reason for finding Johnny Blaze. You have a coordinate on you, and I remember telling you about this, so no matter how you hide, I will always find you. But there's no point in discussing this further. You should focus on your business. I didn't come to chat. Which demon are you planning to trouble this time? To be honest, with your strength, you could just walk through the Hell Gate. So why do you need me to open it? That old man Mephisto can't stop you. And the Hell Gates on Earth are open every day. You could just go in directly. Is it really necessary to keep an eye on me? Johnny Blaze shook his head helplessly. In the past, aside from going to hell through the Hell Gate, Karl often sought out Johnny Blaze to open a Hell Gate for him to sneak in. By using Johnny Blaze's abilities to enter, Karl could delay being discovered by Mephisto. After all, the Ghost Rider has the ability to mask the perception of demons, even though he couldn't completely block Mephisto's perception. Masking it for short while wasn't a problem. So, Karl often found Johnny Blaze to secretly open a Hell Gate and take him in, while also hunting a few minor demons to obtain their bodily tissues for research. After all, Rodden's body enhancement potion had reached its limit and couldn't be developed further. So, Karl naturally looked for other methods to continue his research. Unfortunately, he still hadn't developed a new generation of enhancement potions. Stop with the nonsense. Just open the door honestly. If I succeed this time, you'll most likely be able to rid yourself of the Ghost Rider identity in the future. Are you saying you plan to actively seek trouble with Mephisto? But what does finding me have to do with that? Johnny Blaze had no idea why Karl wanted to find him until Karl informed him that he had slain 5 Hell Lords. Only then did he nod in partial understanding, showing a look of surprise. So that's what happened. The 5 Hell Lords were already dead. Now, only Lucifer and Mephisto were left in hell. So, you want me to help you restrain one of them? You finally get it. That's exactly what I mean. As the Ghost Rider, you can move well in hell, even coming and going freely. However, Earthlings might not manage as easily. Whether it's my subordinates or Danvers, Strange, and the others, they would all be affected in hell. Only you, not only would your strength not be diminished, but you would even be enhanced by hell. Therefore, the only Earthling who can help me hold Lucifer in hell is you. Karl spoke frankly. Because among Earthlings, only Johnny Blaze could help Karl hold Lucifer. However, on the Asgard side, both Loki and Thor could actually do it too. It's just that Karl hadn't contacted Loki until now. His communication with Asgard was already unreliable, relying entirely on Loki for communication. Now that Loki wasn't here, even if Karl used Tony Stark's inventions to send signals to understand the situation in Asgard, it wouldn't work, because Asgard no longer accepted any external signals. Karl also had no way to connect. Chapter 418. Hell. Hee. Welcome to hell, humans. Be serious, or I'll take your head off. Hearing the eerie laughter, Karl didn't hesitate to slap Johnny Blazer on the back of his head. However, when Karl slapped him, he used his hotkey, so the harmless hellfire on Johnny's head didn't harm Karl. Is it really necessary to be this boring? I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Do you really need to react like that? Johnny Blazer glanced at Karl, his tone a bit exasperated. If he still had a physical body, that look would have been an eye roll. However, his eerie laughter did indeed create a hellish atmosphere. After all, demons in hell love to make creepy laughs that sound very unsettling. But this wasn't the first time Johnny Blazer had done this. If it happened once or twice, Karl wouldn't mind. But every time Johnny brought Karl to hell, he would always say something like this. It would be a waste of talent for him not to work at Starbucks Atmosphere Team or a bar's Atmosphere Team. Because of this, Karl felt somewhat irritated. After all, even though there was a long gap between each visit, hearing it multiple times would inevitably become tiresome. After all, Karl is a normal person too. Johnny Blazer. If you want to create an atmosphere, try something new next time. If you say that again, I really will take your head off. Karl patted Johnny Blazer on the shoulder and then activated his observation hotkey, flying towards Mephisto's location. He wanted to give Mephisto a huge surprise. It was not easy to win in a direct fight against Mephisto. Even with Karl's current strength, he might not have a guaranteed win. Even with the Infinity Stones, he might not be able to secure a kill. For an existence like Mephisto, having a backup plan is essential. After all, as the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto probably has more than just 3 tricks up his sleeve. He likely has many more. Based on Karl's wild guess without any data, a cunning guy like Mephisto likely has at least 6 or 7 means of escaping danger to feel secure. Because Karl currently has even more ways to save his own life. That's why he dared to enter Hell and confront Mephisto head-on. Mr. Karl, why do you insist on killing Mephisto? You're not even from Earth, just someone from another world. There's really no need to do this, right? If you're saying it's to help me, then don't bother, because I wouldn't believe you even if you said it. But if you say it's for world peace, well, let's skip that. I don't think that's possible either because you're just not that kind of person. Johnny Blazer complained. At that moment, he was riding his motorcycle, barely keeping up with Karl's low-flying speed. However, Johnny was already used to it because Karl had done this before. The main reason was that Karl had actually slowed down his flying speed. Otherwise, Johnny wouldn't have been able to keep up at all. Also, Karl could walk through the void. If he teleported, Johnny would definitely be left behind. So Karl was flying slowly, actually taking care of Johnny Blazer. Otherwise, he would have rushed into Mephisto's territory and ambushed that ancient being who had been alive for who knows how long. Your question is quite pointless. He offended me. So, am I not allowed to take revenge? Hell has come to gang up on me, making me feel like the final boss in a game or movie, and I'm not allowed to retaliate? If there's anyone who should be treated like a boss to be ganged up on, it should be Mephisto, right? Karl rolled his eyes and began to complain. Chapter 419. Ambush Lucifer. You really are confident, or should I say, did you already know that this day would come? Mephisto did not feel angry upon hearing Lucifer's words. For him, it would be strange if Lucifer didn't say such things. Pride and arrogance are Lucifer's trademarks. So whatever he says, Mephisto would not be surprised. What intrigued him was why Lucifer was so calm, as if he had foreseen it. But he guessed wrong. Lucifer did not have foresight. He simply wanted to show off. So regarding Mephisto's question, Lucifer just smiled and did not answer directly. If you don't want to say it, that's fine. But I warn you, Hell is currently divided between us two. But in the end, Hell will only belong to me. A guy like you will eventually be driven out of Hell by me, Mephisto said confidently. However, Lucifer didn't pay much attention. They were old rivals, and Mephisto's words were cliches that Lucifer had heard so many times before that he was almost numb to them. Just as they were having this friendly exchange, Lucifer and Mephisto suddenly froze in place, their gazes drifting in the same direction. Mephisto, do you hear any sound? Lucifer, do you also feel that something is off? Indeed, it's the sound of a motorcycle and a strange aura. This feeling is somewhat familiar. It's the Ghost Rider. Why is that bastard here? Doesn't he fear death? Both Mephisto and Lucifer sensed Johnny Blaze's presence, but they didn't pay it much mind. Johnny Blaze's power was equivalent to the peak of a demigod, close to that of a true god. His strength was neither weak nor particularly strong. However, the strongest aspect of the Ghost Rider was his immortality and hellfire. With these two abilities, even the Lords of Hell wouldn't dare to provoke him lightly, because none of the Lords of Hell could control hellfire. And most importantly, hellfire was their nemesis. Even Lucifer was no exception. After all, he was a fallen angel and would naturally be restrained by hellfire. This Ghost Rider is not here for good. Mephisto, you really have raised a strong double-crosser. If you hadn't given him a contract back then and deceived him, he probably wouldn't have turned into what he is now. To be honest, if you hadn't deceived him, he might have become your loyal dog by now. So, whether in life or in being a devil, it's better to have some integrity. Look at me, what a person of integrity I am. As long as you hand over your soul to me, I can help you with anything. Lucifer would not miss any opportunity to boast about himself. Mephisto, seeing Lucifer still so narcissistic, scoffed but ignored him. At that moment, Johnny Blaze appeared before them, looking at the Ghost Rider in front of them. Lucifer and Mephisto both laughed out loud. Ha ha, the Ghost Rider has come knocking. Mephisto, what do you plan to do now? What else can I do? Since he has come to seek death, I don't mind letting him fall into true death. Saying this, Mephisto gathered a wave of hellish energy, intending to attack Johnny Blaze. However, the latter revealed a strange smile and raised his middle finger. As seasoned devils who have spent years on Earth, both Mephisto and Lucifer knew very well what the middle finger represented. So, Mephisto felt immense anger. But before Lucifer could mock Mephisto, Johnny Blaze also raised his middle finger at Lucifer. Seeing this scene, Chapter 420, Mephisto's defeat the Hellfire, combined with the firearms brought from Earth by Johnny Blazer, produced unexpectedly effective results. Johnny Blazer had used this setup before, when he employed firearms against the demons of hell. Nearly every bullet could take out a demon in an instant. Aside from the Lords of Hell, no demon could withstand a bullet infused with hellfire. This power was quite exaggerated, but unfortunately, the bullets were limited. If he didn't change the magazine, he could still continue using them, but their power would be significantly reduced. After all, the bullets themselves possessed strong, penetrating, and lethal capabilities. When combined with hellfire, they could achieve excellent results. However, this method could not effectively harm Mephisto and Lucifer, but it was completely feasible to delay their movements and catch them off guard. Enough! You mere humans shall not be allowed to run rampant in hell, Mephisto roared, transforming directly into a massive demon. However, even after transforming, his right arm had still not recovered. Seeing this, both Mephisto and Lucifer's expressions changed. They had initially thought that Karl's ability merely restricted their healing capabilities. They believed that once they transformed, their injuries would disappear. Unfortunately, Hades' power was far more complex than they had imagined. Mephisto, this time, let's see how you struggle. Karl smirked, revealing a smile, and then charged forward. On the other side, Lucifer also transformed into a four-winged angel. But like Mephisto, his arm had not recovered either. Furthermore, his wings were black, signifying his fallen status. The black wings limited his power, allowing him to exert only about half of his peak abilities. This was the price of his fall. Nevertheless, even so, with Lucifer's current strength, even with one arm broken, he could easily suppress Johnny Blazer. However, as a Ghost Rider, Johnny was no pushover. Although his firearms could not inflict effective damage on Lucifer, he could use hellfire to cover his chains, which would still have some effect on Lucifer. Most importantly, Lucifer had a soul. Johnny Blazer's Eye of Judgment was the nemesis of all beings with souls. Even the Lords of Hell were no exception. Although the Eye of Judgment would not instantly kill someone of Lucifer's caliber, this ability acted as a perfect control mechanism, forcing him to stop attacking and stand there like a statue. At this moment, Lucifer was hit directly by the Eye of Judgment and froze in place. His eyes were a dull gray, as if he had been petrified, and his soul was extremely unstable, as if it could explode at any moment. However, this situation was merely an illusion. Johnny Blazer knew very well that Lucifer would wake up before long. Therefore, he had to continue weakening the opponent's power. Only in this way could he ensure his own safety while buying time for Karl to successfully deal with Mephisto. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle with Karl was a one-sided, crushing victory. Mephisto was no match for Karl at all. Having lost an arm, Mephisto not only suffered a decline in strength, but sometimes could not even defend against Karl's attacks in a timely manner. This was the impact of losing an arm. Although it did not affect his control over hellish energy, it did affect his overall strength, because the arm was very important to him. Chapter 4:21. Hell changes hands. Now, Mephisto was left with only his head, and it was uncertain whether he could revive with just that. However, according to the future seen through the time stone, there was a 99 chance that his head would not revive, so it should be safe. Karl said this, and then placed Mephisto's head into his spatial bag. Keeping Mephisto's head would be very useful. One of the materials needed for the time-space shuttle was a devil skull. Previously, Tony Stark had conducted experiments using the skulls of all devils except for the Lord of Hell. But in the end, all had failed. Even the skull of a devil of the Hell Lord level could not support the time-space shuttle device. Therefore, Karl wanted to try if Mephisto's head could work. Besides him, there were other Hell Lords as well. However, those guys were significantly weaker compared to Mephisto. Since there were better materials available, there was naturally no need to use those relatively inferior materials. Soon, Karl followed the coordinates of Johnny Blaze and arrived at the battlefield between him and Lucifer. Since their battles had lasted for quite some time, it was normal for the battlefield to shift. However, the situation on Johnny Blaze's side was quite dire. Unlike Karl, Johnny Blaze's strength was far inferior to Lucifer's. Being able to hold off the opponent was already exhausting all his efforts. If this wasn't hell, which could continuously provide energy to Johnny Blaze, he would have collapsed from exhaustion due to a lack of energy long ago. Without hesitation, Karl charged in to help Johnny Blaze deal with Lucifer. Just like that, the legendary Satan fell in hell. When he fell, the entire hell even started to rain black rain. This spectacle was much grander than Mephisto's death. After all, there was no such celestial phenomenon when Mephisto died. Moreover, the most important thing was that, along with the black rain, the temperature in hell actually dropped significantly. At the same time, Karl also felt a force connecting to his body. This force was the breath of hell. Sign in completed. Obtain the breath of hell. Gain transaction points. After a long time, this sign-in task was finally completed. Moreover, Karl successfully obtained the S-level ability, the breath of hell. At the same time, he also became the Lord of Hell, capable of commanding all devils. Is this the breath of hell? It feels quite good, but the ability is a bit disgusting. It's dark and murky, looking like no good thing, so it's better to use it sparingly. Karl released the breath of hell and then felt nauseated. This ability was indeed powerful, but it was truly disgusting, because when this thing was released, it was sticky and dark, very unpleasant. Moreover, the most critical thing was that the evil aura within it was extremely thick. Even Karl felt unclean. So he decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid using this ability. This was to prevent misunderstandings and accidental harm to teammates. The breath of hell had friendly fire damage and would devour all living things. If Karl did not control it, this thing could easily cause severe negative effects. However, using it to slowly nurture Hades was not a problem, because Hades himself was a demon sword, possessing very powerful demonic power. He could certainly be fed with the breath of hell. Moreover, Karl had just used it to slay Mephisto, and the black patterns from Mephisto directly covered about 1/3 of the entire blade and a little more. Based on this speed, Karl felt that he could feed Hades the breath of hell for about 3 years. Chapter 422. Purchasing the Underworld Fruit. Meanwhile, Karl had returned to the surface. Back to his villa. He had no intention of dealing with the matters in hell. Just as Johnny Blaze had speculated, Karl had no interest in hell at all. Even though he had become the Lord of Hell and gained the power of hellish essence, he remained indifferent to it. It was precisely for this reason that Karl appointed Johnny Blaze as the temporary agent of hell, allowing him to manage it. Although Karl didn't fully trust him, for now, he was the best choice. Moreover, when Karl eventually left this world, hell would not fall into a state of being leaderless. In this way, Karl did not ruin hell. After all, a world without hell could easily lead to chaos. Thus, handing it over to Johnny Blaze was the only thing Karl could do. Next, the first thing Karl did upon returning to the villa was to get a good rest. His battle with Mephisto had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Although Karl was not injured, the prolonged fight had left him somewhat mentally fatigued. However, the battle with Mephisto did not last too long. After returning to Earth, he realized that his battle with Mephisto had lasted only 10 days. Compared to the fight with Dormammu, this duration was insignificant. So Karl didn't pay much attention to it. However, during these 10 days, there had been some subtle changes in the situation on Earth. The hellish demons had been completely defeated, and humanity had achieved a great victory. Then Johnny Blaze had closed the gates of hell, which gave the human military a false sense of security. They began to believe that the demons were afraid of humans, which was why they had closed the gates of hell. If Karl, Johnny Blaze, or even those Hell Lords knew that the high-ranking officials in the military thought this way, they would probably find it laughable. However, it was quite normal for these people to be arrogant, as they didn't have to fight on the front lines during the desperate battles. Only after the victory would they emerge to boast about their achievements and power. This was a common issue in this world, but Karl was unaware of all this. The first thing he did upon returning was to lie in bed and enjoy a good sleep. The next day, he woke up to find Endur sleeping on him, even drooling a little. Seeing the adorable Endur, Karl kissed her and then gently placed her aside. After that, he went alone to the basement room to begin consolidating his abilities. However, before that, Karl looked at his over 80,000 trading points and felt a bit excited. The marketplace had already been upgraded, and everything he wanted was available. But the only thing he wanted right now was the Underworld Fruit. Only this ability could grant Karl the power of the Underworld and true immortality. So without any hesitation, Karl directly spent 70,000 trading points to purchase this ability. However, this ability did not directly inject into Karl's body, but instead formed a devil fruit that fell into his hands. Looking at the devil fruit before him, Karl's mouth twitched, unsure whether he should eat it. But according to the system's reminder, Karl knew that the devil fruit produced by the system had no side effects. So he didn't have to worry about the underworld fruit conflicting with the powers of the tremor fruit and the float fruit within him. His only concern was the taste of the devil fruit. Although Karl was an ability user, he had never eaten a single fruit, which left him completely unaware of what the devil fruit would taste like. Chapter 423. The Arrival of the Grim Reaper. Loki has actually returned, and he seems to be injured. However, since there's Luo up there, I won't go up for now. The most important thing is to sort out my abilities and get familiar with the Hellish Aura. After all, the Hellish Aura alone has a strength equivalent to 2/3 of my original power. This is comparable to the level of a sub-god, on par with Luo's current strength. If the hellish aura is used properly, it can catch the enemy off guard and deliver a sudden blow. With this in mind, Karl opened his personal attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Karl Strength. S Agility. A Spirit. A Stamina. A Title. Benevolent and Righteous Abilities. Military Fist. B. Float Fruit. Awakened. Armament Hockey. Perfect. Observation Hockey. Limit Break. Conqueror's Hockey. Perfect. Dual Blade Style. A. Wind Element Mastery. C. Super Strength. S. Tremor Fruit. Awakened. Give Me Face. D. Soul Slayer Bankai. Hades. S. Super Regeneration. S. Void Walking. A. Thunder Immunity. Illusion. B. Hellish Aura. S. Items. Dimensional Space Bag. Remaining Skill Points. 1 remaining Attribute Points. 2 Trading Points. Unawakened Ability. Underworld Fruit. With so many abilities, there hasn't been any change in my personal attributes. However, that glaring S-level strength is quite noticeable. Karl continued to organize his attributes while practicing the hellish aura. Over an hour passed like this. Endure arrived in the basement to bring breakfast to Karl. When Karl came down, it was just getting light outside. It wasn't even 7 a.m. yet. Endure, what's going on up there? Is Loki okay? Don't worry, brother Karl. Although Loki fainted, his life is not in danger. Luo is treating him, and he should wake up before lunchtime. By the way, how about we have a seafood feast for lunch today? I just happened to bring a lot of seafood recently, so we can finish it all today. Sure, you can handle it, but don't overwork yourself. Once I familiarize myself with my new powers, I'll come up to help you. Okay, I understand. I won't disturb you anymore, brother Karl. Saying this, Endure put down the breakfast, gave Karl a kiss, and then left the basement. Karl took a short break, then finished his breakfast and continued training his hellish aura. As lunchtime approached, Loki woke up. Endure was the first to come to the basement to inform Karl. Karl then followed Endure to the medical room, where he saw a badly injured Loki. Loki, you really are in a bad state. By the way, with your current strength, unless you face Thanos head-on, who else could have beaten you up so badly? Hearing Karl's teasing, Loki sighed, lacking even the strength to retort. Lord Karl, you might not believe this. I was beaten by my sister, the Grim Reaper Hela, and the fire giant Surtur. The main issue is that Grim Reaper Hela and Surtur have actually formed an alliance. She even said she wants to personally bring about Ragnarok. We fought her for a long time, and in the end, my father, King Odin, was sealed on the planet of death by Grim Reaper Hela. My brother Thor was unable to defeat her and is currently planning to take all the residents of Asgard to seek refuge. I wanted to hold Surtur and Hela back by facing them alone. Chapter 424. Battle against the God of Death. Loki, come out. Do you think you can escape by hiding in Midgard? It's just a primitive and uncivilized land. And you think you can oppose me? It's simply laughable. Once I kill you, I'll go find my good brother Thor, and you two will face hell together. The God of Death, Hela, laughed wildly, her tone particularly arrogant. Clearly not taking Midgard, that is, Earth, seriously, having been sealed for a long time. She was unaware that Earth had undergone significant changes and did not know that it was now filled with various monsters. Thus, she still regarded this place as a very backward and barbaric land. At the same time, her undead army began to roar and advance toward Karl's villa. The soldiers of this undead army had only one purpose: to destroy all living beings they encountered. Therefore, they would unhesitatingly launch attacks on everything in front of them. Moreover, the most challenging aspect of the undead army is that they can resurrect infinitely. As long as Hela is alive, her undead army will not disappear. This is also what Karl is most worried about, because for Luo and Endure, dealing with an undead army of over 10,000 is still somewhat difficult. After all, the soldiers of the undead army would not be affected by Endure's mental control. Luo's surgical fruit would also have no effect on them, as they could heal themselves unless Karl directly took action to wipe out all of these undead soldiers in one go. Although Karl could do this, it would definitely take some time. More importantly, even if the undead army were eliminated by Karl, they would reappear automatically because Hela is still alive. Therefore, the best way to resolve this crisis is to deal with Hela as soon as possible. Pay attention to your own safety. I will deal with Hela and help you clear the first wave of the undead army. As for the rest, you will have to handle it yourselves, Karl said, then charged out directly. He swiftly appeared outside the villa and without hesitation slashed out a sword energy, eliminating all the undead soldiers in front of him. At the same time, Hades absorbed a portion of the death aura, but this aura was far inferior to the hellish aura he had absorbed before. It didn't even reach 1/10,000th of the previous level. After all, these were just puppets, completely insignificant. The god of death, Hela, right? You think you can let them enter hell? Have you asked me, the Lord of Hell? Karl's lips curled up as he directly released the hellish aura. Enveloping the two of them, the incredibly powerful evil force transformed into a realm. In this place, only Karl and Hela existed. Anyone else whose strength did not exceed Karl's could not enter. This is an absolutely closed realm. Furthermore, if Hela wants to get out, there are only two methods. The first is for Karl to actively lift the realm seal. The second method is to kill Karl. In that case, the realm would automatically be lifted. But no matter how strong Hela's power is, she could never kill Karl. Not to mention, Hela's current strength is only above the level of a celestial father, but below the level of a single universe. This level of power, while sufficient to match Karl, still makes her no match for him. However, if Karl wants to deal with Hela without relying on the Infinity Stones, it will still take some time. But Karl does not lack time. What he wants to do most now is to master the hellish aura proficiently. This battle is exactly what he needs. Are you Mephisto? No, Mephisto's image has always been that of an old man. Then are you Lucifer? That's not right either. Lucifer is much more flamboyant than you. But other demon lords wouldn't appear as humans. Chapter 425. Support from all sides while Karl and Hela were battling each other in the realm composed of hellish energy outside. The undead army was continuously pouring out due to the aura of death. Undead soldiers appeared endlessly, and no one knew how they were coming into existence. Luo and Endure had exhausted all their strength, yet they could not reduce the number of the undead army. This made them feel the terror of the undead legion for the first time. Everyone move aside, Loki shouted, then took out the icebox and completely froze the area in front of him. Many undead soldiers were frozen in place. Without hesitation, Luo executed a slashing attack, eliminating all these undead. At the same time, Loki created a massive ice wall that could encircle the entire villa. We should leave here. My ice wall won't hold for long. Plus, I can see that your powers cannot inflict substantial damage on the undead army. If Lord Karl takes too long to defeat Hela, we will likely be overwhelmed by the undead army, Loki said with some concern. However, Luo remained silent, using his abilities to continue dismantling the undead soldiers while also analyzing them. Endure pouted, casually knocking over a flying undead, then came to Loki's side and kicked his shin, making him wince in pain. Don't say such pessimistic things. Brother Karl will be out soon. We just need to hold on a bit longer. And if we leave, this bunch of skeletons will definitely tear down this villa. If that happens, we'll have to move, and that's a hassle. Hearing Endure's words, Luo nodded and gave a thumbs up in agreement. After all, moving would require the most effort from Luo, as his abilities were suited for that kind of task. So, he fully supported Endure's statement. But Loki looked miserable, his expression resembling someone wearing a mask of suffering, which was quite comical. Forget it. I can't argue with you two. Let's just continue resisting here. But if it goes on like this, we can only pray that Lord Karl defeats Hela quickly. Otherwise, it will be us who gets eliminated. Loki was at a loss for words and could only follow along with them. At that moment, a portal appeared before the three of them. Strange walked out from inside. I sensed something was off earlier. There was suddenly a very dense aura of death. So, this place has been invaded by the Undead Legion. But why would the Undead Legion invade here? And what the hell is that hellish realm over there? Why do I also sense Mr. Karl's aura from inside? Strange said, looking bewildered and completely unaware of the current situation. After Endure briefly explained, Strange gasped, finally understanding the situation. Truly, Mr. Karl is impressive. He can even master hellish energy. My master indeed did not misjudge him. However, since the Earth has been invaded, as the successor of the Supreme Sorcerer, I naturally must help resist the invasion. So, I will assist you in resisting the undead army. You can rest assured that with me here, everything will be fine. Strange said confidently, then began to cast spells. I have to say, his magic was somewhat stronger than Loki's. Moreover, his spells were inherited from the Ancient One's white magic, and he had even surpassed the Ancient One in his mastery of white magic. Strange's only drawback was that he had too little knowledge of black magic, so he could only fight using white magic. However, against the undead soldiers before them, white magic was very effective. Chapter 426. The Reaper will eventually die. External support has arrived. Everyone is doing their part, starting to assess the undead army's position and blocking them from entering the surrounding area of the villa. Regardless of who they are or what their individual motives are for coming here to help Karl, the current situation is that they are all on the same side, working together to resist the undead army. Due to the increase in numbers, the skeletal frames of the undead army are beginning to struggle. Although they're numerous, Each batch that disappears is immediately replaced by the next batch, continuing their charge. However, no matter how they charge, they are being suppressed. Meanwhile, the battle between Karl and Hela has reached a fever pitch. The current situation is almost clear. Karl is unleashing all his firepower, using various abilities to crazily suppress the Reaper Hela. Most importantly, Karl hasn't even used the Infinity Stones. This situation leaves Hela completely unable to believe that she is being suppressed by a human. Moreover, Karl's strength now is even greater compared to when he defeated Mephisto. If before he was close to a Singularity Universe-level strength, now he possesses true Singularity Universe-level power. With such strength, even if Karl were to face Dormammu one-on-one, he would not feel intimidated. Although Dormammu is at the multiverse level, Karl's current power can already contend with him. Not to mention, he also has the Infinity Stones as a powerful weapon. Furthermore, Karl hopes that his strength can advance even further. If he can reach the multiverse level, he could truly stand at the pinnacle of this world, becoming a divine-like existence. However, this is still a bit distant for Karl. So before achieving this goal, he needs to deal with one person to boost his confidence. And the Reaper Hela, who crashed through the door, becomes Karl's whetstone and stepping stone. Thus, the Reaper Hela, who plunged Asgard into despair, sealed the aging Odin, and nearly killed Thor and Loki, was defeated by Karl in a place unknown to anyone. Holding Hades, after a fierce battle, Karl pierced her heart. Fearing that this strike might not kill her, he repeatedly struck in and out several times. In the end, he even decapitated the Reaper Hela and allowed Hades to absorb her power and soul, thus completely eliminating her. At this point, the black patterns on Hades had reached halfway up the blade, looking very mysterious. This pattern also has a sinister quality. Even Karl, who kept staring at it, felt a bit dizzy and disoriented, as if it carried a hint of hallucination. If it were someone else, they would likely fall directly into a hallucination. However, the power of this pattern is still very weak. To fully showcase its power, Hades would need to completely evolve into the Black Blade. However, after this battle, Karl discovered something. The shadow created by Hades has not been effective in recent battles. Its strength, compared to when it was first obtained, has not improved at all. Therefore, it cannot even break through the defenses of these strong enemies. As a result, it has lost its harassing effect. Thus, Karl rarely releases shadows to fight anymore. However, during this recent battle, Karl found that he could strengthen the shadow's power through the essence of hell. But this comes with a flaw. The shadow cannot be resurrected. If it is defeated, it needs a period of time to reconsolidate, rather than. Chapter 427, The Return of Thor Strange. What do you mean by that? Loki was bullied, and I can't help him get back at them? After all, Loki is also my subordinate. As his boss, I naturally have the responsibility to help him eliminate those who want to kill him. Karl was very puzzled by Strange's words, not knowing what he meant. Strange sighed, then pointed to the frost box in Loki's hand. If everything relies on you, how will they grow? With Loki's strength, paired with the frost box, he could actually unleash even greater power, perhaps even stronger than my own abilities. But this time, his performance was truly terrible. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. His strength is so poor that it's hard to watch, and he hasn't even displayed 1/10 of the Frostbox's power. This is a divine artifact that can freeze planets. Yet in his hands, even creating a giant iceberg is somewhat of a struggle. Therefore, I think it's better to let Loki and his brother Thor deal with Surtur themselves. This way, the two brothers can truly grow. Strange said this, as if he had a lot of experience. Karl nodded as well. He hadn't thought of this before. But now that he stopped to listen to Strange, it made a lot of sense. Indeed, since that's the case, I won't help Loki for the time being. When he has enough strength, let him take down Surtur. That's right. Strange nodded, then opened a portal, taking out a bottle of red wine and several glasses. Cool, mate. Let me treat you all to a drink. We have a good show to watch next. Strange said mysteriously. The others looked puzzled. Karl frowned, then used the reality stone to forcibly amplify his observation hockey. Soon, Karl saw a spaceship slowly approaching Earth from the cosmos. Although Karl couldn't see who was inside the spaceship, he inferred that it was most likely Thor and the residents of Asgard. Karl, regarding the time travel device you wanted, I have already started experimenting. Although it isn't fully completed yet, preliminary tests are underway. As long as the experiment is successful, the shell can be guaranteed easily. It's just that I'm currently lacking some materials, so I hope you can help me obtain them. Since I don't quite understand these things, I came to find you. Saying this, Tony Stark transmitted all the items he needed to Karl's phone. This was also the purpose of his visit. After all, this was Karl's own time machine. And even if Karl commissioned Tony Stark to make it, there were still some things that Tony Stark couldn't acquire, hence the need for Karl's assistance. Karl looked at the list of materials and nodded. He first handed over the Devil's Skull to Tony Stark, then considered how to find the other materials. After all, even Karl hadn't seen many of these things. Seeing these materials, Strange volunteered to help because some of the materials also existed in Kamartaj, but they had been left and used for years, so they had remained there. Now that they were being taken out, it really wouldn't be a problem. After all, these things would just gather dust if left behind, so it was better to let them contribute. While they were chatting, a massive spaceship had already appeared in the atmosphere. The huge ship could even be seen with the naked eye. The most surprising thing was that this spaceship was actually heading towards Karl. Even Karl was astonished to see this scene, as he genuinely didn't expect Thor to be bringing a spaceship towards him. Thor really knows how to cause trouble. Chapter 428. Confused Thor. Ha. It's been a long time, Karl. After such a long time apart, your aura feels even stronger. I really don't know how you train your body. Every time we meet, you seem even more powerful than before. If I had your talent and physique, I could easily deal with my sister Hela or Surtur enhanced by the Power Stone. Your ability is truly enviable. Ha. Thor walked up and patted Karl on the shoulder, clearly envious of his rapidly growing strength. Although Thor's emotional intelligence was quite low and such comments might annoy others, he at least had no ill intentions. There are people who would keep such thoughts bottled up, waiting for a day to explode, causing a huge uproar. Therefore, while Thor's straightforward and carefree personality often landed him in trouble, it also had its advantages. At least people were willing to befriend someone like him because he had no ulterior motives and was quite simple-minded. Let us forget about my physique. You couldn't possibly have it. After all, everyone's physique is different. But by the way, what do you mean by Surtur being enhanced by the Power Stone? Loki, you didn't mention this situation to me. What is going on? Karl looked at Loki with confusion. Ro and Indil both turned their gazes towards Loki, startling him. Don't blame me. At that time, Hela was chasing after us, and the situation was extremely urgent. I couldn't explain everything properly. Plus, Lord Karl had just dealt with Hela when Thor arrived, so I didn't have time to explain. Loki hurriedly clarified for himself. This was considered a mistake on his part. If Karl had actually been willing to help Loki deal with Surtur at that moment, they would have been facing not just an ordinary fire giant, but one enhanced with part of the Power Stone. Such a being is not something an ordinary person could contend with. In fact, its strength might even surpass that of Hela, whom Karl had killed. Forget it. It's not entirely your fault. After all, the time was tight, and forgetting some details in a high-pressure situation is understandable. But what I want to know is why Surtur and Hela teamed up. Loki, do you have an explanation for that? And I find it hard to believe that Odin would be sealed by Hela. Given his strength, he shouldn't be sealed by her. There must be something suspicious about this. As Odin's eldest son, you should know more than Loki. Upon hearing Karl's words, Thor let out a helpless sigh and then turned his attention to the refugees behind him. I can explain this matter, but could you please let me settle the residents of Asgard first? If possible, I would like them to stay in the nearby mountains for now. We can handle the housing and food ourselves, so you don't need to trouble yourselves with that. I can't make that decision. You should ask Danvers. She's with S-H-E-E-L-D. For people from an entire planet like you, you should consult them about relocating to Earth. That's right. After being reminded by Karl, Thor immediately slapped his forehead and went to discuss this matter with Danvers. Thor was still so carefree and a bit reckless, and judging by his earlier reaction, he clearly saw Karl as the decision-maker for Earth. But in reality, Karl was just a powerful individual who was not bound by any constraints. He had strength, but he didn't hold any power. After all, Karl had no interest in the authority of this world. Chapter 430. The Accuser Fleet. Director Fury, if you have this thought, I can tell you clearly that not all aliens are good. And based on my observations, this spaceship seems to be targeting Earth. It could launch an attack at any moment. Targeting Earth? How is that possible? Upon hearing Silver Shadow's words, Nick Fury was taken aback. Danvers also frowned and, disregarding Nick Fury's orders, rushed out directly. In the blink of an eye, Danvers arrived outside Earth and saw the massive spaceship before her. This is the Dark Star. Seeing the very familiar spaceship, Danvers' pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, dozens of spaceships appeared before Danvers, making her feel a bit uneasy. Why are Ronan and the Accuser Fleet here? Shouldn't they be deep in space, helping Thanos search for the Infinity Stones? Could it be that they have set their sights on Earth's Infinity Stones? Danvers pondered for a moment, but her mind wasn't sharp enough, so she couldn't come up with a good reason. However, if she couldn't think of anything, then charging in to confront Ronan would be fine. After all, Ronan was no match for Danvers. She had no reason to be afraid. Meanwhile, Inside the Dark Star, Ronan's face was ashen. He looked as if he had eaten something terrible, with a face full of bitterness. Who can tell me why that Captain Marvel bastard is in the galaxy? Didn't you say Captain Marvel was missing? Why is she appearing in such a remote and underdeveloped star system? Ronan scolded his subordinates loudly. But none of the Kree dared to respond, as they didn't know what was going on either. In the end, Ronan had to accept reality. However, he quickly turned his attention to his hammer. On his hammer was a purple glowing object, which was the Power Stone. No one knows why the Power Stone that fell from Surtur's grasp ended up in his hands. Whether it was the Power Stone in Ronan's hand or the one that was previously on Surtur, both were genuine Infinity Stones. I already have the Power Stone. Why should I fear a mere Danvers? Although a single Infinity Stone isn't a match for Thanos, that's only because he has another Soul Stone. As long as I can find the other Infinity Stones on Earth, I won't even fear Thanos. After talking to himself, Ronan seemed to be invigorated, his whole being filled with excitement. Focus all firepower on this woman in front of me. Open fire. As you command, Lord Ronan. With Ronan's order, the Accuser fleet, nearly 30 warships, opened fire simultaneously. Each warship's cannon was enough to obliterate a small asteroid. The scene of such a barrage was truly stunning. Even though there was no sound propagation in space, the visual effect was unparalleled. No other scene could replace it. The Accuser fleet may not have strong individual combat power, but their fleet's firepower was absolutely the strongest, without question. Even Thanos' Shidori fleet, or the Sanctum II, did not have such fierce firepower. Because of this, the Accuser fleet was known as the most terrifying fleet in the universe. But even so, this dazzling display of firepower was completely insignificant in Danvers' eyes. She continuously unleashed her own energy, destroying all of the cannon fire. None of these could inflict any damage on Danvers. Seeing this scene, Ronan was somewhat exasperated. He wished he could rush out and eliminate the woman before him. However, before he could act, Danvers had already. Chapter 431, The Power Stone. Danvers, I never expected you to stand up for this world. Is such a barbaric and desolate world worth your life? I can't believe you can't see what I hold in my hand. Now, I give you one last chance. If you leave immediately, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. I am not one to show mercy. Ronan coldly snorted, then revealed his hammer embedded with the Power Stone. Danvers was taken aback for a second upon seeing the Power Stone, but she quickly regained her composure. As if no one has seen an Infinity Stone before. Just a mere Infinity Stone, and you want to destroy the Earth? That's a bit delusional, don't you think? However, I have a question. If Earth is so barren and barbaric in your eyes, why do you still come here? Danvers, are you really that foolish? Or are you just pretending to be? Thanos knows that Earth still hides for more Infinity Stones. How could you not know? Don't tell me you came here purely to protect this planet, with no interest in the other Infinity Stones. Such a reason might fool those naive superheroes. But I won't buy it. It's quite amusing. Ronan, your information is too outdated. However, I can't be bothered to explain. All I can tell you is that I have no interest in the Infinity Stones. Even if I wanted them, I would need to be alive to get them. Hearing Danvers' ambiguous words, Ronan frowned, unsure of what she meant. However, he decided not to say much more and went straight to action. Ronan swung the hammer in an instant, and the Power Stone erupted with a tremendous energy, charging toward Danvers. Faced with this force, Danvers did not dare to be careless. She concentrated all her strength and then unleashed it. Danvers' energy was strong enough to briefly counter the energy of the Power Stone. However, from the audience's perspective, Danvers was currently positioned on the left. Moreover, the energy from the Power Stone continued to intensify. Although Danvers exerted all her effort to release her energy, it was evident that her energy was gradually being consumed by the energy of the Power Stone. In less than a minute, Danvers would be completely overwhelmed by the power of the Power Stone. This is the capability of the Power Stone. Although Ronan had just obtained the Power Stone and was not yet fully proficient with it, as the only Infinity Stone with super large destructive power, the strength of the Power Stone was undoubtedly formidable. Because this is pure destructive force, even Danvers, gathering all her cosmic energy, could only hold out for a moment. But just then, a shield suddenly flew in from the distance. Seeing this, Danvers unhesitatingly caught the shield and then used her ability to cover it with a layer of energy. The energy from the Power Stone then slammed into the shield, sending Danvers back several meters. However, she ultimately held her ground. Captain, thank you, you arrived just in time. Indeed, this shield is none other than Steve Rogers' shield. Although this shield cannot completely defend against the Power Stone, It can barely hold up when combined with Danvers' energy. However, this means that Steve Rogers cannot join the battlefield for now. Danvers, hold on. We're preparing the platform, and we will be there soon. Steve Rogers shouted from the doorway of the plane. Danvers nodded, then lifted the shield and slowly flew toward Ronan before her. Is this what Earthlings are like? Truly disgusting. Chapter 432. Sudden appearance. What kind of monster is this? Seeing the Hulk charging towards him, Ronan quickly dodged. No matter how arrogant Ronan was, he could tell that the big guy in front of him possessed extraordinary strength. Because of this, he refrained from attacking before understanding his opponent's abilities. However, during this time, Silver Surfer also rushed in, aiming to seize the Power Stone. Not just him, Danvers also charged forward. Faced with the attack from three sides, Ronan had a counterattack, or he would go from being the aggressor to the defender. If the situation really reversed, it would be very unfavorable for him. Without any hesitation, Ronan unleashed the full power of the Power Stone. The power of the Infinity Stones exploded instantly, creating a wave of energy that blasted Danvers, Silver Surfer, and Hulk apart. Then, without hesitation, Ronan swung his hammer at Hulk. This strike sent Hulk flying into the sky, disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Danvers had no choice but to fly up to rescue Hulk. Who knows where he would end up? If he fell into the deep sea, it would be disastrous. Subsequently, Ronan raised his hammer and charged at Silver Surfer. Faced with the sudden attack, Silver Surfer transformed into Mercury, attempting to dodge Ronan's strike. However, the Power Stone's ability struck Silver Surfer's true form, forcing him to revert to his humanoid state and fly backward. The force left him numb all over. He felt quite unwell. Is this the ability of the Power Stone? It's really too exaggerated, although it couldn't compare to Galactus. Ronan clearly wasn't using the full power of the Power Stone. If he could harness its full potential, I would probably have died just now, Silver Surfer muttered to himself, then stood up again. At this moment, Danvers returned from the sky, carrying Hulk. Not just the two of them, Steve Rogers, Bart and Natasha, as well as Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, also arrived here. However, Wave Woman did not come. She was still on a plane, acting with SHAELD agents to restrain the Accuser fleet's other members. However, having so many people here wouldn't have a very good effect. Captain, here's your shield back. Danvers returned the shield to Steve Rogers and looked seriously at Ronan. Steve Rogers glanced at his shield and the hammer in Ronan's hand, furrowing his brow. With so many of us here, we might just hinder each other. I suggest that Barton, Natasha, Quicksilver, and Wanda go destroy their warships. As for this enemy in front of us, let the four of us deal with him. Hearing Steve Rogers' words, Natasha and the other three exchanged glances, nodded, and immediately split up. Steve Rogers was right. If there were too many people, it would be difficult to take on Ronan. Moreover, he possessed the Power Stone. If someone got caught by him, it would be hard to rescue them with too many people around. Besides, Natasha and her group were all ordinary humans and couldn't withstand the damage from the Power Stone. Even though Wanda and Quicksilver were mutants, their physical abilities were on par with Steve Rogers. Therefore, they were not suited to directly clash with the power of the Infinity Stones. However, Steve Rogers himself wasn't really suited either, but as the captain, he had to lead by example and personally confront the invading enemy, even knowing he was at a disadvantage. He could not easily retreat. Chapter 434. The six watching the show, what an intense battle. Are we really not going to join in on the fun? My nano armor was just developed recently, and it would be perfect to let these enemies serve as a test subject to see how effective it is. Tony Stark sat with his legs crossed, and on his chest was a triangular energy reactor identical to the one in the original story. Hidden within this reactor were billions of nanobots. Don't ask how he did it. Just know that it's Tony Stark's exclusive black technology. Even Karl couldn't understand this point. Only Tony Stark himself could master such technology. If Karl didn't know that Tony Stark was a magician, he might have thought that Tony Stark used spatial folding magic. Thus, Karl could only express admiration for Tony Stark's various black technologies, because they were indeed powerful. Similarly, his nano armor was also quite impressive. This material wasn't pure steel, but rather a material with a hardness similar to steel, and compared to iron objects, it was more resilient and flexible. However, this armor had only been showcased once in front of Karl, because it required Karl's help to collect data on the armor. This was why Tony Stark was so eager for battle. If he participated, he could better gather data on his armor. This way, he could improve it and make it stronger. What is so fun about fighting? It's better to watch them fight here. Besides, when Hela, the goddess of death, invaded here before, the SHIELD people didn't come to help. So why do we have any obligation to help them? In my opinion, there's absolutely no need. Indira was still holding a grudge. She was a bit upset because SHIELD hadn't come to help before. Rose said nothing. He just sat in the back, quietly watching Ronan wield his hammer, constantly using the Infinity Stones. It was obvious that Ro was a bit envious of that power, but he didn't have the conditions to possess it. One could only say it was a bit regrettable. The Guardians of the Galaxy, along with Ronan, the Accuser, and his fleet, had arrived. However, given the current situation, it seemed we had the upper hand. Mr. Karl, if you let me join the battlefield, I guarantee I can take down Ronan smoothly. After all, he is our enemy. And is it really okay to just leave him alone like this? Thor inquired. Clearly, he wanted to step in and help. But before Karl could respond, Loki spoke up first. Thor, you don't understand. We should wait until their battle reaches a heated stage before we step in to help. This way, not only can we earn their respect, but we could even get our hands on the Power Stone. Isn't that a win-win? Loki truly was the god of mischief. His idea was indeed clever. The others, apart from Karl, hadn't considered this aspect. Even Tony Stark was solely focused on testing his nano armor and hadn't paid much attention to the battle situation. However, Karl shook his head and casually said, "We want to participate in the battle this time. Just enjoy the show. It won't take more than an hour for Ronan to be defeated. He relies too much on the Power Stone. Although he has a container to offset some of the side effects of the Infinity Stones, no matter what. The Infinity Stones are still the Infinity Stones, and the hammer in his hand is not the Infinity Gauntlet. Someone so reliant on the Infinity Stones will eventually be consumed by them. When that time comes, it will be his demise, and we have no need to intervene. As for the Power Stone, if SHIELD wants it, they can take it. I have no interest in it anyway." Karl spoke frankly, and he truly didn't want to make a move. The reason was simple. Just like Indira said, why should we help? Karl was also someone who held grudges. So Chapter 435, finally enlightened Thor, you finally get it. Looking at Thor kneeling on one knee in front of him, and Loki beside him, half kneeling in a fluster, Karl's lips curled into a smile. He understood very well why Thor had suddenly undergone such a significant transformation. It was entirely due to what Tony Stark had just said. If Tony Stark hadn't mentioned that the experiment was successful and that the time-space travel device could be developed immediately, Thor wouldn't have had this sudden realization. Because at that time, Tony Stark had stated that as long as the virtual experiment was successful, the physical device for the time-space travel machine, including the experiment and material collection, would only take about a year. At most, it wouldn't exceed 2 years. For an ordinary person, 2 years isn't considered very long. It can easily pass in the blink of an eye, not to mention the Asgardians, who average around 5,000 years. In their eyes, 2 years is at most equivalent to 3 or 4 months for humans. This period felt extremely short for Thor and left no room for further contemplation. However, he was also cautious. After all, Asgard had been nearly destroyed by Surtur, and he had just been beaten up by his sister Hela. Naturally, he had grown. He didn't immediately declare his allegiance to Karl, but waited until Karl completed everything before joining, which showed he was thinking. After all, he was concerned that if he pledged loyalty, Karl might not help him. Their relationship could only be described as acquaintances, not very close. Thor, this is a contract. As long as you sign it, neither of us can back out. After all, this was the power of universal rules. We couldn't resist. And having a contract would benefit both of us. It's certainly more trustworthy than a verbal agreement. Wouldn't you agree? Karl's lips curled into a sly smile. Thor nodded, then reached for the contract to sign it directly. However, Loki furrowed his brow, snatched the contract, and began to examine it carefully. Once he finished checking it all, he let out a sigh of relief. Loki, do you not trust me? Seeing Loki's reaction, Karl was not angry, but calmly asked. Upon hearing Karl's inquiry, Loki broke out in a cold sweat, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His body even exhibited slight tremors. Karl's scrutiny had scared him nearly to death. Lord Karl, I didn't mean to. I just sensed the presence of something sinister, so very good vigilance. From now on, you will assist Thor and be a good brother to him. There's nothing more for you to learn from me. After all, I'm not good at magic. I only understand a bit. So from now on, you don't need to follow me. Just stay by Thor's side. With you, the cunning god of mischief, around Thor, this iron-headed fool shouldn't get tricked easily. I understand, Lord Karl. Hearing Karl's words, Loki let out a sigh of relief and returned the contract to Thor. He had genuinely been startled earlier, but he did this for Thor's sake. After all, Thor was the true love of his life. Even though he had already pledged allegiance to Karl, his heart still thought of his brother. This was the bond between them. Ugh, The bond between the two brothers could never be severed. Loki would even risk his life for it. This point was clearly illustrated in the beginning scene of the original movie Avengers, Infinity War, where Loki bravely sacrificed himself to buy time for Thor to survive. That was why he acted this way. Chapter 436. Father and son reunited. Odin, it's been so long since we last met. I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state, sealed in this dark place. It's truly surprising. Karl arrived at a very dim location through the Rainbow Bridge. This was the death planet where Odin was sealed. Originally, this was supposed to be the place to seal the goddess of death, Hela, but after Hela's modifications, and with the help of Surtur, they successfully sealed Odin. However, since Hela had already been eliminated by Karl, the seals here had loosened considerably. Given Odin's strength, he could break free from this seal in just a few years. But with his current lifespan, he probably wouldn't last many more years, not even 10. Will be quite a challenge. Karl, I didn't expect you to come. You must be here to teach me something, right? To be honest, what condition did Thor agree to with you? Odin, the old fox, immediately saw through the transaction between Karl and Thor. Karl merely smiled and casually replied, "It's nothing much. I just asked Thor and Asgard to pledge allegiance to me. That's all. And you know my character. I won't do anything to you or force you to do anything. Besides, the time machine is already in development, and within 2 years, I'll be leaving here, so you can rest assured." Upon hearing Karl's words, Odin furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat incredulous. However, he ultimately focused his gaze on Thor, his disappointment and discontent fully evident in his eyes. "Thor, you're still so confused, truly too young. But it's all right. As the Midgardians say, a fall teaches a man to walk. In the future, when you encounter similar situations, I hope you know what to do. We Asgardians must have our pride." Odin's voice was already a bit weak, clearly affected by Thor's actions. Thor didn't say anything in response, as he knew this was contrary to his original intent. But to save Odin and rescue Asgard, he had to do this, even if it meant sacrificing his own dignity and pride. This was his responsibility. Odin recognized Thor's sense of responsibility, but he still didn't want Thor to grow up in this way, which made him feel a bit lost. Odin finally sighed, and Thor also remained silent. The two of them, father and son, sat in silence, staring at each other for nearly 3 minutes. During this time, even Karl didn't break the quiet atmosphere. However, Karl ultimately couldn't stand it any longer and was the first to break the silence, using the power of the Infinity Stones to help Odin break the seal. "You two are both stubborn as mules. No wonder your father and son, cut from the same cloth. But I won't judge you, so let's save the person first. After all, I still have things to do. Who said this is my job? A worker has to work to continue living, don't you think?" Karl's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Thor and Odin didn't understand what he meant, but they felt that there was more beneath his words, just that they couldn't grasp what it was now. Chapter 437. The rebirth of Asgard. The thunderous roar of Surtur echoed in everyone's ears. Karl charged forward, hesitating not for a moment as he unleashed a slash that tore through space. However, as Odin and Thor had said before, conventional attacks were completely ineffective against Surtur. Even though the Hades in Karl's hand had the ability to suppress healing, it could not inflict effective damage on Surtur. This was because the eternal flame, as an artifact, was part of the cosmic rules, and no matter how powerful Hades was, it could not contend with those cosmic rules. It must be said that some individuals have extremely strong healing abilities, and they would not be easily restrained by Hades. This was an awkward aspect of Hades. Nonetheless, Karl looked forward to the day Hades could evolve into the Black Blade, which would grant it even greater powers. Although he was unsure whether Hades would awaken new abilities after evolving, Karl was definitely optimistic about it. After all, the black patterns on Hades had already reached the center of the blade, looking incredibly eerie. Karl continued to wield Hades, attacking Surtur. At the same time, he released the Shadow of Hera, infusing it with hellish energy to greatly enhance its power. This shadow now possessed nearly half of Karl's strength. Through the combined attacks of Karl and the Shadow, Surtur was completely unable to counter. However, even so, Surtur remained merely suppressed and could not be killed. With no other options, Karl had to use the Infinity Stones to attack Surtur. It must be said that the power of the Infinity Stones was still quite formidable. By merely using the Reality Stone, he altered Surtur's body structure, allowing him to inflict damage. No matter how powerful the Eternal Flame was, it could not resist the abilities of the Infinity Stones. Subsequently, with the use of the Infinity Stones and his Shadow, Karl resolved Surtur in just under 10 minutes. Scattering his soul. Was that it? This dimension is too weak. After eliminating Surtur, Karl did not forget to mock him. He then looked at the eternal flame, now scattered on the ground of Asgard, frowning at the flames before him. Karl then used the power of the reality stone to wrap it up and handed it over to Odin. You all need to take good care of the eternal flame. Perhaps Surtur could rely on this to resurrect himself. You don't need to remind me of that. As the king of gods, I know more than you do. However, that said, Asgard is truly in ruins now. If we want to repair it, it will likely take at least a year or so. Odin sighed, clearly feeling a bit melancholic about it. Thor looked at Karl with great hope, knowing that Karl had said he could help with the restoration. It won't take that long. Give me 3 hours, and I can help restore it. Karl's lips curled into a confident smile as he took out the reality stone and the time stone. With these two stones, restoring Asgard was completely not a difficult task. However, to better restore Asgard, Karl still needed to spend a little time. 3 hours? Didn't you say the residents of Asgard would return in 3 days? If you can finish the repairs in 3 hours, I might as well have them get ready to come back now. Thor pondered before speaking. Hearing his words, Karl shook his head and patiently explained. Although repairing Asgard was very easy, have you considered the feelings of those refugees? If they find out... Chapter 439, Return to Earth Thanos. I won't interfere with your matters on Earth, but when it comes to my son, I absolutely won't allow you to meddle. Since he has chosen to protect Earth, I will naturally help him. If you want to make an enemy of me, you should consider whether you are up to the task. In the sky above Earth, Ego directly threatened Thanos on the ground while winking at his son, Star-Lord. Star-Lord was completely bewildered by this sudden appearance of his cheap dad and had no idea what was going on. However, for now, anyone who could help him deal with Thanos was his dad. That's right, Star-Lord was that shameless. He had no shame to worry about. Dad, go for it. I don't know who you are, but you have to take care of Thanos. Don't worry, my good son. If Thanos dares to make a move, I'll show him what true power is. Ego possessed multiverse-level energy, which gave him a great deal of confidence. However, multiverse-level energy doesn't equate to strength. Ego rarely fought and only had powerful energy without actual combat experience. If Thanos didn't have the Infinity Stones, this peak mutant titan wouldn't dare provoke Ego. But now he had 2 Infinity Stones. Besides the Power Stone, he also possessed the Soul Stone, although no one knew how he obtained the Soul Stone. Having 2 Infinity Stones allowed him to challenge Ego. Ego, don't think I don't know that your weakness is the core of your planet. I can let you and your son, Star-Lord, leave, but I will not spare anyone else. I'll give you one last chance. If you refuse me again, don't blame me for taking action. Just you? I don't take you seriously. Ha ha ha. These 2 supervillains were exchanging barbs without making a move, as neither wanted to offend the other. However, Ego needed to win Star-Lord's favor for his own goals. Otherwise, Star-Lord had no reason to go to Ego's planet and act as his infinite energy source, like a wireless power bank. Thanos, on the other hand, was hesitant to engage in an all-out conflict due to Ego's strength. Thus, they remained at a stalemate. Corvus Glaive issued orders. Kill everyone except for the Guardians of the Galaxy. Leave no one behind. Understood, my lord. Corvus nodded and then led the other Black Order members and the Chitauri army towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the Avengers' defense. However, their strength was quite limited. Danvers and Silver Surfer were enough to hold back 3 of the Black Order members. As for the last Black Order member, the big guy, that was left for Hulk to deal with. The Chitauri soldiers charged quickly, but they could not break through the defensive formation. After all, besides the Avengers, Loki, War Machine, and a small part of the Asgardian army were also defending here. Seeing this, Thanos was furious. Originally, they would have an absolute advantage due to the Infinity Stones. But now Ego suddenly emerged, causing Thanos to hesitate to act recklessly. However, he had also figured out the situation and learned that Karl was not here. That was why he initially had a significant advantage. At that moment, a rainbow bridge suddenly appeared in the sky. Thor and Odin had arrived on the battlefield. Facing the enemy before him, Thor charged forward with his weapons in hand. Odin, clad in armor and wielding Gungnir, followed suit.